At the entrance of Donghai City's known Sun High School. Baby, if you can fight, fight. If you can't, quickly call someone for help, understand? Mommy spent so much money it can't go to waste. A luxurious and stylish magnetic levitation hovercar slowly came to a halt. Inside, a well-maintained and youthful-looking woman leaned out, her face full of concern as she gave her advice. Taking a few steps, Lin Fan suddenly slipped and almost fell. The gazes from all around locked onto him, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and a few even tinged with disdain. Lin Fan just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Baby. He was nearly 40 years old and was still being called that. What an embarrassment. He didn't dare to look back. He couldn't bear to look back. All he could do was quicken his pace, as if some ferocious beast was chasing him from behind. On the sports field, the third-year students were densely packed together, looking like blades of grass waiting to be harvested. Lin Fan stood at the back of his Class S formation, skillfully activating the holographic screen on his glasses. Great Wall Stargate News. Good news, the 9-3 Source Star has successfully joined the development plan, with the advanced team landing smoothly. Famous psychotropic potion brand Sacred Spring unveils its annual new product, promoting gentle mental power enhancement. Despite its high price, it is still a bestseller. Wanxing Group releases recruitment notice, inviting talented individuals to venture into the stars and build a new home, offering the industry's salaries and benefits. When Lin Fan saw the last headline, his mouth twitched. Was NT that his family's company? Even the recruitment ads were being targeted directly at him. On the stage, the principal was giving an impassioned final pep talk before the college entrance exams. Several centuries ago, foreign invaders threatened our nation, and the Great Xia was on the brink of destruction. It was our ancestors who, through a century of bloody battles, built the impenetrable Great Wall. Now, we control the stargates, shifting from passive defense to active expansion. In the boundless darkness of the starry sea, it is either conquer or be conquered. Classmates, fight for the rise of the Great Xia. The speech ignited the students below the stage, filling them with fervent passion. Only Lin Fan found himself yawning repeatedly. When he first transmigrated here, he was also full of zeal, so excited that he almost flipped over his crib. After all, this Great Xia bore a striking resemblance to the history of his homeland on Blue Star, evoking an overwhelming sense of familiarity. So this is about wielding the sun and moon, plucking the stars, and slashing through galaxies to subdue all races. Was NT that exactly why he had come here? But after truly understanding this world, that initial excitement had cooled significantly. This Great Xia was too strong. Repelling for uninvaders was just the baseline. Counterattacking, reclaiming lands, and colonizing planets were routine affairs. Even the island nation had become the Sakura province, where the men had disappeared, and the women were internally absorbed. How could anyone compete with that? Not to mention, his own family's Wanxing Group was the nation's largest giant in spirit ore mining and spirit potion applications, with business spanning Blue Star and various colonized planets. He was the only son of the family, born at the forefront of the starting line. In such an environment, who would still need to strive? He, Lin Fan, had long since lost any stage to showcase his heroic flair. Living a peaceful life as a second-generation rich kid, enjoying the wealth left by his ancestors, was NT that more appealing? Struggling? That was for those talented individuals who had no other choice. As for him, he had chosen to be a happy, salted fish. After the motivational assembly ended, the students returned to their classrooms one after another. The atmosphere was filled with tension and excitement. Only Lin Fan lay sprawled across his desk, looking like he could fall asleep at any moment. Lin Fan, you ray hiding real deep. Huh? A voice came from beside him. Lin Fan looked up in confusion to see a few classmates surrounding him, their eyes gleaming as if they had discovered a new continent. That car at the school gate, the Qian customized edition, we looked it up. It's a global limited edition, starting at 8 figures in Xia currency. Another classmate lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, and that license plate, it belongs to Wanxing Group. I just searched it up. The chairman of Wanxing Group has the surname Lin. The classroom instantly fell silent. Dozens of pairs of eyes all turned to Lin Fan, full of disbelief. Wanxing Group. That was a cross-planetary giant, closely tied to the national machinery. Lin Fan, this guy who usually seemed so lazy, was actually the heir to Wanxing Group? No way. With your background, why are you attending our public school for the experience? Should NTU be at some private elite school playing the boss? After the silence, the classroom erupted into even greater commotion. Holy crap. Is this for real? Fan bro, your family actually has minds. Fan bro. Why are you even attending school? Wouldn't it be better to go home and inherit billions in assets? I can't believe I just came of age, and I already have 3 years of experience studying alongside the heir to a conglomerate. Lin Fan scratched his head helplessly, just as he was about to respond. An unharmonious voice broke in. So what if your background is impressive? A boy in designer clothes and an arrogant demeanor stood up. His name was Wang Hao, another second-generation rich kid who had always been at odds with Lin Fan. He had assumed he was the Class S top dog, only to wake up one day and find himself demoted to second place. Now, strength is everything. Your talent is only F-level mycologist. Even if the entire Wanqing group is handed to you, can you even hold on to it? Wang Hao's tone was filled with mockery and superiority. F-level was the lowest rating in talent evaluation. And a mycologist? Among F-level talents, it was one of the most useless professions. It involved cultivating fungi, which, simply put, meant growing mushrooms. In an era of advanced genetic cultivation and industrial production, this talent wasn't even useful for finding a job. Wang Hao's words caused the previously lively classroom to fall silent. The way everyone looked at Lin Fan changed, not just with Diao, but with more pity and schadenfreude. To have immense wealth but lacked the power to control it, this was a significant problem in a world that worshipped strength. But Lin Fan, didn't he look embarrassed at all? Instead, he maintained a calm demeanor of "You right, but I am still rich." Wang Hao. Lin Fan's gaze was steady. You awaken an A-level talent. Blazing Fist Master, and you think your talent is particularly impressive? Wang Hao's face darkened. What do you mean by that? I mean, Lin Fan's eyes swept over Wang Hao's unusually robust physique. Relying on top-tier psychotropic potions to strengthen your body from a young age, of course, you'd awaken a decent talent when the time came, but forcibly boosting your body's potential comes with significant side effects. Doesn't it? And after awakening, the spirit potions you've been consuming, are they even working for you? You Ray talking nonsense. That's slander. Wang Hao's face turned pale, a flicker of panic flashing in his eyes. The other classmates were equally stunned. They only knew that Wang Hao came from a wealthy family and had an outstanding talent. They had no idea about the secrets behind it. Lin Fan let out a cold laugh, spreading his hands. Slander? Well, all those top-tier potions your family orders every month, they supplied by Wanqing Group. He picked up his terminal, tapped a few times, and looked at Wang Hao calmly. If I send my mom a message, saying the Wang family's order will be delayed by a few months, what do you think your evaluation will be during the university talent reassessment? Boom! Wang Hao's entire body trembled violently, pointing at Lin Fan. His lips quivered, yet no words came out. At this moment, he looked like a clown being ridiculed by the entire room. Thud. With a sound, Wang Hao collapsed back into his chair, his face deathly pale. The classroom fell into an eerie silence. But no one doubted that Lin Fan was telling the truth. Everyone's perception of him had completely changed. What they thought would be a triumph of talent turned out to be a crushing display of capital's power. Lin Fan smirked. Did they really think he was just an F-ranked? What a joke. These ignorant fools had no understanding of true strength. Indeed, his talent panel did display the words F-rank mycologist. But the golden finger would reveal itself sooner or later. He glanced down at his talent. Talent F-rank mycologist EX Fungus Lord. Level Origin and Domain Body Tempering. Peace Energy Yibai Fungi Yibai. Evolution Points. Lean. Innate Skills. Devour evolution. Fungal colonies can consume and digest all matter, converting it into peace energy and evolution points. Analyze targets to evolve strains. Unlimited proliferation. As long as there are sufficient materials and peace energy, fungal colonies can proliferate infinitely. Symbiotic feedback. After consuming and generating peace energy, the fungal colonies sustain their own needs and feed back to the host, enhancing strength. Current fungal core. Primal fungal core produces primal fungal colonies. The core mechanism of this talent fundamentally appended the world's existing power system. While others relied on meditation, rigorous training, or even pharmaceutical aids to cultivate, his strength would grow entirely through the evolution of fungal colonies. When he first saw this, he nearly floated with excitement. After all, he had been preparing to return home to inherit the family business. But now, the path to the stars and the vast cosmos had already been laid out before him. Who would still want to be a failure? Even if it was just cultivating mushrooms, he would ensure the entire galaxy was filled with them. Before long, the homeroom teacher entered, rallying everyone to gather. The crowd filed out, and as they passed Lin Fan, they instinctively took half a step away from him. Lin Fan shrugged inferently, slung his small backpack over his shoulder, and leisurely followed at the back of the procession, boarding the maglev school bus. Just as he sat down, his personal terminal vibrated. It was a message from his mom. "Sweetheart, it's okay if you didn't do well in the exam. Don't stress yourself. Our family has plenty of money. Once you graduate, even those S&S-ranked geniuses will line up to work for you." Lin Fan stared at the message on the screen, the veins on his forehead throbbing. This was NT just doting, it was outright over-indecent. Does your husband know how you spoil your child like this? If it were NT for the mature, upright soul residing in this body, someone else in his position would long have become the most infamous playboy on Blue Star, wreaking havoc on countless innocent girls. Still, he couldn't help but smile. Being cared for felt warm. In his previous life, he had been alone, never experiencing familial love. In this life, he was never without it. His father was often away, traveling between various colony planets to expand their corporate empire. His mother stayed on their home planet, managing the company's affairs while accompanying him. They gave him endless love and care. Even when his talent was universally deemed the weakest F-ranked, he had never seen disappointment or blame on their faces. All they ever gave him was unconditional love and support. Lin Fan really cherished this feeling. The maglev school bus soon arrived at its destination, Donghai City's first arena. Under the massive dome, there was a sea of people. Thousands of high school seniors from across Donghai City were arranged in neat formations according to their schools. All eyes were fixed on the front of the formations. A towering, colossal gate, tens of meters high, stood there. Within the cold metallic frame of the gate, dazzling lights flowed, emanating a profound peace energy aura. This was the Star Gate, the critical passage for the civilization of Daaxia to explore the stars. It was also the inevitable bridge for countless races to wage war on alien worlds. A middle-aged man in the uniform of the Donghai City Department of Education stepped onto the stage. "I am the chief examiner for this year's examination trial. This trial will adopt an individual point system with a time limit of 8 hours. His voice, amplified by audio equipment, echoed clearly throughout the arena. "Your personal devices will automatically record every valid kill and convert it into points. This will be the sole criterion for your final score. You are allowed to bring restorative medicines but are strictly prohibited from using any unauthorized auxiliary devices. Any violations will immediately be treated as cheating. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, press the emergency rescue button immediately. You will be teleported out at once, but the trial will end for you, and your score will be fixed. And finally, the most important rule." His voice suddenly grew deeper, and his cold eyes swept across the crowd. "Attacking other candidates is strictly forbidden. Violators will be permanently disqualified from all future examinations, and in severe cases, will be blacklisted from the credibility system for life." As his words landed, the crowd erupted into chaos. "What? Individual point system? But what about support types and life-skilled ones? Yeah, we don't have compatibilities. How are we supposed to compete for kills? This gives us no chance at all." Wails of despair echoed one after another. A classmate who usually had a good relationship with Lin Fan leaned over and whispered, "Fan Zhao, why don't we team up? If we stick together, we might find a way." Lin Fan shook his head, pointing at the chief examiner on the stage. "The rules state that only the final blow counts as a valid kill for points. In other words, only the one who lands the finishing strike gets the score. How could we possibly split that?" With one sentence, he shattered all illusions. The classmate's face turned grim, and he withdrew awkwardly. On the stage, the chief examiner seemed to have anticipated such a reaction. Without any expression, he waited a few seconds. When the murmurs finally subsided, he raised his hand, and a massive holographic projection unfolded next to the Star Gate. It displayed a flat map of a giant island. The entire isle, and was distinctly divided into 3 colors: green on the outskirts, orange toward the center, and an intense blood red at the core. Life-skilled candidates will complete designated gathering tasks such as collecting plants and minerals in the green zone to earn points. Support candidates will have their examination points in the orange zone, where they will perform tasks like healing, purification, and blessings, with scores based on completion levels. As for the red zone, the chief examiner's lips curled into a cruel smile. "We've released tens of thousands of alien beasts there, ranging from the weakest juveniles to mature ones capable of tearing you apart. There are even a few leader-class beasts. That zone will serve as the hunting ground for combat-talented candidates." He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping across the examinees. "Don't think that just because you've awakened a talent, you've become powerful. You are all nothing more than novices in the Origin and Domain body tempering stage. The strength of mature and leader-level exotic beasts far exceeds this level. Without sufficient power, don't even think about stepping onto a battlefield that doesn't belong to you. Every year, there are always arrogant fools who don't even have time to press the distress button before becoming dinner for the beasts. Remember, you only have one life. The cold, harsh words made everyone's hearts tighten, and the scene instantly fell into silence. Lin Fan's mind flashed back to his teacher's lecture in class. Humanity's power system is divided into 4 major levels and 12 rounds, representing 4 significant leaps in life. The first major domain is the Origin domain, which the chief examiner just mentioned. Divided into 3 realms: body tempering, core condensation, and manifestation. After that, there are the earthly domain, the planetary domain, and the star-touring domain. Each major domain is a threshold of life. As for himself, like the other students, he was just standing at the starting line. The chief examiner announced the start of the trial. All examinees received smart wristbands to record their scores and then began to head in groups toward the massive stargate. When it was Lin Fan's class's turn, Wang Hao walked past him with 1 girl and 2 boys in tow. Lin Fan. The girl stopped, her face showing just the right amount of concern. Even the green zone has its dangers. Be careful once you ride inside. Lin Fan didn't even lift his eyelids. This was Li Yu, one of the school's campus beauties. This little green tea had tried to strike up a conversation with him twice not long ago, but he had ignored her both times. As a transmigrator, he had read countless autobiographies of predecessors and had long summarized a survival rule: never get involved with a campus beauty who approaches you first, never make close friends with overly enthusiastic buddies, and always crush the most arrogant rich second-generation kids underfoot, otherwise, it's only a matter of time before a green hat appears on your head. Sure enough, upon being ignored, Liu turned to walk alongside Wang Hao, who had been fawning over her all along. Her immature schemes couldn't fool his sharp eyes, honed by countless teachers. Because of this, Lin Fan had maintained his purity and discipline for 18 years, never even holding a girl's hand. Safety first, he had no choice in this matter. Seeing Lin Fan remain unresponsive, Liu, thick-skinned as ever, softly added, "Then I wish you good luck on the test." Her voice was just loud enough for everyone around to hear, adding a few more points to her good girl image. Her face showed an expression of "even if you ignore me, I still wish you well," making Lin Fan want to roll his eyes. Not to mention her slightly reddened eyes, which directly triggered a man's protective instinct. Wang Hao immediately got worked up, stepping forward with a protective stance. You, why bother talking to this trash? I'm your F-class cultivator. Probably only capable of digging in the outskirts of the green zone. I bet he wouldn't even dare touch a poisonous mushroom. At this, Lin Fan finally spoke. He looked up and lazily glanced at Wang Hao. I'll be waiting for you at the center of the red zone. Aren't you an A-class genius? Do you dare to come? Then, he swept his gaze to Li Yu, his face full of undisguised mockery. Oh, I forgot you've just hooked up with a campus beauty and haven't had your fill of sweet nothings yet. If you die in there, you won't even get to enjoy it. Next. He stared directly at Li Yu, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Miss Li, you've finally landed a second-generation rich kid. Don't go dying in there with him. Otherwise, wouldn't your investment go to waste? After saying this, Lin Fan headed toward the Stargate. After taking a couple of steps, he seemed to remember something. He stopped, turned around, and flashed a dazzling smile. By the way, Wang Hao, if it weren't for your extravagant purchases of my family's overpriced elixirs over the years, where would I have gotten so much pocket money? As an A-class talent, you were truly my golden goose. Thank you. Thank you. He gave Wang Hao a thumbs up, his smile even more sincere. Boom. The students erupted, their gazes turning strange as they looked at Wang Hao. Lin Fan's words were practically an open humiliation. He was clearly saying that Wang Hao's A-class talent was nothing but a fake, built on money and elixirs, and the money, it had all gone into Lin Fan's pocket. Wang Hao's face turned betrayed. Anger and humiliation made him tremble. He pointed at Lin Fan, his lips quivering, but no words came out. Lin Fan ignored him, casually putting on his wristband and stepping into the shimmering Stargate. In a flash of light and shadow, he disappeared. A wave of hot, blood-scented air filled his lungs. Lin Fan opened his eyes and found himself standing on a beach. Ahead lay an eerie red forest. The sky was gloomy, tinged with a disturbing dark red. The soil beneath his feet was a deep brown, as if soaked countless times in the blood of exotic beasts. He raised his hand to check the wristband. The screen displayed a score of Liu and a miniature map. There was no one else around. It seemed that within the trial space, each person was randomly dropped at a considerable distance from others. Confirming the direction of the red danger zone, he began to move forward. Gathering in the green zone? Healing in the orange zone? Don't be ridiculous. He was here to play house. After half an hour of brisk walking, he crossed the boundary between the orange and red zones. The scent of blood in the air grew 10 times stronger, and beastly roars echoed through the forest, making his nerves tighten. He had arrived. Lin Fan stopped and unzipped his small backpack. Inside, there was no food or water. Only rows of neatly arranged crystal vials. The vials contain nutrient solutions specially formulated by his mother S Corporation, far superior to those they sold to Wang Hao. But upon seeing the packaging of the vials, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his eye. Each vial was engraved with an elaborate fan character, alongside a childish heart-shaped design. Mom, was this really necessary to make it so flashy? Lin Fan's face was full of disdain. Afraid people wouldn't know these were specially prepared for me, and a heart? Not a kid anymore. If my classmates saw this, my image would be ruined. He shook his head as if trying to shake off the embarrassing, shameful packaging. Though he complained, his actions were honest. He grabbed a vial and, without a hint of hesitation, smashed it against the ground as if throwing away garbage. Crash! The crisp sound of shattering glass echoed, and blue liquid splattered everywhere. The value of a single vial equaled a month's salary for an average person. With that one throw, he had just smashed away the combined income of a regular family, including pensions for the elderly. He crouched down, pressing his right palm against the soil soaked in the nutrient solution. With a thought, a nearly invisible strand of mycelium extended from his palm, instantly drawn to the pure energy, burrowing into the liquid. Then, a sudden mutation occurred. The mycelium absorbed the spiritual energy from the solution and began to proliferate wildly. Within a few breaths, a palm-sized fungal mat rapidly took shape. Green tea is slang for a manipulative girl who pretends to be innocent and sweet. Green hat is a colloquial term in Chinese, symbolizing infidelity. Immediately, the fungal mat began to expand outward at a speed visible to the naked eye, greedily absorbing organic matter from the soil and converting it into nutrients to fuel its rapid growth. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 20 meters. Lin Fan closed his eyes. He saw every inch of land covered by the fungal mat, felt the intertwining routes of every plant, and heard the faint movements of insects underground. Centered around him, the fungal mat quickly became an extension of his body. Suddenly, a piercing shriek shattered the forest's tranquility. It's here. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes, looking toward the direction of the sound. A beast with its entire body covered in white bone spikes charged out of the forest. Its gaze fixed intently on the area around him. The device on his wrist vibrated immediately. Juvenile stage blood spike beast, a young alien beast. And he was just a rookie who had awakened his abilities only a few days ago. Facing it head on would mean certain. Lin Fan didn't run. He calmly stepped back a few paces and concentrated the fungal mat entirely on the ground in front of him. The blood-spike beast clearly mistook his retreat for fear and lunged forward with explosive power. Its claws sliced through the air, gleaming coldly. But the moment it stepped into the fungal mat's range, the seemingly ordinary mossy ground beneath its feet suddenly came alive. Countless fine fungal threads burst out from the ground, tightly wrapping around its limbs. Roar! The blood-spike beast howled in terror. Struggling desperately, the fungal threads, though fragile, were endless, snapping apart only to be replaced by countless more. Wave after wave, they tightened their grip, even burrowing into the gaps in its bony armor, reaching into its flesh. The speed advantage the blood-spike beast prided itself on vanished in an instant. The more it struggled, the tighter it became ensnared. In the end, it was completely immobilized, locked firmly in place by the fungal net. The fungal threads began to secrete digestive enzymes frantically. The blood-spike beast's tough outer shell quickly softened and dissolved, turning into pure nutrients absorbed by the fungal mat. Its screams grew weaker and weaker until they disappeared entirely. At the same time, Lin Fan's talent panel continuously updated. Target being consumed. Evolution points at Ingdian Yi. Evolution points at Ingdian Sun. Gene information being analyzed. Outside the testing grounds. In the gymnasium, under the enormous holographic screen. 3 holographic leaderboards hung in mid-air, displaying rankings for life skills, support, and combat categories. At this moment, the eyes of all the Ministry of Education staff and the accompanying teachers were focused on the combat leaderboard in the center. E Street Place Qingzhou Jidong High 3rd High School points RRD. RND Place Xiao, Weidong High 1st High School points. Yaosiding San, RD Place Chen Weidong High Experimental High School points RD. Your 3rd High S Chinsuji is incredible, and SES grade talent really is monstrous. Pulling so far ahead of 2nd place. Come on, Xiao Lias not bad either, with an S grade talent. He S bound for greatness in the future. Lin Fan's homeroom teacher, Old Zheng, stared at the leaderboard, only relaxing slightly when he saw Wan Hao holding steady within the top Yaoding Ling. The teacher from 1st High nudged him with a smirk. Old Zheng, what about that F grade student of yours? Didn't he say he was heading to the red zone? Feigning nonchalance, Old Zheng glanced at the life skills leaderboard, where only a few scattered names appeared, all with scores under sure. Oh, right, I forgot. He's probably still in the outer zones. Isn't he? Why hasn't his name shown up? Don't you tell me he hasn't even dug up a single mushroom. Old Zhang Xiao's face immediately turned bright red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Even he had thought Lin Fan's claim of going to the red zone was just talk. But to not even appear on the life skills leaderboard, that was just embarrassing. Before the 1st High teacher's ridicule could fully settle, a technician nearby suddenly exclaimed in shock. Holy crap. Though not loud. The exclamation was jarring in the quiet gymnasium, instantly drawing everyone's attention. What is wrong, Xiao Yu? Data anomaly? Xiao Yu didn't respond, only trembling as he pointed to the very bottom of the kill leaderboard. Zhoujiudo th placed. Lin Fandong High 3rd High School points Lingdian Yi. Immediately, the points began to climb at an eerie speed. Lingdian Yidian, Lingdian Qi. Ardian Si. The 1st High teacher's expression froze, his eyes widening. Lin Fan, on the kill leaderboard? How? Is that possible? Decimal points can be calculated this way. Did the system glitch? Old Zhang was equally stunned. His mouth hanging open, convinced he must be seeing things. That student who only knew how to dig mushrooms was actually on the combat leaderboard with some bizarre decimal points scoring system no one had ever seen before. Then, as Lin Fan's score reached Zhou Dinjiu, it suddenly flickered. The number solidified into a whole integer. The noisy discussions in the gym fell silent in an instant. That number confirmed that Lin Fan had indeed completed a standard kill in the red zone. A guy with only an F-grade life skill talent had managed to complete a kill in the combat field all on his own. But what truly sent shivers down everyone's spine was what happened next. Shortly after the score turned into sheer, it began climbing again. Shidian Yi. Shidian Sen. Everyone stared as if witnessing some horrifying paranormal event. The chief examiner strode over with large steps. His stern expression tinged with confusion as he watched the bizarrely rising number. What on earth is going on? The technical supervisor, drenched in sweat, typed furiously at the console. Reporting to the chief examiner, the system's self-check has found no issues. There's no sign of any bugs or cheating. The candidate's score source has been verified as valid kills. However, the data is being input continuously, unlike the usual one-time settlement after a kill. Continuous input? The chief examiner's frown deepened. The young technician, Xiao Yu, couldn't help but whisper a guess at his supervisor. Supervisor, do you think eating the alien beast piece by piece? That question echoed the absurd yet inexplicable thought in everyone's mind. Within the trial space, the blood spike beast's corpse had completely vanished, fully digested by the fungal mat. Special genetic fragment detected hard and bone spikes. Consume Marsha evolution points to unlock a new fungal strain branch? Huh? Looted gear. Lin Fan glanced at the data on his talent panel evolution points. Arshasundian Liu. He confirmed without hesitation. Unlock successful. Gain new fungal strain. Piercing mycelium F grade. A flood of new information surged into his mind. The tips of fungal threads could now harden instantly into sharp spikes as tough as bone, capable of launching surprise attacks within the fungal mat's coverage area. Lin Fan's thoughts stirred. On what appeared to be an ordinary mossy carpet, dozens of pitch-black spikes suddenly broke through the ground and then silently retracted. This ability was simply a monster-slaying tool. With an offensive method at his disposal, Lin Fan's ambition began to swell. He strode toward the direction where the aura of exotic beasts was strongest. Beneath his feet, the fungal carpet spread rapidly across the ground like a living organism. Soon, a target appeared. Juvenile blood claw wolf. This beast was larger than the bloodthorn beast and seemed to sense someone watching it. It abruptly raised its head, its scarlet eyes locking onto Lin Fan. With a low growl, the blood claw wolf pushed off the ground with its powerful hind legs. transforming into a blur as it lunged forward. But just as it closed the distance to within 10 meters of Lin Fan. PSSHT. From the ground, dozens of sturdy piercing fungal threads shot upward, penetrating its abdomen and limbs, pinning it in mid-air. The blood claw wolf didn't even have time to cry out before its body trembled a few times and fell lifeless. The fungal carpet quickly spread over the corpse. Points 0.2-0.4. Evolution points 0.2. Seeing how quickly the exotic beast was dealt with, Lin Fan was very satisfied with the new fungal species' abilities. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the forest, the corner of his eye caught sight of a few brightly colored mushrooms growing under it. An idea sparked within him. Could his talent absorb these mushrooms to unlock new abilities? He attempted to let the fungal carpet envelop an inconspicuous pink mushroom. Wild fungal species detected. Consume evolution points to unlock a new fungal branch? It worked. Without hesitation, he confirmed the consumption of the Wu evolution points. Unlock successful. New fungal species obtained cleansing mushroom grade F. When inhaled or consumed, it purifies the body and mind, providing clarity and a sense of deep release. Cleansing mushroom, purify the body and mind? Inner clarity and release? Lin Fan's expression turned a bit peculiar. This release sent what I think it means. Right? Nonetheless, the description sounded quite elegant. Brilliant, sly smile spread across his face. This discovery opened a new door to possibilities. He immediately commanded the fungal carpet to continue searching and soon found another brightly colored mushroom. While fungal species detected. Consume evolution points to unlock a new fungal branch. Of course. Unlock successful. New fungal species obtained illusion mushroom grade F. When consumed, it affects the nervous system, causing the user to experience indistinguishable realms of illusion and reality. Experiencing all the illusory facets of life? Isn't this just a mushroom that makes you hallucinate? Lin Fan's mind conjured images of users floating euphorically, gaining profound insights into life. Feeling as though he might have been led astray, though without any evidence. He thought about testing the mushrooms on a few unlucky exotic beasts but reconsidered. Forget it. After all, I'm a cultured person. With a righteous expression, Lin Fan marched deeper into the forest, but the anticipation in his smile betrayed his thoughts. Time ticked by during the examination. Inside the gymnasium, an eerie silence filled the air. All eyes were glued to the big screen displaying that peculiar name. Lin Fan's score, which had started at the bottom, had suddenly shot up into the top tier of the leaderboard. Rank 99, 358.7 points. Did he take some kind of banned drug? Someone couldn't help but shout, breaking the silence. The teacher leading the team from third high, old Zhang, had an expression that shifted from shame to disbelief and then to sheer joy. Meanwhile, the teacher from first high, Mr. Li, could no longer mock but could only mutter wryly, "A monster." Lin Fan, oblivious to the reactions outside, continued to slay exotic beasts, expand his fungal carpet, and revel in the thrill of his harvest. Just then, faint sounds of battle reached his ears from ahead. He directed the fungal carpet to spread quickly in that direction. In a clearing within the forest, Wang Hao, accompanied by Li Yu and two lackeys, was locked in a fierce battle with a wild boar clad in thick carrot and armor. Wang Hao was drenched in blood, his fists ablaze, but each punch only left small scorched patches on the boar's skin. The two lackeys Zhang Long, a C-grade stone Qing user, and Xiao Hu, a D-grade rapid agility user, awkwardly flanked the boar, offering little help. Mature heavy armored boar. Li Yu, standing in the rear, was continuously healing the group. She had to look after Wang Hao while also keeping the two perpetually endangered lackeys alive, sweat beading on her forehead. Lin Fan arrived just in time to witness the scene. Clearing his throat, he called out, oh my. I sent this our class SA grade genius, Wang Hao, what is this? Formed a four-man team just to give this boar a pedicure." The unexpected voice brought the battle to an abrupt halt. Lin Fan, Wang Hao's anger flared as he saw Lin Fan's relaxed and infuriatingly smug demeanor. The two lackeys immediately barked in unison. "UF grade loser, here to die, are you? Yeah. Brother, how could kill you with a single punch, get lost." Lin Fan ignored them entirely, his gaze sweeping over Wang Hao and Li Yu. He said, "Oh well, so you've got to barking dogs with you. But, it looks like you race struggling, huh? Wang Hao, all you do is skirt around the edges. Li Yu can keep up with the healing, and your two cheerleaders here are only good for shouting nil. What is this? Did you have a little wild party first, and now you ready to tired to fight? Ha ha ha." He then turned to the visibly annoyed Li Yu. "Miss Li, a great healer. It seems the promising investment. You pick. Can she even handle a pig? Looks like your stocks are doomed to crash. Liu trembled at the jab. Her face pale, but she dared not lose focus as she gritted her teeth and intensified her healing efforts. Seeing them ignoring him, Lin Fan casually moved his fingers. For the next few minutes, Wang Hao's team experienced utter mental torment. When Wang Hao prepared to charge, the ground beneath him suddenly gave way, causing him to stumble. Zhang Long tried to rush forward, but his left foot tripped, sending him sprawling. Xiao Hu attempted to speed away, only to slip, nearly getting trampled by the boar. After much chaos, the four of them were left in a pitiful state. Lin Fan's knife proved even sharper than his fungal threads. Young Master Wang, is this the extent of your A-grade talent? Go take some meds already. If that doesn't work, just press the rescue button. There's no shame in it. And Liu, your healing can't even keep up with their blood loss? Didn't Wang Hao prepare recovery potions for you, so stingy? As he finished, Lin Fan, as if parched, pulled out a crystal bottle from his bag. Under Wang Hao's fiery glare, he leisurely unscrewed the cap and took a few sips. Then, as if discarding trash, he casually tossed the half-full bottle of precious potion into the nearby bushes. Lin Fan wrinkled his nose in mock disdain. Too sweet, drinking too much is cloying. Liu saw the scene. Her eyes widened. Being a sharp girl, she could tell just from the bottle's packaging that it was a high-end product. She had only seen similar items in online advertisements. And now, Lin Fan casually discarded half a bottle. This was more piercing than any venomous words. This was humiliation. Wang Hao, still in the midst of battling, was utterly shattered upon witnessing this. He stared at Lin Fan, whose face was filled with mockery not far away, his reason consumed by fury and madness. Arg! Dodging another charge from the armored boar, he roared and suddenly turned toward Lin Fan, charging at him. Aren't you so powerful? Come on, keep fighting. He intended to lure the heavily armored boar toward Lin Fan. Wang Hao, Liu screamed. Facing the charging boar and the frenzied Wang Hao, Lin Fan stood there quietly. When the heavily armored boar was less than 5 meters away from him, he gently raised his hand and casually clenched his fist. Poochie! Countless black spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing the raging armored boar in an instant. Blood sprang down the black spikes. The gory and eerie scene left Wang Hao, Liu, and their two teammates completely dumbfounded. Lin Fan commanded the fungal carpet to swarm forward, greedily devouring the corpse of the armored boar. Wang Hao's points tracker showed no reaction at all. Meanwhile, the device on Lin Fan's wrist displayed rapidly increasing decimal points. A message popped up from the talent panel. Target being consumed, analyzing genetic information. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. What kind of surprise might this bring? The enormous corpse of the armored boar quickly disappeared under the shroud of the fungal carpet. Special genetic fragment detected. Keratin, consume Wuxia evolution points to unlock a new fungal strain branch? Keratin, Lin Fan's gaze flickered slightly. This mature boar could put up such a fight against Wang Hao, who had an A-level talent, as if Wang Hao was merely scratching an itch. It was all thanks to its freakish defense. This was a treasure. Confirm and lock. Right now, Lin Fan had plenty of evolution points. His fungal colonies were continuously growing and consistently earning him evolution points. Unlock successful. Obtain new fungal strain armored mycelium D level. It can instantly generate high-strength keratin layers at any location covered by the fungal carpet, forming a shield. With a thought, a strand of mycelium emerged from Lin Fan's fingertip. The surface quickly secreted and condensed into a grayish-black substance. The tendril was hard, with a metallic chill to it, yet retained the elasticity of biological tissue. Interesting. This layer of armor not only provided physical defense, but could also self-repair and absorb impact. It was practically a divine skill tailored for someone as fragile as him. Just as Lin Fan finished tallying his gains, Wang Hao was already on the verge of a complete breakdown, his eyes bloodshot. Lin Fan. His roar was squeezed out word by word, as if through gritted teeth. I'll kill you. Like a raging bull. Flames engulfing his fists, Wang Hao charged at Lin Fan. He could already envision the scene of Lin Fan being turned into charred remains. Liu and the two teammates also showed twisted anticipation on their faces. However, Lin Fan's gaze at them was as if he were watching a group of monkeys putting on a desperate performance. Just as Wang Hao's flaming fist was about a meter away from him, a thick gray-black shield suddenly materialized in front of Lin Fan. It was a shield formed by the armored mycelium. Boom! Flames and the shield collided violently, producing a muffled thunderous sound. The flaming energy scattered and burned, charring the ground into a blackened mess. As the dust settled, Wang Hao maintained his punching posture. His entire body frozen. His attack had only burned away a thin layer of the shield's mycelium, which was quickly replenished. Behind the shield, Lin Fan remained completely unscathed. That's it. Lin Fan smirked, curling his lips. Young Master Wang, is your A-level talent just for lighting campfires in the wild? Wang Hao's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He frantically threw punch after punch, yet the shield stood as firm as a mountain. Zhang Long. Xiao Hu, get in there, take him down, Wang Hao shouted. But the two teammates were so terrified by Lin Fan's earlier one-shot kill of the boar that their legs turned to jelly, rendering them incapable of moving. Lin Fan withdrew half the shield, revealing the upper half of his body. All right, stop shouting. Your two dogs are so scared they can't even stand up. He turned his gaze to the pale-faced Li Yu, smiling with a hint of amusement. Miss Li, the campus belle, is this the potential stock you had your eyes on? Even a frenzied pig is more of a threat than he is. Wang Hao, let us go, Li Yu shivered. She finally understood that the Lin Fan before her was no longer someone they could deal with. Persisting would only bring them humiliation. She grabbed Wang Hao, who was still trying to charge, and forcibly dragged him away. Leaving? It's not that simple. Watching the four of them retreating, Lin Fan smiled. With his hands in his pockets, he followed them at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance that kept them on edge. What followed was a nightmare that Wang Hao and his team would never forget. They exerted all their strength and managed to reduce a mature saber-toothed tiger to critical health. Just as Wang Hao was about to deliver the finishing blow, Puchi, a pitch-black piercing mycelium emerged from the ground, precisely stabbing through the saber-toothed tiger's heart. Come on, hurry up, why are you taking so long to kill a mutant beast? Lin Fan urged from behind. Wang Hao trembled with rage, leading his team to find another mature one-horned rhino. This time, they learned their lesson, fighting through injuries to finish the battle quickly. But just a second before Wang Hao's final strike, once again, that black spike appeared, precisely stealing the kill. Oops, my bad. Lin Fan's indifferent voice floated over. Once. Twice. Thrice. No matter what mutant beast they fought, just as they were about to kill it, Lin Fan's mycelium would always coincidentally appear to deliver the final blow. Lin Fan's taunting words relentlessly assaulted their spirits. Your teamwork is so poor. After all that effort, you still end up working for me. Miss Li. Your mana is almost depleted. Look, Wang Hao's face is turning green. Wang Hao. Quickly grab a recovery potion, the campus belle is out of mana. Hey, rock guy, he rocked a. Move aside, you ray blocking my kill-stealing angle. An hour later, Wang Hao's team was battered. Their spiritual energy depleted, and their points remained pathetically low. Even worse, their spirits were utterly crushed. After such a grueling price, they hadn't gained a single benefit. Lin Fan, Wang Hao finally broke down, stopping in his tracks and roaring as he charged at Lin Fan. What the hell do you want? What's the point of doing this? No point. Lin Fan spread his hands with an innocent look. I just enjoy watching you all squirm. Right now, this expression is too entertaining. You. Wang Hao was so furious that he almost spat blood. Are you seriously willing to ruin your own exam just to mess with us? Who said I'm ruining it? Lin Fan's smile suddenly turned sinister. Just as Wang Hao and the others were puzzled, the fungal mat beneath their feet, which had been following them, suddenly split in half, then into proportions. I forgot to tell you, Lin Fan pointed to the fungal mat below them. My fungal mat can divide itself. This is just a portion I sent out to play with you. My main force. He raised his wrist, revealing the screen of his points watch without any hesitation, showing it off to them. The string of bright red numbers next to his name pierced through the eyes of the four. Candidate. Lin Fan. Points 861.4. Rank 36. The decimal point on the score was still steadily increasing. 861.5, 861.6. This indicated that, even while he was playing with them for the past hour, his real main force was somewhere in the examination field, frantically accumulating points. Wang Hao's mind went blank with a loud buzz, completely short-circuiting. He stared at the ever-climbing numbers on Lin Fan's screen, then at his stagnant score. Despair, like a black hole, devoured his rationality and self-esteem. The gap was suffocating. I am going to kill you. Wang Hao completely lost it, recklessly charging toward Lin Fan. Wang Hao, don't be impulsive, Li Yu screamed, and her two subordinates quickly held him back with all their strength. Let me remind you, Lin Fan's voice turned cold. According to the exam rules, initiating an attack on others will result in a lifetime ban from exams. I've tolerated your earlier attacks. Are you sure you want to continue? His gaze swept across Wang Hao, Li Yu, and the two trembling underlings. Besides, do you really think you can break through my defenses? Wang Hao's charging steps came to an abrupt halt. Reason told him that Lin Fan was right, but the anger of being suppressed by an F-level ability, coupled with being toyed with, left him torn and conflicted. Seeing his helpless and crazed expression, Lin Fan lost interest. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Let me give you a send-off. He snapped his fingers. Snap. From the distant red forest, a series of bone-chilling roars echoed. Boom, where the ground began to tremble. It shook like thunder as clouds of dust rose from the red forest. Under the lure of exotic beast flesh and blood spread by the fungal mat, dozens of beasts of various kinds charged out of the forest. Ferocious tigers, blood-claw wolves, faux wolves, and even a few massive creatures resembling armored wild boars were among them. This force was enough to shred their small team to pieces. Wang Hao, Li Yu, and their two subordinates turned pale as despair engulfed them. Meanwhile, the smile on Lin Fan's lips grew even wider. He felt that before sending these old classmates off, he should present them with a final parting gift. With a thought, a few inconspicuous pink mushrooms quietly sprouted from the grass in front of Wang Hao's team. Then, with a soft poof, they all burst open. Invisible spores floated through the air, drifting precisely toward the four tense and unlucky individuals. Run, Wang Hao roared and turned to flee. The four, already on edge from the beast horde's pressure, failed to notice the subtle changes in the air. Just as they turned, leaving so soon, Lin Fan's mocking voice rang out. The ground behind them suddenly rose, forming a thick carrot and no-US wall that completely blocked their retreat. Lin Fan didn't attack them directly. He merely pushed them and their pitiful dignity straight into the jaws of hell. Ah! I don't want to die. Xiao Hu, one of the lackeys, was the first to break down, screaming hysterically. He trembled as he raised his wrist and pressed the distress button. A beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping him. This scene was like a domino effect, completely shattering the last vestiges of Li Yu's mental stability. Usually calculating and shrewd, her mind was now utterly blank. As the massive beast horde bore down on her, she felt her legs give out, collapsing to the ground. Her face, filled with fear, Calden T even managed to scream, the sound choking in her throat. Wang Hao watched as his lackey fled in panic, saw his girlfriend Li Yu collapse helplessly, and then turned his gaze to Lin Fan, who stood not far away with his hands in his pockets. Humiliation, rage, and the most primal fear of death. These three emotions churned violently within him, and in the end, survival instinct prevailed. Lin Fan, don't you think you'll get away with this? He roared, using all his strength to press the distress button on his wrist. The other lackey, Zhang Wang, followed suit immediately. Two more beams of light descended. Just as Wang Hao's body was about to disappear into light particles, Lin Fan's cold voice rang clearly in his ears. An A-level genius. Ending like this? How disappointing. Then, Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Li Yu, who was trembling on the ground. Miss Li, the school belle, it's clear you bet on the wrong horse this time. These words became the final blow that crushed Li Yu's spirit. Her body convulsed violently as she shakily raised her hand, frantically pressing her device. The claw of a bloodthorn beast swiped past, nearly grazing her arm and leaving a trail of blood droplets. With a flash of light, all four of them vanished in their most wretched and humiliating states, transported away. Only Lin Fan remained, facing the overwhelming beast horde capable of annihilating everything. He calmly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Snap. In the next moment, the ground beneath the beast horde transformed into a deadly purgatory. Countless fungal threads shot up like spikes, erupting madly from the earth. The area where the beast horde stood became a ruthless meat grinder. One by one, the rampaging beasts were impaled, torn apart, and devoured in their charge. Outside the examination field, on the leaderboard, the strange name that had been steadily climbing suddenly began to surge at an insane speed. The numbers next to Lin Fan blurred into a streak of light. 93, 114, 136. His rank soared from Arshabat leaving the geniuses of other schools far behind. Arsh th. Shiwu th. Shu th. Finally, the numbers stopped abruptly. Rank Bat. Lin Fandong High Third High School. Points Yelsa. The entire stadium fell into a deathly silence. Cheating, this has to be cheating. A teacher from First High Calden contained his shock and jealousy, pointing at the screen and shouting. How could an F-level student possibly earn so many points in such a short time? The system must be malfunctioning. I demand immediate access to the surveillance footage. The chief examiner's face darkened, just as he was about to reprimand the teacher. Suddenly, four beams of light appeared in front of the Red Star portal in the stadium. Wang Hao's team stumbled out of the teleportation gate in utter disgrace. Li Yu's arm bore a fresh wound, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Wang Hao was utterly disheartened, and as soon as he lifted his head, he saw Lin Fan's glaring ranking and score on the big screen. A surge of humiliation and rage instantly overwhelmed him, causing him to lose control. Pointing at the screen, he bellowed hysterically at the chief examiner. Report. I accuse Lin Fan from Third High of maliciously stealing monsters and cheating using unknown means. Before he could finish his sentence, his expression froze abruptly. The anger that had painted his face red quickly drained away, leaving it pale. A loud and untimely growl came from his stomach, queer and unmistakable. Sweat broke out on Wang Hao's forehead as he clutched his stomach, his body involuntarily bending forward. Chief examiner, the witness is right here. Teacher Li attempted to chime in. But her voice faltered as she noticed that Li Yu, too, trembled violently. Her usually delicate face was now devoid of any color, and she clutched at her abdomen in pain. Then came Zhang Long and Xiao Hu, the four of them, as if synchronized, bent over simultaneously, their faces filled with agony and terror. The entire gymnasium fell into an eerie silence. Only the incessant gurgling of their stomachs echoed through the air. Everyone looked at the four with a mix of astonishment and bewilderment. No one knew what they had experienced in the trial space, but judging by their current state, it was evident that something serious was about to happen to them. Some female teachers covered their noses, while others turned away, unable to bear the sight. The chief examiner swept a cold glance over them, his authoritative voice resonating throughout the gymnasium. First, the system monitoring program has been functioning normally, and no loopholes or signs of cheating have been detected. Second, safeguarding the privacy of a candidate test talents is a strict rule of the college entrance exams. Without authorization from the Provincial Education Department, no one has the right to view the monitoring data, including myself. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto Wang Hao, whose face was drenched in sweat and body trembling uncontrollably. And third, strafe determines everything. If your prey was taken, it only proves one thing: you way too weak. The exam continues. Medical staff, escort them out to address their personal issues. Meanwhile, deep within the jungle of the trial space, following a victorious battle against a beast tide, the spiritual energy and evolution points on Lin Fan's talent panel were constantly fluctuating. Stretching lazily, he could almost imagine the lively scene back at the gymnasium, a warm smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. The fungal carpet had already cleaned up the battlefield. Manipulating this invisible shadow, Lin Fan directed it to explore deeper into the jungle. He needed stronger prey to obtain more spiritual energy and evolution points. Not long after, in a low-lying swamp, the fungal carpet sensory network picked up two powerful energy signatures. One was cold and sharp, like ancient glacial ice. The other was brimming with intense yet eerie vitality. Lin Fan concealed his aura and approached silently. In the center of the swamp, he spotted a girl wearing the same school uniform as his, locked in fierce combat with a massive, peculiar plant. At the top of the plant was a gigantic flower, its petals opening and closing to release pink poisonous mist. Countless resilient vines sealed off the area, leaving no room for escape. Mature corrupted swamp demon flower. The girl wielded a longsword made of ice crystals. Each swing of her blade unleashed a bone-chilling frost, freezing and severing the attacking vines. Her strikes were swift and precise, but the demon flower's regenerative abilities were extraordinary, gradually shrinking her range of movement. She was trapped in a war of attrition. This girl was Qing Xiu, the genius among their trio, possessing an CS grade talent called Heart of Frost. When Lin Fan closed in within 100-meter radius, Qing Xiuji, who was locked in battle, suddenly turned her head. Her icy gaze locked onto him, sharp as a blade. Her voice, as frigid as frost on a sword, carried an unquestionable warning. Get lost. This is no place for you. Lin Fan acted as if he hadn't heard her scolding. Casually, he leaned against a dry rock and smirked. TCH. The great school bell kin, is this all Lin Xiu's grade talent can do? Dancing with this lame flower? At this rate? It'll be dark before you ray done. His voice was loud, but it reached Qing Xiu's with pinpoint accuracy. Her body stiff and mid-movement among the encroaching vines. Her icy gaze swept toward him, brimming with killing intent, so intense that the surrounding moisture seemed to freeze into frost. From a young age, she had been praised as the best among her peers, standing at the pinnacle of her generation. When had anyone dared to speak to her in such a flippant tone? Especially someone who had only recently awake and the weakest 10th grade talent. But in that moment of distraction, a sudden change occurred. A thick vine, lying in wait, cunningly bypassed the frost, broke through the water, and lashed toward Shinjuji's face with deadly intent. The speed was too fast. Her pupils contracted. She couldn't defend in time. The thorn-covered vine was about to strike her flawless face. Bang! A dull impact resounded. A shield formed of gray-black fungal matter erupted from the swamp, rising to block the lethal attack with precision. The vine, capable of shattering rocks, merely caused the shield to quiver slightly upon impact. Lin Fan's lazy voice rang out again. School bell Qin, getting distracted during a fight is a bad habit. He snapped his fingers. Snap. In an instant, the entire swamp came alive. Countless gray-white fungal filaments erupted from the mud, rapidly coiling around the corrupted swamp demon flower at the center. In the blink of an eye, a massive fungal birdcage rose from the ground, trapping the plant firmly at its core. Qin Shuji stared, dumbfounded. And it was over. What happened next made her scalp tingle with dread. From the birdcage, hundreds of black spikes emerged in an instant, crisscrossing to form a lethal web of death. Thud, 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 thud. The dense sounds of piercing merged into a continuous cacophony. The corrupted swamp demon flower that had given the SS Grey Genius such a tough battle didn't even have time to struggle. Its massive flower and resilient vines were instantly sliced into countless fragments by the crisscrossing fungal blades. The entire process was efficient to the point of cruelty. Then, Lin Fan issued a new command. The enormous fungal bird cage disintegrated with a crash, transforming into a torrent of fungal filaments that surged forward, devouring the fragments at an alarming rate. Target being consumed. Genetic information being analyzed. Special genetic fragment detected tox and E-composition. Consume Wuxia evolution points to unlock new fungal strain? Confirm. This was an incredibly practical ability, and Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Unlock successful. New fungal strain obtain purification mycelium degrade. Purification mycelium, generated through spiritual energy stimulation, can cleanse toxins and miasma in the environment around the fungal carpet while decomposing and absorbing them. Qin Shuji stood frozen in place, not daring to move. She had just witnessed what could only be described as a violent yet artistic massacre. She looked down at her trembling hands, weakened from spiritual energy depletion. For the first time, the confidence she had held for so long began to waver. The opponent he had struggled against for so long was instantaneously defeated by an F-class guy? What kind of monster was this? After the points were credited, Lin Fan stood up, patted the dust off his pants, and turned to leave. His light remark drifted through the air. Thanks, this fertilizer worked pretty well. Without looking back, he walked straight into the deeper part of the jungle. After parting ways with Qin Shilji, Lin Fan's goal became exceptionally clear. He continuously hunted the beasts that fell onto the fungal carpet, while the carpet itself spread like a blanket, conducting a comprehensive scan of the area. Before long, he locked onto an ideal valley at the center of the island, surrounded on three sides by mountains, with only one entrance. The aura of beasts here was one of the densest in the entire testing field. This is the place. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan directed the fungal carpet scattered around the perimeter to converge into the valley like rivers flowing into the sea. He first used the fungal carpet to kill several beasts, but he didn't entirely consume them. Instead, he piled their remains in pools of blood in the center of the valley. This spot became a blood and meat beacon, continually luring moths to a flame, those drawn by the scent of blood. Soon, the examinees in the trial space noticed that the once ubiquitous beasts were becoming scarce. Some searched for ages without finding even a single strand of beast hair. Having just dealt with a mature beast, Qin Shuji also keenly noticed this anomaly. In her mind, Lin Fan's lazy silhouette and the gray-white fungal sea that devoured everything in an instant flashed involuntarily. An absurd and terrifying thought surfaced. Could it be? Outside the testing ground, under the holographic screen in the gymnasium. Look, Lin Fan's ranking. An exclamation broke the silence of the scene. Everyone's eyes once again focused on that name. Lin Fan's points, which had been stagnant for a while, suddenly began skyrocketing at an astonishing speed. His ranking rocketed from Ba EH to Chi TH in an instant. Then to Wu TH. Sar De, RND. Finally, under countless shocked gazes, this name surged to the top, ruthlessly knocking the SS class genius Qin Shui her long-held first place. E Street Place Lin Fandong High 3rd High School points are 2473.4. But this was just the beginning. The points continued to climb. 3、2、3、389要、4982-5701. When the points broke the Liudingning mark, the entire gymnasium felt as though the air had been sucked out. Old Zhang, the teacher leading the team from 3rd High, opened his mouth wide, gasping for breath, his eyes bulging like copper bells. Suddenly recalling something, he trembled as he pulled out his phone and dialed the principal. Wang Hao's body began trembling uncontrollably, the constantly jumping numbers on the screen slapping him in the face like a series of stinging slaps. He murmured to himself, his voice tinged with sobs. Cheating. This has to be cheating. At the center of the storm, in the blood-soaked valley, Lin Fan lay leisurely on a hilltop with a wide view, legs crossed. A blade of unknown grass between his lips. Beneath his feet, the fungal carpet had expanded into a gray-white ocean, covering the entire valley. The center of the valley had turned into a massive slaughterhouse, with the fungal carpet frantically devouring countless beasts drawn by the scent of blood. As he savored the simple joy of idling, a soft beep-beep sounded from the device on his wrist. A vivid red countdown appeared on the screen. Remaining time for the exam trial Lingdimban. Ning glancing at the personal points on his wrist that had already surpassed 10,000, Lin Fan slowly sat up. He spat out the grass from his mouth, brushed off the dust on his pants, and gazed toward the valley that had turned into a grinder of flesh and blood. There's still time, looks like I can push for one last wave, he murmured softly, preparing to issue the final command to push the fungal carpet's devouring efficiency to its limit. But just then, hiss! A sharp screech suddenly pierced the air from outside the valley. Lin Fan froze for a moment, and his previously lazy expression vanished instantly. In its place was a spark of excitement, the thrill of finally encountering a real challenge after monotonous point farming. His gaze pierced through the layers of mountains, and a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Finally, a worthy opponent. Within the sensory network of Lin Fanseri network of Lin Fani Charpet, an unprecedented giant shadow appeared. It was not a single beast. It was a terrifying army, composed of countless small units, spreading across the horizon like a black tide. At the valley's entrance, the ground turned into an ominous black. Rustle, rustle. Countless ants swarmed in overwhelming numbers. Each ant was the size of a fist, merging into a devastating torrent that devoured everything in its path: trees, grass, all stripped clean, leaving barren land in its wake. At the center of the ant swarm, a colossal beast the size of a heavy truck was being carried forward by hundreds of robust worker ants. That was the tween ant. Its enormous segmented abdomen squirmed incessantly, laying translucent eggs without pause. The moment the eggs hit the ground, they broke open, hatching into new soldier ants that immediately joined the Black Sea of disaster. This was a mobile weapons factory. A walking catastrophe. Leader class creature, corrosive ant queen. Leader class. Finally, a worthy fight. Lin Fan showed no signs of anxiety. Instead, his eyes gleamed with excitement. A calamity versus a calamity? Now this is going to be fun. With a single thought, the massive fungal carpet entrenched at the valley's entrance began to churn violently, surging forward to meet the black tide of death. In the next moment, the two torrents of devouring and destruction collided fiercely. Hiss. Hiss ccs. Ear-piercing sounds erupted instantly. Thick white smoke rose in clouds. The liquid sprayed by the ants was a potent acid with astonishing corrosive power. Lin Fan's pride, the mycelium, began dissolving rapidly upon contact with the black tide. For the first time, the fungal carpet's advance was forcibly halted. It even began to be devoured in reverse. In the gymnasium, Teacher Li from First High, who had been watching the holographic screen intently, suddenly shouted as if clutching a lifeline. Look, Lin Fan's points are starting to slow down. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn over. Sure enough, the numbers behind the first place name on the leaderboard, once wildly jumping, now became clear, intermittent, even pausing for a few seconds. I told you. He reached his limit. A twisted grin spread across Teacher Li's face. An F rank managing to reach the top? That was pure luck. They must have encountered a tough opponent. Now they'll surely return to square one. Wang Hao and Liu, who had come out early, were pale-faced, struggling to endure the searing pain in their stomachs. Upon hearing this, a twisted glimmer of hope reignited in their eyes. The chief examiner frowned deeply. Something's wrong. At Lin Fan's previous clearance speed, any opponent capable of forcing him into a hard battle couldn't be ordinary. Could it be a leader-level beast? Interesting, it seems he's been countered? In the valley, Lin Fan felt the massive loss of the frontline fungal carpet, and his face grew even more intrigued. He remained calm and increased his psionic output, issuing a new command to the fungal carpet. At all costs, devour with full force. The frontline fungal carpet, as though receiving a suicide mission, recklessly surged into the ant swarm, allowing itself to be corroded by acid. Its sole objective was to buy time for the rear fungal threads to consume the ants. Target being devoured. Gene analysis in progress. Detected special gene fragment strong acid resistance. Consume sentient evolution points to unlock new trait? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He had expected a new fungal strain. But instead, it was a trait. Confirm. Lin Fan made the decision without hesitation. Trait unlocked successfully. Fungal strain trait upgraded corrosion resistance F. A molecular level protective film has formed on the surface of the fungal threads, resisting most strong acids and toxic corrosion. Not bad. In an instant, an invisible wave spread from within him throughout the fungal network. The microscrutskers of all fungal threads underwent a marvelous transformation, as if coated with a resilient invisible armor. As the fungal carpet advanced once more, the hissing smoke continued to rise, but the rate at which the fungal carpet was dissolved was significantly slower than its rate of reproduction. The corrosion effect was drastically weakened. The battle shifted from a passive standstill to an intense war of attrition. The gray-white fungal ocean regained the initiative, steadily pushing back toward the Ant Queen. But the surprises didn't end there. Just as the tide of the main battlefield turned, Lin Fan's talent panel displayed a new notification. The fungal carpet at the rear had finally finished digesting the remains of the beasts from the valley trap. Detected special gene fragment by electric clustering. Consume Yaotinging evolution points to unlock new fungal strain branch? Seeing the notification, a flame of unprecedented excitement ignited in Lin Fan's eyes. Electricity. This represented pure destructive power. Entirely different from devouring. Confirm. Unlock successful. New fungal strain obtained. Thunderstorm fungal carpet D. Mutates the original fungal colony into a living colony adapted to bioelectric energy, capable of storing and releasing electricity to unleash large-scale lightning strikes. Lin Fan grinned. Well then, straight from physical attacks to magical bombardment, huh? While holding the front lines and drawing the Ant Queen's full attention, he secretly manipulated his psionic energy. Along the path the ant swarm had to charge through, large patches of gray-white fungal threads began to undergo violent changes. They transformed into a series of deadly minefields, quietly lying in wait underground. Hiss. The Ant Queen evidently sensed the shift in the situation. Its strange head turned toward the hillside where Lin Fan stood, letting out a sharp, grating mental pulse. Decapitate. At the command, the main force of the ant swarm immediately abandoned their entanglement with the fungal carpet. Gathering into a surging black tide, they charged desperately toward the hill where Lin Fan stood. Facing the overwhelming black tide, Lin Fan smiled. At the very moment the main ant swarm stepped into this minefield, he snapped his fingers. Snap. Here you go 10,000 volts of electrothrapion, guaranteed to fix all defiance. In an instant, the ground lit up as bright as day. Countless thick blue-purple electric arcs shot skyward from the fungal carpet without warning, rapidly weaving into a deadly electric net. Zuzz. A massive number of ants were struck mid-charge, their bodies instantly pierced by the raging current. The high-temperature electricity fried them into charred remains. Hiss. Amid sharp, ear-piercing screeches, fury and madness enough to burn everything erupted. The Ant Queen's enormous, ghostly green compound eyes instantly turned blood red. Its previously mountain-like swollen abdomen began to contract violently, as if the energy within it was being frantically extracted and compressed, surging upward and concentrating in its head. On the hillside, Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly, his casual expression turning tense. He immediately noticed the mutation in the Ant Queen's body. At that moment, the Ant Queen raised its head, its massive mandibles opening wide. A jet of highly compressed, dark green corrosive venom shot out from its mouthparts. Its target was none other than the figure that had nearly driven its species to extinction, Lin Fan. The dark green high-pressure corrosive venom tore through the air like a death ray. The rocks and vegetation on the hillside, even when merely grazed by the venom surrounding airflow, instantly turned black and withered, emitting a sizzling sound. Seeing this, Lin Fan finally cast aside his nonchalant demeanor. He crouched abruptly, slamming one hand forcefully onto the fungal carpet. Buzz. The ground-level fungal colony responded with excitement, churning wildly. Countless armored fungal threads erupted in front of him, weaving, compressing, and hardening at astonishing speed. Whoosh while. Whoosh, twoosh. 5 massive gray-black shields. Each half a meter thick, lined up front to back, standing resolutely between him and the oncoming attack. The next second, the dark green corrosive venom collided fiercely with the first shield. Sizzle. A harsh corrosive sound erupted. The surface of the first shield instantly burst into thick white toxic fumes. And the half-meter thick shield only lasted a few seconds before a fist-sized hole was corroded through. The toxic fumes turned back, lunging toward Lin Fan's face like a living entity. Lin Fan focused his thoughts. A nearly invisible layer of transparent fungal threads rose from the ground, forming a translucent cocoon around him. Purification threads. The toxic fumes, potent enough to melt metal, were instantly absorbed and neutralized as soon as they touched the cocoon. Meanwhile, the venom continued its relentless corrosion of the shields. The second, the third, the fourth. Each shield shattered quickly under the powerful acid, splashing corrosive liquid everywhere, leaving the entire hillside scorched black and reeking of acrid fumes. But the deadly venom grew weaker and weaker. Finally, by the time it reached the fifth shield, it had been pushed to its limit, corroding only a few centimeters before completely dissipating. Lin Fan peeked out from behind the fifth shield, letting out a whistle toward the traces of corrosion. Not bad, impressive power, too bad my shield's tougher. The Ant Queen's massive compound eyes locked onto the unyielding shields and the unscathed human behind them. Its fury and savagery were, in an instant, replaced by a deeper instinct. Hiss. The Queen Ant let out a sharp screech. Instantly, all the ant swarms that received the command abandoned their entanglement with the fungal mat and charged at Lin Fan with reckless abandon. Hundreds of robust worker ants hoisted the massive Queen Ant, attempting to escape the valley under the cover of the swarming ants. Watching the overwhelming black tide, Lin Fan smiled. Trying to use cannon fodder to create chaos and escape? Good idea, but unfortunately, it doesn't work on me. It was as if he had anticipated this scene long ago. Lin Fan leisurely snapped his fingers. Snap. Along the Chuang Intess escape route, thousands of pitch-black spikes suddenly burst out of the ground. Clang, clang, clang. A series of piercing collision sounds echoed. The spikes failed to pierce the Chuang Intess hard outer shell, only leaving white scratches on its surface. TSK. As expected of a leader-level creature. That shell is really tough. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly and lifted his hand, gently clenching it toward the massive, panicked figure trying to flee. In the next moment, the internal structure of the fungal mat beneath the Chuang Intess feet underwent a sudden transformation. Thunderstorm fungal mat. Activate. ZZZZT. Countless blue and violet electrical arcs raged across the Chuang Intess body, forming a massive electric net that ensnared it tightly. The Queen Ant shrieked in agony. Though the electricity wouldn't kill it instantly, the high temperature caused its hard shell to quickly turn red, then black, and finally begin to carbonize. Now is the time. A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He once again activated the fungal filaments underground. Squelch. Another wave of piercing fungal filaments erupted from the soil. This time, the spike struck the Chuang Intess charred and brittle shell directly, penetrating without any resistance and puncturing into its flesh. Dark green bodily fluids gushed out from countless wounds on the Queen Ant. Yet, despite such severe injuries, this Lord-level mutant beast did not fall. Instead, it erupted with even stronger vitality, struggling madly. Tough life. Lin Fan's face turned slightly pale. He wanted to unleash a final strike but found that his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. He didn't panic at all. When talent falls short, money steps in. He quickly pulled out a handful 7 or 8 bottles of blue potions adorned with heart-shaped insignias from his pouch. Without hesitation, he hurled the expensive potions fiercely onto the fungal mat. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed as the blue potion scattered, instantly absorbed by the fungal mat with greedy fervor. In an instant, the entire fungal mat seemed like it had taken a shot of adrenaline, surging wildly once more. Lin Fan exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. Pressing both hands firmly against the fungal mat, he used the last trace of his spiritual energy as a fuse and poured it in without hesitation. Explode for me. In that moment, every piercing fungal filament embedded in the Chuang Intess body received an immense energy boost, and began to proliferate frantically, undergoing secondary branching. Splat! 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 Countless smaller spikes erupted from the main filaments, piercing the Chuang Intess internal organs from the inside out, penetrating every corner of its body within seconds. The Queen Ant's massive body turned into a giant porcupine bristling with spikes, completely annihilated from within. Its agonized wails abruptly ceased as its life came to an end. Huff! Lin Fan collapsed onto the ground, feeling the emptiness within his body. Yet, a lazy smile adorned his face. He pulled out 3 more blue potions from his pouch, uncapped them, and downed them like soda with a few hearty gulps. A warm sensation instantly spread throughout his body, and his spiritual energy recovered rapidly. If you want to play high-level games, you've got to rely on financial power. Once he regained his strength, Lin Fan let out a long sigh of relief. While he recovered, the fungal colony had already surged forward, devouring the Chui Ning test corpse and the remaining ants entirely. An unprecedented surge of powerful spiritual energy flowed back from the fungal mat, flooding into Lin Fan's body. Boom! Lin Fan felt an invisible shackle deep within his body break apart with a resounding crack. The surging energy, like a flood breaching a dam, instantly filled the void from earlier. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction, every cell in his body cheering in delight. S-level joy, it's just that simple and pure. Lin Fan willed it, and his talent panel appeared before him. Talent F rank Mycelium Cultivator, S rank Mycelium Master. Level: Origin Domain Core Formation. Spiritual Energy 1645分之1645. Evolution Points 132. Talent Skills Devouring Evolution. Infinite Proliferation, Symbiotic Feedback. Current Mycelium Core Differentiated Mycelium Core. Unlock Skill, Mycelium Sequence. Mycelium Sequence. Create a dedicated genetic storage space within the mycelium core. After analyzing specialized fungal species or traits, they could be recorded in the genetic sequence. By consuming spiritual energy, any fungal species in the sequence can be quickly converted into at will. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is practically the perfect solution. It means these powerful abilities no longer rely on specific environments or one-time devouring. They become regular weapons at my disposal, a true trump card. Without hesitation, he recorded all the outcomes of this trial into the sequence template. New fungal species recorded. Piercing Mycelium F rank. Armored Mycelium D ranked. Purification Mycelium D rank. Thunderstorm Fungal Mat D rank. Corrosion Resistance F rank. Cleansing Mushroom F rank. Floating Mushroom F rank. After completing the entries, the cold countdown voice from the testing device on his wrist finally sounded. Trial time remaining 0.2 2928. Lin Fan glanced at the points displayed on his wristwatch. He was stunned at first, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, what S rank, just S rank, child S play. He spread his arms wide and shouted into the empty valley with unrelenting confidence and pride. Who else? His voice echoed through the valley, brimming with the unique arrogance and self-assurance of youth. After releasing all his emotions, Lin Fan stretched lazily. The slight crackling of his joints made him appear both relaxed and carefree. His gaze once again fell on the gray-white sea of fungal colonies beneath his feet. His expression akin to a monarch inspecting his army. I wonder if you'll disappear after I am gone. He retrieved all the remaining nutrient solutions from his pouch and threw them with all his might toward the center of the valley. This is your final reward. Soon. The countdown hit 0. Ningdia. A teleportation vortex instantly swallowed his figure. After Lin Fan left, the fungal colonies covering the valley did not disappear. Instead, they swarmed toward the valley's center, consuming the last drop of nutrient solution before retreating like a tide. The fungal colony silently sank into the ground, forming a massive invisible network, quietly awaiting their master's next summon. In the gymnasium outside the examination field, the enormous holographic screen froze on the leaderboard. First place Lin Fendong High Third High School, score. Shi, Ba. Beneath the screen, one surprised and bewildered face after another hinted at the beginning of a storm far more terrifying than any exam. Inside the gymnasium, the atmosphere was eerily quiet. The golden text at the top of the screen was etched deeply into everyone's eyes. First place Lin Fendong High Third High School score. Shi, Ba. That number was like an insurmountable mountain, crushing down on the names beneath it. The second place was the much-admired SS-rank genius, Qin Zhuji, whose score had just barely surpassed 6,000. The gap between the two was a chasm called despair. After a brief silence, pent-up emotions erupted in an instant. 10,000 points? Am I crazy, or is the system broken? Lin Fan, that F-rank Lin Fan from Third High? He's cheating, I am reporting this. Not even cheating is this outrageous. Doubts, roars, and screams merged into chaos. At that moment, a massive stargate shimmered with light, and a figure stepped out. Lin Fan yawned widely. His face bearing for clear words school S out, going home. In an instant, all eyes filled with shock, envy, and scrutiny locked onto him. Lin Fan. An excited, almost screeching voice broke out. The elderly principal of Donghai Third High, suddenly bursting with a speed that defied his age, broke through the crowd and ran toward him. His face was flushed red as he gripped Lin Fan's shoulders tightly. Good boy. You Ray, the pride of our Third High. The old principal was so thrilled he nearly jumped, never expecting that, at nearly 80 years old and on the verge of retirement, he'd witness such an achievement. Maybe his pension would even get a raise. The homeroom teacher followed closely, wearing a flattering smile, constantly handing water and wiping sweat. Xiao Fan, I always knew you had potential, teacher never doubted you. The look in his eyes was not that of a teacher toward a student but more like someone eyeing a fat bonus. Principal, calm down. Homeroom teacher, stop fussing. Lin Fan grinned, took the water, and drank it in one gulp. Then, he glanced up at the big screen. At the top. Ranky, score sheer, Qido Ba. Seeing that number, he felt the weight on his shoulders lighten considerably. Mom and Dad will definitely be happy about the score. The beginner's quest is perfectly completed. Surrounded by a cluster of people, he walked toward his school-less formation. Along the way, classmates who had once looked down on his F-rank talent now gathered around. Brother Fan, you Ray, my real brother, come on. Tell us, how did you score 10,000 points? Brother Fan, are you hiding an S-rank talent? No, it is SS-ranked, right? Share your secrets. I'll repeat a year if I have to. Lin Fan lazily waved his hand. Drink more hot water, stay healthy. And your scores will naturally improve. A talent, F-ranked, officially certified, true and false, make of it what you will. Secret? I guess, don't bother repeating a year, just reincarnate and draw a better card. His oil and water attitude left everyone speechless, their faces turning green with frustration. On the other side of the crowd, Qin Shuji's gaze was fixed on Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shock and curiosity. Recalling the swamp, the instantaneously grown fungal birdcage, and the ease with which he annihilated mature beasts. Could this man's talent really just be F-ranked? Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. His eyes lighting up. He pushed through the crowd and walked toward Wang Hao and Liu. The two were holding onto each other for support, their faces paler than death. Their pant legs still carrying faint traces of an unpleasant smell. Nearby classmates avoided them, keeping their distance. Seeing Lin Fan surrounded by the crowd, their eyes brimmed with jealousy and resentment, on the verge of exploding. Lin Fan bent down, speaking in a voice only the three of them could hear. So, the bathroom is still working fine? Wang Hao and Liu's bodies shook violently. Lin Fan added lightly. How was the experience? Still spreading the scent nicely. These words, sharp as daggers, struck at their hearts, leaving them utterly humiliated and crushed to the bone. Straightening up, Lin Fan ignored the two and walked directly into the Third High formation. Wang Hao and Liu seemed to have been drained of their last ounce of strength. Their legs gave out, and they collapsed to the ground. Silence. A voice, brimming with authority, reverberated from the high platform. The chief examiner, expressionless, swept his gaze across the crowd, pausing briefly on Lin Fan. The Donghai High School trial examination has officially concluded. All trial records will now be sealed and subjected to the highest level of review by the Ministry of Education and the military jointly. The final results will be announced by the Provincial Department of Education in 2 days. The words highest level were emphasized heavily. Everyone understood that this remark was directed at Lin Fan's score of over 10,000. Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Investigate all you want. I am a well-behaved, rule-abiding student. Dismissed. The students began boarding the maglev buses to return to school. Lin Fan found a window seat and had barely sat down before he was surrounded. Brother Fan. Stop pretending, you must be been doping, right? Yeah. Come on, spill it. Judging by that little bag you carried, there must be been at least 100 vials. Faced with their eager looks, Lin Fan lazily snapped his fingers. Congratulations. You Ray all great at multiple choice questions now. He wore a face that said, wow, you Ray all so smart. Actually, I just used a little special potion. The moment I took it out, those beasts knelt and begged for mercy. His words left everyone even more confused. Dude, you Ray a rich kid. Can you stop being so dramatic? We ordinary folk can handle this. Ignoring them, Lin Fan opened his phone. The flood of news notifications had already blown up the internet. Frank talent tops the charts, breaks sheer, Ling points. Is this an educational miracle or the collapse of fairness? In-depth analysis as capital power corrupted the fairness of the Grand Jacques College entrance exam? Shock, behind the sheer leaning points lies the dual collapse of morality and humanity. Lin Fan curled his lips. Heh, the media these days sure know how to spin a story. He casually shut off the screen, ready to close his eyes and rest. The front of the bus, the homeroom teacher clapped his hands. Classmates, quiet down. I have two important announcements. The bus instantly fell silent. And all eyes turned to him. First, the final results will be announced in 2 days, and college applications will open simultaneously. You can fill them out at home or at school. He paused, his expression growing serious. Second, and most important, the college entrance exam is not the end, it is merely the threshold to determine which university you enter. Once you write in, you enter. The real competition begins. Almost every school has a freshman assessment. It directly determines your class, your mentor, and how many resources you can get. The higher your ranking, the better your class, the stronger your mentor. And the more resources you eld. His gaze swept over everyone, his tone solemn. Now, with the population of Daxia surging, the competition for stable jobs is incredibly fierce. Want to venture into the new world, without the strength to enter a colony star. It's just adventuring, possibly even a death sentence. So, every competition and resource allocation in university determines your future. Your real life starts the moment you step into college. He looked at the shocked or bewildered faces and concluded. Don't just play around during summer vacation. If you have the means, sign up for a talent enhancement class. If not, practice your talent like your life depends on it. Understood? If you want tutoring, come to me. Student discount, by Fenjar off. As soon as he finished speaking, the eyes of every student in the bus turned toward Lin Fan, who was dozing off. Their gazes were incredibly complex: envy, jealousy, and a tinge of indescribable bitterness. Having the means probably refers to this guy, huh? When Lin Fan noticed all the eyes on him, he looked utterly confused. Why are you all staring at me? I don't need a job. And I am not competing with you for resources. The bus smoothly stopped at the gates of Donghai Noun Sen High School. As Lin Fan stepped off the bus, an elderly butler in a perfectly tailored tailcoat and white gloves appeared before him, bowing deeply. Young master, welcome home. This scene left the noisy students and the parents waiting to pick them up utterly stunned. Holy crap, Fan bro, is this flashy now? I used to think Wang Hao was the richest. Looks like Wang Hao is, and he even worthy of holding Lin Fan's shoes. Ladies, if I hop into Fan bro's car now, is it too late? The butler elegantly walked to a sleek, all-black, ultra-luxurious magnetic levitation vehicle and opened the door for Lin Fan. Lin Fan sighed, realizing this was undoubtedly his mom's doing. Making a grand show of things again. Resigned, he got into the car. Fine, kind were completely shocked. Let us head home first. Better go back and give that doting mother of his a surprise. The magnetic levitation car smoothly landed in a private estate on the outskirts of Donghai City. The moment Lin Fan stepped into the Villa La School, marble-floored hall, a rich aroma greeted him. Su Yurong, dressed in a perfectly tailored silk gown, hurried out of the living room. Her brow was slightly furrowed with reproach, but her eyes were filled with tender love. Why are you only back now? Mom's been worried sick. She grabbed Lin Fan without giving him a chance to respond, examining him from head to toe. Are you hurt? Feeling unwell anywhere? Hungry? I had the kitchen prepare soup for you. She casually took the small, deflated bag from Lin Fan's back, gave it a light squeeze, and her expression instantly changed. The bag was completely empty. Her voice rose a few notches, tinged with anxiety. All your potions are used up. Was the testing site dangerous? I should be prepared a few more boxes for you. I told you to carry a bigger bag, but you wouldn't listen. Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. A few boxes? Mom, I was taking the college entrance exam, not fighting an interstellar war. At the dining table, it was laden with all of Lin Fan's favorite dishes. Su Yurong kept piling food onto this plate as if her son had just returned from a bloody battle on the front lines instead of finishing an exam. Eat more, look how skinny you've gotten. Looking at the mountain of food in his bowl, Lin Fan finally couldn't help but put down his chopsticks. Mom, don't you care about my scores at all? Upon hearing this, Su Yurong also set her chopsticks down. Her tone was light, yet carried an undeniable authority. You have an F-grade talent, what kind of good scores could you possibly have? Lin Fan's forehead throbbed. F-grade can mean no good scores, right? Su Yurong smiled naturally, with a hint of indulgence. Your dad and I already agreed college entrance exams are just a formality for you and experience. Once you graduate, come to Wanqing Group. I'll arrange a cushy vice president position for you where you can sip tea and write newspapers all day. The entire group will be yours in the future. She gently patted the back of Lin Fan's hand, her tone so warm it could melt steel. Do grades even matter? Lin Fan covered his face with one hand, feeling a slight headache. This woman. Isn't she afraid of raising a massive slacker at home? He decided not to beat around the bush and dropped a bombshell directly. Mom, this year's Donghai City College entrance exam, I ranked first. My score exceeded 10,000 points, breaking the national record. Su Yurong froze. A few seconds later, she burst out laughing, reaching out to pinch Lin Fan's cheek. Our little Fan is getting better at joking, huh? Trying to make Mom happy? Lin Fan let her pinch his cheek, but his expression remained serious. I am not joking. Su Yurong's smile gradually faded. Her gaze turned sharp and wary, her voice lowering. Who helped you? How much did it cost? Was it clean? Will it be discovered? A barrage of questions came at him like a machine gun. Her thought process instantly shifting into risk control mode. Quick, tell Mom. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Too lazy to explain, he directly pulled out his phone, brought up the news that had gone viral online, and showed her a screenshot of the rankings. Seeing the glaring Lin Fan at the top, along with the mind-blowing high score, her expression froze. The next second, Su Yurong's attitude did a complete yelbotting. She snatched the phone, her fingers flying as she scrolled, repeatedly confirming the news sources and their authenticity. Her breathing grew rapid, and her hands trembled slightly. My son is the top scorer. The champion. The domineering businesswoman who had just claimed grades on team at her instantly transformed into a mother obsessed with her son's success. I always knew it, my son is a genius. Haha. Fake grade talent. That's nonsense, the machine must be been broken that day. Definitely. She began to shower Lin Fan with every extravagant compliment she could think of. A dragon among men, the pride of the Lin family, even the martial star descending to earth couldn't compare. Lin Fan's scalp tingled as he listened, his toes curling awkwardly against the expensive marble floor. The butler nearby bowed slightly, his expression carrying genuine joy despite the shock. Old Wang, inform everyone in the estate they ray getting a 3-month bonus this month, Su Yurong declared generously with a wave of her hand. She then pulled out her phone, frantically searching for everything related to the Donghai City exams. Seeing headlines like Rise of a Genius, F-grade talent breaks, sheer, ling points. She nodded in satisfaction. This media outlet has good taste. Their ad fees will go up by 50% next year. But just as she scrolled to a headline that read, Fairness? Behind the perfect score of sheer, ling points. Was it driven by capital? When such doubts were raised, she instantly flew into a rage. Nonsense. Don't speak recklessly if you don't understand. My son earned the top rank through his own abilities, and it has nothing to do with background. What kind of shady media is this? I'll buy it tomorrow. She immediately dialed an interstellar video call, the screen lit up, and the face of a resolute middle-aged man appeared. It was none other than Lin Fan's father, Lin Jianyi, the head of the Wanqing Group. As soon as the call connected, Su Yurong was so excited that she could barely get her words out. Old Lin, our family's ancestors must be smiling upon us. No, the Lin family's ancestral graves are practically glowing. Far away on a colonial planet overseeing business expansion, Lin Jianyi looked puzzled. He thought to himself, there hasn't been a bid for any Super S-rank projects lately. Has there? Su Yurong practically yelled, our son is going to be the top scorer, first place in Donghai City. Lin Jianyi was silent for a full 10 seconds. His first reaction was the same as his wife's. Yurong, what arrangements did you make for little Fan? Is the other party's background reliable? What is the relationship? There might be trouble later, leave this matter to me. Su Yurong was exasperated and amused by her husband's reaction. She could only repeatedly assure him that Lin Fan had achieved this through his own ability. Lin Jianyi fell silent for another 10 seconds. His gaze passed through the screen, locking onto Lin Fan. Unlike his wife's excitement, his eyes gleamed with analysis and scrutiny. Little Fan, with an F-grade talent, achieving top rank, this has never happened before. Was there a mistake in the awakening ceremony? Equipment malfunction? Or does your F-grade talent hide some special secret? Lin Fan's heart tightened. His father's series of questions hit the mark. He knew that this old fox was not as easily fooled as his mother. In the end, Lin Fan remained calm on the surface, though his gaze briefly lingered on the secretary standing behind his father before shifting away. In that instant, Lin Jie's sharp eyes caught the subtle detail. He immediately understood the meaning behind his son's glance. There were outsiders present. It was inconvenient to disclose more. Through this subtle signal, Lin Fan conveyed that his talent harbored a monumental secret, one that could even endanger his life. Lin Jie's thoughts raced. He was acutely aware of the weight of the phrase. A treasured jade invites trouble. Within Daqia, he had commercial rivals. On Blue Star, the neighboring entities, the Lighthouse Federation and the Europa Alliance, were watching like hawks. Not to mention the countless alien races scattered across the stars, who would never allow a genius capable of reshaping the balance of nearby star regions to emerge. In that moment, Lin Jianyi realized that his son had grown up and now carried secrets he needed to protect. As a father, his role was not to probe for the truth, but to shield his son from all storms. Skipping all his suspicions, Lin Jianyi asked only one final, simple question. "Little Fan, is what your mother said true?" His voice was steady, but he couldn't entirely conceal a hint of excitement. Lin Fan nodded. "It has already been reported in the news." "Good." Lin Jianyi asked no more, like an ordinary father. He offered sincere advice. "Be very careful out there. Remember, the taller the tree grows, the harder the wind blows." His words were plain, yet they carried deep paternal love and tacit understanding, reaching across the cold screen. After ending the call, Lin Fan turned around. At that moment, Su Yurong was enthusiastically wielding 3 phones, furiously sharing the news in various family group chats. Those relatives who had once openly or covertly mocked her son as useless were now being slapped in the face by screenshots of the shining leaderboard rankings. Seeing his mother's triumphant demeanor, Lin Fan simply smiled knowingly and didn't stop her. Let her enjoy this moment to the fullest. That night, across Daqia, the admissions offices of countless top academies remained brightly lit, working tirelessly through the night. In Jiangnan Province, Donghai City. Candidate name: Lin Fan. Score: Shi, Ba. This number, like a blazing ray of light, instantly pierced through the CES entire educational network, sparking an uproar. Has Jiangnan Province gone mad? Did someone add an extra 0 to the score? Contact Donghai now, Sanhai School immediately. I want all his records within 3 minutes. Dig him out, even if you have to dig 3 feet deep. The real battle following the college entrance exam had just begun. From across the nation, streams of communication converged on Donghai City, all targeting the same individual. Every admissions officer from every academy wanted to be the first to uncover everything about this Shi Ling point candidate. Isolated from the outside chaos, Lin Fan spent quiet days in the massive private training room of his family estate. The cold alloy walls reflected a faint glow, and the air was filled with the subdued hum of the energy circulation system. Sitting cross-legged in the center of the training room, he reviewed the results of this year's college entrance exams. A number on his talent panel made his heart race with excitement. Evolution points Yao War. Looking at this 4-digit evolution point total, Lin Fan smiled with satisfaction. This time, after giving it his all, he had finally accumulated his first bit of startup capital. The days of living like a landlord scraping by were finally over. Excitedly, he focused his attention on the spore sequence, ready to make a big move. However, the moment he saw the upgrade options, the smile on his face froze. Half-grade special spore upgrade to E-grade requires Wudingning evolution points. E-grade special spore upgrade to D-grade requires R Wudingning evolution points. Lin Fan fell silent. He stared at those 2 numbers repeatedly, feeling as though he had encountered a malicious game designer deliberately setting traps. Wudingning points just to go from F to E? And A Wudingning points to jump to D? This upgrade cost feels exactly like one of those schemes where you buy a cheap artifact up front, only to pay a fortune later. His E. Sanningning's evolution points now seemed barely enough to buy even a starter pack. So the real whale in this game turns out to be me, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the storage cabinet by the wall and walked over quickly. He wanted to test something. Striding to the cabinet, he retrieved a bottle of high-priced D-grade psionic potion. With a thought, a thin filament of bacteria extended from his fingertip, sneaking into the potion bottle and beginning to devour it. The blue liquid inside visibly diminished. On the talent panel, his psionic energy value slowly increased. But the evolution point count remained unchanged. As expected, trying to farm evolution points through a simple and crude method like doping was going to work. Evolution points could only be gained by consuming things containing information or special essence. For example, the flesh and blood of alien beasts, psionic minerals, or even the energy of enemies. Lin Fan sighed, finally accepting the reality that he would have to gather the points himself. Alright. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. He sighed and locked onto 2 E-Frank fungal strains. Upgrade, Purify Mycelium. Evolution points Woodingling. Purified mycelium E-Frank pollution-consuming mycelium E-Rank. This fungal strain can efficiently decompose heavy metals, chemical waste, and radiation dust in the environment, transforming them into harmless substances or basic nutrients. Upgrade, Piercing Mycelium. Evolution points Woodingling. Piercing Mycelium E-Frank crystallized fungal spikes E-Rank. The chips of the mycelium can instantly condense into high-density carbonized crystals, forming spikes harder than steel with greatly enhanced penetration power. Looking at the remaining balance of only Sanwar points, Lin Fan completely abandoned the idea of further splurging. His heart ached. There were no extra resources at home either. As for upgrading other fungal strains, that would have to wait until the results were out. 2 days later, the results of the college entrance exams were officially announced. Su Yurong was restless early in the morning, pacing back and forth in the living room like an ant on a hot pan. She kept glancing at the clock on the wall and muttering to herself. Lin Fan came downstairs yawning, and seeing his mother state, he couldn't help but tease. Mom, if you keep pacing, you'll wear out the marble floor. Su Yurong glared at him and quickly walked over. You brat, how are you so calm? This is something that determines your entire life. Didn't you say the results didn't matter that day? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, vividly remembering his mother's smug expression that day. How can this be the same? Su Yurong glared at him again and urged. Hurry, it's time, the official site should have the results now. Lin Fan leisurely activated the holographic device and entered his exam registration number. Su Yurong held her breath, her heartbeat pounding in her chest. The light screen flickered slightly, and the results appeared. Candidate Lin Fan. Registration number, GNSDH. Total score Shi. Ba ranking in Jiangdan Province. That bright red E in the center of the screen shone like the most dazzling metal. Beneath the results was a pinned red announcement. Announcement. After joint verification by the Jiangdan Provincial Department of Education and the Eastern District Military Department, the results of candidate Lin Fan registration number JNSDH in the college entrance examination trial have been confirmed as authentic. Ba points is valid, with no violations. Hereby announced. Seeing the announcement, Su Yurong's eyes immediately welled up. She could no longer hold back and covered her mouth as tears of joy slid through her fingers. Moments later, she hurriedly dialed Lin Zhangyi's interstellar video call. Lin Zhangyi's calm face appeared on the screen. Wife, what's wrong? Jinya. Look, just look, Su Yurong, overwhelmed with excitement, incoherently pointed the camera at the results page, especially focusing on the official announcement. On the other side of the video, Lin Zhangyi's eyes sparkled the moment he saw the content on the screen. He remained silent for a few seconds, his gaze piercing through the screen to land on his son. His voice carried an undeniable tone of admiration. Well done, son. Lin Zhangyi paused, his eyes turning exceptionally serious. Now that you're standing in the spotlight, stand firm. Don't be afraid. Remember, your family will always be your strongest support. Those words carried more weight than any material reward. After hanging up the call, Su Yurong hugged her son tightly, holding him as if she would never let go. My good boy, my good boy, my good boy. Her voice choked with emotion, yet she couldn't stop herself from laughing through her tears. Your father and I have already discussed it. Choose any school you want, wherever you want to go, we'll support you fully. All right. Lin Fan nodded. In this warm moment, Lin Fan's personal terminal suddenly rang. He glanced at it. It was his homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. He answered the call. On the other end, Mr. Zhang's almost screeching voice, full of excitement, came through amidst a noisy background. Lin Fan, don't stay home, come to school now. The admissions officers from the 7-Star Academy, they all here. After hanging up, Lin Fan could still hear Mr. Zhang's excited voice echoing in his ears. In the living room, Su Yurong, like a proud peacock, directed the butler to project a series of meticulously tailored custom suits into mid-air. Son, come pick one, today's a big day, we can lose face. Lin Fan glanced at the intricate and luxurious suits, then walked straight to the entryway. He casually grabbed a simple casual jacket from the coat rack. Mom, it's not necessary. He put on the jacket and nonchalantly adjusted the collar. They here to ask for me, not the other way around. Just before leaving, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. By the way, Mom, which school did you and Dad go to? Su Yurong paused while holding up a dress. A trace of nostalgia flashed through her eyes, her lips curving slightly upwards before lowering. Her tone was complex. Yao Guang of the 7 Stars. Yao Guang Academy. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask further. He turned and opened the villa's front door. The magnetic levitation vehicle glided silently through the dense skyscrapers. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, eyes closed, as his mind reviewed information about the top academies in the Great Sha. 7-Star Academy. It was not a single school but a collective term for the 7 most prestigious institutions in the Great Sha, named after the Big Dipper. Yanshu Academy. The leader of the 7 Stars had close ties with the major power structures of the Great Sha and was a cradle for political elites. Tianchuan Academy was affiliated with the military and was known as the Furnace of Generals. Graduates with exceptional performance could directly become military officers. Tianjia Academy specialized in cutting-edge technology and psionic engineering, where countless world-changing inventions were born. Yan Quan, Huayue Cheng, and Taiyang. These institutions were top-tier in their respective fields. All 6 academies boasted unmatched combat program strengths. As for Yao Guang Academy, it had only one label: pioneering. Planet transformation, resource exploration, ecological construction, spiritual plant cultivation. These fields all sounded important. But in the current era of escalating wars and the rising status of combat professionals, Yao Guang, focused on logistical support, had gradually been marginalized. It now ranked at the bottom of the 7 Stars. The vehicle slowly descended in front of Donghai High School No. Ses gates. As soon as Lin Fan stepped out of the car, a figure rushed out of the crowd. It was his homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang, his face flushed red and his usually neat hair in complete disarray. He grabbed Lin Fan's arm tightly, his strength surprisingly immense. "Oh my God, you Ray finally here, quick, quick, quick. The principal and everyone else are waiting for you." Old Zhang was almost half dragging and half pulling Lin Fan through the campus, muttering incessantly. "Lin Fan, you've truly brought glory to your teacher, to our 3rd high school, and to the entire Donghai city this time. I, Old Zhang, have been teaching my whole life, and I've never been as proud as I am today." He led Lin Fan to the principal's office on the top floor, took a deep breath, and solemnly pushed open the heavy wooden door. The originally spacious office now seemed a bit crowded. The atmosphere was filled with an intangible pressure. The elderly principal sat upright, his face adorned with a somewhat stiff smile. Across from him on the sofa sat 7 strangers with an imposing presence. They sat silently, their demeanor making the entire room feel solemn and tense. When Lin Fan entered, the principal, as though seeing a savior, almost sprang out of his chair. "Lin Fan, come in, come in, come in, come in." He quickly walked over to Lin Fan, enthusiastically introducing him. "This is Professor Wang from Tianshu Academy. This is Instructor Li from Tianchuan Academy." And this is the principal introduced them one by one, and with each name he announced, Old Zhang's breathing grew a bit more rapid. The 7-Star Academies. The top 7 institutions in the Great Sha Empire, and their admission officers had all gathered here. This alone was the highest recognition for the title of a national top scorer in the college entrance examination. After the introductions, Professor Wang from Tianshu Academy was the first to speak. He had a refined appearance, a steady voice, and an air of confidence that came from being in a high position for a long time. "Lin Fan, it is a pleasure to meet you. On behalf of Tianshu Academy, I formally extend an invitation to you. An S-level full scholarship, 1 million Zhou yuan per year. The private villa in the Academy's core area. You may choose any S-level professor to serve as your personal mentor." As soon as these words were spoken, the principal and Old Zhang couldn't help but gasp. This level of treatment was practically a top-tier offer prepared exclusively for the top scorer. Next, the sharp-eyed, upright Instructor Li from Tianchuan Academy also spoke. "Whatever Yanshu offers, we at Tianchuan will match. Additionally, we guarantee at least 3 opportunities each year to intern in frontline war zones, and upon graduation, you will be directly granted the rank of major." This declaration left the entire room in shock. Subsequently, representatives from other academies, such as Tianji and Chenquan, also began presenting their offers one after another. Some provided additional quotas for spiritual energy resources, while others promised direct placement in national research institutes after graduation. They seemed to be silently bidding against one another, continuously raising their offers, making the atmosphere increasingly intense. However, Lin Fan keenly detected something unusual. While these academies appeared to be competing for him, their attitudes lacked the sense of urgency that one would expect from someone they desperately needed to recruit. The offers they presented seemed enticing at first glance. But upon closer reflection, they were merely the standard package for past provincial top scorers, no better than what others had received in previous years. Such treatment was far from worthy of his unprecedented record-breaking score in the history of Great Jaw, with over 10,000 points. It was also unworthy of his title as the perfect scorer. Lin Fan listened quietly, a smile on his face, but he didn't speak. He quickly understood their intentions. They were willing to give him the prestige befitting a top scorer but were unwilling to provide the substantial resources that matched his achievements. The reason lay in the glaring label in his file: F-level mycologist. In the eyes of these top-tier academies, an F-level talent, no matter how astonishing their exam results were, had limited future potential. This exceptional performance might have been merely a stroke of luck, perhaps due to obtaining the remains of a powerful exotic beast. His potential ceiling was inherently capped. They didn't believe he was worth investing the kind of top-tier resources that could change destinies. Recruiting him seemed more like an attempt to capitalize on the reputation brought by the title of Dong Hai City Estate Scorer. After realizing this, Lin Fan was disappointed. In fact, he found it amusing. Perfect, this became a natural filter, automatically weeding out the smart people who only valued talent ratings and lacked the courage to invest in true potential. Just as the atmosphere in the principal's office grew delicate due to Lin Fan's silence, a gentle voice broke the stillness. Lin Fan. I'm Xuzang from Yaoguang Academy. The previously silent admissions officer from Yaoguang Academy, who had been sitting in the corner, slowly stood up. He appeared to be in his 30s, with an ordinary appearance and dressed in a plain gray outfit. Among this group of distinguished admissions officers, he looked more like a misfit logistics staff member. Unlike the others, he didn't list any conditions. Instead, he offered Lin Fan a sincere smile. May I have a private conversation with you? This request left everyone present stunned. The other 6 academy representatives frowned, their expressions filled with suspicion and confusion. As though they were watching someone disrupt the established rules of the game. What kind of trick was this bottom-ranked academy trying to pull? Even the principal looked surprised. Lin Fan's gaze fell on Xuzang. In the man's eyes, he didn't see the same kind of scrutiny or assessment as he did in the others. There was only pure admiration and a hint of curiosity. Lin Fan's smile grew a bit more genuine. He nodded and said, "All right." With that, Lin Fan stood up amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd and followed Xuzang out of the principal's office. Into an adjacent empty conference room. The conversation that would truly determine his future was about to begin. The door to the conference room closed softly. Save for the low hum of the air conditioner. Xuzang stood before Lin Fan, his expression open and direct. Lin Fan. I understand that other academies place great importance on talent weightings, but at Yaoguang, we weigh different. Conveying utmost sincerity. Whatever the other academies offer, we at Yaoguang can match or even exceed. Xuzang paused, his tone revealing a level of confidence that seemed at odds with Yaoguang's ranking. In terms of overall rankings, we've admittedly fallen behind in recent years. But when it comes to funding, Yaoguang is undoubtedly the wealthiest among the 7-star academies. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Mr. Xu, are you challenging me? Xuzang, oblivious to Lin Fan's thoughts, cleared his throat and continued, our primary collaborators include the Interstellar Expansion Directorate, as well as major interplanetary resource giants like Yannong and Wanxind. Lin Fan's reaction completely caught Xuzang off guard. Xu, Lin Fan suddenly interjected, my father is Lin Jinyi. Xuzang froze, not immediately understanding. He assumed the student was simply emphasizing his privileged family background, so he became even more enthusiastic in promoting the Academy's resources. Lin Fan, rest assured, no matter who your father is, the platform and resources our Academy offers are top-notch. For instance, Wanxing Group, we have partnerships with them across multiple disciplines. Mr. Xu, Lin Fan interrupted again. My father is Lin Jinyi from Wanxing Group. Xuzang's words were abruptly cut off, and the confident smile on his face froze instantly. Wanxing Group? The commercial giant whose business spans the entire Blue Star, even extending to the frontier colonial planets, involved in fields such as psionic mining, interstellar transportation, and alchemical technology? Just moments ago, he had been boasting about Yaoguang Academy's financial resources, using Wanxing Group as an example. And now, standing before him was the heir to Wanxing Group. Discussing how friendly they were with Wanxing Group to its heir? It was as absurd as telling the Dragon Qing that your household pipes were thick and you had a great relationship with the water company. Xuzang felt his face flush with embarrassment. At the same time, a question flashed through his mind: why was NT such an important identity mentioned in the records? He quickly figured it out. To protect minors' privacy, the Grangeau has strict minor information confidentiality laws unless a student or guardian voluntarily disclosed it. No institution could investigate a student test background on its own. No wonder the other academies, like Yanzhuan and Tianqiu, could only stick to their standard champion package. Everyone had access to the same intelligence. But soon, a deeper realization dawned on Zhu Zeng. The Lin Fan standing before him was no longer just an ordinary genius student. What is Yaoguang Academy's hallmark? Pioneering, planetary transformation, resource exploration, ecological construction, cultivation of spiritual plants. And Wanxing Group happens to be the dominant force in the Granzhou psionic mining and alchemical applications. The two sides' businesses were highly compatible, yet their collaboration had always been superficial. But the young man before him was a living, breathing bridge, a key link that could enable Yaoguang Academy and Wanxing Group to achieve strategic in-depth cooperation. At that moment, Zhu Zeng felt shaken. He realized that today was not about Yaoguang helping Lin Fan build a platform. He and the entire academy might need this young man to elevate their standing. With this understanding, he set aside all pretense and formalities, speaking directly. "All right, Lin Fan, let us not play games anymore." Zhu Zeng's xiaos lowered, becoming serious. "I know your talent is far beyond deaf level." He leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice further. "I am guessing the other 6 academies haven't seen your college entrance exam footage. But I have. Using the Dean's special privileges, I applied to the Provincial Education Department to fully review every second of your trial footage. From the moment you stepped onto that island to when you finally left the valley, it has all been seen, without missing a single moment." So, Zhu Zeng spoke each word with determination. "We at Yaoguang Academy are the only academy among the 7 that truly understands what you've done and genuinely values it." These words made Lin Fan put away his lazy demeanor. Money, he didn't lack it. The title of champion? He didn't care. What he truly wanted was a place that understood the essence of his abilities, and was willing to provide him with both protection and room to grow. Being genuinely acknowledged meant more than any material reward. Yaoguang Academy offered him that recognition. However, Lin Fan didn't immediately agree. He simply stared silently at Zhu Zeng, as if weighing his decision. Seeing Lin Fan's silence, Zhu Zeng's xiao sank. He worried that this recognition was still not enough to move him. Taking a deep breath, he set aside all conditions and began explaining Yaoguang Academy's philosophy. "Lin Fan, do you know why Yaoguang has fallen behind?" Lin Fan shook his head without answering. "Because everyone thinks that combat is the main theme of the Starry Seas, and that slaughter and conquest are the key. But we don't see it that way." Zhu Zeng's tone grew passionate, his eyes shining with idealism. "Slaughter is merely a means. Construction is the ultimate goal. What is the true strength of the people of the Granzhou? It is a skill etched in our genes and flowing in our blood, the ability to cultivate life. It is the persistence to turn barren lands into fertile fields, transform deserts into oases, and make uninhabitable places into homes. Yaoguang's philosophy is to extend this ability to the stars and seas. Our goal isn't merely to occupy planets, but to transform them, activate them, and nurture life. To turn dead, desolate resource planets or polluted wastelands into thriving lands that can sustain billions. Your power isn't just about fighting and killing. That power to transform ecosystems and nurture life in our eyes, that is the true representation of pioneering." Lin Fan listened silently, his face expressionless. Yet Zhu Zeng's Qingxiu's horde struck deeply within him, one sentence after another. What was the essence of the Mycelia Lord? Devour, expand, evolve. It was both a disaster of destruction and a miracle of creation. It could turn land into a fungal hell, but also transform wastelands into ecological paradises. Killing was merely a way to gather nutrients. The real joy lay in watching his fungal colonies reshape lifeless planets into vibrant worlds of his own design. Wasn't this the ultimate version of cultivation? At this moment, Lin Fan understood he had found the place most suited for him. He stood up, extended his hand toward the teacher, whose face was flushed with excitement. "Mr. Shuo," he said, revealing his first genuine smile since entering the school. "Please take care of me in the future." Zhu Zeng paused for a moment, then excitedly grabbed Lin Fan's hand. The handshake held a strength that seemed to grip not just a hand, but 50 years of Yaoguang Academy's future rise. The principal's office door was pushed open again. The admissions teachers from the 6 other academies looked in unison, their gazes scrutinizing and somewhat impatient. With a radiant smile on his face, Xu Zheng announced loudly. After a pleasant discussion, Lin Fan has decided to join Yaoguang Academy. As his words fell, everyone in the room froze. After a brief moment of shock, the teachers from the 6 academies gradually came to an understanding. So that's how it was. It must have been Xu Zheng, sparing no expense, who bought the student over. For a champion with supposedly capped F-level talent, was it worth it? Such behavior was nothing short of a nouveau riche foolishness. Seeing the Yaoguang shot themselves in the foot expressions on their faces, the smile at the corner of Xu Zhang's lips deepened. You think I've lost? No, this time, Yaoguang has hit the jackpot. The elderly principal, his face glowing, stood at the office door, personally seeing off the 6 teachers from the 7-star academies. Take care. Everyone, do visit again when you have the chance. He smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum, his vigor entirely unlike an old man nearing 80. 2 years ago, he had complained daily about the delayed retirement policy. Now, he felt that the policy was practically tailor-made for him. Otherwise, wouldn't such a glorious moment have been left to the next principal? Elsewhere, Xu Zheng held tightly onto Lin Fan's hand. That grip felt as if he were holding onto not just a hand, but an opportunity for Yaoguang Academy to rise over the next 50 years. He tried his best to suppress the excitement in his heart, but his voice still trembled slightly. Lin Fan, the official start of the semester is still a month away, but true geniuses never take a break. He leaned closer. Lowering his voice, the school's top facilities, like the gravity chambers and psychic sensory rooms, remain open during the summer. If you go in early, you can get a head start on the resources and win at the starting line. Lin Fan nodded. He had already anticipated this. A break? What break? For people like them, who strive relentlessly, vacations aren't for resting, they're for catching up and surpassing others. Bidding farewell to the excited crowd, Lin Fan politely declined the homeroom teacher, old Zhang's, offered to personally drive him home and walked out of the school gates alone. Across the road, the old butler stood respectfully beside a hovering car, awaiting his arrival. Back at home. In the living room, Su Yurong was elegantly sipping tea. Her personal terminal was lit, and it was clear she was in the middle of a call. The words "my son" kept popping up, her pride almost tangible. Seeing Lin Fan enter, she immediately ended the call, her face brimming with anticipation. My darling, you're back, quick. Tell Mom, have you chosen yet? Chen Short Yanchuan? Mom thinks Tianqiu has more comprehensive resources and broader connections, which would benefit your future development. Lin Fan walked to the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and interrupted his mother's excitement directly. Mom, I chose Yaoguang. Crack. A faint snapping sound. The expensive antique crystal glass in Su Yurong's hand silently developed spiderweb-like cracks along its surface. The smile on her face froze instantly. Yaoguang. Her voice carried disbelief, as if she couldn't trust her own ears. Though she herself was a graduate of Yaoguang, she was acutely aware that the current Yaoguang was no longer what it used to be among the 7-star academies. Her son, the valedictorian who broke all historical records in the Summer Empire. Going to Yaoguang? Wouldn't that be like casting pearls before swine or a hero stranded in shallow waters? Seeing his mother's reaction, Lin Fan knew this wasn't going to be simple. He sighed. Mom, do you know what conditions Tianqiu offered? Su Yurong's interest was immediately piqued. Oh, tell me, they must have gone all out to recruit my son, right? Lin Fan replied calmly, an S-class full scholarship, 1 million per year. A standalone villa in the core district. And the freedom to choose any S-class professor as my mentor. With every sentence, Su Yurong nodded, her pride growing more evident. But Lin Fan changed his tone and added, and then. Su Yurong's smile stiffened. That's it? That's it. Lin Fan spread his hands. Chen Xuan offered a post-graduation rank of major in the military. The others were about the same. The conditions are all pretty similar. The living room fell into a sudden silence. Su Yurong was naive. She immediately saw the underlying disdain and disregard for her son's F-grade talent hidden behind these offers. Her expression shifted from astonishment to disbelief and ultimately turned icy cold. This was anti-respect. This was perfunctory. This was charity. Lin Fan took a sip of water and said inferently, in their eyes, even though I broke the record. It was probably just luck. With F-grade talent, they don't think I am worth a significant investment. Su Yurong let out a cold laugh. In the next second, the elegant and poised demeanor of a noblewoman vanished completely. A mother lion, fiercely protective of her cub, had awakened. Bang! She slammed the table, causing the $1,000,000 rosewood tea table to emit a dull thud. A bunch of blind fools, investment, do they even deserve to talk about investment? My son, with his record-breaking achievements, is a unique treasure in the entire Summer Empire, and they dare to look at him like some junk stock? So what, my son, Su Rong's son, even if he were a mere rock? He the divine stone capable of mending the heavens, what do those mundane fools understand? Seeing his mother grow more and more agitated, Lin Fan quickly patted her back to calm her down. Mom, don't get worked up. Going to Tianxi or Xianwan would just be icing on the cake for me. But going to Yaoguang, that's different. Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with a sharp resolve. If I can rely on my own strength to help Yaoguang rise again, that would truly be a case of providing timely aid. It would prove whether or not I am truly worthy of being valued. Su Rong's anger was instantly replaced by astonishment and pride. She stared at her son, as if seeing him for the first time. Adding icing on the cake is easy. Providing timely aid is hard. Her son had chosen the harder path, but it was a path that could better showcase his worth. Good. Well said. Su Rong took a deep breath, her gaze firm as she looked at Lin Fan. Son, twin. You've made the right choice, just like your father, since you are determined to provide timely aid, then I'll help you light the biggest fire. A sly smile, tinged with the aura of capital, crept onto her lips. I recall that the group has a few cooperative projects with Yaoguang and provides some sponsorship each year. But those are just minor contributions completely inadequate, how could they be worthy of my son? She picked up her personal terminal, her fingers flying across the screen as she boldly declared, I'll notify the group immediately to elevate our sponsorship for Yaoguang to a strategic level, and establish a frontier pioneering joint laboratory. They dare to look down on my son? Look down on Yaoguang? Then I'll make it the most resource-rich academy. As for the name of the laboratory, Su Rong's eyes twinkled with affection, and a playful smile appeared on her face. It'll be called the Fan Bao Pioneering Laboratory. Theft. Lin Fan nearly spat out the water he had just sipped. Mom. I beg you, please remove the first two characters, I am getting goose and all over. Was she planned to hang his name on the building as a bragging point? Looking at his unabashedly extravagant mother, Lin Fan felt like he was NT heading off to school but rather embarking on some kind of targeted poverty alleviation mission. After spending the entire day at home, Lin Fan felt like every cell in his body was protesting. Having grown accustomed to the high-intensity training environment, the ever-present thrill of devouring and evolving, returning to the comfort of home felt almost tortuous. This was anti-comfort, it was hunger. A hunger that came from the depths of his soul, a yearning for energy and growth. His microbe colonies, the very cells of his body, were roaring. School? He couldn't wait any longer. My colonies are starving. He muttered. When Lin Fan informed Su Rong of his decision to leave the next day, the usually composed business queen panicked instantly. So soon? Su Rong's voice rose, and her beautiful eyes immediately glistened with tears. But there's still over a month until school starts. Son. Are you tired of having me around? Seeing his mother's eyes redden so quickly, Lin Fan felt his headache grow several times worse. Mom, you're overthinking it. He helplessly explained, the school's cultivation facilities are already open. I'm going early to adapt to the environment and make the most of the time to cultivate. Cultivate, all you ever talk about is cultivation. Su Rong glared at him with a hint of reproach, but her tone softened. Full of concern, but Yaoguang Academy is in the west, near the Blackwing Desert. That place is so remote. The sandstorms are severe, and the conditions are harsh. How can I feel at ease with you going there alone? Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Mom, I'm already 18, an adult now. I can take care of myself. That's not the same. Su Rong refused to listen. You've never even washed your own clothes since you were little. What if you don't eat well or sleep well? What if you get sick? Why aren't you bullied by senior students? A string of what-ifs made Lin Fan feel like he wasn't going to college, but rather heading to kindergarten. How about Mom goes with you? Su Rong held his hand, her eyes full of anticipation. I'll help you tidy up your dorm and even hire a few maids for you. Stop, Lin Fan quickly interrupted his mother's increasingly outrageous ideas. Mom, I'm begging you, give me some dignity. Who brings maids to college? What about my reputation as the top scorer? Suddenly, a terrifying image popped into his mind, a rich second-generation kid. Dressed in custom designer clothes and wearing a big gold chain, swaggering through Yaoguang Academy with a team of hot maids in black stockings trailing behind him. The image was so exaggerated that Lin Fan couldn't help but shiver just imagining it. Made him feel embarrassed. After a round of persuasion and repeated assurances, Su Rong reluctantly gave up the idea of accompanying him to study. The next morning, Lin Fan packed lightly with just a backpack and a suitcase, ready to set off. But as he reached the villa's entrance and saw the private long-distance hovercraft gleaming with metallic luster not far away, he immediately realized that his so-called traveling light was nothing but self-deception. Beside the hovercraft, the old butler, Uncle Lee, stood respectfully with a team of bodyguards. Before departure, Su Yurong couldn't hold back anymore. She grabbed Lin Fan's hand, tears streaming down like broken pearls, completely losing the usual authority of a businesswoman. Son, this is your first time leaving Mom, going so far away. You must take good care of yourself over there. Eat on time. Wear more clothes when it's cold, and don't stay up late, Mom. I know. Lin Fan helplessly patted her back, noticing the amused glances from the butler and bodyguards, his face flushing slightly. Just as he thought this emotional farewell was finally over, Su Yurong suddenly remembered something and clapped her hands, shouting to the butler, "Old Wang, quick! Bring that box over." The next second, two burly men in black suits worked together to carry a massive silver metal box toward the hovercraft. The surface of the box shimmered with a faint blue energy glow. Clearly a military-grade specialized constant temperature storage box. Son, Su Yurong wiped her tears, pulled Lin Fan to the box, and pointed to the neatly arranged hundreds of vials inside, giving him serious instructions. These are all the highest grade Storm Arrow series of spiritual energy potions from our group. Don't be polite with Mom. Just treat them as drinks. If you run out, let me know, and I'll send a private jet to deliver more. Our group also has potion stores near Yaoguan. You can just go there and take what you need. Lin Fan glanced at the box full of potions, his eye twitching slightly. Whose child goes to school carrying so many medications? With this quantity, you could open a dedicated counter at the school. His mother, eyes brimming with tears, watched him as Lin Fan finally boarded the aircraft. The butler, Old Wang, personally accompanied him to ensure the young master traveled safely. The aircraft took off smoothly, quickly piercing through the clouds and entering high-speed cruising. Lin Fan sat on a comfortable leather sofa, gazing through the large window at the rapidly retreating mountains and rivers below. A few hours later, the scenery outside became monotonous. The green diminished, replaced by vast stretches of earthy yellow. The mountains grew rugged, vegetation sparse, and the air carried a sense of desolation and primitiveness. The ground transformed into an endless desert, where the yellow sand and sky merged at the distant horizon, indistinguishable from one another. Lin Fan looked at the monotonous yet majestic view outside the window and muttered, "Uncle Lee, is Yaoguan Academy really built in the desert? If I make the news in the future, will it be titled The Young Master's Survival in the Gobi Desert?" The old butler handed him a glass of juice and smiled, "Young master, you'll find out soon enough." The aircraft began to descend slowly. Passing through thin clouds, Lin Fan's pupils contracted. A jade-like oasis suddenly appeared. No, it wasn't an oasis, it was a city, a massive city that had suddenly emerged in the heart of the desert. The aircraft landed at the airport on the city's edge, where the old butler had already arranged a special vehicle waiting on the tarmac. The car drove into the city, and Lin Fan curiously observed the view outside. His amazement growing. This was the first time in his life he had traveled so far from home, and everything felt fresh and new. Orderly aerial traffic, ubiquitous three-dimensional greenery, and sky gardens made one completely forget that this was deep within the desert. Exuding a sense of technological sophistication. Occasionally, he spotted young students' school uniforms, speeding along dedicated aerial pathways on magnetic hoverboards, their faces brimming with youth and confidence. The vehicle continued forward and finally stopped in front of an extraordinarily majestic school gate. The gate, made of silver-white metal, stood 100 meters tall and was shaped like a pair of wings poised to take flight, radiating an aura of exploration and conquest. On the gate, the four gilded characters Yaoguan Academy gleamed brilliantly under the scorching western sun. Lin Fan got out of the car and looked up at the imposing school gate. Momentarily stunned. He had thought this place would be dusty, resource-deprived, and filled with sand every day. But the scene before him was a stark contrast. It was nothing short of a luxurious ivory tower built as a miracle in the Gobi Desert. At the entrance of Yaoguan Academy, Lin Fan caught sight of several military-grade custom temperature-controlled boxes behind the car, their reflective surfaces dazzling under the sunlight. His mouth twitched slightly. Glancing at the butler, Old Wang, standing nearby, Lin Fan said helplessly, "Uncle Wang, with all these drinks my mom prepared for me, I can't handle them alone." The old butler slightly bowed, his face carrying the usual calm smile. "Young master, rest assured. Before coming here, I already contacted the dormitory management office. I'll take care of delivering the luggage and settling everything. You know the way. Lin Fan was a bit surprised this place was quite large. Old Wang's smile carried a hint of nostalgia. Of course I do. When Natame attended Yaoguang Academy, I was the one who brought her here. Lin Fan paused for a moment, then nodded. All right, go ahead, I'll manage on my own. Old Wang and the bodyguards carried the boxes and walked familiarly toward the depths of the campus. Lin Fan watched them leave, then turned and walked toward the registration point not far away. At the empty school gate, the registration desk was manned by a bored teacher. He wore noise-canceling headphones, yawning as he drowsily stared at a holographic screen, fully immersed in a game. New student registration? The teacher didn't even look up, his voice lazy, as if he hadn't woken up yet. Check out your admission certificate for scanning. Lin Fan opened his phone, pulled up the admission certificate Zhu Zhang had sent him, and aligned it with the scanner. Beep, a crisp notification sound rang out. The teacher glanced absently at the information that popped up, name Lin Fan talent. Flevel mycologist college entrance exam score Xidu Ba first in Jiangnan province, so, Flevel. Huh? The teacher's tone suddenly changed. He whipped his head around, his eyes widening like saucers as he stared intently at the bizarre score. The game, left unattended, had already been smashed into a black and white screen by the boss. But he no longer cared about the game. Holy crap, the teacher blurted out. He rubbed his eyes and repeatedly confirmed the information before daring to believe he was mistaken. The F-level talent who had achieved the national top score of over share. Liningning points had really come to Yaoguang, and so early for registration? So, it's this year's national top scorer. Lin Fan. The teacher's attitude instantly did a Yaobating degree turn, his face lighting up with an enthusiastic smile. Welcome, welcome. I am Teacher Liu from the admissions office, just call me Brother Liu. His voice immediately caught the attention of a few girls chatting under the shade of a tree nearby. Top scorer? Brother Liu, who's the top scorer? Seems like this year's top freshman has arrived, right? That monster with over Ning points, he'd actually come to this dump of a place? A few pretty girls curiously gathered around. When they saw the information on the registration screen, their eyes lit up instantly. This was a living, breathing, fresh top scorer, and he had arrived early for registration, at Yaoguang Academy. What did this mean? It meant a walking ATM who could bring in a fortune. Hi there, Junior. The senior with a high ponytail and a capable demeanor was the first to rush over. I am Xiao Zhao, a sophomore, just arrived and not familiar with the campus yet. Need a guide? I can show you around, give you all the insider info and guarantee top-notch service. Only Wuxia Star coins. Before she finished speaking, another senior with dimples in her smile squeezed in, bumping Xiao Xiao aside. Xiao Xiao, you rate ruthless, charging such a high price to such a handsome top scorer junior is unacceptable. The dimpled senior turned to Lin Fan and began promoting herself. Junior, Don T, listen to her. And Su Xiaonuan from the life department. I'll show you around the campus for just such star coins. And I'll throw in a cup of spirit energy juice I made myself. Immediately, an unassuming yet fierce competition over internal tour guide pricing broke out at the gates of Yaoguang Academy. Say star coins. Just censure, I am a great driver, no motion sickness from drifting. A short-haired senior refused to be outdone. Arsher, I'll do it for Arsher. I am in the student council, I know all the school rules and hidden perks. Star coins. Junior, pick me. I know which female teacher is the prettiest and which cafeteria dishes are the worst. The price plummeted from Wuxia Star coins all the way to Sure. With added bonuses of campus gossip, turning into a bargain frenzy. Lin Fan watched the scene unfold before him. The seniors were arguing so fiercely over claiming him that their faces were flushed, and they were on the verge of a full-blown confrontation. Such a lively scene he hadn't even seen anything like it in the bustling markets of his past life. He touched his chin, his eyes sweeping over the group of senior sisters with different styles. Finally, his gaze settled on the first senior sister with the high ponytail, Xiao Xiao, and he smiled as he spoke. Senior sister, can you make the price a bit cheaper? Ao Jiao, Xiao Xiao, who had been a little annoyed due to the lack of a base price, was momentarily stunned when she heard Lin Fan's words, then couldn't help but laugh. The other senior sisters also chuckled. And the previously tense atmosphere instantly lightened. You, Junior, are quite good at bargaining. Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes at him with amusement, then waved her hand generously and said, all right, since you're handsome and the top scorer. I'll make an exception today. She held up 9 fingers and gestured again. Zhou Denjiu stirred Okins. Let's call it making a friend, Zhou Denjiu for a group tour of the campus, deal or not? Deal, Lin Fan nodded without hesitation, finding the senior sisters in college quite interesting. The other senior sisters sighed helplessly at this, glancing back a few times as they slowly dispersed. Xiao Xiao raised her eyebrows triumphantly, skillfully summoned a self-driving sightseeing car, switched it to manual mode, and made a gesture for Lin Fan to get in. Top scorer Junior, hop on. Lin Fan got into the sightseeing car feeling the slightly warm breeze of the desert oasis, his heart full of novelty. Watching Xiao Xiao's skilled driving, he curiously asked, "Senior sister, I just saw you all scrambling for star tokens. Are they really that important?" He paused, then half-jokingly added, "I read in the freshman handbook from the admissions teacher that they're just for accessing the library and renting training rooms. Sounds like game tokens." Hearing this, Xiao Xiao almost mistook the gas pedal for the brake. She turned her head sharply, looking at Lin Fan with an expression that said, "Do you really think that?" Her gaze carried 3 parts shock, 3 parts helplessness, and 4 parts the pity of looking at a foolish child. She took a deep breath, as if calming her startled emotions, then restarted the vehicle. Once the car was moving smoothly again, Xiao Xiao spoke seriously, almost solemnly, enunciating each word. "Junior, remember this. You can live without game tokens, but star tokens are life." She slammed on the gas, and the sightseeing car roared forward with the sound of a wind, carrying Lin Fan into Yaoguang Academy. The campus sightseeing car traveled along the wide, tree-lined avenue, while skillfully driving, fulfilled her Jodenjo star token tour guide duties. As I said earlier, at Yaoguang, star tokens are life. Food, training rooms, waiting lands, everything depends on them. Whether you live in a single villa or squeeze into a dorm with 8 smelly-footed guys, all depends on how many star tokens you have in your pocket. Of course, as the top scorer, the school will definitely arrange everything perfectly for you. Lin Fan nodded and curiously asked, "So how do you earn them?" "There are plenty of ways." Xiao Xiao counted on her fingers as she drove. "The most stable way is through academy tasks, like weeding in the spiritual plant garden or repairing equipment. The pay is low, but at least you can get by, or, like me, you can do some part-time work. This Jodenjo star token deal you just made is enough for me to buy 2 cups of alien lemon water. The fastest way is to take on combat or exploration missions, go to polluted zones, or even work as a mercenary on alien battlefields." She glanced at Lin Fan. "Die fast. Specifically, you can check the campus network layer, it's clear at a glance." The seriousness on Xiao Xiao's face immediately disappeared, and a spark of gossip lit up in her eyes. "The official introduction ends here." She tilted her head, blinked mischievously, and smirked. "Let's talk about something everyone is interested in. The young master who flies a private aircraft and is surrounded by bodyguards, bargaining with a poor student like me over a few dozen star coins until it is Jodenjo. Honestly, are you trying to experience the life of an ordinary person?" She had seen the scene at the school gate clearly, his gaze retracting, and his expression immediately turned serious. "Senior, that's not correct." He raised a finger and said solemnly, "Experiencing life is one aspect, but more importantly, frugality is a traditional virtue of our Dagashi." Haha, Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost driving the sightseeing car into the roadside flower bed. She could see it now, this top scorer Junior not only had mysterious abilities but also a genuine personality, without the arrogance typical of geniuses. All right. Xiao Xiao waved her hand, her smile fading slightly, but her curiosity about Lin Fan grew stronger. She hesitated for a moment before finally asking the question that had puzzled the entire Yaoguang Academy and even the entire Gaozhou education community. "Junior, can I ask, how did you do it?" She lowered her voice. "Scoring 10,000 points. This score, not just in the 7-star academy, but in the entire Gaozhou over the past few decades. No one else has achieved it. How did you do it?" This is the most intriguing question. Everyone knows that talent level almost determines the limits of a professional. Level talent is like a Ningde Wu liter engine. While others step on the gas, it has to rely on pedaling. Driving this car that everyone looked down on, left a group of Vishar supercars far behind on the college entrance exam field, so far they couldn't even smell his exhaust. This isn't just an exaggeration, it's downright unbelievable. Facing those eyes filled with intense curiosity, Lin Fan touched his chin and suddenly smiled mysteriously. "Senior, is it possible?" He leaned forward slightly, speaking in a tone as if sharing a secret, lowering his voice. "Actually, I'm a pay-to-win player." "Huh?" Xiao Xiao was stunned on the spot. "Pay-to-win player? What kind of nonsense is that?" Seeing her bewildered expression, Lin Fan spread his hands and explained, "Think about it. The college entrance exam only prohibits auxiliary devices, but it doesn't say you can't use potions. He gestured vividly. Take 3 A-level boiling potions to push your physical state to its peak. During the exam, drink dozens of B-level energy recovery potions like water, keeping your energy bar full and spamming skills non-stop. Carry a few C-level indestructible potions to max out your defense, letting those beasts slash at you as if they're hitting iron plates. What if you're surrounded by a boss? No problem. Just pull out a MS-level explosive spirit elixir, instantly revive with full health, and gain 3 seconds of invincibility. Those beasts would be driven to despair. Using such a combo, it's no wonder the score was abnormally high. Xiao Xiao listened, her right witching, her mouth opening and closing for a long time without saying a word. She looked at Lin Fan's face, which seemed to say, I'm just this rich. If you're not convinced, go top up yourself, and felt her intelligence being thoroughly crushed. Can you even play like this? Turning the college entrance exam, which determines the fate of countless people, into a game of who has deeper pockets? Using money to directly smash out high scores? Are you serious? Xiao Xiao's voice trembled slightly. Look at my sincere eyes. Lin Fan pointed to his own eyes. Xiao Xiao immediately rolled her eyes at him. Believe you. You little rascal, even if you emptied a billionaire's fortune, you couldn't put together such an absurd big gift package. This guy is clearly spouting nonsense. Teasing me. However, even though she knew it was fake, the idea of a pay-to-win player opened Xiao Xiao's eyes. She suddenly felt that this F-level top scorer was 1,000 times more mysterious and interesting than she had imagined. The sightseeing car turned a corner, passing by an ecological park composed of a massive glass dome. It was the Academy's spiritual plant cultivation base. Xiao Xiao casually introduced, Zone A is for regular plants, Zone B for alien plants, and Zone C, the restricted zone. As soon as she finished speaking, she noticed Lin Fan's gaze being magnetically drawn, fixed on the dome marked with a bright red capital C. Lin Fan's Adam's apple involuntarily moved. Through the thick special glass, he seemed to already smell the aroma unique to top-tier nutrients, making his heart race. Those bizarrely shaped, twisted, and deadly alien plants no longer appeared as symbols of danger in his eyes. They looked like steaming, glossy, and irresistibly tempting gourmet dishes. Hey, Junior, what's with that look? Xiao Xiao noticed his odd expression, followed his gaze, and couldn't help but shiver. She joked, judging by your stance, you're about to drool. Don't tell me you want to chase them? Her tone shifted, becoming serious and tinged with fear. Don't even think about it. The stuff in Zone C are high-risk samples brought back from various alien planets. For small fries like us, touching them would cause festering, leaving not even bones behind, yet Lin Fan's gaze remained unwavering, even growing more fervent. Xiao Xiao felt an inexplicable fear in her heart and suddenly slammed the accelerator. This place is too creepy, let's get out of here. The sightseeing car roared away, and Lin Fan was pressed into his seat by the force. He turned his head, his gaze reluctantly lingering on the increasingly distant glass dome, his face full of regret as if he'd just lost billions in wealth. The vehicle continued forward, heading toward the outskirts of the city. Let me show you something good. Xiao Xiao seemed to want to dispel the strange atmosphere from earlier with a new topic. She winked mysteriously, and the sightseeing car climbed upward along a dedicated path. Finally, the car stopped at a viewing platform atop a mountain peak on the city's outermost edge. The wind howled fiercely. Standing here, the entirety of Yaoguang City was visible, a miracle in the desert where technological buildings and vertical greenery intertwined. Beyond the high walls lay an endless gold and desert. Lin Fan's gaze remained fixed on the distant horizon. At the junction of the golden desert and the blue sky, there was a black-purple horizon that sent chills down one's spine. It looked like a massive wound on the earth, exuding a rotting stench. Lin Fan's pupils contracted slightly. Is that polluted land? For fungal colonies, that would be a buffet paradise. Xiao Xiao leaned against the railing, letting the fierce wine mess up her ponytail. Her face showing a complex expression of excitement, ambition, and awe. She extended her finger, pointing far into the horizon at the eerie black-purple hue. See that? She grinned, like a crazed adventurer who had just discovered a treasure map. Beyond that line is where us Yaoguang students truly make money. It's also the place where ordinary people like us have a chance to get rich overnight or disappear without a trace. Xiao Xiao turned her head and raised her chin at Lin Fan, her eyes shining brighter than ever. Welcome to the Black Wind Desert, top scholar junior, senior, our school really knows how to pick a location. Huh? Lin Fan gazed at the black-purple horizon, which resembled a wound on the earth, and said half-jokingly, half-seriously, the visual impact is overwhelming. On one side, there's a futuristic city rising from the desert. On the other, a wasteland filled with the stench of decay and death. Knows how to pick a location. Xiao Xiao couldn't help but laugh. She pointed at the ominous land, her tone carrying the unique mix of self-mockery and pride of Yaoguan students. This wasn't our choice, it's the mess history left us. 100 years ago. During the Great War, that place was one of the main battlefields of the alien invasion. Countless alien corpses, blood, and various residues seeped into the land. As a result, the soil, water, air, and even the energy environment of this desert were all polluted. Normal blue star creatures that enter it turn into grotesque monsters within days. We call them aberrations. She shrugged, a sly smile appearing on her face. Other forces treat this place like a hot potato, but the founder of Yaoguan Academy was quick-witted and insisted on building the school here. He once said, "Challenges are opportunities. The wasteland will be Yaoguan's future backyard." Xiao Xiao spoke casually, as if sharing an insider secret. I even heard from an old professor that one day, when we fully restore the Black Wayne Desert, the entire area will belong to our school. By then, the combined area of the other 6 7-star academies might not even match the size of our school's restroom. Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. But it painted a vivid picture. To Lin Fan, this polluted wasteland, full of danger and challenges in others' eyes, and Aeus, was practically a buffet prepared just for him. Let's go, stop staring. That place is seriously creepy. Xiao Xiao noticed Lin Fan still staring at the desert and thought he was scared. She suddenly sped up, and the sightseeing vehicle rushed into the academy grounds. Junior. Although we ranked lower now, our campus facilities are absolutely 7-star top-notch. Xiao Xiao began her introduction. Soon. A bustling, futuristic octagonal building appeared before them. The mission center, our Yaoguang students' ATM. From small tasks like finding lost pets to big ones like forming teams to collect samples deep in the Black Wen Desert if you have the skills, earning tokens is never a problem. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the massive holographic screen and was quickly drawn to an urgent mission. High-risk mission. Sample decativation and sea sun spirit plantation. Urgently recruiting F-level wood, earth, or related affinity talents to enter the restricted zone for energy activation. Reward sending star tokens. C-zone, restricted area. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly. The sightseeing vehicle continued forward, and a silver-white dome-shaped building came into view. The trial building. Xiao Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she explained, the most expensive and popular place in the school, the virtual reality platform. As long as you spend star tokens, you can conduct any simulation training in there. It's not just for combat majors, there are also specialized trials for life and support majors, like simulating plant cultivation in extreme environments or configuring dangerous potions. It's super practical. She pointed to the leaderboard scrolling continuously at the top of the giant dome. See that? The ladder rankings, it's organized by the Ministry of Education of the Great Shah. Students from universities across the country compete anonymously for ratings. Getting on the list not only earns you prestige but also resource rewards directly from the Ministry of Education. It's amazing, Lin Fan was intrigued. No need to worry about exposing his microbial colony, then he could compete with students from universities nationwide. This was indeed a great place to test the combat capabilities of his colony. He stroked his chin and casually asked, "Senior, can you buy Zalia Pure subscription services here? Is there an annual package?" Huh? Xiao Xiao stared at Lin Fan like he was an alien, laughing and crying at the same time. Annual package? Junior, once you get in there and get beaten up by those combat maniacs, you'll realize how quickly star tokens disappear. That place is a bottomless pit. The sightseeing car passed through the bustling public area and finally entered a serene and beautiful environment. Here, lush trees provided shade, streams flowed gently, and exquisitely designed standalone villas were hidden among the trees, separated by wide lawns, offering high privacy. Xiao Xiao steadily parked the car at the entrance of the villa area. All right, top scorer Junior, this is the dormitory area. See that big building up ahead? That's the dorm management center. Just go there to register. She skillfully operated her wrist terminal and then extended her hand to Lin Fan with a playful smile. Guide service is over. Guide service is over. That'll be Jodinjo star tokens. Lin Fan nodded and took out his phone. But when he opened the payment interface, he awkwardly realized the currency unit was in Shouyuan. Only then did he remember that, as a newly enrolled student, his account didn't have any star tokens yet. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Xiao Xiao looked at Lin Fan's hand suspended in mid-air and was momentarily stunned. Then, she realized what was happening and couldn't help but laugh. Forgot you're still a zero asset freshman. She waved her hand generously. You can owe me for now. You're the top scorer, so once the academy rewards come in, you'll definitely be the richest among the freshmen. Just remember to pay me back then. When she mentioned the top scorer reward, Xiao Xiao's tone was full of envy. However, Lin Fan shook his head. No, it's not right to owe a girl money, even if it's just Jiu. She'll start Okins. He reached into his backpack, rummaging casually as if looking for snacks. Thinking this junior was quite interesting. The next second, Lin Fan pulled out a vial containing a blue liquid from his bag. This will cover the starred Okins, he said, handing it to Xiao Xiao as if offering a soda, even winking. It should be enough for the fare. And the extra can be a tip. Xiao Xiao stared at the vial, her smile freezing instantly. As a seasoned sophomore, how could she not recognize this item? An A-grade psionic recovery potion. She instinctively opened her wrist terminal and quickly checked the price on the academy's exchange platform. When she saw the line Jojo Zhou Yuan Woodingning starred Okins, she almost held her breath. 500 stirred Okins, 5,000 Xiao Yuan. To pay for a Zhoudianjiu stirred open fare? And with a tip, Xiao Xiao felt her worldview was shattered into pieces by an interstellar battleship. She suddenly looked up at Lin Fan's handsome face, which was full of sincerity and innocence, and her gaze completely changed. She no longer looked at him as an interesting junior but as an explorer discovering a new continent. Junior, are you serious? Her voice floated. Lin Fan nodded naturally. This thing is just an energy supplement drink. I have plenty of them. Plenty. Xiao took a deep breath, as if making a major decision. She took the potion and held it tightly in her palm. Then, her face bloomed with an unprecedentedly bright smile, even with a hint of flattery, as she bowed deeply to Lin Fan. Boss, hello, from today onwards, I, Xiao Xiao, will be your exclusive guide, sparring partner, and runner. Substitute teacher basically, a one-stop IP service, at your beck and call. She straightened up, patted her sturdy chest, and promised with determined eyes, from now on, if you have any needs, just give the order. Let's not talk about starred Okins anymore, let's settle everything with this energy drink, okay? After bidding farewell to this enthusiastic and interesting senior, Lin Fan walked alone into the dormitory management center. The teacher in charge of registration froze mid-drink when he saw Lin Fan's student information, his eyelid twitching involuntarily. National top scorer? The reception became unusually warm. Lin Fan admissions officer Xu Zhang has already informed us about you. The dormitory teacher beamed with a smile. According to the academy's regulations, as this year's top scorer, you can choose any single detached villa and enjoy the most premium accommodation and spiritual energy environment. On the light screen, a golden halo-ed area was highlighted. It was the best location in the dormitory area, the core villa cluster with the densest spiritual energy. Lin Fan glanced at it briefly and shook his head. Teacher, no need, I'll just choose a double villa, and you can randomly assign a roommate. It'll be livelier. Huh? This? The dormitory teacher was completely stunned, in his 20 years of work here. It was the first time he'd seen a student refuse top-tier benefits handed to them. But he quickly recovered, and when he looked at Lin Fan again, his gaze carried genuine admiration. Not arrogant, not flashy, not chasing vanity, and understanding the importance of camaraderie. This is the true demeanor of a top scorer. However, Lin Fan thought to himself, living alone in such a big villa would be a hassle to clean. Finding a roommate as free labor to share the chores is simply perfect. By evening, the villa door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Chubby guy dragged 3 enormous suitcases taller than himself, looking as if he just crawled out of water, with steam rising from his body and sweat soaking through the back of his t-shirt. Huff. Huff. I'm exhausted. This HE's on his way to remote. The chubby guy plopped down on one of the suitcases, panting heavily like a blower. He looked up and saw Lin Fan walking down the stairs from the second floor. The chubby guy froze for a moment, then immediately grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and waved enthusiastically. Hey, buddy. You're my roommate, right? He sized Lin Fan up and down, curiously asking, which province are you from, buddy? What's your talent? I'm an A-grade combat talent, gluttonous body, simply put. I can eat and endure. Qian Duobuo proudly patted his round belly, the fat rippling like waves. Lin Fan. Lin Fan smiled in response. Talent? F-level, the kind that just gets by. Lin Fan, that name sounds a bit familiar. Qian Duoduo scratched his head, then suddenly widened his eyes. His hand pointing at Lin Fan rambling. Holy crap. Shh. Keep it low-key. Lin Fan replied seriously, spouting nonsense. It was all luck. The exotic beasts I encountered were particularly polite, winding up to give me points. Qian Duoduo's eye witched. Yeah, right, His confidence in his A-level combat talent was instantly crushed. No way. Even if his scores were a fluke, he had to regain his dignity in other areas. Qian Duo mysteriously dragged over a box, entered a complex password, and solemnly took out a delicate temperature-controlled wooden case. Hee, brother Fan, let me show you something. He opened the case like presenting a treasure. Inside were 10 vials of S-level psionic potions glowing faintly blue. This is my reward from my parents for getting into Yaoguang, produced by Wan Xin Group. Each vial costs Wushi, Lingning Zhao Yuan. This box is worth a brand new hover sports car. Qian Duo wore a smug expression, as if saying, you've definitely never seen anything like this. Lin Fan said nothing, just stared at the potion bottles with a thoughtful look. Seemed familiar. Seeing Lin Fan stunned, Qian Duo felt even more triumphant. He generously pulled out a vial and handed it over. Here, brother Fan, don't just stand there. A little gift from your younger brother to celebrate our first meeting. It could save your life in a critical moment. No need. Lin Fan waved his hand. I already have some. Come on. Qian Duo laughed, thinking Lin Fan was just being polite. Brother Fan, don't be shy, this is S-level psionic potion. Us students can't easily get our hands on this. I know you don't have much, so just take it, no need to be modest. Lin Fan sighed, his expression helpless. Sigh, it's not about being polite. I'm just afraid. Cheeking it out might make you feel bad. With that, he walked to the corner and dragged over a specially designed temperature-controlled suitcase. He entered the password. Clicked, the suitcase opened. Inside were hundreds of neatly arranged S-level psionic potions. Lin Fan casually picked up a vial, twisted it open with a pop like opening a soda, and tilted his head back to drink it down. Burp, he let out a satisfied burp and smacked his lips. Not bad, just a bit sweet. I usually drink these like beverages. The air in the living room froze instantly. The smile on Qian Duo's face froze like a glitched GIF, stiffly hanging at the corners of his mouth. He looked down at the hover sports car in his hand, then up at Lin Fan's full suitcase and the empty bottle he had just finished. His mind went blank. Thud, Qian Duo's knees buckled, and he knelt down with a posture so perfect it could qualify for the Olympics. He clung tightly to Lin Fan's leg, crying his heart out, genuinely and passionately. Godfather. Godfather above, please accept this bow from your child. From today onward, you are my long-lost, rightful godfather. From now on, I, Qian Duo, will be your mobile shield. Whatever you want me to eat, I'll eat. Whoever you want me to fight, I'll fight. Anyone who dares to harm a single hair on your head will have to step over my dead body first. Lin Fan, he looked down at the chubby boy clinging to his leg, crying with snot and tears all over his face, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. This helper was a bit too enthusiastic. The next morning, Lin Fan received his student terminal, a black smart wristwatch. Start Oaken Balance Shear, Ling, which made him nod in satisfaction. As for the other rewards, the information stated if he could claim them when he had time. Next to him, Qian Duo, who self-proclaimed as the adopted son and chief bodyguard, was frantically scrolling through the campus for his terminal. Suddenly, he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Fan Zhao, you've made it to the campus headlines. What is it? See for yourself. Qian Duo pushed the screen in front of Lin Fan. In post with a glaring red title and explosive popularity appeared. Shocking. This year's F-level top scorer Lin Fan has enrolled. Which task will he choose to start his college life? Below the post, there were already over 10,000 replies. Lin Fan clicked on the trending post. The poster's ID was clearly visible: Xiao Xiao. Judging by the avatar, it was the senior who had shown him around campus yesterday. She really knew how to grab attention, aware that attaching his F-level top scorer title would surely blow up the campus for him. Lin Fan scrolled through the post. Several candid side profile photos were paired with provocative captions. In the photos, the young man leaned against a sightseeing vehicle, his gaze fixed on the distant edge of the Black Rain Desert, his expression calm. The comment section had already exploded. Bet $5. This top scorer will be crying and switching majors within 3 days. An F-level talent coming to Yaoguang Academy? Won't last long, short-sighted upstairs. I bet he won't even pass the freshman Ryle. Honestly, he's really handsome, but unfortunately just a useless pretty face. Haha, a bunch of sour grapes. He got the top scorer, while you all are just keyboard warriors. Rational fans, get lost. F-level is a born sin, can't be washed clean. Qian Duo's face turned red with anger as he read. He jumped up from the sofa, quickly unfolding a virtual keyboard in front of him, his fingers flying across the keys. Fan Zhao, these guys are too much, they don't understand your strength at all. watch me teach them a lesson. I'll show them what A-level combat department big shots linguistic skills are all about. Lin Fan swiped his finger and directly closed the forum interface. Arguing with keyboard warriors was meaningless. These virtual world taunts didn't stir even the slightest ripple in his heart. From the moment he stepped into the academy, his goal had been singular: that vast, boundless Black Wind Desert, regarded by everyone as a place of death and despair. He had originally planned to first visit the restricted area of the Spirit Plant Garden to check out those strange alien plants, which sounded like appetizers for his fungal colony. That seemed unnecessary to take a detour. The noise from the forum made him decide to head straight for the main course. He had just evolved an E-level ability, the pollution-devouring mycelium, which could only decompose ordinary heavy metals and chemical waste. But the pollution in the Black Wind Desert was the result of a century of fierce battles, alien energy erosion, and the birthplace of the Baron creatures. What kind of surprises would feeding his E-level mycelium with such top-tier ingredients bring? Lin Fan opened the task center on his wristwatch. The interface displayed a variety of tasks recommended for freshmen. Find the lost spirit energy cat. Reward Arsha Star tokens. Assist in clearing weeds in the BR greenhouse. Reward Sherwu Star tokens. Tian Duo leaned over enthusiastically to offer advice. Fan Zhou, I've researched this. Freshmen should start with these tasks. They're safe and stable. Although the rewards are low, they help you get familiar with the environment. Lin Fan's fingers quickly swiped across the light screen. Those D-level and E-level babysitting tasks didn't even hold his interest for a moment, or you could organize materials in the library, though it's a bit boring. Kuei-on Duo continued. Lin Fan's gaze finally settled on a task deep in the list, marked in deep red. Black Wind Desert Management Task Grade B. Yisen's own deep contamination source exploration and preliminary management task level. High-risk task description: conduct preliminary purification of the Yisen's own in the Black Wind Desert, reduce the concentration of alien contamination, and explore the source of contamination. Task reward: yielding points for every Bifenji area purified. Failure penalty: deduction of Wudingding Star tokens. Below the task description, a line of blood red warning text appeared: warning, this area contains high concentrations of alien residues, with suspected appearances of aberrant entities. It is recommended for teens of 5 at the condensed core level or above. Cheon Duo suddenly froze. He saw the task Lin Fan had chosen, and his face instantly turned pale. His lips trembled, and he could barely speak. Fan bro, don't be impulsive. Yisen Zone. That's the infamous forbidden zone for freshmen in our Yaoguan Academy. Last year, a senior from the third year led 5 condensed core elites to explore it, and they barely made it back alive. A freshman, going solo to take on such a task? This isn't completing a mission, it's suicide. Lin Fan ignored the warning, a trace of excitement flashing in his eyes. Yielding Star tokens for every Bifenji purified. If I clean the entire Yisen Zone, that's a full share. Ling Star tokens. This is practically a hidden grand prize prepared by the Academy for the top student. Without hesitation, Lin Fan extended his finger and clicked the confirm acceptance button. Ding! A crisp notification sound came from his wristwatch. Task accepted. Please complete within 6 days. Done. Lin Fan stood up and walked to the corner where a massive temperature-controlled box stood. He entered the password and opened the box. Casually reaching in, as if scooping rice from a bin, he effortlessly grabbed a handful of S-grade psionic potions. Then, under Tian Duo's almost stupefied gaze, he stuffed these top-tier potions coveted by any professional straight into his ordinary backpack. The clinking sound of glass bottles colliding in the bag was more grating to Tian Duo than the harshest noise. His mouth twitched uncontrollably, and his heart felt as if an invisible hand was gripping it tightly, making it almost impossible to breathe. He felt that his understanding of Lin Fan over the past day was being completely, cruelly, and repeatedly reshaped. Lin Fan slung the bag over his shoulder and headed straight for the door. Fan bro, Cheon Duo followed closely, almost on the verge of tears. He hadn't even had a full day to cling to this golden thigh. As Lin Fan passed by him, he patted his stiff shoulder. Take care of yourself, I'm off to earn some pocket money. When I get back, I'll treat you, foodie, to a good meal. He strode out of the villa's front door. Tian Duo stood there alone, staring at the casually open temperature-controlled box, then at Lin Fan's domineering actions just moments ago. His mouth twitched incessantly. My God, you really trust me? Aren't you afraid I might not be able to resist the temptation? Can money really let you do whatever you want? From the dormitory area to the Yi Zone of the Black Wind Desert, there was quite a distance. Lin Fan directly raided a single-person shared flying car by the roadside, set the navigation, and sped toward his destination. Almost at the same time he accepted the task. On the massive real-time data screen, a task status that had just been updated was automatically highlighted by the system. At first, no one noticed. Until a sharp-eyed student exclaimed, "Holy crap, look quickly, someone has taken the B-level Black Wind Desert remediation mission." This announcement was like a bomb dropped into a calm lake. What? Which crazy junior team is going to throw their lives away this time? Possible? Impossible? Was NT there a team that got completely wiped out just before the break? Quick, check who it is. All eyes immediately focused on the line of text on the screen. Recipient Lin Fan, number of participants E. The entire mission hall erupted into unprecedented chaos. Yaoguang Academy, Mission Center Hall. Time seemed to pause for a second, followed by waves of uproar. Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan? Could it be that F-level top scorer? Is he out of his mind? Solo challenge in Eisen Zone? Am I seeing this right? That place has wiped out several condensation core teams. The students in the hall stared intently at the data screen, their faces filled with shock and disbelief as they read the red marked mission information. Who had posted earlier, frowned deeply as she looked at the mission. Her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly together. She had only intended to stir up some bonds and see what this top scorer was really like. She had expected him to take such an unconventional path, diving straight into the arms of death. This time, things had really escalated. Meanwhile, the instigator at the center of the storm was humming a tune, piloting a shared hovercar across the sky. He was completely unaware of the commotion he had caused at the mission center and had no interest in it whatsoever. Below the hovercar, a massive alloy barrier wall, resembling the ribs of an ancient beast, divided the vast Black Wind Desert into separate zones. Finally, the hovercar slowly descended at the frontline camp of Zone E. As the car door opened, a gust of hot wine mixed with the stench of sulfur, rust, and decay hit him in the face. This smell is intense. Like the set of a zombie apocalypse movie. Lin Fan stepped out of the car. In front of him, the camp consisted of a fuel-only metal prefab buildings. Swaying precariously in the endless sandstorm, exuding a desolate air of abandonment. He walked into a supply room covered in dust, his eyes immediately drawn to a scratched-up blackboard hanging on the wall. Written on it in some unknown red liquid were a few crooked lines of large characters, filled with despair and madness. "The sand is alive." Don T looked back. "It's watching you, we Ray all going to die here." At the end of the writing, there was a long, horrifying scratch mark. TSK, the seniors do have some artistic flair, but their handwriting looks like worms crawling. No wonder they can graduate. Lin Fan shook his head, casually took a full coverage respirator off the wall, and stuffed it into his backpack as a bit of psychological comfort. Following the map on his wristwatch, he quickly arrived at the entrance to Zone E-Sen. The tall alloy barrier wall was rusted and bore a bright red electronic warning sign WA Eringzhang de Belue, Sharinzhang. Advanced contamination zone ahead. Unauthorized entry strictly prohibited. Lin Fan raised his wrist, and the green light of the mission credential flashed briefly. Clank, creak. A heavy gate, just wide enough for one person, emitted a harsh grinding sound as it slowly slid open to reveal a narrow gap. He stepped inside. What greeted him was no longer the dry hot wind, but a nauseating stench of decay. The sand before him was an eerie black-purple color. This was the natural color of sand. It looked more like a massive scar left behind after the earth had bled dry, solidifying into this grotesque hue. Wisps of black mist slithered along the ground like venomous snakes. The appearance was acceptable hopefully. The smell wouldn't be too bad. Lin Fan put on his breathing mask, thankful it wasn't one of those biochemical experiment-grade gas masks. The mask was transparent, with air filtration devices attached to both sides below. He crouched down and gently touched the black-purple ground with his hand. What his fingertips felt wasn't the roughness of sand but a slick, cold texture. Like touching a piece of rotting flesh. The sensation was truly disgusting, yet, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Like a top chef finally discovering the rare ingredient of their dreams. The nearly invisible strand of mycelium quietly extended from his fingertip, burrowing into the black-purple soil. An invisible network began spreading underground. Soon, feedback came. The land's spiritual energy was extremely impoverished, almost entirely polluted and corroded. In such an environment, a mycelium could hardly reproduce on its own, as expected, without startup capital. Even the best projects can't proceed. Lin Fan had anticipated this. Lazily, he unzipped his backpack and casually pulled out a vial emitting a faint blue glow. An S-grade spiritual energy potion. Pop, the bottle cap was flicked off with his thumb, producing a crisp sound. The next second, he tilted the bottle, pouring the precious blue liquid directly onto the sandy ground beneath his feet, as if watering a plant. The powerful and pure life energy instantly seeped in, becoming the ideal catalyst for the mycelium. The nearly depleted mycelium seemed to be injected with nuclear power, beginning to proliferate wildly, spreading at a virus-like speed. In less than a minute, a dense fungal mat about 1 meter in diameter quietly formed on the surface of the sand. Transform, pollution-devouring mycelium. Devour at full force, the fungal mat darkened in color, starting to decompose the pollutants in the surrounding soil. Evolution point Lingdian evolution point Lingdian Yi. The evolution point numbers on the talent panel slowly ticked upward. Meanwhile, Lin Fan clearly felt that as the pollution-devouring mycelium decomposed the pollutants, it was also being fiercely counterattacked by some dark energy, gradually dissolving. The rate of devouring was actually slower than the rate of corrosion. The typical case of expenditure exceeding income. MPH, this dish is quite tough to chew. Huh? The real trouble was yet to come. In the area beneath his feet that had just been purified and slightly lightened in color, even denser black mist surged up from the depths of the sand. The black mist seemed alive, quickly restaining the purified area back to a despairing black-purple hue. The pollution was alive. Not only was it highly toxic, but it also had the miraculous ability to self-recover. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, not disappointed at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift into a smile. Interesting, he can regenerate? Looks like there's a big guy hidden down there. This indicates the pollution source is of an extremely high level, though, with a core continuously releasing pollution. To him, this was nothing short of unprecedented top-tier fertilizer. 1 bottle isn't enough? No problem, I'll feed you to your heart's content. Without hesitation, he reached into his backpack. Like pulling potatoes out of a grocery bag, he grabbed 5 bottles of A-grade spiritual energy potions with a clinking sound. Pop, 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 5 crisp bottle opening sounds rang out in succession. Holding 2 bottles in one hand and 3 in the other, he poured all the top-tier potions onto the area covered by the fungal mat. The massive infusion of spiritual energy caused the fungal mat to expand further, barely managing to resist the pollution's counterattack. Lin Fan ordered some of the mycelium to transform into probes, abandoning devouring, and penetrate the most polluted area. He wanted to map out a complete underground pollution map. Just as he was fully focused, a piercing engine sound came from the distant skyline. Several silver custom hovercars were speeding toward him. The students on the hovercars wore crisp uniforms, with student council badges on their cuffs. The leading youth, Wei Tao, saw Lin Fan standing alone at the edge of Zhongyi Sun, and looked at him with disdain. He had the hovercar hover mid-air, looking down from above, and mocked in a contemptuous tone. This year's freshmen are so pathetic. Another fool trying to step into the restricted zone to rise to the top in one go? Several hovercars stopped not far from Lin Fan, kicking up a cloud of black-purple dust. Members of the student council walked unhurriedly behind Lin Fan. They spoke loudly without any care, their tone full of disdain. Look at him, look at him. Seems like he's digging in the dirt. Probably took on a task, got scared stiff by the pollution as soon as he entered, and now he's stuck, unable to move forward or retreat. I newbie, where does he get the courage to venture into Zhongyi? Every year. There's always someone like this. Wei Tao, with his arms crossed, coldly scrutinized Lin Fan's back. Clearing his throat, he put on a senior's demeanor and spoke in a lecturing tone. Junior, this is a high-level pollution zone. Not a place for freshmen like you. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head, still focused on sensing the information transmitted by the underground mycelium network, as if everything around him was just background noise. Being completely ignored by a freshman, Wei Tao's face instantly darkened. He stepped forward, his tone heavier. Junior, I'm talking to you. As a member of the student council, it's my duty to remind you to immediately abandon the task and leave this place. You just entered the school, staying here is playing with your life. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of condescension. Take your senior's advice, go back and do some simple beginner tasks. Although the star tokens are fewer, at least it's safe and matches your abilities. The contempt in his words was almost tangible. The student council members behind him couldn't help but laugh. Lin Fan finally reacted. He slowly stood up and turned around. There wasn't a trace of anger from being humiliated on his face. Instead, he smiled warmly and harmlessly. Senior, what you said makes a lot of sense. Lin Fan's smiling face made Wei Tao's prepared lecture get stuck in his throat. This kid gave up so quickly. As expected of a newbie, a little scare and he softens up. Wei Tao's sense of superiority grew stronger. Good that you understand, Now however, Lin Fan interrupted him with a cheerful smile. Tilting his head, his eyes as innocent as a clueless child. I remember the task description said that abandoning the task would result in a penalty of Wudingning star tokens. He paused, looking at Wei Tao with expectant eyes. This penalty, will you pay it, senior? The air instantly froze. Wei Tao's smug smile seemed to be paused, frozen on his face. The team members behind him shifted from mocking laughter to astonishment. What did he say? He wants me to pay the penalty. Wei Tao was stunned for 2 seconds, then laughed as if he'd heard the biggest joke. Ha! What did you say? He pointed at his own nose, his face full of incredulity. You want me to pay the penalty? The task is yours, why should I pay? So it's not you paying, senior. Lin Fan looked as if he had suddenly understood. Then I don't get it. He spread his hands, looking completely innocent. The task is mine, the penalty I'll bear. And the risk I'll shoulder. From start to finish, what does this have to do with you? Since it has nothing to do with you and you Ray willing to pay. Lin Fan's smile suddenly vanished, and he coldly added, then why are you standing here nagging like a fly? Don't you feel bored? Hurry up and leave, don't block my sunlight. As soon as the words left his mouth, the air froze instantly. The mockery on Wei Tao's face disappeared, replaced by a livid expression. This was blatant humiliation. He was a student council officer. A third-year elite, coming here to guide a freshman, only to be shooed away like a fly. You Ray insolent. Wei Tao burned with rage, and the aura of his condensed core stage burst forth, pressing down on Lin Fan. Do you, a newcomer who just entered the school, know who you Ray talking to? I am doing this for your own good. Don't you be ungrateful. However, this aura pressing on Lin Fan was like a drop of water falling into the ocean. He didn't even move the hem of his clothes. For my own good. Senior, you Ray just trying to see me make a fool of myself to satisfy your pathetic vanity. Wei Tao was struck right at his sore spot. Furious and completely tearing off his facade. Fine, very well, when you fail the task and lose those Wudingning star tokens. I'll see how you keep up that stubborn attitude. At his eyes, Wudingning star tokens was a significant amount for a freshman, enough to cause headaches for months. This was the harshest threat he could think of. But Lin Fan looked at him with pity in his eyes. Sigh, Lin Fan lightly sighed and shook his wrist. The screen of his smartwatch lit up, pointing at the enraged Wei Tao. The screen clearly displayed the task he had just accepted and a shocking number. Star token balance. Sure, Lingning Senior, do you think I look like someone who would care about such a small penalty? Wei Tao's fury felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, vanishing instantly. His eyes were fixed on that long string of zeros, and even his breathing stopped. 10,000. He was a third-year elite, working hard on tasks and competitions for 3 years, and the total amount he had saved was just over 6,000. Yet this freshman, a freshman with only F-level talent, had an account balance of 10,000 star tokens. The mocking expressions on the faces of his teammates behind him instantly turned into shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Could this be the top scorer res reward? Someone stammered, guessing, nonsense. Even the top scorer res reward wouldn't be this much. Wei Tao only felt his cheeks burning, as if someone had stomped on them with a shoe. His earlier earnest advice, his assumptions based on Wudingning star tokens being a lot, and his angry curses all seemed so ridiculous in the face of those 10,000 star tokens. That guy didn't care about the penalty at all. Lin Fan looked at Wei Tao's flushed face and slowly delivered another blow. I just have plenty of star tokens, so I spent Wudingning to come in and play around. Is that not allowed? Wei Tao's throat felt like it was stuffed with wet cotton. And he couldn't utter a single word. What could he say? Say not allowed, Ray. Leaving, Wei Tao practically squeezed out these 3 words through gritted teeth, his face so hot it felt like it was about to cook. He led his pale-faced teammates, turned around in embarrassment, and boarded the flying car to leave in a hurry. It was as if staying even a second longer would scorch their eyes with the glaring star token balance. Lin Fan sat back down cross-legged and shook his head. Sigh, young people these days are so hot-tempered, for such a small amount of money. Is it really necessary to be so serious? After saying this, he closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on the underground fungal network. Resuming the work that had just been interrupted. What he needed to do was not just purification, but complete analysis, followed by devouring. Although Wei Tao and his team were rendered speechless and forced to leave in embarrassment by Lin Fan's star command ability, they were still unconvinced. They didn't need go far, hiding behind a sand dune and secretly watching Lin Fan through binoculars. Captain, what is that guy trying to do? Just sitting there daydreaming. Who knows? Maybe he's stuck after we exposed him, just pretending to hold on. Wei Tao's face darkened as he stared intently at the figure in the binoculars, letting out a cold snort. I want to see what tricks a rookie like him can pull off here. The heat waves of the Black Wind Desert seemed to be absorbed significantly by this eerie land. Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his consciousness spreading through the dense underground fungal network. Reaching into the depths of decay. Underground, a silent battle had already begun. This was a battlefield built with money. Every second billions of fungal threads fought against alien pollution, constantly perishing. Then, yin, dung. Under the powerful psychic energy supported by S-grade potions, they reproduced again, replenishing, devouring. Being corroded, dying, and then regenerating, it was a cold and brutal tug of war. Consuming the enemy with countless lines. Lin Fan's face carried a hint of laziness, showing no reaction to the massive loss of his troops. The zipper of his backpack was open again. He casually took out 2 bottles of S-grade psychic potions, glowing with a ghostly blue hue. Pop, pop. The crisp sound of bottle caps being opened was particularly piercing in the silent desert. He tilted the bottle casually, letting the expensive liquid pour onto the ground like tap water. Drink more. Today stab is on young Master Lin. This was a pure war of attrition. On one side was the alien pollution with strange regeneration abilities. On the other side was the fungal colony, theoretically capable of infinite reproduction, constantly replenished by S-grade psychic potions. Behind the sand dune in the distance, Wei Tao and his team frowned as they watched through binoculars. "Captain, what is that guy doing, acting all mysterious?" a team member asked, puzzled. "He's just sitting there, occasionally pouring something on the ground." "What is that?" "Water." "Is he trying to water the desert?" another mocked. Wei Tao snorted coldly, putting down the binoculars. "Playing tricks. The pollution in Zone E is a headache even for mentors. I don't believe a rookie like him can pull off anything significant." Time ticked by, minute by minute. 2 hours passed. Lin Fan had already used up 7 bottles of S-grade psychic potions from his backpack. The 7th bottle, "My dad works hard to earn money." "You know," he muttered, though his face showed no sign of distress. "Just a little more. Just a tiny bit more." At that moment, the tide of the battle finally shifted. After countless cycles of devouring, dying, and reproducing enduring the brutal test of adaptation, the structure of the newly born fungal threads began to undergo subtle yet critical changes. Their resistance to alien pollution was rapidly improving. Lin Fan's spirit suddenly surged. He took out the 8th bottle of S-grade psychic potion, the last one, and without hesitation, drank it in one gulp. The surging psychic energy flooded into his body like a torrent, transforming into the final battle cry. The mycelial network suddenly contracted, completely enveloping, decomposing, and devouring the small cluster of alien contaminants that had been repeatedly ground down. At the exact moment this cluster of pollution was fully digested, his talent panel finally showed a new reaction. Decoding genetic information. Would you like to consume Wuxia evolution points to unlock a new trait for your fungal species? A sharp glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Confirm, unlock successful. Fungal species trait upgraded. Shadow Wolf Toxin resistance grade F gains partial resistance to toxin and corrosive damage caused by shadow wolves and their derivatives. Efficiency in purifying similar contaminants is also improved. Lin Fan could clearly feel that the tactile sensation of the mycelial network towards the surrounding black-purple pollution had completely changed. More importantly, the faint energy generated from devouring the pollution was now barely offsetting the corrosion damage to the mycelium. The balance of income and expenditure had finally reached a delicate equilibrium. From this moment on, he no longer needed to rely on psionic potions to fill this bottomless pit. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of his fungal species evolution boom, the sandy ground less than 3 meters away from him suddenly exploded. A black shadow, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, shot straight at the seated Lin Fan like an arrow leaving the bowstring. It was a mutant, a heavily polluted and severely eroded mutant's and viper. Its body had swollen several times its original size, its scales had fallen off, replaced by a thick, black-purple mucus-covered keratin layer, and its back was covered with menacing bone spurs. Angle and speed was flawless. This was the most lethal attack of a predator, on a distance and dune. Wei Tao and his team, who had been watching this area, had their pupils suddenly contract. Mutants and viper. "Watch out," a team member instinctively shouted, but before the sound could travel far, the mutant's fangs were already inches away. "It's over." This was the only thought that flashed through everyone's minds. A rookie who had just acquired an F-grade talent had absolutely no chance of surviving such a sneak attack from a mutant. However, at the center of the storm, Lin Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. "TSK, so noisy. The fungal mat that had been lying beneath him suddenly came to life. Crystalline fungal spikes. Seshe, dozens of jet black spikes erupted from the fungal man in an instant. From below, they pierced through the mutant's and viper's entire body from its jaw to its abdomen and then to its spine. Squelch, the hard keratin layer was as fragile as paper against these black spikes. Time seemed to slow down. The ferocious mutant's and viper's momentum was forcibly halted mid-air. Its eyes still held the feral glint of a predator, but its life force was instantly drained. After the fungal spike struck, they immediately retracted. Thud. The mutant's and viper's corpse fell heavily to the ground. Instant kill. From being ambushed to counter-killing, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Lin Fan hadn't even changed his sitting posture. He merely frowned in annoyance, looking at a drop of black-purple venom that had splattered onto the hem of his pants. Sigh, my pants are ruined again. You completely ruin my good mood. With that, he willed the fungal mat to surge forward, slowly enveloping the mutant's and viper's corpse, beginning the process of decomposition and devouring. Lingya our evolution points Lingdian send psionic energy on the distance and dune. There was a deathly silence. Wei Tao and his team were all frozen in place, their binoculars still raised, mouths agape, eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Their minds replayed the unbelievable scene from moments ago over and over again. Captain, what was that just now? Each member's voice trembled, as if they were standing in winter without clothes. Black thorns growing out of the ground, is that his ability? Another team member stammered, their worldview completely shattered. Wei Tao's Adam's apple moved with difficulty, feeling like his brain had turned to mush. His previous sense of superiority, contempt, and mockery now transformed into loud, resounding slaps on his face. Owning with pain. He finally understood why the other party dared to venture alone into Esen's zone. It wasn't because of wealth or recklessness. It was because this guy truly had the strength to treat this place like a playground. This is this year's F-level top scorer? What a joke, does this even count as F-level? Wei Tao shivered violently. Looking at the young figure still sitting cross-legged in the distance, his eyes were filled with deep fear and this newcomer is a monster disguised in F-level clothing. On the sand dune, Wei Tao felt his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Captain. The voice of the team member beside him trembled so much it was barely audible. Should we continue monitoring? Monitoring? What a joke. Wei Tao suddenly threw the binoculars to the ground. Leave, now, leave immediately, he was practically shouting. Today's events, no one is allowed to talk about them, not a single word, if anyone dares to spread this. Don't blame me, Wei Tao, for turning against them, he absolutely did not want today's events to leak out. A third-year elite, a student council officer scared out of his wits by a freshman who had just enrolled. If this got out in the academy, how could he ever show his face again? The group scrambled onto the flying car, fleeing in panic from the place that had completely shattered them. And Lin Fan didn't even bother to look back. He glanced down at his empty backpack, with the bottle of the last S-level potion still rolling at his feet. What a waste. Though he said this, there wasn't a trace of regret on his face. He casually picked up the empty bottle from the ground and tossed it into the recycling bag. He couldn't just litter and pollute the environment. Sitting on his single-person flying car, he set it to automatic return and leisurely headed back to his dormitory. From the next day onward, the students of Yaoguang Academy noticed something strange. Task type purchase and delivery task content: purchase 1 Polar Oasis brand mobile thermostat box and deliver it to the designated location in Black Wind Desert Sen Zone. Reward Yaodingning Star Coins task content: purchase 5 boxes of Couch Potato Happy Water, 5 boxes of I Love Chips limited edition, and 10 boxes of Tyrannosaurus brand self-heating jerky, and deliver them to the designated location in Black Wind Desert Sen Zone. Reward Wuxia Star Coins task content: purchase the latest Star Dream ergonomic recliner. Reward Seisha Star Coins. As soon as the tasks were posted, the entire task hall exploded. Blackwing Desert Sen Zone, the death zone where that freshman was instantly killed. Did I read that right? The poster is Lin Fan? Holy crap, the same F-level top scorer who slapped Senior Wei Tao with a sheer, Li-Ning Star Coin balance? This guy is insane. Others enter the death zone risking their lives, but he treats it like a vacation and even orders delivery. Mom, I won't have to eat nutrition paste anymore. Doubt, ridicule. ND, confusion, various emotions intertwined on the academy forum. But faced with real money, everyone acted quickly. The tasks were snatched up almost as soon as they were posted. In the crowd, Xiao Zhao's beautiful eyes sparkled brightly, filled with the gleam of money-making opportunities. She didn't compete with retail investors for orders but directly opened her contact list, finding a number she had labeled as Zhou Dingzhou Group Purchase Friendship, Her fingers swiftly tapped on the phone screen. Junior, I heard you working on a big project in Oni-san. Does your delivery business need a long-term, stable, professional, and beautiful supplier? Skip the platform and deliver directly to customers. I'll give you the best price. Plus a warm greeting from your senior. Lin Fan's reply was concise and clear. Sure, I'll give you exclusive agency rights. From now on, all logistics are yours. Got it, boss. Zhao Zhao's lips instantly stretched to her ears, as if she could already see countless star coins flying into her pocket. She had long known that this seemingly harmless top student junior was an inexhaustible gold mine. From then on, Zhao Zhao became Lin Fan's exclusive logistics supplier in Oni-sen. Another person also became a regular in Oni-sen, Cheon Duo. Every day, he drove his flying car, delivering signature dishes from various academy cafeterias to Lin Fan on time. After delivering the food, he didn't leave. Sits seriously next to Lin Fan's luxurious recliner, and say, Brother Fan, Fatty is here to guard you. If anyone dares to disturb your mission, they'll have to step over me first. After saying this, his gaze would always unconsciously sweep over Lin Fan's vacation gear, the Polar Oasis temperature-controlled box, the starred Ream flagship recliner, and the piles of high-end snacks and drinks stacked like mountains. These items, if bought outside, would cost at least 1 million zhou yuan. Cheon Duo said that although his family was somewhat wealthy, most of his money was spent on equipment, luxury cars, then potions. He had never imagined someone would spend so much money just to live comfortably in an E-level death zone. What kind of mindset was this, living more carefree than anyone else? Toward this extravagant godfather, he felt nothing but deep admiration. Wasteful? No. This was vision. This was courage. As Lin Fan spent more and more leisurely days in Oni-sen, he earned a resounding title at Yaoguan Academy, the most extravagant top student in history. Posts about him consistently dominated the top spot on the campus network's trending list. The bored life of a tycoon. What's it like to burn money in a death zone? Place your bets. I bet that top student will go bankrupt before the semester starts. Odds Ida Shifen. Lin Fan paid no attention to the gossip from the outside world. Time quietly passed in his relaxed life of spending money and idling, for more than half a month. One day, Lin Fan was lying on the recliner inside the temperature-controlled box, enjoying the air conditioning, sipping iced drinks, and directing the fungal mat to devour a mutated scorpion that had recklessly wandered in. The land beneath his feet had undergone astonishing changes. The originally foul-smelling black purples and had about 90% of its area restored to normal yellowish-brown soil. This purified land, covering an area equivalent to 3 standard football fields, stood out conspicuously in Oni-sen like a clean patch. Evolution points at Ingdianing-sen, psionic energy Lingdianing-se. The numbers on his wristwatch steadily recorded the minor gains from consuming pollution. Just as Lin Fan was about to start another game to pass the time, his spirit suddenly tightened. Deep underground, within a mycelium network stretching dozens of meters below the surface, an extraordinarily sharp and unusual sensation was detected. Directly beneath the most heavily polluted area, the mycelium seemed to have encountered an abnormally hard, icy wall. It was NT rock. Found it. Lin Fan immediately closed the game interface, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he focused all his attention on the underground mycelium network. All mycelium, halt the cleanup. The target is Loshichi meters directly below. Dig it out. With that command, billions of mycelium strands surged and converged wildly. The countless threads began digging downward, tightly wrapping around the mysterious object and pulling it upward. The ground began to shake violently. Fangji, and Cheon Duo jumped off his small stool in fright, struggling to stay upright as the ground trembled like a sieve. Lin Fan ignored him. His eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. One hand pressed firmly against the fungal mat on the surface. The size and weight of the underground object far exceeded his expectations. Before them, the sandy ground began collapsing like quicksand, forming a massive vortex. Amidst the tremors, a metallic tip coated in thick black-purple mucus slowly emerged from the vortex. Under the combined pulling force of billions of mycelium strands, a colossal object was gradually dragged from the depths of the earth. Sand cascaded like waterfalls. Finally, a 5-meter-tall damaged metallic device was fully unearthed. Boom! It crashed heavily onto the purified sandy ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The surface of the object was rusted and corroded, yet countless twisted and eerie runes were still visible, clearly marking it as an alien artifact. Wisps of black-purple energy continuously leaked from the damaged sections of the device. The previously cleansed sand, upon contact with this energy, was instantly tainted black-purple again. This was the culprit behind the pollution of this land. The source of contamination in Oni-san. Lin Fan gazed at the massive trophy before him, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Devouring this behemoth would surely yield a massive amount of evolution points. He was just about to issue the consume command when a thought suddenly struck him, causing him to pause. Devouring it outright seemed like a waste. Swallowing this thing directly was cost effective. Lin Fan stroked his chin, calculating in his mind. Using it as a buffet for the fungal colony would fill their bellies, yielding some evolution points and psionic energy. But that approach underestimated its true value. It would be like using a top-tier psionic ore to build a pigsty. While the pigsty would be sturdy, it would feel like a huge loss. The most important value of this object lay in its nature as an alien technology sample. For Yaoguang Academy, or even the entire Doxia, its research value far surpassed the energy it could provide. Exchanging it directly for start tokens or equivalent cultivation resources would be far more worth while than a few evolution points. Plus, he'd be contributing to the nation. Yes. That is the plan. Leave professional matters to the professionals. As an ordinary F-rank waste, playing the middleman and earning a profit was the proper path. Fanzhou. Duo had already circled the 5-meter tall metallic chunk several times, his face full of shock and excitement. This is the source of the pollution? While it is so huge. How much is this worth in star tokens? He reached out his chubby hand to touch it but hesitated, afraid of being corroded by the black-purple energy on its surface. The hand probed in midair. Like a cramping chicken claw, looking utterly ridiculous. The patterns on this thing were truly ugly, crooked and twisted, like ghostly scribbles. Lelian aesthetics were just a poor. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to deal with this clueless fatty. Alien aesthetics? Do you even have aesthetics? He opened his personal terminal and found a number in his contacts. Teacher Zhu Zhang compared to dealing with unfamiliar departments in the academy, he preferred collaborating with acquaintances. Click. He casually took a few photos. One was a stark contrast between the purified clean yellow sand and the surrounding black-purple polluted area. Another was a close-up of the massive pollution source device. Finally, he switched to selfie mode, made a peace sign, and took a close-up photo with the colossal object behind him. Done. He quickly edited a message and sent it along with the photos. Teacher Zhou, I conducted a small environmental remediation project in Oni-san and expectedly unearthed a big treasure. Is the academy interested in reclaiming it? Waiting online, it's quite urgent. Just after sending the message, Lin Fan was about to put away his phone when a low engine sound came from above. Several pitch-black flying cars, like vultures smelling blood, swiftly swept over the dunes. The sides of the cars were in blaze and with the striking words Yaoguang Student Council. They quickly spread out, forming a semicircular encirclement that tightly sealed off the purified area where Lin Fan and Cheong Duo were located. What's going on? Cheong Duo was startled, instinctively puffing out his chest. The academy sent people to pick us up? That was fast. The cabin doors opened. A dozen students wearing student council uniforms with arrogant expression stepped out. Leading them was a student in a neatly pressed uniform. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose, but his gaze was full of conceit. He scanned the area, his eyes finally locking onto Lin Fan and Cheong Duo. Yaoguang Student Council Resource Department, Gaotian Yang. He adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying an undeniable command. We received a report that new students illegally entered an E-level restricted zone and discovered significant resources. We are here to take over and evaluate. As he spoke, his gaze bypassed Lin Fan and landed on the massive pollution device. Even though he tried to hide it, the greed in his eyes was unmistakable. Wei Tao, that useless fool, finally did something remarkable, Dao Yanyan sneered inwardly. As for the purified clean sand, he had certainly noticed it. But he felt no alarm. In his view, the only explanation was that this F-level freshman had gotten lucky, happened to arrive when the pollution source's energy was depleted, causing the pollution to naturally dissipate. And stumbled upon a windfall. He issued an order to Lin Fan and Cheong Duo in a judgment-like tone. According to Article C of the Yaoguang Academy Strategic Resource Management Act, unclaimed strategic resources discovered during student missions belong to the Academy and are to be uniformly collected, registered, and evaluated by the Student Council Resource Department. Individuals have no right to dispose of them. Nonsense. On what grounds? Cheong Duo exploded on the spot, puffing out his round belly like an angry Wagao. Yanyang's gaze swept over Lin Fan's casual attire and the luxurious temperature-controlled cabin beside him, his disdain deepening. An F-level top scorer, not thinking about improving his strength, burning money and indulging in pleasure all day long. His voice was full of condescending reprimand. You got lucky, so you should obediently hand over the credit. You shouldn't be greedy, and try to take what's not yours. Dao Yan completely ignored the two of them. With a wave of his hand, he ordered his team behind him, activate the energy shielding table and take this device away. Several student council members took out metal cables flashing with blue arcs, preparing to forcibly bind the device. Lin Fan, who had been silent all along, suddenly laughed. Senior, are you done talking? Lin Fan raised his eyes, smiling as he looked at the other party. So, you're planning to steal my stuff? Dao Yanyang's movements paused, and a flash of offended anger appeared on his face. An F-level waste dared to talk to him like this? Just as he was about to lose his temper ring, the crisp sound of a communication ringtone suddenly broke the tense atmosphere. Lin Fan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID, which displayed for words Teacher Zhu's own. Under everyone's gaze, especially Gao Yanyan's furious glare, Lin Fan leisurely answered the call and even put it on speaker. Teacher Zhou. Lin Fan's tone was relaxed, but as soon as he spoke, the faces of the student council members changed instantly. It's me, Lin Fan. Nothing major, just dug up something big. Nothing major, just dug up something big. But he paused, glancing at Gao Yanyang, whose face was ashen. There's a bit of trouble now. A few stray dogs are trying to snatch it directly. On the other end of the line, Yu Zheng's voice immediately turned serious, carrying suppressed anger. Stray dogs? Lin Fan, where are you now? Yisen's own. I'm coming right away. All right, Teacher Zhu. Lin Fan hung up the call and swiftly stuffed the phone into his pocket. His movements clean and crisp. This series of actions almost made Gao Yanyang explode with rage. Stray dogs? He stared at Lin Fan. His eyes behind his glasses bloodshot, as if he wanted to devour him alive. An F-level, a waste who relied on money to get by. How dare he refer to him with such insulting words in front of his subordinates? Fine, very well, Gao Yanyang was burning with anger. But his lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze sharp as ice shards. You don't want face when it's given to you. Without further words, he waved his hand sharply and shouted in a piercing voice, what are you all standing around for? Get moving, take the device. Anyone who dares to block the way, suppress them on the spot. I'll take responsibility for any consequences. The last sentence was almost squeezed out through gritted teeth. He had already made up his mind no matter what was unearthed today, this freshman Lin Fan wouldn't have it easy. Several student council members received the order, their eyes fierce. The energy shielding tables crackling as they approached the massive metal device. Jion Duo turned pale with fright but still spread his arms wide, using his chubby body to block the threat firmly. You dare. My brother Fan is especially recruited by Teacher Zhu. However, just as the situation was about to erupt, thus the sound of an engine roaring came from afar. Everyone instinctively looked up. A high-speed academy teacher's flying car swooped down and landed steadily in front of the crowd. The emblem on the car, composed of stars and scrolls, gleamed under the blazing sun. Yao Guan Academy, Academic Affairs Office. Gao Yanyang's heart sank sharply. The car door slid open with a hiss. Xu Zheng's face, usually gentle, was now as dark as the bottom of a pot. Following closely behind was a middle-aged female professor wearing the same style of gold-rimmed glasses and a white researcher's uniform. Dao Yanyang, Zhu Zheng roared, his voice carrying the oppressive force of a second-domain powerhouse, deafening like thunder. Who gave you the authority to bring people here and block the entrance? Do you know this is an E-level restricted zone? Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Gao Yanyang staggered under the pressure. The arrogance on his face instantly dissipating by more than half. Yet he still forced himself to stand firm, pointing at the massive device, trying to argue. Teacher Zhou, my department received a report saying that significant strategic resources were discovered here. We are acting in accordance with the Academy Strategic Resource Management Act to recover and register them. He glared viciously at Lin Fan. This Lin Fan student not only refused to cooperate but openly defied and insulted the student council members. But no one paid him any attention. Had Enti looked at him once, from the moment she stepped out of the vehicle, her gaze was drawn to the land beneath her feet. In the distance lay a stretch of black-purple polluted sand, extending endlessly. Yet the area beneath their feet was clean, like fresh sand, with a distinct soil yellow hue. Lan Qin quickly walked to the boundary between the black-purple and soil yellow areas and crouched down. She extended her gloved fingers, pinched a handful of soil yellow sand, and brought it close to her eyes for careful observation. Then, she took a small handheld scanner from her pocket and scanned the sand beneath her feet. Beep on the instrument S screen, a string of complex data flashed rapidly before stopping at a line of green text. Pollution residue by Fenjadingdianing Sen toxic substances none detected soil activity. Preliminary recovery. Lan Qing froze in place as if struck by lightning. Her hand, adjusting her glasses, trembled uncontrollably. How is this possible? She looked at Zhu Zhang in disbelief, her voice shaking. Zhu Zhang, the necrotic pollution from the Shadow Wolf clan and Zhong Nis has been cleaned up, completely cleaned up. The ecological foundation of this land has been reshaped. How could this happen? The necrotic pollution from the Shadow Wolf clan was a major headache for the Academy's ecologists. It irreversibly eroded and transformed all life into a breeding ground for pollution. And here before Zhu Zhang could respond, Lan Qingxiu was drawn to the massive metal device. She stumbled forward, completely ignoring the layer of black-purple viscous liquid on its surface, and pressed her hands directly onto the strange, twisted runes. This is the Shadow Wolf Clan's pollution amplifier, and it's the core unit. My God. This thing should appear outside their home planet. How could it be on Blue Star? Whoever found this has made a monumental contribution. The research value of this device is immeasurable. Lan Qing's exclamation plunged the surroundings into dead silence. Gao Yangyang and his subordinates turned pale, standing there like soulless statues. Purification? Complete cleanup? Monumental contribution? These words hit them like a heavy hammer, leaving their heads spinning. Zhu Zhang was also stunned. Instinctively, he looked at the mastermind who had remained relaxed from start to finish. Lin Fan lazily raised his hand and pointed toward Lan Qing. Professor Lan, don't get too excited. This is just basic work. Nothing extraordinary. It took me over half a month to clean up this area, and I used up 8 bottles of top-tier psionic potions in the process. Lin Fan shifted his tone and raised his wristwatch. Of course, I didn't break any rules. Look. I accepted this legitimate task from the mission center. A beam of holographic projection shot out from the watch, clearly displayed before everyone. It was the Yi Sen's own governance task issued by the Academy. Upon seeing the task details, Gao Yanyan's face instantly turned ashen. This was practically a failed robbery that ran into the rightful owner with credentials. Zhu Zhang finally reacted. An unprecedented fury surging from his chest to his head. He abruptly turned around, his finger almost poking Gao Yanyang's ears. Gao Yanyang. You, from the Student Council Resource Department, you race stealing credit from a special recruit like me. This I sent recovery at Esa White robbery. Just wait for the disciplinary committee hearing. After scolding, Lin Fan spoke leisurely again. There's one more thing. He pointed to the stunned Qian Duo beside him. This student, Qian Duo. Although he didn't take on the task, he has been following me as a bodyguard these past few days, working tirelessly and even shielding me from several waves of mutated attackers. When those seniors tried to take the device, he stood in front the whole time. Look, his spirit is commendable. I sent it also worth. Lin Fan Shi sent it also worth. Lin Fan's right thumb and index finger rubbed together lightly. Qian Duo froze, his eyes immediately brimming with tears. Almost kneeling on the spot of his godfather. Brother Fan, Zhu Zhang instantly understood. He gave Lin Fan an approving glance. His face breaking into a kind smile as he patted Qian Duo's shoulder. Well done, student Qian, protecting classmates and acting bravely. This is the true character of Yao Guang students. Don't worry, I'll apply for a bravery award for you when I return. The reward will be covered by the Academy. The two foxes, one big and one small, exchanged silent glances, fully understanding each other. Gao Yanyang could no longer stand, his legs giving way as he collapsed onto the scorching sand with a thud, his face pale. Completely over. At this moment, Professor Lan Qingxiu flushed with excitement. She quickly walked up to Lin Fan. Her eyes shining as if she had discovered a rare treasure. Student. This device and this purified land are of great significance to our Academy. She made an immediate decision. Her tone firm. The Academy will advance you Lingming star coins as an initial reward for discovering and submitting this item. For subsequent contributions, we will establish a special team for separate calculations. You want to be short-changed. After speaking, Lan Qingxi's expression turned particularly serious. Moreover, I will immediately report to the Academy's higher-ups and list you as the primary contributor to the Black Wing Desert's own pollution governance project. Your name will be recorded in Yaoguang Academy's history. Professor Lan Qingxiu's words were powerful and precise, each one striking the hearts of Gao Yanyang and his arrogant subordinates. In the eyes of the two big shots, this Student Council Resource Department officer and his accomplices were no different from the sand beneath their feet. Soon, a professional logistics team arrived. They drove fully enclosed hover transport vehicles, equipped with advanced gear, carefully sealing and hoisting the massive pollution amplifier for transport. Before leaving, Zhu Xing made a point to walk over to Lin Fan and gave his shoulder a firm pat. Rest well before the semester starts. This achievement of yours, no one can take it away, and no one can tarnish it. Professor Lan Qing adjusted his glasses, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Fan, as if he were gazing at a priceless treasure. Student Lin Fan. The Academy's reward is just the beginning. The land you purified holds samples of immense value. Once the semester starts, you're welcome to audit my classes anytime. After everyone left, the entire purified sandy area fell silent. Only Lin Fan and Qian Duo, whose eyes sparkled like stars, remained. Thud, Qian Duo couldn't help but throw himself forward, tightly hugging Lin Fan's leg. Godfather, from today on, you are my one and only true godfather. I don't want that old dad anymore. His chubby face rubbed against Lin Fan's pant leg, tears and snot smearing everywhere. Lin Fan's forehead veins throbbed. He lifted his foot in disgust, trying to shake off the Oningning plus pound attachment. Get off, don't drool on my pants. Next, Lin Fan commanded the microbial colonies to thoroughly clean every remaining polluted corner of Zhou Nisan, leaving nothing untouched. The black-purple sun gradually shed its lifeless hue, returning to a healthy sandy yellow. The once barren wasteland now exuded a faint warmth of life under the noonday sun. 3 days later, Lin Fan opened his wristwatch, contacted the Academy's mission center, and applied for task verification. The verifier was a middle-aged teacher with slightly graying temples, who clearly doubted the completion of this nearly impossible task. But when the hovercar stopped above Zhou Nisan, his expression froze. There was no trace of the expected black-purple deathly aura. Expansive sandy area, shimmering golden under the sunlight. Is this really Zhou Nisan? The verifier stepped off the hovercar. Standing on the warm sand, his face full of shock, he took out a professional environmental scanner and began testing the soil beneath his feet. Beep. A line of green data appeared on the screen. Area pollution index by Fenjiding. This figure was even better than the soil environment around many heavy industrial cities in Duxia. Amid his astonishment, a critical question popped into his mind. Student Lin Fan. The court argued of the mission. What about the pollution source? Lin Fan pointed to a large drag mark on the ground not far away. Oh, that. Teacher Zhu Xing and Professor Lan Qing from the ecology department took it away, saying it was an important research sample. The verifier's heart skipped a beat, clearly aware of the capabilities of those two individuals. He immediately operated his wristwatch, confirming the mission status as completed. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan's wristwatch emitted a crisp notification sound. Light screen popped up. Mission settlements only send deep pollution source exploration and preliminary remediation completion rate by Fenji by mission reward. Shuningning star coins credited. As soon as the settlement message was released, the Yaoguang Academy's campus irritant exploded. A freshman completed the Zoni mission alone, achieved by Fenji by completion, and earned sheer Lingning star coins. Are the new students this amazing now? What use are us seniors anymore? Holy crap, isn't this the so-called wasteful F-rank top scorer? Old posts mocking Lin Fan for being a money-burning spendthrift were dug up by netizens, who began a frenzy of public ridicule. Construction god, a witch tycoon who watched with money. Yaoguang's new hope. Amid the external frenzy, the protagonist Lin Fan remained indifferent. At this moment, he sat on the sofa, in the first floor living room of his dormitory villa, counting the gains from this mission. Talent EX Fungus Master Level. Origin Domain Core Psionic Energy Artins by Ishu Wu Frenji Ichen Wu by Seishu Wu Evolution Points, Sensiochi Talent Skills Devour Evolution. Infinite Proliferation, Symbiotic Feedback Current Fungus Core Differentiated Fungus Core. The first thing that caught his eye was the newly unlocked trait Shadow Wolf Dox on Resistance Grade F. Although not very strong, it was still a small reward for this exploration. What truly satisfied him was the number of evolution points, Sensiochi. After clearing the entire Isen zone, he originally had only Soundwar evolution points, which skyrocketed more than tenfold. It was worth it, Lin Fan muttered to himself, having burned through 8 bottles of S-grade potions. It was NT wasted. Soundwar LT points were enough to upgrade an E-grade fungus species to degrade. He pulled up the fungus species list, his gaze sweeping over several options. For offense, there was crystallized fungus spike. For control, there was thunderstorm fungus carpet. But his main body was still very fragile. All the output relied on the fungus species, while he himself was just a soft target. Better to upgrade defense first, surviving is T to dealing damage. Finally, he chose armored mycelium for an upgrade. Armored Mycelium. Evolution points Awudingning Armored Mycelium Grade D. Scaled Mycelium Grade D. This is a protective layer composed of talus bacterial filament scales. When attacked, the scales rapidly stack and thicken, significantly enhancing defense. The scale structure effectively disperses impact force. Lin Fen nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the requirements for the next upgrade. Grade C required evolution points. Shi Dingning, the smile on his face froze instantly. 10,000, he was almost scared to death. After half a month of hard work, spending a lot of money, and accumulating over 3,000 points, the next upgrade still required 2/3 more? This would force him to grind like crazy. He silently closed the panel, feeling a bit stifled in his chest. He turned his disappointment into appetite and shouted upstairs in the villa. "Fatty, come down, let us eat. As promised, I made money this time, and I am treating you to a feast." Thud. Thud, thud, Qian Duo rushed down the stairs, his eyes sparkling. Fan bro, you Ray always my idol." The two walked shoulder to shoulder toward the most luxurious cafeteria in Yaoguang Academy. The first cafeteria was bustling with people, and the air was filled with the aroma of various delicacies. Qian Duo puffed out his chest, feeling like he had reached the pinnacle of life. He pointed at the menu, full of bravado. "And this give me 10 servings of each." Soon, a massive dining table was piled high with food. Qian Duo puffed out his cheeks and began devouring the food ravenously. He possessed the grade A talent gluttonous body, with extraordinary digestion ability and an astonishing appetite. Just as he was eating with oil dripping from his mouth, a piercing laugh came from a neighboring table. TSK, look at that fatty, he is like a starving beast. Has Yaoguang Academy become so poor that they can't even feed their students?" Qian Duo's movements abruptly stopped. The excitement and joy on his face instantly vanished, his face turning red as he instinctively lowered his head. Ling Fan raised his head. The students speaking wore unfamiliar school uniforms and had arrogant expressions. He pulled over a senior who was eating nearby and asked in a low voice, "Senior, which school are those people from?" The senior glanced over, a hint of disgust appearing on his face, and replied in a hushed tone, "Sky Academy. They rate the strongest group among the 7-star academies. Recently, they've been here for desert missions. Their eyes are practically on top of their heads, really annoying." As soon as the words were spoken, a student from Yaoguang Academy at another table couldn't help but stand up. "Watch your words, this is Yaoguang Academy's territory." Over at the Kinjiquan Academy table, a tall male student stood up and shoved the Yaoguang student, causing him to stagger and fall heavily back into his chair. He swept his gaze around with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. "A mere 7th-rate academy that only knows mining and farming dares to share a table with us?" The atmosphere in the cafeteria instantly dropped to freezing point. All the Yaoguang students' faces showed anger. Just as the tension reached its peak, there was a loud bang. Qian Duo suddenly stood up. His round body trembled slightly with anger, and the spiritual energy within him leaked uncontrollably. His eyes were red as he stammered, Fan Zhao. "They can insult me, but they absolutely cannot insult the meal you treated us to." Qian Duo's declaration of food protection made the entire cafeteria fall silent. Everyone's eyes focused on the trembling, angry chubby boy. A few seconds later, Feft, ha ha ha. The tall male student from Kinjiquan Academy, Lei Peng, burst into laughter as if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Laughing so hard that tears almost came out. "Wow, freak, Yaoguang Academy produces freaks like this. If a guy gets this mad just because someone said he eats mesli?" He pointed at Qian Duo, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding Yaoguang students whose faces had turned ashen, his laughter full of mockery. Yaoguang Academy is full of this kind of trash. The teammates behind him also burst into laughter, their eyes looking at the Yaoguang students as if they were clowns. "Enough. Watch your words." Several senior students from Yaoguang Academy finally couldn't hold back and slammed the table as they stood up. However, as soon as they straightened up, boom. A heavy spiritual energy pressure erupted from Lei Peng and his teammates. Condensed core realm, and several of them. This battle aura was like an invisible wall, heavily crashing into the chest of every Yaoguang student. The air in the cafeteria instantly became thick, and even breathing felt like burning pain. The faces of the Yaoguang students who had just stood up turned pale. Under this overwhelming pressure, their legs weakened, and they staggered back heavily into their chairs, which let out muffled sounds. Although they were also in the condensed core realm as life-oriented professionals, their aura was as weak as a candle that could extinguish at any moment compared to these experienced combat-oriented geniuses. A bunch of useless trash who only know mining and farming. Lei Peng spat out the words with contempt, his gaze sweeping over all the Yaoguang students, full of disdain. Relying on the reputation of your ancestors to barely hold onto the title of a 7-star academy. But in reality, you're nothing but garbage. Do you even deserve to eat in the same place as the geniuses of Kantakwon Academy? This was blatant humiliation. All the Yaoguang students in the cafeteria clenched their fists until they turned white, their nails digging deep into their palms, yet none of them could stand up under the oppressive aura. He slowly walked over, his leather boots making tap-tap sounds on the floor, finally stopping in front of Lin Fan's table. Sharp as a knife, fixed on Lin Fan's indifferent face. You're the Frank topscorer who cheated your way in this year. Right? Lin Fan raised his eyelids slightly, not even putting down his chopsticks as he casually picked up a piece of green vegetable and chewed it slowly. What's the matter? Lei Peng's lips curled into a cruel smile. I heard you burned money to complete a task that even senior students found troublesome. What's the matter? Did you also spend a lot of money on potions during the college entrance exams? Lin Fan finally swallowed the food in his mouth and wiped his lips with a napkin. Yeah, I did spend quite a bit, he admitted calmly. His expression as if he were talking about something trivial. S-grade psychic potions, drinking them is like drinking water. He paused, his gaze falling on Lei Peng with a hint of perfectly measured doubt. What, senior, you've never tried them? Lei Peng's smile froze instantly. S-grade psychic potions. Those are top-tier resources, practically impossible to buy. Only the strongest families or highly decorated experts could get them from the Federation. He himself, with just an A-grade combat talent, had only managed to get a single bottle of A-grade potion when he advanced by sheer luck. That casual remark from the other party was more insulting than any direct mockery. You've got a death wish, Lei Peng's turned dicey, brimming with killing intent. What, planning to crush me with money again today? Fanzhou, Jian Duo. Seeing Lin Fan being humiliated, broke into a sweat and rushed out to stand in front of Lin Fan, stammering as he shouted, "Don't bully my Fanzhou. If you've got guts, come at me." At that moment, well, I was wondering who was barking here. Turns out an S-lay byhead from Sky Academy. A crisp yet sharp female voice came from the edge of the crowd. Everyone turned to look and saw a stunning girl with a fiery figure, dressed in the senior uniform of Yaoguang Academy. She stood with her arms crossed, her face full of disdain as she looked over. It was Zhao Zhao. She had made a fortune helping Lin Fan with logistics, reselling various materials, and had long regarded Lin Fan as her biggest benefactor. Now, Puko, seeing someone causing trouble for her benefactor, she naturally couldn't stand by. She pushed through the crowd in a few steps, standing in front of Lei Peng, giving him a once-over. Lei Peng, it has been a few months, and your brain still hasn't grown. But your temper sure has. Acting like a big shot in someone else's cafeteria, what is the matter? Got beaten stupid outside and teamed to Yaoguang to feel important. Lei Peng frowned. Zhao Zhao? This is Sky Academy's business. What is a logistics woman like you butting in for? Zhao Zhao burst into laughter, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Logistics, so what? Without us logistics people, you so-called combat geniuses would die out there with no one to collect your bodies. And who do you think you are? You think you qualified to talk about handling things? I think you just an uncivilized stray dog, barking all over the place. Her string of sharp words left Lei Peng's face alternating between pale and flushed. When it came to fighting, he could take on Xiao Zhao. But when it came to verbal sparring, 10 of him couldn't match one Xiao Xiao. He realized he couldn't win the argument, so he redirected his anger back to Lin Fan, who had remained calm and composed the entire time. Lei Peng pointed at Lin Fan and roared. All you can do is hide behind a woman. This statement silenced all the students from Yaoguang in the cafeteria. They all turned to look at Lin Fan. In their eyes, there was worry, humiliation, and even a faint glimmer of hope they themselves hadn't noticed. Faced with such blatant humiliation, Lin Fan remained calm. He picked up a napkin and slowly wiped the last bit of grease from the corner of his mouth. Slowly wiped the last bit of grease from the corner of his mouth. He neatly folded the napkin and placed it on the table. He stood up slowly. The movement was so calm, it clashed starkly with the tense atmosphere around him. The moment he stood, some barely visible threads extended silently down his pant legs, as if alive. Like an invisible web, quietly covering the area around Lei Peng and his companions. Lin Fan faced Lei Peng's fiery gaze and took a few steps forward. When he was 3 meters away from Lei Peng, he extended 5 fingers. His tone was calm, without a trace of emotion. 5 seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds to apologize to my friend in Yaoguang Academy. Lei Peng was stunned at first, then burst into wild laughter as if he had heard the biggest joke. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. 5 seconds, you, an F rank, dare to order me. Today, I'll show you that trash like you doesn't even deserve to stand. Lin Fan ignored the threat, his calm eyes clearly reflecting Lei Peng's angry, twisted face. He began counting down calmly. 4, 3. Lei Peng sneered, his internal energy starting to boil. And the scorching battle aura surged forward. The team members from Sky Academy behind him also began flexing their wrists, ready to strike at any moment. The students from Yaoguang Academy in the cafeteria held their breath, their hearts in their throats. 1. Lei Peng's muscles tensed, ready to tear this reckless F rank into pieces in the next second. Lin Fan uttered the final word. Zero. As soon as the word fell, sheesh. Hundreds of sharp piercing sounds rang out simultaneously. From the cafeteria floor, the edges of tables, and even the cracks in the walls, hundreds of pitch-black spikes shot out without warning. These spikes, glimmering with a black crystalline sheen, moved at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, directly targeting Lei Peng and all his companions. Lei Peng was about to charge forward when his body suddenly froze. A pitch-black crystal spike was pressed firmly against his throat, the icy tips sending chills down his spine. He could feel that if he took one more step forward, his throat would be pierced. The fist he was about to swing was immobilized by 3 crystal spikes from different angles, rendering him completely unable to move. Each of his teammates was also restrained by the sudden black crystal spikes. Every spike was precisely positioned at their vital points: heart, carotid artery, temple. A deathly silence. The entire cafeteria fell into an unprecedented stillness. Qian Duo's mouth hung open, wide enough to fit a face. Zhao Xiao's usually sharp eyes were now blank with shock. The hundreds of teachers and students from Yaoguang Academy in the cafeteria were all dumbfounded, their minds blank. Impossible. Lei Peng couldn't believe this was something an F rank could do. He roared furiously, unleashing the power of his condensed core realm, shattering the 3 crystal spikes on his arm with a loud bang. However, as soon as the spike shattered, a dozen new ones emerged from the ground, tightly locking his arm again. His companions began to counterattack, unleashing flames, frost, and winged blades to attack the surrounding spikes. But the black crystal seemed endless. No matter how many they destroyed, more spikes immediately emerged from all directions, continuing to suppress them. Retreat now. Lei Peng panicked and had no choice but to lead his companions in a chaotic retreat, fleeing the cafeteria in disgrace. Lin Fan casually placed his hands in his pockets and leisurely followed behind them. Qian Duo, Zhao Xiao, and all the Yaoguang students, as if drawn by an invisible force, poured out of the cafeteria and stood at the entrance. They watched as the so-called geniuses of Sky Academy, who had been so arrogant, were forced to retreat step by step by the endless black crystal spikes, flustered and humiliated, as if they were being toyed with. Is this all you thought? And you dare to act wild at Yaoguang? Lin Fan spoke lazily, his tone full of mockery. I'm a freshman who knows the rules. If it were those battle-hardened seniors from our academy, you would have been beaten to a pulp by now. The Yaoguang students at the cafeteria entrance all rolled their eyes, silently cursing Lin Fan for knowing nothing about rules. Lei Peng was about to explode with anger. While clumsily fending off the invisible crystal spikes, he stubbornly shouted, "These lousy tricks can't hurt us at all. Kid, how long can you keep up this large-scale attack?" "Oh? Really?" Lin Fan seemed to have discovered something amusing. He casually pulled 3 shimmering, colorful potions from his pocket. S-class psionic recovery potions. Everyone present, especially Xiao Xiao, was utterly stunned. Their eyes nearly popping out, Lin Fan casually twisted open one of the potions and downed it like a drink. Then, he shook the remaining 2 in his hand and grinned at Lei Peng. "Is this enough? If not, I have a few hundred more in my dorm. We can play as long as you want." Lei Peng and his team's faces turned deathly pale in an instant. A few hundred S-class potions? Is this guy even human? It's like he emptied out an entire potion shop. "You're outrageous." One of the Yaoguang Academy team members finally broke down and cursed. Lin Fan's thoughts moved, but countless gray-white mycelium spouted from the ground, quickly surrounding the trembling Yaoguang Academy students like a tide. In the blink of an eye, a massive mycelium sphere, 5 or 6 meters in diameter, appeared in the open space at the cafeteria entrance. A sly smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. At his feet, the few brightly colored mushrooms quietly emerged from the ground. "Fatty." Lin Fan pointed to the mushrooms on the ground. "Watch closely. Stuff these mushrooms into the gaps of that mycelium sphere." Then he whispered, "Crush them inside, and make sure you don't inhale it yourself. This stuff is highly toxic." Although Qian Duo was confused, he followed Lin Fan's orders without question. He immediately picked a few mushrooms, ran to the black sphere, found a gap, and stuffed them in, crushing them with force. The mushrooms burst inside the sphere, releasing countless spore particles that quickly filled the enclosed space. Intense coughing and cursing erupted from within the sphere. About 2 minutes later, Lin Fan snapped his fingers, and the mycelium wrapping around the group instantly retracted, revealing the Kanjiquan Academy students inside. The Yaoguang students were shocked to see that while Lei Peng and his team were unharmed, their eyes were glazed. Their expressions bizarre, and silly grins hung on their faces as if they were under some kind of spell. Xiao Xiao curiously leaned over. "Junior, did you poison them?" "Of course not. We're a proper academy," Lin Fan said innocently. "I just added a little something, kind of like the wild mushrooms from Yolningji province. Eating them might make you see little people dancing." As soon as he finished speaking, "Stay away. Don't chase me," one of the Kanjiquan Academy team members suddenly clutched his head and rolled on the ground, as if he had seen something terrifying. Another began punching the air repeatedly, muttering, "Take this." Pegasus Meteor Fist. The most dramatic was Lei Peng. His eyes suddenly lit up, and a look of infatuation spread across his face, as if he had seen something incredibly exciting. Under everyone's astonished gaze, he began to dance a bizarre and abstract dance, full of inexplicable energy, as if inventing a brand new divine dance. Even more shocking, he tore at his shirt wildly while dancing. This is too much for the eyes. This posture is simply mesmerizing. The students of Yaoguang Academy were initially stunned, then erupted into thunderous laughter. Lin Fan raised the smartwatch on his wrist, smiling as he aimed it at Lei Peng, who was at the center stage. "Don't just laugh, take pictures and post them on your moments, on the campus network. This is prime viral material." Only then did everyone react, quickly pulling out their phones and smartwatches to capture Lei Peng and the others' passionate dance, with flashes going off one after another. Lin Fan immediately uploaded a video titled Kanjiquan Academy Passionate Dance. He's to Yaoguang Academy's campus network. He thoughtfully added a caption: "Friends from Kanjiquans from Kanja Kwami are so enthusiastic, they insisted on performing their talents for us. Could the leading teacher please come to the entrance of the first cafeteria to claim them? They're so engrossed in their dancing that we can't persuade them to stop." The post caused the campus network, already overwhelmed by the vital freshman soloing Zoni, to crash instantly. Lin Fan's feat of single-handedly subduing a group of combat-oriented students from another school in the cafeteria was like a bomb, creating a sensational impact within the academy. While the students of Yaoguang Academy were still celebrating and the students of Kanjiquan Academy were still dancing wildly, an overwhelming spiritual energy pressure far beyond the condensed core realm suddenly descended at the cafeteria entrance. An extremely furious voice roared like thunder in everyone's ears. "How bold! Who dares to humiliate my Kanjiquan Academy like this?" Everyone turned back in terror, only to see a middle-aged man in a Kanjiquan Academy instructor's uniform striding forward. His aura was terrifying, clearly a powerhouse from the second major domain, the Earth Domain. This aura was completely different from the condensed core realm of Lei Peng and the others earlier. If the condensed core realm's aura was like a wall crashing in, then this was a mount and descending, heavy and suffocating. All the students of Yaoguang Academy present felt as if a 1,000-pound burden had suddenly been placed on their shoulders, making it hard to breathe. The tall and imposing middle-aged man, dressed in the Kanjiquan Academy instructor's uniform, walked forward slowly. He glanced at the students who had embarrassed themselves with their dancing, showing no trace of pity in his eyes, only intense anger. Then, his gaze locked firmly onto the calm and composed Lin Fan. "Xiao Wuji, the Lion of Kanjiquan, Xiao Wuji." The Yaoguang students who recognized his identity exclaimed in shock. One of Kanjiquan Academy's ace instructors was a powerhouse of the Earth Domain. He was renowned for his domineering Lion Qing aura, capable of directly intimidating opponents' minds and even causing mental damage. Xiao Wuji approached step by step, forcing many Yaoguang student cells against their knees just to barely stand. Is this how Yaoguang Academy treats its guests? Xiao Wuji scanned the struggling Yaoguang students with contempt. "You don't even understand basic respect, yet you dare call yourselves 7 stars? Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your teachers." He was arrogant and unreasonable, completely ignoring the context of the situation and placing all the blame on Yaoguang Academy. "They provoked us first," senior sister Xiao Zhao, standing beside Lin Fan, shouted with difficulty under immense pressure. "How dare you!" Xiao Wuji roared, his aura suddenly pressing down on Xiao Zhao. Xiao Gao let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth as she staggered backward, only managing to stay upright with the support of her classmates. He walked up to Lin Fan, towering over him and looking down with an air of superiority. All the oppressive force surged like a tsunami, precisely targeting Lin Fan. The pressure on the surrounding Yaoguang students was alleviated, but seeing Lin Fan enveloped by the oppressive force made their hearts tighten. Qian Duo's chubby body trembled violently, his teeth grinding audibly as he desperately tried to rush forward. However, the overwhelming aura pinned him down, rendering him immobile. Immediately lift the effects on them and apologize on your knees. Xiao Wuji raised his hand, fingers spread wide. As scorching spiritual energy gathered in his palm, ready to seize these freshmen who dared to insult the Kanjiquan Academy. Yet, Lin Fan, shrouded in the oppressive force, showed no trace of fear on his face. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, he casually raised his left wrist, his fingertip lightly tapping the screen of his personal terminal. Everyone, please listen to me. Lin Fan glanced around at his classmates. He revealed a gentle smile. Focus the live broadcast cameras, brighten the lights a bit. Next. It's time for legal education. As soon as he finished speaking, a holographic light screen buzzed open in front of Lin Fan, at the center of the screen. The title was prominently displayed: Regulations for Intercollegiate Exchange Management of Tsada. Xiao Wuji's hand, which had been gathering spiritual energy, froze mid-air. For the first time, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. Lin Fan cleared his throat and, in a tone resembling a news anchor, loudly read, during intercollegiate exchanges, any disputes, whether physical or verbal, initiated by visiting personnel within the host academy's campus shall be fully investigated and handled by the host academy's disciplinary committee. Visiting mentors are prohibited from intervening in disputes through any form or for any reason using force. Violators will be reported by the host academy to the Ministry of Education. Recorded as a major teaching incident, directly affecting the academy's resource allocation and rating for the following year. As the regulations were read aloud, the square fell silent, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lin Fan closed the light screen and looked up at Xiao Wuji, whose face was beginning to turn ashen. His smile remained bright, but his gaze was as pure and curious as a child's. Teacher Zhao, you are a powerhouse of the second domain and also a teacher. Having lived for so many years, he paused for a moment and asked softly in a sincere tone, you should be able to read, right? Do you need me to read it for you again? The scene fell into a deathly silence. Several seconds later, someone couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Immediately, the students of Yaoguang Academy erupted in cheers. That's amazing, ha ha ha, legal education time, I absolutely love this freshman. Straight to the point. This year's top scorer is simply a monster. They looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of admiration. Xiao Wuji's face instantly turned red. His overwhelming Li En Qin aura wavered due to his mental turmoil. Just as he was about to forcefully tear off his facade, a similarly powerful yet gentle aura, like a spring breeze, quietly enveloped the entire scene. This aura gently swept over every Yaoguang student, dispelling all their discomfort. Everyone turned around to see a middle-aged man with a refined appearance, who had somehow already appeared behind them. It was none other than Qin Xian, the director of Yaoguang Academy's teaching department. Seeing him, Xiao Wuji found an outlet for his anger. Qin Xian, you came just in time, look at your good student. Only knows how to use such despicable tricks. Is this your way of treating guests? Qin Xian glanced at the chaotic group of Konjac Rapidot, and revealed a gentle smile. Mr. Xiao, ID already reviewed the cause and process of the incident through the surveillance footage. Your students initiated the provocation and then insulted our academy's teachers and students with their words. Qin Xian's smile gradually faded, and his voice turned cold. And you, as the leading mentor, without distinguishing right from wrong, pressured our students and even attempted to use force. Xiao Wuji, are you trying to reason with me now? Xiao Wuji was rendered speechless, his face flushed as he hurriedly defended himself. But you can't use such despicable methods. Qin Xian shook his head, a hint of mockery on his face. Despicable. I think Lin Fan from our academy handled it quite appropriately. He caused no actual harm, just made them dance a bit, livening up the atmosphere and adding color to the friendly exchange between our two academies. What, Mr. Xiao? Do you think their dancing was ugly? Xiao Wuji was so furious he almost spat blood. He glared at Qin Xian. Finally realizing that the other party had no intention of getting him any way out, Qin Xian wasted no more words and made a pleased gesture. Mr. Xiao, everyone is clear about what happened. Now, please follow me to the disciplinary office to explain in detail your actions of using force against students on campus. Several academy security personnel, who had been standing by, immediately stepped forward and stood on either side of Xiao Wuji. Before leaving, Xiao Wuji glared at Lin Fan as if he wanted to tear him apart. Lin Fan, however, shrugged with a helpless expression. Watching his defeated figure retreat, the silence on the scene was broken. We won, whoa, we won. This feels amazing, Director Qian is incredible, an upperclassman exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Ha ha ha, look, they're still awkwardly dancing over there. Who's going to tip them? Tip them for what? Hurry up and record it, it might be over soon. Countless students frantically filmed Lei Peng and the others, who were still awkwardly dancing, with flashes going off everywhere. Qian Duo with his big belly, shouted loudly, did you all see that? This is my brother Fan, Xiao Xiao was calculating in her heart. This shining golden thigh, I must hold on to it tightly in the future. Qin Shen walked up to Lin Fan, gently patted his shoulder, lowered his voice, and smiled. Well done. You don't bully the weak. Nor do you fear authority. You know how to use the rules to protect yourself while upholding the dignity of the academy. He looked at Lin Fan seriously and said, Lin Fan, Yao Guang needs students like you. Director Qin Shan's figure disappeared at the end of the crowd, then the warm, spring-like aura faded away with him. Lin Fan paid no attention to Xiao Wuji's hateful glare as he was escorted away. He was long accustomed to such petty squabbles. The next second victory, Fan Ji. You're amazing. The long-suppressed cheers erupted, shaking the glass with a buzzing sound and igniting the passion of all Yao Guang students. The faces of the senior students closest to him turned red with excitement, too overwhelmed to speak, as they grabbed Lin Fan's arms on either side. Hey, what are you doing? A gentleman uses words, not fists. Before Lin Fan could react, a strong force hurled him into the air. The feeling of weightlessness hit him instantly. You can throw me, but you must catch me. My body is precious if I get hurt, you can't afford to compensate. Wow. Here we go again. Lin Fan flailed his arms and legs mid-air, feeling like a ragdoll being tossed around repeatedly, his hair now a mess. On the ground, Qian Duo, with his round belly, shouted at the top of his lungs. Everyone, take a good look, this is my Fan Juan. His proud demeanor made it seem as if he single-handedly defeated Kinchakuan Academy. The crowd descended into complete revelry. At that moment, the figure nimbly squeezed past several burly men, like a slippery eel, and reached the center of the storm. Xiao Xiao's eyes shone like searchlights as she stared intently at Lin Fan, who had just been put down, her voice trembling with excitement. Junior, we're going to make a fortune, we're going to strike it rich. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm and, spitting with enthusiasm, began planning a big business deal. I recorded an exclusive HD video of Lei Peng and the others dancing. Your angle doesn't work, we'll package the video and sell it to Kinchakuan Academy's rivals. No, let's upload it online and charge for it. 50 per person. No, 100 Zhou Yuan. This wave will earn us at least. Lin Fan looked at her sparkling eyes, as if she could already see mountains of gold and silver, and smiled helplessly. You never disappoint, Senior Xiao. No more Zhou Denzhou group deals. He raised his hand, interrupting her money-making plan. Senior, in front of hundreds of students' fervent gazes, Lin Fan slowly took out a vial of potion. S-grade psionic potion. The cheers instantly vanished, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Senior, you stood up for me earlier and even got injured by that old guy. Lin Fan casually handed the potion to Xiao Xiao. Take this, consider it medical expenses and emotional compensation. The entire crowd fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the small vial, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and deep regret. Several senior students who had stood by idly earlier were now filled with remorse, wishing they could go back a few minutes and slap themselves hard. Why was I so cowardly just now? Why didn't I shout out loud despite the pressure? Even if I coughed up blood or burked, it would have been worth it for an S-grade potion. This loss is huge. Xiao Xiao was stunned. Her brain short-circuited for half a second before she realized what Lin Fan had handed her. As medical expenses, that reason makes sense. Senior, I am indeed quite injured. I need to recover properly. She swiftly grabbed the potion as it snatching it away. Then, like a little hamster guarding its food, she clutched it tightly with both hands, warily scanning her surroundings, afraid someone might take it. After confirming it was safe, she looked up and revealed a fawning, syrupy sweet smile. Her voice was so sweet it could crack a walnut. Boss, if you ever need anything, just let me know. I'll go through fire and water without a frown. This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of all the students. Their gazes toward Lin Fan shifted from admiration to outright worship of a tycoon. Too much of a tycoon. An absurdly extravagant tycoon. A few newly enrolled freshmen couldn't contain their excitement and immediately shouted, "Brother Fan, we ready to charge into battle for you too, move aside." "Brother Fan, do you need more helpers? I'll do anything." Meanwhile, some students who loved a good laugh quickly edited a video of Lei Peng and his group awkwardly dancing. Paired with an incredibly catchy background track, they uploaded it to Dachia Skynet with an eye-catching title: "Elite students of the Firmament Academy perform a blessing dance, heartwarming atmosphere on site." As soon as the video was posted, with highlights like 7-star academy and hypnotic dance moves, it quickly went viral online. Feeling sorry for the guy for 1 second. Laughing for the remaining 59 seconds, ha ha ha, this needs to be investigated, it doesn't even look staged. Doge faced the guy in the center position. His energy is off the charts. In just half an hour, the video surpassed 1 billion views and shot straight to the top of Skynet's trending list. Lei Peng and his teammates, who were still watching cartoons, were completely unaware that they had become an overnight sensation across Dachia, turning into the laughingstock of the nation and the biggest joke of the year. The upper management of Firmament Academy was so furious they held an emergency meeting overnight. They quickly issued a statement claiming this was an impromptu cultural performance organized by students during a friendly exchange between the two academies, aimed at fostering friendship. As soon as the statement was released, the comment section was flooded with memes of Lei Peng and his team rolling their eyes, tugging at their clothes, and drooling, completely drowning out the official explanation. The academy's reputation suffered a severe blow. Of course, that's a story for later. At this moment, the entrance of Yaoguang Academy's first cafeteria was still immersed in the euphoria of victory. Lin Fan's name swept across the Yaoguang campus network like a hurricane. He was surrounded by a crowd of enthusiastic senior students, leaving him barely able to breathe. Suddenly, beep 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 beep, the communication request on his personal terminal rang urgently. Lin Fan struggled to raise his wrist, and a light screen popped up. On the screen, a name quietly flashed: Ms. Su Yurong. Seeing this name, Lin Fan's composed and calm demeanor instantly crumbled. He was doomed. Only one thought filled his mind. It had been almost a month, and he had been so busy studying that he completely forgot to call his mom. Not a single call. This was bad. Even worse, she had probably seen him on the trending news and was calling specifically to question him. This was big trouble. What punishment awaited him? Would he be buried on an alien planet, or tied to the bow of a private starship and paraded around the colonies? As these possibilities flashed through his mind, cold sweat broke out on Lin Fan's forehead, and his face visibly paled. Next to him, Tian Duo, with his sharp eyes, also saw the caller ID. With a sympathetic expression, his plump body trembled slightly. He heavily patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said in a tone of "Take care, brother Fan, take care." In the cafeteria, Lin Fan clasped his hands together in farewell to the surrounding senior students. "Brothers and sisters, urgent matter. Gotta run," amid the chorus of "Take care, brother Fan, and come back often, brother Fan, brother Fan." He slipped away faster than anyone else. He fled the crowd of revelers and headed straight for a small grove near the cafeteria where few people were around. Leaning against a crooked tree, he finally stopped. The relaxed smile on his face had long vanished, replaced by a heavy expression as if heading to an execution. This was the pressure of blood ties. It was here. His mother's concern, though delayed, had finally arrived. With trembling hands, he pressed the answer button, his action as solemn as signing a contract of servitude. On the screen, Ms. Su Yurong was dressed in neat home attire. Though she wore no makeup, her face, in her early 40s, was still stunning, as if time had turned into a beauty device for her. However, as soon as she spoke, the sharp sarcasm in her tone almost made Lin Fan kneel in surrender. "Isn't this the gray hero of Yaoguang Academy, the top trending figure on Yinhuang today, Lin Fan? What's the matter? Did you find yourself a godmother at the academy and forget about your old mom? Oh no, your real mom?" Lin Fan was startled, his survival instinct sticking in instantly, almost making him kneel. He immediately switched modes, his face plastered with a flattering smile that was flawless from every angle. "My dear, beautiful, brilliant, unparalleled Chuan Su Yurong. Even if I forgot my dad, I would never forget you. You are the North Star in the sky, the lighthouse in the sea, the lighthouse in the sea. My only hope when I am lost." "Enough, Su Yurong snorted coldly, cutting off his flowery words. "Stop spouting nonsense here. Do you think this is a graduate exam?" She clearly was NT buying it, or perhaps she had heard it too many times before. "For the past month, I'd been waiting by the communicator every day, hoping my precious son would remember his lonely and helpless old mom and give me a call to let me know he is safe. But I didn't even get a peep. Some people's wings have hardened, their hearts have gone wild, and they no longer care about their mom. She lowered her head, her shoulders trembling slightly, faint sobs escaping. Cold sweat instantly poured down Lin Fan's forehead. It was here, the classic drama every son must witness, the heartbroken loving mother. Lin Fan quickly put on a smile that was even harder to look at than crying, that was even harder to look at than quiet. Mom, let me explain, it's just that the semester just started, and there's so much going on at the academy. I'd been so busy I couldn't even lift my feet semester start. Su Yurong suddenly raised her head, her eyes devoid of any cheerful expression, filled instead with a look of, do you think I am stupid? Semester start? Do you think I hadn't been to school? I could tell you Yaoguan Academy's semester schedule with my eyes closed. Busy for a whole month? What kind of joke is that? Lin Fan was instantly speechless. It was over. He had forgotten that his mom was also a graduate of Yaoguan Academy. His report had completely backfired. Seeing that he couldn't fool her, he could only confess honestly, I took on an academy task and spent over half a month in the Blackwing Desert. There's no signal there. As soon as she heard Blackwing Desert, Su Yurong's tone immediately softened, tinged with concern. The desert? That place has strong winds and sandstorms, and the UV rays are intense. Did my precious son get tanned? Did you lose weight? Lin Fan felt a surge of joy, sensing he was about to get away with it. Not tanned, not thinner. Just missed you a bit. Missed me, or missed your senior sister Zhao Zhao. Su Yurong's tone suddenly shifted, so fast it almost made Lin Fan spring his back. She slowly pronounced the two words Zhao Zhao, each word sounding like an interrogation. Lin Fan froze completely. The cold sweat ran from the soles of his feet to his forehead. This intelligence network is way too fast. From the time the incident happened until now, it has been less than an hour, right? She even knows who I gave the S-grade potion to? Is the intelligence department of Wanxing Group entirely dedicated to monitoring their own son? Mom, you've misunderstood. That is purely revolutionary friendship. Lin Fan was so anxious he almost jumped up. Senior Zhao Zhao got injured helping me, and I was just expressing gratitude. Repaying her, absolutely nothing else. Ph. Clearly not taking his explanation seriously. She changed the subject, steering back to the trending topic on Yan Wang. But honestly, my son is really impressive now, becoming an internet celebrity. So generous to giving away an S-grade psychic potion just like that. People who don't know might think you Ray, the chairman of Wanxing Group. The sarcastic tone, though delayed, made Lin Fan brace himself for the next round of verbal attacks, but unexpectedly, Su Yurong's voice suddenly became calm. Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. That mentor Xiao Wuji. And that Sky Academy, I've already handled them. Huh? Lin Fan was stunned. Handled? How did you handle it? Can you even call the Ministry of Education? Su Yurong seemed to see through his thoughts and said casually. Oh, nothing much. Wanxing Group just decided to suspend a cooperation project with Sky Academy's subsidiary, Yanchuang Technology. The project TSNT bid, just worth a few billion Zhao Yuan. Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. But he didn't say a word. He had thought his mom might protect him by pulling some strings to make things difficult for the other party or using public opinion to pressure Sky Academy. But he hadn't expected it to be this direct. This isn't just protecting him. This is a decisive move, a complete crush. Sure enough, the methods of capitalists are just this straightforward and brutal. This suffocating motherly love left him momentarily at a loss. At school, don't be afraid of trouble. Su Yurong's voice finally softened, carrying an undeniable sense of authority. If you don't have enough money, speak up. Just ask. If anyone dares to touch a single hair on you, Wanxing Group will make them disappear from the commercial map of Zhao. Lin Fan hung up the phone and stood alone in the small grove for a long time. His heart was weighed down by the overwhelming motherly love. This was his mama woman who took spoiling her son to the extreme. Just as he was feeling deeply moved, his watch suddenly emitted a crisp notification sound. Lin Fan clicked to check. On the screen was a line of bold red text: notice to all freshmen. Freshman military training will officially begin in 3 days on the colony planet Rift Valley Star and will last for 1 month. All freshmen, please prepare accordingly. Lin Fan. Military training? Lin Fan stared at the notice, feeling completely unwell. Military training? What the heck? It's the interstellar era, and there's still military training, in his mind? Absurd scenes began to unfold, wearing 100-ton mechas and marching in alien gravitational field, using psychic guns to carve patterns on targets, with those who fail having to clean alien beast toilets, or practicing close combat in an asteroid belt, dodging meteor streams while folding blankets, and folding them into tofu blocks made from alien creature fur. No way, yo, right? He quickly opened the campus network to check the official explanation. But the page was completely overwhelmed. Filled with screens and complaints. It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over. Military training. The location is still the colonial planet, Rift Valley Star, that desolate mining planet. Woo woo wow. I'm just a fragile healer, Mom, I want to go home. Can any seniors come out and say something? What is the deal with this military training? Do we really have to fold our blankets? The freshmen were wailing and crying, the atmosphere utterly miserable. In contrast, the upperclassmen were all laughing, their schadenfreude practically spilling out of the screen. The seniors had all activated their annual mockery mode. Welcome to Yao Guang Academy's classic program, Freshman Transformation. I am dying of laughter. This year's excuse is actually called military training. The retro vibe is just too amusing. So funny, during my year it was called Interstellar Cultural Exchange and we ended up being chased by a group of monkeys for 3 days and nights, that is nothing. During our year it was field collection of ecological samples. To this day, I'm still scared of mushrooms. Some enterprising seniors, with a sharp business sense, had already started selling military training guides on the forum, ranging from the basic survival skills for Wu-Star Okins to the Platinum Del Lai P map guide for Yaolingning Star Okins. The gullible Cheong Duo immediately spent a fortune on the most expensive platinum version. But when he opened it, all he saw was a single lonely line in the document. Don T. Count Omis Guide, little bro. The location and tasks change every year. This is as much as we can help. Good luck, go for it. Fatty was so angry he almost smashed his watch. Lin Fan and he returned to the mountaintop villa. Cheong Duo collapsed onto the soft sofa, sinking into it entirely. With only his round belly still sticking out, he weakly scrolled through the forum, muttering, it's over, it's over. It's over, Fan Jia. With this body of mine, I am afraid I'll be left behind on that desolate Rift Valley Star. I haven't even started training, and I might already be eliminated due to acclimatization issues. Lin Fen glanced at him and casually joked, isn't that perfect? An automatic weight loss package, all natural, something even the wealthiest people can buy. You'll be a fit and handsome guy. Cheong Duo jumped up from the sofa in indignation. What do you know? This body of mine is a symbol of strength. A mark of wealth, my sense of security. Without it, am I still me? You are, Lin Fan calmly concluded, just that your pro would become I light seeing Fatty, looking as if the sky had fallen. Lin Fan decided not to tease him further. He opened his contact list and dialed Xiao Xiao's number. For professional matters, you naturally have to ask a professional. The call connected quickly, and Xiao Xiao's beautiful face appeared on the screen. She seemed to be organizing equipment, with various parts piled up in the background. Boss, what is up with calling your senior? Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up the moment she saw Lin Fan. Cut the jokes. Senior, Lin Fan got straight to the point. What is the deal with the freshman military training? Xiao Xiao paused her work, her expression turning serious. Military training, she thought for a moment. They call it military training. But it's actually Yao Guang Academy's traditional first lesson of the semester. Essentially, it's about taking you inexperienced rookies to a harsh colonial planet for high-intensity combat training. The purpose is simple. First, to get you quickly accustomed to alien environment. Second, to weed out the delicate flowers, who could handle the psychological pressure. Although the mortality rate is high, the elimination rate every year is pretty terrifying. Lin Fen understood. This was a rigorous selection process. Is there anything special I should pay attention to? He continued to ask. Hearing this question, Xiao Xiao suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, her expression complex, as if she were carefully considering her words. Junior, this question is crucial for an ordinary player like me, she said slowly. For me, I need to save supplies, plan routes wisely, avoid dangerous areas, find safe water sources, and be cautious of other team schemes. Every detail determines whether I can make it to the end. At this point, she changed her tone. But for a wealthy player like you, my only advice is, she paused and said word by word, bring enough potions, then go all out, don't be afraid, just go for it. Take a potion and fight it directly? No path, take a potion and make one? Supplies running low? Take a potion and rub others. As long as you have enough top-tier potions, Rift Star is your backyard. Lin Fen, this approach is crystal clear. Hanging up the phone, Lin Fen deeply agreed. It made sense. He walked toward the corner of the villa where a massive temperature-controlled cabinet stood. Opening the cabinet door, rows of top-tier psionic potions, neatly arranged, gleamed under the soft light with the name Zhou Yuan. Seeing this, Qian Duo couldn't help but sigh. Fan Jia, I used to think my dad was pretty rich, but now I realize I've always been poor. He said sincerely. I get it now. Money power is the most incredible talent in the world. Lin Fan laughed, don't you have it too? Qian Duo looked aggrieved, mine is at best the youth edition, and it depends on my dad's mood, yours is the Money Power Pro Max Ultra Plus Collector's Edition. How can it be the same? Lin Fan ignored Qian Duo's complaints. He knew very well that an ordinary backpack couldn't hold so many treasures, let alone withstand the harsh environment of Rift Star, where regular storage equipment was unreliable. So, he directly opened the Yaoguang Academy Star Order Mall and precisely located the Alien Exploration Storage category among the dazzling array of products. He performed a simple and straightforward operation filter by price, from high to low. The top item was a product called the Expeditioner Type V, a multifunctional tactical backpack. Price Yaojojo Star Orders. Without even looking at the feature description, Lin Fan directly entered R in the quantity field and clicked purchase. Your account has been deducted Sentojoba Star Orders. In less than 10 minutes, a logistics drone bearing the Academy's emblem landed at the villa's entrance. Two futuristic-looking metal backpacks were gently placed down by its mechanical arm. The backpack's body was made of dark gray memory alloy, yet it felt exceptionally lightweight to the touch. It came with a built-in mini temperature control function, ensuring the contents were unaffected by extreme environmental temperatures. Lin Fan casually tossed one of the backpacks to Qian Duo, who was still slumped on the sofa. This one's for you. The chubby guy jolted upright, hobbling to catch it, hugging the luxurious top-tier backpack. He was completely stunned. The next second, Qian Duo was so moved he almost burst into tears, nearly kneeling on the spot to worship Lin Fan. Fan Zhao, why dear brother. This backpack is so cool, I'm willing to carry everything for you, Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. The tool man is finally online. Without further delay, he opened his own backpack and began loading ammunition. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 10 bottles, 10 bottles. He unhesitatingly stuffed nearly 1/3 of the potions from the temperature-controlled cabinet into the backpack. Lin Fan shouldered his backpack and stretched his body. The weight was just right, walking wouldn't he be affected. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing at the sunset-stained sky, Rift Valley Star, military training? He had no interest at all. The only thing he cared about was what kind of peculiar ecosystem that unfamiliar planet might hide. What alien creatures and mineral resources he had never seen before could become new nutrients for his microbial quality's evolution. His quality was due for a new taste. Yaoguang Academy as Central Plaza. Over 3,000 freshmen gathered here. The air was filled with tension and curiosity. When Lin Fan and Qian Duo appeared, a commotion immediately erupted among the crowd. All eyes instinctively fell on them. To be precise, on the backpacks they carried. At this moment, Qian Duo, the chubby guy, puffed out his chest. His posture suggested he was carrying a backpack, but the pride of the entire Yaoguang Academy. Holy crap, is that the Voyager Type 7? The one sold for Yaojojo Star Orders in the Star Order Mall? Wow, a single backpack costs as much as my annual living expenses, so this is the gear of the wealthy? We haven't even set off. And their equipment is already leagues ahead of everyone else. Leagues ahead, you won't catch up to that level even after graduation. Envy, jealousy, and eyes like nets enveloped them. At this moment, an elderly man with a head full of white hair stepped onto the high platform. He was dressed simply and had an ordinary build, but when he swept his gaze across the crowd, all the noise instantly ceased. He was the principal of Yaoguang Academy. Welcome, freshmen of Yaoguang. The principal's voice was loud, yet it carried a special penetrating quality, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Let us skip the pleasantries. Your first lesson and WA battle for the honor of the Academy, fighting to the end. On the way to the floating bus, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. On both sides of the road stood senior students who had come to see them off. Just days ago, they were joking and selling fake strategies on the forum, but now their expressions were solemn. No more teasing or mocking. Good luck. Make sure you come back alive. If you can't win, run, don't force it, there's no shame in that. Finally, a tall senior shouted loudly at Lin Fan in the crowd. Lin Fan, I saw what happened in the cafeteria. You're the pillar of Yaoguang this year, go and take down those geniuses from the other academies. Don't let Yaoguang lose face. This shout instantly ignited the oppressive atmosphere. That's right, take them down, Lin Fan, go for it. Cheers erupted one after another. The nickname Cafeteria War God had already spread across the campus network, making Lin Fan a hero in the hearts of many Yaoguang students. Lin Fan paused in his steps, helplessly touching his nose. It seemed he couldn't escape the nickname Cafeteria War God. He muttered to himself but also felt the heavy weight of expectation. The floating bus quietly ascended, carrying the complex emotions of 3,000 freshmen, heading south. Eventually, a magnificent complex of buildings appeared amidst the snow of the Kunlun Mountains. The Great Wall Stargate Array. Giant silver ring stargates, each hundreds of meters tall, stood silently like the heavenly gates of ancient legends. Energy halos visibly flowed around the gate frames, emitting powerful waves that made hearts race. Yaoguang Academy's assembly point was located on the massive teleportation platform beneath the Zhengchen No. Chi Stargate. From afar, Lin Fan could already see the teams from the other 6 academies. Each academy's lineup was distinct, and the air was thick with tension. Haha, look at the Yaoguang people coming, all looking like they're here for a picnic, sneered a burly student wearing the uniform of Tianxiao Academy. Before his words settled, a student from Tiantia Academy, wearing tactical goggles, retorted. At least Yaoguang understands logistics, unlike some academies whose brains are all muscle on the battlefield, than just tuning fodder. The Tianshu studentess face darkened. Who are you calling cannon fodder? You weakling who only hides behind equipment. Quiet, a girl wearing the Qianwen Academy badge coldly interrupted. Arguing like this, what does it look like? The bunch of rabble, no matter how strong an individual is, they're just brutes. Her arrogance immediately drew a sneer from a gloomy boy from Kaiyang Academy. Teamwork, that's only for the weak. True hunters always work alone. 7 academies, 7 styles, 7 types of arrogance. Each one looked down on the other 6. Qian Duo listened on the side, his face flushed red, and whispered to Lin Fan, Brother Fan, Brother Fan. These guys are way too arrogant. Fatty here is just watching the show. Lin Fan calmly swept his gaze over the groups, as if watching a market choral. Soon, it was Yaoguang Academy's turn. The freshmen, filled with excitement and nervousness, stepped onto the cold metal platform beneath the Stargate. A low humming sound echoed. The space ahead twisted violently, and a deep blue light screen instantly filled the entire circular Stargate, its surface rippling like water waves. Lin Fan felt his vision blur. A powerful force pressed in from all directions. Space was tearing. Bones protested. Consciousness stretched and compressed in an instant. The next second, the sensation of solid ground returned. Wow! Beside him, Qian Duo had just steadied himself when he suddenly bent over and vomited out his breakfast completely. He was the only one. The platform was filled with the sound of retching, as a large number of freshmen turned pale and vomited uncontrollably. Especially the students from the life and support departments, whose physical fitness was far inferior to those in the combat department. Unable to withstand the intensity of the teleportation. Lin Fan also felt a wave of dizziness, but his body, strengthened by microbial enhancements, allowed him to recover almost instantly. He looked up, through the reinforced glass of the fortress dome. He saw the outside world. A grayish-yellow sky, with heavy clouds pressing down suffocating lie. They were inside a massive fortress made entirely of metal, where every inch of air was filled with cold and danger. This was Rift Valley Star. A military officer clad in heavy exoskeleton armor, walked up to the freshman, his steps so heavy they made the ground tremble, his faceplate lifted, revealing a cold, scarred face weathered by wind and sand. Welcome to Rift Valley Star, rookies. His voice was harsh, like the grating of metal against metal, devoid of any pleasantries. The atmosphere on this planet contains only sun. Bifinger oxygen, gravity is EDR times that of Earth, and it is filled with corrosive dust. We move your mass for more than 3 minutes, and your lungs will start to suffer damage. 7 academies, 7 battlefront tests. You have only one mission. Within a week, you must reach the central main base, Watcher. Remember, there will be no supplies, no support along the way. It is just you and your teammates. The officer pointed to a red button on a nearby device. This is the distress beacon. Press it, and we'll come to rescue you. But your military training score will immediately drop to 0, and that 0 will be a mark of shame throughout your entire university life. His icy gaze swept across the pale faces of the freshmen. I'll say it again. This is a real battlefield, not a place for you to play games. If you're afraid of dying, you can quit now. The officer smirked coldly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. The fortress happens to need a batch of janitors for the toilets. The officer's words echoed through the massive fortress. All the freshmen' chatter and discussions fell silent in an instant. Janitors for the toilets. Shame record. Proud hearts. The officer W in this life and death and certain environment, following the strongest is undoubtedly the best choice for survival. Lin Fan. Classmate, boss, count me in. I have a B-level talent. Eagle eye, and can handle long-range reconnaissance. Brother Fan, take me along. I'm support type and can give you buffs. Over a dozen people immediately surrounded him, their faces filled with anticipation and urgency. Lin Fan frowned slightly. He hated dealing with such situations the most. He turned his head and gave Cheon Duo, who was beside him, a look. The chubby guy immediately understood. Puffing out his chest, he used his plump body to block Lin Fan, adopting the posture of a grand steward. Don't push, don't push, don't push, don't push, don't push, don't, Duo shouted at the top of his lungs. Look. Brother Fan already has me, Fat Lord, the strongest tank. A sweet-looking girl squeezed to the front, looking pitifully at Cheon Duo. Cheon, the more people, the more people. The more strength. I can handle logistics. Cheon Duo glanced at her, then secretly peeked at Lin Fan. Seeing his decide-for-yourself expression. The chubby guy gritted his teeth and forced out a pained yet resolute expression. No, not even beauties. Brother Fan said that for this military training, he's only taking me. We appreciate your kindness, but disperse. Cheon Duo's firm attitude crushed everyone's hopes. The rejected students looked disappointed but dared not persist, retreating to find other teammates. Cheon Duo immediately put on a smile and sidled up to Lin Fan. Brother Fan, how was my bodyguarding skill? Lin Fan ignored him and headed straight to the equipment distribution area. The two received their basic gear: a fully enclosed D-level survival combat suit, a fully sealed helmet, and a basic survival pack. Cheon Duo struggled to put on the combat suit, his body suddenly sinking as the EDRX gravity made him stagger and nearly fall. This thing is heavier than I thought. He stood there panting heavily, the sound of his labored breathing echoing inside the helmet. Lin Fan had already effortlessly suited up, flexing his limbs before glancing at the chubby guy. Fatty, this is just EDRG, this is just EDRG, and you're already panting like this? It's a good chance to train your endurance so you won't get bullied so easily in the future. Cheon Duo's face turned red upon hearing this. He stopped panting and quickly straightened his back. Lin Fan and Cheon Duo were the first team to complete their registration. The scar-faced officer glanced at them and raised his hand to point at a nearby independent metal door. First squad, enter airlock chamber number 7. It turned out that in front of the Grand Fortress's main gate, there was a row of independent departure channels, forming a dual-layered security system. The two entered the airlock chamber, and the heavy metal door behind them slowly closed with a dull thud, completely cutting them off from the gaze of everyone in the hall. Inside the narrow airlock chamber, only the two of them remained. Thus a piercing alarm sounded. The massive alloy door in front of them, towering 30 meters high and connecting to the outside world, began to slowly rise. As soon as the door opened a crack, a fierce wind rushed in, carrying countless tiny sand particles that whipped against their combat suits and helmets like a frenzied whip, making a loud snap sound. When the door fully opened, an orange-red sand wall stretching to the sky appeared before them. The deafening roar was so loud it felt like it would tear their eardrums apart. Cheon Duo's legs went weak, and he clung tightly to the wall beside him just to stay upright. He stared at the apocalyptic scene before him, his voice trembling uncontrollably in the teen channel. Fan bro, are we really charging in now? There's a super sandstorm out there, isn't this just suicide? Lin Fan took a high-strength fiber rope from his survival pack, tied one end around his waist, and handed the other end to Cheon Duo. His voice sounded calm in the channel. You can go back now and wait with the others for the weather to improve. This sentence left Cheon Duo speechless. Go back. He instinctively glanced at the tightly shut inner airlock door behind him. Behind that door was safety, comfort, and waiting out the storm like everyone else. He instantly understood Lin Fan's meaning. If he couldn't even face this challenge, what right did he have to follow Lin Fan? The look in the chubby man's eyes changed instantly. The determination he usually masked with exaggeration and bravado erupted completely. Without hesitation, he tied the rope tightly around himself with a firm knot. This was his choice. Lin Fan felt the rope tighten and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He said no more. Instead, he walked into the terrifying storm, strong enough to tear through steel. Heading outside the fortress, Cheon Duo gritted his teeth and followed. Under the cold gaze of the fortress's surveillance cameras, two small figures, one in front of the other, charged resolutely and fearlessly into the orange-red chaos that blotted out the sky. Their figures were instantly swallowed by the storm. The moment they stepped out of the fortress, The entire world was dyed orange red. The horizon was nowhere to be seen. The violent sandstorm, like a solid tidal wave mixed with countless stones, pelted them mercilessly. Visibility was less than half a meter. Damn, this wind is stronger than my mom's slaps. Duo's shout turned into static noise in the calms. Lin Fan glanced at him. The chubby man now looked like an inflatable doll about to be blown away, relying entirely on the rope around his waist to stay grounded. Stop talking and stay close to me, Lin Fan's voice cut through the storm, calm and chilling. If you fall here, no one's coming to help you. Got it, Fan bro, Duo shouted against the wind. Fatty here has a solid base. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tripped over a protrusion buried in the sand. His plump body instantly lost balance and he fell flat on his face. Cough cough, damn it, he cursed while slapping his helmet. This place even ambushes you. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to respond, silently tightening the rope between them. They trudged forward against the storm for less than 50 meters. Every step Duo took felt like struggling through a swamp. Even his naturally robust spiritual energy was beginning to falter in this energy-draining environment. The spiritual energy coating his combat suit was being worn down as if by countless grinding wheels, sparking faint glimmers that dimmed visibly with each passing moment. Lin Fan frowned deeply. Looking ahead, all he could see was the endless orange red chaos. This sandstorm showed no signs of stopping anytime soon. Though Duo's spiritual energy reserves were substantial, at this rate, forget reaching their destination lasting another half hour would be a challenge. They couldn't keep pushing forward like this. Fatty, stop pushing yourself. Sit down right where you are, Lin Fan ordered decisively. Use your ability to increase your weight and anchor yourself to the ground. Oh, got it. Duo's head was spinning from the wind, but he trusted Lin Fan completely. Without hesitation, he plopped down on the ground. He channeled the little remaining spiritual energy within him, and a heavy, mountain-like aura instantly erupted from his body. His density and weight immediately increased several times over. Boom was spot where the chubby man sat caused the hard rocky ground to crack into a shallow pit. He was like a deeply rooted boulder, immovable no matter how fiercely the wind howled. He became a steadfast anchor in the storm. Lin Fan followed the rope to Duo's side and placed a hand on his shoulder. In the next second, countless fine mycelium strands began to grow wildly from his palm. Like a living tide, they instantly covered most of the chubby man's body, and rapidly spread and swelled across the surrounding ground. Duo, gritting his teeth to endure the massive energy drain from his ability, suddenly felt an unbearable itch all over his body. Struggling to lower his head, he nearly popped his eyes out of his helmet. Countless gray-white mycelium strands were undergoing a rapid mutation. They intertwined and wove together frantically, transforming into dense scales with a metallic sheen. Scale-armored mycelium, the scales layered upon each other, supporting one another, and grew against the terrifying wind pressure. In less than a minute, a gray, 5-meter diameter steel-armored sphere fortress rose from the ground, firmly enclosing the two of them inside. Outside, an orange-red dust storm capable of shredding steel raged. Countless sand and gravel, like endlessly working files, furiously ground against the surface of the mycelium sphere, producing a harsh sound. Inside, it was a safe zone isolated from the world. The storm's roar was completely muffled, leaving only the dull sound of friction outside, making the interior eerily quiet. Duo, dumbfounded, reached out to touch the inner wall. It felt both tough and oddly elastic. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a long time, and finally said, Fan bro, is it for building houses? Basic skills, don't be too impressed, Lin Fan replied casually. Pulling out 2S-grade spiritual energy potions from his survival pack. He yanked open the visor of the chubby man's helmet and roughly shoved one of the potions into his mouth. Hold it in your mouth, don't drink it all at once. Conserve your strength, and don't get blown away by the wind. Huntown PH. Duo, treated so roughly, was on the verge of tears, mumbling protests through the potion in his mouth. Lin Fan ignored him, unscrewed the cap of the other potion, and poured it directly onto the mycelium at his feet. Like parched seedlings encountering rain, absorbed the pure energy voraciously. The thickness and strength of the entire mycelium fortress increased again, and the scales on the surface became even denser and sturdier. The crisis was temporarily averted. Sucking on the exorbitantly expensive lollipop, Duo felt the apocalyptic storm raging outside. He turned to look at Lin Fan, who had created a safe haven for him, and his mood suddenly sank. He muttered softly, Fan bro. Am I just a burden to you? Smack, Lin Fan slapped the back of the chubby man's head and scolded him irritably. What nonsense are you thinking? You're the foundation of our mobile fortress right now. Without your weight holding it down, the house I built would get blown away by the wind. You're important, you know. Hearing this, Cheon Duo crows. And his eyes instantly welled up with tears. Fan bro. Just as he was about to say something heartfelt and maybe even flatter Lin Fan a little, the latter slowly added, besides, do you think just anyone can be as amazing as me? Building a house on the spot in this kind of environment? Just focus on being the foundation classmate. Cheon Duo nearly spat out the potion in his mouth. Bro, I'm the only one here, is it really necessary to show off like that? The surge of emotion I just felt was shattered by those words. However, after Lin Fan's series of verbal beatdowns, the frustration in his heart truly dissipated. While Lin Fan eased the chubby guy with his words, the fungal threads on the surface of the fungal sphere were constantly monitoring the situation outside. Just now, he sensed several intense psychic fluctuations sweeping across like searchlights from high above, pausing on the fungal sphere for a few seconds before quickly moving away. Enemies? Unlikely. They no longer paid attention. Fan, what do you think happened to the other classmates? Cheon Duo changed the topic. With such a massive sandstorm, they won't be in trouble, right? Relax. They won't die, Lin Fan replied bluntly. The school sent us here for military training, not to raise goo insects. At most, they'll eat some sand. If it really came down to life and death, do you think the officers and accompanying teachers are here for a vacation? Those psychic stands that swept over the fungal sphere just now were probably from them. After all, the students of 7-Star Academy are the top of their generation in Doxia. If half of them were to die during military training, how would the school continue to operate? Sitting on the ground, Cheon Duo let out a sigh of relief. But Lin Fan's heart suddenly sank. Something was wrong. The information transmitted by the fungal colony carried an unprecedented sense of obstruction. The fungal thread network, which should have been resilient and thriving, was now sending out continuous faint wails. The psychic energy consumption required to maintain the fungal sphere fortress was skyrocketing at an abnormal rate. Through the fungal threads, Lin Fan saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. The outermost fungal threads, apart from the parts worn down by sand particles, were beginning to wither. They seemed to be drained of all vitality in an instant, collapsing from their most minute structures, turning into gray-white powder, and finally dissipating completely in the raging wind. No enemies. No energy erosion. Not even a trace of an attack. His fungal threads were dying on their own. This was the first time since Lin Fan's Talon Awakened that he had encountered such a bizarre situation. His fungal colony, the invincible biological army, his greatest survival trump card, was showing signs of widespread suffocation on this planet. It was as if the planet itself was rejecting them, even trying to annihilate them. Lin Fan immersed his consciousness into the fungal thread network. There was no sound, but a strong sense of grievance surged into his mind through the psychic link. He heard countless cries. Like millions of starving children simultaneously shouting, "Dad, I feel so awful, I'm dying. Help!" Lin Fan felt as if billions of ducks were quacking in his ears, his brows furrowing tightly. What are you crying about? Can't you see your dad is already annoyed? He ignored the wails of his offspring and focused on delving deeper into the information flow. Eventually, he saw the most basic cellular structures of the fungal threads, which were collapsing in large numbers. He immediately understood. This wasn't the planet's will targeting him, nor was it some world enemy. It was simply a case of incompatibility, a full-scale ecological rejection reaction. Lin Fan abruptly opened his eyes and immediately pulled up the interface on his wristwatch. The light screen projected onto the inner wall of the fungal sphere clearly displayed the basic data of Rift Valley Planet TRC Sense. EDRG. For individual fungal threads, the extruding RG of gravity was like an invisible hand constantly pulling at their fragile cells. In a short time, it's fine, but over time, it's fine, but over time, the structure will fatigue and collapse. Atmospheric composition: nitrogen wu, inert gases RCE. Oxygen content dr, containing trace amounts of corrosive dust. With too little oxygen, the microbial community cannot breathe properly, as it's suffocating underwater. Meanwhile, the corrosive dust acts like countless nano-sized blades, mercilessly slicing the surface of the mycelium, akin to performing cosmetic surgery. This is a systemic survival crisis. From physical to chemical, this planet is launching an all-out assault on his microbial community. Crack, crack, crack. Several fine cracks suddenly appeared on the inner wall of the fungal fortress, and the rustling friction sound outside became particularly piercing. Qian Duo, chewing on the psychic potion in his mouth, immediately felt the entire structure weakening. He quickly put down the potion bottle and nervously asked, Fan Jiao, is this house going to collapse? It doesn't feel as stable as before. Lin Fan, already frustrated, shot him a glare. It's not collapsing, it's my mycelium taking a beating. As he spoke, he opened the bulging survival backpack. Unzipping it revealed rows of neatly arranged desk-grade psychic potions. Qian Duo's mouth twitched at the familiar sight. Fan Zhou, you're at it again. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Drinking this stuff like water is one thing, but now you're using it to mix mud. Despite his complaints, the chubby mat honestly moved aside to give Lin Fan space to operate. Lin Fan ignored him entirely, cheeking out a potion from the backpack, inscribing the cap, and fluidly pouring it directly onto the core fungal mat connecting the fungal fortress to the ground. If you want the horse to run, you have to feed it good grass, he muttered under his breath. My horse is unaccustomed to the local conditions, unable to stomach the inferior fodder here. I can only use he was like the most patient farwa, watering this seemingly doomed land of hope with countless amounts of money, waiting for the moment it would break through the soil and truly adapt to this environment. Meanwhile, at the Watcher base, the atmosphere in the massive command hall was tense. Hundreds of holographic screens floated in the air, displaying real-time terrain and environmental data from different regions, along with light dots representing each Ning team. Team Qi from Tianquan Academy encountered an ambush by Rift Stalkers, requested assistance and failed the training. Report. Team Shiyi from Cayenne Academy experienced an oxygen leak in their life support equipment and withdrew from the training. Report. The cold reports came one after another, showing how one prodigy after another was being defeated by this planet. In a corner of the hall, Xu Wenbo, the leading teacher from Yaoguang Academy, stared anxiously at the wand screen. On the screen, the light dots representing all the teams from Yaoguang Academy were covered by a vast area of orange-red storm data. The signals flickered intermittently, as if they could disappear at any moment. Teacher Zhou, your luck is really bad this time, came a sarcastic voice from the side. Ma Kun, the leading teacher from Tianquan Academy, walked over with his arms crossed, glancing at the screen with a face full of schadenfreude. Running into the grinder white after stepping out. This is one of the strongest sandstorms during Rift Star's wind season. Forget the freshening, even we would be trapped if unprepared. He shook his head and clicked his tongue. Looks like Yaoguang is out of luck again this year. Even the heavens aren't on your side. Zhu Wenbo clenched his fists and responded coldly, the training isn't over yet, Teacher Ma. Don't celebrate too early. Celebrate? Ma Kun pointed at the nearly extinguished light dot on the screen. These life signals are flickering. Their energy reactions are almost depleted. They're probably huddled in some corner waiting to die. I bet they'll call for help within 5 minutes. Just as he finished speaking, the monitoring officer suddenly let out a surprised "ha!" and leaned closer to the screen, his eyes filled with shock. On the screen, the 2 life signals farthest from the fortress suddenly began to fluctuate violently, as if injected with adrenaline. What? What is this? Ma Kun's smile froze instantly. They actually found a way. Impossible? Xu Wenbo whispered beside him. Teacher Ma, I told you not to celebrate too early. His gaze was fixed on the 2 life signals on the screen. Yaoguang Yi, Lin Fan's watering work continued. The STH, Shu TH, and Ush TH doses. The S-grade energy potions packed in his backpack by his mother were now being used to water this land in the simplest way possible. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qian Duo wouldn't have believed it. This wasn't watering, it was practically a performance art piece. Rich and doing whatever I want. The chubby boy sat cross-legged in the corner, transitioning from initial hate to shock, and now to numbness. He even had time to calculate in his head. An S-grade potion costs anywhere from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of Zhuoyuan. The ones Lin Fan just used. Qian Duo counted on his fingers. Oh my god, this money could buy a fully furnished 3-bedroom apartment in his hometown. At this moment, Qian Duo deeply doubted his identity as a second-generation rich kid. Compared to Brother Fan, he was at best a middle-class office worker. Brother Fan, this isn't raising fungi, you're raising ancestors. The chubby boy couldn't help but complain. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. You don't understand. This is called investment risk. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. When the Ushasa Art vial of S-grade psionic potion was completely poured onto the fungal mat, the violent cycle of growth and death began to stabilize. The collapse of the mycelium also slowed down. The surviving mycelium, as if having undergone brutal natural selection, turned into a new gray-brown color, closely resembling the terrain of Rift Star. Finally, new information appeared on Lin Fan's talent panel. Analyzing. Generating adaptive evolution plan. Immediately after, a brand new prompt popped up. Detected evolutionary direction for mycelium. Would you like to consume Yaoning evolution points to unlock a Ning trait branch environmental adaptation E-grade? Confirm. Lin Fan was ecstatic and did not hesitate. The investment was absolutely worth it. Unlock successful. Acquired Ning trait environmental adaptation, E-grade. The basic cellular structure of the fungal colony underwent changes, greatly enhancing its resistance and adaptability to high gravity, low oxygen, and corrosive dust environments, while slightly reducing energy consumption in such conditions. Ma Kun from Tianquan Academy was staring at the screen, his eyes nearly popping out. On the screen, after intense fluctuations, the 2 life signals of the Yaoguang Yi team had stabilized like old dogs, their glow even brighter than before. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ma Kun couldn't help but shout, pointing at the screen, his face flushed red. They must be cheating. Using advanced equipment beyond the limits allowed in military training. I need to investigate immediately. His outburst drew the attention of many teachers around him. The technical officer in charge of monitoring frowned, pulled up the energy fluctuation records of the Yaoguang Yi team, and gave him a cold glance. Report: no signals of unauthorized equipment activation were detected for this team. The only finding was their continuous high-frequency use of S-grade psionic potions within half an hour. All actions comply with military training regulations. The officer's voice was low but carried clearly across the room. The entire hall fell into dead silence. Using S-grade potions to sustain life? And in continuous high-frequency usage? What kind of miraculous family is this? Are they here for military training or to flaunt their wealth? Ma Kun was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. His face burned as if he had been slapped multiple times with wads of cash. In stark contrast, Xu Wenbo, the leading teacher of Yaoguang Academy, wore a calm expression that seemed to say, "This is just basic stuff, don't overthink it." Of course, he was calm. As the leading teacher of Yaoguang Academy, he was already well aware of the capabilities of these top-tier freshmen. When he first watched Lin Fan's high school trial video at the admissions office, his initial reaction was the same as Ma Kun's skepticism. It wasn't until he saw Lin Fan drinking A-grade and S-grade potions like water, forcibly catalyzing tiny mycelium into a vast fungal sea, that Xu Wenbo understood. What F-grade talent? This was a money talent. Judging from Lin Fan's performance in the college entrance exams, the one thing he clearly didn't lack was money. Xu Wenbo patted Ma Kun on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Mr. Ma, I've told you before, students from Yaoguang Academy never rely on luck. Just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Broadening your horizons benefits everyone." With that, he ignored the now petrified Ma Kun, turned back to his own screen, and left behind a profound and unfathomable figure. Ma Kun held back for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence through gritted teeth. "We'll see." Then he returned dejectedly to the monitoring zone of his own academy. Inside the fungal sphere. The moment the trait was unlocked, Lin Fan immediately felt the information transmitted by the entire fungal colony. The previous painful groans instantly transformed into a sensation akin to stretching one's muscles, a refreshing feeling, like someone on the verge of suffocation, finally taking their first breath of fresh air. The psychic energy consumption required to maintain the entire fortress plummeted by over 90%. He could even clearly see the fungal threads penetrating the ground, actively decomposing trace minerals in the rocks, converting them into nutrients for themselves. They had learning to find food on their own. Qian Duo also felt the change. The entire fungal sphere fortress became unprecedentedly solid. The storm pounding against it sounded dull, as if striking a block of granite. The oppressive feeling of imminent collapse vanished completely. He looked at the calm and composed Lin Fan beside him, his chubby face full of admiration. "Brother Fan, I finally understand." The chubby man slapped his thigh, genuinely moved. "In this world, there's no problem that can't be solved with money. If there is, it must be because you don't have enough money. You don't know anything." Lin Fan put away the remaining 2/3 of the potion in his backpack, glanced at him, and said, "This is called scientific breeding, precise investment." With the crisis resolved, the two completely relaxed. Qian Duo contentedly continued munching on his potion, replenishing his energy while dutifully serving as the foundation. Lin Fan closed his eyes and began to rest. The fungal threads adapting to the new environment crazily burrowed deeper underground and spread. On one hand, to make the fortress more stable, on the other hand, to explore this unfamiliar land. The fungal threads, like invisible tentacles, silently passed through the rock layers. Suddenly, a distinct resistance was transmitted through the psychic link. The main fungal thread exploring downward abruptly stopped as if it had hit a wall. Lin Fan's eyes snapped open. Something was underground? Lin Fan's expression tightened, and he lowered his voice, uttering just 2 words. Don't move. His voice wasn't loud, but it pierced Qian Duo's taut nerves like a needle. He had just wanted to shift his numb buttocks, but was so startled by the command that his entire body froze. His movements comically resembling a paused inflatable doll, the chubby man lowered his voice, his face full of terror. Brother Fan, is it an earthquake? Lin Fan didn't answer. His consciousness surged like a tide into the fungal thread network underground. He saw it. Right beneath the fungal sphere fortress, about 20 meters deep in the rock layer. The massive and solid figure was slowly wriggling. Its shape resembled a train car magnified many times over. Sandcrawler worm. The geological engineer described in military records that hunts by vibration. Lin Fan's fungal thread network, like the most advanced Drayer, quickly scanned all its data. At least 7 to 8 meters in length, its shell hardness rivaling rock. Psychic energy fluctuations indicated it was nearly a juvenile comparable to the body temperance stage, but already very close to the threshold of the core condensation stage. 20 meters beneath us, there's a big worm, Lin Fan said succinctly. The storm outside hasn't stopped, so we can open fire. Any intense vibration will attract it to the surface. Qian Duo's eyes showed no trace of fear, instead, they gleamed with excitement. Brother Fan, what are we afraid of? Let me, Fat Lord, directly deploy the meat bomb tank, drop down from above. And deliver airborne justice, smashing it into a meat patty. That's your idea of airborne justice? It's practically like parachuting to deliver food. Lin Fan sneered sarcastically. If you move, this fungal fortress of ours will collapse first. There's a storm outside. Giant bugs below, perfect for a pincer attack to pack us both up as a deluxe midnight snack. This guy's brain is filled with nothing but food and delivering himself to be eaten by others. No wonder he has an A-grade talent gluttonous body. To stabilize the situation, Lin Fan carefully manipulated the fungal network. Deep underground, several dozen meters outside the fungal fortress, a small cluster of fungal filaments began rhythmically scraping against the rock wall. The sound perfectly mimicked the faint vibrations of small animals crawling. This trick worked. And the faint bioelectric field slowly moved toward the source of the vibrations. It was attracted. But it didn't go far, only wriggling a short distance before stopping. Still lingering within the fungal fortress's sensory range. This big guy was extremely wary of the massive stationary object overhead. Time ticked by. Qian Duo had been holding the same position for too long. And his body began to squirm slightly like a worm, his chubby face scrunched up in pain. Brother Fam, I can't take it anymore. My butt is about to split into 8 pieces. If I don't move, my blood circulation will stop, and I'll die early. If you keep whining, I'll weld your butt directly to the ground, believe it or not, Lin Fan threatened impatiently. His head aching from the complaints, but his hands didn't stop working. He gently moved his thoughts. Inside the fungal fortress, a layer of soft fungal carpet rapidly grew and spread across the ground. Then, the internal structure of the fungal carpet hardened and reorganized at high speed. The hard, flat circular platform appeared out of thin air. The next second, dozens of fungal pillars as thick as barrels silently grew from beneath the platform. They steadily lifted the platform and the dumbfounded Qian Duo into mid-air. A floating base 1 meter off the ground, perfectly isolating vibrations from the ground, was thus completed. Sitting on it, Qian Duo felt the stable yet cushioned sensation and his mouth formed an O shape. He reached out to touch the hard, smooth platform and stomped on it forcefully. But the structure didn't budge. Whoa, Brother Fan, if you don't go into real estate, it's a total waste of your talent. This floating shock absorption technology should at least be a standard featuring million-dollar mansions. The crisis was temporarily resolved, with Qian Duo seated securely. The idle fatty Calden sat still. He boredly opened his wrist terminal and began studying the military training rules issued by the army, muttering as if he were a commentator. Look, this military training has not only individual points, but also academy total points. Killing alien beasts earns points, and taking out freshmen from other academies lets you steal beneficiation of their points. The training lasts 7 days, and it is considered complete once we reach the Watcher base. The rules say combat is allowed, but killing is prohibited. Violators are directly eliminated and sent to a military court. The more Qian Duo spoke, the more excited he became. The most crucial part is that starting tonight, The army will randomly airdrop supplies, including overnight tents and survival materials. Lin Fan rested with his eyes closed, seemingly not listening. But his fingers lightly tapped his knee. Only after Cheon Duo finished speaking did he lazily respond, as if stating the obvious. I isn't this just blatantly telling you that there's not enough stuff to go around. So hurry up and fight for it. These airdrops are the first flashpoint for conflict. Hearing the word conflict, Cheon Duo's eyes lit up. Ready to say it was a good chance to practice, but Lin Fan continued in a tone of annoyance. So, this time during military training. The biggest enemy isn't this damned weather, nor those brainless local exotic beasts. Lin Fan squinted slightly, glancing at Cheon Duo. It's the group of overzealous prodigies from the other 6 academies. The excitement on Cheon Duo's face gradually faded. He wasn't a fool and immediately understood the weight of Lin Fan's words. Are you saying I'll ask you this? Lin Fan sighed, looking as if he really didn't want to think too much. Do you want to take first place? Cheon Duo was momentarily stunned, then puffed out his chest and raised his head, his voice loud and clear. I do. I dream about it, good. Lin Fan nodded, his expression turning serious. To make things easier for everyone later, let's set some rules first. From now on, all actions follow my command. If I say go east, you absolutely cannot go west. If I tell you to lay down, even if gold falls from the sky, don't look up. Cheon Duo stared into Lin Fan's seemingly casually yet incredibly sharp eyes, his heart tightening. He knew Brother Fan was serious. Without hesitation, he pounded his solid chest with a loud thump. No problem, Brother Fan. Wherever you point, I'll strike. Lin Fan gave a satisfied, then closed his eyes, as if the conversation had drained all his energy. At that moment, the piercing sound of the wind outside gradually subsided, becoming lower and lower. Finally, the super sandstorm that had lasted nearly 5 hours came to a stop. Lin Fan lazily stretched, his joints cracking audibly. The wind stopped. The game begins. Beside him, Cheon Duo immediately jumped up from the ground. Rubbing his fists together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The sandstorm had suddenly ceased. Lin Fan snapped his fingers, and the indestructible fungal fortress disintegrated in response. The thick fungal walls quickly dissolved, transforming into a grayish-brown stream of life that quietly flowed back into the cracked earth beneath Lin Fan's feet. This massive transfer of mass caused a slight tremor in the ground, carrying a rhythmic vibration. For the sandworms 20 meters underground, this vibration was like someone banging a drum beside your bed in the middle of the night. Cheon Duo had just jumped off the hover seat when the tremor underfoot made his whole body jiggle, instantly putting him into combat mode. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking loudly. Brother Fan, you rest first, he shouted without looking back, his voice shaking the surroundings. Watch me prepare some sandworm sashimi for you to enjoy with your drink. Good luck, Lin Fan replied casually, silently retreating a dozen meters to find a comfortable spot to watch the show. He had no intention of stepping in. A juvenile sandworm was just the right opponent for his newly recruited adopted son to practice on and gain experience. Beneath his feet, the retracted fungal threads transformed into an invisible sensory net, covering the underground space within 100 meters. Every grain of sand's vibration was transmitted clearly to his mind. Boom! The ground suddenly exploded. Dirt and wobble sprayed like a fountain as a massive mouth, nearly 2 meters in diameter and lined with circular sharp teeth, burst out of the ground, with a foul-smelling gust of wind. It lunged fiercely at Cheon Duo. Perfect timing. Instead of retreating, Cheon Duo advanced, his eyes igniting with battle intent. Energy surged violently within his round body, and a visible rotating energy layer appeared on his skin, causing his entire figure to swell instantly. Gluttonous body, activate. Facing the giant mouth capable of devouring an armored vehicle, he charged forward instead. His seemingly clumsy fists mashed fiercely into the rough carapace of the sandworm. Quang, deafening crash resounded, sparks bursting in the darkness. The sandworm clearly hadn't expected this piece of meat to be so tough. It thrashed its head violently in pain. A massive force, like a landslide or tsunami, slammed into Cheon Duo, flinging him away like a ragdoll. But miraculously, Cheon Duo twisted mid-air, skillfully neutralizing the impact. His feet landed heavily on the ground, forming to shallow craters, as steady as a rock. Other than a bit of dust on his clothes, he was completely unharmed. The super defense of his gluttonous body was on full display. Dan! What a hard shell! Cheon Duo spat on the ground, realizing brute force alone wouldn't gain him any advantage. Hiss! The sandworm was thoroughly enraged. The circular sharp teeth in its maw emitted a piercing screech. The next second, a stream of yellow-green acid sprayed out like a high-pressure water cannon. Wherever the acid landed, the rocks hissed and smoked, caroming into pits, the air filling with a pungent, scorching odor. "Shit!" Duo exclaimed, startled. His hefty body erupted with surprising agility as he scrambled and rolled to narrowly evade the acid attack. So ungiffinic, spitting acid everywhere, he clambered to his feet, looking even more ferocious. He knew he had to get in close. Seizing the pause between the worm's acid sprays, Duo's entire body surged with spiritual energy. Like a cannonball, he launched himself forward, sticking tightly to the enormous beast. He opened his mouth. Innate skill devour. Duo sank his teeth into the rock-hard carapace. Crunch, a crisp cracking sound echoed. That alloy-like shell was forcibly torn off in a large chunk. The gluttonous body's superior digestive ability quickly broke down the piece. Decent ability, though the eating method a bit unsightly, Lin Fan remarked lazily from a distance, arms crossed. The ability was uncannily similar to the devouring power of his own mycelium. But at least, he didn't have to use his mouth far to uncouth. Roar. The sandworm screeched in agonizing pain. Its massive body thrashed and rolled on the ground violently, slamming into rock walls and sending debris flying. It even burrowed underground and shot back out, shaking the earth. The beast desperately tried to shake off the irritating flea. Duo clung on tightly. The powerful energy barrier absorbed most of the impacts. But he still felt his blood churning and his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. Like a cowboy riding a bucking bull, he clung on for dear life, searching for an opening to strike. But the beast was too slippery, too wild. Aside from his initial moves, he had made no breakthroughs in its defense. The battle had reached a stalemate. Just as Duo was being shaken to the verge of dizziness. Contemplating retreat, Lin Fan's lazy voice cut through the chaos like divine revelation. The abdomen. The connection of the third segment of its shell from the bottom. That's its weak spot, the thinnest defense. Amid the violent shaking, Duo's eyes lit up. In critical moments, Brother Fan was always reliable. Seizing the moment the worm rolled again, he sprang up like a coiled spring, adjusting his posture mid-air to land steadily beneath the worm's abdomen. In the next instant, he curled his hefty body into a perfect sphere. The remaining high-energy fat reserves within his body burned without reservation, releasing a dazzling glow of spiritual energy. Core combat skill meatball tank. Duo transformed into a meatball, tearing through the air with a terrifying sonic boom. Carrying destructive force, he slammed directly into the weak spot Lin Fan had identified. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed across the plateau, as if it would shatter souls. The massive 7 or 8 meter long sandworm's body was forcibly split into two by the incredible force. Green bodily fluids and fragments of internal organs splattered like rain. The two halves of the gargantuan corpse crashed heavily to the ground, twitching a few times before falling completely still. Huff. Duo sprawled on the ground, limbs splayed, chest heaving as sweat soaked his entire body. Though utterly exhausted, his face was full of jubilant pride and the exhilaration of survival. Turning his head, he called out smugly to Lin Fan, who was strolling over. "Brother Fan, how was that? Wasn't your fatty here awesome?" Lin Fan approached the worm's corpse. Countless mycelium threads surged out from the ground, efficiently breaking down the feast like a swarm of ravenous ants. "Not bad," he commented without looking up. "But you better hurry and break through. In this hellhole, you won't last 3 days at your current body tempering stage." Hearing this, Duo immediately sprang up from the ground and nodded earnestly. "You right. Brother Fan, let us both work hard and strive to break through to the core condensation stage soon." Lin Fan watched as the mycelium broke down the corpse at an increasingly rapid pace, the massive remains vanishing before their eyes. He casually threw out a sentence, delivering a fatal blow to Duo's fighting spirit. "Me? I was already at core condensation the day of the college entrance exams." The smile on Duo's face froze instantly. He stood there like he'd been struck by lightning. Completely rigid. His smile remained plastered on for a second. 2 seconds. Then his face began to twitch unnaturally. His beady eyes widening in disbelief, totally stuck. The air seemed to freeze. "Core condensation?" His lips trembled as he finally squeezed out the words from his throat. What did that even mean? Among the 7 grade academies, were there any freshmen who had reached core condensation? Of course, there were. But those were the top-tier prodigies each academy kept under wraps, monsters born into wealth, soaked in spiritual energy potions, and raised with top-grade energy cores. But Brother Fan assaulted fish with an F-grade aptitude? The rich second-generation kid who only crammed last minute for the college entrance exams? A lesbian who wished he had 8 legs just to avoid walking? He was already at core condensation during the exams? Cheon Duo felt his worldview and the fighting spirit he'd just built crumble with a single sentence from Lin Fan. It was anti-frustration or jealousy. It was a surreal sense of absurdity. Like staring up at a god. Brother Fan says we'll work hard together, what a joke. He's cruising in a starship. And I am pedaling a rusted bicycle with a worn-out chain, can't even catch a whiff of his exhaust. Brother Fan, Cheon Duo suddenly lunged forward, clinging to Lin Fan's leg. Tears and snot threatening to flow. You Ray my god, from now on, I am your most loyal grandson. Anyone who disrespects you, I'll crush into meat paste. This fat guy's demeanor had taken a sharp turn. One moment he was a hot-blooded brother. The next he was worshipping like a devout follower. Lin Fan, disgusted, tried to kick him off. But the fat man wouldn't budge. When not activating his gluttonous body, he was just an ultra-dense lump of deadweight, sticking like glue. Get off me, quit this nonsense. Lin Fan scolded, though his focus was Cheon Duo. His senses told him that the San Hermes corpse was being broken down at an astonishing rate. Countless invisible mycelium formed the most efficient assembly line, devouring and converting flesh, carapace, bones, and even residual psionic cores. The massive biomass quickly transformed into a pure energy torrent, continuously surging into Lin Fan's body. Psionic energy Lingde Sen evolution points Lingdian wherever he went. The alien beasts were his portable experience packs and supply stations. As long as he killed enough, he could grow infinitely stronger. Stop babbling and get to work. Lin Fan interrupted Cheon Duo's enthusiastic confession with a single sentence. Check your life support equipment, especially the filtration system for corrosive dust. Also, confirm the oxygen supply. We're about to enter the canyon. As he spoke, a real-time Sen-Eta rain map quickly formed in his mind. This was geological data fed back by the mycelium network. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the density of every rock layer and every underground fissure was crystal clear. He swiftly planned a route. This path perfectly avoided several unstable landslide-prone areas and also stayed out of the perception range of sand burrowing wounds, lurking underground. Some people survived on luck and laziness, but Lin Fan's way was to use absolute strength and information superiority to eliminate all risks at their inception. Got it, Brother Fan? Cheon Duo immediately sprang up from the ground, casually wiping the sand off his helmet visor with his sleeve, and deftly checked his equipment. And the indicator on the filtration system was also functioning normally. Reporting to Brother Fan, fighting now. He is combat ready. Let's go. Lin Fan nodded and took the lead, heading toward the bottomless black fissure. The edge of the plateau was the entrance to hell. The Dragon Spine Great Rift. This massive canyon spanned the entire equator of the planet, giving the Rift Planet its name. The Great Rift was filled with countless secondary canyons and natural cave networks. A gathering place for native alien beasts and remnants of pre-civilization. Lin Fan Cheon Duo found a path leading to the bottom of the canyon. But this path was more like a crisscrossing fault line. The slope was so steep it was nearly vertical. Littered with loose gravel and sharp rock edges. Cheon Duo treaded carefully, his massive body becoming a burden in this terrain, requiring him to find stable footing with every step. Occasionally, he looked up to see Lin Fan moving with ease. That guy didn't seem to be walking on a steep cliff at all, it was more like he was strolling through his backyard garden. Every step landed on the most stable and energy-efficient spot. As if he already knew where all the dangers were. Cheon Duo stared in awe, his admiration for his godfather deepening once again. The deeper they went, the dimmer the light became. The cliff walls on both sides grew taller, like the towering black walls reaching the sky, compressing the sky into a narrow strip of light. The air grew increasingly corrosive. At that moment, Lin Fan, who had been silent, suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Brother Fan? Cheon Duo immediately became alert. Lin Fan didn't answer. His mycelium network had detected a trace of anomaly deep within the canyon. There was an unconventional psionic fluctuation there. It didn't resemble a living organism. Nor did it seem like a natural energy vein. The fluctuation carried a rhythm akin to breathing, completely out of sync with the chaotic geological energy around it. Nothing. Lin Fan noted the anomaly in his mind and continued downward. After descending another 100 meters or so, Cheon Duo suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? Brother Fan, look, what is that, a diamond mine?" He pointed to the cliffside. Embedded in a dark brown rock wall were over a dozen fist-sized crystals. These crystals were naturally formed, but had been meticulously cut into rhombus shapes. A faint glow emanated from within, arranged in a precise pattern forming a strange geometric design. Pre-civilization ruins. The discussion from military records immediately surfaced in Lin Fan's mind, the work of the rock dwellers. These were likely energy nodes for rock motion traps or remnants of urban structures. Stay away from that thing. Lin Fan warned. This stuff is more valuable than diamonds. And far more dangerous. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo immediately shrank back, no longer daring to look. The depths of the canyon were deathly silent, with only the crunching sound of their footsteps on the gravel. This extreme silence was more unsettling than any noise. Just as the tension reached its peak roar, a short, muffled growl suddenly echoed from the deeper darkness beneath their feet, without any warning. The canyon walls began to tremble with the reverberation of the growl. The sound spread layer by layer along the steep rock walls. Loose stones fell from above, striking their combat seams with crisp sea links. Brother Fan, what is going on? Qian Duo's voice trembled as his plump body pressed tightly against the rock wall, desperately trying to steady himself. Lin Fan didn't speak, only raised his hand to signal him to stay silent. They rounded a protruding rock ledge, and the sight before them made Qian Duo gasp sharply. It was a narrow passage, no more than 10 meters at its widest point. On the nearly vertical cliff inside the passage, over 20 agile figures clung to the rock face. Wind-ridge beasts. Their bodies resembled leopards, with gray-black bony armor blending perfectly into the color of the rock wall. Their sharp claws dug deep into the crevices of the rock, and pairs of crimson eyes glimmered with hunger and ferocity in the dim canyon. A dead silence. Qian Duo swallowed hard. Already drained by the sand-crawling worms, had NT yet recovered, and now they had stumbled into a wolf pack's den. But as he thought of Lin Fan standing behind him, and remembered the words, "I had already condensed my core the day I finished my college entrance exams," a sudden surge of inexplicable courage rose within him, burning from his core to the top of his head. No way, I can't let Brother Fan look down on me again. Well then, dinner delivered right to us. Qian Duo suddenly shouted, his voice reverberating against the canyon walls. He slapped his round chest, his fighting spirit igniting. Brother Fan, just stand there and watch me clear the obstacles for you. Before Lin Fan could react, Qian Duo had already charged forward. His foodie instincts activated once again. A layer of high-density energy enveloped his body, and Qian Duo charged straight into the center of the narrow passage like a human-shaped tank at full speed. He wanted to prove with a decisive victory that his A-grade talent was absolutely worthy of following a big shot. However, the scene he envisioned of the beast pack rushing at him and being crushed did not happen. Just as he charged forward, the winged-ridge beasts let out sharp, short screeches and immediately moved. They didn't engage in battle. Instead, like well-trained soldiers, they quickly dispersed from the cliff, forming a three-dimensional encirclement from the ground, the side walls, and even overhead. Qian Duo's heavy punch, carrying immense force, struck nothing but air. A chill surged through his heart. Whoosh, a sharp, piercing sound shattered the air above. Qian Duo jerked his head up, and three winged-ridge beasts dove down from the nearly vertical cliff above him, their sharp claws slicing through the air. He immediately raised his arms to block. Clang! 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 3 ear-piercing clashes rang out, sparks flying. The immense impact sent him staggering, while the 3 winged-ridge beasts used the recoil to flit mid-air, their claws gripping the cliff wall again. Their movements were so swift and ghostly that they retreated in an instant. His energy shield flickered violently, depleting far faster than expected. Damn it, Qian Duo was furious at their tactics. He tried to leap up and attack the winged-ridge beasts scuttling along the cliff, but their climbing speed and agility far exceeded his expectations. Each of his attacks landed heavily on the hard rock wall, dislodging only a few fragments of stone, never touching the enemy. His large movements only caused his already limited energy to drain even faster. He had become a clumsy target being toyed with, behind the narrow pass. Lin Fan held the back of his head with one hand, a feint taken his skull. Couldn't you wait for me to set things up? Frustrated as he was, he still had to save the fat man's life. After all, Qian Duo was his most valued partner now, his greatest asset. At Lin Fan's feet, countless gray filaments thinner than hair silently spread from the shadows. They clung to the rock surface, following natural patterns and crevices, blending seamlessly with the cliff, invisible to the naked eye. The mycelial network was quietly taking over the battlefield. The tactics of these winged-ridge beasts were indeed impressive, a textbook example of three-dimensional assault. But they had chosen the wrong battlefield and provoked the wrong opponent. Screech, at that moment, a sharp cry, distinct from the other winged ridge beasts, echoed from the highest rock. A winged ridge beast leader, 1/3 larger than its chin, was perched high above, overlooking the battlefield. Its cold, calculating gaze locked onto the beleaguered Tian-Duo, precisely directing the beast's every attack, feint, and retreat. Tian-Duo noticed it too, but he couldn't break free. Under the beast Qingxiu orders, their tactics shifted again. 3 winged ridge beasts suddenly launched a lightning-fast assault from the left, right, and rear simultaneously. Tian-Duo struggled to cope, barely blocking the claws from the left before the attack from the right came. Rip, a crisp sound rang out as his energy shield shattered like glass. Immediately after, 3 sharp claws tore through Tian-Duo's combat suit. The tough composite material was effortlessly ripped apart, leaving 3 deep, bone-revealing wounds on his back and arm. Pain surged through him, and he couldn't suppress a muffled groan. Staggering, he dropped to one knee, blood quickly staining his torn combat suit. It's over. The winged ridge beast leader let out a triumphant screech, signaling the next wave of deadly attacks. At that instant, the world seemed to change. The winged ridge beasts, poised to dive or move rapidly along the cliff, suddenly all made a strange mistake. The surface of the cliff they were climbing seemed to have been coated with a layer of premium lubricant. All the swiftly moving winged ridge beasts suddenly slipped, screech. A cacophony of grating friction filled the air. One winged ridge beast diving from above lost its footing as its perch vanished, tumbling clumsily into a companion. The previously tight, coordinated encirclement instantly descended into fatal chaos. The winged ridge beast leader, perched high above, showed a look of shock in its crimson compound eyes for the first time. But that was all. Just as the beast horde fell into chaos, countless gray-black crystalline spikes suddenly shot out from the cracks in the rocks, crystallized fungal spikes. These spikes did not aim for the winged ridge beasts' hearts or heads, but instead pierced with extreme precision into their joint connections and key muscle groups at cunning angles. Thud, 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 thud. A series of muffled sounds echoed. One winged ridge beast's hind leg joint was pinned to the rock wall by the spikes. Another had its abdomen pierced, letting out a painful wail. These injuries were not fatal but instantly stripped them of their prized agility. Tian-Duo, enduring excruciating pain and preparing to burn his last ounce of energy for a desperate fight, was stunned as he witnessed this miraculous scene. Amid the chaos, he saw his only chance. Tian-Duo's pupils contracted sharply. The winged ridge beasts that had toyed with him just moments ago were now flailing and twisting comically on the cliff, like drunkards slipping on ice. Even more astonishing were the gray-black spikes that had suddenly sprouted from the rocks. Each spike, at an unbelievable angle, had disabled a leg or a critical muscle of the beasts. Though not lethal, they turned the once agile cliff hunters into twitching ornaments stuck to the wall. Tian-Duo's gaze fell to the ground in front of him. At some point, the rocks that had subtly arched, forming an inconspicuous slope. But its angle was so precise it seemed measured with a ruler, pointing directly at the immobilized winged ridge beast spinned by the fungal spikes. Tian-Duo's breath hitched. This was a launch ramp. Roar a growl, suppressed with excitement and determination, erupted from his throat. The remaining spiritual energy in his body was instantly drained, burning wildly. Meat cannonball, his massive body suddenly curled up, transforming into a giant meatball over 2 meters in diameter. Then, along the miniature slope formed by the fungal threads, he shot out with a thunderous roar. Outside the narrow pass, Lin Fan stood with one hand in his pocket, the other casually picking at his ear. "TSK. I told you not to move, but you just had to deliver yourself to me. Now look, I have to clean up the mess." He watched the cannonball that roared out with a calm expression. Bang cracked, the meatball that Tian-Duo had turned into followed the perfect trajectory designed by Lin Fan and slammed fiercely into the cliff. The first winged ridge beast, pinned by the spikes, didn't even have time to scream before it was reduced to a spray of blood and flesh under the terrifying impact. The massive meatball didn't stop, ricocheting wildly off the hard rock walls and crashing into the next target. Bang bang bang. In the narrow pass, only the dull sounds of collisions and the cracking of bones remained. The enormous meatball bounced madly, each impact sending up a spray of searing blood and bone fragments. Screech. A furious roar exploded from the highest point of the cliff. The winged ridge beast leader, who had been sitting steadily above, now had its crimson eyes burning with murderous intent. It watched helplessly as its subordinates were smashed to pieces by a single meatball, turning what was once a tightly coordinated ambush into a farcical slaughter. This was humiliation. Finally, it shifted its gaze away from the exhausted fat man and locked onto the figure behind the pass. The human who had stood motionless from beginning to end, as if everything had nothing to do with him. He was the true culprit. Swish, the winged ridge beast leader's Lin bone suddenly extended, its muscles swelling as its entire body transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Lin Fan. Its speed was more than double that of any other winged ridge beast. It's coming for me now. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and, through the communication device in his helmet, issued an order to Qian Duo that made his brain short-circuit. Charge up and hit me. Huh? Qian Duo had just recovered from his meatball-like state, leaning on his knees and gasping for air. His brain nearly fried from the intense exertion. Hit? Hit Brother Fan? Did I hear that wrong because I'm too tired? Or has Brother Fan gone crazy? Despite his confusion, his trust in Lin Fan made him act without hesitation. He gritted his teeth and summoned the last bit of his energy. As a member of the Taodai clan, his body was naturally robust, and at this moment, his high-energy fat burned wildly. Rapidly gathering strength, he slightly bent his legs, lowered his center of gravity, and concentrated all his power in his feet, preparing to launch himself like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the winged ridge beast leader had closed in on Lin Fan, less than 10 meters away. Its massive mouth, filled with sharp teeth, opened wide, releasing a foul stench that rushed toward him. It could even see the calmness in Lin Fan's eyes through the air. Die, that was its only thought. The rock beneath Lin Fan's feet suddenly moved. Buzz, countless crystallized fungal spikes, several times thicker than before, burst out from the rock in all directions, quickly interweaving. A tightly sealed crystalline cage appeared out of nowhere, trapping the winged ridge beast leader mid-pounce. Clang, 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 the winged ridge beast leader collided with the hard fungal spikes, and the intense impact caused the cage to tremble violently. Roar, Eve unleashed terrifying strength, its claws and sharp teeth frantically tearing at the fungal spikes. Sparks flew from the crystalline surface, accompanied by ear-piercing scraping sounds. Several fungal spikes broke. It was about to escape. At that moment, Lin Fan's final command transmitted through space into Qian Duo's mind. Now, fly. Fatty. Qian Duo's leg muscles exploded with power, propelling him into the sky like a cannonball. His flight trajectory was no longer a straight line but a perfectly calculated parabolic arc. Below was the roaring Qian Duo, above was the winged ridge beast leader on the verge of breaking free, and Lin Fan stood calmly behind the cage, unharmed. 3 points, 1 line, boom, the cannonball carrying destructive kinetic energy struck the winged ridge beast leader. Temporarily restrained by the fungal spikes, with pinpoint accuracy. The immense impact exploded in mid-air. The winged ridge beast leader's proud, hardened bone armor was utterly shattered under the power of this flesh and blood cannon. It didn't even manage a complete screen before being blown to pieces along with the crystalline cage, scattering debris across the sky. Fragments and a rain of blood fell with a crash. The canyon fell into dead silence. The remaining dozen winged ridge beasts stared blankly at their leader being instantly killed by the fat guy from the sky. Their simple minds completely collapsed. Their survival instincts took over. They scattered and fled in panic. Trying to run? Lin Fan snapped his fingers lightly. The fungal network spread across the narrow pass, fully activated. Pop, pop, pop. Countless crystallized fungal spikes emerged from the rock walls, pinning down all the escaping winged ridge beasts. Boom, Qian Duo landed heavily, causing the ground to tremble. He gasped for air, but his eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement. Devastated yet cleanly resolved, then at Lin Fan, who remained composed. He finally understood relying on the right person was the most reliable path. This efficiency was at least 100 times better than fighting alone. Brother Fan, you're amazing. His voice was hoarse, but his shout was heartfelt. Lin Fan's mycelium swarm surged like a tide toward the winged ridge beast corpses scattered across the ground, rapidly devouring and decomposing them. Psionichid and evolution points. Lingdian Sun. Lin Fan looked at the data on the panel and nodded in satisfaction. Your cannon shot was pretty good. Quite accurate. Qian Duo chuckled, just about to speak. The sky quietly darkened. Whoosh! Chwaish! Sharp, piercing sounds came from the top of the canyon, so dense they made one's skin crawl. The two of them looked up simultaneously. Under the dim night sky, hundreds of black dots glinting with metallic light were diving down from 10,000 meters high at an astonishing speed, targeting the area where they stood. Qian Duo's smile froze instantly. Brother Fan, what are those, iron wing bats? Lin Fan squinted, watching the figures tearing through the night sky like a formation of fighter jets, and sighed. Looks like tonight's supper just got an upgrade. The thin air couldn't retain any warmth, and the temperature plummeted. The cold wind cut like knives against their bones. Iron wing bats, with wingspan as of 5 meters, had wing edges as sharp as combat blades. It was like a low-altitude version of a blade storm. Cheongduo, who had just recovered from the human cannonball aftermath, immediately had his chubby face collapse again. His expression screaming, "Help me. Brother Fan, this supper is way too tough. My stomach with its grade A talent might not be able to digest it. You're only fit to eat soft food." Lin Fan lazily glanced at the dark clouds pressing down like a city wall and said disinterestedly, "There are about 30 of them, all at level our maturity. The 3 leading ones are slightly larger, probably close to leader level." Cheongduo was dumbfounded. "Ning? Brother Fan, are you a military radar? How can you count so accurately? What do we do? Fatty here can crash into them one more time." Cheongduo gritted his teeth, striking a charging pose, his chubby legs trembling involuntarily. "Crash my ass, you just burned through your high-energy fat reserves. Another crash and you'll be splattered meat paste." Lin Fan rolled his eyes and pointed his chin toward the rear. "See that dark hole over there? Even a mouse would dive into a hole when it sees a cat. You, with your grade A talent, aren't even as smart as a mouse?" Cheongduo followed the direction and saw an inconspicuous natural cave entrance at the base of the cliff. "Got it, strategic retreat. Brother Fan, you're brilliant." Without hesitation, Cheongduo sprinted toward the cave entrance with all his might, his 2 stout legs pumping hard. In his current state, he was in no condition for a head-on fight. Listening to Brother Fan was definitely the right move. Lin Fan followed behind. As he neared the cave entrance, he paused and lightly stomped on the ground. Thus the mycelium network, which had just finished devouring the winged ridge beast corpses, immediately surged toward the cave entrance. It wove a camouflage net almost identical in color to the rock wall, simultaneously isolating all scent and temperature fluctuations inside and outside the cave. Once everything was ready, Lin Fan leisurely walked into the cave. Almost the moment they disappeared, the first wave of iron wing bats swooped down over the narrow pass. Finding no target, they hovered mid-air, letting out sharp, angry screeches. Unable to locate their prey, they began to destroy the surroundings. Some iron wing bats started violently slashing at the rock walls with their wings, leaving deep gashes in the hard stone. Debris flew everywhere, turning the scene into a large-scale demolition site. Inside the pitch-black cave, visibility was zero. Brother Fan, are you still there? It's too dark here. I'm a little scared," Cheongduo shouted nervously, his voice echoing in the darkness. "Scared of what? Are there ghosts here?" Lin Fan took out a few emergency glow sticks from his backpack, snapped them open, and tossed them around. The soft light barely dispelled the darkness. This was a rather spacious natural cave, with a high ceiling adorned with oddly shaped stalactites. And the air carried a mix of earthy and mineral scents. Ahead were 3 or 4 deep branching paths, their destinations unknown. "Fatty, guard this entrance and be a good gatekeeper." Lin Fan pointed to the main passage they had entered through. "Don't let anything sneak in." "Fangio, leave it to me." Cheongduo immediately puffed out his chest upon hearing he had a task. Though his psychic energy was limited, his gluttonous physique was like an iron wall. Lin Fan nodded, ignoring him, and walked alone deeper into the cave. As he walked, he pressed his hand against the damp rock wall. Signally, a massive network of mycelium surged from his palm, rapidly spreading along the cave walls, floor, and even the stalactites. They clung tightly to the rocks, almost invisible in the dim light. Lin Fan intended to turn the entire cave into this domain, creating a massive trap specifically targeting the iron wingbat swarm outside the cave. The iron wingbat swarm circled restlessly. Suddenly, a particularly robust iron wingbat let out an unusual sharp screech. Its highly sensitive sense of smell detected traces of living creatures in the air. Instantly, the swarm's attack direction unified. Hundreds of iron wingbats turned and dove toward the cave entrance camouflaged by mycelium. Rip pp. The seemingly indistinguishable mycelium camouflage net was shredded into pieces in an instant by dozens of iron wingbats cutting through it collectively. "Shti, Fangio. They're in," Cheongduo roared furiously, his voice shaking the cave. He watched helplessly as dozens of metallic glinting monsters rushed into the narrow passage. With a furious shout, Cheongduo pulled an A-grade psychic energy potion from his backpack, bit into it, and inhaled deeply. A thick psychic energy shield instantly enveloped his entire body. Using his round, sturdy physique, he firmly blocked the main passage leading deeper into the cave. "Get out of here, all of you, Fatty's not letting anyone through." He swung his massive fists, smashing into the first iron wingbat that charged at him. Bang, the bat was sent flying backward, crashing into its companions and causing a brief commotion. But more iron wing bats were already swarming forward. Clang, 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 clang. The piercing sound of scraping filled the air, like countless nails frantically scratching a chalkboard, sharp enough to make ears ache. Sparks flew in the narrow passage, resembling welding torches at work. The iron wing bat's wings were razor-sharp, each cut leaving glaring marks on Cheonduo's psychic energy shield, accompanied by intense vibrations. His defense was incredibly strong. Any warrior below C grade would have been shredded to pieces by now. But he was facing an endless stream of airborne killers. In this confined space, he was a nailed-down target. The psychic energy shield was visibly thinning, and the intense consumption left him dizzy and disoriented. Fanji, I can't hold on, my skin's about to be scraped off. If this keeps up, I'll turn into pork belly. Cheonduo howled like a slaughtered pig. This pure war of attrition was extremely disadvantageous for him. The defense line was on the verge of collapse. Deep in the cave, Lin Fan still had one hand pressed against the rock wall. His mycelium network had finally covered the entire cave. From the entrance to every fork and every inch of the rock walls and the deepest parts. It was all ensnared in an invisible web. He slowly raised his other hand and scratched his ear. Like a pig being slaughtered, so noisy, he muttered under his breath. In the next moment, an immense surge of psychic energy poured unreservedly into the fungal network beneath his feet. Lin Fan revealed a cruel smile. All right, the utensils for the buffet are ready. Now, dig in. Sizzle. Cheonduo's psychic energy shield groaned in agony under the high-speed slicing of countless wings, its light flickering like a candle in the wind. The last glimmer of light finally vanished completely under a concentrated assault. An iron winged bat seized the rare opportunity. Its alloy-sharp wings diving straight for Cheonduo's thick neck. It's over, my fatty pork belly is about to be sliced into sashimi. Cheonduo shut his eyes in despair. Clang, the anticipated pain and blood did not come instead, there was the sound of metal clashing. Cheonduo only felt a strong impact on his neck. He froze, opened his small eyes, and touched his neck. The sensation was not warm skin but a layer of dense, strange scales. Before he could react, the iron wing bat that had failed its sneak attack roared and lunged again. Cheonduo saw it clearly. Just as the metallic wings were about to touch his skin, a layer of armor composed of countless tiny scales suddenly appeared, precisely protecting his vital areas. Sparks flew, the wings, capable of slicing through C-grade armor, left only shallow white marks on the scale armor. Cheonduo was stunned. This, his brother Fan's doing. The surge of fervent excitement and shock shot from his tailbone straight to his head. I, fatty, have skin now, and it's a collector's edition. Roar, the grievances and fear in Cheonduo's chest instantly transformed into a raging fury. No longer passively defending, he took a step forward. His massive hand grabbing the attacking iron wing bat. Devour, he opened his mouth wide and bit down hard on the bat's metallic wing. The piercing sound of shattering echoed through the narrow passage. The iron wing bat let out a wretched scream as its metal wing was bitten off by this fat man. Cheonduo spat out a mouthful of metal fragments with a P2REY, his small eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, his ferocity making him seem like a completely different person. Come on, you pack of tin beasts, watch me. Fatty, turn you all into midnight snacks tonight. Because of this delay, a fatal gap appeared in the passage he had been blocking tightly. Over a dozen iron wing bats immediately seized the opportunity, letting out triumphant screeches as they swiftly darted past Cheonduo and into the Winer cave. Their target was clear, the being deep within the cave emanating massive psychic energy. That human was the most succulent prey of the night. Cheonduo panicked. Brother Fan, watch out, some slipped through. However, deep within the cave, Lin Fan merely yawned lazily, not taking the charging creatures seriously at all. He spoke softly into the communicator, Fatty, don't worry. I'll give you a full body upgrade. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheonduo felt the scales on his neck rapidly spread, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye, transforming into a suit of soft armor perfectly tailored to his round physique. At the same time, Lin Fan finally began his next move. He raised his hand and elegantly snapped his fingers. Come. Enjoy the fireworks. Buzz, the mycelium network covering the entire interior of the cave, from the ground to the ceiling, was instantly activated. Thunderstorm mycelium activated. In an instant, the entire arc cave was illuminated by blinding blue-white electric light. Countless fine arcs of electricity frantically leapt across the invisible mycelium, weaving into a dense and deadly electric grid. The entire passageway transformed directly into a hell of lightning. Cheonduo, who was blocking the entrance, was completely unharmed, his body covered in insulating scaly mycelium. feeling as if his worldview was being shattered by wave after wave of electric arcs. GGZE, pow! The iron wingbats that had just charged into the cave, letting out victorious screeches, flew straight into this lightning field. Their biometal wings became the deadliest conductors. The powerful current pierced through their bodies without resistance, instantly turning these ferocious predators into violently twitching electric-grilled chicken wings in mid-air. One after another, their stiffened bodies, emitting green smoke, fell from the sky with crackling sounds, their wings still spassing. The air was filled with a strange smell of burned protein. However, this devastating thunderstorm lasted only a second before abruptly vanishing. The cave returned to darkness. Lin Fan did not sustain the discharge. His psionic panel showed that his energy was depleting at an astonishing rate, while simultaneously being slowly replenished at the same remarkable speed by devouring the corpses of Wind-Ridge beasts. Balancing consumption and replenishment was unnecessary skill for every top-tier warrior, mycelium master. When the next wave of fearless iron wing bats entered the optimal attack range of the passage, Lin Fan leisurely launched another pulse-style lightning strike. Zuz AP, another second of electric brilliance, another ground full of twitching electric grilled chicken wings. This precise point-kill method maximized the efficiency of psionic energy usage. Cheon Duo was dumbfounded. What kind of divine operation was this? Fighting monsters could even create a tidal effect? Fatty, a day. Stop spacing out, get to work. Lin Fan's calm voice drifted over. Those on the ground are only 70% cooked. Not completely dead yet. During the gap when the electric grid disappears, rush in and crush them all. Got it, Brother Fan, Cheon Duo shouted excitedly. This was the kind of task he excelled at. As soon as the lightning dimmed, he unhesitatingly moved his short, stout legs, transforming into a rampaging human cannonball. Charging into the pile of struggling iron wing bats on the ground. Bang, crunch. Using the most primitive and brutal method, he stomped the paralyzed monsters into a mixture of flesh-cased and metal fragments. After clearing the area, he quickly retreated to the entrance. Immediately, the lightning flared up again, and a new batch of ingredients was precisely stunned. Lightning, gown. Collision, crushing, retreat. One responsible for precise control, the other for violent cleanup, worked together seamlessly, creating a highly efficient assembly line slaughterhouse. The iron wing bats swarm outside the cave finally sensed something was wrong. This dark cave entrance was not a prey's nest at all but a one-way meat grinder. They were terrified. Their instinctive fear of that terrifying lightning's own surpassed their hunger for food. The swarm's offensive suddenly stalled. They no longer charged blindly but hovered outside the cave entrance, emitting sharp, angry, and hesitant screeches. The battle shifted from high-intensity confrontation to a brief standoff. Scared already? How boring, Lin Fan smirked. Seeing that they dared not enter, he couldn't be bothered to waste more psionic energy. He immediately issued a new command. On the cave floor, the previously unnoticed mycelium began to wriggle, quickly dragging the corpses and fragments of the iron wing bats deeper into the cave. Psionic energy Edam was psionic energy. Chi evolution points. Lingdam Baoling Fam watched the rapidly increasing evolution points and the continuously replenished psionic energy, nodding in satisfaction. Sustaining war through war. This is the correct path to sustainable development. At that moment, an unusual perception suddenly returned from the mycelium network extending outside the cave. About 2 kilometers away on a cliff, 2 groups of human psionic signals appeared. Through the perception of the fungal network, every faint vibration of their steps on the rocks was clearly transmitted to Lin Fan's mind. Lin Fan squinted his eyes, a meaningful smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Just then, a new message simultaneously popped up on the helmets of Lin Fan and Cheon Duo. Ding, a soft sound. A translucent blue window appeared on their tactical visors at the same time. Watcher base announcement: the first round of supply drops has been initiated. Coordinates have been synchronized to all units' tactical terminals. Wishing all new recruits good luck in battle. As the announcement ended, hundreds of pitch-black metal pods pierced through the thin atmosphere of Rift Valley Star, falling like a meteor shower across the dragon spine Great Rift Valley. Upon reaching the designated altitude, massive orange red deceleration parachutes suddenly deployed, suspending the metal dandelions in the roaring winds of the mid-air. Cheon Duo immediately opened the tactical map on his wristwatch. A coordinate point glowing enticingly green suddenly appeared just 80 kilometers away from their cave. The chubby Cheon Duo's eyes lit up, almost shooting fire through his tactical visor. This was just any coordinate. It was steaming braised pork, sizzling roasted lamb, piles of energy bars, and pure water. The slight satiety brought by the iron-winged batwings was instantly overwhelmed by the deep hunger within. One word grab. Fan Ji, the military has delivered takeout to us. Cheon Duo's voice changed pitch in excitement. His entire body felt trembling like high-frequency vibrations. I feel full of energy again. I can charge one more time. He bent his knees slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed the meat cannonball launch posture, as if he could crush all the rots along the way into powder in the next second. Lin Fan lazily stretched out his hand and casually pressed it on the fat man's shoulder. The terrifying force about to erupt from Cheon Duo was firmly held in place by this hand, completely motionless. What's the rush? Lin Fan yawned, his tone indifferent. Even if the takeout has arrived, we need to see if anyone else is snatching the order. Cheon Duo froze. Snatching the order? In this godforsaken place, who else is there besides us? Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan had already closed his eyes. His consciousness instantly sank into the mycelium network covering the entire cave and extending outward. In an instant, a world map completely different from the electronic map unfolded in his mind. There was no optical imaging. No infrared thermal imaging, only countless subtle vibrations and psionic ripples, converging through billions of mycelium tips to form a precise dynamics and table. On the cliff Yelwooding meters east of the drop point, 5 psionic signals were moving rapidly in a standard combat squad formation. Coordinated and well-trained. Yelwooding meters west, another group of 4 psionic signals was acting more crudely and directly. They pulled out leverage points on the high rock wall, producing muffled thud-thud sounds, and traversed in a straight line at an astonishing speed. The two teams on the left and right had very clear goals: the supply crate about to land, the most enticing prey in the center of Crabclaw. Oh, Lin Fan opened his eyes, a faint smile on his lips. He casually swiped a few times on his tactical wristwatch, marking the dynamic sensed by the fungal network with 2 bright red arrows and a surrounding circle, then shared it with Cheon Duo. Cheon Duo looked down. The fervent expression of "I want meat" on his face froze instantly. He stood there, blinking, incredulously glanced at the wristwatch again. And when he looked up, his face had turned a dark reddish hue, like pig liver. Good grief. My takeout hasn't even been picked up downstairs, and you guys are already reaching into my kitchen? These people are even more impatient than me. Fan bro. Are these 2 groups from other academies? Cheon Duo's voice trembled. What else? You think you Ray the only hungry fatty? Lin Fan turned off the map sharing, patted the fattiest belly, producing a solid thump sound. Stay put. Completely hide yourself. Lin Fan issued the order. Ha! Cheon Duo instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, slumping to the ground with a face full of helplessness. But Lin Fan's next command left him even more bewildered. Drag a few of the most intact iron wingbat corpses from the entrance, scatter them messily, and smear some blood around. Make it look like we panicked and fled after a fight. Cheon Duo was completely dumbfounded. Fan bro, what kind of operation is this? Normal people would clean up all traces, wouldn't they? Are we trying to make it obvious there's a cave here? Clean up? Lin Fan sneered, staring at him like he was an idiot. What do you know? If you clean up the entrance spotless, people will immediately suspect something's fishy and be on guard. But if you make the entrance look chaotic, leaving traces of "I panicked and ran," they'll think there's nothing here and might even dare to come in and borrow the place. The more convincing your act, the more they'll believe it. Although Cheon Duo didn't fully understand, he still nodded. Fan bro's words must be right. Acting. That's my forte. With that, he immediately perked up and ran to the cave entrance to start his crew staging work. Watching Cheon Duo laboriously drag iron wingbat corpses and carefully set up a crime scene, Lin Fan walked back into the depths of the cave. He pressed his hand against the cold rock wall again. This time, the invisible fungal threads didn't spread outward but quietly burrowed deeper into the rock layers, stealthily heading toward the supplied rock point kilometers away. On the surface, the fierce swine continued to howl, and rocks rolled wildly. An invisible web was quietly being woven. Meanwhile, Rift Valley Star Orbit, Sentinel Forward Base. Command Center, under the massive holographic star map, a miniature terrain model of Rift Valley Star flumbered in the center, scattered with hundreds of light points representing the freshmen. Chen Quan Academy's lead instructor, Ma Kun, was a middle-aged man with eyes full of confidence and arrogance. His gaze fixed on the 2 rapidly moving red light point squads on the terrain model. Ha, not bad. Truly the seed teams of this year. Locking onto the battle opportunity so quickly, their battlefield instincts are sharp. Ma Kun's voice was loud, but it clearly echoed throughout the command hall, brimming with superiority. It seems that a spectacular showdown is about to unfold. This is what military training should be like. This is the clash between elites. Although the teachers from other academies around them were inwardly dissatisfied, they had to admit that the tactical skills of these two teams were indeed top-notch. Ma Kun's gaze swept across the sand table and finally stopped at two almost motionless light points, which represented Yaoguan Academy. These two light points were hiding quietly in an inconspicuous canyon crevice, completely still. A trace of contempt appeared at the corner of his mouth as he deliberately raised his voice. Where there are elites, there are slackers. Some members of certain academy sightseeing groups have probably already found a place to hide and tremble. They don't even have the courage to participate in the resource scramble. Truly disappointing. These words instantly made Yaoguan Academy's lead teacher Xiao Wei Nbo's face turn serious. He was mild-mannered, a scholar, but at this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, staring at the screen showing the two light points representing Lin Fan and Tian Duo, feeling both anxious and angry. Could it be that they were really too scared to move? On the holographic map, the two squads from Tianjuan and Yuecheng had already formed to straight lines, converging toward the location where the supply drop was descending. However, in a perspective invisible to everyone, right below the supply drop point that was about to become a battlefield, in the dark crevices of the rock layers, countless gray-white fungal threads had already gathered. They quietly wove a deadly web covering the entire area, waiting for prey to enter. Deep in the cave, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile reflected in his pupils. The actors are in place, the stage is ready. Now, all that's missing is the opening gunshot. Heavy sound echoed as the pitch-black metal supply pod crashed onto the hard rocky ground, creating spitterbear-like cracks. Two sharp sounds pierced the air simultaneously from both sides of the cliff. On the left was a nimble silver figure. Sheeted along the nearly vertical cliff face, the slender blade in her hand skimming the rock wall, leaving a blazing red trail. On the right were four figures. Using grappling hooks and psionic adhesion devices, they executed textbook tactics, one covering the other. Their movements perfectly synchronized. Lin Fan's consciousness had long since merged into the underground fungal network, like a director watching his meticulously arranged stage, as the actors stepped onto it with precision. Excellent. On the left was the lone wolf assassin charging solo, followed by three teammates who seemed more like background props. On the right was a well-trained four-person special operations squad. The actors were all ready. Tian Duo lay prone at the cave entrance, his neck stretched out nervously, his heart betrayed it. Fan Ji, they're here, they're starting to fight. What should we do? Should we try to mediate? Lin Fan leaned against the soft fungal mat, even using fungal threads to create a backrest with lumbar support for himself. Mediate, how do you plan to say it? Hey, friends. Do me a favor and stop fighting? Who do you think you are? Tian Duo scratched his round, chubby head. Then we have to do something, right? Do something? Lin Fan replied matter-of-factly, watch the shill. While the two chatted in the cave, the battle outside had already changed in an instant. The two teams stopped about 50 meters on either side of the supply pod, without saying a single unnecessary word or showing the slightest hesitation. The flames of battle ignited in an instant. Buzz. The leader of Tianjuan Academy, Mu Chen, commander of the four-person squad, issued orders the moment they landed. Standing at the center of the formation, he activated his A-grade talent, Array Core, precisely connecting to the backs of his four teammates. In the next second, a composite psionic shield covering all four members instantly formed. The surface of the shield shimmered with flowing light, its energy stable and dense, creating a mobile fortress with no blind spots. Lin Fan sensed through the underground mycelium and silently praised, "Oh, a mobile power bank tactic? Leaking everyone's energy together to form a shared power turtle shell. Not a bad idea, very team-oriented." As their shield was raised, on the other side, Xiao Qingxiu from Yuecheng Academy made her move. S-grade talent. Sword Bone. The girl's body instantly transformed into a dazzling silver streak, sprinting at high speed, almost skimming the rugged ground. Her target was the shield's central commander. The long dwarf in her hand was enveloped in a sharp, high-frequency vibrating energy aura. Wherever she passed, the steel-hard rocky ground was effortlessly sliced open, leaving deep sword marks. What a crazy yet beautiful warrior, Lin Fan whistled inwardly. This woman's combat style could be summed up in one word. Charge. No matter the consequences, she charged straight ahead. But Mu Chen seemed to have already seen through Xiao Qingzu's attack run. Left wing, shield deflect 60 degrees. Number 2, initiate interference. His orders chained through Yanchuan's Quant's communication channel. The teammate on the left immediately adjusted the shield's angle, forming an inclined protective surface, while another teammate raised their hand and launched a distorted energy sphere. On Xiao Qing's Shraf, the space suddenly became viscous, forcibly slowing her down by half a second, in a battle between experts. This half-second gap often determined life and death. The other two members of Tianjuan Square also began to unleash their talent skills, preparing to concentrate firepower and lock down this trapped prey. Xiao Qingsu's combat instincts far exceeded their expectations. In the moment she was hindered, she didn't panic. Instead, she thrust her long sword fiercely into the ground. Buzz, a ring of violent sword energy exploded around her. The shockwave slammed into Tianjuan Squad's multi-layered psionic shield, causing intense ripples on its surface. Using the recoil, Xiao Qingsu broke free from the restraint and accelerated once again toward her target. Her goal remained unchanged: Mu Chen. Capturing the primary target first would secure the initiative. Lin Fan's interest was piqued. This was no longer a mere scuffle between students, but a hunter's duel of strategy and execution. Mu Chen's next move further confirmed this for Lin Fan. He didn't choose to hold his ground. At the moment Xiao Qingshu charged again, he decisively ordered, "Disband the formation." Ice Fog Trap, the sturdy diamond-shaped formation instantly dispersed to both sides, exposing Mu Chen at the center. One teammate pressed their hands to the ground, and ice-blue runes lit up along Xiao Qing's path. Boom, several clusters of extreme cold mist exploded, instantly engulfing Xiao Qingshu and significantly reducing her mobility. The bone-chilling cold even began to erode the protective psionic energy on her body. This was a classic lure-and-ambush tactic. Meanwhile, at the Watcher Base's command center, the leading instructors from various academies were gathered around the massive holographic sandbox. Their expressions solemn. The battle had begun, no unnecessary words were exchanged. The formation of Tianjuan Academy was entirely a display of team combat. "Cooperating seamlessly, what perfect coordination," exclaimed a tactical instructor, but Yu Reicheng Xiao Qingxiu was even faster. Her S-rank talent was completely unaffected by the terrain. Yinchuan Quan Academy's Boken crossed his arms, looking smug, as if he were the commander on the scene. "Him PH, just brute courage," he sneered, slightly raising his chin. Mu Chen has already predicted her moves. Now, that crazy girl has fallen into the trap. He turned to Yaoguan Academy Xu Wenbo and mocked, "Teacher Zhu, this is what a real duel between experts looks like. Let your students learn from it." Zhu Wenbo ignored him, Xu Wenbao ignored him. Knowing that Lin Fan's absence must mean he had other plans. At that moment, a stifled gasp came from the command hall. Carded Xiao Qing who detected abnormal energy response. Psionic core is operating in overdrive. Output power has exceeded by Fenjiibao Wuxi of its limit. What? The smile on Ma Kun's face froze instantly. Is she insane? She's using her psionic core like a furnace. If she loses control, she'll explode and die. Another instructor exclaimed in shock. On the holographic screen, the light representing Xiao Qingzu was surrounded by icy blue energy, which then erupted with even greater power. All the instructors stared at the dazzling light point, as bright as a supernova, with only one thought in their minds: maniac. The students of Yueqing Academy are truly a bunch of battle fanatics. On the battlefield, Xiao Qingshu, trapped in the icy mist, began to emit an unusual psionic glow. She was forcibly overloading her psionic energy to heat her body and resist the extreme cold. CSS large amounts of white steam rose from her body, evaporating the surrounding icy mist. Holy crap, the human steam engine! Even Lin Fan, hidden in cave, was stunned. Is this woman a werewolf? She's even crazier than the craziest. In the next moment, Xiao Qingxiu, now free from her restraints, moved even faster. She charged through the concentrated attacks of the other three members of the Tianjuan team, breaking through their firepower net by sheer force. Her sword pointed directly at Mu Chen. From the beginning, her target had only ever been him. Mu Chen's expression finally changed. He hastily raised an A-rank military shield, pouring all his psionic energy into it, and held it in front of him. Clang, the sword and shield collided violently. A sharp, piercing sound erupted. Followed by a devastating energy explosion, the white sonic boom wave spread out, shattering rocks within dozens of meters. The ground shook violently. Qian Duo was knocked to the ground, his face full of terror. Fenjiu. Is this the kind of sound a rookie can make? The cave where Lin Fan was hiding remained almost unaffected, thanks to the thick fungal mat cushioning the impact. This is just the beginning. It's just a small crater, no big deal. He stood up, stretched lazily, and his joints cracked audibly. All right, their performance is about to end. Huh? Here, Fanji, Fatty scrambled to his feet in a hurry. Lin Fan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Once they decide the winner, it's our turn to take the stage. At the center of the violent energy storm, Mu Chen was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. His combat boots carved a deep grooves into the rocky ground before he barely managed to stop himself. Looking down, he saw a clear crater spreading from the center of the A-rank military shield he had spent most of his savings on. His chest churned, and he forcibly swallowed a mouthful of blood. On the other side, Xiao Qingzu wasn't faring much better. She leaned on her sword, panting heavily, the fiery red on her body gradually fading to reveal pale skin. The overloading of her psionic core left her feeling completely drained. In the cave, Lin Fan watched with great interest. Goodness, injuring the enemy by 1,000 while harming yourself by 999. Is this how you use an S-level talent? Learned something new today. Beside him, Qian Duo looked on with admiration. Fan Jiao, this woman is fierce. Lin Fan glanced at him. Fierce my ass. She's just reckless. But that turtle shell captain on the other side is pretty smart. On the battlefield, a trace of unwillingness flashed in Mu Chen's eyes, but he did not hesitate. He gestured for retreat to the three equally struggling teammates behind him. The next second, a teammate responsible for covering the retreat pulled out a metallic disc from his waist and slammed it hard onto the ground. Buzz! A blinding light accompanied by a psionic pulse erupted with a roar. As the light dissipated, the four figures from Tianchuan Academy disappeared into the shadows of the Tianyin using grappling hooks, leaving only cold words lingering in the wind. Winged. Xiao Qingzhou, I'll remember you. Xiao Qingzhou snorted coldly, too exhausted to even respond. At that moment, the mechanical notification sound simultaneously rang from the wristwatches of the four members of Yuro Qingxing, our team victorious. Acquired by Fantachishi of Tianchuan Wu team's points. Seeing their points skyrocket instantly, a regular male teammate behind Xiao Qing's couldn't help but cheer. We won, Qing Xiao. You're amazing. Yan Xuan's turtle shell tactic is nothing after all. Another female teammate let out a sigh of relief and stepped forward with concern. Qing Xiao. Are you okay? That was terrifying just now. Xiao Qing waved her hand, pulled out a blue psionic recover potion, and drank it in one gulp. The potion quickly alleviated the stinging pain in her psionic core, that the exhaustion in her body was something that could be recovered so quickly. She scanned the surroundings and realized the situation was grim. Since their departure earlier in the day, they had fought numerous battles with the alien beasts of Rift Star, leaving the other three teammates with minor injuries. She wouldn't have chosen to launch a solo assault. Stop wasting time, clear the battlefield, grab the supplies, and move out immediately, Xiao Qingxu ordered. Yes, the male teammate rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement at the thought of opening the supply crate. Inside the cave, Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. Kid, you're celebrating too early. This level of vigilance is far from enough. He exchanged a glance with Qian Duo. Let us get to work. Just as the Yuhom Academy team took a few steps forward, the situation suddenly changed. The ground within a 10-meter radius beneath their feet came alive without warning. What is this? Countless gray-white mycelium burst out of the ground, growing at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, a massive fungal cage rose from the ground, trapping the unsuspecting four members of Yincheng Academy. Damn it. The male teammate was so frightened he fell to the ground. The cage's framework was composed of countless crystalline spikes glinting coldly, the signature crystallized fungal spikes of Lin Fan. The surface of the framework was densely covered with scale-like mycelium, forming an impenetrable armor. Enemy attack, Xiao Qingxiu reacted swiftly. She forcibly activated the last remnants of her psionic energy and swung her sword to strike. But the blade, capable of cleaving through rock, only sparked against the scale-covered fungal spikes. Overbifentubashi of the impact and psionic energy was forcibly absorbed by the strange scale structure. Xiao Qingxiu's heart sank. What is this thing? She felt that apart from the four of them, there were no other living beings in the area. This cage seemed to have grown directly out of the ground, just as the Yuheng team was reeling in shock and panic. Boom, a perfectly round black mass of flesh descended from the sky, tracing a flawless parabola before landing beside the supply crate outside the cage. With an unexpectedly agile roll, he grabbed the massive supply crate with one hand and effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder. The entire sequence of movements was smooth and natural, as if he had practiced it countless times. Hehe, I'll be taking this delivery. Don't mind me, everyone. Qian Duo carried a box larger than himself and grinned at the four stunned people inside the cage, revealing neat, white teeth. A lazy figure slowly emerged from the shadow of the rocks behind the cage. Lin Fan. He waved at Qian Duo, who instantly understood, carrying the heavy spoils and quickly running toward a distant cage. disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the cage, Zhao Qing's, Yu and her 3 teammates could only watch helplessly as the spoils that should have belonged to them were taken away. Their faces turned red with humiliation and anger, mixed with a trace of disbelief. Lin Fan slowly walked to the front of the cage, carefully observing the 4 workers inside through the short spikes. He revealed what he considered a friendly smile and spoke slowly. "Everyone, you've worked hard. Thank you for your diligent efforts. Consider this a lesson for you. Next time before fighting, remember to clean up the battlefield first." Crack, crack, the spikes of the crystalline fungal cage began to reproduce again. Countless finer crystalline spikes growing horizontally, compressing the space inside for the 4 people. They were squeezed so tightly they couldn't move, even turning around became a luxury, hurting people and breaking their spirits. At the Watcher base, command center, the massive hall fell into dead silence. All the accompanying teachers from the academies, including the military observers, stood up. They stared in disbelief at the shocking scene displayed on the holographics and table. Ma Kun from Tianquan Academy, his smug smile froze instantly, turning bright red. His lips trembling, almost shouting, This is cheating, it's absolutely cheating. How could Yao Guan's people have set up such a trap in advance? Where are the referees? No one paid attention to his roar. A military officer responsible for data monitoring turned to look at the always silent commander. The commander, a man of great responsibility and authority, glanced at the screen inferently and waved his hand. Traps, disguises, ambushes, these are all tactics. They fall within the rules and are deemed valid. A new announcement sounded. Yao Guan Qing successfully ambushed Yu region. Our team, victory confirmed. Points are being calculated. In an instant, the holographic leaderboard in the command center underwent a dramatic change. The points belonging to Yue Cheng, our team, including 100% of the points they had stolen from Tianjuan Wu team, were taken away before they could even celebrate. Yao Guan Academy's overall ranking soared from the bottom to the top 5. Lin Fan and Qian Duo's Yao Guan Yi team, with this stunning move, directly entered the top Yaoningming of the team leaderboard. The hall remained silent. Xu Wenbo slowly picked up the thermos cup in front of him, completely ignoring Ma Kun's murderous glare. He gently blew on the steam at the cup's mouth and leisurely took a sip. Today's goji berry tea is brewed just right. The expressions of humiliation on the 4 people's faces could practically make an annual meme collection. Lin Fan admired this masterpiece, feeling that his artistic taste had improved. He gave the 4 inside a devilishly friendly smile. "Everyone, will gratefully accept this supply. Please take 10 minutes here to calmly reflect on your lives. See you next time." As soon as the words fell, he turned around and left without looking back, without a trace of reluctance. Yun Xi had already been taken away by Qian Duo. Yu, Zhao Qingsu's chest heaved violently with anger. Ever since awakening her S-level talent, she had never suffered such humiliation. The other 3 team members stared fiercely at the shadow of the rocks where Lin Fan had disappeared, their eyes almost tearing him apart. Lin Fan hummed a tune leisurely as he returned to his previous hiding cave. As soon as he entered, he saw Qian Duo circling a massive airdrop box, rubbing his hands excitedly. "Fan Ji, you're back." Qian Duo's fat trembled with excitement upon seeing Lin Fan. "Let's leave here first," Lin Fan nodded. He walked to the depths of the cave and waved his hand at an ordinary-looking rock wall. Swish, the camouflaged fungal threads on the rock wall receded, revealing a dark tunnel entrance. This was the escape route he had secretly instructed the fungal colony to create earlier. This was the real fallback plan. The 2 of them entered the tunnel one after the other. After walking a short distance, Lin Fan issued another command. A low rumble came from behind them as the fungal colony triggered a small-scale rock collapse, completely covering their tracks. "This place is like my backyard. I can go wherever I want, completely at ease." The 2 traveled through the tunnel for nearly a kilometer before finally arriving at a spacious. "Fan Ji, is this the spot?" Qian Duo asked, panting as he carried the box. We'll camp here for today," Lin Fan nodded. Qian Duo set down the airdrop box and eagerly began the unboxing ceremony. "Let me see what goodies are inside." As the lid opened, a strong military scent wafted out. Inside were a stack of high-energy compressed biscuits, 3 concentrated oxygen bottles, a bottle of sprayed nano repair liquid, and a foldable thermal tent. "Wow, we hit the jackpot this time." Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Without saying much, he grabbed the nano repair liquid and sprayed it onto the tear in his combat suit. The nano gel quickly covered the damaged area, hardening into a sturdy patch within seconds. After repairing his gear, he tore open a pack of high-energy biscuits and simultaneously pulled out a bottle of psychic potion from his backpack. Alternating bites of biscuit and sips of potion, he ate with great satisfaction. Lin Fen watched from the side, feeling as though the biscuits emitted the aroma of gourmet food. With food and potion consumed, Qian Duoduo's A-level talent, gluttonous body, operated at full capacity, converting them into high-energy fat. Even some minor wounds on his body began to heal, as long as he had food. He was like an unstoppable machine. Qian Duoduo let out a satisfied burp and sprawled comfortably on the ground. After a day of intense combat and extreme recovery, he could clearly feel the bottleneck of the body tempering stage loosening. He was just one step away from the next stage, core condensation. This rocket-like speed of improvement made his admiration for Lin Fen reach new heights. This is just basic stuff, nothing to brag about, Lin Fen waved his hand. His expression calm, like a seasoned veteran. He pulled out his wristwatch and looked at the skyrocketing military training points and talent data displayed on it, feeling particularly pleased. Psychic energy 2153分之 1853分之 1853 evolution points Archichijo. These were all gained from devouring alien beasts and collecting minerals. Qian Duoduo quickly set up the thermal tent, and Lin Fan walked over, gently brushing his hand across the tent surface. A layer of steely mycelium quickly spread, instantly maximizing defense. He then unscrewed a bottle of psionic potion and poured it onto the mycelium. At night, he let them stand guard. Lin Fen issued a command to the fungal colony to maintain minimal energy consumption and high vigilance. Qian Duoduo watched Lin Fan's skilled operation and couldn't help but admire him. Fanji, your ability is simply a divine skill for home travel, fighting enemies, ambushing, and looting. Lin Fan lay on the soft cushion formed by the mycelium, crossing his legs. Stop talking nonsense. Are you preparing for your exams? Go to sleep. The night passed without incident. The next day, Qian Duo packed up the tent feeling refreshed, as if his energy had been fully restored. Lin Fen used the vast mycelium network to plan a new route into the canyon. Let's go, I'll show you what biological technology really means. Countless mycelium strands began converging and intertwining at one point, eventually forming a massive fungal sphere over 2 meters in diameter. The surface of the sphere was covered with scaly mycelium, and the front was densely packed with crystallized fungal spikes. A pure natural, pollution-free biological shield tunneling machine was born. Rumble, the fungal sphere began to rotate, its crystalline spikes rapidly grinding against the rock wall, sending sparks flying as it forcibly carved a path through the hard rock layers. Lin Fan and Qian Duoduo leisurely followed behind, as if taking a stroll. Qian Duoduo was dumbfounded, his tongue almost tied in knots. Fanji, this actually works? Don't panic. In half an hour, the two emerged from the tunnel and stood once again on the canyon cliff. Following the map, they headed toward the darker, more complex terrain at the bottom of the canyon. To reach the Watcher base on the other side of the canyon, they had to pass through the canyon floor. About 5 kilometers into the canyon, they were blocked by a massive rock wall. The wall was engraved with countless runes, faintly glowing with weak energy in the dim light. The ruins of the Rock Dweller tribe, Lin Fan said, stopping in his tracks. What do we do? Take a detour. Qian Duoduo stepped forward. Just as he approached within 30 meters of the rock wall, the situation suddenly changed. Crack, crack, a massive boulder beside the wall split open without warning. A humanoid figure over 3 meters tall, composed of rock and bluish crystals, slowly stood up. It had no facial features, only a giant blue crystal eye on its head. Whoa, Fan Gel, what kind of monster is this? Qian Duoduo was startled. A war crystal golem, Lin Fan said, looking at the information displayed on his watch. An automated defense robot of the Rock Dweller tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Duoduo's body instantly tensed, his fat tightening as he entered combat readiness. The war crystal golem's rocky arm quickly transformed and assembled, turning into a menacing cannon in the blink of an eye, aiming at the more threatening Qian Duoduo. Amazing, it can analyze opponents and transform its weapon on the spot? Qian Duoduo's eyes burned with intense battle spirit. He was at a critical point in breaking through his bottleneck and needed a tough fight to shatter it. The war crystal golem before him was the perfect whetstone. But this time, he was smarter. Before starting the fight, he asked his leader for permission. Fan Jiel, I want to go for it. He turned his head, his eyes full of anticipation as he looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan crossed his arms, looking like someone who enjoyed watching the drama unfold. Go ahead, Fat Ding. It's all yours. With permission granted, Qian Duoduo's aura surged. Watch me smash it to pieces. A psionic shield appeared around him, and he transformed into a cannonball, charging at the massive War Crystal Golem. Boom! The War Crystal Golem's right arm tin unfired. A wave of energy slammed into Cheon-duo, causing his shield to tremble violently and forcing his charge to halt. But he braced against the barrage, rushed to the Crystal Golem and delivered a heavy punch to its chest. Clang! A deafening sound echoed. The Crystal Golem's rocky body was astonishingly hard, and Cheon-duo's powerful punch only left a shallow dent. Its other arm transformed into a stone warhammer, swinging down toward his head. Thus began a pure contest of strength and defense. Cheon-duo's fists rained down on the Crystal Golem like a storm, while the golem's attack showed no mercy. The high-energy fat stored in his body was burning at an astonishing rate. Lin Fan could even tell that the chubby man seemed to be slimming down. His whole body had shrunk. "Brother Fan, I can't hold on, this rock is too hard. I'm running out of energy." After several minutes of fierce combat, Cheon-duo's breath weakened, and he began to call for help. Lin Fan, however, remained calm and unhurried. He pulled out a row of blue glowing vials from his backpack. Sprayed psionic potions. Lin Fan flicked his thumb, sending one vial in a graceful arc into Cheon-duo's arms. "Don't hold back, drink it like water," Lin Fan said calmly, as if he had just bought 5 bottles of soda from a roadside stall. "Why, Brother Fan, if nothing else, your potions are always reliable." Cheon-duo's eyes lit up the moment he saw the blue potion. He caught it in one swift motion, didn't even bother to say thanks, and uncapped it to chug it down. Gulp, gulp, surging psionic energy exploded, washing over his depleted body like a blue tidal wave. The high-energy fat that had shriveled from intense burning swelled back up under the nourishment of pure energy. Burp! Cheon-duo let out a satisfied belch, his mouth emitting a faint blue glow. He felt incredible. His body, which had slimmed down from exhaustion, instantly puffed back up like a balloon, even rounder than before the battle. Across from him, the War Crystal Golem's massive blue crystal monocle flickered wildly with internal computational light. Calculations indicated that the target's energy should have been depleted within 30 seconds. Yet now, Cheon-duo's energy not only fully replenished in an instant but even exceeded its previous peak. This was completely illogical. While the Crystal Golem was still dumbfounded, Cheon-duo charged forward again. "Take this punch from your grandpa, Fetty." Boom! The War Crystal Golem fired its cannon again, the shockwave hitting its mark precisely. This time, Cheon-duo didn't even bother dodging. He puffed out his sturdy chest and took the shockwave head-on. The energy wave exploded into beautiful ripples on his shield, but he himself seemed completely unfazed, delivering a heavy punch to the Crystal Golem's rocky chest armor. Clang! The sound was even deeper than before, echoing through the canyon. The War Crystal Golem, which had stood as solid as a mountain, was actually forced back half a step by the punch. At the Watcher Base's command center, all eyes were fixed on the data screen next to the central holographic map. One small window displayed Cheon-duo's psionic fluctuation curve. The curve had just plummeted like freefall, almost hitting rock bottom. The next second, it suddenly rebounded, surging upward crazily, not only returning to its peak but breaking a new record. A data monitoring officer abruptly stood up, his voice trembling slightly. "Commander, Yao Guanyi squad member Cheon-duo's psionic fluctuations are abnormal. Confirmed to be using A-grade no. Grade high-purity psionic potions." The hall fell silent instantly, even the hum of machinery seemed to pause. Ma Kun from Tianquan Academy, who had just shown a smug expression, froze in place, his face turning blank with shock. Smashing a rock dweller's crystal puppet and immediately downing an S-grade potion. Is this military training or flaunting wealth? Beside Ji Wenbo, the teacher from Kaiyan Academy couldn't help but lean over and whisper, "Teacher Xu, do your academy's students usually fight like this?" Xu Wenbo leisurely picked up his goji berry thermos, not even lifting his eyelids, in a tone that said, "You wouldn't understand, and it's quite troublesome for me," he replied. "Don't be surprised. Their family conditions are unique. It's just a typical young master style of fighting. You'll get used to it." The expressions of the surrounding teachers instantly became complex and hard to decipher. Some twitched at the corners of their mouths, while others couldn't stop their eyelids from twitching. Such extravagance. It's simply wasteful. High-grade energy potions are meant to be life-saving measures in critical moments. What kind of genius treats them as daily supplies, downing them like water? One bottle at a time. On the battlefield, Cheon-duo had completely lost control. Relying on his unlimited refills of energy, he fought the War Crystal puppet with all his might. A cannon from it, a punch from him in return. And he countered with an elbow strike. In an instant, rock fragments and energy sparks flew everywhere, accompanied by constant booming sounds. Amidst this intense battle, Lin Fan remained standing steadily in place, not even moving a step. His gaze wasn't focused on the surface-level fierce exchange at all. Countless tiny mycelia had already silently spread out, even climbing onto the War Crystal Puppet's exterior. In Lin Fan's mind, a structural diagram of a War Crystal Puppet's exterior was gradually forming. Transitioning from virtual to real, the thickness of each piece of armor and the path of every energy circuit were clearly visible. At that moment, the situation suddenly changed. The light in the War Crystal Puppet's single crystal eye abruptly condensed. It seemed to have calculated Cheon Duo's attack pattern, only straightforward charges, with no tricks at all. The massive body suddenly made an nimble sidestep, dodging Cheon Duo's heavy punch. At the same time, the rocky ground beneath its feet suddenly came alive. Pop, pop, sharp stalagmites shot up from the ground without warning, instantly forming a trap. Cheon Duo's punch missed, and the inertia caused him to stagger. His footing was further disrupted by the stalagmites, throwing him into disarray. The War Crystal Puppet no longer engaged in direct confrontation but instead utilized the terrain, weaving between rock walls and stone pillars, occasionally launching ranged attacks and creating rocky traps. Although Cheon Duo had ample energy, his lack of experience left him at a disadvantage, being led by the nose by his opponent. "Brother Fan, this rock monster has come to life," Cheon Duo shouted in frustration as he awkwardly dodged a stone spear shooting out from the side of a rock wall. Distracted, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, causing him to lose balance and nearly trip over another stalagmite. At that critical moment, Lin Fan's voice reached his ear. 3 inches behind the left knee, at the joint gap. Cheon Duo didn't have time to think, but his body instinctively reacted. Redirecting his right fist from its original trajectory and smashing it down hard, cracked, a crisp shattering sound echoed. His fist struck precisely at the weakest joint actuator behind the War Crystal Puppet's left knee. The War Crystal Puppet shuddered violently, its left leg buckling and losing balance, causing it to stagger and kneel. Cheon Duo felt a surge of joy, but Lin Fan's instructions continued seamlessly. Right arm energy conduit, Cheon Duo immediately lunged forward, delivering a punch to an inconspicuous energy cable beneath the crystal puppet's raised right arm. Below the third crystal on the chest. Another punch, the cooling vent on the lower back. Another punch, Cheon Duo completely gave up thinking, transforming entirely into Lin Fan's precise weapon. Wherever Lin Fan directed him to strike, he struck. In the next moment, large sections of the rock armor shattered and fell away, revealing the complex rock skeleton and energy pipelines flickering with electric arcs inside. Lin Fan issued the final command. The course law, directly in front, Cheon Duo's eyes flashed with a dazzling light. He took a deep breath. At his entire body as high-energy fat burned at an unprecedented speed. Flesh cannonball, he transformed into a black channel, charging straight at the exposed energy course lot and slammed into it with full force. Boom, a muffled impact echoed through the deep canyon. The Cheon Duo model flesh cannonball embedded itself precisely into the exposed core slot on the War Crystal Golem's chest. The War Crystal Golem trembled violently. An invisible energy spread outward, kicking up a storm of dust. From the point of impact, cracks rapidly spread across its body like a spider web crack. Crash, large chunks of the hard rock armor peeled away, internal skeletons shattered, and fragments of azure crystals scattered across the ground. The massive rock giant collapsed with a thunderous crash. Cheon Duo fell from mid-air, hitting the ground heavily and raising a cloud of dust. His body was completely drained. The consecutive use of gluttony and flesh cannonball had pushed every cell in his body to its limit. Just as he was utterly exhausted, a brand new energy surged from within him. In his shriveled body, countless scattered spiritual energy cyclones were pulled together by an invisible force, compressing and converging madly. Finally, a stable spiritual energy corp quietly formed within him. Origin Domain Core Condensation. It's done. Amazing. Cheon Duo suddenly jumped up from the ground, letting out a hearty and exhilarating roar. He could clearly feel the newly formed core within him continuously generating power, providing him with strength several times greater than when he was in the body-tempering realm. His control of the gluttonous body had also instantly reached a whole new level. Excited, he turned his head, his small eyes shining brightly, eager to share this joy. "Brother Fan, I broke through, I condensed my core, ha 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 ha." Lin Fan, however, stood calmly, his gaze indifferent, as if witnessing something entirely ordinary. "Not bad. At least my potion was NT wasted." The excitement on Cheon Duo's face froze instantly. Then, that stiffness transformed into even more fervent admiration. "This is Brother Fan, breaking through realms. Such a monumental event is as simple as having a meal in his eyes. This is the perspective of a great figure. Lin Fan ignored the chubby man who was almost delirious with joy from being tricked by him and waved his hand. The mycelium hidden in the shadows and rock crevices instantly turned into a silent gray tide, swiftly enveloping the scattered crystal fragments of various sizes. But in the next moment, Lin Fan frowned. The feedback from the mycelium was not as smooth as when devouring beast flesh, nor as stable as when devouring beast flesh, nor as stable as when decomposing minerals. It was an extremely strong sense of resistance, like trying to bite into a dime and with teeth. The powerful decomposition enzymes secreted by the mycelium seemed to have met their nemesis, leaving only faint marks on the crystal surface. The decomposition continued, but at a maddeningly slow pace. These silicon-based creations from the ancient civilization of Rift Star had a crystal structure far harder and more stable than he had anticipated. Damn, this hard, Lin Fan muttered under his breath. But he refused to give up, gritting his teeth and increasing the output of his psionic energy. As the overwhelming psionic energy poured in, the efficiency of the mycelium's decomposition finally improved. What had felt like trying to bite through diamond now felt like grinding diamond with a steel file. Still slow, but progress was visible. Yet, in the few seconds he focused entirely on accelerating the decomposition, abnormal signals suddenly surged from all directions through his mycelium network, which spanned several kilometers. The energy explosion from the disintegration of the war crystal puppet and the psionic fluctuations from Tiong Duo's breakthrough combined, shattering the canyon's tranquility. On the eastern side, 3 figures descended rapidly from a 100-meter-high cliff using repelling devices, heading straight for the battlefield. In the shadowy caves on the western side, another four-person team advanced stealthily, sticking to the shadows. From the far northern canyon passage, a team was rushing in at full speed, making no effort to conceal their intentions. 3 teams, from 3 different academies, were forming a siege from 3 directions. But this wasn't the most urgent threat. The strongest alarm came from underground. Lin Fan's mycelium network heard the continuous sound of rocks breaking deep within the earth. A ferocious biological signal was violently breaking through the rock layers, heading straight for the surface where they were located. Sand-crawling worm, judging by the energy scale. This was a monster equivalent in rank to the Twinant he had encountered during his college entrance exam. A leader-level creature. Fatty, don't celebrate too soon. We've got company. Lin Fan's voice was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing Chuang Duo's excitement. Huh? Brother Fan, what's going on? Qian Duo asked, confused. But seeing Lin Fan's serious expression, he instinctively prepared for battle. The current situation was giving Lin Fan a headache. The crystal puppet's remains were still within reach. Not even partially consumed, yet enemies were closing in from all directions. If a battle broke out now, the precious crystal materials would undoubtedly be exposed, potentially triggering a chaotic melee. Give up, that word didn't exist in Lin Fan's dictionary. Meat at the mouth, how could he let it go so easily? He quickly made a decision. Stamping his foot hard, he slammed it into the ground. With a muffled boom, the hard rock beneath the crystal puppet's remains collapsed like quicksand. The underground fungal network dug frantically, instantly forming a giant pit several meters deep. The crystal puppet's remains and the mycelium enveloping it plunged into the pit. Immediately afterward, more mycelium pushed the rock layers of the pit walls, rapidly burying the entire hole. From digging to burial, took only a few dozen seconds. The original location of the crystal puppet's remains showed only a slight depression, unnoticed by anyone. After completing this, Lin Fan's expression eased slightly. While commanding the underground fungal network to continue devouring the crystal remains, he raised his head and scanned the surroundings. Brother Fan, should we hide? Qian Duo asked nervously, completely bewildered. Lin Fan didn't answer, instead extending his palm upward. Countless tiny mycelium threads rapidly converged and wove together in his palm, instantly constructing a miniature 3-dimensional terrain map covering several kilometers. On the map, markers for the 3 enemy teams steadily advanced from 3 directions. At the center of the sandbox, beneath their feet, a massive marker was rapidly rising. The guests had arrived. Lin Fan's finger lightly tapped the sandbox, his voice calm to the point of being chilling. 3 teams above, 1 big guy below. A sly smile slowly crept onto his lips. They're all coming for us. Fatty, get ready. Follow my instructions for everything. Watch your base. Command Center. Chuming Shui Academy's leading teacher, Ma Kun, crossed his arms and looked at the central holographic sandbox. Almost laughing out loud, is this being surrounded? On the sandbox, the white representing Yao Guangyi squad was tightly encircled from all directions by 3 differently colored lights. Ma Kun turned his head and gave a smug look to Xu Wenbo, who remained calm beside him. Teacher Zhu, it seems your academy's top squad has really run into trouble this time. This time, it's not just Yu Qing's group of brute force players. Our team specializes in stealth and assassination, truly professional. He deliberately emphasized the word professional. Trying to ambush us? Too naive. The Yu Qing Academy teacher's face darkened and immediately retorted, Ma Kun. Who are you sarcastically calling a bumpkin? Whoever responds, that's who I'm talking about, Ma Kun shot back without hesitation. The two began arguing on the spot in the command center. Only Xu Wenbo remained unmoved, not even lifting his eyelids. He unscrewed the lid of his thermos cup and gently blew away a few goji berries floating on the water surface. Ambush? Playing ambush in front of Lin Fan? Xu Wenbo knew very well that this kid had probably already turned the surrounding kilometers of canyon into his own territory. In the face of such talent, no amount of professionalism mattered. At the bottom of the dragon-spine Great Rift Valley, 3 teams almost simultaneously arrived at the center of the energy burst. Leading the way was Mu Chen's squad, who had suffered a loss under Zhao Qingshu yesterday. After a night's rest, they were all refreshed, their eyes sharp, and their state restored to peak condition. On the other side, Yu Chen Academy Zhao Qingshu led her team out from the shadow of a cave. Clearly, after their conflict with Lin Fan yesterday, they were unwilling to accept defeat and had ventured into the cave where Lin Fan had retreated. Judging by their slightly disheveled appearance, they had likely gotten lost inside. The last team consisted of 3 students dressed in dark combat uniforms, emerging like ghosts from the shadows of the walls, the assassin squad from Tianxiu Academy. The 3 forces were clearly defined, and the atmosphere on site instantly became tense to the extreme. All eyes were locked on the 2 people in the center. One was Fatty, who had just broken through and whose aura was weak, the other was Lin Fan. Standing amidst the rubble, looking at them with great interest. Zhao Qingshu, your luck isn't so good today. Mu Chen spoke first, his tone full of provocation. Zhao Qingshu ignored him. All her attention was focused on Lin Fan, her anger far surpassing her hostility toward Mu Chen. It was this man who had used despicable means to humiliate her and her team on the first day of military training. Mu Chen might think he had the upper hand, but only they knew how unbearable it truly was. Lin Fan seemed completely unaffected by the suffocating resentment, instead waving cheerfully at Zhao Qingshu and her team. We meet again. Why coincidence, you're here to join the fun too. A male team member beside Zhao Qingshu burned with rage and was about to charge forward. But she raised her hand to stop him. Hidden in the shadows on the other side, the Qingshu Assassin's Court quickly exchanged information within their team channel. The target is the 2 from Yaoguan Academy. Deal with them first. Mu Chen and Zhao Qingshu are holding each other in check, so no need to worry, take action first. The one thing is the same, they all see Lin Fan and the fatty as fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Lin Fan suddenly towed the Qiong duo beside him. And the 2 of them abruptly leapt backward. Boom, the next moment, the ground where they had just been standing suddenly bulged upward. A massive worm over 50 meters long, its entire body covered in dark brown chitin, burst out of the ground, revealing sharp teeth like a meat grinder, and let out a roar that shook the entire canyon. A wave of oppressive energy, mixed with ferocity and hunger, instantly enveloped the scene. This was a leader-level exotic beast, the sandworm. The sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Mu Chen and Zhao Qingshu immediately dropped their hostility toward each other and focused all their attention on the giant beast. The point value of a leader-level exotic beast was enough to catapult any team to the top of the rankings. The assassin squad from Chuanquan Academy also temporarily abandoned and their plan to assassinate Lin Fan, their attention drawn to this massive temptation. After the worm appeared, Lin Fan's voice came through Qian Duo's helmet. Pretend we can't handle it and retreat first. At the same time, he sent Qian Duo coordinate through the team channel, landing conspicuous, narrow cave entrance at the edge of the battlefield. Roar, the sandworm's massive body twisted violently, and its colossal tail, powerful enough to split rocks, swept across with immense force. Holy crap, what kind of monster is this? Qian Duo let out an exaggerated scream. Lin Fan was even more disheveled. Dragged by Qian Duo, he appeared panicked, blown off the ground by the gust of wind from the giant tail. The 2 of them tumbled through the air, landing right at the entrance of the cave Lin Fan had designated. After landing, the 2 scrambled on all 4s into the cave, disappearing completely from the battlefield. This scene was witnessed by all 3 other teams. Mu Chen snorted coldly, full of disdain. Trash. Zhao Qingshu's reaction was similar, but remembering how she had been outsmarted by this guy yesterday, she felt even more indignant. The assassin squad leader from Chuanyan Quan Academy issued a new order through that channel. The targets have left the scene. Prepared to seize the kill on this leader-level sandworm. In their eyes, the two lucky ones from Yaoguang Academy were already out of the game. The most important thing now was figuring out how to kill this priceless sandworm while the other two teams were holding each other in check. Inside the Din Cave, Qian Duo patted the dust off himself and curiously leaned toward Lin Fan. Brother Fan, why, I just broke through and was looking for a strong enemy to practice on. That big worm looked like it could take a beating. Lin Fan said nothing. He walked straight to the depths of the cave, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. At this moment, all his attention was focused on the hidden fungal network underground. The remnants of the war crystal puppet he had hidden were being devoured and decomposed by the fungal colony at a speed 100 times faster than before. Seeing that Lin Fan was ignoring him, Qian Duo could only sit to the side sulking, feeling restless. After a long while, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the still frustrated fatty and said leisurely, "What's the rush? Let those three groups cook the meat first, then we'll come out and eat it. Doesn't that sound better?" He patted Qian Duo on the shoulder. "Fatty, remember this." Qian Duo was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized, wasn't this just playing the role of the sixth man? There's nothing shameful about being the sixth man. Lin Fan, an infam, with the demeanor of a seasoned veteran, instructed him, "We're here for military training to earn points, not to play heroes. Let them fight it out first, and we'll come out to clean up the mess afterward. The last ones standing are the true winners." Outside the cave, the furious roars of the sand crawlers mixed with the explosions of skills. The fierce melee officially began. From the very start, the battle outside the cave entered a fever pitch. The Mu Chen team from Tianchuan Academy once again formed a battle formation. Mu Chen's talent made him a mobile energy center. Pale blue psionic light spread from his body, connecting every team member. The sturdy psionic shield enveloped the four of them, while simultaneously providing powerful firepower support. Ice spikes shot continuously, flames exploded, and electromagnetic pulses struck the massive bodies of the sand crawlers with precision, creating bursts of energy sparks. But the true main attacker was Xiao Qing Xiu from Yuheng Academy. With her S-grade talent, Sword Bone, she was like a sharp blade. Each dazzling silver sword light darted rapidly across the massive body of the worm. Each attack was far from a mere scratch. The sword edge tore through the carapace, and the sword energy directly penetrated the wounds, violently ripping apart the flesh inside. Foul on the sand table, foul on the sand table. The light points representing the teams from the three major academies Tianchuan, Yuheng, and Tianquan were fiercely battling around a massive red light point. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous cave outside the battle zone, two light points from Yaoguang Academy huddled together, motionless. The trace of arrogance appearing on his face. True warriors dare to face the strongest enemies and temper themselves in the fire of battle. Cowards can only hide in corners, trembling and praying that danger won't find them. His words elicited a cold snort from the teacher of Yuheng Academy beside him. "Ma Kan, who are you saying that to? Your Yangquan Academy isn't so noble either. Always hiding in the shadows to play dirty tricks. What kind of hero is that? We call it strategy, understand? Unlike some academies, whose brains are all muscle," Ma Kan retorted immediately, and the two began arguing again. In the command center, only Zhu Wenbo seemed detached from the situation. He unscrewed his thermos cup, leisurely blew on the goji berries floating on the water surface, and took a gentle sip. Any argument before the results come out is pointless. In the Din Cave, Lin Fan sat cross-legged. Countless mycelium extending from his back and legs, deeply embedding into the ground. Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. He was fully focused onto tasks. One part of his mind was driving the fungal colony to devour the remnants of the war crystal puppets at a frenzied pace. Although the devouring speed of the mycelium had increased significantly under his control, the energy consumption for decomposition was far beyond expectations. The other part of his mind was engaged in an even more challenging and precise operation. He actively severed the alert mycelium extending several kilometers away, retracting the sensory network. He abandoned broad-range vague alerts in exchange for absolute control over the battlefield before him. Countless mycelium proliferated and spread underground like combat engineers. Every vibration of the land, every collapse of a rock, transformed into the clearest data stream flooding into his mind. Even if a node was damaged by the battle, he would silently repair it. This high-precision deployment greatly increased his mental burden, far more terrifying than simply decomposing crystals. He was simultaneously performing two energy-intensive tasks, and his energy was rapidly depleting. Energy Wushidao Energy Doshasen Cheong Duo was pacing anxiously nearby, his fat trembling with every step. Fenji, the outside is practically falling apart, and we're just sitting here waiting. This feeling of hearing the loud noises outside but being unable to do anything is worse than starving for 3 days. Lin Fan didn't open his eyes, only impatiently saying, "Shut up. Stop wandering around and help me open a few potions." Huh? Oh. Cheong Duo seemed to wake from a dream, fumbling to pull out several energy potions from his backpack. He unscrewed the caps and held the bottle openings to Lin Fan's mouth. Lin Fan tilted his head back and drank in one gulp. Pure energy surged into his body like a flood, temporarily alleviating the crisis of his energy running low. Meanwhile, a major change occurred in the battle outside. The sand-crawling worm, continuously attacked by Zhao Qingshu's sword aura, completely fell into a frenzy. Its mouth full of sharp teeth opening to the limit, emitting a piercing scream that directly impacted the mental plane. The scream was not only a vent but also Soul Eater's summoning call. In the next moment, its massive body suddenly contracted and burrowed into the ground like lightning. Mu Chen, Zhao Qingshu, and the others were stunned. Unable to react to what the creature intended to do. Boom, the rocky ground within a 100-meter radius beneath their feet shook violently, began to crack, and turned into sand. The hard rock layer transformed into a massive quicksand vortex within seconds, its powerful suction dragging everything on the surface into the abyss. Not good. It's trying to pull us down. Mu Chen shouted, the light beneath his feet surging as his psionic shield instantly formed into a sphere, attempting to tightly envelop the 4 team members. But it was too late. Caught off guard, everyone screamed as they fell into the quicksand, their previously orderly formation collapsing in an instant. In the command center, all the instructors stood up at this moment. This is the signature move of a leader-level sand burial, reported a military liaison officer. Where are the nearby aircraft? Send someone to rescue them immediately. The commander of the military training did not hesitate and promptly issued the rescue order. The battlefield at the bottom of the canyon was in even worse condition. As the ground collapsed, dozens of slightly smaller but equally ferocious mature and worms burst out from the edges of the collapse zone. They frantically churned the rocks in quicksand, turning the entire area into an inescapable vortex of death. Amid the chaos outside, deep within the cave, Lin Fan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. War Crystal Ball remnants fully consumed parsing in progress. Lin Fan's talent panel quickly displayed new information. Special material structure detected optical focus. Consume sitting mean evolution points to unlock a new fungal branch? Optical focus? Lin Fan's heartbeat accelerated. Could it be what he thought it was? Without hesitation, he clicked confirm. Unlock successful. Congratulations on obtaining a new fungal species energy focusing prism mushroom grade D. This fungus can rapidly grow natural crystal-like fungal bodies with complex optical structures inside, capable of efficiently focusing psionic energy and releasing it in the form of high-energy rays. Yes, isn't this just like the Prism Tower from the game? Lin Fan was ecstatic. His fungal combat system already had sturdy armored mycelium for defense, sharp crystallized fungal spikes for melee, thunderstorm fungal mats for large-scale attacks, illusion-inducing floating mushrooms, and toxin-purging dust-cleaning mushrooms. Now, the critical gap in long-range precision strikes was finally filled. His fungal swarm was steadily evolving into a well-divided, fully functional war system. As Lin Fan reveled in the joy of his new ability, outside the cave, the desperate battlefield took an even crazier turn. The suction of the quicksand vortex grew stronger, firmly gripping everyone as the rocks beneath their feet continued to collapse. The death vortex formed by dozens of mature and worms frantically churned, gradually depleting their psionic energy. Mu Chen's team, with the poorest mobility, were the brunt of the attack, their formation torn to shreds. Captain, we can't hold on. Our psionic energy is almost depleted, the team member shouted in despair. Zhao Qingshu was also in dire straits. She had stabbed her sword tip into the rock wall to barely stabilize herself, but the rapidly crumbling rocks beneath her feet were causing her to slide down. The worst off was the assassin team from Tian Quan Academy. They were not skilled in frontal combat, and after falling into the quicksand, they couldn't utilize their abilities, helplessly watching themselves being dragged toward the abyss. Mu Chen's Array-Core skill was barely holding on under the wide-range skill suppression of the sandworm. No, if this continues, we'll all be drained to death. He roared, reaching into his tactical backpack and pulling out 3 fist-sized metal spheres. These are high-explosive psionic grenades exclusively provided by the Academy. Mu Chen spent the entire summer redeeming this trump card, and he didn't expect to use it on the second day of military training. Clenching his teeth, he infused psionic energy into the metal sphere and hurled it with all his might toward the center of the quicksand vortex. He intended to use the violent explosion shockwave to forcibly stabilize the area while severely injuring the monster underground. The next second thou occurred, a deafening explosion swallowed everything. Flames illuminated the bottom of the canyon, as bright as daylight. The extreme heat swept across the area in an instant, and the violent shockwave spread outward. The quicksand was instantly vitrified into scorched earth resembling glass. However, the explosion's power far exceeded everyone's expectations, and the shockwave brutally tore through each person's psionic shield. The collective shield of the Tianquan squad was instantly covered in cracks. Mu Chen quickly downed a vial of B-grade psionic potion, desperately stabilizing the shield on the verge of collapse. Rolling several times, her silver sword armor dimming significantly. Her teammates and the assassins from Tianquan Academy were slammed heavily against the rock walls, their fates uncertain. Almost simultaneously, deep within the cave, Lin Fan let out a muffled groan. A sharp pain exploded in his mind. Nearly half of the fungal mat he had spread across the surface layer was vaporized into ash by the explosion's high temperature and shockwave. The connection of the mycelium was forcibly severed, causing him slight backlash, and his ears buzzed incessantly. Fan, are you okay? Qian Duo, startled, hurriedly waddled over with his round body. Lin Feng didn't open his eyes, only squeezing out a single word through gritted teeth, potion. Oh, Qian Duo fumbled to pull out an S-grade psionic potion. Unscrewed the cap, and brought it to Lin Fen's lips. Lin Fan tilted his head back and drank it in one gulp. The powerful psionic energy surged through his spirit, instantly clearing his chaotic mind. However, just as he was about to redeploy the fungal colony, a series of unexpected notifications frantically popped up on his interface. High-energy explosion detected, extreme high-temperature environment detected, analyzing. Lin Fan froze. Could this be a stroke of luck? Special gene fragment detected dead. Explosion, high temperature, consume Yaoding revolution points to unlock new trait. Yes, Lin Fan chose to consume the points without hesitation. Unlock successful. Fungal trait enhanced flame resistance. A molecular level high temperature protective film has formed on the surface of the mycelium, significantly increasing resistance to fire and high temperature damage. Lin Fan was ecstatic. This was practically a two-for-one deal. He almost wanted to rush outside and shout at the person who detonated the bomb earlier, brother, do that move Yaoding me more times, and I'll reimburse you. At this moment, his headache vanished, and his spirit was exceptionally invigorated. It felt amazing. At the Watcher base, in the command center, all the leading instructors and military personnel had their eyes fixed on the central SAN table displaying the chaotic battle. From the moment the SAN were released in burial, everyone's hearts were in their throats. When the light representing Mu Chen's squad threw 3 high-pressure psionic grenades, a military officer immediately reported loudly. High-energy reaction detected. Tianquan Wu squad has thrown 3 high-explosive psionic grenades. The command center erupted in exclamations. The SAN burial has been neutralized. That was a brilliant move. The instructors from Tianquan Academy nodded subtly as they watched Mu Chen's decisive action. Ruthless, bold, and full of resolve. Moreover, the group from Yuechen and Chuan lacked the kind of team support talent that Mu Chen possessed. This explosion not only broke the stalemate but also severely crippled the 2 strongest opponents. A double win. Ma Kun from Chuanquan Academy looked grim. He had just been boasting about his academy's assassin specialization, only to be overshadowed and taken down in one fell swoop, leaving his face burning with embarrassment. The other academy instructors had a hint of schadenfreude in their eyes. While everyone's attention was focused on the chaotic battlefield, no one noticed a few inconspicuous messages flashing across the information screen next to the holographics and table. Yao Guanyi squad, used S-grade psionic potion. Sar Yao Guanyi, E squad, used S-grade psionic potion. He Yao Guanyi squad. Used. These data points were quickly buried under more intense battle reports. Only Zhu Wenbo noticed this scene. He lowered his head, swirled his thermos cup, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. On the canyon battlefield, the smoke and dust from the explosion had yet to dissipate when a roar filled with pain and rage erupted from underground. The leader class and Worm struggled to crawl out from beneath the glass-like ground. Its once hard carapace was shattered and peeled back, large chunks of flesh charred black, and green blood gushed out, creating a gruesome scene. The intense pain drove it completely mad. It locked onto the nearest target, Mu Chen's squad, and charged at them in a frenzy with its massive body. The opportunity had arrived. On the other side, Chao Qingxiu and the Tianquan assassin squad, who had just regained their composure, immediately seized this rare chance. Both sides launched a frenzied assault on the berserk worm from different directions. Sword light flashed, and poison arrows flew. The energy fluctuations on the battlefield reached their peak. In the Din Cavern, Lin Fan's excitement had yet to subside. "Thanks for the rocket, bro. Not only did I get the long-range attack spores today, but I'd also unexpectedly acquired critical fire resistance. This is a huge win." He refocused his attention underground. The newly grown mycelium spread rapidly beneath the scorched earth, repairing the damaged areas. The microscopic structure of all the mycelium was quietly changing. His perception extended across the entire battlefield, allowing him to clearly sense everyone's positions, energy residues, and the near breaking point of the exotic beasts. The prey is about to collapse. Meanwhile, his fungal colony not only covered the entire battlefield but had also completed an upgrade. The moment of harvest was imminent. At the bottom of the canyon, the air was thick with the stench of burning and blood. The massive corpse of the leader class and worm lay sprawled across the glass-like ground. Scattered around it were over a dozen smaller worm corpses, turning the area into a true slaughterhouse. The brutal siege had finally come to an end, but at a great cost. Zhao Qingxu knelt on one knee, using her longsword for support to barely stay upright. Each breath accompanied by searing pain. Her psionic energy was completely depleted. Her 3 teammates were all injured, slumped on the ground, barely able to move a finger. Further away, the last remaining assassin from Tianquan Academy leaned against a rock wall, while the other two lay motionless nearby, clearly gravely injured. Across the entire battlefield, the only team still maintaining a complete formation was Mu Chen's Wad from Tianquan Academy. Thanks to Mu Chen's talent, the Ray Core, which coordinated energy, they were all injured but their formation remained intact, still retaining basic combat capability. "Stay alert, take your potions and recover immediately." Mu Chen's voice carried an irrepressible excitement. He strode forward, heading straight for the massive corpse of the sand-crawling worm. This was a leader-level beast. The point sound from its corpse alone would be enough to elevate his team's ranking to the next level. A victorious smile blossomed on his face. He glanced at the dark cave in the distance, snorted coldly, and said disaffectedly, "Cowards. While we were fighting a bloody battle, those 2 useless students from Yaoguan Academy could only hide in the cave, trembling. People like them, even if they manage to survive military training by sheer luck, will only become a joke to others. The ultimate winner of this chaotic battle will be none other than me. Mu Chen, only Tianquan Academy." Meanwhile, the transport aircraft from the Diachia military quietly arrived above the canyon. It descended slowly and hovered several hundred meters above the canyon floor. The high-definition sensors beneath the aircraft transmitted everything happening on the battlefield in real time back to the Watcher base. Seeing the entire swarm of sand-crawling worms defeated, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the command center. "It's over. These kids are truly remarkable. Who would have thought they could actually take down a leader-level beast head-on?" As the screen focused on Mu Chen's team, which was in the best condition, and the other academy students sprawled around in disarray, everyone understood the final outcome of the battle. Yanchuan Academy had won. "Congratulations, Old Li. Yanchuan has produced another promising talent this time. Quick decision-making under pressure. Strong tactical execution, truly impressive." The compliments from other academy teachers made Li, the teacher leading Qingchuan Academy, almost grin from ear to ear. He nodded modestly, but his gaze subtly flicked toward Ma Kun, whose face was ashen. "Not at all. It's mainly because the kids are disciplined and understand the importance of teamwork," he said with a hidden meaning. "Unlike some people who only resort to disgraceful tricks and get exposed as soon as they face a real battlefield." Ma Kun's face twitched, turning red with anger and embarrassment. His prideful assassin team had nearly been wiped out, and now he was being humiliated in public. How could he endure this? But the facts were undeniable, leaving him speechless. He could only redirect his fury toward Zhu Wenbo, who had been leisurely unbothered the entire time. No matter what, our Yanquan Academy still showed up on the battlefield. That's better than some academies whose students just cowered like turtles. Zhu Wenbo slowly unscrewed the lid of his thermos, blew on the steam, and remained completely unaffected. Don T jumped to conclusions. Until the very end, no one can say for sure. Ma Kun was about to retort when a sudden exclamation from the command center interrupted the tense atmosphere. "Report, a large-scale abnormal energy reaction has been detected at the bottom of the canyon." Rapidly rising, at the bottom of the canyon, Mu Chen had already reached the sand-crawling worm corpse. Just as he was about to touch the spoils of war boom, a muffled explosion erupted from underground. Without warning, the glazed rock layer beneath the leader levels and crowing Worm's corpse collapsed. The Worm's corpse sank along with it. The sudden change made everyone's heart skip a beat. What? Mu-Chen jumped back in shock, staring at the pit in disbelief. The next second, he was struck dumb. At the bottom of the pit stood a round, chubby figure beside the Worm's corpse. The figure looked up and flashed Mu-Chen a simple, radiant smile. Brother, you've worked hard, Tian Duo grinned, waving his chubby hand. Immediately, under Mu-Chen's terrified gaze, bacteria-covered tentacles surged out from the underground passage, coiling around the worm's corpse and yanking it forcefully. His spoils of war were thus dragged into the abyss. You're courting death, Mu-Chen's mind went blank, then was consumed by rage. His rationality vanishing in an instant. Before he could react, a mutation occurred. He's espuprant, ZZT. Blinding light burst forth from beneath his feet, the rock walls, and every crack across the battlefield. Countless ghostly blue arcs of electricity instantly intertwined into a massive lightning net that covered the entire battlefield. Deep within the cavern, Lin Fan knelt on one knee, his hands pressed against the fungal carpet, pouring immense psionic energy into the ground. Thunderstorm fungal carpet, activate, boom, in the next second. A massive lightning storm erupted. The violent blue electric light engulfed the entire battlefield in an instant, the air thick with the smell of burning. Where did this lightning come from? What's happening? Everyone on the battlefield suffered devastating blows in that moment. The already fragile psionic shields were shredded to pieces by the raging lightning. Piercing screams echoed one after another, only to be drowned out by the thunder. Almost simultaneously, from the cracks in the rock walls surrounding the battlefield, clusters of crystalline mushrooms rapidly sprouted, growing so fast they were visible to the naked eye. These were Lin Fan's newly unlocked fungal species energy-focusing crystals. The moment the thunderstorm fungal carpet activated, powerful psionic energy was also channeled into these newly born turrets. The crystalline caps of all the energy-focusing crystals lit up simultaneously, their intricate internal optical structures activated. They converted in focus the psionic energy transmitted from the fungal carpet to the extreme. Then, they fired, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Dozens of highly compressed psionic beams pierced through the raging electric net from all directions, tearing through the air. Their target was not all the survivors on the battlefield, but the single team Lin Fan had locked onto Tianjia 1 Academy squad. The moment the thunderstorm erupted, the expression on Mu-Chen's face froze. In his pupils, the lightning met rising from the ground sealed off all escape routes. Dozens of death rays converged from all directions, completely enveloping him and his teammates. The wide-range lightning field covered the entire battlefield. The members of the three major academies didn't even have time to let out a single scream before collapsing one by one, their bodies emitting wisps of smoke. As for Mu-Chen's squad, which was specifically targeted, they experienced the true meaning of despair. Activate the shield, Mu-Chen let out a hoarse roar. This was his final act of dignity as a Formation Core talent holder. But his psionic energy was already depleted, unable to withstand this meticulously planned thunderstorm. The fragile team shield struggled for less than a moment before being shattered by the beams. Despair overwhelmed Mu-Chen. He turned and braced an A-grade military shield in front of him, facing the densest barrage of beams. This was his last line of defense. Boom. Boom, boom, high-energy beams struck the shield in rapid succession. The shield's temperature rose sharply, the once sturdy alloy turning red-hot and quickly melting. In less than 5 seconds, with a muffled sound, the shield was pierced by a beam. Then came the second, the third. Mu-Chen's entire body trembled violently. At least 3 high-energy beams penetrated his final defense, striking his body directly. His combat suit was instantly scorched, revealing charred black wounds. The surrounding stray arcs of electricity seemed to find an outlet, crazily converging toward him. JZT, blinding electric light enveloped him entirely. Mu-Chen let out a muffled groan, his eyes rolled back, and his body fell straight to the ground. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, cooked to perfection. Deep in the cave, Lin Fan silently evaluated in his mind. At the last moment, he held back, weakened the intensity of the rays, and redirected the storm's path. Otherwise, this genius from Tianchuan Academy would have already turned into a pile of charred human flesh. There's no need to go for the kill between classmates. Medium rare is enough to teach him a lesson. Mu-Chen's teammates met equally miserable fates, each convulsing and collapsing in the arcs of electricity, completely losing their ability to resist. The lightning gradually faded, and the rays ceased. The battlefield finally quieted down. The air was heavy with the smell of burnt flesh, and the ground was littered with faintly twitching corpses. The only one still conscious was Xiao Qingxiu from Yurochen Academy. Her S-grade talent, Sword Bone, not only granted her immense attack power but also gave her a physique and energy resistance far beyond ordinary people. Yet even she was at her limit. Her body was covered in charred burns, her silver sword armor had lost its luster. And she had to stab her lungs were fiercely into the ground just to barely support her shaky body. He spoke slowly, a harmless and kind smile on his face. Xiao Qingxiu struggled to lift her head, her eyes filled with exhaustion, vigilance, and deep confusion. Who, exactly are you? Her voice was hoarse, with a slight tremble. Lin Fan shrugged, spreading his hands with an innocent expression. Don't be nervous, classmate, I'm just a new student at Yaoguang Academy, passing by here. Watcher Base, Command Center. The hall was eerily silent. All the leading instructors, including the usually composed military observers, were now standing up from their seats. They stood stiffly, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. Above the canyon, the high-definition light matrix of the transport aircraft transmitted the team wipeout process, akin to a massacre, back to the holographic screen in its entirety. A terrifying thunderstorm covering nearly a square kilometer. Energy beams comparable to the simultaneous laser defense volleys of a base, and the efficient, clean elimination of everything in a short time. Although there was an element of opportunism in reaping the benefits of others' efforts, no one could deny that the power behind this far exceeded what a new student could achieve. Ma Kun from Chuanquan Academy opened his mouth but couldn't make a sound. Teacher Li from Tianchuan Academy, whose face had been full of confidence, was now pale. Only Zhu Wenbo from Yaoguang Academy put down his thermos and stood up. The smile on his face sharply contrasted with the shock around him. It was a smile of I knew it all along and the satisfaction of you all were so foolish. The officer in charge of data monitoring reported in a dry voice of foolish. Battlefields can complete, Tianchuan Wu team, Yanchuan Wu team, YUHNR team, YUHNR team. All members have lost combat capability. On the holographic map, the light dots representing these three academy teams dimmed simultaneously. Only two bright light dots remained. Lin Fan of Yaoguang Yi team. Qiong Duo of Yaoguang Yi team. The overall commander of this military training. The deputy commander of a watcher base, focused on the real-time footage of the young man who had just walked out of the cave, a contemplative expression on his face. He wanted confirmation. So he turned to Zhu Wenbo beside him. Teacher Zhu Wenbo beside him. Teacher Zhu, I would like to know what exactly is the talent of this student from your Yaoguang Academy? Command Center. Upon hearing the commander's question, everyone's attention immediately shifted from the holographic screen to Zhu Wenbo. He straightened his back. It was a feeling of long-suppressed pride finally being able to stretch freely. His face was full of pride and satisfaction. Reporting to the commander, Zhu Wenbo's voice was loud and powerful. He is this year's top scorer in the college entrance examination, Lin Fan. He deliberately paused, scanning the room full of astonished faces. Then heavily emphasized the final sentence talent F grade, mycologist. F grade, mycologist, these two words instantly silenced the command center. Then, an uproar erupted. What? He's the F-grade top scorer that everyone mocked. What did the admissions office say? Does this look like exhausted potential? Does this look like exhaustion? What a joke, an F-grade can do this. The commotion almost blew the roof off the command center. Impossible. Ma Kun from Tianquan Academy was the first to jump out, his face flushed red. His finger trembling as he pointed at the screen, as if trying to pierce through it. Absolutely impossible. F-grade talent has pitifully low conversion rates. How could it produce such powerful attacks? He must have cheated, he must have used illegal equipment, this is his last desperate attempt to save face. As soon as the words fell, the military observer in charge of monitoring coldly concluded, report, all freshmen have undergone triple scans for confirmation. Student Lin Fan did not carry any equipment beyond the specifications of the military training. The military's ironclad evidence shattered Ma Kun's illusions like a slap in the face. The chief commander, with sharp eyes, issued another order, pull up the detailed psionic distribution map of the battlefield area. The next second, the holographic screen quickly switched. On the screen appeared a dark blue network composed of countless tiny psionic nodes, densely packed, covering the entire display. This network spanned nearly a square kilometer at the bottom of the canyon. And its complexity and precision left all the experienced instructors present in shock. This was not something technology could simulate. It was a force of life, a manifestation of psionics extending to the deepest parts of reality. Ma Kun stared at the map, still unwilling to believe it. Psionics? It must be a matter of tonal psionic energy. Clinging to this last straw, he pointed at the screen and struggled desperately to cover such a large area with a trap network. Even if he's only at the condensed core stage, let alone the peak of the manifestation stage, his psionic energy would have been completely drained. This doesn't make any sense. His words echoed the thoughts of many instructors. It was indeed unreasonable. They were all seasoned teachers who had seen countless geniuses, but the total psionic energy at each stage was always limited. The situation before them completely shattered their understanding of the condensed core stage. If no illegal equipment was used, then how could this be explained? Just as everyone was mired in confusion, Xu Wenbo laughed. He looked at the almost hysterical Ma Kan, his gaze carrying a hint of pity, as if watching a clown in a farce. Mr. Ma, it seems the battle earlier was too intense, and you didn't pay attention to the system notifications. Did you? Our student used several less grade psionic potions during the fight. Didn't you see that? Xu Wenbo spread his hands. His smile growing wider, with a clear sense of smugness. The military training rules don't prohibit the use of potions, do they? How can this be considered cheating? It just means my student's family is well off, that is all. The command center fell into a deathly silence once again. All the instructors closed their mouths. They had almost forgotten this kid was just a player relying on potions to hold his ground. Ma Kan from Chunwen Academy opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But no words came out. His face turned bright red. At that moment, the Academy points ranking on the screen suddenly refreshed. The name of Tianquan Academy, originally in 4th place, plummeted downward. Tianquan Academy 2nd place, Tianjia Academy 3rd place, Huayinchang Academy 4th place, Yaoguan Academy 5th place. Changquan Academy. Ma Kan trembled all over. He watched helplessly as the name Yaoguan Academy stepped over Yinquan Academy. This was an enormous humiliation. Enough to be recorded in the disgraceful history of Tianquan Academy. Xu Wenbo pretended to have just noticed the ranking change, feigning surprise with an "oh dear," and looked at the coming Ma Kan with a face full of sincere smiles. Mr. Ma, it seems we accidentally climbed up. This accidentally completely broke Ma Chun's last line of defense. He finally shut his mouth, swallowing all his unwillingness and doubts into a stomach full of bitterness. The commander no longer paid attention to the reactions of the people below, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan's figure on the screen. He suddenly remembered that Di Achia was currently competing with 2 other major forces on Blue Star for control of a planet. That planet had originally been discovered together, leading to a joint operation. Before the alien race was completely cleared out, the other 2 forces had already attempted to launch a sneak attack. One of them had a particularly troublesome gifted individual whose abilities had been a headache for the military. Perhaps this F-level little guy was the key to solving that major problem. At the bottom of the canyon, Lin Fan looked at the soaring points on his wrist terminal, feeling elated. 3 squads had been forcibly eliminated. And by Finditsisha of their points were automatically transferred to this squad. However, Mu Chen's squad had previously been squeezed by Zhao Qingxiu's squad, and Xiao Qingxiu's squad had been fleeced by him. So no one had earned much. Today's main harvest came from those 3 unlucky guys from Chunwen Academy, who contributed nearly Ershi, Ling Mingming points in one go. Adding the Saishir, Ling Mingming points fleeced from Xiao Qingxiu yesterday and the Shi, Liu Lingming points he and Fatty earned from hunting alien beasts, the squad's total points were Squad points no Shisi's, Sangwuding squad ranking Usherbach Academy overall ranking it. Is expected, anyone can engage in killing and looting, but no one leaves their name for building bridges and repairing roads, in any ranked competition. It ultimately boils down to PvP. This rule clearly aims to prepare freshmen for the brutal law of the jungle in the endless Star Sea. Putting down the wrist terminal, he was about to tease the near-by Yueqing Academy school Bindi when the underground fungal network suddenly sent a warning signal. Several squads, attracted by the commotion, were quickly approaching from all directions. Lin Fan pointed at the newly landed military aircraft and gave Xiao Qingchu a friendly smile. Thank you and your teammates for your generous contribution. We'll gladly accept these points. Until we meet again, Fatty. They're here, let's go, got it, brother Fan. Qian Duo immediately understood without Lin Fan needing to say more. At the same time, dozens of thick fungal tendrils suddenly shot out, wrapping around several relatively intact worm corpses on the ground and dragging them deep underground. The 2 quickly retreated from the battlefield, disappearing into the darkness of the canyon. Zhao Qingxiu stared in the direction they had left, then looked up at the rescue ship in the sky. Her mind blank. Humiliation, confusion, absurdity, these emotions mixed together, leaving only one thought in the end. Yaoguan Academy. Lin Fan, she firmly remembered this name. Inside the medical cabin of the military aircraft, Mu Chen slowly regained consciousness. He struggled to sit up but felt the lingering soreness and tingling sensation from the electrode shocks all over his body. "Don't move, your burns haven't been treated yet," a tired female voice said. Mu Chen turned his head and saw Xiao Qingzi leaning against the cabin wall. The proud girl of Wei Yiqing Academy was now equally disheveled. Her hair was messy, and her sharp aura had been replaced by a sense of confusion. "We lost?" Mu Chen's throat was dry. His disbelief evident. "Lost?" Xiao Qingxiao didn't look at him, her empty gaze fixed on the metallic ceiling of the medical cabin. Defeated by whom? The main squads of other academies? Mu Chen found it hard to accept. He had already taken down a leader-level alien beast, how could he lose here? Xiao Qingzi remained silent for a moment before slowly uttering a few words. "Yaobuang Academy." Mu Chen's body froze. Yaobuang? He could hardly believe it. Those two cowards hiding in the cave, yes, them. Xiao Qingzhu continued speaking. "One of them is this year's top scholar, Lin Fan." She recounted the events that followed in concise words. The medical pod fell into prolonged silence. Mu Chen's confusion, anger, and doubt eventually turned into the same self-mockery as Xiao Qingzhu. He lost. He, an elite of Tianchuan Academy, a future star of the military, had never taken Yaobuang Academy seriously. But reality had given him a resounding slap in the face. Mu Chen muttered to himself, repeatedly chewing over this absurd combination. "I'm not someone who can't accept defeat." This genius of Tianchuan Academy didn't dwell on failure for long. He propped himself up on the edge of the bed, trying to sit up. "Next time, I will reclaim my honor." Not long after they left, the ruins welcomed new visitors, a 5-person squad. They were well equipped, some wearing lightweight exoskeleton armor, others holding C5-styled psionic firearms. The elite squad of Tianji Academy led the way, raising his hand to signal the team to stop. He took out a disc-shaped device and tossed it into the air, scan the battlefield environment and establish a data model. "Yes, Captain," a team member quickly operated the wrist terminal. The disc emitted countless invisible beams, beginning a comprehensive scan of the entire area. Moments later, a complex 3-dimensional data map appeared before Ling Feng. Captain. The environmental data is chaotic," the team member said, frowning as he stared at the refreshed information on his tactical goggles. "There's still a large amount of residual lightning psionic energy in the air, along with burn marks left by concentrated energy beams. Life traces of elite levels and crawling worm have been detected, as well as psionic fluctuations from at least 15 different human individuals, at least 3 squads." Ling Feng waved to interrupt him. "Conclusion: the conclusion is that a massive battle took place here, and it seems an unknown team wiped out everyone." At that moment, another squad silently emerged from the shadows of the canyon. They didn't have the high-tech equipment of Tianyinol, only standard camouflage combat uniforms, but their steps were steady and unified. Tianchuan Academy, the ace team of the Strategic Command Department. The captain, Wei Zhuan, exuded a calm demeanor, locking his gaze directly on Ling Feng. "Ling Feng, what exactly happened here?" Wei Zhuan got straight to the point, wasting no words. Ling Feng put away the detector, crossing his arms with a merchant smile. "At least 3 elite squads were here to hunt a leader-level exotic beast, but they were all wiped out. Preliminary judgment suggests a third-party force intervened." He shared the most basic intelligence. The expressions of the team members behind Wei Zhuan subtly changed, clearly shocked by the news. "Who is the third party?" "That part," Ling Feng gestured with his hand, "requires payment to disclose. More detailed battlefield data and psionic trajectory analysis package price. 5,000 points. Wei Zhuan, you know the reputation of Tianji Academy." As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on site instantly grew tense. The team members of Tianchuan Academy silently spread out, quietly taking advantageous positions to form an encirclement. The team members of Tianzhou Academy were not to be outdone. With the blue glow of charged psionic gun barrels lighting up, a new battle was on the verge of breaking out. "You two, ready to fight after just 2 days of military training? Aren't you afraid of being taken advantage of by others?" A gentle yet firm female voice came from not far away. Each team slowly emerged, their armbands bearing the life emblem composed of ivy and a cross shield. Chaiyang Academy, Captain Su Yulilai. She walked to the center of the standoff with a smile, and although the energy fluctuations of her team members were not obvious, they exuded an aura that made people feel at ease. "Save your strength for the final sprint, isn't that more thrilling?" Su Yuli's appearance happened to provide both sides with a reason to ease the tension. Lin Fang and Wei Xuan exchanged glances, each seeing the wariness in the other's eyes. Boring. Lin Feng activated his weapons charge. You tactical players all have dirty minds. After speaking, he turned and left with his team. Wei Xuan also nodded at Qiu Yile as a greeting, then led his team away to the other side of the canyon. The teams from 3 top academies dispersed after a brief confrontation, but they all carried back the same news. A mysterious team had nearly annihilated 3 squads from other top academies using some unknown method. Meanwhile, the focus of everyone's discussion was comfortably staying in a massive hollowed-out cavern beneath the battlefield. In the center of the cavern lay the enormous corpse of a leader levels and worm. Along with a pile of mature and worm corpses, Qian Duo's mouth was practically watering, his eyes sparkling, and his plump body trembling with excitement. Brother Fan, can we start eating now? He was about to pounce when Lin Fan pressed the back of his neck with one hand. What's the rush? It's not going anywhere. Qian Duo looked at him in confusion. Brother Fan. Then what are we waiting for? Let's eat and leave quickly. What if someone finds us? Lin Fan found a clean rock to sit on and spoke leisurely. Leave? Where to? This is our home for the next 2 days. He looked at the puzzled chubby man and raised 2 fingers. First, you just broke through. This high-energy flesh is for consolidating your cultivation. I also need to replenish my energy and restore combat strength. Qian Duo nodded repeatedly. He understood this reasoning. And second, Lin Fan opened his wrist terminal and pulled up the military training points rules page. Second, and most importantly, he turned the wrist terminal screen toward Qian Duo, which clearly displayed the point values for sandworms, mature Ading points each sandworm leader level Bading points each. These points far exceeded those of beasts like wine-rid bats. This cavern network is complex. It's the territory of sandworms. From now on, this is your exclusive training ground. Lin Fan's face showed a gentle smile. My fungal threads will act as bait, luring 1 matures and worm at a time. The points are ours, the flesh is split evenly. And the combat experience is yours. Qian Duo's eyes grew brighter as he listened, his breathing becoming rapid. Isn't this the perfect place to farm points? You can eat your fill, grow stronger, and earn points. Is there really such a good deal in this world? But the next second, he thought about facing endless worms alone, and his chubby face fell. Excitement and fear intertwined on his face. He swallowed hard, and ultimately, his desire to grow stronger overcame everything. Brother Fan. Qian Duo puffed out his chest and slapped it heavily. Let's do this. Over the next 2 days, the underground cavern completely became Qian Duo's training ground. Fatty, 3 steps to the left, its strong acid is about to spray. Are you planning to block it with your face? Don't take it head on, use that fat body of yours to ram its flank, finish it up quickly and eat. The next one will arrive in 6 seconds. Lin Fan's voice echoed continuously through the cavern, his mycelium network precisely controlling the rhythm of luring monsters. From initially fumbling in panic and being knocked around like a rolling ball, Qian Duo gradually adapted. He began dodging attacks with ease and effectively striking the worm's weak points. Fight, devour, and then fight again. Followed by more devouring. Under the high-intensity grind, the innate power of his gluttonous body awakened rapidly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Squad points Yaoding 4-5. Squad ranked. Shijiu through the relentless hunting of worms, their points steadily climbed, securing them firmly in the top 20. Qian Duo could easily handle the simultaneous assault of 2 mature worms. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction, watching the panting, chubby man devour the shattered worm corpse. As a sparring partner, you've met expectations, he thought. Then, they were completely shocked. Lin Fan shifted his gaze to his own talent panel. Over these 2 days, his gains had far surpassed Qian Duo's. Psionic energy. 3645分之3645. Evolution points are, CLT. Over 10,000 evolution points, he had never possessed so many before. Lin Fan's lips couldn't help but curl upward. Before we leave this cafeteria, it's time for an epic wave of upgrades. Lin Fan opened his talent panel. Talent F rank Mycologist X Fungus Lord. Level Origin Domain, Core Condensation. Psionic Energy. 3645分之3645. Evolution points Shars, CLT. With a single thought, he brought up the evolution list for his fungal species. A knowing smile playing on his lips. It was the expression of someone who had just received their year-end bonus and was ready to clear out their shopping cart. His goal had been clear from the start: upgrade the Thunderstorm fungal carpet. Evolution cost R, Wu Dingning points. Thunderstorm Fungal Carpa T rank electromagnetic pulse fungal network de rank. The fungal network evolved to possess more precise electromagnetic control, enabling it to release powerful electromagnetic pulses in brief bursts, specifically designed to paralyze surrounding psionic tech devices. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Isn't this just an EMP electromagnetic pulse, perfect for countering high-tech equipment? A bit retro, but I like it. He could already visualize the astonished, helpless expressions of his opponents as their advanced tech turned into scrap metal under the EMP's influence. Next, I need to make my weapon sharper, he murmured, shifting his gaze to the crystalline fungal spikes. Upgrade. Evolution cost R, Wu Dingning points. Crystalline fungal spike C rank high-frequency crystalline fungal spikes D rank. The crystalline structure evolved to house microbiological engines capable of generating ultra-high-frequency vibrations, massively enhancing cutting and penetration capabilities. It could easily tear through energy shields and advanced ally armor. High-frequency vibrations, specifically designed to break defenses, aren't they? He muttered softly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. No matter how tough the shell. With this cutting, it'll be as fragile as paper. Next, his attention turned to passive skills. Environmental adaptation, fire resistance and corrosion resistance. He decided to upgrade them all. These were crucial for the stability of his fungal network in harsh conditions. Evolution cost R, Wu Dingning points. Environmental adaptation E rank environmental adaptation D rank. Evolution cost R, Wu Dingning points. Fire resistance C rank fire resistance D rank. Evolution cost Wu Dingning points. Corrosion resistance F rank corrosion resistance E rank. The resilience of his fungal colony against extreme environments was greatly enhanced, and energy consumption was significantly reduced. Fire and corrosion resistance not only provide defense but also absorb some energy. Perfect, endurance has greatly improved, and I can finally upgrade peacefully while AFK. When encountering fire or corrosion users, as long as their fire or ascent is strong enough, they'll probably have to obediently serve as my mobile power bank. The series of smooth operations instantly used up all the evolution points. Evolution points. Yaoji Qion Duo always felt that money was spent too quickly. Burp. Qion Duo let out a satisfied burp and patted his round belly. Another mature worm was completely devoured by him. The intense battles and feasting over the past 2 days had brought his high-energy fat reserves to an astonishing peak. He could clearly feel that although his level had changed, the density of his strength, defense, and psychic energy had all improved by several levels. Just as he was about to show off in front of Lin Fan, his steps suddenly halted. Qion Duo looked down. The originally dark gray fungal carpet beneath his feet began to change noticeably. The surface of the mycelium emitted a layer of cold hard luster, as if it had become tougher and more powerful. Lin Fan opened his eyes, stood up, and casually stretched, producing a series of crisp sounds. Fan bro, did you break through? Qion Duo approached, his tone stuttering. No breakthrough, Lin Fan twisted his neck. I just gave my little baby some new equipment. Qion Duo nodded half understandingly, his face full of admiration. Fan bro. You ray amazing, he rubbed his hands excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Where to next? Should we challenge the packed Welling Ridge beasts? I feel like even if we encounter leader level 1 now, we can take it down, Lin Fan smiled. He raised his wrist and opened the training terminal, displaying a three-dimensional canyon map in front of them. Qion Duo's gaze was immediately drawn to it. The map mocked various colored light points, representing resource zones and large exotic beast nests. Lin Fan's finger slowly slid across the map, passing through one high-score area after another. Qion Duo's head followed his fingertip, his eyes growing brighter, almost drooling. Suddenly, Lin Fan's finger stopped. It stopped at a region marked with a blood-red skull symbol. Below the mark were several striking dark golden words: Dragon Spine, Great Rift, Eternal Abyss. Qion Duo's excitement instantly froze. Fan bro, that's a forbidden zone. His voice changed pitch. He trembled in fear. The training manual clearly states that this place has the highest danger level. He anxiously paced in circles, lowering his voice. Our points are stable now, why not earn steadily and quietly get rich? Or, we could go raid other academy teams, with Might Ank and Hetty Tanning. I can take them down in one hit. Lin Fan glanced at him and opened the academy's overall rankings. Yaoguang Academy still firmly held 4th place, neither advancing nor falling behind. Fatty, is it easy for us to score high points? Qion Duo paused for a moment, instinctively nodding. Of course, it's easy. Then, is it easy to push Yao Guan Academy's overall ranking to first place? Tian Duo's expression instantly froze. Lin Fan's finger slid across the screen, showing the names of academies like Yanchuan, Yanji, then Tianzhu, with their scores continuously soaring. The other 6 academies were almost entirely dominated by combat departments, with dozens of teens in each academy frantically competing for points like worker ants. And our academy, mostly auxiliary and life departments, wiped out in the dust storm on the first day. Even if the 2 of us grind monsters until the sky turns dark, is it possible to catch up to the total score through conventional means? Qian Duo understood, but became even more excited. Then we should definitely go steal their points. Steal 1 and it's a profit, steal 2 and it's double the profit. Lin Fan listened and smiled. That smile made Qian Duo's heart shiver. Fatty, have you ever farmed before, huh? Why was the topic suddenly about farming? Lin Fan turned off the screen, patted Qian Duo's shoulder, and said seriously. When chives have just sprouted, they're still tender shoots, not fully grown. If you cut them now, how much money can you make? It's not worth it. Qian Duo froze, his mouth slightly open, repeatedly chewing over the words chives and not worth it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. His brain felt like it had been struck by lightning. His small eyes widened, his breathing quickened, and his gaze was filled with reverence. As if he had seen a savior. Fanji, you mean? To raise them first? Wait until the last day. He was so excited he stuttered, only able to gesture a harvest motion with his hand. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. This kid has potential. Starting now would be too obvious and inefficient. If we rob a few teams, we'll become the #1 enemy. Let them peacefully help us accumulate points. On the last day, when all the chives are fat and strong, and the points are concentrated in the hands of a few, then we. Lin Fan gave Qian Duo a meaningful look. So now, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to the abyss on the map. We need to go somewhere undisturbed and sharpen this sickle. Qian Duo gasped, his blood rushing from his feet to his head. To hell with forbidden zones. To hell with danger, doing this with Fan Zhaoling, I get it, Fanji. Qian Duo pounded his chest hard, his fat jiggling along. It's just letting those guys keep our points safe for a few days. We'll go to the most dangerous place to level up. Once our skills are perfected, I'll be the first to charge out and take all their points back. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Honest people are the easiest to fool. He issued a new command to the massive fungal network. Heart of the mycelium transformed into probing tendrils, quietly diving deeper along the underground tunnels dug by sandworms. The remaining mycelium rapidly retracted like a receding tide, wrapping Lin Fan and Qian Duo into a perfect sphere. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter diameter fungal ball formed. The surface of the ball was covered with tough, scaly mycelium, while the interior was a sealed space isolated from the outside world. Qian Duo curiously poked the elastic inner wall, feeling like he had fallen into a giant slime stomach. Fanja, this thing was stationary in the dust storm before. Now it's going to roll. Can it really work? Yaiki exclusive ride, solid as a rock. As soon as Lin Fan finished speaking, the fungal ball suddenly sank and began rolling down a steep underground tunnel. Whoa! Qian Duo lost his balance and turned into a rolling ball of flesh inside the fungal sphere. The altitude numbers on the terminal screen on his wrist jumped wildly. Warning. Current depth wooding meters below the surface. Warning. Current depth. Botting meters below the surface. Inside the fungal ball, Qian Duo clung tightly to the mycelium handholds on the inner wall, his face pale. In a completely enclosed space, being pulled down forcefully by gravity, this feeling is 10,000 times more terrifying than any roller coaster. We won't just crash to death below and turn into a pile of minced meat, will we? Lin Fan closed his eyes. His powerful mental strength merging with the mycelium network, and all external changes clearly transmitted into his mind. Sandworms are natural underground engineers. Although their tunnels are chaotic, they are very stable. We're just sliding down the tunnel. The fungal sphere accelerated further, constantly turning and descending through the intricate underground passages. The depth numbers on Qian Duo's watch had already surpassed 3 kilometers. Current depth sitting meters below the surface. The extreme darkness made Qian Duo feel uneasy. He could even sense his spiritual energy within his body slowing down in such an environment. Brother Fan, how much longer? He asked anxiously. Almost there, Lin Fan always answered briefly. Their depth reached 5 kilometers. Lin Fan's mental perception showed that the mycelium network, which originally extended to 6 kilometers, was now severely restricted to within 3 kilometers due to strong geomagnetic interference and chaotic energy fluctuations. Perception was limited. This was not good news. At that moment, the entire fungal sphere suddenly shook violently. The intense rolling and free-fall sensation abruptly stopped. Cheon Duo was dizzy from the sudden break, his whole body collapsing like a soft pancake, landing with a splat at the bottom of the fungal sphere. Almost simultaneously, the terminal on their watches emitted a piercing alarm. Warning, external oxygen content is only lean. -GE, check your compressed oxygen tank. Change it quickly, Lin Fan reminded. Cheon Duo fumbled to check, confirming there was enough oxygen before breathing a sigh of relief. The mycelium network sent back a message they had entered an enormous underground space. After confirming there was no immediate biological threat outside, Lin Fan began to dissolve the mycelium. The fungal sphere encasing them shed its scaly mycelium layers like petals, peeling away. Light seeped through the gaps. Soon, their surroundings became bright and open. They found themselves at the entrance of a massive cave, facing a spectacular underground world. The lighting here was unusually abundant. Countless glowing crystals of varying sizes were embedded in the dome, emitting a soft white light, resembling an inverted starry sky, illuminating the entire underground space as if it were daylight. Wow, this is incredible, Cheon Duo couldn't help but exclaim, but explain. Staggering to the cave entrance, completely stunned by the sight before him, Lin Fan walked up beside him, even he was speechless at the scene. Under the reflection of this inverted starry sky, the bottom of the space was a vast, honeycomb-like architectural complex stretching endlessly. Numerous peculiar buildings seemed to grow directly from the ground or merge with the steep rock walls, layered and extending upward. They were silent, devoid of any signs of life, like a massive tomb forgotten by time. The rock dweller's nest, Lin Fan said softly, the scene before him matching the military's descriptions perfectly. He immediately let his mycelium silently spread downward from the cave entrance to explore the architectural complex. After completing this, Lin Fan patted the still dazed fatty. Let's go, stop staring. Brother Fan, are we just going down like this? Cheon Duo could hardly believe it. Otherwise, enjoy the scenery here, Lin Fan responded inferently. The two slowly descended using the elevator rope formed by fungal threads, finally stepping onto the outskirts of the desolate city. Upon landing, Cheon Duo curiously began examining the surrounding buildings. He noticed that the honeycomb-like structures were not made of ordinary rock, but a semi-transparent crystal he had never seen before. Inside the crystal were countless intricate patterns, faintly glowing, exuding a sense of sci-fi and mystery. If I could chip off a piece and take it back, how much would it be worth? Cheon Duo's greedy nature surfaced again. Lin Fan, however, was not as optimistic. His expression grew heavy. The entire city ruins were shrouded in a strange energy field, like an invisible wall, severely disrupting the perception and spread of the fungal threads. The detection range of the fungal network was further reduced, with the maximum radius of detection being less than 2 kilometers. This place was even more bizarre than he had imagined. Cheon Duo, attracted by the shimmering crystal walls, couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Don't touch, Lin Fan's voice immediately turned stern. Cheon Duo's hand froze mid-air, just a few centimeters away from the crystal wall. Brother Fan, what's wrong? He asked, puzzled. Turning back to look at him. Military records state that although the rock dweller race was destroyed, many rock motion traps and war crystal puppets still remain on Rift Valley Star, Lin Fan said gravely. We only encountered one crystal puppet at the bottom of the canyon. This is their city. How many of those do you think are waiting for us here? Hearing more crystal puppets, Cheon Duo tensed up and quickly withdrew his hand. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Deep within his fungal network, he sensed an extremely faint energy fluctuation. The fluctuation was rhythmic, like the heartbeat of a giant beast that had been dormant for millennia, slowly pulsing. Meanwhile, in the depths of the city, beyond their line of sight, a crystal that had been dimmed suddenly lit up with a faint glow. Then, a second crystal. A third. At the same time, in the Watcher Base Command Center, a sudden, urgent alarm sounded. Report. Human life signals detected on the outskirts of the Eternal Abyss underground. A military monitor suddenly stood up, his voice deafening. The signal is rapidly advancing and has been confirmed to have entered the ruins of the Rock Dweller capital. The command center erupted into chaos. What? Someone breached the Forbidden Zone. Are they insane? The military training materials clearly marked it in red. That's an absolute no-go zone. Which academy students are they? They're courting death. The commander's eyes turned cold as he gave a stern order. Immediately confirm their identity. Identity confirmed. The monitor's voice trembled slightly, filled with disbelief. It's Yao Guangyi squad. The moment the name was announced, the room fell silent. All eyes instantly turned to Yao Guan Academy's mentor, Xu Wenbao. His face turned pale. Before he could react, a piercing laugh erupted from the side. Young Quan Academy's Makan slapped his thigh, his face full of schadenfreude. Do your students think that defeating a few freshmen means they can run weapon on Rift Valley? Staring intently at the light dot on the screen that was delving deeper into the darkness, his expression was more serious than ever. What is this kid trying to do? Buzz, does this kid trying to do? A low resonance echoed from the depths of the high city, as if the entire dead city had developed a heartbeat. Fan Ji. He heard it clearly. This was no illusion. Thud. Thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the depths of a massive hive-like structure ahead. What the hell? Qian Duo exclaimed. Taking a half step back and hiding behind Lin Fan, frantically waving his hands. Fan Zhao, I swear. This Tina really was NT me touching anything. Lin Fan didn't turn around, his gaze fully focused on the direction of the sound. I know. It has nothing to do with you. This should be a proximity-triggered alarm. We might have set it off the moment we entered this city. Dozens of massive figures emerged from the shadows of the buildings. War crystals. They were taller than the one they had encountered at the bottom of the canyon earlier, with energy cores on their chests emitting a faint blue glow. Hang Jue, I'll hold them off. Qian Duo, though seemingly unreliable, could step up at critical moments. Lin Fan manipulated the fungal mat beneath his feet, quickly generating several fist-sized energy-condensing crystal mushrooms. These translucent mushroom structures formed instantly, locking onto the leading war crystal. Sap. Several high-energy beams shot precisely at the target. However, the expected penetration or explosion didn't occur. The beam struck the surface of the war crystal, only shattering the outer layer of rock and revealing the hard crystal armor beneath. Fan Jiao, these things are immune to energy attacks. Qian Duo jumped anxiously. This armor is way too tough. Lin Fan immediately adjusted his strategy, concentrating all the energy-condensing crystal mushrooms to fire at the same war crystal-less shell, under the dense barrage of beams. Cracks began to appear in the crystal armor, but it was still far from breaking through to the core. These war crystals had extremely high defense against pure energy attacks. The group of war crystals surrounded the two, closing in slowly. The one being targeted by concentrated fire took heavy steps, charging straight at them. The rock on its arm rapidly reshaping and transforming into a fierce war hammer, which then smashed down toward Qian Duo's head. I'll take it. Qian Duo crossed his arms to block. And the psionic energy stored in his high-energy fat surged wildly. His plump body was instantly enveloped in a protective layer of psionic energy. Bang! The war hammer struck heavily on his arms. The intense impact cracked the ground beneath his feet, and he staggered back several meters before stabilizing himself. Hiss! Damn it! Qian Duo shook his numb arms, grimacing in pain, but he was anti-injured. Thanks to his gluttonous talent and robust physique, he had withstood the heavy blow. Not bad, fatty. Lin Fan praised. Qian Duo was about to respond when he noticed Lin Fungal mat had already spread to the feet of the war crystals. The next second buzz, countless ultra-high-frequency vibrating fungal spikes suddenly shot up from the fungal mat. High-frequency crystallized fungal spikes, they precisely pierced the joints of the war crystal's knees, elbows, and other gaps. The joints, made of special crystals, shattered instantly under the high-frequency vibration and cutting. The war crystal's movements froze, stiffening. Holy crap! Qian Duo was stunned for a moment before reacting. He bent down, gathering strength, and like a psionic ally-charged cannonball, slammed into the chest of the leading war crystal. Crack! A crisp shattering sound echoed. The sturdy energy core was completely destroyed under Qian Duo's powerful impact. The faint glow in the crystalline cuppets as sockets instantly extinguished, and its towering 3-meter-high body collapsed to the ground, turning into a pile of rocks and crystal shards. Qian Duo looked at his handiwork, then glanced at the surrounding crystalline puppets that were temporarily immobilized. He immediately transformed into a heavy cannon and eliminated them one by one. After completing the task, he excitedly looked at Lin Fan, his eyes full of anticipation. Brother Fan, is it really this simple? What did you think? That it would be difficult? Lin Fan's voice was calm, like a master who had long been in control of the situation. He extended a finger and pointed toward the hive-like buildings deep within the nest city. Listen carefully, fatty. This place likely has sensory alarms. And the trigger condition is probably the depth of our intrusion. Your task is simple: go in and actively activate some of the war crystalline puppets, then lure them all over here. I'll handle controlling them, and you'll take care of the cleanup. Keon Duo's small eyes immediately lit up like two light bulbs. He patted his chest and spoke loudly. Got it, mission guaranteed. Today, Fatty will be the brightest star in the arena. He grinned recklessly and charged toward the nest city. Ling Fan climbed to the top of one of the hide buildings, sat cross-legged, and wore a relaxed expression. With someone to do the legwork, he could naturally take it easy. Thus began an efficient point farming journey. Meanwhile, at the Watcher Base's command center, ever since learning that the Yao Guanyi team had entered the Forbidden Zone, Ma Kun's lips had been curled into an uncontrollable smug smile. Shou Wenbo, on the other hand, was sweating profusely and restless. Suddenly, an exclamation broke the silence. Am I seeing things? The speaker was a teacher from Kaiyan Academy, who looked up, his entire body as if he'd seen a ghost. Ma Kun glanced at him impatiently. Old Zhang, what's with the fuss? Teacher Zhang ignored him and raised his hand to point at the leaderboard on the holographic screen. No, look at Yao Guanyi. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes immediately focused on the team leaderboard. Originally ranked Shizhou Th had its score numbers jump again. Badingming, Jia Badingming. Jia Badingming. In just a few minutes, their ranking rapidly climbed, first to Shabadi H, then to Shiqi Th, Shiliu Th, Shoudou Th, and showed no signs of slowing down. This is impossible. Ma Kun rubbed his eyes, suspecting a system malfunction. That's the Forbidden Zone. They're actually farming points in Merm? Treating war crystalline puppets as experience sources? Shi Wenbo was also stunned. His tense body gradually relaxed, and his worry instantly turned into shock. An indescribable joy and pride surged in his heart. This kid once again shattered everyone's expectations. Deep underground at the bottom of the canyon, in a cave corroded and pitted by acid, the Qianji Academy's E-team was resting here. Captain Ling Feng squatted on the ground, carefully inspecting an area with energy residue. Captain, carefully inspecting an area with energy residue. We've scanned the area. There's a large amount of psionic traces left by dead sandworms here, but strangely, there are no corpses. E-team men were reported. Ling Feng didn't report it. Ling Feng didn't respond. He opened his terminal and pulled up the academy leaderboard. His gaze lingered on the Yao Guanyi team, whose score was skyrocketing. Their points have been rising particularly fast these past 2 days. It's still them, Ling Feng muttered to himself. He recalled the chaotic battle in the canyon earlier, where this team seemed to have reaped the most rewards. He took out a silver disc covered in circuits from his backpack. The disc activated, floating in the air, emitting a blue beam of light, and began scanning the faint residual information in the air. Moments later, a holographic projection appeared above the disc. It was an extremely faint energy trace, winding deeper underground. It actually went down. Ling Feng stood up, packed up the equipment, and looked toward the passage leading downward. Let us go, follow it and see. Watcher Base, Command Center. The commotion caused by Yao Guang's skyrocketing points had not yet subsided when the piercing alarm sounded again, breaking the tense atmosphere. Report, human life signals detected again entering the outskirts of the Eternal Abyss. A monitor's voice echoed through the hall. Another team? Which academy are they from? What is going on this year? Why is everyone heading underground? This batch of kids, each one bolder than the last. The teachers present began discussing. At that moment, the monitor stood up, identity confirmed. It's Tianji Squad. As soon as the words were spoken, the room erupted. All eyes turned toward the mentor seats of Tianju Academy. The teacher from Tianjiangji Academy, a middle-aged man known for his rigor, had been wearing a faintly amused expression. His face froze instantly. His complexion quickly turned pale, looking no different from Zhu Wenbo's earlier expression. This batch of freshmen is truly astonishingly bold, muttered Zhang, the teacher from Kaiyang Academy, completely unable to comprehend the thoughts of these geniuses. Ma Kun had intended to make a few more sarcastic remarks, but seeing Yao Guanyi's point still slowly climbing and glancing at the iron-faced interpreter, he ultimately said nothing. Shou Wenbo, on the other hand, Yu Wenbo, on the other hand, picked up the hot tea on the table, gently blew on it, appearing completely out of place with the tense atmosphere on him. Deep within the underground hive, atop a relatively intact honeycomb structure, Keon Duo sat cross-legged, holding a piece of bluish crystal he had dismantled from a war automaton, and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, a crisp sound. The crystal turned into pure energy flow, absorbed by his body. Burp. Keon Duo let out a satisfied burp, patting his round belly, feeling his depleted spiritual energy and stamina rapidly replenishing. Brother Fan, I am not lying to you, This thing is packed with energy, though it's a bit hard. He complained, but his tone was full of satisfaction. And it ha brother Fan, someone is coming? Should we take them down? Not yet. Lin Fan stood up. Hide first and observe the situation. Here, any team that can make it this far is not to be trifled with. Caution is the only way to survive. Fatty, pack up your snacks and don't leave any traces. The two immediately sprang into action. Keon Duo hurriedly stuffed the half-eaten crystal stone into his combat backpack. Lin Fan controlled the mycelium, quickly cleaning the platform they had stayed on. Some mycelium rolled up rubble and dust, covering footprints and other traces. Other strands of mycelium hid in the shadows and crevices of the buildings, constructing an invisible surveillance network and traps. Soon, under the pull of the mycelium-made lift ropes, the two disappeared into the deeper shadows of the buildings. The platform was left with only the lifeless remains of crystal puppets, everything returning to its original state. Meanwhile, Lin Fang and his 14 members finally emerged from the narrow, oppressive underground passage. When the dazzling underground starry sky and the magnificent Hive City came into view, even these top academy geniuses were left speechless by the breathtaking sight. Captain, is this the Rockdweller Hive City mentioned in the data? E-team member Sada Mess Apple moved, his voice filled with disbelief. My God, they cautiously stepped into the city's outskirts, their feet treading on the cold crystal ground. The next second, everyone froze in place. Not far ahead was a vast graveyard. Countless war crystal puppet remains piled together, shattered rocks and dim crystals covering the ground, a shocking scene. War crystal puppets, a reconnaissance team member immediately stepped forward to inspect. Captain, they've all just been destroyed. The energy residuals haven't dissipated yet. He quickly scanned the area and reported a number that made everyone hold their breath. Conservatively estimated, over 50 units. Another team member crouched down, carefully examining the fractured knee joint of a crystal puppet, his fingers lightly tracing the smooth cut. All the disabled crystal puppets have their joints attacked by the same weapon. The cuts show signs of high-frequency vibration, and each strike precisely hit the weakest points. The energy core in the chest was shattered by some kind of powerful kinetic impact. The team members exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion and shock. This indicates that the mysterious squad possesses two completely different yet perfectly coordinated attack methods. One specializes in precise defense breaking, while the other focuses on powerful combat termination. Lin Feng said nothing. He slowly walked to a relatively intact crystal puppet remnant, crouched down, and carefully observed, his palm gently pressed against the shattered chest of the crystal puppet. Pale blue alchemical pattern spread from his palm, covering the rock and crystal fragments as if alive. CES level talent over limit machinist, analysis, reconstruction. A flood of information surged into his mind. High frequency vibration confirmed. Massive kinetic impact confirmed. Beyond that, he sensed something deeper. There's a third trace. Lin Feng stood up and dusted off his hands. What trace? A team member asked. An organic substance that is rapidly disappearing. A hint of a smile flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It's decomposing the remains of these crystal puppets, erasing information. One specializes in defense breaking, another in combat termination, and a third with a special biological talent for battlefield cleanup and counter reconnaissance. A team member speculated. This speculation is quite reasonable. Each team equipped so perfectly. Lin Feng's lips slightly curve upward. Quite interesting. Captain, my detector shows no response. There are no surveillance devices around, reported the team member in charge of technology. My perception probe also hasn't detected any psionic fluctuations for reconnaissance skills, another team member added. Lin Feng shook his head. He glanced at the battlefield that had been roughly cleaned up, then looked toward the endless darkness leading deeper into the city. No, we've already been discovered. The team members froze. One of them asked in confusion, but our actions were extremely covert. Let's go. Lin Feng interrupted him, stepping toward the depths of the Hive City. Let's meet them, at the Watcher Base. Command Center. The stiff expression on the face of Wu, the lead instructor from Tianji Academy, finally relaxed. A colleague beside him whispered, Lin Feng and his team have already entered the Hive City. On the holographic table, the light points of Chenjiao Guangyi entered the same massive underground area. Wu nodded slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the instructor seats of Yaoguang Academy. Zhu Wen leisurely held his teacup, blowing away the steam on the surface. Teacher Zhu, the freshmen from your Yaoguang Academy are truly surprising. Scoring points in the restricted zone is no small feat. This sounded like a compliment. But his tone shifted, raising his voice slightly. However, our Lin Feng has also entered. He possesses an SS level over limit Makani street talent. Against absolute technological analysis, no fancy tricks can escape. Wu slightly raised his head, stretching his neck like a rooster showing off its feathers. SS level, the one called the walking arsenal. Ling Fang? SS level talents are rare among freshmen nationwide. Yangyu Academy is clearly aiming for first place now the show begins. What's so special about that? Every school here has an SS level talent. Wu's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring ripples. Low murmurs began among the instructors of top-tier academies like Yanshuan and Yuechin. Their expressions somewhat displeased, sensing the hidden barge in his words. Your sour tone is it to say our freshmen are too weak, is that it? Zhu Wenbo finally set down his teacup, the bottom lightly tapping the table. His face remained calm. I still say the same thing. The military training isn't over yet. Speaking too soon often leads to mistakes. Meanwhile, at the highest control platform, the silent commander of the military training stared at the 2 light points on the sand table that were about to converge, showing interest. In the underground Hyde City, the maze-like honeycomb passages. Lin Fang raised a hand, and the team immediately stopped at a 3-way intersection, their movements precise and silent. Which way do we go? A team member asked softly. How about using a wide-area pulse scan to force them out of their hiding spots? Another team member's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, his hand already on the device at his waist. No, Lin Fang immediately vetoed, his voice low but decisive. The war crystal puppets here are likely passively activated. Any large-scale energy detection would trigger their defenses. That would make us lambs to the slaughter. He paused, his gaze behind the lenses as calm as ice. Moreover, the fact that the opponent chose to lure us rather than retreat indicates they lack the courage for a direct confrontation. They must have laid traps on a prepared battlefield. Direct scanning would only alert them. In Ling Fang's tactical goggles, pale blue data streams flashed rapidly like a waterfall. He slowly crouched down. His palm gently brushed the icy crystal floor, and a few nearly invisible specks of dust clung to his specially designed tactical gloves. A faint glow flowed across the glove's surface as the built-in ultra-micro-analysis unit operated at high speed. Residual organic matter in the air. Dissipation direction, concentration gradients at different locations. All the information was quickly integrated and modeled. Soon, a 3-dimensional map appeared on the virtual screen before his eyes. A red line composed of countless data points meandered deep into a passage. The system marked the map's endpoint with a flashing red skull. Based on terrain analysis, that was the most suitable spot for an ambush in the entire area. Ling Fang stood up, a confident smile playing on his lips. They want to lure us there, he explained to his team. His tone relaxed, but their plan is too simple. He decided to do the unexpected. Ling Fang spread his left hand, and a small holographic map projected above his palm, flickering with light and shadow. He swiped away the marked red route with his finger and instead pointed to a narrower, more rugged side passage. The enemy thinks we'll follow the first tactical plan, but I've already simulated up to the 5th step. We'll abandon the pursuit, circle around from here, and directly attack their rear. Since they like setting traps, let's give them a taste of being ambushed from behind. As soon as the order was given, the eyes of the Tianji squad members ignited with fighting spirit, and they moved swiftly. Everyone, maintain the highest alert formation. This is the main city of the Rock Dwellers, and its defenses are far more complex than those of the war constructs. Ling Fang reminded them one last time before leading his team like ghosts into the darkness, quickly vanishing into the bottomless passage behind the hive-like structures. Outmaneuvering the enemy's plan and turning the tables, he felt immensely satisfied with this dual victory of technology and strategy. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a taller building in the distance, Qian Duo crouched on the ground, his chubby body twisting and turning as he continuously tugged at his already sparse hair. Fanjiao, how's it going? Who are these people? Taking so long? Lin Fan sat cross-legged, eyes closed, like a statue. The other side used multiple psionic devices to conduct detailed particle detection and energy tracking on the remains of our constructs and the surrounding environment. Psionic devices? Qian Duo's small eyes darted around quickly. Then it must be those tech nerds from Tianjiang Academy. Only they would carry so many clunky gadgets. Lin Fan nodded slightly, acknowledging his guess. After a while, Qian Duo couldn't hold it in any longer, feeling as if ants were crawling all over him. Fantao, how's it going? Did they follow us? Fatty here is about to grow fur from waiting. Lin Fan finally opened his eyes and shook his head. They didn't follow us. What? Qian Duo froze, his round face full of surprise. Didn't follow? Didn't fall for it? Then wasn't our bait wasted? He jumped anxiously on the spot, his fat shaking in rippling waves. What are we waiting for? If they didn't fall for it and think we ran away, they might occupy that treasure spot below, and we'd suffer a huge loss. Why not charge out directly and face them head on? Lin Fan raised his hand, gesturing for him to calm down. Wait a little longer. The corner of his mouth slowly curved into a meaningful smile. To deal with smart people, you have to let them walk into a dead end themselves. Ling Feng led the Chuanzhous. Ling Feng led the Tianzhou squad forward along the deep passage. This route was calculated as the optimal surprise attack path by his talent, over-limit mechanic, after analyzing the surrounding building structures. Captain. 30 meters ahead, embedded in the left rock wall, there's a pressure-triggered rock movement trap, a team member reported through the communication channel. Ling Feng kept walking, glancing at the location. It's fine. This thing's structure is very simple. A trap hastily set up by the Rock Dweller tribe before their defeat. He casually raised his hand, and an almost invisible psionic ray shot from his fingertip, precisely hitting the rock wall. Click. A faint mechanical unlocking sound came from deep within the wall. Trap neutralized, the team member reported in amazement. Wow, Captain, you can even easily crack such old psionic mechanics. Keep moving. Ling Feng replied without acknowledging the praise. His talent allowed him to see the world differently from ordinary people. In his eyes, whether it was intricate traps or powerful crystal constructs, they were merely components made of energy circuits and mechanical structures, ready to be dismantled at will. Next, they encountered several similar traps. Even more complex chain mines. All deadly threats were effortlessly neutralized before activation. The team's initial tension had long dissipated, replaced by absolute trust and admiration for their leader's prowess. Following Ling Feng, no obstacle seemed insurmountable. This overwhelming intellectual advantage boosted the team's morale to new heights. Finally, a faint bluish glow appeared at the end of the passage. As they exited the tunnel, a breathtakingly grand plaza unfolded before them. The plaza was vast and silent, its ground paved with seamless crystal, reflecting the starlight scattered from the dome above. At that moment, a team member broke into a sweat. His voice trembling as he said, Captain, beneath the plaza, there are energy readings from dormant units. A total of Wushaba. His portable detector screen was filled with dense red dots, each representing a dormant war crystal construct. They were standing atop a sleeping army. Detour, another team member immediately suggested. We could pass through those hive-like buildings on the side. The previous speaker shook his head, pointing to the map sage. No, the internal structure of the buildings is too complex, and the energy interference is too strong. My detector would be useless inside. Plus, a detour would take at least 3 extra hours. Time was their most precious resource now. Everyone fell silent. Ahead was a minefield. The detour was a maze. It was a deadlock. However, Ling Feng's face showed no trace of panic, only excitement. Hold position. Ling Feng stood at the front of the team, scanning the entire plaza. Pale blue data streams continuously refreshed across his retinas. The energy field distribution of the entire square. The dormant mode of each crystal puppet, the alert range, the resonance frequency of the energy cores, all the information was forcibly parsed by his talent, flooding into his brain like a torrent. A few minutes later, the data stream disappeared. Ling Feng raised his hand and drew a winding green path on the team's holographic map. This route perfectly avoided all the crystal puppets, alarm ranges, and passed through the weakest gaps in the energy field. This is the safe path, Ling Feng said calmly but with confidence. There are defensive gaps between the dormant crystal puppets. As long as we don't emit any psionic fluctuations and strictly follow this path, we won't trigger the alarms. The team members stared at the thin green line that passed through Wushaba red dots, momentarily speechless. Lin Feng took the lead, stepping onto the green path. The other four followed closely, adjusting their breathing and heartbeat, carefully stepping in the captain's footprints. 1 step, 2 steps, they walked past the slumbering giants as if treading on thin ice. Everything went smoothly. So smoothly it was almost unbelievable. The squad followed the route Ling Feng had set, quickly covering nearly half the distance. Meanwhile, in the shadow of a building, Chi-On Duo, unable to monitor the enemy in real time, could only wait. Brother Fan, the enemy isn't taking the bait. Why are we still waiting? No. They took the bait. What? Chi-On Duo was even more confused. Tech nerds like those from Chuangyan Ji Academy are bound to have confidence in their own talents. Lin Fan stood up, stretched, and spoke with a tone of clear insight. So we let him calculate, analyze, and ultimately choose a dead-end path himself. The traces of fungal decomposition he left behind were a complete illusion from the start. An illusion so crude that any tech expert would dismiss it. But Ling Feng, after precise calculations, chose what he thought was a perfect surprise attack route, which is actually a death trap leading to the center of the ambush. They abandoned the seemingly correct tracking route and chose what they thought was a clever flanking maneuver. Every step they take falls precisely into the grid of the chessboard I laid out. Ling Feng thinks he's the chess player. In reality, from the moment he stepped into the Hive City, he was an unwitting chess piece. The Tianji squad was approaching the stage center. It was the most open area of the square and the farthest point from any exit. Now, Lin Fan's thoughts moved. The command was transmitted through the invisible fungal network. Beneath the square's hard crystal surface, at the tips of the fungal threads lurking in the rock crevices, dozens of fingernail-sized miniature mushrooms instantly sprouted. Energy-focusing crystals. They didn't emit any beams but performed minimal psionic focusing within the complex crystal structure. A faint psionic ripple quietly spread from underground. The ripple was like a pebble dropped into a calm lake, breaking the long silence of the crystal puppets. But a faint resonance came from deep within the square. Ling Feng's footsteps abruptly stopped. He sensed something was wrong. The next second, the dormant war crystal puppets buried underground lit up with a ghostly blue glow and the energy cores on their chests. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shook violently as massive rocky hands tore through the crystal surface, followed by colossal bodies rising up. 1 unit. 10 units. 30 units. 30 units. In less than a few seconds, Wushibao war crystal constructs were fully activated and awakened. They burst out from underground, completely surrounding the Tianjingdi squad. The rocks on their arms rapidly transformed, forming menacing cannon barrels. The muzzles emitted a ghostly blue glow, all aimed at the 5 small figures in the center of the square. How is this possible? The monitoring team member stared at the detector's data, which had instantly maxed out. Frozen in shock, Ling Feng finally snapped back to reality, his expression changing drastically for the first time. Shock, confusion, and then an uncontrollable fury followed. His proud calculations, his supposedly flawless surprise attack route, had now become a colossal joke. The enemy had never intended to pursue them, from the very beginning. The enemy's tactical goal was to lure them into this square. What he thought was a surprise attack route was, in fact, a carefully laid trap by the enemy. Dozens of energy beams converged from the cannon muzzles, illuminating the entire underground square as bright as daylight. Full defense, prepare for battle. Ling Feng suppressed the humiliation and rage in his heart and roared. The first volley of dozens of ghostly blue energy projectiles tore through the darkness, reaching them in an instant. The 4 members of the Chuanjia Squad reacted swiftly, immediately forming a tight defensive formation, pushing their psionic shields to the limit. Boom, the energy projectiles collided with the shields, producing a sound like metal being torn apart. The shields flickered wildly, ripples exploding across their surface. But in the end, they held. However, this was just the beginning. As the first wave of attacks subsided, the cannon muzzles of the Wushibao war crystal constructs lit up again. The second wave, the third wave, a devastating energy storm engulfed the central square in a blinding explosion of light and deafening roars. At the Watcher base, in the command center, the massive holographic map displayed the Qianjiao squad's light dots tightly surrounded by 58 dangerous red markers. What? The instructor from Tianyangti Academy shocked at his feet, his previous composure completely gone. He stared at the screen, his face filled with disbelief. This is impossible. We clearly analyzed all the dormant units. That route was supposed to be absolutely safe. Why are they all activated? He had absolute confidence in the Academy's most brilliant genius. Ling Feng's calculations couldn't possibly be wrong. But the brutal reality on the screen shattered his confidence. The other Academy instructors also stood up, the room erupting into chaos. 58 units. My God, that's the entire guard force of the nest activated. Isn't it? It's completely over. Not even a chess-grade talent could survive such a desperate situation. The Tianji Academy squad. This time, they might be the first to face total annihilation. Some instructors couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh, lamenting the fall of such talent. At this moment, the commander-in-chief, who had been sitting silently at the head of the table, finally spoke. His deep voice silenced all the noise. Rescue Team 1, where are they now? A military observer with a captain's insignia immediately stood up, saluted, and reporting to the commander-in-chief. The rescue team has entered the underground space and is expected to reach the nest entrance in 2 minutes. 5 minutes. This number caused the previously noisy hall to fall into complete silence. 5 minutes was more than enough time for a condensed core level squad to be wiped out countless times. Rescue would never make it in time. At the center of the explosion, a deep crater appeared on the ground, with the surrounding crystalline surface completely melted and blackened. Ling Fang stood at the forefront, his expensive combat suit showing a few tears, but he himself was unscathed. Though somewhat disheveled, suffered no substantial injuries. Humiliation, anger, and the frustration of being toyed with caused Lin Fang's chest to heave violently. But he quickly calmed down. He knelt on one knee, his hands hovering over the scorched ground. A powerful psychic energy surged from within him, like an invisible tide, instantly permeating every inch of the land beneath his feet. Calent. Over limit Makani Street, activate, forced analysis, force takeover. On the ground, fragments of metallic ruins left by the rock dwellers, shattered crystal debris from the explosion, and even scattered rocks all began to tremble violently. At this moment, all usable resources on the battlefield would become his weapons. The next second, countless scattered fragments defied gravity, trembling before ascending into the air piece by piece. Clang, 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 clang. Numerous metal fragments spun rapidly and assembled, transforming in an instant into dozens of cutting circular shields lined with sharp edges. In the blink of an eye, dozens of shields emitting a faint blue glow along their edges formed a storm of death around the squad. A new wave of incoming energy projectiles collided with this frenzied spinning shield storm. Some were deflected by the immense kinetic force, crashing uncontrollably into nearby buildings. Others were shredded into harmless energy particles upon contact with the high-speed cutting edges of the sheet. They held the line, but this was far from enough. Material reorganization. Structural optimization. Weapon modules, generate, Ling Fang murmured. Under the influence of his talent, more materials were rapidly disassembled and reshaped. Several makeshift floating turrets, constructed from crystal and rock, suddenly appeared in the air. Their internal structures were forcibly twisted and reassembled, forming basic energy emission devices. The turrets automatically locked onto the nearest war crystal constructs, firing high-energy beams in a relentless counterattack. The hardest rock slabs were transformed into temporary heavy cover, precisely positioned in blind spots of enemy fire, buying precious breathing room for the team. Ling Fang's four teammates demonstrated the tactical prowess expected of elite academy graduates. Group A, suppress the left flank. Group B, clear the threats on the right. Fire support, 3 o'clock direction, prioritize destroying that heavy artillery crystal construct. Understood. Within the defensive system Ling Fang had constructed, they remained calm and swiftly launched a counteroffensive. Two assault troopers activated the Pycro missile launchers on their shoulders, the missiles trailing fiery tails as they struck the vulnerable joints of the war crystal constructs, triggering consecutive explosions. A fire support specialist set up a heavy psychic machine gun taller than a person, its muzzle spitting violent streams of fire as it suppressed the construct horde with overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, the scout continuously marked the most threatening constructs on the tactical map, directing the team to concentrate their firepower. The entire plaza instantly transformed into a dazzling battlefield stage. A creation and destruction arm showcase was unfolding. In just a few dozen seconds, Ling Fang's squad had turned from besieged prey into a fully armed mobile fortress. They withstood the onslaught of the crystal constructs and methodically began clearing out the awakened enemies. In the shadows of a distant building, Lin Fan clearly observed the intense and fierce battle through the invisible mycelium network. Tian Duo froze as he listened to the dense explosions and energy collisions in the distance, using binoculars. He barely caught sight of the battlefield illuminated by various lights. Whoa! The chubby man's mouth hung wide open. They can actually counterattack. He muttered in astonishment, these guys are insane, like a mobile arsenal. Brother Fam. It seems these crystal puppets can't beat them at all? Don't rush, Ling Fan calmly said through the squad channel. Let them keep performing. Tian Duo was stunned. What? The more they expend, the more advantageous it is for us. Lin Fan looked at Ling Fang's face, twisted with anger and focus, and shook his head lightly. Their firepower is indeed intense, clearing the field faster than I anticipated. Tian Duo panicked upon hearing this. Then shouldn't we hurry? That's why we need to increase the difficulty. He gently moved his thoughts. The command spread through the mycelium network to a wider area around the square. The mycelium lurking beneath the foundations of other hide buildings once again spawned new energy concentrating crystal mushrooms. Another round of the lowest level psionic focusing was initiated. Extremely faint psionic fluctuations, like the second and third stones dropped into a lake, quietly rippled into the deeper darkness. At the center of the battlefield, Ling Fang had just commanded the team to focus fire and destroy the 13th War Crystal Puppet. With the pressure slightly reduced, he was preparing to replan the breakout route. "Captain, new Crystal Puppet's ionic fluctuations detected," the scout suddenly shouted in terror, his voice trembling with sobs. Buzz, buzz. A deep resonating sound came from all directions. Boom, at the edges of the square, rocky giant hands broke through the crystal ground. Then came 5, 10, 20. A total of 20 brand new War Crystal Puppets slowly rose from the outskirts of the square. They formed an inner and outer double-layer encirclement with the remaining puppets in the inner circle. The faint hope that had just ignited in the hearts of the Tianzhou squad members instantly turned to despair, their faces pale. Ling Fang's face, which had just calmed down, now turned completely ashen. That invisible enemy must be nearby. Like a puppeteer controlling marionettes, they were precisely orchestrating this deadly performance. The battle lasted nearly 30 minutes. When the energy core of the last War Crystal Puppet was struck by a concentrated energy beam, its massive rocky body collapsed with a thunderous crash. The half-hour-long fierce battle finally came to an end. At the center of the square, the Qianji squad members were gasping heavily, their combat suits soaked with sweat. "My psionic energy is down to less than 30%. Same here. During that last wave of focus fire, my shield almost broke." Their psionic shields were dim and dull, the high-intensity combat having drained over 60% of their energy. Despite the massive expenditure, the squad's points had skyrocketed, which was at least some consolation. Ling Fang stood amidst the chaotic battlefield, his combat suit covered in scorch marks and dust, his face pale, forcing the analysis. Reconstruction and maintenance of such a massive armed system in such a short time had taken a significant toll on his stamina. But he did not rest immediately. He said coldly. The scout hesitated for a moment. "Captain, the psionic fluctuations on the square are extremely unstable right now. Any psionic detection will be severely disrupted." "Now's the time," Ling Fang's voice carried urgency. "The enemy must be observing us. Right now, the psionic fluctuations in the square are the most chaotic, and they are the most relaxed. This is our best chance for counter-reconnaissance use, thermal imaging to scan." The team members tensed up, immediately understanding the captain's intent. After the intense energy explosion, the heat distribution in the environment was extremely uneven. But the heat emitted by living beings was distinct. Forcing himself to endure exhaustion, one of them took a fist-sized metal sphere from his tactical backpack and hurled it into the air with all his strength. The sphere clicked open mid-air, transforming into a small drone that merged into the chaotic energy flow of the square and began thermal imaging scans. "Rest here and recover your psionic energy," Ling Fang issued the second command. Only then did the team members relax, collapsing to the ground one by one, taking out psionic replenishment potions and gulping them down. The relief of surviving quickly gave way to a cold sense of humiliation. Those bastards hiding so deeply. One hot-tempered team member couldn't help but punch the scorched ground. "We fight for our alliance, and they hide in the shadows watching the Shaolins." Ling Fang shot him a cold glance. "Save your strength for more critical moments." Time ticked by, second by second. Suddenly, the red alert light on the scout's portable detection device began flashing wildly. On the screen, Tehilin light heat signatures suddenly appeared in the shadow of a building wooden meters away. The scout shouted excitedly and angrily, "Captain, found them, 2 heat sources. Wooden meters directly ahead." Bang, everyone froze. The anger they had just suppressed was now fully ignited, surging to the surface. They had fought desperately, nearly wiped out, while those despicable voyeurs had been hiding just wooden meters away. Watching them like a show for a full half hour, completely unscathed, it was as if they were being toyed with. "Damn it. These bastards are treating us like clowns." Another fiery-tempered assault team member punched the ground again. "Captain, let's charge in and take them out directly." Ling Fang said nothing. The shame of misjudgment. The shame of being lured into a trap. The shame of being lured into a trap. The shame of being played like fools at this moment. The triple humiliation made his anger surge uncontrollably. Yet, he was calmer than ever. He understood the enemy's intent. To exhaust them, observe them, and then reap the benefits. Through his tactical goggles. He locked onto the send coordinates of the 2 life signals and immediately shared them with all team members. He issued a cold order firepower unit, switched to psionic cannon sniper mode. "Show them what we're made of." At the Watcher Base Command Center, through the perspective of remote drones deployed in the Hind City by the rescue team in advance, all the instructors and military personnel were watching this desperate counterattack. When the last red dot on the tactical map disappeared, the entire hall erupted in astonishment. They won, they actually turned the tables while surrounded. Is this the power of an SS-level talent? They turned a desperate situation into their own arsenal. Incredible. Ling Feng from Tianji Academy has a bright future ahead. Teacher Wu from Chenzhanda Academy wore a proud expression. He looked at Yaoguang Academy's mentor, Shi Wenbo, with the demeanor of a victor. Teacher Zhil. It seems your students went a bit overboard. Beside him, Yanquan Academy's mentor, Ma Kun, Chun, smirked sarcastically. Oh, Teacher Wu, don't say that. The genius top scorer from Yaoguang Academy might still have some tricks up their sleeve, right? Zhu Wenbo remained silent, staring intently at the screen. At this moment, the image on the large screen shifted. The heavy psionic machine gun in the hand of the fire support member of the Tianji squad rapidly transformed, its barrel morphing into a long sniper cannon within seconds. At the cannon's muzzle, psionic energy frantically converged, its imposing aura enough to make one's heart race. They were about to counterattack. Locked on, they had pinpointed the location of those two from Yaoguang Academy. Teacher Wu's triumphant smile grew even brighter as he leaned close to Shi Yanbo's ear to boast, "See that? This is the advantage of technology. The roles of hunter and prey are about to reverse." Unlike the excitement or concern of the other instructors, the chief commander of the military training, seated at the main position, leaned forward slightly, his expression grave. He stared at the sniper cannon on the screen, ready to fire, then glanced at the holographic map on the other side, where the light representing Yaoguang Team E remained motionless. What would happen next? Would Qin Jiangrak rush Yaoguang, or would that F-rank top scorer from Yaoguang continue his miraculous performance? Truly intriguing. In a dark hiding spot, Qian Duo held up binoculars, observing the gradually calming battlefield through the gaps between buildings. The flesh on his face twitched slightly, clearly still shaken from the intense battle earlier. Oh my god, Brother Fan, that leader. He's like an entire army on his own. The chubby man stammered as he spoke. The traps we set. Didn't he do much, huh? Brother Fan, should we call in another batch of crystal puppets, or should I just fire at them directly? Ling Fan didn't answer immediately. His fungal sense remained locked onto the distant battlefield until the final echoes of the last explosion completely dissipated. He exhaled slowly. No, the traps were very effective. His voice was calm, but Tian Duo could sense the weight hidden behind that calmness. Impressive indeed. To turn a wasteland into their own arsenal, this ability to create and control the battlefield on the spot is no ordinary skill. This was genuine admiration. Lin Fan never underestimated any formidable opponent. However, his tone shifted, and a faintly playful smile appeared on his lips. The harder he performs, the more psionic energy he consumes. That works in our favor. As he spoke, Lin Fan's thoughts stirred. The fungal network lurking underground nearby quietly began converging toward two key areas. One was the recently calmed plaza, and the other was their current location. More defensive measures and contingency plans were being silently deployed. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly froze. His gaze caught a small black dot flashing across the distant sky. Its shape unmistakably resembled a drone. "They're here," he said calmly, uttering just 2 words. "They found us so quickly. Their efficiency is impressive." Before his words had fully settled, Lin Fan's entire body tensed as his hair stood on end. A chilling sense of being locked onto by a deadly intent instantly enveloped him. The countless fungal threads he had spread across the plaza simultaneously detected a terrifying psionic energy surge, rapidly condensing into a single point. A dazzling beam of psionic energy, radiating an extraordinarily intense wind, shot fiercely in that direction. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply into pinpoints. There was no time to say another word to the chubby man beside him. His right hand slammed onto the ground. Buzz, the ground erupted with countless fungal colonies. 5 massive bone shields, compressed from fungal scales, rose from the ground, layer upon layer, forming a barrier in front of the two of them. Almost simultaneously, Qian Duo's instincts as a top-tier tank kicked in. He didn't care where the danger was coming from or whether he could withstand it. A furious roar erupted, and the massive figure unleashed agility far beyond its size, blocking Lin Fan like a mountain wall in the first instant. High-energy fat burned instantly, and a golden shield unfolded, thick and solid like a city wall. He was the final line of defense. The beam from the psionic sniper cannon struck the mycelium shield, piercing through it in just 2 seconds. The second shield, the third shield, finally. The residual force of the intense light slammed into Qian Duo's golden shield. Boom! Amid the deafening explosion, the shockwave spread in a circular pattern. The entire tens of meters high hive structure of the Rock Dweller tribe collapsed under the destructive force. Countless fragments of rock and crystal shards were swept into the air by the fierce wind, mixing with the pervasive dust and completely engulfing the area. At the center of the battlefield, all members of the Tianji squad coldly stared at the collapsed ruins. NPH, sneaky rats deserve this kind of end, scoffed the hot-tempered assault trooper, spitting disdainfully. However, Captain Ling Feng showed no sign of complacency. Second round. Missile coverage. Received, Captain. The armored backpacks of two assault troopers silently opened, revealing 8-barreled miniature psionic missile launchers. Whoosh, whoosh. Over a dozen miniature missiles with crimson tails roared into the collapsed ruins. Boom, boom, boom. A second round of explosions, even more intense than before, erupted, sending more debris flying and thickening the dust cloud. Yet, as the images transmitted back by aerial drones came into view, the Tianji squad members did not show the expected relief. The dust slowly dispersed. At the center of the ruin stood a massive hemispherical structure composed of countless gray-black scales, silently towering. Its surface was covered in explosion scorch marks, with a freshly pierced hole visible. What is that thing? One team member asked in surprise. As they watched in confusion, the hemisphere seemed to exhaust its energy, slowly disintegrating and eventually turning to ash. Inside, there was no one. The reconnaissance team member glanced down at the portable device in his hand. The two heat signals had long disappeared. Captain, they escaped, in the pitch-black underground. Cough. Cough. P2A, Peon Duo spat out a mouthful of dirt, patting his chest in lingering fear. Damn, brother fam, that last hit almost broke my back. Lin Fan calmly brushed the dust off his body, his movements unhurried. At the moment of being locked on by the sniper, he had quickly issued two commands. First, defense, second, digging. The mycelium beneath their feet rapidly burrowed downward, creating an escape tunnel. Before the second wave of missiles arrived, he had already pulled Cheon Duo down the freshly dug tunnel. Stop whining, Lin Fan glanced at him. The building collapsed, and the terrain in the ruins is complex. It's hard for them to deal with us. If you want revenge, we need to change locations. Cheon Duo froze. Change locations? Where to? Lin Fan pointed in a direction, the central square, where the battle had just ended and energy fluctuations were still chaotic. Of course, right in front of them. At the central square, the Qian Zhongzhan had already entered the highest combat alert state. Ling Fang stood calmly at the center of the team, knowing that the two who had toyed with him were hiding nearby. The Hummingbird missile launchers on the shoulders of the two assault troopers remained active, ready to fire at any moment. The fire support trooper had switched his weapon to an electromagnetic sniper cannon, its cold barrel slowly scanning the darkness. The reconnaissance trooper had all sensing devices at maximum capacity, fully searching for any movement. At that moment, beep, beep. The investigator's device emitted another piercing alarm. Two familiar heat signatures suddenly appeared at the edge of the square. They were out, all eyes instantly locked onto them. Two figures, one tall and one stout, slowly emerged from the shadow of a building, appearing before them without any hesitation. Seeing only two people, a member of the Tianji squad couldn't help but sneer. Using the voice amplifier on his combat synth, he mocked them without restraint. So it's just a little rats hiding in the dark. I thought it was someone impressive. Another teammate followed up with a jeer, finally daring to come out? I thought you were planning to stay in your hole forever. Faced with the ridicule, Cheon Duo was so furious that the fat on his face trembled. He opened his mouth, ready to retort, but Lin Fan stopped him, stepping forward with a smile and responding in a calm tone, "Friends, no need to get so worked up. Did you run too hard just now, burn too much energy, and now your temper's flaring?" Raising his hand, the peculiar, colorful mushroom suddenly sprouted in Lin Fan's palm. He extended the mushroom toward the Tianji squad, like an enthusiastic vendor promoting local specialties. Don't be shy. This is a dust-cleansing mushroom grown in our own backyard. It can help you cool down and relieve stress. Want one? Those words, that gesture, were more cutting than any insult. They struck directly at the Tianji Skyoji squad sore spot. They had fought tooth and nail, expending tremendous energy and looking utterly disheveled. Meanwhile, the one responsible for all their trouble stood there as if nothing had happened, casually offering mushrooms. You're asking for it, the hot-tempered assault trooper exploded with rage on the spot. Captain Ling Feng wasted no words. Spitting out two commands, open fire. At his order, a premeditated barrage of ferocious attacks rained down on Lin Fan and Cheon Duo. Dozens of micromissiles, trailing fiery tails, shot from all directions, forming a deadly web. Meanwhile, the high-speed psionic machine gun roared to life again, unleashing a dense barrage of energy bullets that completely sealed off any escape routes. To pin down these two infuriating individuals with overwhelming firepower, buying time for Captain Ling Fang's next move, the energy barrage arrived first. Tian Duo crossed his arms and roared, positioning himself as a shield in front of Lin Fan. Countless energy bullets slammed into his shield, creating ripples of intense light. The shield flickered but held firm, as unyielding as a mountain. As for the missiles descending from above, he paid them no mind. He trusted Brother Fan. Lin Fan, of course, did not disappoint. Facing the all-encompassing aerial firepower, he focused his mind. The fungal carpet beneath his feet had already spread silently, and 7 or 8 crystalline mushrooms had sprouted from the ground. Energy-focusing prism mushrooms, Buzz. The optical structures atop the mushrooms lit up instantly, gathering the psionic energy absorbed by the fungal carpet and firing high-energy beams. The beams traced precise trajectories through the air, striking the incoming micromissiles one by one. Boom, boom, boom. These series of explosions erupted mid-air, brilliant flames illuminating the entire square as if it were daylight. The Fort Yanji squad members providing Spersevis fire were all stunned. They couldn't comprehend how these seemingly organic, ground objects, clearly some kind of biological weapon, could emit energy beams. It defied their understanding. While they were momentarily distracted, Ling Fan's attack was already prepared. Behind him, 2 massive turrets constructed from countless metal wreckage and crystal shards had been completed. Within their menacing barrels, immense energy was frantically gathering. At the same time, the remnants of war machines scattered across the square were being reassembled by Ling Fang. Dozens of basketball-sized spider-like machines, made of crystal and metal, crawled out from the wreckage, their sharp limbs moving as they flanked Lin Fan and Tian Duo from both sides. In front were 2 energy-charged giant cannons, and on the flanks, a swarm of metal spiders designed for automatic killing. This was a true inescapable trap. However, Lin Fan showed no sign of nervousness. Playful smile appeared on his lips. "You're preparing your ultimate move? Then I won't hold back either." All members of the Qianjiang focused intently on the 2 reconstructed giant cannons, which had finally completed their charging process. Within the barrels, a mass of blazing white energy, capable of vaporizing steel, swelled to its limit. The air vibrated with a buzzing sound. "Goodbye, you fools from Yaoguang." A grin spread across the face of one of the Tianji squad's assault members, so wide it nearly reached his ears. He could already imagine the scene of the opposing team's 5 members having their spores instantly wiped to zero, becoming their spoils of war. From prey to hunter, and then to the master of the battlefield, this feeling was so exhilarating he almost shouted out loud. Captain Ling Fang raised his hand, ready to give the final command. But Ling Fan was faster. The man who had been lounging around as if sunbathing in the square suddenly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly in the air. Snap, the crisp sound echoed like a signal. In the next moment, centered on the fungal mat beneath Lin Fan's feet, an invisible wave suddenly spread out, sweeping across the entire square. It wasn't energy, nor was it a shockwave, but rather a strange field, within the fungal network. A NASA-mounted bioelectric energy that had long accumulated to a critical point was completely detonated in an instant. A specialized EMP storm targeting psionic technology erupted in a flash. All the technological devices in the square that shimmered with psionic brilliance began to tremble violently. Zzz, those piercing, eardrum-shattering sound of electrical overload exploded in their ears. The tactical visors of all Yanji squad members immediately crashed, their data streams collapsing. Their vision turned into a chaotic snowstorm. The next second, darkness swallowed their sight. "What is going on? My visor is broken, Captain, it is an EMP attack." Panic-stricken shouts erupted in the team channel. The psionic guns in their hands, which were still humming moments ago, he roared, forcibly severing the psionic link with all his weapons. Agonizing pain surged through him. It was as if a limb had been brutally torn from his body. He let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, in the instant the pulse swept past him, he managed to grab the 2 closest teammates. Psionic energy burst outward. A thin shield enveloped the 3 of them. Even so, as that invisible field swept over their bodies, he still felt dizzy, as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer. If he felt like this, the other 2 were in even worse shape. The combat armor of the 2 assault soldiers was tightly integrated with the psionic link, almost like a human-machine fusion. At the moment their equipment overloaded, a violent current surged backward through the psionic circuits and into their brains. Odd. The 2 didn't even have the chance to scream. Their bodies convulsed violently, and darkened blood seeped from their eyes, ears, mouths, and noses. Their minds were destroyed in an instant. They collapsed straight to the ground. Thud, thud, in the blink of an eye, the 5-man squad was reduced to 3. The 2 teammates shielded by Ling Feng regained their senses from a darkness and ringing in their ears. They looked at their fallen comrades, lifeless on the ground, then at the useless chunks of psionic weapons in their hands. A cold shiver ran from the base of their spines to the tops of their heads. Fear. And then, anger. They threw aside the scrap metal and drew their final weapon, standard issue alloy daggers. Without high-tech equipment, they still had their teeth and claws. The 2 exchanged a glance, making a decision at once. They had lost their prized technological firepower, but they had to fight one last desperate battle to buy time for their captain to recover. But Lin Fan, did he even intend to give them that chance? He looked at them as if they were 2 clawing mantises. He wasn't even interested in dealing with them himself. Turning his head, he casually spoke to the chubby man beside him, who was trembling with excitement. Fatty, those 2 are yours. I'll drive them to the edge of the square. And you finish them off, got it? Hearing this, Jian Duoduo's eyes lit up immediately. He patted his chest and loudly promised, got it, don't worry, Fan Zhou. Fatty here guarantees to take care of them perfectly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an out-of-control cannonball, charging at the 2 unlucky souls, who were blinded by fear and anger. Seeing this, Ling Feng instantly understood Lin Fan's plan. Clear the field. Then, a one-on-one duel. That bastard, he had never considered his teammates worthy opponents from the very start. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Dozens of crystalline spikes, gleaming with a cold light, silently shot up from the ground beneath him. Forming a relentless, extending wall of spikes that pursued him, this sudden attack was not meant to kill but to drive them away. The 2 teammates were forced to retreat step by step, driven by the crystallized spike wall to the edge of the square, completely separated from Ling Feng. Ling Feng stopped in his tracks. He didn't look back at the teammates intercepted by the chubby man. He knew it was pointless. Taking a deep breath, he swung his hand backward. The metallic remains of a massive Kimon wreck beneath his feet began to twist and reshape, forming a simple floating platform under his control. The platform slowly rose, lifting the 2 unconscious teammates on the ground and carrying them to the other side of the battlefield. After finishing all this, he slowly turned around. Now, the entire massive central square was completely cleared. Only he remained. And that carefree man standing opposite him. Lin Feng's gaze had never been colder or more focused. This will be the final showdown. Biology versus machinery. The ultimate clash of 2 completely different talent systems. Watcher base, command center, all the real-time monitoring screens in the Hive capital suddenly went black. The exclamations in the hall, sparked by the counterattack of the Tianji squad, abruptly ceased. What happened? Why did the screens go black? Tech department. Check the lines immediately. Teacher Wu from Tianjin Academy froze, his smug expression stiffening. He had just been about to show off in front of Xu Wenbo, only to be interrupted. He snorted in dissatisfaction, adjusted his collar, and said with condescending confidence, Teacher Zhou, it's unfortunate, but by the time the feed is restored, your Yao Guanyi squad will likely have been eliminated. Xu Wenbo remained silent, his eyes fixed on the black screen. At that moment, a military observer responsible for monitoring over all energy fluctuations suddenly stood up. Report to the commander. The central district of the Hive capital has just been hit by a powerful high-energy electromagnetic pulse attack. All rescue drones deployed in the Hive capital are completely paralyzed. This statement plunged the command center into dead silence. High-intensity electromagnetic pulse? That is a strategic weapon specifically designed to destroy precision technological equipment. Teacher Wu's face instantly turned ashen. The commander reacted swiftly, issuing orders. Switch to backup lines immediately, deploy backup drones, restore real-time visuals on site at once. Yes, sir, the underground rescue team worked with remarkable efficiency. In less than half a minute, an image, slightly marred by static interference, reappeared on the large screen. When everyone saw the scene clearly, the teachers in the command center collectively gasped. On the screen, the central square was still in ruins, but the battle had completely shifted. In the brief 1 or 2 minutes of darkness, 2 members of the Tianji squad had fallen, their fates uncertain. The other 2 were being chased around the edge of the square by that seemingly clumsy fat guy, unable to fight back. And in the center of the square, only 2 people remained: Lin Fan from Yaoguan Academy and Ling Feng from Tianji Academy. Teacher Wu's face turned pale. His entire demeanor deflated like a punctured balloon. He couldn't comprehend how, in just a few minutes, his proud ace squad had fallen to such a state. Zhu Wenbo blew on the rim of his thermos cup, took a slow sip of tea, and said calmly, Teacher Wu, it seems the situation isn't quite as you imagined. Hive capital, Central Square. Ling Fang forced himself to calm down, shaking off the shock and anger from being paralyzed by the MP. His gaze locked onto the seemingly nonchalant figure not far away. No longer underestimating him, he now regarded him as an equal opponent. His chest heaved as he spoke, enunciating each word. Ling Fang, freshman of Tuanqian D Academy. CES level talent, over limit neck master. Lin Fan had expected this tech enthusiast to be so ceremonial, even having a pre-fight introduction. But since the other party was so serious, he felt obliged to respond. Lin Fan, freshman of Yaoguan Academy. Level talent, Mycoculture IST. Ling Fo. The air suddenly grew still. He feeling even more absurd than being slapped by the Yingpi surged in Ling Feng's heart. He even doubted his own hearing. You rate this year's top scorer in Jiangdan province? Impossible, he blurted out. With this strength, these methods. How could you only be F level? EMP storm, precision energy ray interception, eerie underground spikes. And those layers of defense, how could any of these be achievable by an F grade? Lin Fan spread his hands, looking innocent. That's just how the awakening device displayed it. I can't help it. Maybe the device is too old and not functioning properly. After saying this, he unexpectedly sat down directly in the square. I'm a fair person, I don't bully people who aren't in good condition. Hurry up and take your medicine to recover. I'll wait for you, and then we can continue. These words, this action, were more piercing than any malicious taunt. But Ling Fang didn't waste words. Coldly replying, good. I hope you won't regret it. He pulled out several high-concentration psionic recovery potions from his tactical backpack, unscrewed the caps and downed them directly. 10 minutes later, Ling Fang exhaled a breath of turbid air. The massive psionic energy he had consumed had recovered by 70 to 80%. He stood upright again, exuding a completely different aura, a kind of madness, obsession, and an unrelenting desire for destruction. Let's begin. Even without those advanced pieces of equipment, I myself am the strongest arsenal. As his words fell, the SS grade talent, over limit machinist, activated once more. This time, he forcibly took control of all the metal he could sense on the battlefield, the shattered rock armor of the war golems, the remnants of psionic fions discarded by teammates, and even the exposed metal beams in the collapsed buildings. Buzz, all the metal vibrated violently, detaching from the ground and converging madly toward Ling Fang, under his control. The metal debris disassembled, melted, and reassembled at high speed. Dozens of thick shields gleaming with cold light stacked layer upon layer, forming an indestructible mobile barrier. At the same time, more metal fragments were stretched and sharpened, transforming into hundreds of metal spears suspended behind him. The spear tips pointed directly at Lin Fan, only the most primitive, pure mass and kinetic energy, using the least energy to achieve the greatest impact. Go, Ling Feng pointed. Hundreds of metal spears tore through the air, shooting wildly toward Lin Fan. Facing this overwhelming attack, Lin Fan lightly stomped his foot. Whoosh! The fungal carpet beneath his feet instantly rolled, activating the scale-like fungal threads. Countless fungal scales condensed at an astonishing speed, instantly forming a gray-black shield covered in intricate patterns. Standing in front of him, clang, 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 the metal spears struck the fungal shield, their peculiar structure deflecting and bouncing them all away, leaving deep pits in the ground. While defending, Lin Fan's counterattack quietly began. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Without warning, dozens of high-frequency crystallized fungal spikes, shimmering with crystalline light, burst from the ground beneath Ling Feng's feet, stabbing at him from all directions at tricky angles. Ling Feng was prepared. He calmly maneuvered the floating giant shields. Boom! One giant shield precisely shifted horizontally, blocking 3 fungal spikes from the left. Another slammed downward, crushing 2 spikes emerging from beneath his feet back into the ground. The high-frequency vibrating crystallized fungal spikes and the heady nettle shields clashed furiously, sparks flying everywhere, illuminating Ling Feng's focused face. As the offense and defense transitioned, Ling Feng's tactics shifted again. The earlier moves were merely probing now, He was a true offensive. He connected part of his mental energy to several partially damaged war golem remnants nearby. Buzz, the over-limit machinist's force analysis ability activated, forcibly taking over the residual control cores of the golems. Creak. Several damaged golem remnants suddenly trembled. Broken clouds were forcibly pieced together, transforming into a group of clawed, grotesquely shaped, temporary combat puppets. The entire battlefield instantly transformed into the ultimate showdown of instant creation and infinite proliferation. Ling Feng continuously consumed psionic energy and battlefield scraps to create temporary equipment and puppets, engaging in relentless attacks and defenses. Meanwhile, the fungal carpet beneath Lin Fan's feet proliferated endlessly, spawning a massive number of combat fungi to encircle and hunt down Ling Feng's puppets. The intensity of the battle escalated wildly. Ling Feng stared at the seemingly endless fungal carpet, and a bolder plan began to take shape in his mind. He suddenly absorbed the remains of 3 nearby puppets together. Amid the sound of twisting metal, the 3 remnants forcibly fused, rapidly forming a larger war monster. A brand new creature born purely for destruction emerged in the center of the square. It stood over 6 meters tall, its entire body composed of mottled crystals and exposed metal skeletons, with various twisted parts haphazardly pieced together, exuding a primal and violent aura. Almost at the same moment the giant beast took shape, Lin Fan's counterattack arrived. Ses. Ses. The entire square transformed into the most lethal thorny hell. Dozens of high-frequency crystallized fungal spikes, shimmering with a cold crystalline luster, burst forth from all directions at unimaginable angles. Some stabbed directly at the temporary core of the beast. Others swept horizontally along the ground, slicing at its fragile metal joints. Even more explosively emerged in front of the beast's landing points, forming a spike trap intended to trip it. However, under Lin Feng's control, the beast displayed a frenzy completely at odds with its massive size. Facing the fungal spikes coming head-on, it neither dodged nor evaded, instead lifting its heavy metal foot and stomping fiercely on the ground. Boom! The earth shattered. The violent impact spread across the surface, forcibly breaking the fungal network in that area, causing several spikes to fail before they could fully form. As for the ambushes from the sides and beneath, it used the thickest armored parts of its torso to brutishly withstand them. Clang, 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 clang. The high-frequency vibrating spikes scraped madly against the heavy armor, bursting into dazzling sparks and leaving pale scars, but they could never achieve a fatal penetration. Lin Feng's tactics were extremely clean. Not aiming for no damage, but seeking maximum destruction efficiency at the lowest cost. The switch between offense and defense happened in an instant. Ling Feng quickly realized that fighting a war of attrition against an opponent capable of infinite proliferation was the most foolish strategy in the world. Conventional attacks would never keep up with the production speed of the opponent's fungi. If that's the case, then change the target. Ling Feng's gaze suddenly turned ruthless. The metal beast that had just been passively defending let out a metallic roar and began to charge heavily across the square. Its target was not Lin Fan, but the gray-black fungal carpet beneath Lin Fan's feet that kept spreading. Boom, the beast stomped down, flipping a large section of the fungal carpet along with the ground. Then, it lowered its head and, with sharp metal ends like a giant plowshare, began frantically digging and tearing apart the fungal carpet network on the ground, cutting off the source, Watcher's base, command center. When Ling Feng controlled the giant beast, abandoning the attack on Lin Fan's main body and instead turning to destroy the fungal mat, Teacher Wu from Chendiang Tianjinami, whose expression had froze and due to the reversal of the battle, once again became animated. He couldn't help but strain his back and, in a tone of "I knew it all along," explained to those around him. See that? This is the combat intelligence of an SS level genius. Ling Feng has already found the key to breaking this battle. All of Lin Fan's bizarre abilities stem from that strange biological mat. As long as the foundation is destroyed, he's nothing. Diff level is still an F level, unworthy of the stage. This time, Yao Guan Academy's mentor, Xu Wenbo, was no longer leisurely sipping tea. His brows furrowed slightly. Lin Feng's intentions were, of course, immediately noticed by Ling Feng. Nice idea. Unfortunately, what you see is only what I want you to see. Not only did Lin Feng remain unflustered, but the corners of his mouth even curled into a playful smile. He actively retracted the fungal mat's coverage, which had originally spread across half the plaza, began to retreat like a receding tide, rapidly contracting, layering, and thickening around the core areas centered on him. He willingly abandoned large areas at the plaza's edges in exchange for higher energy density and defense in the core region. The fungal mat became thicker, and its surface emitted a faint sheen of spiritual energy. Each stomp and tear from the giant beast still managed to dislodge large patches of fungal threads, but the efficiency of destruction had been significantly reduced. Seeing this, Ling Feng sounded alarm bells. The opponent's response was too calm. So calm that it didn't seem like someone whose weakness had been exposed, but rather someone deliberately luring him in. The moment the fungal mat's contraction was complete, Lin Feng unleashed his long-prepared ultimate move. Puff, puff, puff. In the highly condensed core area of the fungal mat in front of him, dozens of crystal-like peculiar mushroom structures burst out of the ground one after another. Energy-focusing prisms, they were no longer scattered in small numbers, but formed a compact and precise makeshift energy matrix. The next second, the optical structures at the tops of all the energy-focusing prisms ignited simultaneously. Which had just been highly concentrated through the contraction of the fungal mat network, was frantically extracted and injected into this temporarily constructed energy matrix. High-energy rays underwent extremely complex refraction and focusing within the prisms. Finally, all the energy converged at a single point. Zing, a blazing white high-energy beam several times thicker than any previous interception missile tore through the dim air with unstoppable force. It did not aim for the giant beast's limbs or joints. There was only one target: the chest. The core head-on. This strike consumed the vast majority of the spiritual energy stored in the fungal mat, with overwhelming force. It blasted directly at the arrogant metallic giant beast. Ling Fang's pupils contracted sharply. The moment the beam lit up, he controlled the giant beast to gather all the metal fragments it could muster, constructing layer upon layer of temporary shields in front of its chest. However, it was all in vain. In the face of absolute energy dominance, these hastily assembled defenses were as fragile as a sheet of paper. The beam pierced through everything. The terrifying energy exploded in the giant beast's chest, instantly melting its forcibly lean temporary core. The 6-meter-tall beast, which had just been strutting around and flaunting its might, abruptly froze in place. Finally, under the intense heat, it melted into a pool of molten metal, glowing with a crimson radiance. At the same time, the fungal mat beneath Lin Fan's feet, which had been teeming with vitality moments earlier, quickly dimmed. Its surface lost all traces of psionic luster and fell into a temporary state of energy depletion. Now, this was the moment Ling Fang had been waiting for. Using a temporarily created giant beast, he had successfully lured out the opponent's most powerful and, correspondingly, most energy-draining trump card. Enduring the excruciating pain of his mental link being violently severed, a trace of blood even trickled from the corner of his mouth. This time, his target was no longer the conspicuous metallic wreckage on the battlefield. It was the countless tiny fragments of metal and crystal dust scattered across the battlefield due to the earlier explosions. The ground beneath Lin Fan began to tremble violently. Around him, countless rock particles and crystal shards appeared to be seized by an invisible hand, defying gravity as they slowly rose into the air. They hovered around him, spinning, colliding, and coalescing at high speed. A tightly sealed cage of rock rose from the ground. It grew upward and sealed itself at an alarming speed, aiming to completely trap Lin Fan within its walls. The cage cut off all connections between Lin Fan and the outside world. It also severed his link to the energy-depleted fungal mat beneath his feet. Lin Fang stared intently at the closing rock tomb, a grim smile spreading across his face. It was over. However, just as the final gap in the cage was about to close, he saw something unexpected. Lin Fan, who was trapped within, showed no sign of panic. He lifted his head and flashed him a dazzling, radiant smile. The gap sealed completely. The world plunged into a silence cloaked in darkness. The next second. Sheshe. Lin Fan's body trembled slightly. From beneath his skin, from the tips of his fingers, countless fungal threads burst forth explosively. Like ravenous, living vines. They rapidly spread and climbed along the inner walls of the cage. Outside, Ling Fang was gasping heavily, savoring the fruit of his victory. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual emanating from within the cage. Then, cracks resembling a web of gray-black lines began to appear on the surface of the indestructible cage he had built with his own hands. Those lines seemed alive, growing outward from within. The triumphant grin on Lin Fang's face froze instantly. The cage he had created had turned into a cocoon. Inside the cage, absolute darkness and silence reigned. Ling Fan stood at the center, his expression unchanging. "Cut off my connection to the outside," he murmured. "Did you misunderstand something? I am the source." Sheshe. Countless thin fungal threads, as fine as strands of hair, erupted wildly from beneath Lin Fang's black combat scent, from his fingertips, from every inch of his skin. These threads were no longer ordinary gray-black filaments. They had transformed into corruption-devouring fungal threads, specialized for breaking down anything they came into contact with. Like starving vines awoken in the darkness, they latched onto the inner walls of the cage in an instant. Lin Fan channeled his psionic energy into them. The corruption-devouring fungal threads typically used for purifying pollution now regarded the rock and metallic dust forming the cage as the most delectable nourishment. The consumption had begun. The entire process was so chillingly efficient that it was almost terrifying. The outside world. The smug expression on Ling Feng's face completely froze. The cage he had meticulously crafted had turned into a cocoon. In the next moment, the indestructible rocky cocoon began to soften and disintegrate from the top down. A figure slowly stepped out from within. It was Lin Fan. Over his black combat suit was a thin layer of active mycelium, giving him an eerie, inhuman aura. He stepped back onto the fungal carpet. Lin Fang finally understood how terribly wrong he had been. His proud SS-level ability required the environment, waste, and materials to create. He was a top-tier craftsman. But the person before him needed nothing. He himself was the source. He himself was the material. He himself was a self-sustaining, infinitely regenerating biological factory. A profound sense of defeat, one that reached deep into his soul, instantly shattered Ling Feng's rationality. From childhood to now, he had always been a heaven's-favored child. Looking down on others, a genius who could deconstruct the world into streams of data. But in front of this so-called F-level, this monster, all his pride, all his logic, had been dismantled and crushed step by step in a manner that felt almost like mockery. He couldn't accept it. The despair in his heart transformed into an uncontrollable frenzy. It's not over yet, his hoarse, violent roar was filled with the unwillingness of a wild beast. He tore open his tactical backpack and pulled out 5 blue vials. Each vial contained a radiant blue liquid, shimmering like a galaxy. S-level psionic potions. These were the trump cards his family had prepared for him for this military training, his ultimate life-saving measure. With a hint of arrogance and a touch of self-destructive defiance, he glared at Lin Fan, biting off the caps of all 5 vials. Then, one by one, he downed them all. Boom! A terrifying psionic storm erupted within him. Visible blue arcs of electricity crackled wildly around his body, scorching the ground beneath his feet. The immense energy pressure even formed a visible energy vortex around him. "I will erase you," he growled. His eyes blood red, his sanity consumed by the overwhelming power. "You and you disgusting fungi will be completely wiped from this world." The SS-level ability activated at an unprecedented power limit. He spread his arms wide. This time, it wasn't just the metal scraps and crystal shards that he manipulated. The entire plaza's ground began to crack. The walls of the surrounding buildings groaned under the strain. Within a radius of hundreds of meters, all the metal, all the crystals, all the rocks were seized by an invisible force, ripped from the ground. They converged around him, forming a massive storm of matter that devoured light. Faced with this dramatic and frenzied scene, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Then, he burst out laughing. The absurdity of it all left him unsure of where to even begin mocking. "You're playing this game in front of me?" The soft murmur was completely drowned out by the storm Ling Feng had unleashed. "Do you even know who you're showing off to?" Then, under Ling Feng's gaze, Lin Fan reached into his own backpack. With a casual motion, he pulled out a handful of blue vials of the same type. There were at least a dozen of them. And his next move almost completely burned out Ling Feng's already crashing brain. Lin Fan casually tossed it. Just so nonchalantly, like throwing away trash, he threw it onto the withered fungal mat beneath his feet. The glass tub shattered crisply on the ground. "All right, little ones, time to eat." Lin Fan patted the dust off his hands and lazily added, "Eat well, don't embarrass your dad." The effect was instantaneous. The massive and pure psionic energy of the S-grade potion poured down like rain into a desert parched for a billion years. In just one breath, the gray-black tide of life expanded outward at a speed several times more terrifying than before, once again covering most of the square. The fungal mat became unprecedentedly thick, its surface even shimmering with visible energy glows. A biological carpet armed with pure wealth. Across the square, Ling Feng's face, twisted with madness, froze completely. He had treated the S-grade potion as his trump card for mutual destruction. However, used it as fertilizer. His proud family background, his self-assured capital, his final pride all seemed laughably pale and insignificant in the face of Lin Fan's inhuman extravagance. His family was indeed wealthy, but not to the extent of splashing like water. The mental shock at this moment was more devastating than any physical attack. But the massive psionic energy burning within him left no way back. The reason being devoured by madness forced him to regain one last shred of focus. He had only one strike left. The material storm around him began to coalesce at high speed. Metals melting, crystals shattering and reforming. Within the storm, intricate structures with energy-glowing barrels were forming at an astonishing speed. They emerged one after another from the storm, like a swarm of awake and metallic killer bees, hovering behind him. Psionic floating cannons. In just a few seconds, hundreds of psionic floating cannons made of solid materials formed a cold and terrifying semicircular or behind him. A one-man army, and on the other side of the square. In response, Lin Fan snapped his fingers. On the fungal mat surging with immense energy, a frenzied growth began. Hundreds of crystalline, intricately structured mushrooms burst out of the ground one after another. Energy-converging prism mushrooms. They were no longer scattered individuals but formed a tactical matrix directly opposing the other side. A crystalline mushroom forest, a biological artillery battalion. In the next second, the tops of all the energy-converging prism mushrooms lit up simultaneously. That dazzling and deadly light mirrored the glow of the hundreds of floating cannon barrels. The square fell completely silent, two armies. The other of biology. Hundreds of floating cannons facing off against hundreds of energy-converging prism mushrooms. They stood off across the wreckage, the air filled only with the hum of overflowing energy. A war-level bombardment led by two newcomers was about to erupt. In the command center, Teacher Wu from Tiantia Academy stared at the screen, at the pile of S-grade potions discarded like trash. His mouth agape, unable to utter a single word. Beside him, Xu Wenbo leisurely blew on the steam from his thermos. "Teacher Wu," he said calmly, "it seems your kid is still too frugal." That sentence was like an invisible slap, making Teacher Wu's face burn with pain. The scene of the two armies confronting each other plunged the entire command center into dead silence. The chief commander of the military training had already stood up, his gaze sharp as a blade. This was practically war-level firepower. The battle between these two freshmen had completely surpassed their understanding of the word genius. Fire! Lin Feng's roar was completely drowned out by the deafening thunder of countless cannons firing simultaneously. Behind him, hundreds of floating cannons, forcibly pieced together from ruins, spewed deadly flames. A dense web of firepower surged toward the other end of the square, determined to erase everything there from existence. On the other side, Ling Fan didn't even bother to raise his hand, he merely had a thought. In response, the crystal mushroom forest, which had been forcefully cultivated with S-grade potions, came to life. Thus the crystalline tops of all the energy-gathering mushrooms lit up in perfect unison, without the slightest delay. Hundreds of high-energy beams shot forward, meeting the onslaught head-on. The next moment, the two destructive torrents collided directly in the center of the square. Boom! The blazing light illuminated every corner as if it were broad daylight. Wherever the shockwave reached, the remnants of buildings silently evaporated and shattered. However, the course of the battle took an unexpected turn. The core materials of Ling Feng Floating Fang's fold of high-purity crystals were fragments from the Hide City. This structure provided a certain degree of refraction and resistance to energy beams. Although Ling Fan's high-energy beams were still lethal, not all of them could achieve a one-hit kill. Sometimes, a beam would merely pierce through the outer shell of a floating cannon without destroying its core. As the battle wore on, Ling Feng's web of firepower began to gain the upper hand. Occasionally, a few stray energy beams would break through the firepower blockade of the mushroom forest and head straight for Lin Fan. These attacks were all deflected by the shield of fungal scales that appeared in front of Lin Fan, although he remained unscathed. To Ling Feng, this was undoubtedly a sign of a desperate defense. Seeing Ling Fan repeatedly block his attacks with that strange shield, a surge of victorious ecstasy filled Ling Feng. He was convinced that Lin Fan's energy and material generation must have a limit. As long as he maintained the suppression, victory was only a matter of time. He was completely immersed in the frenzy of dominating the battlefield with overwhelming firepower, reveling in the thrill of destruction he had created with his own hands. On the other side, Lin Fan stood in place, somewhat bored, stretching his neck to avoid a piece of debris flung by the shockwave. He was well aware that the effectiveness of his beam attacks had been diminished, but he didn't care. Because beneath his feet, the fungal carpet was enjoying a feast that no outsider could comprehend. The destroyed floating cannons, reduced to fragments of metal and crystal, were silently decomposed, devoured, then disappeared without a trace as they fell into the vast gray-black fungal carpet. Lin Fan could barely suppress a smile. War? No. This was a buffet. The kind where the other side was eagerly delivering the ingredients right to his mouth. With every floating cannon Lin Fan lost, Ling Fan's fungal carpet gained a fresh serving of premium nutrients. The fragments of metal and crystal, once broken down by the fungal colony, were converted into evolution points and energy far more efficiently than gnawing on the rubble of rocks. What Ling Fan thought was his advantage was merely the result of Lin Fan deliberately holding back just so he could eat a little more. The bombardment lasted less than a minute. The violent energy discharge almost completely transformed the terrain of the central square. Finally, Lin Feng's action of creating floating cannons faltered for a moment. It wasn't due to a lack of psychic energy. Having consumed 5 S-grade potions, the psychic energy within him was still vast as an ocean. It was the materials. For the first time, his invisible hand reaching out to the battlefield grasped at nothing. He was shocked to discover that he now needed to gather metal and crystal from areas hundreds of meters away, just to barely scrape together enough. The efficiency of psychic energy consumption began to skyrocket. What was going on? A trace of doubt finally squeezed out from the rationality that had been crazily suppressed. Then, he saw a scene that shattered his understanding. Within his firepower net, the opponent's crystalline mushroom forest not only hadn't diminished, but was proliferating and expanding at its speed visible to the naked eye. The quantity, which had been equal to his, now exceeded by nearly a third. The balance of firepower was tilting wildly toward the opponent without him even realizing it. He abruptly stopped replenishing the floating cannons and looked down at the ground. A chilling sensation cold enough to freeze his soul shot from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. The entire massive central square, except for the area beneath Lin Fan's feet, had become clean. Yes, clean. All the metal debris, all the crystal fragments, all the materials he could use to create had vanished. The ground was exposed, bare rock layers as if countless invisible ants had licked every inch clean. Meanwhile, the gray-black fungal carpet beneath Lin Fan's feet had grown thicker and more active than before the battle began. A ridiculous and terrifying truth slammed into Lin Fan's mind. At that moment, Lin Fan's slightly lazy voice pierced through the battlefield's roar and reached his ears. Feel it? That guy even tilted his head at him, as if chatting casually with an old friend. Every shot you fire at me provides ammunition for my next shot. Thank you for your generosity, Ling Feng. Heart-crushing, this sentence completely shattered Ling Feng's already fragile mental defenses. Aha! He let out a beast-like roar. The truth didn't bring despair but a desperate gamble to destroy everything. He abandoned all defenses, channeling all the remaining psychic energy within him and squeezing out the last bit of materials from the battlefield's edges. He poured everything into his attack. The hundreds of floating cannons in front of him began to frantically merge and devour each other. Amid the sound of twisting metal, dozens of larger, more energy-reactive heavy floating cannons were forcibly reconstructed. This was his final counterattack. Ling Fan no longer intended to play along. It's over. The fungal carpet beneath his feet radiated brilliantly. The crystalline mushroom forest doubled in quantity in an instant. Over 1,000 energy-gathering crystal mushrooms formed an impenetrable matrix of death. This time, they no longer fired scattered beams. Countless high-energy rays converged mid-flight into a thick pillar of destruction, which swept through Ling Fan and his newly formed heavy cannons with overwhelming force. Boom! An explosion more intense than any before engulfed everything. When the light faded, Ling Fan lay on the ground, his entire body charred black, his combat suit in tatters. Though he still had a sliver of consciousness, he couldn't even move a single finger. The entire plaza had been leveled to the ground. Only Ling Fan remained standing, along with the vibrant fungal carpet beneath his feet. Fan bro. Qian Duo ran out from behind the distant ruins, looking at the battlefield that had been plowed through and the lone figure of Lin Fan still standing. He was so overwhelmed that he could barely form coherent words. Lin Fan slowly walked toward the fallen Ling Fan, preparing to clean up the battlefield. Just as he approached, the shadow beneath Ling Fan's body wriggled unnaturally. A flat black figure silently and suddenly stood up from the two-dimensional shadow. A glint of cold light flashed in the black figure's hand. His target was none other than the defenseless Ling Feng on the ground. An assassination? Ling Fan narrowed his eyes. Though puzzled, his reaction was swift. With a light stomp of his foot buzz, 3 energy-condensing crystal mushrooms instantly adjusted their crystalline caps, aiming directly at the black figure. 3 high-energy beams formed a perfect triangular formation, sealing off all possible routes for the black figure to advance, retreat, or dodge. At that moment, the black figure displayed an extraordinary level of reflexes and agility. The primal, instinctual warning of death caused every cell in his body to scream. If he insisted on killing Ling Feng, he wouldn't undoubtedly be pierced by the 3 beams simultaneously, with no chance of survival. In a split second, he made the only choice he could. The cold light aimed at Ling Feng abruptly retracted, and his entire body rolled sideways at an impossible angle. Sizzle. A beam grazed his body, instantly burning a large hole in his combat suit, exposing the charred flesh beneath. He narrowly avoided the fatal strike. The failed assassination left the black figure fully exposed under the faint light of the ruins. It was a slender young man, with the star emblem of Tannery gleaming ominously on his chest. 2 other figures emerged from behind the ruins surmounting the plaza. They moved swiftly, forming a standard triangular attack formation for assassination, support, and assault, encircling Lin Fan and Qian Duo in the center. They were none other than the aces of Tianquan Academy Team Yan Quan's 1. And the black figure who had just failed his strike was the team captain, Yin Jia. Inside the command center, chaos erupted. Tianquan is taking advantage of the situation. Lin Fan has already lost the ability to fight, and they're doing this, finishing him off for elimination? This is disgraceful. This goes beyond normal competition, it's outright scavenger behavior. The faces of all the instructors were filled with contempt. Military training allowed competition and even encouraged confrontation. But to strike a friendly who was already defeated and on the ground crossed everyone's moral boundaries. Instructor Wu from Tianji Academy, whose face had been pale from Ling Feng's crushing defeat, now shifted from shock to fear and finally to gratitude. He knew very well that the rules of military training prohibited fatal strikes, but if that attack had landed, even if Ling Feng survived, he would have been severely injured, possibly with irreversible consequences. He glanced at Xu Wenbo beside him, his gaze filled with complex emotions. In the end, he solemnly nodded, a silent gesture of thanks. In stark contrast to Teacher Wu was the mentor of Tianfan Academy, Ma Kun. He swept away his previous despondency and slammed the table with a bang. He was angry but overwhelmed with uncontrollable joy and arrogance. Did you see that? Look closely, all of you. His roar echoed throughout the command center, drawing a wave of angry glares. That S-rank talent. Shadow Dweller, the true trump card of Tianquan, timing, efficiency. Results, this is what real combat looks like. He appeared almost deranged, completely ignoring the gazes around him. Zhu Wenbo, your Yaoguang's luck ends here, top scorer, F-rank? In the face of absolute assassination talent, he is nothing but a living target. On the battlefield, Lin Fan paid no attention to the encirclement forming around him or the free undisguised killing intents. Instead, he turned around and shouted at Qian Duo who had just run over. Fatty, stop standing there. Get to work. Qian Duo was stunned. Work? Work? Put those spoils of war over here and arrange them neatly for me. Lin Fan glanced meaningfully at the struggling Ling Feng not far away, along with his teammates who were already completely unconscious. He clicked his tongue twice. They've already been eliminated, yet their own people are still thinking about finishing them off. TSK, what a cold and ruthless world we live in. Qian Duo immediately understood. He chuckled, rubbing his hands together and flashing a toothy grin. Got it. Brother Fan, Fatty here is the best at battlefield resource recovery. He stretched his sturdy legs and trotted over. He grabbed the completely immobilized Ling Feng with one hand, as effortlessly as if he were lifting a sack, then the second, the third. Soon, the unconscious Ling Feng and his 4 teammates were neatly dragged behind Lin Fan, piled into a small mountain. This scene caused the 3 members of Tianquan Academy opposite them to freeze in their tracks. What an insult, they were even being taken seriously. Yao Guangxia, top scorer, team captain Yinji, finally spoke. His voice was as cold and sharp as a blade scraping across ice. Your performance ends here. Hand over all your points and those of Tuangjia Academy. Then we might consider only breaking your legs. Lin Fan listened, as if he had just heard the funniest joke of the century. He dug at his ear. Performance? No, you've got it wrong. This is my stage. He paused, then shifted his tone. Also, do you Yongquan people have some massive misunderstanding about the word stealth? Lin Fan waved his hand. The gray-black fungal carpet beneath his feet rippled slightly with his motion, like a living sea breathing, on this land. Forget about your shadow. Even every speck of dust hidden within your shadow has to ask for my permission before it dares to move. Yinjia's body tensed, he stopped wasting words. The verbal sparring was over now, it was time for real combat. His body became ethereal in an instant, then melted like ink, silently merging into the mottled shadows on the ground. His entire being vanished from sight in conventional psychic perception. S-rank talent, Shadow Dweller. His 2 teammates moved. They had received the clearest of orders. On the left and right, the 2 figures charged at Lin Fan from completely different directions. Their movements wild and frenzied, leaving behind blurred shadows. Their mission was to kill but to create chaos, to draw attention, and to set up the perfect opportunity for their captain's next fatal strike. However, before them, an even larger figure moved. Roar, with a thunderous bellow, Qian Duo's round, hefty body immediately rushed forward. Want to mess with my brother Fan? Ask Fat Lord's fists first. He didn't need Ling Feng's orders. Protecting his boss had already become instinctive. Boom. Qian Duo's massive frame collided heavily with the two figures, producing a muffled sound that shook the earth. With his sheer strength, he single-handedly intercepted two elite members of the Yanquan Academy team. With this most reliable tank in place, Lin Fan didn't even lift an eyelid. All his attention was focused on the ground beneath him. The entire central square, covered by the fungal carpet, was an extension of his senses. Every stone was under his surveillance. The faint spiritual energy fluctuations and physical pressure caused by Yingji Shenhui movements on the fungal carpet were as clear in his sensory network as fireflies in the dark. Too obvious. Lin Fan could even see his stealthy route, bypassing the front and simpling to this rear flank, a classic assassin maneuver, textbook rigid. The corner of Lin Fan's mouth curved into a playful smirk. Got you, little mouse. He completely ignored the two Yanquan team members who were already within arm's reach and simply hooked his finger slightly toward the empty space behind him to the left. Snap. The ground beneath the shadow where Yingji was hiding suddenly exploded without warning. Squelch. Dozens of high-frequency crystalline fungal spikes, shimmering with a crystalline luster, burst forth from the earth like venomous fangs from the depths of hell. A muffled groan echoed across the empty square. The figure was forcibly driven out of the shadows. His calf was pierced through by one of the fungal spikes, and blood slowly trickled from the wound. Yinji's body was pinned in place, and the pain in his leg was no longer just physical, it was a deeper, more profound sense of collapse. The ultra-high frequency vibrations of the fungal spike were surging madly along his spiritual energy circuits, like billions of ants gnawing at a dam, shattering the stable structure of energy within him. His proudest grade talent, Shadow Dweller, for the first time in his perception, became so obscure and sluggish. It was as if a layer of frosted glass had been placed between him and the shadows, and his connection to them was being violently disrupted and severed by an external force. How is this possible? A publicly rated F-grade talent, how could it so easily dismantle his core ability? He was the ace of Tianquan Academy, the future Dark Sword bearer, one of the top S-grade talent holders in the Great Sha. This innate pride was now pinned to the pillar of shame, along with his calf, by that inconspicuous crystalline spike. Meanwhile, the two Yanquan team members entangled with Qian Duo also witnessed this soul-crushing scene. Captain! One of them let out an enraged roar, and their attacks instantly became frenzied, each move carrying a desperate resolve to trade injury for injury. Attempting to forcibly break through Qian Duo's defense. The other seemed to understand the plan, their movements becoming more elusive, abandoning direct confrontation and trying to bypass this despair-inducing mountain of flesh from the flank. However, Qian Duo merely grinned, his honest face filled with a ferocity that belied his size. Want to get past? Did you ask Fat Master me first? Boom, he completely ignored the assassin attempting to flank him, instead focusing all his strength to withstand the full force attack of the frontal assailant with his massive yet indestructible body. The violent psionic impact exploded against him, but it only caused the thick layers of high-energy fat on his body to ripple slightly, barely noticeable. Seizing the moment when his opponent was exhausted, Qian Duo's fan-like hand suddenly shot out, grabbing the opponent's ankle in one swift motion. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, he swung this elite assassin of Tianquan like a human war hammer, smashing them fiercely into the teammate who was sneaking in from the flank. The entire sequence of actions was fluid, exuding a savage aesthetic of raw power. The two elite assassins of Tianquan were thus firmly entangled by him alone, unable to get even half a step closer to Lin Fan. With this most reliable mobile fortress present, Lin Fan didn't even bother to spare them a glance. All his attention was focused, with great interest, on the main course before him. Rage, and a trace of uncontrollable fear. These emotions churned within Yingji, ultimately converging into a madness that risked everything. He let out a guttural roar of utmost suppression, unleashing all the psionic energy within him, ignoring the vibrational force that was destroying his psionic circuits, and forcibly channeling energy into his pierced turf. Squelch, accompanied by the muffled sound of tearing flesh, Yinja actually wrenched his own leg free from the crystalline spike. Blood gushed out, leaving the horrifying wound on his left leg that pierced through from front to back, even exposing the stark white of bone. Yinji immediately downed an expensive psionic recovery potion. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Fan, preparing for a final counterattack. Seeing Yinji's resolute expression, Lin Fan not only remained unperturbed but even revealed a playful smile. He extended a finger, pointing at Yinji from afar. Come on, Dante, stop. Let me see just how fast your ultimate speed can be. The contempt in his words was more cutting than any direct insult. Yinji's rationality was completely ignited. Kill. That was the only thought in his mind. In the next instant, Yinji's body became ethereal once more, transforming into a blurred black shadow that was nearly impossible to track, darting across the fungus-covered plaza in a desperate high-speed maneuver. He didn't need charge in a straight line but constantly changed direction, attempting to use his most prized speed and elusive movements to find even the slightest flaw in Lin Fan's defense. However, the moment his first landing quite touched the fungal carpet, squelch, a sharp crystalline fungal spike burst out of the ground without warning, appearing precisely at the spot where he was about to land. That crystalline spike seemed not to be chasing him but had been lying in wait at his inevitable destination all along. The combat instincts of an S-class assassin allowed Yinji to forcibly twist his body mid-air, narrowly avoiding the fatal strike at an unbelievable angle. But as his body landed against Squelch, another crystal spike blossomed precisely at his feet. From then on, the entire central square transformed into Yinji's personal stage of death. No matter what he flashed to, no matter how fast he turned into a phantom, as long as his body or shadow made even the slightest contact with the gray-black fungal carpet, the ground would immediately rise to create a deadly trap tailored for him. Squelch. Squelch, squelch, the agility of an S-class assassin, enough to make any opponent's scalp tingle, now appeared utterly pathetic. He was forced to leap and dodge between countless suddenly emerging crystal spikes, performing various high-difficulty evasive maneuvers. He was no longer the hunter but a puppet being toyed with, dancing a desperate and futile solo on this vast fungal carpet. Your shadow is indeed fast, Lin Fan's slightly lazy voice echoed clearly across the square. No matter how fast, they can't outrun my thoughts. Before his words had fully landed, as Yinji narrowly dodged once again, his old strength exhausted and new strength yet to emerge, his body stiffened for a brief moment in mid-air. The gray-black fungal carpet beneath him no longer produced singular crystal spikes but suddenly rose into an entire forest of death. Thus hundreds of high-frequency crystallized fungal spikes formed a cage of despair, blooming thunderously with him at the center. It was a crystalline forest of death, sealing off all spaces where he could evade. Yinji's movements froze completely. Several crystal spikes precisely pierced through his limbs and torso, yet skillfully avoided all vital points. More fungal spikes interwove from all directions, firmly suspending him in mid-air, immobilized. The battle was over. Subsequently, more fungal threads surged from the ground, binding him layer by layer, wrapping him into a thick fungal cocoon. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. Fatty, stop playing around. Tie up those two as well and get ready to wrap things up. Got it, Brother Fan, Qian Duo responded excitedly, unleashing his energy and knocking down the two Dian Quan team members, who were already in a state of panic. With just a few punches and kicks, Lin Fan walked slowly to the fungal cocoon that Yinji had become, beginning his favorite part, cleaning up the battlefield and recovering resources. He prepared to directly use devouring to extract the residual energy from Yinji's body, then eliminate him and his teammates together. The familiar energy feedback began to flow slowly into Lin Fan's body through the fungal threads. However, just as the fungal threads started extracting Yinji's energy, Lin Fan's movements paused, his pupils contracted sharply. Analyzing special energy structure information. Lin Fan's breathing nearly stopped at this moment. They can be used like this? Analyzing special energy structure information. Seeing this prompt, Lin Fan's mind was flooded with question marks. For the first time, he realized that his understanding of the fungal master talent seemed to be stuck at a very superficial level, so the targets of devouring weren't limited to flesh, minerals, or other physical entities. Even the fundamental energy structure that constitutes talents could be analyzed. Before he could think further, a new prompt popped up. S-level talent, Shattered Weller, Psionic Attribute. Would you like to spend Yaoning evolution coins to unlock a new fungal branch? Things derived from talents are always expensive. Yes. But Lin Fan didn't hesitate at all. This was wool plucked from a leading S-level talent. Even if it cost 10,000, he would still go for it. Evolution coins. Yaoning lock successful. New fungal species obtained. Silent Shadows poured E-level. It can spawn mushrooms and release flying reconnaissance interference spores, which can act as aerial scouts for comprehensive perception or converge into a mist and detonate, temporarily blocking the five senses and conventional psionic detection of enemies within the explosion range. This is a specialized reconnaissance fungal unit, and it is airborne. Moreover, it comes with short-term regional sensory blocking counter-reconnaissance capabilities. With this, the fungal MAD-S reconnaissance range will no longer be limited to the ground, but will extend to the skies. Lin Fan looked at Yinji, whose head was the only part exposed from the fungal threads wrapping him, and his gaze instantly became fervent. This was no longer a defeated enemy. This was a living skill pack. Meanwhile, Watcher Base, Command Center, The silence didn't last long before it was shattered by a tsunami of exclamations. It's over, just like that? The strongest freshman of Tianquan this year was defeated head-on by an F-level fungal cultivator? Am I dreaming? This wasn't just a simple defeat. Look at the battle replay just now. This was outright toying, they one-sided crush from start to finish. That Yaoguan Academy's top scorer, is he really just an F-level? Did the military's stalagmite rating system make a mistake? All the instructors and military personnel stared at the final frame frozen on the central screen. That entire death cage made of crystallized fungal spikes, and Yin Jeep in mid-air. Unable to move. Just as everyone's minds were still in overdrive, the holographics and bots on the big screen underwent new changes. The light dots representing Yan Chuan E Squad and Yan Chengquan E Squad extinguished almost simultaneously. Immediately after, the system automatically marked the locations of these two squads with bright red eliminated labels. At the same time, by Fentachisha of the points from both squads were transferred to Yaoguan Yi Squad. The next second. On the holographic big screen, the Academy's total points and squad points rankings began to refresh. Yaoguan Yi Squad points. Audio Yao Sawudin Squad rankings. The entire venue was in an uproar, but that was the end. What truly ignited the crowd was the change in the Academy's total points leaderboard. The points next to Yaoguan Academy's name also surged dramatically. It overtook Yueqing Academy, firmly securing third place. Only behind the deeply rooted Chenyan Inchu Academy and the military-affiliated Qinzhouan Academy. No impossible Yinquan Academy's instructor, Ma Kun, who had been gloating earlier, now had his expression frozen. His lips trembled as he struggled to comprehend what he was seeing. Pointing at the name Yao Guangyi on the screen, he roared, cheating. This must be cheating. Yinji is an S-level talent. How could he lose to an F-level fungal cultivator, S-level talent? That is Yin Zhao, the strongest freshman in Yanquan Academy this year. How could he lose so completely, so humiliating lie? A cold sneer came from the side. Mentor Wu from Tianjia Academy adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Mr. Ma, a loss is a loss. I admit that our students are not as skilled as others, but this sore loser attitude of yours, isn't it a bit unsightly? Who are you calling us, loser, sore loser? Ma Kun retorted stubbornly. Whoever's jumping up and down, that's who. Wu replied bluntly. Trying to take advantage in the restricted zone, only to end up losing more than you gained. It seems the elites of your academy aren't very good at finishing the job. Every word from Wu was like a resounding slap across Ma Kun's face. The other mentors from surrounding academies looked on with undisguised mockery. Ma Kun felt the world spinning. His vision darkened, and he almost fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mentor Xu Wenbo from Yaoguan Academy was completely stunned. He stood there in a daze, his face turning from pale white to bright red. The immense shock and overwhelming joy washed over his mind, leaving it blank. This was an achievement that had never been reached in the history of Yaoguan Academy. Could such a surprise really come so suddenly? The admissions office's heavy investment in recruiting Lin Fan had truly paid off. This kid had created another miracle. Silence. The commander of the military training finally snapped out of his shock, slammed the table, and ordered in a deep voice, the battle at Nest City Square is over. Rescue teams on the perimeter, move in immediately and bring back the eliminated students. Inside the ruins of Nest City, Lin Fan's terminal on his wrist also received the notification. He glanced at his skyrocketing points and his team's ranking, nodding in satisfaction. As expected, robbing is the fastest way to get rich. He snapped his fingers at Cheon Duo not far away. Fatty. Move everyone over and line them up together. Got it, brother Fan, Cheon Duo responded excitedly. After a few trips back and forth, the members of the two teams were neatly lined up. The mycelium surged forward, wrapping up the 8 eliminated members from the Chuaning Canquan and Tianji teams. Before long, a small rescue aircraft hovered over Nest City Square. Several soldiers in specialized combat uniforms repelled down when they saw the 8 neatly arranged fungal cocoons on the square. Even these Cs and professionals paused in their movements. The leading captain stepped forward and used a tactical knife to cut open one of the cocoons, revealing Ling Fan's unconscious but peaceful face inside. The team members immediately moved in for a quick examination. Report, Captain. Vital signs are stable. Aside from psionic exhaustion and external impact injuries, there are no life-threatening conditions. Report, same here. Listening to the reports, the rescue captain surveyed the surroundings. The ruins, ravaged by battle, were nothing like the bloody scene he had imagined. Apart from the destruction of buildings, the site was almost unnaturally clean. No rivers of blood, no severed limbs. Even the aftermath for the eliminated participants had been meticulously arranged. Truly, clean and efficient, he muttered to himself. Then waved his hand to give the order, take them all. Following the command, the rescue team quickly departed with the 8 fungal cocoons, leaving the desolate city behind. Qian Duo ran excitedly to Lin Fan, rubbing his hands together, his chubby face beaming with joy. Brother Fan, we hit the jackpot this time. Our team is ranked 4th, and the academy's overall ranking is 3rd. Now let's see who dares to look down on Yao Guang. He was so thrilled that he stuttered slightly. Brother Fan, should we head back to the surface now and start harvesting those leeks? Lin Fan shook his head, his gaze swept across the vast ruins illuminated by the underground starlight. The crazy idea surfaced in his mind. Not yet. The leeks need to grow a bit more. Before leaving here, we must have a proper feast. Qian Duo froze for a moment upon hearing Lin Fan's words, his face full of confusion. Grow a bit more? There are only a few days left of this military training. He couldn't understand given their current overwhelming strength. Wouldn't returning to the surface be like sweeping away fallen leaves in the autumn wind? Lin Fan snarled. Going out now, hunting down scattered teams and beasts one by one, isn't that too tiring? His tone became leisurely and relaxed. So, instead of going through all that trouble, why not? Why not awaken this slumbering treasure trove in front of us and have a proper feast first? Qian Duo followed the direction of Lin Fan's pointing finger. His round body trembled uncontrollably, and his small eyes instantly filled with terror. Awaken? Awaken what? In this vast hive city ruin, the only thing that could be slumbering is war crystals. Brother Fan, you're not joking with me, are you, all of them? Qian Duo felt his throat dry up as if it were on fire. Just dealing with those dozens of war crystals earlier had already left him gasping for breath. If they were to awaken the entire city's worth, wouldn't that number be in the hundreds or thousands? That wouldn't be a feast that would be serving themselves up as food. Lin Fan didn't answer. He directly led Qian Duo to a relatively intact hive structure and climbed to the highest point. From here, the view was expansive, allowing them to take in several wide streets below. Brother Fan, why did we come up here? The view isn't even that great. Qian Duo still couldn't figure it out. Lin Fan sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, to watch the show. As his words fell, the fungal mat beneath his feet began to spread silently, flowing along the building's exterior like a gray-black tide, quickly covering the streets below. Then, Qian Duo witnessed a scene he would never forget for the rest of his life. Countless strange mushrooms, smaller than a fist, silently spouted from the fungal mat Lin Fan had just spread. The caps of these mushrooms trembled slightly, releasing billions of fine, dust-like particles. These particles gathered into a nearly imperceptible gray mist, drifting silently in all directions with the faint air currents within the cavern. Silence paw. A precise 3-dimensional sensory map unfolded slowly in Lin Fan's mind. The outlines of buildings, the layout of streets, collapsed energy pipelines, and the dense, dormant energy signals hidden in every corner of the city. 1, 10, 100, 500, 1,000, each signal represented a war crystal in a dormant state. This dead city was essentially a forgotten armory. Qian Duo watched Lin Fan, who sat motionless with his eyes closed, and grew increasingly uneasy. He leaned closer and cautiously whispered, Brother Fan, are you meditating? Don't disturb me. Lin Fan opened his eyes, and in those pitch-black pupils, there was a light Qian Duo couldn't understand. It was the excitement of a hunter gazing at endless prey. Fatty, do you know how many XP babies are hidden in the ruins beneath our feet? How many? Enough to potentially boost our squad's score straight to first place. Qian Duo was so shocked by this statement that he was rendered speechless. The fear that had gripped his heart just a moment ago was instantly devoured by a primal impulse called greed. This was a death wish. This was clearly the discovery of an untouched super treasure trove. Brother Fan, what are we waiting for? Let us do it. Fatty's attitude took a complete Yaobaning degree turn. And he became eager and ready for action. This time, it's different from before. Lin Fan pointed to the massive complex beneath their feet. In a moment, I'll lure them all to the main road below and use my mycelium to trap them in this area. Your task is to jump down and smash them one by one. I'll control the field. And you'll harvest. Got it? Understood. Qian Duo slapped his chest with determination. His fat jiggling, and promised to complete the mission. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. He closed his eyes again, and, through the omnipresent silent shadow spores, locked onto the nearest area. There at least dozens of dormant crystal constructs were gathered. With a thought, a seemingly inconspicuous tip of the fungal mat silently extended toward the target location. Upon arrival, the tip quickly differentiated, transforming into a small cluster of electromagnetic pulse funnel nets, releasing a pulse attack with almost no damage. After finishing, Lin Fan didn't decause and immediately locked onto the next target area. His actions were like throwing a handful of scalding stones into a calm lake. Thud, 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 thud. Heavy, dense footsteps echoed from all directions, converging into a terrifying resonance in the dead silence of the Ruinhive city. Massive figures emerged from the shadows of the city, their energy cores on their chests lighting up one by one with a ghostly blue glow. At this moment, the entire dead city awakened. These crystal constructs locked onto the energy signals left by the mycelium, then began to march heavily and frantically toward the high building where Lin Fan and Cheong Duo Duo were. Cheong Duo Duo stood at the edge of the building, looking down at the wide street below. From the passages in all directions, the crystal constructs poured in continuously, forming a dense, oppressive mass that made him instinctively swallow hard. This scene, are we trying to poke a hole in the sky? Lin Fan, however, just laughed. He stood up, walked to Cheong Duo Duo's side, and gave his sturdy shoulder a firm pat. Let me give you a buff. Before the words had even fully left his mouth, countless gray-black mycelium surged from his palm, rapidly covering Cheong Duo Duo's entire body like liquid metal. In an instant, it wove into a suit of armor that perfectly fit his physique, covered in dense scales. Scale armor mycelium. A powerful, indestructible feeling surged through him. Cheong Duo Duo moved his body, now encased in the armor, and felt as though his defense had maxed out. He looked at Lin Fan, his small eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Brother Fan, I'm going in, Watcher Base, Command Center. All the instructors were still immersed in the shock and uproar of Yaoguang Academy's total score surging to third place. Yunquan Academy's instructor, Ma Kan, looked ashen, as if all the energy had been drained from him. Suddenly, a military observer let out an exclamation. There's a massive anomaly in the energy readings from the restricted zone. A massive energy aggregation reaction detected. Everyone's gaze was once again drawn to the central holographics and table, in the underbrowed area representing the ruins of the Hive capital. Around the light point symbolizing Yaoguang Yi, countless red light points suddenly erupted without warning. Each of those red light points represented an activated war crystal puppet. Hundreds, thousands of red light points, like an enraged swarm of bees, were surging madly from all directions toward that solitary blue light point. They activated the entire defense system of the Hive capital? Insane, these two rookies have completely lost their minds. Ma Kun's previously lifeless face suddenly flushed with a sickly red as he burst into a hoarse, maniacal laugh. Maniacs. Absolute maniacs, there's a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There's no door to hell. Yet you insist on barging in. If he had just come up obediently, his ranking might have lasted until the end. Now, he's digging his own grave. He pointed at the screen, at the blue light point completely surrounded by countless red dots. Looking utterly deranged. No one can save him now, he's doomed. The other academy mentors around him looked at the screen with varying expressions. Some were regretful, some astonished, but most were gloating. Xuanbio's heart leapt into his throat, his hands clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. He stared at the screen. And amidst the extreme tension, a faint, absurd sense of anticipation inexplicably ignited deep within him. This kid, if he dared to awaken so many crystal puppets, then he must have the confidence to match it. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the dragon spine great rift, at the entrance of a deep underground passage, the captain of Qianshu Academy's Team E, Wei Zhuan, was quietly watching a small military rescue aircraft slowly emerge from the pitch-black tunnel, its engines roaring as it accelerated away. A team member beside him spoke in a low voice, "Captain, it's the military rescue team." Wei Zhuan said nothing, merely opening his wrist terminal to pull up the leaderboard. Ling Fang's Tianji team and the genius assassin Yin Ji team had both disappeared from the rankings. Meanwhile, the mysterious Yaoguang Yi team not only experienced a massive surge in points earlier, but was still steadily gaining points at this very moment. He suddenly spoke, his voice calm and steady. "Your earlier intel mentioned someone saw Ling Feng entering the underground." The team member immediately replied. "Yes, Captain. Someone from our academy saw it with their own eyes." Ling Feng led his team down an abandoned tunnel dug by a sandcrawler worm. In Wei Zhuan's mind, a tactical sand table instantly formed. The ultimate beneficiary of the canyon skirmish. The Tianji team that ventured underground. The Tianchuan Ace team that also disappeared underground. The military rescue ship that had just urgently evacuated from the scene. And The Yao Guangyi team, whose points surged and were still climbing. All the clues converged like rivers flowing into the sea, pointing to a clear conclusion. The elimination of Ling Fang and Ying Ji's to ace teams, and even the outcome of the earlier skirmish, were all orchestrated by this enigmatic Yao Guang team. Wei Xuan closed the terminal and looked up toward the depths of the passage. He felt it was necessary to make some preparations in advance for the upcoming encounter. With a muffled crash, Qian Duoduo's mountain-like body smashed into the first wave of crystal puppets gathered on the street below. The war crystal puppets in the front row were shattered into pieces by the massive kinetic impact before they could even generate a reaction command. Landing on the ground, Qian Duoduo created a shallow pit. He shook his head, feeling the subtle vibrations transmitted by the scale like fungal armor on his body, a solid sense of security filling every inch of bone beneath his layers of fat. The attacks from these crystal puppets couldn't even make him feel an itch. Brother Fan's buff was truly incredible. He let out an excited roar, and before the surrounding crystal puppets could encircle him, he crouched low, his leg muscles bulging. Gluttony, a violent aura exploded from within him. The massive reserves of high-energy fat stored in his body ignited at this moment, burning furiously. Qian Duoduo's body seemed to inflate like it was pumped with high-pressure air, expanding once more, transforming him into a pure war machine. "Meat cannon," he roared, his entire body turning into a blurred shadow of a heavy cannon. Charging back and forth in the narrow streets restricted by the fungal carpet. Each collision unleashed a storm of crystal and rock debris. Each turn was accompanied by the shattering of war crystal puppets and the final wails of their energy cores before extinguishing. Running out of energy, he directly smashed into a crystal puppet, opened his massive mouth, and began devouring the scattered high-energy crystal fragments on the ground, producing a crisp crunching sound. At the top of the hive-like building, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, his posture relaxed. Through the three-dimensional perception map constructed by the silent shadow spores, transformed into an invisible net that enveloped every corner of this underground hive city, his mind split into hundreds of threads, controlling every chip of the fungal carpet. Across the hive city, weak electromagnetic pulses were continuously released, like a professional fisherman using the most enticing bait to activate and lure more dormant crystal puppets. The fungal carpet covering the main roads quietly shifted, forming temporary obstacles and guiding paths. They were the most professional shepherd dogs, precisely driving the flock of crystal puppets from all directions into Qian Duoduo's slaughterhouse for control, luring, and harvesting, a perfect grinding assembly line efficient and ruthless. Meanwhile, on the surface of Rift Star, a team from Yuan Academy, having just slain a group of wing-ridged beasts, saw their captain habitually open his wrist terminal. The next second, he froze in place, his pupils contracting sharply. "What's wrong? See for yourselves." The team members, puzzled, gathered around, their gazes falling on the team ranking displayed on the terminal screen. Their breathing instantly stopped. The unfamiliar name Yao Guangyi was currently skyrocketing up the leaderboard at an unbelievable speed. Fourth, third. Still climbing, did they hit the lair of a leader-level beast? No, look at the frequency of the score updates, it's too steady like a machine. A ridiculous yet the only plausible thought surfaced in the minds of all the freshmen witnessing this scene. Military training can be played like this, Watcher Base, Command Center. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the central holographics in table. The white representing Yao Guangyi had not moved an inch from beginning to end. Meanwhile, the dense cluster of red light symbolizing the war puppets around it was extinguishing in swats, as if swallowed by some invisible giant maw. No matter how many surged forward, just as many were extinguished. It was as if what stood there was not two rookies, but an abyssal black hole capable of devouring everything. The numbers on the leaderboard were jumping wildly at a heart-stopping pace. Gulp. Ma Kun, Trung, a mentor from Tianquan Academy, struggled to swallow, but no sound came out. His face was as pale as paper. Maniacs? No. Monsters, complete and utter monsters. The mentors from the other academies also fell into prolonged silence. The expressions on their faces had long shifted from initial shad and Freud to utter shock. Surpass the score of Tianji 1, it's still rising, quickly catch up to Tianjuan 1. A military observer's voice trembled, as if witnessing some kind of miracle. Just as his words fell, the leaderboard numbers suddenly refreshed and froze. Yao Guang squad score 562,450 squad rank first. The entire command center fell silent. Everyone thought this crazy performance had come to an end. However, the real storm was just beginning. In the next second, the Academy's total score leaderboard underwent a dramatic change. Tianchuan Academy, which had always firmly held the first position, was fiercely battling for the top spot with the deeply rooted Tianshui Academy. Meanwhile, Yaoguang Academy, relying on the heaven-defying score achieved by Lin Fan and his team, rocketed from an unnoticed corner, crushing Tianxiu and directly climbing to second place. First placed Yanchuan Academy, second place Yaoguang Academy, third placed Yanshu Academy. Boom. The dead silence was completely shattered, and the entire command center erupted in excitement. Second, Yaoguang Academy ranked second in total score. Am I seeing things? The bottom tier 7 Stars Academy has pushed the leader nurturing Tuangchen Shir Academy down? History, this is the highest ranking in Yaoguang's history since its founding. Zhu Wenbao and several Yaoguang Academy netters beside him shot up from their seats the moment they saw the leaderboard refresh. The group exchanged glances, and in each other's bloodshot eyes, they saw ecstasy and disbelief. We're second, several old men, second, several old men, whose combined ages reached hundreds, hugged each other without regard for their image. In the ruins of the Nest City, as the last war crystal puppet was smashed into crystal shards, Qian Duo voluntarily exited his gluttony state. The massive energy consumption caused his world to instantly lose color, spinning wildly. His once blunt body seemed drained of water, shrinking several sizes in an instant. He sprawled out on the mountain-like pile of crystal puppet remains, his chest heaving violently, feeling as though every piece of fat in his body had turned into lead. A fungal lift trope descended from the top of a nearby building. Lin Fan's figure lightly landed beside Qian Duo, not even stirring a speck of dust with his clothes. That's it? Fatty, your stamina isn't great. Qian Duo's chubby face flushed red, wanting to retort. But he was too exhausted to say a word, only managing to emit wheezing sounds like a broken bellows. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and ignored him. The fungal carpet beneath his feet began to surge, like a black tide, covering the mountain at minerals and starting to devour them madly. Qian Duo also caught his breath, grabbing the nearby crystals and stuffing them into his mouth as if they were free, replenishing his energy. After recovering, the two prepared to leave this harvest-filled underground city. The entire underground city suddenly began to shake violently without warning. Boom! The intense tremors caused the mountain of crystal puppet remains to start trolling down. Qian Duo jolted awake, nearly choking on the crystal in his mouth. Fan bro. What's going on now? A collapse. Just as he finished speaking, a more terrifying roar came from the direction of the Nest City Square, where they had previously fought. The solid ground suddenly collapsed downward, tearing open a bottomless giant fissure. A colossal hand entirely composed of rock and massive energy crystals slowly extended from the pitch-black fissure, gripping the edge of the plaza. Under the watchful eyes of Lin Fan and Qian Duo, a second giant hand emerged from the crack, firmly clutching the collapsed edge on the other side. A shadow large enough to completely envelop the two of them was cast down. A gigantic figure began pulling itself out of the bottomless darkness, inch by inch. Approximately 25 meters tall, its entire body was pieced together from countless massive, heavy obsidian slabs, exuding a primal and savage sense of oppression. At the seams of the slabs, magma-like crimson energy crystals flowed, flickering with light and dark as if the giant itself was breathing. Brother Fan, isn't this thing a bit too big? Qian Duo stopped stuffing energy crystals into his mouth. His plump body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Calm down, fatty. Lin Fan's heart was also in turmoil, but his face maintained its usual lazy demeanor. Look, this guy even comes with his own BGM and lighting effects. Doesn't that make it way more impressive than those tin cans that just know how to walk? Calm down my ass. Qian Duo roared internally, his chubby face flushed red from extreme tension. His throat was dry, but he couldn't utter a single word. At this moment, the colossal figure had fully straight and its body. Its head had no facial features. There was a single eye structure composed of several massive crystal lenses, reflecting a deathly light in the abyssal darkness. Boom! In an instant, the crimson energy circuits across its body flared brilliantly. An invisible energy shockwave erupted from its center, spreading outward with a deafening roar. Boom! Boom! Several surrounding building ruins couldn't withstand the shockwave for even a second before collapsing into rubble, scattering debris into the sky. Holy Lin Fan's previously relaxed expression finally tightened, his gaze sharpening. In that fleeting moment, the silent spores he had released returned the most direct energy feedback. This newly emerged behemoth's energy level had firmly reached the peak of the leader tier. In human terms, it was equivalent to a pinnacle manifestation realm powerhouse. Looks like I might have overdone it a bit. Lin Fan silently muttered to himself. What he thought was just a large dungeon to farm some small mobs had unexpectedly escalated into shaking out the hidden boss. At this moment, the giant's single eye began to rotate. The crystal lenses adjusted their focus with mechanical click-click sounds, scanning the cleared battlefield. Finally, its gaze locked onto the tiny figures of Lin Fan and Qion Duo, as well as the gray-black fungal carpet beneath their feet that was frantically devouring the spoils of war. Buzz, the single-eye structure instantly lit up with a terrifying red glow. Vengeful pressure bore down on them. Qion Duo gulped audibly, feeling his legs trembling uncontrollably, almost unable to stand. His only thought now was to activate his meat cannonball and run as far as possible. However, Lin Fan showed no intention of running. Since we're here, might as well give it a try, he muttered to himself, his thoughts moving into action. In the next second, the fungal carpet beneath his feet immediately responded. Buzz, hundreds of incredibly sharp high-frequency crystalline fungal spikes tore through the ground, surging violently toward the giant's legs and abdomen. At the same time, dozens of translucent energy-concentrating prism mushrooms rapidly grew and formed on the fungal carpet. These naturally formed optical weapons efficiently focused the incoming spiritual energy. Then, dozens of scorching high-energy rays were simultaneously unleashed, weaving into a deadly light web that shot toward the giant's leg joints. This was Lin Fan's most powerful single-point burst attack that he could muster. However, what happened next plunged Qion Duo into utter despair. Ding ding, ting, clang. Clang, these series of sharp, ear-piercing metallic collision sounds rang out densely. The high-frequency crystalline fungal spikes, upon contact with the giant's obsidian-like legs, only managed to scrape out some white marks. Then, under the ultra-high-frequency vibrations, the spikes themselves couldn't withstand the counterforce, disintegrating into a cloud of crystalline powder that scattered into the air. As for the dozens of high-energy rays, although they managed to leave a few charred marks on the rocky armor. Before Lin Fan could launch a second wave of attacks, the crimson energy glow flowing across the giant's body swept over the marks, instantly erasing them and restoring the surface to its original state. Lin Fan's full-force strike was completely ineffective. It didn't even qualify as a scratch. Fan bro, this thing is truly unbeatable. We should strategically retreat, right? If we don't run now, we'll both be smashed into pulp, Qion Duo stammered, his voice trembling with sobs. Lin Fan didn't respond, he simply stared at the colossal figure that hadn't moved a single step from the beginning. Trouble. Watcher base, command center, alert. Unknown high-energy reaction detected in the restricted zone. The roar of a military observer instantly silenced the bustling command center. Everyone's attention was forcibly drawn back to the central holographic map. On the map, next to the light point representing Yaoguan 1, a massive, blood-red signal point had appeared out of nowhere. The base's system quickly provided a label. Codename Rockqing Guardian Power Level Leader Class Manifestation Peak. The command center fell into dead silence. The blood drained from the faces of all the instructors the moment they saw those words. Xu Wenbao and the other instructors from Yaoguan Academy, who had just been reveling in the joy of achieving second place overall, now felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads, leaving them cold all over. Leader Class Peak. This was a strategic level target that could only be dealt with by the military's main forces using heavy firepower. Why? Why would it appear in the freshmen's military training grounds? The military training commander's expression turned extremely grim at this moment. He stared at the codename Rockqing Guardian, and a classified report about this Weller tried ultimate defensive weapon immediately surfaced in his mind. This Guardian was the final defense mechanism of the entire Nest City ruins, and its awakening conditions were extremely stringent. Only when more than 0% of the war crystal puppets within Nest City were activated and destroyed would it be summoned. And these two freshmen, they treated the entire Nest City's war crystal puppets as points to farm and wiped them all out. Madman, oh, madman. The commander squeezed out the word through gritted teeth. Nest City ruins. Lin Fan and Qion Duo had no idea what kind of storm they had already stirred up in the command center. They only saw that the colossal being known as the Rockqing Guardian, after enduring Lin Fan's polishing service, finally made a new move. The heavy obsidian armor on its chest slowly opened to both sides amidst a series of mechanical clack-clack sounds. A massive energy core, over 3 meters in diameter and pulsating violently, was exposed to the air. Endless energy radiance burst forth from it, and a terrifying surge of energy began to frantically converge at the core. Its single eye locked onto the two tiny figures on the fungal carpet, as insignificant as ants. Judgment was about to descend. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply to the size of a needlepoint as the massive energy core was fully revealed. Run, the thought exploded in his mind, but the Rock Qing Guardian's actions were faster than light, faster than thought. As a thick beam of light, over a meter in diameter and carrying terrifying energy, vertically blasted toward the star-sea dome of countless crystals above the nest capital. Fan Zhao, it missed? Qian Duo's eyes widened. Then an absurd thought popped into his head. Missed? No? Lin Fan's heart sank instantly. The point struck by the annihilation ray rippled outward like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating circles of energy ripples. Immediately after, the entire dome of countless crystals was instantly illuminated. The terrifying energy beam refracted and scattered billions of times through the complex crystalline structures within the dome. Death was evenly distributed across every corner of this land. A rain of light covering the entire ruins of the nest capital descended from the sky. This was a truly indiscriminate saturation attack. Damn it, a map-wide attack? This is cheating. The blood drained from Qian Duo's chubby face in an instant. Fatty, activate the shield. Lin Fan roared. He now understood that the crystals on the dome were not mere decorative lighting but a massive and complex refraction array composed of countless crystals of varying sizes and angles. This was a gigantic weapon system, scale armored mycelium. His thoughts surged out at an unprecedented speed. The fungal carpet beneath their feet, which was devouring everything, boiled furiously. And countless mycelium strands shot into the sky, rapidly weaving above their heads. Dozens of massive mycelium shields instantly formed, stacking wildly. The surface of the shields continued to grow and thicken with countless dense scale structures. Almost at the moment the shield solidified, the rain of death descended. Whoosh, whoosh, tens of thousands of tiny high-energy rays, like the most violent torrential rain, fell from the sky. The entire land was instantly riddled with holes. The ground and buildings were directly melted through by the scorching rays. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, countless rays transformed into a violent torrent of death, slanting fiercely into the shields made of scale-armored mycelium. Each strike was enough to pierce through a war crystal puppet. Billions of concentrated shots converged into an absolute force of destruction. The mycelium shields trembled violently, their surface scales disintegrating and shattering in large chunks, only to regenerate and repair at a visible speed under the massive energy support of the fungal carpet. The speed of disintegration and regeneration reached a terrifying balance. Hold on for me. Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot. And the spiritual energy within him poured out without reservation, sustaining the shield that was teetering on the brink under divine punishment. Brother Pham. I can't hold on much longer. Qian Duo hid beneath the shield, the oppressive force penetrating through it almost crushing his bones. This wasn't an attack, it was a natural disaster. Divine punishment, under this indiscriminate, saturation-style bombardment. Run? Where could you run? Every step you took would be instantly vaporized. Stop talking nonsense, burn your fat. Use the stubborn potion. Lin Fan's voice squeezed out through gritted teeth. Aha, Qian Duo let out a miserable scream. But the instinct to survive overpowered everything else. Gluttony, he roared, forcibly activating his innate ability. His previously shriveled body swelled up again, inflated by his last reserves of potential. Tossing his arms to shield his head, his massive body curled into a giant ball of flesh, firmly protecting Lin Fan behind him. Theft. Several beams pierced through the gaps in the fungal shield's defense, absolute strays striking Qian Duo's back with brutal force. Auntie. Qian Duo let out an inhuman wail. The searing pain hit him as his back was burned with several charred, bloody holes, and the scent of roasted meat instantly filled the air, but that was all. The core ability of his rank talent. The gluttonous body revealed its prowess as a top-tier tank at this moment. The beams, after penetrating the high-energy fat layer on his surface, had their energy rapidly absorbed and neutralized, failing to cause any penetrating injuries. The apocalyptic rain of light lasted a full 30 seconds. When the final beam dissipated, the entire nest fell into a suffocating silence. Lin Fan abruptly withdrew the shield above his head, gasping for air. In just 30 seconds, half of his spiritual energy reserves had been drained. The energy of the fungal mat was nearly depleted as well. In front of him, Qian Duo collapsed to the ground with a thud, barely breathing. His back was charred black, and his entire body looked like a deflated balloon, significantly thinner. Dead. Not dead yet. Qian Duo used the last of his strength to squeeze out a few words. Lin Fan quickly pulled out a spiritual energy potion and shoved it into his mouth. Then his gaze pierced through the rising dust, walking onto the colossal figure still standing in the center of the plaza. Can't beat it, can't run. Can't defend, a perfect dead end. Yet, in this soil named despair, a crazy idea sprouted like a poisonous weed. What would happen on the last day of military training? Even a fool could guess. It would mean going against the other 6 academies. That would bring the combined onslaught of all the freshmen from the other 6 academies, with his current cork in ending strength, and the half-dead fatty at his feet. Could they hold out? Not enough, far from enough. He needed to advance. He needed the fungal colony to undergo another qualitative transformation, and for all of this, he needed a higher quality energy source. Where could he find one? Lin Fan's gaze slowly shifted, finally landing on the energy core in the chest of the Rock Qing Guardian, radiating endless oppression. Wasn't this ready-made? The energy core of a peak leader-level monster. As long as the fungal colony could devour it. The risk? The risk was so great it could swallow everything. But the reward was equally unimaginable, Brother Fan. Can we just surrender? Qian Duo asked weakly, his voice trembling with a sob. Let the teacher save us, fatty. Lin Fan's voice was eerily calm. Do you still want to push Yao Guang to the top? Qian Duo froze. The top? We're about to lose our lives, who cares about a bicycle? He was about to speak when the enemy across from them made a new move. Boom, the heart of the earth vein in its chest pulsed violently once again. An invisible energy pulse radiated from it, sweeping across the entire ruins of the nest in an instant. Qian Duo hadn't yet understood what had happened. Then, he witnessed a scene he would never forget in his lifetime. Crack, crack, the crystal fragments scattered all over the ground. Shattered into pieces by his collision, and those half devoured by the fungal carpet at the moment the invisible pulse swept through, all of them lit up again. The fragments of the crystal puppets began to tremble incessantly. Then frantically converged and pieced themselves together, 1, 10, 100. Hundreds of war crystal puppets that had been completely destroyed reassembled in a bizarre manner under the blinding energy light. Their shattered cores were forcibly reignited by the earth vein energy. The cold, bloodthirsty red light lit up, once again in the monocular structures. An endless army of crystal puppets returned from the ruins of death. All their gazes turned toward Lin Fan and Qian Duo. Qian Duo's plump body collapsed to the ground like a puddle of drained sludge. He stared with his small eyes at the hundreds of war crystal puppets rising from the fragments. The light in his eyes extinguished. Unkillable. Indestructible. How are we supposed to fight this? Fanji, there. His lips trembled, unable to form a complete sentence. This bastard. No honor at all, however, Lin Fan's voice cut through his despair. Fatty. Huh? Qian Duo instinctively responded. The question made his blank mind stall for a moment. Afraid of dying, isn't that obvious? Fatty's life motto is, better alive than dead. He was about to reply but caught sight of Lin Fan's profile. No fear, no despair, his gaze was fixed on the energy core in the chest of the massive creature in the distance. That look was like a traveler dying of thirst in the desert finally seeing an oasis, a look of extreme longing. Qian Duo suddenly realized that when Lin Fan asked that question, he wasn't joking. Fanji. You're not seriously thinking of taking it on. Are you? Qian Duo stammered, his voice cracking. What else? Lin Fan retorted. Wait for it to shower us with another round of light rain, or wait for these hundreds of minions to stomp us into meat paste. But we can't possibly win. Qian Duo was so anxious he was about to cry. Right now, it's because of its map-wide attack and infinite resurrection. Lin Fan's voice was as precise as a finely tuned calculator. But what if I could temporarily turn it back into just a slightly larger ordinary stone golem? Qian Duo's mind buzzed, unable to grasp Lin Fan's meaning. But the crystal puppet army across from them wouldn't give them any time to think. Roar, hundreds of reassembled war crystal puppets began to march forward simultaneously. They came in various forms. Some missing arms and legs, others with bodies forcibly pieced together from fragments, yet the aura they emitted was even more violent than before. The ground began to shake violently. Fatty, follow my command. The fungal mat beneath Lin Fan's feet started to change. The mycelium, originally used for devouring, rapidly differentiated and reorganized, weaving into an incomparably intricate and complex gray network. Tiny electric arcs began to flicker at the network's nodes. The electromagnetic pulse fungal network was charging up. Follow what command? A last will. Qian Duo grumbled. Kumbu Duo grumbled. But his body acted honestly as he flipped over, crawling on all fours to shield Lin Fan once again. When I tell you to charge, you charge. Don't look back. Lin Fan's voice came from behind him, leaving no room for argument. Use your flesh cannonball to smash through the densest cluster of those crystal puppets and carve out a path for me. Then? Then you're done. Cheon Duo was on the verge of losing it. Was this even human speech? What did he mean by done? If he charged in, wouldn't he just become a live target in the middle of the crystal puppet's wang, beaten to death by a flurry of attacks? Charge! Lin Fan's command was simple and brutal, like a cold spike driven into his mind. Cheon Duo steeled himself, gritting his teeth. If I'm going to die, so be it. Lying here means death anyway, at least charging in would be a more glorious way to go. Fatty's going all out. Cheon Duo let out an earth-shattering roar. His slightly shrunken body swelled up again, curling into a ball aimed at the tide of crystal puppets surging forward. Flesh cannonball, boom. Cheon Duo transformed into a cannonball burning with the final resolve of his life, plunging headfirst into the steel torrent of rock and crystal. Clang, bang. Cracked, the piercing sounds of collisions and shattering merged into a cacophony. Those ordinary war crystal puppets couldn't withstand his suicidal charge 7 or instantly smashed into pieces, parts flying everywhere. He forcibly plowed a path of flesh and shattered debris through the impenetrable crystal puppet army. The moment this path appeared, the Rock Qing Guardian, which had remained motionless until now, began to move. Its massive arm, made of obsidian slabs, started to rapidly reassemble and transform. Rock Armament Mountain Crushing Hammer. The arm transformed into a colossal hammer that blotted out the sky, whistling through the air with a sound that tore at the eardrums, smashing down directly at Cheon Duo, who had just landed. Cheon Duo had barely gotten up from the ground, not even catching his breath, when the enormous shadow completely enveloped him. He looked up, and his vision was filled with the ever-enlarging hammer. My God! Despair consumed him once again. However, just as the hammer was about to strike, countless mycelium strands erupted without warning from the ground beneath the Rock Qing Guardian's feet. These strands moved as fast as lightning, coiling around one of Cheon Duo's legs and yanking him forcefully to the side. Boom! The giant hammer grazed Cheon Duo's body and smashed heavily into the ground beside him. The terrifying shockwave instantly sent him flying, tumbling like a ragdoll for over 10 meters. And a terrifying crater over 10 meters in diameter appeared where he had just been. Cheon Duo felt as if his internal organs had shifted out of place, his vision swam with stars, and his ears were filled with sharp ringing. But he was alive. Now Lin Fan's eyes were bloodshot, his entire mind and psionic energy fully channeled into the massive electromagnetic fungal mat beneath his feet. Buzz, an invisible energy pulse, centered on the fungal mat, swept across the entire battlefield in an instant. Wherever the pulse passed, the red glow on the warri crystal puppets, which were charging with fists raised and claws bared, flickered violently like a malfunctioning light bulb. All their movements froze in place, turning them into cold stone statues. The distant Rock Qing Guardian was even more severely affected. The crimson energy flowing through the gaps in its body suddenly stalled. The energy core in its chest, which had been pulsating violently, dimmed like a candle in the wind. A gambler's desperate glint erupted in Lin Fan's eyes. These fleeting seconds were the only chance he had, but with all his calculations and trump cards, Fatty. Stop playing dead. Lin Fan's roar exploded directly in Cheon Duo's soul. Cheon Duo jolted awake from the brink of death. He saw the motionless crystal puppets around him and the dimmed colossus in the distance. Instantly understanding everything. Energy-focusing prism mushrooms. Lin Fan's thoughts surged wildly. The last remaining energy in the fungal mat was pushed to its limits. Hundreds of brand new energy-focusing prism mushrooms burst from the ground, all targeting one spot: the unsealed chest armor of the Rock Qing Guardian. At the same time, sharp, high-frequency crystallized fungal spikes emerged from every inch of the fungal mat. They didn't shoot out but instead grew and converged madly, forming a spear over 30 meters long, entirely composed of high-density crystals, the crystal-piercing spear. Its tip was also aimed at the Guardian's chest. This was Lin Fan's all-or-nothing attack. Brother Fan, count me in. Cheon Duo struggled to his feet. He looked at the massive crystal spear, then at his nearly drained body, a resolute madness flashing in his eyes. Instead of using his flesh cannon, he pressed his hands firmly to the ground, reversing his innate ability. Give me, spit it out. He wasn't absorbing but sacrificing. He forcibly expelled the last of his high-energy fat reserves, channeling it madly into the massive crystal spear through the ground. The gray high-energy fat, like a living entity, quickly coated the entire spear. This weapon, infused with all of Lin Fan's fungal energy, began to emit a light devouring darkness at its tip after receiving Cheon Duo's reinforcement. Lin Fan roared. Whoosh! Hundreds of high-energy beams fired first, converging like rivers into the sea, striking precisely at the same point on the Rock Qing Guardian's chest armor. At the same time, the massive crystal spear, imbued with the combined strength and life force of the two, shot out with a piercing screech, tearing through everything in its path. However, just as the beams and spear were about to hit their target, ding! A faint sound. The dim single eye of the Rock Qing Guardian suddenly flickered back to life without warning. Then, thump! A deep, resonant heartbeat. The energy circuits throughout its body and the crimson glow of the heart of the earth vein in its chest reignited. It had awakened from the paralysis of the electromagnetic pulse. The moment the Rock Qing Guardian reawakened, a vast wave of energy rippled outward from its body. Thump! It stomped heavily on the ground with its massive rocky foot. Boo! The ground suddenly erupted with countless thick crystal spikes, intertwining into an incredibly dense crystal forest in front of it. The crystal spear formed by Lin Fan and Qi On Duo's combined efforts collided with the crystal wall. Boom! With a deafening crash, the massive crystal wall that had just risen was pierced through on the spot. However, the crystal spear itself had expended most of its kinetic energy. It continued its momentum and struck the thick chest armor of the Rock Qing Guardian, producing a loud bang. Sparks flew everywhere. The crystal spear shattered inch by inch, turning into a cloud of crystal dust. On the chest armor of the Rock Qing Guardian, only a slightly deeper wound than before was left. He On Duo gasped for air, collapsing completely to the ground, feeling utterly drained. However, just a second later, a glimmer of hope reignited in his despairing little eyes. Fan bro, there's hope. His voice was hoarse but carried an uncontrollable excitement. Just now, we broke through its defense, even if it was just a little, but it really can bleed. To Qi On Duo, the leap from unshakable to scratching the surface was already a qualitative breakthrough. Lin Fan said nothing. His attention was focused on the energy feedback from that brief moment. The electromagnetic pulse fungal network worked. Although it could only paralyze for a few seconds, it was enough. Those few seconds might be their only chance. At that moment, the hundreds of war crystal constructs that had just recovered from paralysis began moving again. From all directions, they closed in like a wall of steel, pressing toward the two of them. Fan bro, the small ones are back, Qi On Duo shuddered, scrambling to his feet and positioning himself defensively in front of Lin Fan. Fatty, do you know what cutting off the source means? Lin Fan suddenly asked. Huh? What does that mean? Qi On Duo was utterly confused. At a time like this, why was Lin Fan spouting literary phrases? Lin Fan didn't he explain. He gave Qi On Duo an order that left him utterly baffled. Ignore the big ones, devour all the crystal fragments on the ground. Don't leave a single piece. Qi On Duo froze. He glanced at the battlefield littered with crystal construct debris, then at his own deflated stomach and aching limbs, and instantly understood Lin Fan's intention. Got it, fan bro. Just watch me. A surge of determination appeared on Qi On Duo's face. Today, even if I die from overeating, I'll devour these bastards home base. With that, he charged toward one of the war crystal constructs at the front. Die for me, he roared, slamming his hefty body into it. Crash! The already damaged construct was smashed into pieces, scattering into fragments on the ground. Without a second glance, Qi On Duo grabbed the most energy-reactive crystal shards and stuffed them into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! The crisp sound of chewing was particularly jarring amidst the chaos of the battlefield. As a massive amount of energy entered his body, his gluttonous physique began to operate frantically. Pure energy rapidly replenished his depleted body. His deflated form swelled, becoming round and full as if inflated. Qi On Duo charged through the crystal construct horde, no longer aiming for fatal blows. He focused on breaking them apart as quickly as possible. In the fungal carpet beneath their feet devoured crystal shards to replenish its energy while simultaneously producing countless high-frequency crystallized fungal spikes and energy-gathering spore mushrooms, constantly harassing the advancing crystal golems to provide cover for itself and Qi On Duo's buffet. For a moment, the battlefield took on an incredibly bizarre atmosphere. A chubby man was frantically eating. Countless fungal threads were frantically scavenging. Together, the two humans and the fungus formed a strange battlefield clean-up assembly line. The Rock Qing Guardian seemed to be enraged by this grave-digging behavior. Its massive single eye flashed red, clearly unable to comprehend why these two insignificant creatures were not fleeing from their lives but instead cleaning up the battlefield. It raised its arm, which had transformed into a giant hammer, and slammed it down fiercely toward Qi On Duo's position. Fatty, move to another spot, Lin Fan's voice rang out. Qi On Duo, with half a crystal shard still stuffed in his mouth, mumbled a response and rolled on the ground, narrowly dodging the earth-shattering blow. Boom! Another massive crater appeared. Cheon Duo looked at the crater, patted his chest in lingering fear, then moved to another spot and continued eating with his head down. He realized that as long as he kept moving, it was difficult for the giant's attacks to hit him. Pulling, devouring, recovering. The two of them were like the pesky flies buzzing around the giant's feet. Although they couldn't inflict substantial damage on the giant for now, they were steadily weakening the foundation that the Crystal Golem army relied on for survival. The Rock Guardian seemed to finally lose its patience. It ceased all physical attacks, and the heavy rock armor on its chest opened once again with a mechanical sound. That terrifying giant energy core was exposed once more. Cheon Duo was so startled by the sight that the crystal shard in his mouth fell to the ground. Fan Jili. It's going to fire its area attack again. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. He knew this was both a crisis and the opportunity he had been waiting for. Fatty, come back. It's our turn now. Hearing his words, Cheon Duo immediately retreated, releasing spiritual energy all around him, and awaited Lin Fan's instructions. Lin Fan placed both hands on the ground. The black-gray fungal carpet spread over Cheon Duo's body, quickly transforming into layers of thick, solid fungal scale armor. Cheon Duo looked down at the fungal armor covering him. It gave him a sense of security, but then he noticed it kept getting thicker. 1 layer, 2 layers, 2 layers, 5 layers, 10 layers. He felt like he was about to be wrapped up like a dumpling, and his movements became sluggish. His chubby face instantly fell, and he cried out in dismay, Fangio, isn't this armor a bit too thick? You're not planning to send me alone to face that big guy, are you? Lin Fan's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly put on a righteous and resolute look. Fatty, what nonsense are you talking about? We're brothers, he declared righteously. This is to protect you. The impact later will be extraordinary, and I must ensure your absolute safety. You're the only heavy artillery in our team. Our hope for turning the tide. How could I possibly send you to your death? Cheon Duo was stunned, then moved to tears by these words. His small eyes instantly welled up. Fan Ji, I misjudged you, don't worry. I'll protect you. Looking at the chubby man who had been successfully PUA'd, Lin Fan cleared his throat and silently added in his heart, what a sin. What a sin. Without a change in expression, he quietly connected dozens of thick fungal threads to Cheon Duo, ready to act at any moment. At the same time, more fungal colonies were silently gathering under the massive feet of the Rock Guardian. There, an electromagnetic pulse fungal net far larger than before was quietly taking shape. Meanwhile, the energy core on the Rock Guardian's chest was glowing brighter and brighter. Lin Fan focused all his attention on the massive electromagnetic fungal net, feeling the surging energy within the Rock Guardian. Almost there. Just a little more. When the light on the enemy's chest reached its peak, about to erupt, this was the moment. Lin Fan's thought transformed into a silent command. Buzz, an invisible electromagnetic pulse spread outward from the Rock Guardian. The terrifying energy it was about to unleash suddenly stalled. Inside the core on its chest, a horrifying short circuit occurred. Its massive body trembled violently. The brilliant energy orb on its chest contracted inward and then exploded with a deafening roar. Countless streams of crimson energy uncontrollably gushed out from the cracks in its rocky body, like a dam bursting with lava. The indestructible rock armor on its body instantly fractured into a web of massive cracks, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Energy backlash, more deadly than any external attack. And this was the moment Lin Fan had been waiting for. Fatty, our hope of turning the tide depends entirely on you. Lin Fan's voice carried an uncontrollable excitement, as if he had finally reached the most thrilling scene in the script. Huh? Cheon Duo was dumbfounded by the sudden responsibility thrust upon him. Hope? Me? He looked down at the fungal battle armor on his body, thick like a turtle shell, and then at the Rock Guardian in the distance, teetering amidst the surging energy. An indescribable sense of heroism instantly filled his chest. So Brother Fan wasn't lying to me. I really am the chosen one, the key to turning the tide. Brother Fan, just give the order. Should I charge in and punch it again? Or before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming, irresistible force suddenly came from behind him. The dozens of fungal threads connected to him were pulled taut in an instant. They were tightly wrapped around the remnants of buildings and the ground 100 meters away. Cheon Duo was yanked off the ground, his feet leaving the earth, his body bending backward into a crescent shape. Brother Fam. What's going on? Cheon Duo was dumbfounded. This posture. This feeling. Why did it remind him so much of the slingshot he used to make with tree branches as a kid? The only difference was that the stone in the slingshot had been replaced by his 200+ pound body. The earlier setup was just a prelude, now came the real finishing move. Lin Fan's voice rose step by step, as if singing a magnificent battle hymn. You are the star of hope that will pierce through the sky and bring us victory, star of hope. My foot, brother Fan. Qian Duo suddenly realized what was happening. His earlier sense of heroism was completely washed away by sheer terror. That his chubby face turned as red as a pig's liver. You call this hope? You're planning to launch me like a cannonball. Lin Fan focused intently on the tensile limit of the mycelium. Feeling the terrifying elasticity contained within, without turning his head, he said, technical adjustments. Don't line these details. Prepare your meat cannonball, follow my command man and cannon as one, no misses. Go. Qian Duo choked on a curse stuck in his throat, almost suffocating himself. He could feel the tendrils of mycelium wrapped around him tightening to their limit, emitting a strained creaking sound of unbearable tension. An unprecedented, terrifying force was concentrated on his plump body. He had no doubt that if these tendrils snapped, he would be launched at an unimaginable speed. To hell with the Star of Hope, today, this fat lord has truly become a cannonball. At that moment, in the distance, the Rock Qing Guardian, after a brief energy backlash, showed signs of recovery. The red glow of its energy core flickered weakly again, seemingly attempting to restart its energy circuits. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. No time left, fatty, now, fly for me. With Lin Fan's command, the mycelium tendrils responsible for pulling back snapped, all at once, boom, a muffled sound like a giant bowstring breaking echoed. Qian Duo's round body, under the terrifying elastic force released in an instant, broke through the sound barrier. He transformed into a blurred black shadow, accompanied by a sharp whistle tearing through the air, hurtling straight toward the Rock Qing Guardian's chest. I'm going all out. In mid-air, Qian Duo's scream had already changed pitch. But he didn't forget Lin Fan's orders. He poured all the energy he had just absorbed and converted into his innate ability, betting everything on it. Meat cannonball, boom. A blinding burst of energy enveloped his entire body. On top of the extreme kinetic energy granted by the mycelium slingshot, he added the destructive charge of his innate skill. His speed surged again. The mycelium scales on his body rubbed violently against the air, igniting into roaring flames, turning him into a blazing meteor tearing through the sky. Meanwhile, the thick armor plate on the Rock Qing Guardian's chest began to slowly close, attempting to protect its only weak point. Trying to recover? Lin Fan's bloodshot eyes squeezed out the last of his psychic energy, channeling it into the electromagnetic pulse mycelium network beneath his feet. Buzz, another invisible electromagnetic pulse, though much weaker than the previous one, was enough to envelop the Rock Qing Guardian. The enemy's energy circuits, which had just stabilized, fell into chaos once again. The Guardian's massive body froze abruptly. The motion of its chest armor closing also came to a halt. In a battle between masters, victory is decided in an instant, and this fleeting moment of stagnation was enough. Thud. The cannonball that carried all the power and madness of the two slammed fiercely into the energy core of the Rock Qing Guardian's chest. Right on target, dead center, time seemed to slow down at that moment. Then came the deafening explosion. The massive energy core, under the dual impact of the energy backlash and Qian Duo's charged strike, finally couldn't hold on and exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless shattered crystals, accompanied by a torrent of crimson energy, surged wildly out of the Rock Qing Guardian's chest. From within its enormous body came a continuous series of explosions. The obsidian shell began to peel off in large chunks, with the destroyed energy circuits inside flickering with their final sparks. Massive rocks and crystals fell from its body, crashing heavily to the ground and stirring up clouds of dust. Groan. Creak. Crack. With a deep, unwilling roar, it collapsed heavily to the ground. The earth trembled violently. Dust filled the air. At the same time, as it fell, the red light on the forcibly resurrected war crystal puppets extinguished simultaneously, and various fragments scattered all over the ground. Without a source of energy, these forcibly revived minions ultimately reverted to their most primitive state of scrap. The chaos and desperate battle in the ruins of the Nest City finally came to an end at this moment. Cough cough. Qian Duo struggled to crawl out from a pile of rock debris, his whole body feeling like it had fallen apart. With black smoke still puffing out of his mouth, he shook his dizzy head, looked at the mountain of wreckage in front of him, then lowered his head to look at himself. Realizing he was still alive, he couldn't help but grin, showing a smile that looked worse than crying. Fan Duo, we seem to have won. Lin Fan stepped forward and skillfully patted Qian Duo's now much flatter belly. Well done, Star of Hope. Qian Duo instantly felt that this round was worth it, and he was so moved by this affirmation that tears and snot almost came streaming out. Fan Zhou. You're so good to me. In times of crisis, you always push me forward. I mean, you always entrust me with the heavy responsibilities." Lin Fan's mouth twitched, unable to hold on any longer. And he plopped down onto the ground. Multitasking and forcibly activating the electromagnetic pulse fungal network Weiss had almost completely drained his mental energy. At this moment, his brain felt like a scrambled mess, buzzing wildly, and his vision was intermittently blacking out. However, just as the two were about to enjoy this moment of peace, a sudden change occurred. A massive crack in the Nest City Square where the Rock Qing Guardian had emerged, a soft, milky white light suddenly began to glow. Immediately after, an incredibly dense surge of spiritual energy, like the tide rising, gushed out from the crack. The nearby fungal mats, upon contact with this spiritual energy, began to proliferate and spread wildly, as if drenched in divine-grade fertilizer. Lin Fan and Qian Duo were nearly swept by the aftermath of this spiritual energy surge, yet they felt their exhaustion and injuries being repaired at an astonishing speed. It was as if a spring of sweet water had been injected into their parched bodies. "I can't believe it." Qian Duo's small eyes widened in shock as he stared at the scene before him. He swallowed hard and turned to look at Lin Fan. Is this the loot drop after beating the boss?" Lin Fan didn't answer. However, became slightly quicker. The term loot drop hit Qian Duo's excitement point precisely. Staring at the spiritual energy gushing from the crack, almost drooling. "Fan Jiao, this has to be a hidden map. Beat the final boss and unlock the hidden dungeon." He waved his arms excitedly, spitting as he spoke. "There must be divine deer down there, or some ancient inheritance, a peerless artifact." Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him in exasperation. "You've been playing too many games, haven't you?" That being said, as the surging torrent of psionic energy gradually subsided, Lin Fan was the first to stand up. "Let's go, take a look." Qian Duo hurriedly scrambled to follow. The two approached the edge of the massive fissure and looked down. Bottomless, the interior of the fissure was pitch black, with only a faint glimmer of light flickering in the deepest cont visible to the naked eye. "Brother Fan, could this really be the treasure vault of the Rock Dweller clan?" Qian Duo craned his neck, his face practically screaming the words "get rich." Just as Lin Fan was about to speak, an alert from the silent shadow spore made his brow furrow. Something was approaching rapidly. Someone was coming. He turned to glance in a certain direction. "Huh? A rescue team?" Qian Duo panicked immediately. "What about the treasure? It'll be confiscated." "Why panic?" Lin Fan's thoughts moved. In the next second, the ground around the fissure, covered by the recently well-fed fungal mat, seemed to come alive. The gray-black mycelium surged wildly, quickly weaving and spreading from the edge of the fissure toward the center. In just a few seconds, a massive and dense fungal mat completely sealed off the entrance to the fissure. The cellular structure on the surface of the mycelium began to mimic its surroundings, perfectly replicating the color, texture, and feel of the nearby ground. Seamless. After finishing this, Lin Fan clapped his hands and gave Qian Duo a look. The chubby man immediately understood. Finding a large piece of wreckage to lean against as he slumped down, putting on an exhausted, near-death appearance as if waiting for rescue. The roar of engines grew closer. A small rescue aircraft hovered above the Nest City Square, and several soldiers in specialized combat uniforms rappelled down. Leading them was the same rescue team captain from last time. When he and his team saw the mountain-like remains of the Rock Qing Guardian, the entire squad froze in their tracks. Even these battle-hardened soldiers had faces full of shock at this moment. This is the Rock Qing Guardian?" One team member's voice trembled. The captain quickly stepped forward, his gaze scanning the massive remains before finally settling on the enormous, violently hollowed-out cavity in its chest. "Confirmed." His Adam's apple bobbed as he forcibly suppressed the storm in his heart, only then noticing the dying Lin Fan and Qian Duo not far away. "You Chu, did this?" Everyone froze in place. The entire hall was so silent that a pin drop could be heard. The next second, voices of doubt and exclamations merged into a chaotic torrent. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Did I hear that right? The Rock Qing Guardian was eliminated? By whom? Those two freshmen from Yaoguang? That was a peak-level boss-level strategic target, just a freshman? How could it be possible?" The commander of the military training grabbed the microphone of the communication channel. "Rescue team, report the specific situation immediately. What are the casualties?" The captain's strange tone came through the communicator. "Reporting to the commander. Both members of Yaoguang 1 team are alive. Cadet Qian Duo severely exhausted in both physical and spiritual energy, but is not in life-threatening condition. Cadet Lin Fan is slightly mentally fatigued, but his physical condition is All normal, boom, if the first report was like a thunderclap. Then the second sentence was like a nuclear bomb detonating in everyone's minds at the command center. All normal? They took down a peak level boss? You're telling me one of them is still all normal? Zhu Wenbao and several other Yao Wan Academy instructors beside him were completely dumbfounded. They felt like they hadn't recruited an F-level genius, but a walking calamity in humans. Qing. Meanwhile, Ma Kong, who had been waiting to see them fail, collapsed into his chair with weak legs, his eyes vacant after hearing the words all normal. The rescue team captain listened to the commotion coming from the communicator and let out a wry smile. He aimed the camera on his tactical helmet at the remains of the Rock Qing Guardian. Are you sure you don't want to evacuate with us? He confirmed one last time. No need. Lin Fan waved his hand. The military training isn't over yet. We need to clean up the battlefield and not trouble the military. Clean up the battlefield? Military training. The captain glanced at the mountain of rocks and crystals, then at Lin Fan's face, which clearly said, I'm very tired. Do you two even need military training? All right. Then take care. In the end, he didn't insist. These two monsters who could take down the Rock Qing Guardian were beyond his ability to handle. Soon, the rescue team quickly departed in their aircraft. After they left, Qian Duo let out a long sigh of relief. He leaned close to Lin Fan, lowered his voice, and looked at him with admiration all over his face. You're incredible. Did you see the look in that captain's eyes? He was this close to bowing to you. Basic operation, basic operation. No need to fuss, brother Fan. Now that they're gone, isn't it time to eat? His gaze burned as he looked at the mountain of the Rock Qing Guardian's remains. That was a peak-level boss. Its corpse, filled with energy and special substances, was an unimaginably nourishing treasure. Let's eat. Lin Fan's response was simple and direct. Qian Duo let out a strange cry and head first into the pile of the Rock Qing Guardian's remains, chopping down on the crystal fragments brimming with pure energy. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The crisp sound of chewing echoed pleasantly in the deathly silent ruins. Meanwhile, Lin Fan sat cross-legged next to the shattered energy core of the Rock Qing Guardian. The fungal blanket surged like a tide, completely enveloping the core remains of the peak-level boss. The excess fungi even began spreading toward the remains of the ordinary crystal constructs nearby. Boom, streams of energy far purer and more majestic than before continuously flowed back to Lin Fan through the fungal mat. Psionic energy 56, psionic energy 71, evolution points 26, evolution points 33. The dried up sea of psionic energy within him was visibly refilled and solidified at astonishing speed. Every cell in his body trembled with extreme pleasure under the wash of this energy. Lin Fan's consciousness sank into his body, where he saw his talent core, the symbiotic fungal nucleus. After devouring the psionic energy of a war crystal puppet leader, it began pulsating more intensely than ever before. It was accumulating power for its next transformation. Crack, the tiny fissure appeared on the biological membrane of the fungal nucleus. The third crack spread across the entire nucleus like a spider web. Countless fine fungal threads emerged from within the nucleus. Using the old nucleus as a foundation, they frantically intertwined and sublimated on its surface. A new fungal nucleus, with a more complex structure and a more terrifying aura, was being born. Lin Fan knew the opportunity for advancement had arrived. Qian Duo, like a groundhog, was gnawing on a millstone-sized crystal remnant with great enthusiasm, his mouth dripping with oil. Meanwhile, a cataclysmic transformation was taking place within Lin Fan's body. The symbiotic fungal nucleus, wrapped in countless fungal threads and washed by a torrent of pure psionic energy, finally reached its critical point. Cracked, the crisp chattering sound echoed in the deepest part of Lin Fan's consciousness. The fungal threads on the surface of the nucleus broke apart. A new fungal nucleus, 100 times more complex in structure and covered with countless microproliferation chambers, finally took shape. He had advanced. From condensation to manifestation, an unprecedented sense of power swept violently through Lin Fan's body. His mental sea was instantly filled and expanded savagely, its capacity more than doubling. Psionic energy surged within him like a mighty river, and every gesture seemed to contain terrifying power. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes and checked his talent panel. Fifth grade Mycologist EX Fungal Master Level Origin Domain Manifestation Psionic Energy 5833 5830 Evolution Points 18,340 Talent Skills. Devour Evolution, Infinite Proliferation, Symbiotic Feedback Current Fungal Nucleus Proliferation, Nucleus Unlocked Skill. Spore Storm massively sprays high-concentration basic fungal spores over a designated area, rapidly covering the battlefield or large tracts of land. laying the foundation for subsequent transformation and environmental modification. Lin Fan felt his mental perception elevated to an infinite level. The suppression he had previously felt over the fungal colony in this ruined city vanished completely. With a single thought, the fungal colony's extremities surged outward like a flood breaking through a dam, spreading madly in all directions. 1 kilometer, 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers, the boundaries of the underground space. The tunnels left by the worms finally, the expansion momentum slowed as it reached a radius of 15 kilometers. Beneath his feet, the fungal mat's maximum coverage area had spread into a grey carpet large enough to cover 3 square kilometers. What excited Lin Fan even more was the new ability born from the fungal nucleus's transformation Spore Storm, a truly instantaneous, large-scale coverage skill. Lin Fan raised his hand, his palm facing a nearby empty plot of land. The space in front of his palm slightly distorted, and then a grey airflow compressed from billions of spores, burst out like a flood breaking through a dam. When the grey airflow hit the ground, it didn't stir up any dust but instantly melted and spread. Within just 3 seconds, the area of several hundred square meters was completely covered by a vibrant fungal carpet. This efficiency was more than 10 times faster than the previous method of using mycelium to crawl inch by inch across the ground. Feeling the almost unreasonable spreading efficiency of the spore storm, Lin Fan's smile grew wider. This was the true way to farm. The military training had only 1 day left. Previously, he had thought about hunting prey one by one and then slowly covering and encircling them with the fungal carpet, but it was ultimately too troublesome and inefficient. Now, with the spore storm, he could completely reverse the process. First, plant the land, and then wait for the vegetables to deliver themselves. It was better to directly become the master of this hunting ground. What the heck? A strange shout interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts. Qian Duo had unknowingly stopped eating and was staring dumbfounded at the scene before him. With crystal fragments still hanging from his mouth, Fan bro, did you break through? He could feel that the aura around Lin Fan was now on a completely different level compared to before. If earlier it was like a bottomless lake, now it was an endless ocean. Yeah, accidentally leveled up, Lin Fan withdrew his hand, feeling the unprecedented fullness of power within him and the surge in his mental strength. Nodding in satisfaction. This time, the overaccretion had brought an incredible return. Qian Duo's chubby face twitched violently. AC. Accidentally? How long has it even been? I just advanced to condensation core a few days ago. And it nearly killed me, leaving me completely drained. But Fan bro? He advanced to condensation core during the college entrance exam. And now he's already at manifestation. This leveling speed is faster than a starship. If this is F level, then my A level talent must be the trashiest of the trash. Is this even reasonable? He looked at Lin Fan's calm expression, then glanced down at the crystal he had been gnawing on for half a day, suddenly finding the delicacy in his mouth tasteless. Fan bro, your leveling up is like a joke. How are others supposed to live? Qian Duo cried bitterly, feeling as though he had been hit by a ton of emotional damage. That's why I told you to read more books. Lin Fan patted his shoulder earnestly. Knowledge is power. Qian Duo he doesn't believe a word of it. What does this have to do with reading books? Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Dragon Spine Great Rift Valley, in a hidden narrow passage concealed by massive rocks, several figures stood silently. Leading them was the captain of the Chuanshuan Academy team, Wei Zhuang. He gazed at the entrance of the deep and bottomless underground passage in the distance, his face devoid of expression. Captain. 8 Yanchuan team member who had gone down to scout emerged from the shadows. Another military rescue aircraft went in, but it didn't stay long before coming out again. It seemed to be in a hurry. Another team member couldn't help but speculate, could it be that the Yaoguang team really messed up? Impossible, before Wei Zhuang could respond. A deep and powerful voice came from beside him. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a burly young man leaning against a rock, wiping the battle blade in his hand, exuding an aura of blood and iron. He was none other than Qin Zan, the ace of Qianchuan Academy and the captain who had temporarily allied with Wei Zhuang. Without lifting his head, Qin Zan said, "The rankings haven't changed. Yaoguang 1 is still in first place. If they were eliminated, the military system would have shown it immediately." He raised his eyes and looked sharply at Wei Zhuang. "So, the only explanation is that they refused the rescue." Wei Zhuang nodded and calmly added, "Or rather, the rescue team believes they no longer need rescuing." As soon as he said this, the members of the 2 surrounding teams gasped. To be able to turn Ling Feng's over-limit weapon into scrap metal, to leave Yin Jiu, that ghost, without even a chance to escape, do you think they'd be eliminated by some mere war puppets of the rock dwellers? A fierce battle intent flashed in Xinjiang's eyes. An F-level talent, to freshmen, causing such a commotion underground interesting. Truly interesting. He stood up straight, sheathed his battle blade with a crisp click, and asked. Wei Zhuan, how much longer are we going to wait here? My blade is getting thirsty. Wei Zhuan ignored his eagerness for battle and instead stared at the name Yao Guanwan, which remained firmly at the top of the rankings, lost in thought. This Lin Fan, what kind of monster is he? The tactical simulation was running wildly, yet he still couldn't construct a reasonable strength model for the Yao Guang team. The unknown is the greatest variable. Underground Nest City. Central Plaza. Brother Fan, fully recovered, ready to go anytime. Qian Duo patted his now round and plump belly, shouting with high spirits. After devouring the energy crystals from the remains of numerous Rock Qing Guardians, not only had he returned to peak condition, but he also felt that his psionic energy had improved significantly. Lin Fan nodded without wasting words. He walked to the massive fungal mat camouflaged as the ground, and with a thought, countless mycelium naturally decomposed, revealing a giant fissure. A dense psionic energy surged out from the opening. He directly manipulated a large bundle of mycelium, twisting it into a thick rope, securing one end to the ruins of a nearby building and letting the other end hang into the abyss below. After finishing, 2 strands of mycelium split off from the rope, wrapping around his and Qian Duo's waists to form simple safety harnesses. Let's go. It's treasure hunting time. Lin Fan patted the chubby man's shoulder, the shoulder, grabbed the mycelium rope, and leapt into the dark fissure, disappearing into the shadows. Wait for me. Qian Duo let out a strange cry and quickly followed, jumping in as well. Darkness. This sensation of weightlessness enveloped their bodies, and the only sound in their ears was the occasional faint scraping of the mycelium rope against the rock walls. Qian Duo clung tightly to the mycelium around his waist, staring intently at the personal terminal on his wrist. The constantly changing numbers on the screen were his only mental anchor at the moment. 5,844 meters below the surface. Warning, current depth, 6,219 meters below the surface. This number had long surpassed the 5-kilometer depth of the rock dwellers' Nest City ruins. Is this damn thing a bottomless pit? The chubby man's voice trembled in the howling wind. Are we going to fall straight into the core of Rit Star? Lin Fan's voice came from below, unnervingly calm. Don't worry. If you really fall into the Earth's core, the fungal mat will immediately wrap you into a firm, bouncy mushroom meatball, ensuring you leave with plenty of elasticity. How is that supposed to be comforting at all? The descent continued. The surrounding darkness seemed to gain weight, pressing against their senses. No one knew how much time had passed when the halo that had been guiding them began to expand visibly. At first, it was just a pinprick. Soon, it became a lamp. Then it turned into a bright moon hanging at the bottom of the abyss. Current depth 8,497 meters below the surface. Qian Duo stared at the number, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. They had already delved more than 8 kilometers underground. At that moment, the light from the moon below suddenly intensified. What the Qian Duo exclaimed. Both of them instinctively shut their eyes, feeling as if their retinas had been scorched. The descent of the fungal rope abruptly slowed, and finally, their feet touched solid ground. After adjusting to the brightness, Lin Fan and Qian Duo slowly opened their eyes, then, they froze. They were standing in a massive underground cavern. This was not the bottom of a fissure at all but a natural mine. The walls of the cavern were embedded with countless spirit energy crystals of varying sizes. They illuminated the vast space, with light refracting and reflecting off the countless crystal facets, creating a dream-like ocean of light. The air was so saturated with spirit energy that it almost seemed to condense into liquid, enveloping them like warm seawater. We're rich. Qian Duo's mouth formed an O shape, and drool uncontrollably dripped from the corner of his mouth. He looked around in a daze, like a rat thrown into a granary. Beneath his feet lay a massive chunk of raw spirit energy, or, the size of a truck's cab, with an astonishingly high purity. Almost no impurities could be seen within. Gulp. The chubby man swallowed hard. He couldn't hold back any longer and lunged forward. Pulling off the visor of his helmet, he opened his mouth wide and bit into the enormous spirit energy crystal. Crunch, a crisp sound, like metal striking stone, echoed through the silent cavern. Qian Duo mumbled incoherently, tears almost streaming down his face. This is the real meal for a true man. His mouth was full of crystal shards, and his entire being radiated a blissful aura of spirit energy. His attention was entirely captured by the vein of ore itself. This was a spirit energy vein that had been mined by the rock dwellers. The walls still bore clear signs of manual excavation. It was evident that the secret fiercely guarded by the Rockching's protectors was this place. Lin Fan focused his thoughts. Fungal threads and invisible shadow spores were simultaneously released. They burrowed into the cracks of the ore and rock walls, following the winding path of the vein like a giant dragon, exploring in both directions. Lin Fan closed his eyes, the feedback from the fungal network, and folded a grand map of the ore vein in his mind. The precision network formed by the fungal threads and spores acted like two unstoppable probes, madly piercing into the body of this slumbering underground dragon. 5 kilometers. 10 kilometers. At 15 kilometers, Lin Fan's perception reached the boundary. But the information fed back by the mycelium made his heart skip a beat. The mineral vein was far from ending. Whether moving forward or backward, within the entire 30-kilometer exploration range, there was no sign of the vein's quality or width diminishing. This meant that just beneath his feet lay a supermineral vein with a length exceeding 30 kilometers. And its true length remained a mystery. Gulp. This time, it was Lin Fan's turn to swallow hard. He felt his blood boiling. Its length was unknown, but the explored section already exceeded 30 kilometers, its width was over 100 meters. Its purity was astonishingly high. What did this mean? This could no longer be described as a rich vein. This was a top-tier strategic resource that could drive any power to madness. Even to the point of waging war. Struck it rich? No, this was earth-shattering. The moment this thought arose, the frenzy in Lin Fan's mind from discovering the treasure felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of liquid nitrogen. A man without sin is guilty for possessing a treasure. He understood this principle. A spirit energy vein of such terrifying magnitude was not something he and Fatty, to newly advanced cultivators, could monopolize. Forcibly claiming it would only lead to what outcome, being crushed into dust. The value of this vein far exceeded what any individual could bear. It must, and could only, belong to Dazhou. Understanding this, Lin Fan looked at Qian Duo, who was still gnawing away with loud crunches, and immediately felt a surge of anger. This carefree fatty, he walked over and kicked Qian Duo on the butt. Stop eating. Old Qian Duo, who was enjoying the delicious taste, was caught off guard and sent flying. Hugging the half-eaten ore, he rolled twice on the ground and looked at Lin Fan with an innocent expression. Fan bro. What are you doing? There's so much of this stuff, we can't finish it all. Can't finish it all? Lin Fan rolled his eyes at him. Try eating one more bite. Do you believe that when we go back up, what awaits us won't be a commendation ceremony, that the military's little black room? Qian Duo froze, his chubby face full of confusion. Huh? Isn't this the hidden map that dropped after we defeated the boss? Aren't the treasures inside ours? Ours? Lin Fan pointed to the vast crystal cavern and then to the ground beneath them. Fatty, let me ask you, how big is this vein? Very big. Do you know how big it is? Lin Fan's tone turned serious. I used the mycelium to probe it. The explored length alone far exceeds 30 kilometers, and it still doesn't end. Its value is higher than the entire Yaoguang Academy combined. Do you think this is something you and I can handle? Qian Duo was completely dumbfounded. Although he was greedy, he wasn't stupid. A super spirit energy vein over 30 kilometers long. Just thinking about the concept made his scalp tingle. This wasn't wealth anymore. This was a death sentence then. Then what do we do? Fatty's face instantly fell. Looking at the half-eaten ore in his arms, it suddenly didn't seem so tasty anymore. In fact, it felt a bit hot to the touch. Do we just leave it here? But this is the kingdom we fought so hard to conquer. He trembled with heartache, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Who said we were leading it? Lin Fan crossed his arms, looking as if he had everything under control. Qian Duo's eyes lit up. Fan bro. You have a plan? Of course. Should we report this to the military? Qian Duo asked tentatively. That should earn us a huge amount of contribution points, right? Although it's a bit of a loss, it's better than nothing. Lin Fan shook his head. Reporting it is a must, but it can't be us doing the reporting. If we report it directly to the military and go through the process, the final reward will indeed be astronomical. But how can those rewards compare to the immediate benefits? This vein, I want to maximize its value. Not just for the country, but for myself too. Seeing Qian Duo's anxious expression, Lin Fan smiled. He patted the chubby man's shoulder and said earnestly, at times like this, we can't just be mere messengers. We need to find someone who can handle this cake and is willing to share a slice with us. Qian Duo cautiously leaned closer and lowered his voice. Brother Fan, can you elaborate? Lin Fan looked at him. winked mysteriously, and slowly uttered two words, leverage connections. Leverage connections? Duo was full of confusion. He knew Lin Fan came from a wealthy background, drinking showed spiritual potions like water, and his family business was definitely no small player. But this move, he truly couldn't understand. Brother Fan, who is your father? Duo scratched his head, carefully guessing, to handle this vein. It must be someone of great renown. Seeing his curious expression, Lin Fan stopped teasing and calmly said 3 words, Lin Zhang. Duo froze, frantically searching his mind for the name. A few seconds later, he shook his head blankly. Lin Zhang, never heard of him. Is he famous? Lin Fan sighed helplessly. It seemed his father indeed had little recognition among the younger generation. He had to explain differently. Wanqing Group. Oh, Wanqing Group, Duo responded instinctively. Then, Wando responded instinctively. His expression froze instantly. His small eyes bulged out as if they were about to pop off his chubby face, his mouth slowly opened, wide enough to fit a fist. Wanqing Group, Lin Jinyan. The two terms collided chaotically in his mind, and finally. With a boom, his thoughts exploded into absolute blankness. The largest spiritual medding and spiritual medicine application giant in the Uxia. Gulp. The sound of Duo swallowing his saliva echoed clearly in the silent mine. He felt his worldview collapsing, rebuilding, and collapsing again. He finally understood. While Lin Fan rang grade potions like water. Why he always had that lazy demeanor. As if nothing could faze him. This wasn't just some rich second-generation kid, this was the crown prince himself, descending to experience life. Duo looked down at the half-eaten top-grade spiritual ore in his hand, still bearing his teeth marks, and felt a jolt of electricity shoot from his tailbone to the top of his head. I was just gnawing on a spiritual ore like a groundhog in front of a crown prince. Thud, a muffled sound. Thud, a muffled sound. And he knelt straight to the ground. Father, a heart-wrenching cry echoed throughout the mind. My dear father. I was wrong, I failed to recognize Mount Tai. How did I not see the dazzling golden light emanating from you before? You are the firefly in the dark night. So distinct, so outstanding, please allow me to follow you, to offer you my knees and my loyalty. Duo clung tightly to Lin Fan's calf, snot and tears streaming down his face as he sobbed uncontrollably. Lin Fan's temples dropped. Where was this chubby guy's dignity? Earlier, he was calling him Godfather, and now he had skipped straight to real father. All right, get up already, Lin Fan said, half laughing, half crying, nudging him with his foot. If you keep bowing like this, you're going to shorten my lifespan. No, if you don't agree to take my worthless life, I won't get up. Duo clung even tighter to Lin Fan's leg. His attitude resolute. Lin Fan was completely at a loss. This chubby guy's thought process was on a completely different wavelength from normal people. He could only soften his tone. This mineral vein was discovered by the two of us together. Your contribution is undeniable. Don't worry, as long as I have meat to eat. She'll have soup to drink. Duo's sobbing stopped abruptly. He looked up suddenly, his tear-filled eyes staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. Fan bro, he choked out. He had thought he was just a cheerleader at best. But he never expected Lin Fan to share this immense fortune with him. This wasn't just about contribution points anymore. This was a favor so great that even his father would have to treat Lin Fan with utmost respect. You're like my real brother from another mother. Duo burst into tears again, this time purely out of gratitude. Lin Fan, looking disgusted, pulled his leg out of Duo's grasp. Alright, stop bawling and get to work. He activated his personal terminal and began taking comprehensive, detailed footage of the magnificent mineral vein. This would all serve as leverage for future negotiations with his father. Duo quickly wiped his face and followed suit, mimicking Lin Fan as he started recording. Once they were done, the two exchanged a glance, both seeing the fiery determination in each other's eyes. Let's go, treasure hunting's over, time to deal with the crime scene. Half an hour later, the two climbed back up the fungal rope to the ruins of the Rottweiler tribe's nest above. Standing before the massive fissure, Duo was still overwhelmed with excitement. Fan bro, are we really sealing it up? What a waste. It's not a waste, Lin Fan shook his head. His expression serious. The more people who know about this mineral vein, the greater the risk of disaster. Duo immediately understood the gravity of the situation and nodded firmly. Got it, Fan bro, just tell me what to do, simple. Lin Fan pointed to a nearby, precariously standing honeycomb-like crystal structure. See that building? Bring it down for me. And the ones around it too. Cheon Duo's face lit up with excitement. He patted his round belly, producing a muffled thud. Fan bro, just watch me. With that, he took a deep breath. And the spiritual energy within him surged like a tidal wave. A violent aura erupted from his body. AWW erupted from his body. IWWO, Cheon Duo, let out a roar, curling himself into a massive ball of flesh and launching toward the crumbling structure at full speed. Countless massive crystal shards and rubble rained down like a storm, kicking up a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky and triggered the collapse of several nearby buildings. For a moment, the ground shook and the mountains quaked. Cough, Fan bro, how's that for results? Cheon Duo crawled out of the rubble, covered in dust but still brimming with excitement. Not bad, Lin Fan said. Clearly satisfied, with a thought, the fungal mat beneath his feet suddenly came to life. Countless mycelium surged into the crevice, rapidly intertwining and wrapping around the inner walls, using the broken metal structures in the ruins as a framework to quickly construct a stable support network. Immediately after, more mycelium dragged over large amounts of construction debris created by Cheon Duo, piece by piece, filling the crevice. It was a massive project. But in the face of the endless fungal colony, the efficiency was terrifyingly high. In just a few hours, the crevice was almost completely filled. However, Lin Fan was still not satisfied. The disguise was NT good enough, it was too deliberate. He manipulated the mycelium to burrow into the nearby ground, destroying the geological structure from within and creating several natural cracks and collapses of varying sizes. Finally, a new layer of fungal mat covered the surface, simulating the weathered and aged look of being eroded by dust and time for millennia. After completing all this, the once conspicuous crevice entrance had completely disappeared. Perfect, Lin Fan clapped his hands. Watching from the side, was dumbfounded and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Fanji, your work is way too meticulous. Even professional quartz disposal teams aren't as good as you. Alright, find a place to rest. Lin Fan glanced at the time on the terminal. Tomorrow was the last day of military training. The next day, when Cheon Duo woke from his slumber, he felt refreshed. His spiritual energy fully replenished, and even slightly improved. Lin Fan was already sitting nearby, meditating with his eyes closed. Fanja, it's the last day, let us go out there, knock those bastards flat. And bring back first place for Yao Guang. Cheon Duo stretched his muscles, producing a series of cracking sounds. Lin Fan opened his eyes. After nurturing these crops for so many days, it's time for the harvest. They headed straight to the cave entrance where they had first entered the Hyde City. Around the two of them, the fungal colony formed a massive fungal sphere with a diameter of 3 meters. This time, the surface of the fungal sphere extended over a dozen thick and flexible mycelium tentacles. Hold on tight, fatty, Lin Fan's voice echoed inside the enclosed fungal sphere. The next second, the mycelium tentacles suddenly gripped the cave walls, and the entire fungal sphere shot upward like it had been lodged by an electromagnetic catapult, rapidly ascending the steep passage toward the surface. The strong adhesion counteracted gravity. Then the speed of ascent was even faster than their free fall on the way down. A powerful sense of acceleration pressed Cheon Duo firmly against the inner wall of the fungal sphere. Watching the altitude numbers on his wrist terminal climb rapidly, his blood began to boil. A final frenzy was about to begin. Inside the San Hermes tunnel, the rapidly ascending fungal sphere came to an abrupt halt without warning. The immense inertia sent Cheon Duo flying forward, slamming into the inner wall with a dull thud. Ouch, my back. Cheon Duo climbed up, rubbing his sore backside, looking aggrieved. Fanji, could you give me a heads up before breaking next time? Lin Fan raised a finger, gesturing for silence. Cheon Duo instantly quieted down. They were now only about a kilometer away from the bottom of the Dragoness Spine Rift. Lin Fan closed his eyes. On the surface of the fungal sphere, dozens of tiny mushrooms, each no larger than a fingernail, quietly sprouted. Pop, pop, pop. A series of faint popping sounds echoed in succession. Countless spores, invisible to the naked eye, rode the rising underground air currents like an intangible mist, drifting toward the world beyond the passage. The spores quickly traversed the final kilometer, entering the vast bottom of the Great Rift Valley. In an instant, an utterly chaotic panoramic view unfolded in Lin Fan's mind. Across the sprawling area of over 10 kilometers at the bottom of the Rift Valley, countless psionic reactions crisscrossed, with explosions and bursts of firelight illuminating the dim valley as bright as daylight. The remaining teams from various academies had already begun their final competition for the ultimate tracking points. Shouts of battle, screams, and the roaring sounds of innate skills intertwined, forming a frenzied symphony. Lin Fan's perspective swiftly traversed this hellish battlefield. Ambushes, encirclement, backstabs, every tactic imaginable was employed. Almost every minute, a student was either injured or eliminated, taken away by military rescue aircraft. This is exactly the effect the officials wanted, Lin Fan remarked sarcastically as his consciousness overlooked everything from high above. This was the last day of military training, a legal hunting ground within the rules. His Sentry network continued to expand and soon detected several powerful presences on the chaotic battlefield's periphery. Unlike the other students who were engaged in the melee, these individuals lingered on the edges, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Their psionic fluctuations were dense and solid, almost reaching the peak of the condensed core stage. Looks like I'm not the only smart one, Lin Fan thought knowingly. These individuals were likely the top combatants among the freshmen from various academies. They were waiting for the ordinary freshmen to consolidate the points into the hands of a few victors. Then, they would strike and perform the final harvest. Why bother painstakingly cutting down each blade of grass when you could wait for someone else to bundle it up and cheek it all in one gown? Just as Lin Fan delved deeper into this perception, a probing psionic wave suddenly swept across his dispersed pores. The wave was extremely subtle, and if not for the equally fine-tuned sensitivity of Lin Fan's spores, it would have been nearly undetectable. He was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected that merely using spores for a brief reconnaissance would attract the attention of such a sharp individual. At the bottom of the Rift Valley, behind a pile of rocks on a high ground with a clear view, Wei Zhuan, who had been sitting cross-legged on a massive boulder, suddenly stood up, his gaze shooting toward a certain point in the void. The surrounding team members, startled by his abrupt movement, gripped their weapons tightly and assumed combat stances. "Captain, what's wrong? Are we under attack?" one team member asked nervously. Not far away, Qin Zhang, who had been idly bored, also turned his head to look. "What's the matter, Commander Wei? Did a rat sneak in?" Wei Zhuan did not immediately respond. He maintained his stance, gazing into the distance, his brow faintly furrowing. Just a moment ago, a strange noise had appeared on his tactical map. It wasn't a conventional psionic fluctuation but more like some kind of unknown dust, briefly covering the entire battlefield. "Someone is scouting, someone is scouting," Wei Zhuan said, retracting his gaze, his tone somewhat heavy. Qin Zhang sneered, casually pointing at the chaotic battlefield below. "There are at least dozens of scouting skills flying around down there right now. What's there to make a fuss about?" "It's different." Wei Zhuan shook his head. "Those reconnaissance skills, I can mark their sources and trajectories on the sandbox. But just now, I couldn't find the source." The casual expression on Qin Zhang's face finally became more serious. He was well aware of Wei Zhuan's talent, an SS-level ability capable of constructing real-time tactical sandboxes, integrating perception, deduction, and command for team battles. Ordinary reconnaissance couldn't escape his perception. For a scout that even he couldn't pinpoint, this was no simple matter. "Are you saying it's that mysterious top scorer from Yao Guang?" Qin Zhang's battle spirit flared up at the mention. "Most likely." Wei Zhuan sat back on the rock, his fingers lightly tapping his knee. It seems the real protagonist is finally about to make an appearance. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, in a concealed mountain hollow, Team 1 of Kaiyang Academy was lying in wait. At the core of the team, a gentle-looking girl was focused on the tactical tablet in her hands. Suddenly, one of the team members on guard duty looked up at the sky with a puzzled expression. "Captain, what's wrong?" Su Yulilai asked without lifting her head. Just now, it felt like something floated over our heads. "But I didn't see anything, and the psionic detector didn't pick up anything either," the team member said, scratching his head uncertainly. "Maybe I was imagining things." Su Yulilai's fingers paused slightly on the tactical tablet. She raised her head and looked at the gray, hazy sky. Lost in thought. 1 kilometer underground. Qian Duo watched Lin Fan, who had been sitting silently with his eyes closed, his expression constantly shifting. Qian's curiosity was unbearable. Fan bro? What's the situation outside? When are we going to charge out?" His face was full of eagerness. "My fists are itching for action." Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. "Fatty, the plan has changed?" "Huh? We're not fighting anymore?" Qian Duo looked disappointed. "We're fighting, of course." Lin Fan opened his personal terminal, pulling up the military's holographic map of Rift Star. His fingers moved quickly across the screen, finally stopping in a specific location. It was a natural choke point located in the middle of the Great Rift. On both sides were cliffs over 1,000 meters high, with a passage less than 500 meters wide in between. This was the only route to the wind-eroded plateau and the final destination, the Watcher's base. To complete the military training mission, everyone would have to pass through here. Taking a detour would add half a day's journey. Lin Fen pointed at the choke point, his tone calm. We're going here. Cheon Duo stared at the choke point for 2 seconds. His previously confused little eyes suddenly lit up with a cunning gleam. Brilliant, Fan bro, this move is genius. This mountain is mine. This tree I planted. If you want to pass, leave your points behind. Cheon Duo was so excited his face turned red. And he was practically drooling. This is practically legal robbery. As long as we block the spot, all those teams that worked so hard to accumulate points will have to immediately pay us a toll fee. Isn't this way more satisfying than running around looking for fights? Watch your words. How can you call it robbery when it's the work of scholars? Lin Fan corrected him. This is called assisting the instructors in testing the cadets' breakthrough capabilities. Right, kite, testing their capabilities. Cheon Duo laughed slyly, rubbing his hands together. Fan bro, what are we waiting for? Let's get moving. Lin Fan's thoughts stirred. The originally stationary fungal sphere adhered to the crevices of the underground rock layer, moving in another direction. 15 minutes later, the fungal sphere silently arrived directly beneath the designated position. Hold steady. One last push, Lin Fan commanded in a low voice. The fungal sphere suddenly accelerated like a cannonball, breaking through the final layer of rock and bursting out of the surface. Blinding sunlight poured down. The two finally saw daylight again. Below them lay the only passage. The passage was currently empty, with all the fighting still concentrated in the valley area behind. Cheon Duo remarked as he peered down from the edge of the cliff. This elevated position is a perfect ambush point. Brother Fan, how are we going to block it? Lin Fan didn't respond. He walked to the edge of the cliff, facing the howling winds of the rift, and slowly raised his right hand. The proliferating fungal core within his body began to operate frantically, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged like a breached river, converging into his palm. A massive energy wave rapidly brewed in his hand. Billions of highly concentrated active spores were compressed to the extreme, forming a grayish-white high-pressure cyclone. Lin Fan gazed at the empty canyon below and softly said, "The first step in farming is to till the soil." The grayish-white cyclone in Lin Fan's palm erupted, unleashing a torrent composed of billions of spores. The torrent left his hand and exploded mid-air, transforming into a silent, overwhelming snowstorm that gently and precisely blanketed the narrow gorge below, stretching for several kilometers. Cheon Duo, standing nearby, was left gaping in astonishment at the spectacular sight. He had imagined many ways to block the passage, such as causing a landslide or setting traps. But this scene was far beyond his expectations. This is what Brother Fan meant by tilling the soil? The gray snowflakes fell silently. Rock walls, or rubble, they instantly merged like liquid mercury, without raising even a speck of dust. They adhered perfectly to every contour of the surface, replicating every texture of the rock layers, even rapidly assimilating the surrounding colors. In just a few minutes, the only passage connecting the Great Rift and the winged eroded plateau seemed to have been given a new sting. I can believe it, Cheon Duo exclaimed, rubbing his small eyes vigorously, his face full of disbelief. In just a short while, this entire stretch of several kilometers is now all under our control. Basic operation? Lin Fan replied calmly, withdrawing his hand. This is just the surface work. Beneath the perfectly camouflaged fungal mat, billions of mycelia were frantically rooting, proliferating, and intertwining deep underground. The surface was merely the stage the true deadly trap lay beneath. After completing all this, Lin Fan leisurely sat down, before the first guest arrived. He needed to prepare the tools for hospitality. His consciousness sank into the talent panel. Evolution points 18,340. Lin Fan's gaze swept across a dozen fungal species sequences, finally settling on a D-grade fungus. High-frequency crystalline fungal spikes DU-Ray the 1. The energy-based attacks of the energy-focusing ridge mushroom and the electromagnetic pulse fungal net were already in place. He needed a stronger physical attack to restrict the enemy's movements. Evolution point 10,000 high-vibration crystalline bacterial spike C level widest proliferation bacterial spike C level. The bacterial colony can instantly erupt from one or multiple core crystals, growing outward geometrically to form a deadly crystal spike forest, combining large-scale destruction with area lockdown. Success. Looking at this brand new C-level ability, Lin Fan almost wanted to give himself a thumbs up. Crystal Spike Forest, Area Lockdown. This ability is practically tailor-made for the great endeavor of road blocking and collecting tolls. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Watcher base, the massive holographics and box displayed the intense clashes of the newborn squads, with light points dimming and extinguishing from time to time. The leading instructors from various academies and high-ranking military officials watched the battle with varied expressions. Suddenly, Othello with varied expressions. A staff officer responsible for monitoring the overall situation let out a startled exclamation. Report, Yao Guang squad has made a new move. They've exited the valley. Whoosh. Instantly, all eyes in the command center focused on the screen. The light point representing the Yao Guang squad had emerged from underground, bypassing the chaotic battlefield at the valley floor, and appearing directly at a pass less than 10 kilometers from the base. Stopped. What are they trying to do? That location. I guess the only route to the endpoint. Are they trying to submit the mission early? No, that is not right. The rules state that reaching the base counts as completion. What does stopping there mean? The crowd buzzed with speculation, all puzzled by Lin Fan's actions. The commander of the military training issued an order: send a reconnaissance drone over to take a look. Yes, sir. Soon, a small drone silently arrived above the pass. The footage it transmitted was clearly projected onto the main screen in the command center. Everyone saw the shocking scene. The F-level freshman named Lin Fan stood at the edge of the cliff, raising his right hand. From his palm erupted a gray blizzard, enveloping the entire pass. Then, the ground was rapidly covered by a layer of gray-black material, perfectly camouflaged. Only the faint hum of machinery remained. What? What kind of ability is this? Such a terrifying large-scale environmental transformation. Is this really a power a freshman can possess? Heh. A sneer broke the tense atmosphere. Makan from Yao Guang Academy crossed his arms and mocked. I thought he was going to pull off some big move, but it turns out to be just a flashy gimmick. What is the point of coloring the ground? To scare people? Does he naively think that just the two of them can block all the elite squads from the other academies? However, the expected agreement from others did not come. The surrounding instructors had strange expressions. Wu, an instructor from Tianji Academy, adjusted his glasses and said gravely, Mr. Ma, you shouldn't say that. Don't forget, this so-called flashy gimmick squad of yours directly defeated our SS-level gifted Lin Fan, and didn't even give your Academy's ghost assassin a chance to escape. Do you think he would do something meaningless? This statement hit Ma Kan's sore spot directly. Two of his Academy's squads had already fallen to the opponent. Other instructors immediately chimed in. This kind of coverage speed and camouflage ability has already surpassed all known barrier or domain-type talents. I suspect this is some kind of large-scale battlefield setup, setting up a battlefield, just to people? How is he going to defend it? This is the most terrifying part. Teacher Zhou, your new student is truly remarkable. For a moment, the command center was abuzz with discussions and endless speculations. But all the guesses had one thing in common: no one dared to underestimate the bizarre abilities displayed by this F-level talent anymore. The more they analyzed, the more alarmed they became. The methods of this Yao Guang top scorer had completely shattered their understanding of talent levels. Zhu Wenbo frowned deeply. Xu Wenbo frowned deeply, staring intently at the ordinary piece of land on the screen. A crazy thought uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his mind. He was trying to stop someone. Lin Fan wanted to block everyone. The moment this thought surfaced, even Zhu Wenbo himself was startled. Meanwhile, the chief commander sitting at the top ignored Ma Kan and the others' discussions. Instead, watching the screen with great interest, in those deep eyes, a glint appeared, the kind of light a hunter shows when spotting prey. An interesting little fellow. He turned to the advisor beside him. Send some more drones over there, keep an eye on it around the clock. I want to see what tricks this little guy is up to. At the entrance on the other side of the pass, dust whirled. 5 Antil figures emerged from the haze, their movements swift and coordinated. Clearly a well-trained team. On the chest of their combat uniforms, each wore a badge with crossed swords. On the cliff, Lin Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them. Beside him, Cheung Duoduo was so excited that he shivered, looking like an old fisherman ready to pull in his net, his eyes gleaming. Brother Fan, here they come. He rests the action, outside the pass. Dust flew. 5 figures broke through the haze, carrying an intimidating aura that warned strangers to stay away, stopping at the entrance of the passage. The leading young man was tall, and the badge with crossed swords on his combat uniform gleamed brightly under the sunlight. Yuhing Academy, Elite Squad No. 9th, Captain Xiaolei's sharp gaze instantly locked onto the extremely obstructive obstacle in the middle of the road ahead. When he saw the dim Yao Guang badge on the opponent's chest, Xiaolei's tense nerves immediately relaxed. And a sneer appeared on his lips, undisguised. Yao Guang Academy. He turned his head to look at his teammates behind him. His tone exaggerated. Am I seeing this right? Farmers have come here too? Did they dig too deep and get lost? The 4 teammates behind him cooperated with a burst of laughter, their laughter full of superiority. In their eyes, students from a bottom-tier academy like Yao Guang's surviving until now could only be explained by luck. Hiding in some hole, Qian Duo boldly stepped into the middle of the road, Ahane. Gathered his energy, and shouted the line he had rehearsed countless times. Stop, this is a robbery. His voice was full of vigor, echoing through the narrow pass. The 5 members of Yue Qing squad froze for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. A team member holding a heavy alloy shield laughed so hard he bent over. Fatty, did military training make you stupid? Do you know who we are? We're Yue Chung, Shui Yue Qin were unbalanced, I don't take care. Qian Duo raised his chin and pointed at the ground with his carrot-thick finger. Yao Guang Academy brothers and sisters pass for free. Everyone else, pay 40% of your squad points as a toll, and I, Fatty, will let you through. Redealing to rows of sharp white teeth fair to all, no bargaining. I'm in a hurry too. Don't push your luck. Xiao Lei's face instantly darkened. Being toyed with by a chubby guy from a bottom-tier academy made him feel his intelligence was insulted. He looked up and glanced at the figure sitting atop the cliff. 2 useless Yao Guang members dare to block the way here. Geez, easy a pea. The arc of electricity in Xiao Lei's hand crackled, and a long spear surrounded by lightning instantly took shape. Since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll grant your wish. Quick battle, don't let the teens behind us laugh. Boom! 5 elite members of Yue Qing erupted simultaneously. 2 melee fighters advanced at high speed from the left and right, leaving behind 2 after images. The 2 elemental talent members in the rear opened fire simultaneously, unleashing a dazzling barrage of energy projectiles. However, at the center of the firepower, Qian Duo didn't even move an inch. Faced with the overwhelming attack, he was not frightened but delighted, his small eyes gleaming with a wolf-like green light. Good timing, Fat Lord is starving. Buzz, a thick layer of spiritual energy armor instantly enveloped his body. The armor was no longer just a simple accumulation of fat energy, its surface was covered with a grayish-white crystalline structure, refracting an indestructible, cold, hard light under the sunlight. After absorbing the crystal fragments of the Rock Qing Guardian, his spiritual energy had become even more solidified. Boom, boom, boom! Explosions engulfed Qian Duo's round figure in an instant. Dust and debris filled the narrow pass. Ignorant fools. Xiao Lei snorted coldly, about to retract his thunder spear. The next second, his pupils shrank abruptly. Amid the swirling dust, Qian Duo stood unharmed in his original spot. He even opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath toward the residual air. The thunder fire energy, capable of tearing steel apart, was sucked into his stomach like a whale drinking water. Burp! Qian Duo patted his belly and smacked his lips in disdain. Too much heat, a bit hard burning. Next time, remember to add some cumin. No sense of service at all, 1-star review. This is impossible. Xiao Lei and his team were wide-eyed in disbelief. Swallowing energy at X hole? Is this even human? Just as the Yue Qing team froze in shock. Lin Fan, atop the cliff, snapped his fingers lightly, without warning. The ground beneath Xiao Lei and his team came alive. Pop, pop. In a mixed instant, countless sharp white crystalline spikes burst out of the ground without warning, crystal lattice proliferating fungal spikes, in the blink of an eye. A forest of deadly crystalline spikes, several meters high, rapidly formed, trapping the 5 Yue Qing members completely within. Each spike had countless tiny cutting surfaces, refracting a cold, deadly light. A high-frequency buzzing sound filled the space, with each spike vibrating at high frequency, causing the surrounding air to emit a piercing wail. Screams of agony echoed one after another. Their proud protective spiritual energy was as fragile as thin paper against these high-frequency vibrating spikes. Combat suits were easily torn apart, and countless fine blood marks instantly appeared on their bodies. What the hell is this thing? Xiao Lei shouted in terror, swinging his thunder spear to try to cut through the spikes. But as soon as the spear touched the spikes, it was repelled by the terrifying high-frequency vibrations, leaving his hand bleeding from the shock. Don't move recklessly. The deeper the cuts. Although it's military training, being in too much pain isn't good, right? Lin Fan's lazy voice drifted down from above, carrying a hint of kind reminder. At this moment, the 5 people trapped in the crystal thorn jungle were like insects caught in a spider's web, unable to move. Those crystal thorns were extremely cunning, avoiding vital areas but precisely pressing against their joints and nerve points. A slight movement would cause excruciating pain. Fatty, pack them up. Got it? Qian Duo let out an excited yell, instantly curling himself into a massive meatball tank. Boom, taking advantage of the terrain, he charged downhill with immense kinetic energy, slamming hard into the 5 immobilized individuals. Here we go, bang bang. Bang bang, 5 muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. 5 figures flew through the air like bowling pins struck by a ball, tracing 5 graceful parabolas before cleanly and decisively passing out. Yao Guangwan squad defeated Yue Qingnine squad, earning 200 points. Lin Fan glanced at his personal terminal and curled his lips. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Ma Kun, who had just been mocking Lin Fan's flashy but impractical style, now had his mouth wide open, unable to utter a single word. The teacher leading YUHM Academy's team had an iron blue face, and the teacup in his hand cracked with a snap. That was one of his academy's top 10 freshman squads. 30 seconds, just 30 seconds, and they were completely wiped out, not even a chance to fight back? High-frequency vibration, crystalline structure, instantaneous large-scale growth. Wu, the teacher from Tianjia Academy, stared intently at the playback on the screen, his eyes behind the glasses gleaming with fervor. How can a biological talent have such properties? I really want to study this. The commander-in-chief sat at the main seat, lightly tapping the table with his fingers, his eyes flashing with brilliance. I was right, these fungal mats are the foundation for the attack. I just wonder how wide the range is. At the Canyon Pass, military rescue aircraft quickly arrived to drag away the unconscious victims. Lin Fan waved his hand, and the menacing crystal thorns rapidly disintegrated and retracted, returning to the seemingly harmless ground. Killing and looting really is the most profitable business. Qiong Duo looked at the points they had earned, grinning from ear to ear. Lin Fan didn't respond but instead turned his gaze toward the depths of the canyon. From the feedback transmitted by the silent shadow spores, several even stronger presences were approaching the pass from different directions. Don't celebrate too soon. We'll be facing several squads. The second wave of toll fees is about to arrive. Deep in the canyon, the previously separated presences suddenly changed direction, converging toward the same target. Lin Fan's consciousness, connected to the perception network formed by the silent shadow spores, clearly saw the scene. Oh. They've gotten smarter, teaming up to raid the dungeon, Lin Fan muttered to himself. This saved him quite a bit of trouble, he wouldn't have to call them out one by one. Qiong Duo leaned over, his face still brimming with excitement. More fish on the hook? Lin Fan patted the dust off his pants and stood up. Not fish, a school of fish. This time, 3 squads are coming, and they're teaming up. As soon as he finished speaking, at the entrance on the other side of the pass, 3 distinctly styled squads simultaneously emerged from the swirling dust. Walking on the far left was the squad from Tianjuan Academy. Their breaths steady and composed, spreading out in a standard combat formation. At the center was the team from Chuangyinti Academy. Like the team led by Ling Fang earlier. They were adorned with various psionic technological devices. The leader even had 2 silver metallic spheres floating beside him, exuding a strong sense of technological sophistication. On the far right was the team from Kaiyan Academy. Their uniforms were primarily green and white, their aura relatively calm, but their positioning was cunning, subtly encompassing the other 2 teams within their support range. Whoa! Qiong Duo smacked his lips and whispered a comment, a military squad, scientists, and a team of battlefield healers, what a deluxe combo. After the 3 teams arrived at the pass, they didn't each charge in recklessly like the Wei Yuecheng team had earlier. They stopped 100 meters away and set up their formations, clearly having learned from the previous example and taking precautions. The captain of Tianjiang Jiangding was the first to act. The 2 floating metallic spheres immediately flew out, spinning rapidly as they approached the ground of the pass. Blue scanning beams shot out from beneath the spheres, attempting to analyze the composition of the fungal copy. Scanning too, trying to inspect the goods. Lin Fan chuckled inwardly. With a thought. The electromagnetic pulse fungal network beneath the fungal carpet covering the pass was instantly activated. Buzz, in an instant, the 2 probes emitted a sharp, ear-piercing electrical screech, sparks flying as they plummeted from the air. Not only that, but the various psionic devices on the 5 members of the Tianjia Academy team also experienced brief overloads. Screens flickered. Indicator lights flashed wildly. My spirit eye is down, damn it, the tactical board is blacked out too. The Tianji team was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the captain of the Chuan Academy team made her move. She flung out 2 emerald green beams of light. One aimed at Lin Fan atop the cliff and the other precisely targeting Qiong Duo, who stood at the forefront. The green light carried an energy wave of weakening and slowing effects. Not even trying to hide it. Huh? Thumbs down. Lin Fan's voice fell, and in front of both him and Cheon Duo, a shield formed instantly, composed of countless tiny fungal filament scales. Pop, pop. The two green beams struck the scale like fungal shield, causing only insignificant triples before dissipating completely. Is that all you've got? Get lost, get lost. All of you. Cheon Duo roared excitedly, activating his gluttonous body. His round figure began to burn high-energy fat intensely. Riding the momentum of his burst, he charged directly at the most disciplined formation, the Tianjuan Academy team. Standing atop the cliff, Lin Fan observed the formations of the three teams below with perfect clarity. At that moment, his consciousness split into three streams. The first stream continued to drive the electromagnetic pulse fungal network, maintaining relentless electrolyte suppression on the Tenami team, rendering them completely useless. The second stream walked onto the charging Tianjuan team. Rise, pop, 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 countless crystalline fungal spikes, pale and sharp, erupted from the ground. They grew wildly at extremely tricky angles directly along the Tianjuan team's charging path, forming a staggered and intricate barrier. The Tianjuan team, advancing at high speed, instantly lost their rhythm. Watch your footing. Damn it, my path is blocked. Their well-coordinated tactical formation was thrown into disarray by the bizarre attack. Some team members even tripped over the suddenly emerging crystalline spikes, falling flat on their faces. Lin Fan's third consciousness completely locked down the rear Kaijuan Academy. Every time those support students raised their hands to attempt buff soar negative attacks, Lin Fan's scale-like fungal shield would block them. As for the sporadic attacks aimed at Cheon Duo, they didn't even make a sound when they hit him. Within just a dozen seconds, the entire battlefield presented a bizarrely one-sided scene. The tech enthusiasts from Tianji Academy were struggling with their malfunctioning equipment. The iron-blooded warriors from Tianjuan Academy were playing hopscotch with the crazily growing crystal spikes under their feet. Meanwhile, the support students from Kaijuan Academy were rendered completely helpless by Lin Fan's perfectly timed blocks. The only one free to act, Cheon Duo, had now transformed into a wild boar unleashed from its pen, charging into the flock of sheep. Meet Cannonball, boom. He turned himself into a massive cannonball, using the momentum of his charge to slam fiercely into the shield-bearing warrior from Tianxialis, hitting warrior from Tanjia. Bang! The loud crash echoed. The warrior, clearly a tank, was sent flying backward along with his shield for over 10 meters, knocking down a group of teammates behind him. The defensive line collapsed instantly. Cheon Duo landed, not even glancing at the result, and immediately set his sights on the next victim. The entire process was utterly overwhelming. Considered top-tier in their respective academies, were separated by Lin Fan using various methods and then picked off one by Cheon Duo. In less than 3 minutes, they were left dazed and questioning their very existence. Lin Fan's lazy voice drifted down from above at just the right moment. Sigh, look at this. With 3 teams buying in bulk, I was even thinking of giving an 80% discount. Each team only needed to pay 30% of their points. But now, well, the defeated side has to forfeit 70% of their points. Impulsive spending is a no-go, you know. In the command center of the Watcher base, the atmosphere was heavy and somewhat eerie. On the holographic screen, the brief yet bizarre battle was being replayed repeatedly. The teachers from Tianjuan, Yanji, and Qishuan academies looked increasingly grim. Commander, at this moment, one teacher finally couldn't hold back and stood up directly. This is unfair. The Yaoguang team didn't age in direct combat at all. He completely relied on terrain advantages and strange abilities to exploit loopholes. This is rogue behavior. It severely undermines the spirit of confrontation in military training. Exactly, Ma Kan immediately chimed in, as if finding an outlet for his frustration. The Xiaolei team from Yueqing Academy lost the same way. This kind of behavior should be deemed a violation. For a moment, the command center was filled with indignation, with all criticism directed at Lin Fan. The previously silent commander slowly stood up. His sharp gaze swept over all the teachers who had raised objections. Rogue, exploiting loopholes? The commander's voice wasn't loud, but it struck everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. Do you think that on a real interstellar battlefield, alien races will engage you one-on-one, adhering to so-called fair confrontation and chivalry? No. They will use every possible means, employing the most despicable and effective methods to tear you apart. To kill every single one of you. He suddenly pointed at the figure lazily sitting on the cliff on the screen. Using terrain to create advantages, achieving maximum results with minimal cost. This is the correct choice. The commander's voice rose sharply, his admiration evident. This freshman named Lin Fan is giving all your academy elites a free, invaluable lesson in real combat. If he can ultimately stop everyone on his own, that is not a loophole in the rules, it is part of his strength. The only reason your students failed is just one thing: they are too weak. These words echoed like rolling thunder, and the entire command center fell silent, with all the shouting teachers lowering their heads in shame. Among them, the only ones who remained composed were the teachers from Yaoguang Academy. Regardless of the outcome of this military training, Yaoguang had not lost this time. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, Wei Zhuan, Qinzan, and others received an unexpected piece of news from the team members who had gone out to scout. The Yaoguang 1 team they had been waiting for had not even entered the battlefield at the bottom of the rift. Instead, they had set up a checkpoint on the only route leading to the Watcher base, charging a toll fee from every team that passed through. Wei Zhuan and Qinzan were dumbfounded. Was this team out of their minds? Were they planning to take on all the freshmen by themselves? Even now, with their 2 teams combined, they hadn't dared to consider such a thing. Suddenly, a team member monitoring the leaderboard froze, holding up his personal terminal. "Captain. The leaderboard has updated," he stammered, his voice trembling with disbelief. The points of Tianchuan 5, Changji 4 and Churin 16s had simultaneously been reduced by 70%, while Yaoguang 1's points had skyrocketed. The news that Yaoguang Academy's team was blocking the only route at the finish line and charging a toll spread like wildfire among the freshmen on Rifstoa. Teams that had been politely turned away by the high toll, or had wisely retreated after observing from afar, became walking advertisements. Lin Fan and Tian Duo's legendary deeds were exaggerated and spread wildly. "Did you hear? 2 lunatics from Yaoguang are blocking the canyon exit, charging points from everyone they see. Charging, that is straight up robbery. Xiaolei's team from Yuhn Academy. 30 seconds, they were packed up and carried away, not just Yuhn. Tianchuan, Tianxiang, Chenxiang, Tianxiang, Chang, several academy teams were wiped out by them, not even a drop of soup left." Anger, disdain, disbelief, various emotions quickly fermented among the freshmen. But more than anything, there was a restless greed. Yaoguang 1's points had surged to an astronomical number and unbelievable speed. In no time, the name Yaoguang 1 became synonymous with the final boss and mobile treasure chest in the eyes of all the freshmen. "If we take them down, this military training will be perfect." "Exactly, it's just 2 of them. And there are so many of us. We can overwhelm them." Lin Fan, of course, had no idea that he and Cheong Duo had already been given flashy nicknames like Canyon Overlords and Point Demons. But through the silent shadow spores, he saw the sneaky figures hiding behind distant rocks, like a pack of hyenas smelling blood. Looking at Cheong Duo standing like a gatekeeper at the bottom of the cliff, Lin Fan gave a reminder. "Fatty, be careful. The crowd outside is getting bigger. Don't leave the fungal mat as coverage area." "Got it, Brother Fan." Cheong Duo didn't even turn his head, simply raising his fan-like hand above his head and waving it vigorously. Before long, a small team with tattered uniforms and disheveled expressions appeared in the distance at the pass, moving with extreme caution. They were one of the few surviving teams from Yaoguang Academy. Upon seeing the towering figure standing in the middle of the road, the team leader's face turned bitter. But he braced himself and stepped forward. "Cheong Duo, we." He had already heard terrifying rumors about the toll fee from other teams. Recalling how Lin Fan and Cheong Duo had decisively refused to team up before the training began, the team leader took a deep breath, mentally prepared to lose 40% of their points to robbery. When Cheong Duo saw the familiar Yaoguang badge on their chests, the fierce expression on his face instantly softened. He waved his large hand and bellowed, "No. What toll fee between brothers? Who do you think I am?" This unexpected favor left the Yaoguang team dumbfounded, feeling as if they had been hit by a wave of dizziness. The team leader quickly recovered and expressed his gratitude with a face full of relief. "Thank you, Cheong Duo. All right, hurry up and go. Don't delay Fat Master and Brother Fan's big business." Cheong Duo waved them off, looking as if he was extremely busy. The team leader nodded heavily and led his team quickly through the pass. As they passed below the cliff, they stopped and waved vigorously at the blurry figure above. "Brother Fan, thank you." After walking a few steps, the team leader seemed to remember something and turned back to shout. "Brother Fan, be careful. The strongest teams from Tianchuan and Tianshu have already formed an alliance. I heard them gathering people. And their target might be you." This scene was clearly observed by some teams scouting from afar with high-powered binoculars. The news became the final straw that broke the camel's back, completely igniting the hostility of all non-Yaoguang Academy freshmen. At the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, On a wide open plain, more than 20 teams, over 100 freshmen from 6 elite academies had gathered. The air was thick with a mix of tension and anger. At the center of the crowd, 3 figures stood out prominently: Wei Xuan from Tuan Shui Yatuan, Fang Zheng from Tianchuan Academy, then Su Yulilai from Kaiyang Academy. At that moment, a scouting team rushed over, with the leading member holding up a personal terminal and shouting angrily. Latest news, that Yao Guangwan team let their own academy's team go. They didn't take a single point. What? So they really are only targeting outsiders like us. This isn't fair robbery at all. This is a provocation against our 6 academies. We must take them down. The crowd erupted in an uproar. But Wei Xuan raised his hand and gently pressed it downward. The commotion gradually subsided. On the holographic screen in front of him, footage of the 2 battles at the pass was being replayed repeatedly. The images weren't all in high definition, but the angles were sharp enough to reveal the key details. The core of this person's ability was to create a domain within a wide area that belonged solely to him. Wei Xuan's finger traced across the screen, precisely outlining the area covered by the fungal mat. Within this domain, he possessed near absolute perception and control, whether it was the bizarre thrusts, pulse attacks, or the incredibly durable shields. All of it originated from this seemingly harmless ground. He calmly analyzed, dissecting Lin Fan's abilities thoroughly. Conventional infiltration, long-range firepower coverage, squad raids, and even war of attrition all played right into his hands. Because your enemy is the entire land. After listening to Wei Xuan's analysis, many students who had been clamoring to charge in fell silent. Fighting against the land itself? How do you even fight that? HenPH, who cares about domains or no domains? Qin Zan's battle blade hummed, his entire body radiating scorching battle intent. Strength overcomes all skills. He scanned the surroundings, his fighting spirit soaring. No matter how strong the domain is, its core only has 2 people, one above, one below. I'll break through head on, tear apart his turtle shell, and charge straight up the cliff to drag that guy sitting there down. Once the core is decapitated, the so-called domain will naturally collapse. Qinzan's words were filled with immense confidence, instantly dispelling the fear in everyone's hearts and reigniting their fighting spirit. Qinzan, Su Yuli's gentle yet firm voice rang out. She stepped forward, emerald green life energy flowing at her fingertips. We only have one chance. The opponent's endurance capabilities are unknown, and your assault needs absolute assurance. Her gaze swept across everyone present. I will let all students with support talents to provide the maximum strength of buffs and protection for the assault team. Meanwhile, everyone else must, at the same time, launch a saturation attack on every corner of the pass at all costs. Your goal is not to kill but to create chaos. Use your attacks to deplete the opponent as much as possible and create the one and only opportunity for Qinzan's decapitation, under Wei Xuan's tactical planning. This hastily assembled coalition was quickly divided into 3 parts. The Blade, led by Qinzan, was an assault group composed of the most elite combat talents. The Shield, led by Su Yuli, gathered all the support-type elites into a support group, consisting of nearly 100 freshmen, with a cannon fodder and a tidal wave to create the chance for victory. With clear objectives and defined roles, an unprecedented expeditionary coalition in the history of 7-star Academy's military training was officially formed. The perception network formed by silent shadow spores slowly unfolded in Lin Fan's sea of consciousness. At the edge of that network, over 100 bright points of light were converging into a torrent. They've gathered enough people to form a pay-to-win alliance for a raid. Lin Fan muttered to himself. So I'm the final boss now? This setup was indeed the largest thing he'd witnessed since entering the academy. He was even somewhat satisfied. With the points from these teams, Yao Guang Academy should have no problem claiming the top spot this year. Despite his sarcasm, this also indirectly indicated that the massive amount of points he held had reached a level where all the prodigies were willing to set aside their differences and join forces out of greed. This was probably the largest and final battle of this military training. Lin Fan withdrew his consciousness from the spore network and connected to Qian Duo below through the squad's internal channel. Fatty. This time it's different, over 100 people are outside, all tough opponents. Don't save those spirit energy potions I gave you earlier, just treat them like water. Below the cliff, Qian Duo looked up at the blurry figure above. The heavy pressure transmitted through the channel made all the fat on his body tense up. He nodded forcefully, his plump chin forming several layers of folds. Understood, Brother Fan. Lin Fan's instructions were crystal clear. You have only one task: find the strongest fighter on the other side and hold him off. I'll deal with the small fry first. And absolutely don't lose your head and go all out against him. Your job is to stall, hold him down tightly, and don't give him any chance to charge forward. Remember, you're the tank, not the damage dealer. Cheon Duo was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then, he grinned widely, his chubby hand slapping his solid chest with a muffled thump-thump. Understood. Brother Fan, I promise not to save you any money. His small eyes, squeezed into slits by his chubby face, gleamed with a fierce determination. He knew that Lin Fan's words meant the upcoming battle would be unimaginably tough. This time, he was ready to put his entire bulk on the line to withstand the opponent's strongest attacks. After giving his instructions, Lin Fan's consciousness once again sank into the reconnaissance network, observing the hastily assembled coalition army in the distance. In his perception, waves of spiritual energy with different attributes within the enemy formation were being unified and amplified by some invisible force. Oh, not bad. They actually know how to cooperate. He realized that this was no ragtag group. There had to be a high-level tactical commander in the opposing camp. My God, Brother Fan, Brother Fan, Brother Fan. We've stirred up a hornet's nest this time. Cheon Duo looked at the surging figures on the distant horizon. The overwhelming pressure emanating from a gathering force made him intellectually swallow hard. He wasn't just nervous, he was excited. Each shiver of anticipation for the epic battle he was about to partake in shot from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Meanwhile, in the command center of the Watcher's base, the massive holographic screen was mercilessly divided, starkly displaying the disparity between the forces inside and outside the pass. On one side was a lone figure on the cliff and a single tank in the center of the pass. On the other side was a steel torrent-like coalition army of over 100 elite freshmen. Whether it was the teachers from various academies or the military personnel, all attention was now focused on this final battle. An elder from Tianquan Academy spoke calmly, with Wei Zhuan there, there's no need to worry about coordination in the temporary alliance. He's a professional commander. Qinzan is the top freshman of our year. No one can match him in direct combat. The leading teacher from Tianquan Academy wore an unabashedly proud expression. Mph. Brute strength alone is useless, retorted teacher Wu from Chuangyan Diami, his eyes fixed on the data stream on the screen. Yao Guang's top student has an ability that's too unpredictable. Wei Zhuan from Tianshu has no choice but to use saturation attacks to wear them down, but that will also be a huge drain on their own forces. This time, Yao Guang is doomed. With over 100 people, even we teachers might not come out unscathed. Ma Kun from Tianquan Academy was brimming with confidence, convinced that his prediction was spot on. Meanwhile, a female instructor from Kai Yang Academy frowned deeply. All the support buffs have been stacked to the max. If they still can't win, in a corner, Xu Wenbo clasped his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. His lips trembled slightly as he stared at the student on the screen who had become the target of everyone's attention. His heart was filled with both anxiety and pride. Silence. The low voice of the chief commander wasn't loud, but it instantly quelled all discussions. He stood up from his seat, his face showing no worry, no bias, only a near fanatical anticipation. He looked at the screen displaying two camps with completely different art styles, his voice echoing throughout the command center. It has begun. Let us witness together the final and most spectacular battle of this military training. Outside the pass in front of the Allied forces, Wei Zhuan stood at the forefront of everyone. In his vision, the entire world was covered by an invisible, spirit energy constructed three-dimensional sand table. CES level talent, CES level talent. Tactical sand table. The terrain of the pass, the energy nodes of the fungal carpet, the enemy's vital signs, everything was clearly visible. Optimal commands, calculated through high-speed simulations, transformed into thought pulses and were precisely transmitted to the minds of every squad leader. All ranged units. Abandon precision aiming, execute area bombardment. Support units, with Su Yuli as the core. Construct a 3-layered enhancement cycle to ensure uninterrupted energy supply. Qinzan, Wei Zhuan's gaze shifted to his side. That man was burning with intense battle intent. The war blade in his hand humming, his eyes locked onto the figure at the top of the cliff at the pass. That was his prey. After I give the signal. Wei Zhuan had fully entered command mode, his voice devoid of any emotion. Su Yili clasped her hands together, and a vast emerald green life energy radiated from H. Buzz, 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 buzz. Before he could regain his footing, over a dozen shields made of scale like mycelium shot up from the ground in front of him. The shields layered upon each other, and in the blink of an eye, completely surrounded Cheon Duo in protection. At the same time as Cheon Duo was pulled to a safe position, Lin Fan multitasked and issued another command to the fungal mat. The the fungal mat, which covered the entire pass, silently receded into the hard ground like a retreating tide. There was no violent shaking, no flying dust. That vast domain simply dissolved into thin air, leaving only the small area beneath Lin Fan and Cheon Duo's feet. Cheon Duo, who had retreated, blinked his small eyes. You can do that? It's like two armies facing off, one side gathering thousands of cannons for a carpet bombing, and just a second before the shells hit, the other side packs up the entire battlefield and moves it away. The next second, boom, 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 the terrifying energy torrent of the Allied forces finally descended. Hundreds of attacks, without the slightest waste, completely covered every inch of land where the fungal carpet had previously been. Frost, thunder, beams, blade lights. Arrows, destructive forces intertwined, trimming the entire pass into a hellish inferno. The violent explosion shook the rock walls on both sides of the canyon, causing countless rocks to tumble down. The terrifying shockwave, mixed with billowing smoke and dust, completely engulfed the pass, in the enemy's camp. Many newcomers instinctively squinted their eyes, their faces showing satisfied smiles. In their view, under such a level of saturation bombardment, even an armored unit would have been melted into molten iron. However, as the energy light gradually faded and the smoke was slowly blown away by the wind, all their smiles froze on their faces. At the center of the pass, the hard rocky surface had been forcibly stripped of a layer, leaving scorched craters and marks of energy burns everywhere, but nothing else. Apart from these, there was nothing. The strange fungal carpet that should have been destroyed had vanished without a trace. At the top of the cliff, that lazy figure was still sitting there, perfectly fine. At the center of the pass, the fat man stood behind a dozen strange shields, completely unharmed. He even stuck out half his head and provocatively slapped his plump, but hard in the direction of the Allied forces. The first wave of concentrated fire, a saturation attack by hundreds of elites, had achieved absolutely nothing. The only effect it had was to give the surface of the pass a free ion treatment. How is this possible? My explosive flame bomb clearly hit. Why is there no reaction at all? Did he retract that carpet? The Allied camp was in an uproar. The feeling was like putting all your strength into a punch, only to hit cotton, leaving you so frustrated you wanted to vomit blood on the spot. Silence. Wei Xuan's voice echoed in everyone's minds through the tacticals and table link, forcibly suppressing the commotion. His expression had turned extremely grim. In the feedback from the sand table, just 1 second before the attack landed, the countless tiny energy reactions representing the domain had vanished into thin air. No, not vanished. They had sunk underground, on the three-dimensional view of the sand table. Several meters below the rock layer, the gray energy source representing the fungal carpet still existed. The massive volley from their side had caused less than 5% damage to the enemy. This couldn't even be considered damage at most. It was like scraping off a bit of skin. This Yao Guang champion was even more troublesome than he had imagined. This absolute transformation and extreme utilization of the environment perfectly matched the pioneering characteristics of Yao Guang Academy. Standing beside him, Qin Zan's brows were tightly furrowed as well. The outcome of the first round of attacks left him feeling extremely uncomfortable, his fighting spirit somewhat stifled. His talent required intense clashes, blood-boiling combat, not venting his fury on an empty patch of ground. Wei Xuan, Qin Zan's voice was low and suppressed. This won't do. Right now, our consumption is far greater than theirs. Wei Xuan forced himself to calm down, his mind racing. The opponent's reaction speed and precision in controlling their abilities had completely exceeded all his prior simulations. Hard consumption is not feasible. The guy on the other side doesn't give you any chance to wear him down. He is like a slippery eel. No matter how big or dense your net is, he can slip through an unexpected gap. Conventional methods are already ineffective. Wei Xuan's voice was precisely transmitted to Qin Zan and Xie Li beside him through mental pulses. His strange fungal carpet can transfer underground, avoiding all frontal firepower. Qin Zan asked in a deep voice. So there is no way? No, a trace of coldness flashed in Wei Xuan's eyes. Since you ray hiding underground, then I'll make sure you can stay underground either. All team members with earth, stone, or vibration-related skills, step forward. Wei Xuan issued another command. Soon, more than a dozen freshmen from different academies stepped out of the crowd. Most of them looking bewildered, not understanding why they were needed as engineers at this moment. Su, classmate. Wei Xuan's gaze turned to the captain of the Chui Yan 1 team. Understood. Su Yuli immediately grasped the intent. The emerald green life around her instantly contracted, transforming into streams of pure life energy that were precisely injected into the bodies of the named freshmen. Thus those dozen individuals felt a warm and overwhelming power surge into their bodies. Their previously depleted spiritual energy was instantly replenished, and the efficiency of their energy circulation improved significantly. Your task is not to attack the enemy. Wei Xuan's gaze swept over them, raising his hand to point at the uneven ground near the pass. The rock layers of the pass, use all your strength to attack the ground, use vibrations, compression. Pierce and completely disrupt the surface rock layers for me. Flip this piece of land over entirely. Wei Xuan's cold voice carried a ruthless edge. Since you treat the earth as a turtle shell, I'll shatter your shell from the inside out. The dozen freshmen, amplified by Su Yui, immediately understood the purpose of the command. They spread out, forming a fan-shaped formation around the pass. A student from Qianjia Academy suddenly plunged a piece of spiritual energy equipment covered in intricate patterns deep into the soil, channeling his energy into it wildly. Subsonic resonance. At the same time, the other students began applying their skills to the ground. Boom boom boom, the earth trembled violently. The hard surface rock layers undulated like waves, massive cracks spreading wildly, and countless enormous rocks surged up from underground. Fragments of stone fell from the cliffs, and the ground beneath Qian Duoduo's feet shook like a sieve, making it almost impossible for him to stand steadily. Fan Due, is this an earthquake? Qian Duoduo's face turned pale as he shouted, turning his head. He could clearly feel the violent forces colliding and compressing deep underground, as if trying to forcibly squeeze out everything hidden below. Boom 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 boom, the earth wailed. On the cliff above, Lin Fan's brows furrowed deeply for the first time, in his mental perception. The underground fungal network was being torn apart and compressed by countless chaotic forces. The intensity of these attacks was enough to destroy all the fungal threads. However, to maintain the stability of the network and resist the force that seemed to overturn the entire ground, his spiritual energy and mental power consumption increased significantly. This was a smarter and more insidious war of attrition. The opposing commander found the most infuriating countermeasure in an extremely short time. This was like blatantly presenting Lin Fan with a multiple-choice question. Either keep the fungal colony hidden underground, enduring massive consumption to see who gets exhausted first, or let the colony return to the surface and face the next wave of even more intense saturation attacks. Damn. Let a genius. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse. Since you want to see it, then I'll let you see enough. Lin Fan made a decision in an instant. The next second, whoosh. The fungal mat that had just dissolved and disappeared suddenly surged out again from the cracked ground. Countless gray-black mycelium spread instantly. And within just a few seconds, the bombarded and scarred choke point was once again transformed into his domain. In the coalition camp, a glint of expected brilliance flashed in Wei Xuan's eyes. The dozen or so engineers he had deployed were never meant to destroy the opponent's domain. Their purpose was to harass and force Lin Fan to abandon his underground advantage, exposing his domain once again to their firepower. Yanggu 5 and 7 squads. Wei Xuan's command was seamless, as calm as a machine. Execute Plan B. The two Yanggu Academy squads, already prepared, immediately sprang into action. But a faint humming sound arose. Several specially designed drones with peculiar shapes launched from their formation, heading straight for the fungal mat that had just spread out. Drones? Yanjin Academy again? Lin Fan looked at the small flying objects and smirked mockingly. Playing with remote-controlled planes on Liturge? Who gave you the courage? With a slight mental command, countless tiny bioelectric nodes within the fungal mat network covering the area were instantly activated. Threads of electric arc slept between the mycelium, converging into an invisible force. The electromagnetic pulse fungal network was ready. This was the nemesis of all psionic technological creations. However, just as he ordered the electromagnetic pulse to activate, the drones flying over the fungal mat suddenly exploded simultaneously. No flames, no shrapnel, just a few ripples of invisible energy, spreading instantly like stones dropped into a lake. Lin Fan froze abruptly. What the hell? Where's my NASA VMP? He felt that the electromagnetic pulse he had just released seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, instantly smoothed out and nullified. Was it neutralized? Lin Fan was stunned. This was the first time his electromagnetic pulse fungal network had been countered in such a bizarre way. It wasn't overwhelmed by a stronger force but directly nullified by some technical means. Meanwhile, in the coalition camp, a cold smirk appeared on Wei Xuan's lips. On his tactical map, the area representing Lin Fan's fungal mat had just lit up with an energy reaction indicating electromagnetic pulse, only to be perfectly covered and neutralized by another energy waveform generated by the drone's self-destruction. This was a specially prepared greeting gift for the siege. Wei Xuan sneered inwardly. He wouldn't give Lin Fan any chance to catch his breath. Next round. Support team, suppress the target domain. Following Wei Zhuan's command, several support-type geniuses, led by Su Yuli, simultaneously took action from the rear of the coalition forces. Gray, withered yellow, and ghastly green halos shot out, soaring over the heads of allied forces and blanketing the expansive fungal mat ahead. Activity suppression, energy conversion delay. Structural weakening, a series of negative effects specifically targeting biological domains, seeped into every corner of the mycelia network like maggots on a bone. Lin Fan felt that the once vibrant and smoothly functioning fungal mat seemed as though it had been doused with a truckload of liquid nitrogen, its activity plummeting precipitously. Some of the mycelium even began to wither and decompose. The entire fungal mat fell into an unprecedented state of dullness and stagnation. 3 strikes. The first strike, earth-shaking, forcing you to reveal yourself. The second strike, reverse pulse, severing your arm. The third strike, weakening halo, destroying your foundation. In just a dozen seconds, Wei Zhuan had suppressed Lin Fan's greatest advantage, the fungal mat domain, through 3 tactical maneuvers, a golden opportunity. Wei Zhuan's eyes lit up. He abruptly turned to the man beside him, who had long been unable to contain himself, and spoke decisively. "Qinzan, it's your turn." Roar, a suppressed growl finally erupted from Qinzan's throat. He had waited far too long for this moment, his blazing fighting spirit transformed into a visible crimson aura, surging skyward from his towering frame. "Assault team. Charge with me," Qinzan commanded. Behind him, the dozen battle-hard and elites instantly formed a sharp arrowhead formation. He himself was the sharpest tip of the arrow. Target, the center of the pass, crush him. Boom, the ground beneath Qinzhan's feet exploded as he launched forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the lone, chubby figure at the center of the pass. The dozen men behind him followed closely, their collective momentum merging into an unstoppable siege spear. Their target was Qian Duo. At the center of the pass, Qian Duo stared at the death arrow charging straight at him, feeling an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure. At that moment, Lin Fan's voice echoed in his mind through the Squan channel. "Fatty, can you hold out? The leader on the other side has at least an S-grade talent, don't fight recklessly." Qian Duo's breathing grew heavy, his small eyes fixed on the approaching crimson orant, flickering with a do-or-die determination. He knew Lin Fan was worried about him. He also knew that, as someone with an A-grade talent, he was indeed outmatched by these S-grade and even S-grade geniuses. To put it bluntly, he wasn't even qualified to be cannon fodder. But precisely because of this, he had to fight with everything he had. He couldn't always be the one hiding behind Lin Fan. "Just part of the atmosphere group, Fan bro, don't worry about me." He didn't look back, but his voice transmitted clearly through the channel, trembling slightly yet filled with undeniable resolve. "Even if Fatty here gets crushed into a pile of meat paste today, I won't let these bastards take a single step forward." On the other end of the communication channel, Lin Fan was silent for a moment. He laughed. Qian Duo grinned widely, his entire body trembling with excitement, with fervor, with fighting spirit burning to its peak. His round body suddenly sagged, his feet firmly planted into the fungal mat, and his gluttonous physique pushed to the limit. The high-energy fat within his body ignited at this moment, and dazzling golden light burst forth from him, rendering his entire being into an enraged golden war god. "Come on," his outstretched arm seemed to truly transform into an impenetrable wall. On the cliff, Lin Fan watched the scene below, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This is what Lin Fan's adopted son should be. He slowly stood up from the edge of the cliff, his previously lazy gaze now unprecedentedly serious. This simple action seemed to change the entire battlefield's atmosphere. Since the fat guy has been ignited, then let this farce move into the next stage, at the Watcher Base, Command Center. On the massive holographic screen, the changes in the battlefield at the pass were displayed in real time, as clear as a god's perspective. The triple-ring tactical kill. Ruthless, Teacher Wu from Tianji Academy stared at the data stream on the screen first, use seismic force to force out the fungal blanket. Then use reverse pulse to disable electromagnetic abilities, and finally, large-scale field suppression. This combo left Yao Guang's kid no chance of survival. Wei Zhuan's command had reached a flawless level, and now Qinzhan's assault team had already cut in, leaving Yao Guang's tank completely unable to hold. The defeat is certain. The teacher from Tianshui Academy agreed in a deep voice, with a hint of pride in his tone. "What did I say?" Ma Kan from Tianquan Academy slapped his thigh and laughed gleefully. "Teacher Shu, your Yao Guang team is completely done for now." In the corner, Xu Wenbo stared at the screen, his clasped hands gripping so tightly that his knuckles cracked. It's over. This was the only thought in his mind. Lin Fan and Qiong Duo had been completely targeted, every step calculated to the last detail. However, amidst the commotion and tension, the chief commander on the stage remained calm. He ignored the teacher's discussions, his gaze flickering with flames of curiosity and anticipation. Forced to this extent, he softly spoke, as if asking the adjutant beside him or himself. What will he bring out to turn this game around? Boom! Qinzan, wrapped in crimson battle flames, collided head-on with Qiong Duo, who had raised a golden shield. The sonic boom mixed with the sound of metal clashing exploded, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in a ring, stripping and blowing away all the rubble and dust on the ground, under the stunned gazes of everyone in the Allied forces camp. The battle spear that should have been unstoppable was forcibly blocked. The rock layer beneath Qiong Duo's feet cracked inch by inch, spitterbear-like fissures spreading wildly, half of his body sinking into the ground. But he did not fall. A 200-pound fat man used his bloated body to firmly withstand the enemy's full force charge. How is this possible? Qinzan's figure slightly paused. The trace of astonishment on his face. He stared at the fat man in front of him, whose entire body of fat was trembling. This guy was far tougher than he had anticipated. Hehe. Qiong Duo's chest heaved violently, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet he revealed a smile mixed with pain. Is that all you've got? The mere scratch? Courting death? Qinzan was completely enraged, his battle intent surging once more. The teammates behind him bypassed him from both sides, unleashing a storm of attacks like torrential rain. Bang bang bang, the golden psionic shield on Qiong Duo's body flickered unsteadily, as if it could shatter at any moment. He was trapped in a desperate situation. Surrounded and under concentrated fire. From afar, Wei Zhuan, who had been overlooking the battlefield through the tactical end table, seized this opportunity. Everyone, prepare for the next round of ranged attacks. Wei Zhuan's command was issued immediately. As he raised his hand to point at the figure atop the cliff. Suppress him completely, don't let him make any rescue moves. Within the Allied forces. A new wave of psionic energy began to gather, ready to be unleashed. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, observing the brutal scene below, showed no intention of intervening. This was Fatty's own choice, his battle. It was also a testament to the trust between them. New movements. Lin Fan suddenly looked up into the distance. Through the perception of the silent shadow spores, he sensed the Allied forces gathering energy for a new round of attacks. This time, all the attack trajectories were aimed at him. Trying to suppress me, to stop me from providing support? The tactic is standard, but a bit naive. Lin Fan's lips curled slightly. His consciousness silently merged with the entire battlefield. The silent shadow spores he had previously released for reconnaissance began to converge quietly above the enemy camp, carried by the wings of Rift Star. At the center of the pass, Qiong Duo's situation was critical. He could feel his psionic energy being rapidly drained, and the shield on his body was as thin as a cicada's wing. With only his A-level talent and condensed core realm strength, holding out against the siege of over a dozen elites was nothing short of a pipe dream. Brother fam, Fatty might not be able to stick with you till the end. Qiong Duo muttered to himself, a fierce determination flashing in his small eyes. He had no intention of retreating. Under the stunned gazes of all the assault team members, Qiong Duo reached into his pocket and pulled out 5 vials of potion, each radiating a dazzling S-level glow. Then, he performed an action that made everyone's scalp tingle. He shoved all 5 vital openings into his mouth, and with a crunch, shattered them with his teeth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He tilted his head back, swallowing the potions mixed with glass shards in one go, as if downing strong liquor. What is he doing? Is he insane? Those are S-level potions, he's drinking them like water? A freshman recognized the grade of the potions and exclaimed in disbelief. An overwhelming surge of psionic energy, enough to tear a body apart, exploded within Qiong Duo. His skin instantly flushed red, and his veins bulged prominently, one by one. Torrents of heat erupted from every pore, distorting the surrounding air. Roared gluttony. At this moment, all the psionic energy within him burned like a raging inferno. Buzz. A brilliant golden light shot into the sky, the psionic shield that had been on the verge of shattering solidified in an instant, rapidly flowing and reshaping into a set of menacing, heavy golden armor that covered his entire body. His physique visually expanded, transforming into an enraged golden gluttonous beast. Get the hell out of my way. With a sudden burst of strength, he forced Qinzan, who was in front of him, to take half a step back. Damn it, that fat bastard doesn't play fair. Qinzan gritted his teeth, feeling the exponentially increased power emanating from Qian Duo. However, the berserk Qian Duo did not choose to engage Qinzan in a head-on fight. Meet Cannonball, he cracked a ferocious grin. His entire body transforming into an out-of-control golden cannonball, crashing directly into the other members of the assault team. Not good, scatter. The two team members in his path turned pale with fright, trying to dodge, but it was too late. Bang! Two figures were sent flying, their chest bones visibly caving in as they spewed blood, tumbling back over 10 meters and losing combat ability on the spot. Bastard, Qinzan, seeing his teammates severely injured, was furious. He turned and chased after Qian Duo, the battle blade in his hand igniting with a blinding crimson flame, slashing at the rampaging gold and Eamon god again and again. Coward. Your opponent is me, but Qian Duo refused to engage him head-on, instead charging madly toward the other members of the assault team. His goal was clear: to take out as many of these annoying flies as possible before he was worn down. Faced with wave after wave of attacks, he didn't just rely on his body to endure. When he couldn't dodge in time, a long sword shimmering with a cold gleam slashed into his shoulder. He suddenly twisted his head, opened his mouth wide, and bit down on the blade. Crunch! The spiritual energy radiating from the sword was forcibly gnawed off in a chunk. My sword. The team member felt a momentary disruption in the connection between his weapon and its spiritual energy, staring him out of his wits. Qian Duo's berserk state shocked every enemy present. This fat man was practically a monster in human skin. Qinzan noticed the strangeness of Qian Duo and began attacking faster and harder. Breaker of armies, he roared, the crimson flames on his battle blade solidifying as he slashed at Qian Duo. A deep crack appeared on the golden armor, and a strange ripple spread along the fissure. It was the armor-piercing effect of the Breaker of armies. Qian Duo's defense was weakened by that strike. Again, Qinzan seized the opportunity, aiming every slash at the crack. Meanwhile, Qian Duo's aura grew increasingly chaotic. The overloaded energy from the potion, the continuous injuries, and the side effects of overusing the gluttonous body were beginning to show. Roar, a low growl, inhuman in nature, escaped his throat. His sanity was being devoured by an endless hunger, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. The overflowing spiritual energy around him began to coalesce faintly into the form of a bloodthirsty gluttonous beast. The rock beneath his feet shattered as Qian Duo's bulky figure left a blurred after image in the air, charging toward the nearest assault team member. The other members of the assault team were completely stunned. This fat man was utterly unreasonable. Ignoring the strongest Qinzan behind him, he turned himself into a rampaging, destructive cannonball. Scatter. Quickly, scatter, a genius from Yueqing Academy shouted hoarsely. The golden streak of light had already slammed into his chest. Bang! The spiritual energy shield on his body shattered instantly, the crack spreading faster than sound. He was blasted off the ground, spitting a stream of blood mid-air before crashing to the ground, convulsing a few times before passing out completely. Attempting to restrain him with a torrent of flames, didn't even hear the sound of his own attack. Qian Duo opened his mouth wide, and the surging flames powered by spiritual energy were swallowed whole. Not even a spark remaining. Stop him, don't let him charge around, damn it. All my attacks were absorbed by him, how am I supposed to fight like this? The formation of the assault team collapsed instantly, and the remaining members, faces filled with terror, scattered in all directions. Bastards! Qinzan's furious roar followed closely. The battle blade in his hand dragged a crimson glow as he slashed again and again at Qian Duo's back. Coward, come and fight me! Each strike caused the golden armor to tremble violently, sending out dazzling sparks. But Qian Duo, like a completely berserk bull, ignored the attacks on his back, focusing solely on chasing the fleeing snacks. Soon, the entire assault team was reduced to just Qinzan, standing with his blade sprawled in disarray, all incapacitated. Qinzan stared at the figure's back, the crimson aura burning around him slowly retracting into his body. Roar! Qian Duo locked onto his final target and charged again. Qinzan lightly tapped the ground with his toes, sliding sideways to narrowly evade the attack. Qian Duo missed, his feet leaving to deep imprints in the rocky ground. Before he could turn around, Qinzan had already ghosted to his flank, his blade carving a cunning arc and striking precisely at a weak point in the opponent's psionic armor. Clang! Sparks flew, Qian Duo roared in pain, his massive body erupting with unnatural agility as he turned and swung a punch at Qinzan. But Qinzan, at the moment the blade made contact, had already retreated, cleanly and without hesitation, avoiding a direct confrontation. He had changed his strategy. He was waiting. Amidst the storm-like attacks, he patiently waited for that one and only opening. On the cliff, Lin Fan watched the one-sided slaughter below. He was pleased to see the enemies fall one by one but also worried about the fat man's current out-of-control state. This guy is really reaching his limit. At that moment, through the perception of the silent shadow spores, Lin Fan sensed hundreds of psionic lights converging again within the coalition forces, all targeting him. Ready? This time the target is me. The opposing commander sure timed it well. Lin Fan raised his head, looking at the invisible mist that had long shrouded the coalition forces above, in the coalition camp. Why is there so much sand? A student from Tianji Academy asked in confusion. At some point, the wind had picked up, blurring their vision. Forget the wind, prepare to attack, his captain sharply stopped his complaints. At the forefront of the camp, however, there was a chilling sense of unease. Something's wrong. This sandstorm. Something's very wrong. An inexplicable sense of threat made his hair stand on end. His tactical map showed normal energy readings in the surrounding environment. With no anomalies, yet the biological instinct of danger was screaming alarms in his mind. Something's happening. Wei Xuan suddenly looked up at the gray sky. Everyone, defend, Shui Yilai, maximize the purification aura. He roared with all his might through the tactical link to everyone. On the cliff, Lin Fan softly uttered two words, too late. With a thought, the deathly mist above the coalition forces, composed of billions of silent shadow spores, detonated instantly. No explosion. No light. Only a silent ripple spread from high above, instantly enveloping the entire Allied forces base. But Wei Xuan's brain felt as if an invisible hand had gripped it tightly. The sophisticated tactical sand table he had been so proud of flickered on the screen and instantly turned into static. All connections with the Allied forces were severed. An excruciatingly sharp pain pierced into his mind. Under the intense pain, he let out a muffled groan, dropped to one knee, and supported himself on the ground with his hand. Mental attack? He tried to reconnect to the sand table, but all that responded was a cacophony of piercing screeches. The command chain had been severed at its root. This Yao Guang champion had hidden such a large-scale mental attack capability. It wasn't just him. All Allied members swept by the invisible ripple experienced hell simultaneously. The flow of spiritual energy within their bodies instantly stagnated and became chaotic. Strange, dazzling illusions appeared before their eyes. Their ears were filled with maddening, piercing buzzing. My spiritual energy, I can't control my spiritual energy anymore, my head is going to explode. Help, I feel like there are so many bugs crawling in my brain. The prepared saturation attack came to an abrupt halt. Su Yulai struggled to maintain the life's praise aura she had opened, which flickered violently, dimmed, and teetered on the brink of collapse. The entire command chain was completely severed in that instant. The Allied forces, composed of over 100 elite freshmen, fell into a temporary collective disconnection and were rendered completely incapacitated. The negative aura shrouding the fungal carpet at the pass dissipated one by one due to the loss of subsequent energy support. Lin Fan immediately felt the heavy pressure on the fungal carpet lift, and the activity of the entire domain began to recover rapidly. He lightly tapped the cliff with his toe. Torrential spiritual energy surged along the rock wall, through the underground fungal network, and frantically poured into the gray-black fungal carpet at the center of the pass. Countless fungal threads grew wildly underground, preparing for the next clash. Meanwhile, at the center of the pass, the battle reached its conclusion. War Tian Duo let out a beast-like growl from his throat, his eyes completely consumed by blood red. The after-effects of the gluttonous body finally devoured his sanity entirely. His movements froze for a brief moment. It was this very moment. Qinzan moved. His body, which had been tightly wound, fully relaxed at this instant. The power he had been accumulating, the battle intent he had sublimated, all poured into the blade, break army. The simplest and purest downward slash. This strike embodied all the pride of the Academy's top freshman. Clang, the blade struck Qian Duo's chest. The indestructible golden spiritual energy aura emitted a strained wail under the blow. The next second cracked, countless cracks spread like the spitterbear from the point of impact. The armor that had withstood countless attacks completely shattered, disintegrating into golden light particles that scattered into the air. The terrifying momentum of the blade did not diminish, carrying immense kinetic energy as it swam into Qian Duo's chest. His massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, was sent flying. Boom, he crashed heavily into the cliff behind him. The hard rock forming a human-shaped indentation as rubble crumbled and fell. Qian Duo, embedded in the cliff, took one last look at the figure atop the cliff before losing consciousness entirely. Thus, Yao Guang Squad 1 was down to one member. The Allied Forces assault team had only one person left. Meanwhile, Chaos reigned in the distant Allied camp, making it impossible to organize any effective attack in the short term. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence at this moment. In the center of the pass, Qinzhan stood with his blade in hand. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the top of the cliff. On the cliff, Lin Fan's gaze finally landed on the last enemy still standing. At this moment, their eyes met across the distance, and their fighting spirits soared to the heavens. At the top of the cliff, Lin Fan ignored the scorching battle intent emanating from Qinzhan. With a thought, from the pit behind the pass where Qiong Duo had crashed, a torrent of gray-black mycelium surged forth. They gently wrapped around the chubby figure embedded in a rock wall, weaving into a dense net that cheerfully extracted him from the rubble. A faint perception tin through the mycelium network. The heartbeat was weak but steady. Breathing was long and deep. Though unconscious, his vital signs were stable. Good. Just over accretion of psionic energy and stamina, Lin Fan's tense nerves relaxed slightly. I'll get you an extra broomstick when we get back. This guy really is a top-tier tank. The mycelium-formed stretcher carried Qiong Duo silently to the rear of the pass, placing him in a safe corner far from the battlefield. Throughout the entire process, Qinzhan stood by and watched without intervening. As the top student of Tianshan Yangzhi Academy, he had his pride. What he sought was a fair and square duel. When the last strand of mycelium withdrew from Qiong Duo and disappeared underground, Qinzhan finally moved. Crimson battle intensity ignited with a roar, and the rocky ground beneath his feet shattered in response. His entire body shot upward like a cannonball. During his ascent, he suddenly kicked against the cliff wall. Bang! The hard rock wall was stomped into a deep pit, cracks radiating outward. Using the force, his figure rose even higher, hurtling toward Lin Fan at the top of the cliff with even greater speed. Lin Fan's pupils contracted. What astonishing explosive power! Crash! Just as Qinzhan was about to reach the summit, the surface of the cliff's edge suddenly began to rift. Countless mycelium burst through the rock, intertwining and hardening in an instant to form a menacing wall of thorns, blocking Qinzhan's path. Faced with this sudden obstacle, Qinzhan twisted his body to its limit mid-air. The battle blade in his hand glowed with a blinding red light. Break! With a thunderous shout, the blade slashed out in a domineering arc. Clang! The piercing sound reverberated through the pass. The crystalline wall, strong enough to withstand artillery fire, was cleaved into with a single strike. Shattered crystals scattered in all directions. Qinzhan passed through the gap and landed heavily at the top of the cliff, the rock beneath his feet fracturing inch by inch. Now, it was one-on-one. He rested the heavy battle blade on his shoulder, crimson flames of energy rising around him. An invisible force field spread outward. Battle intent, Borad. Lin Fan immediately felt the air around him grow thick and viscous. Not only was the activity of the mycelium affected, but even the flow of his own psionic energy was subtly suppressed. It was enough to demonstrate the domineering nature of the opponent's talent. Yao Guang's top scholar, Qinzhan said, his tone devoid of mockery. Filled only with pure fighting spirit. Let me see what earned you that position. Lin Fan smirked. You want to see? The ticket isn't cheap. Before the voice had faded, the ground beneath his feet instantly transformed into a surging fungal carpet. Whoosh, whoosh, dozens of fungal spikes burst out from all directions around Qinzhan, stabbing at him from incredibly tricky angles. Not a single one was a frontal attack. Yet Qinzhan seemed to have eyes on his back. With a flick of his wrist, the battle blade on his shoulder spun into an impenetrable crimson curtain of blades. Clang, clang, a series of sharp, dense sounds exploded. Every incoming fungal spike, without exception, was precisely blocked and shattered by the blade curtain. What speed, what terrifying combat instincts, this guy is practically a machine born for battle, Lin Fan thought to himself. Qinzhan's voice carried a hint of disappointment. Then it's my turn. He stomped the ground, his entire body transforming into a crimson after image as he launched an offensive charge. The 50-meter distance was covered in an instant. However, Lin Fan remained standing in place. Completely motionless. Just as Qinzhan's blade was about to touch his body, a shield of compressed, high-density fungal scales instantly formed in front of Lin Fan. Qinzhan's battle blade struck the shield with a heavy thud. The scale shield caved in violently but instantly thickened layer upon layer, forcibly absorbing the domineering strike. Sparks flew between the blade and the shield. Qinzhan frowned. What a tough defense. Moreover, he could feel his strength being continuously redirected and dispersed by the peculiar structure of the scales. Before he could exert force again, the tingling electric current suddenly surged from the fungal carpet beneath his feet. Thunderstorm fungal carpet beneath his feet. Thunderstorm fungal carpet. Qinzhan felt a brief numbness in his legs, causing his movements to stall for a split second. Although the current was harmless to someone of his physique, in a battle between experts, even a momentary flaw could be fatal. Swish! Sharp crystal spikes suddenly emerged from the shadow at his feet, aiming directly for his calf. Qinzhan's pupils contracted as he forcefully twisted his body with a burst of strength from his waist. Squelch! The crystal spiked through his combat suit, leaving a bloody gash on his calf. This was the first time Qinzhan had been hurt since the battle began. He flipped backward to create distance from Lin Fan, glanced at the wound on his leg, and instead revealed an excited smile. The crimson aura around his body burned even more fiercely. The passive ability of his 100 battles physique activated, causing the muscles around the wound to instantly tighten, stopping the bleeding within mere breaths. Your little tricks are indeed strange. Defense, ambush, control. You've got quite a variety. Qinzhan flexed his wrist, but his tone suddenly shifted, and an even more terrifying aura surged skyward. In the face of absolute power, all techniques are meaningless. Break army. He gripped his blade with both hands and raised it high. The blade radiated an almost tangible crimson light, drawing in all the surrounding air and light toward it. An unprecedented sense of threat gripped Lin Fan's breath. This strike could shatter all his defenses. Multitasking, Lin Fan summoned dozens of massive crystal spikes that erupted from the ground, intertwining to form a layered crystal barrier in front of him. Meanwhile, the fungal carpet beneath his feet writhed furiously. Slash! Qinzhan roared as he brought the blade down. The crimson blade light, like a lightning bolt tearing through heaven and earth, struck the crystalline barrier. Crack! The barrier, composed of high-density crystallized fungal threads, was as fragile as paper before the crimson blade light and was torn apart. The momentum of the blade light did not diminish, continuing forward and carving a menacing trench several meters deep into the rock where Lin Fan stood. Qinzhan maintained his slashing posture, his sharp gaze fixed ahead. The other end of the trench was empty. Lin Fan's figure had vanished from the spot. Huh? Qinzhan was momentarily stunned. The next second, an intense sense of danger pressed down from above, and he looked up in shock. Lin Fan had somehow appeared in mid-air. Standing atop a massive sphere woven from countless fungal threads, the surface of the fungal sphere crackled with arcs of electricity, lightning surging. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Lin Fan's voice drifted down from above. Try taking this move. With a light tap of his toe on the fungal sphere, the enormous thunderstorm fungal sphere descended like a meteor, crashing down toward Qinzhan below. Qinzhan's vision was filled with the massive sphere falling from the sky. Crackling sounds of electric currents drowned out the wind in a narrow pass. A terrifying pressure poured down from the sky, locking him in place. Retreat? These two words had never existed in Qinzhan's dictionary. As the top freshman of Tianquan Academy and assess grade talent awakened to Master of Arms, his pride would not allow him to dodge even slightly. His only choice was to face the challenge head-on and shatter it with the blade in his hand. Good timing. Qinzhan shouted, holding his battle blade horizontally in front of his chest, but every ounce of spiritual energy within him, along with his unyielding fighting spirit, poured into the blade at that moment. The blade ignited once more with crimson flames, carrying an unstoppable resolve, a determination to burn everything to ashes. Boom! The rocky platform beneath his feet exploded instantly. His entire body shot forward like a crimson meteor, charging straight at the thunderous fungal sphere descending like a meteorite. He would use his body as a blade to defy the heavens. On the fungal sphere, Lin Fan's calm gaze followed the crimson streak. Madman. That was the only thought in his mind. However, when facing someone like Qinzhan, any act of madness seemed entirely reasonable. Because this was the pride of someone standing at the pinnacle of the talent pyramid. He respected this choice. At the same time, he would respond with his strongest power, crushing this pride along with its owner. This was respect from an enemy. Lin Fan's thoughts shifted, and the massive thunderstorm fungal sphere grew even brighter, descending with even greater ferocity. In the sky, Qinzhan's figure was indeed small compared to the thunderous sphere. But he pressed forward without hesitation. Slash! A thunderous shout echoed through the heavens. The crimson blade light struck the center of the thunderous sphere with precision. At that moment, the entire world fell silent. The blade's edge cut through the outer layer of fungal threads and lightning like a hot knife through butter, slicing deep into the sphere. The billions of thunderbolts accumulated within the sphere found an outlet to erupt. Boom! A blinding blue-white light burst forth, endless electric serpents radiated from the impact point, transforming into a raging tide that swept madly in all directions. The solid cliff platform trembled and groaned under the force, massive chunks of rock torn apart and hurled into the sky, smoke and electric light mixed and surged skyward, forming a small, rolling mushroom cloud above the pass. In the distance, the coalition forces' position. Wei Xuan supported himself on the ground with one hand, gasping heavily, his face drained of color. He tried to restart the tacticals and table. But the feedback from his consciousness was nothing but noise and stinging pain. Beside him, Chu Yuelai's face was equally pale as she struggled to maintain the drastically reduced light spray's aura, providing weak healing to the surrounding classmates. The loud explosion from the direction of the pass made both of them look up simultaneously. Their faces showed identical expressions of shock. It's Tianzan and Yao Guang's top student. Wei Xuan managed to utter a few words with difficulty. Can collisions of this intensity really be achieved at the condensed core stage? Chu Yuelai's voice trembled slightly. Lost, a member of the Tianchuan Academy team slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant. No. Wei Xuan shook his head. It's not over yet. Tianzan. Wei Xuan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Regroup, recover as much as possible, it's the only thing we can and must do now. At the Watcher Base's command center, all the teachers and military personnel stood up, staring intently at the apocalyptic scene on the holographic screen. The massive thunderball, from its formation to its impact, was perfectly captured by high-definition cameras. Is this the ability of the Yao Guang student? Teacher Wu from Chenjungda spoke in a dry voice, filled with disbelief. Are you kidding me? This power rivals the secondary cannon of a starship. How could someone with an F-grade talent produce an attack of this magnitude? Wait. Look at the coalition forces. Why are they all down? They had been focused on the battle between Tianzan's assault team and Yao Guang's Squad 1. It wasn't until someone pointed it out that they noticed the devastation on the other screen showing the coalition's position. Hundreds of elite freshmen were now sprawled in disarray, with many clutching their heads and writhing on the ground. What just happened? No idea, but it seems Wei Xuan's talent ability was forcibly cut off. Voices of discussion rose and fell, as everyone was bewildered by the bizarre scene. It's mental attacks. The speaker was the quiet female mentor from Cayenne Academy. Mental attacks? A teacher from Tianchuan Academy was stunned. And group attacks? How is that possible? That Yao Guang student is a biocide fungal cultivator. Not a psychic. The female mentor shook her head, her expression grave. I don't know how he did it. But judging from the state of the students in the footage, they all suffered high-intensity mental shock simultaneously, accompanied by strong hallucinatory effects. This is an extremely terrifying large-scale mental attack. Her words plunged the room into silence once again. Bizarre crystallized spikes, focused energy beams, large-scale electromagnetic pulses. Now, a group mental attack in a thunderstorm fungal sphere with power comparable to a ship-mounted secondary cannon. Just how many hidden cards does this Yao Guang Academy top student have? Is he really an F-grade talent fungal cultivator? In the corner, Xu Wenbo trembled with excitement, his old face flushed red. He wanted to laugh out loud but feared losing composure in front of his colleagues. He could only clench his fists tightly, screaming internally. He turned the tables, he really turned the tables. On the command platform, an unprecedented light shone in the eyes of the chief commander. Well done, the trouble on Emerald Star let him give it a try. His lips curled into an involuntary smile. At the cliff summit, the thunderstorm gradually subsided, and the billowing dust began to settle slowly. On the previously flat cliff platform, a charred crater over 20 meters in diameter appeared, its edges flickering with faint arcs of electricity. Lin Fan descended from the air, landing at the edge of the crater. The strike had consumed a great deal of energy, leaving his face pale. Is it over? He activated the mycelium network, sensing toward the center of the crater. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. At the deepest part of the crater, amidst the charred ruins, a faint life force was steadily rising. Cough. Cough cough. Violent coughing echoed from the bottom of the pit. A figure staggered up from the wreckage. It was Tianzan. His appearance at this moment was utterly miserable. His combat suit had turned to charcoal, his skin cracked inch by inch, and his body was covered in scars from lightning burns and explosive impacts. Blood continuously dripped from the corners of his mouth and chest. Not only that, the crimson battle aura surrounding him was now more solid and ferocious than ever before. This was the most terrifying trump card of the SS-level talent warlord, the passive ability body of 100 battles. A Qing born for battle, every injury he suffered stimulated his body to develop stronger resistance and recovery. When life was pushed to the brink, even fatal damage would ignite the ultimate burst, triggering the rebirth from death effect. A power far beyond the limits of core condensation surged from the depths of his body, frantically repairing his near-collapsing form. Ling Fan's eye twitched. He sensed that Tianzan's aura had undergone a qualitative transformation. The crimson battle aura was no longer an illusory flame but had turned into tangible magma, encircling him and even distorting the surrounding air with intense heat. This was no mere surge in power. It was a temporary escape from the shackles of core condensation through talent, forcibly elevating his realm to the next level manifestation. Huff. Qinzan exhaled a breath mixed with blood and black smoke, slowly raising his head. His face showed no trace of pain or defeat, instead, it carried an exhilarating, unrestrained laugh. Haha, and now this is more like it, this is how it should be. He reached out and pulled the battle blade embedded in a nearby wreckage. Yao Guang stopped. Scholar, let's continue. As his words fell, boom, Qinzan's figure once again transformed into a crimson lightning bolt, shooting explosively toward Lin Fan. Facing the crimson lightning bolt hurtling toward him, Lin Fan did not take it lightly. The speed, power, and momentum were worlds apart from before. With a thought, layers of fine grayscales instantly appeared on Lin Fan's combat suit, scale armor mycelium. Not only that, but in front of him, a thicker shield of scale armor materialized out of thin air. Boom, Qinzan's blade arrived. Crack, the newly formed scale armor shield in front of Lin Fan shattered in less than half a second, exploding into countless fragments of mycelium. The residual force of the blade's ferocious momentum did not diminish, landing squarely on Lin Fan. His entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Bang, Lin Fan crashed heavily onto a massive boulder dozens of meters away, smashing the hard rock into a giant human-shaped crater, with spitterbell-like cracks spreading instantly. Coffee slid down the rock wall, kneeling on one knee, looking disheveled, with even a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The scale-like fungal layer on his body surface had also suffered extensive collapse, revealing the scorched and damaged combat suit underneath. Damn, Lin Fan cursed softly in his heart. Activating the experience card really made a difference. This power was absurdly overwhelming. Before he could catch his breath, a wave of scorching wind rushed toward him again. Qinzan's figure had already closed in once more. His eyes were blood red, his entire body emitting high-temperature steam, resembling a moving volcano filled with destructive power. He knew very well that his current state was borrowed. Time was his greatest enemy. He had to finish this quickly. Slash. Qinzan roared, his battle blade slashing down. There was no flare, only pure extreme power and speed. Lin Fan's pupils contracted, and the fungal carpet beneath his feet suddenly rolled up, propelling his body sideways to the limit. Boom, the blade struck the ground. The spot where he had been standing was instantly carved into a terrifying 10-meter-long, bottomless gash. Rock splattered, and dust billowed. Trying to run? Qinzan snorted coldly, his combat instincts instantly locking onto Lin Fan's new position. He turned and swept his blade horizontally. The crimson blade light swept across the ground like a deadly crescent moon. The fungal threads under Lin Fan's feet surged, pushing him into the air, narrowly avoiding the strike. However, Qinzan's attacks were relentless. Like a storm, he sometimes kicked off walls for leverage, sometimes charged forward on the ground, his battle blade transforming into a crimson storm of death, enveloping the entire cliff platform. Boom, bang, crack. For a moment, the entire mountaintop platform trembled violently. Lin Fan's figure darted and dodged amidst the flashes of blades and shadows, relying on the fungal carpet's assistance to narrowly evade the blade's edge time and again. The crystal spike wall was shattered by a single slash. The scale armor shield was blasted away with one strike. The paralyzing effect of the thunderstorm fungal carpet was almost negligible in the face of Qinzan's overwhelming battle intent. He looked utterly battered, capable only of defending and dodging. In the distance, at the Allied forces' position, which had just caught their breath, Wei Xuan and Su Yuli, along with others, stared in shock at the battle atop the cliff. It's Qinzan. He's suppressing that Yao Guang champion. So strong, is this Qinzan's true power, that aura? I feel my talent trembling. This is definitely not a power that a condensation core stage can possess, it's manifestation. Qinzan, he temporarily broke through to the manifestation stage. Su Yuli's voice was filled with astonishment, Wei Xuan's eyes reignited with hope. He stared at the battlefield, muttering to himself, so this is his trump card. Truly terrifying, the Allied forces' morale, after witnessing Qinzan's divine might, was reignited, sweeping away their previous despair. The scales of victory seemed to tilt back in their favor. Atop the cliff, another fierce collision. Lin Fan used the fungal threads to pull himself away, creating a 30-meter distance from Qinzan. Qinzan stood with his blade in hand, his chest heaving violently, the breath he exhaled carrying a scorching heat. The brief burst of power had placed an enormous strain on his body. He looked at the opponent across from him. who seemed only capable of dodging, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his crimson eyes. Is this all you've got? Qinzhan's voice was hoarse and arrogant. In the face of true manifestation, your strange little tricks are no longer worth mentioning. I admit you're strong enough to push me to this point. You're the first of the new generation. But this fight should end now. He slowly raised the war blade in his hand, preparing to gather his strength for a final, decisive strike. However, Lin Fan, standing opposite him, slowly straightened his posture. He patted the dust off his body, and instead of showing any sign of defeat or fear, he revealed a peculiar smile. You say that, Lin Fan smirked, as if you've barely touched the threshold of manifestation and suddenly think you're invincible? Qinzhan frowned. What do you mean? Nothing much, Lin Fan replied, flexing his wrist, producing a crisp crack sound. I'm someone who values reciprocity and respects my opponents. Since you've powered up and had your moment of glory, it's only fair to let you enjoy it. But as your enemy, I must show you the same respect, don't you think? Now that you've experienced the power of manifestation, if I were to fight you with my original strength, wouldn't that be looking down on you? As his words fell, Du Mei force even more vast and overwhelming than Qinzhan's crimson battle aura erupted from Lin Fan's body. It was no longer the concealed and restrained spiritual energy fluctuations from before, but a gray-black domain representing infinite life and devouring. Spreading out from him in an instant, within the 3 square kilometers covered by the fungal carpet, all the mycelium began to pulsate madly, producing a deafening roar like mountains collapsing and seas surging. The cliffs trembled. The earth wailed. In the air, Qinzhan's violent crimson battle aura, in the face of this gray-black energy, was like a tiny flame in a raging storm, instantly suppressed to the point of flickering and fading. This was also the aura of the manifestation realm. But it was far more stable, pure, and unfathomable than Qinzhan's brief burst of pseudo-realm power. You! Qinzhan's arrogance and confidence froze instantly. A chill from the depths of his soul made his boiling blood turn cold. You're also manifestation? For the first time, his voice trembled with disbelief. The unshakable confidence of an Shes-class genius cracked at this moment. Lin Fan smiled. Correct, but unfortunately, there's no reward. Now then. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers lightly. The tables have turned, my friend. Responding to him was the violent upheaval of the entire fungal carpet. The ground was torn apart, then dozens of massive fungal tendrils, thicker than barrels, burst out from all directions around Qinzhan like ancient slumbering serpents awakening. Each tendril radiated a chilling spiritual energy fluctuation. The tide of battle reversed in an instant, with a look of horror. Qinzhan instinctively swung his blade at the nearest tendril. But this time, his indomitable blade was tightly entangled by the mycelium on the surface of the tentacle, stuck directly within. The next second, more tentacles came whistling from his blind spot. He struggled to defend himself, overwhelmed and flustered. These mycelium tentacles were not only incredibly tough but also astonishingly powerful. Each strike caused his blood to churn and his grip to crack. The Yaoguang scholar had stood in place from the beginning, not even moving a finger. Qinzhan's heart sank deeper and deeper into despair. At the moment he was once again violently struck and sent flying, the crimson battle aura around him, solidified like molten lava, flickered a few times before receding like a tide. The time for his talent's burst had ended. Endless weakness and exhaustion engulfed his body like a ferocious flood. His strength plummeted from the manifestation realm back to the peak of the condensed core stage. Qinzhan could no longer suppress his injuries, spitting out a mouthful of blood and falling to one knee, barely able to hold his blade. He had lost, completely and utterly defeated. Thud. Qinzhan's tall figure fell straight backward, crashing into the scorched ruins and raising a small cloud of dust, losing consciousness entirely. Lin Fan stood in place, curling his lips with a hint of dissatisfaction. That's it. I thought the SS great experience card could be renewed. He looked down at himself apart from his clothes being a bit torn and smudged with dirt. He was basically unscathed. The scene of being chased and beaten by Qinzhan earlier was so convincing that even he almost believed it. There was no choice. When your opponent goes all out, if you don't at least pretend to cooperate, it would seem disrespectful. One must be polite. If you're sending Buddha to the West, you might as well act the whole play. Now, the performance was over, and the person was down. Perfect. At the far end of the pass, the coalition force's base, Qinzhan had lost. This result was like an invisible giant hand slapping every coalition member's face hard. Its tongue, the morale that had reignited due to Qinzhan's burst, was instantly doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving not even a spark. It's over, Captain Qinzong lost. A student from Tianchuan Academy slumped to the ground in despair, his weapon clattering beside him. His voice carried a contagious tone, and the feeling of hopelessness quickly spread. Their strongest trump card, their last hope, had been crushed. How could they continue fighting? What could they fight with? It's not over yet, a steady and powerful voice broke through the dead silence of despair. It was Wei Zhuan. He propped himself up with one hand on his knee, slowly standing upright. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained an astonishing brightness. Stand up, all of you. We haven't lost yet. Wei Zhuan scanned the despondent faces around him, his voice seemingly carrying hooks that pulled each person's spirit out of the depths of despair. I admit, we all underestimated the opponent, his strength exceeded our expectations. But there's no turning back now, the battle has reached this point, we have no retreat. His words made many instinctively clench their fists. There was no retreat anymore. From the moment they decided to join forces and launch an attack, it was destined that only one side would stand in the end. We are the freshmen of 7-Star Academy. The most elite freshmen of this year's Great Shah. Wei Zhuan took a deep breath, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. We are here not to beg for mercy in front of the enemy. Remember your identity, remember your pride. We can lose, we can be eliminated. But we cannot leave on our knees. His words were like heavy hammers, striking the hearts of everyone. Some instinctively straight in their backs. Su Yuilai walked up to Wei Zhuan and said softly, Wei Zhuan, but Qinzong has already fulfilled his duty. He fought to the very last moment in his own way. Wei Zhuan's gaze swept across the crowd, his voice resolute. Now, it's our turn. Wei Zhuan took a deep breath. He knew that mere words were not enough. I have one last trump card. Their faces filled with confusion. Su Yulia frowned slightly. Wei Zhuan, now is not the time to keep us guessing. What exactly are you planning? Wei Zhuan did not answer directly but instead asked, you all know my talent is S-level tactical sandbox, right? Everyone nodded. This was widely known information. When my simulation ability is pushed to its limit, I can use myself as the core to instantly reconstruct and fuse the energy of all linked allies, ultimately forming a composite steel that contains all powers. Ultimate simulation. Unity of all. As soon as he said this, the entire crowd was shocked, combining everyone's power into one? What kind of fantasy is this? Impossible, a captain from Tianjia Academy immediately refuted. Everyone's spiritual energy at Rabim are vastly different. How could they possibly be forcibly fused? The rejection reaction alone would instantly cause you to be consumed by the energy backlash. He's right. This is something that can't be achieved at the condensation core stage. You're gambling with your life. Su Yuli's expression also became extremely serious. Wei Zhuan shook his head, his tone eerily calm. This is our only and final chance. He looked at everyone. I need you to trust me completely. Transfer all your spiritual energy to me through the tactical link. I will act as the furnace to fight for victory for all of us. These words left everyone silent. To hand over their power completely to another person for them to control? And the other party would also have to accept all kinds of spiritual energy without reservation and integrate them. What kind of trust would this require? But just as Wei Zhuan said, they had no other choice. Either they admitted defeat now and lost the most important first battle of this military training, or they bet everything and placed their hope on Wei Zhuan's astonishing final gamble. All right. The first to respond was Su Yuli. She looked at Wei Zhuan solemnly. We, Xi'an Academy, will trust you this time, madman. They're all freaking mad. Someone from Yuacheng Academy cursed but clenched their fists. Count Yuacheng Yin, we from Tianjian Diuren too, and us from Tianjuan. After a brief hesitation, responses began to rise one after another. Desperation had bred a courage to risk everything. Wei Zhuan's face finally showed a hint of a smile. He closed his eyes again and spread his arms. Buzz, an invisible wave of spiritual energy spread out from him like ripples. A tactical link more powerful and precise than ever before enveloped all the cadets within the coalition's position. At the cliff's edge, Lin Fen idly kicked a piece of rubble into the air. Still not quite satisfying. He had hoped Qinzong could hold out a bit longer, so he could fully experience the feeling and unleashing the manifestation realm's full power. But it seemed the opponent's trial card had expired prematurely. Just as he was contemplating whether to go down and take care of the remaining coalition forces in one go, he suddenly went, The silent spores floating in the air detected a peculiar psionic fluctuation. The source was the coalition's position. The psionic energy there was converging and merging in a bizarre manner. He saw the commander of the Chuanshu Academy, arms outstretched like a cult leader performing some mysterious ritual. He was drawing all the psionic energy toward himself. What was this? A mass sacrifice to summon a dragon. Lin Fan's expression turned a bit strange. Playing Dragon Ball here? Borrowing everyone's power to form a spirit bomb, huh? Marveling at their creativity. Can't win? Call for reinforcements. Still can't win after that? Now they're trying fusion. However, as he sensed the rapidly condensing energy growing more and more terrifying, he had to admit that the opposing commander was indeed a genius. Forcing completely different psionic energies to merge together, just sensing the chaos and ferocity of that energy was enough to understand how insanely difficult it was. Interesting. The boredom on Lin Fan's face vanished, replaced by the excitement of the hunter spotting prey. All right then. Military training always needs a proper closing ceremony. Since you've gone to such lengths to create a sense of occasion and handed me the final boss script, wouldn't it be unprofessional of me not to play along? Lin Fan stretched lazily, his joints cracking audibly. Let me give your military training the perfect ending. Magnificent fireworks display, free of charge. His consciousness sank into the ground beneath him. All his mental and psionic energy poured into the massive fungal colony spanning 3 square kilometers. Buzz, the fungal colony came to life. It was no longer a simple collection of mycelium but had become an extension of Lin Fan's will. A part of his body. At this moment, he was the fungal colony, and the fungal colony was him. At the coalition's position, a desperate and frenzied aura surged into the sky. Everyone's psionic energy, linked through the tactical sandbox, flowed like rushing streams, continuously being drawn away and funneled into the man at the center, Huishuan. At this moment, he was the eye of the storm. Countless streams of psionic energy, each with distinct properties, extended from every cadet and poured into his body. His face was drained of all color. Veins bulging and twisting grotesquely beneath his skin, as if they were about to tear through and burst out. His body trembled violently, enduring and inhuman. Su Li's voice quivered, Wei Xuan, as a support specialist. She could sense most clearly just how chaotic the energy within Wei Xuan's body had become. Fire and water, light and darkness, thunder and wind, dozens of completely different spiritual energies. Like wild beasts trapped in the same cage, frantically tearing, colliding, and trying to annihilate each other. And Wei Xuan's body was that precarious iron cage. Can it hold? She couldn't help but ask. Shut up. Wei Xuan squeezed out the words through gritted teeth. Focus. Transfer the energy, trust me. His voice was intermittent, yet still carried an undeniable tone. Su Li bit her lip and said no more. She poured the last trace of gentle energy from her body, without reservation, into the link. The others did the same. Damn it. I feel like my body has been completely drained, a burly man from Yinqing Academy said, his legs trembling, almost collapsing to the ground. Me too. I've never felt this weak in my life, another groaned. We Ray completely spent. This time, it has to work, it will, with so many of us. At the center of their gaze, the light around Wei Xuan grew increasingly intense. The chaotic and frenzied spiritual energies of various colors were actually being forcibly sorted, reconstructed, and fused under the terrifying computational power of his tactical sand table. They were no longer a simple accumulation of energy but were like countless precise components, being forcibly pieced together and assembled by a pair of dexterous hands in an unimaginable way. A terrifying aura far beyond the condensation core realm began to spread. It was a wave born purely for destruction. It's done. He suddenly opened his eyes, his pupils devoid of focus, with only countless runes formed by spiritual energy swirling madly within them. He slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the blurry figure atop the distant cliff. Unity of all elements, Buzz. A gray-white torrent of energy, distorting light and space, roared out from the entire coalition camp, wherever the beam passed. Ripples visible to the Makadai appeared in the space. The ground was plowed into a deep trench, and rock and soil were instantly annihilated into their most basic particles upon contact with the beam. This was the final strike, created by the combined power of nearly 100 elite 7-star Academy members present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that beam. It was their last hope to turn the tide of the battle, atop the cliff. Lin Fan had been live streaming the entire process of the opposing side teaming up to form a spirit bomb through the silent shadow spores. This special effect is worth at least 50 cents. He had to admit, the scene was quite spectacular. Using a condensation core level body to forcibly contain and fuse the spiritual energy of nearly 100 people. And actually managing to pull it off in the end, this opposing commander was ruthless. A true genius. The ground beneath Lin Fan's feet began to tremble violently, as countless crystalline spikes burst forth from the fungal colony. They proliferated madly, interconnecting with each other, and within mere seconds, formed a dense, impenetrable crystal forest made of countless sharp crystalline spikes. Crystal lattice proliferation fungal spikes, since you've gone to such lengths. I'll respond with my fullest effort as well. In front of Lin Fan, within the crystal forest, countless mycelium strands intertwined and coiled at an astonishing speed. 1 layer, 10 layers. 100 layers, 1,000 layers. In the blink of an eye, centered on the forest, a massive fungal shield as thick as a city wall was formed from the inside out, with crystalline spikes as its bones and scale-like armor as its flesh. A breathtakingly spectacular fungal barrier rose abruptly, standing tall before Lin Fan. This was the strongest defense he could muster at the moment. The next second, the earth-shattering attack arrived. Boom, a grayish-white beam of light collided with the massive, mountain-like fungal barrier. Wherever the beam touched, it annihilated. The scales on the surface of the fungal shield disintegrated upon contact, instantly decomposed and evaporated into nothingness. Layer by layer, the fungal shield, tens of meters thick, was being dissolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the coalition's camp, the exhausted trainee's eyes reignited with a glimmer of hope. It worked, the attack worked. He can't withstand it, there's no way he can withstand it. We've won. Wei Zhuan stared intently at the center of the battlefield. A flush of red appearing on his pale face. He had staked everything, all the trust placed in him. This strike was the culmination of wisdom and power. Something no ordinary person could possibly withstand, but Lin Fan clearly did not fall into the category of ordinary. The attack's intensity was impressive, but if they thought he would only passively defend, they were far too naive. Lin Fan knelt on one knee, his hands pressing lightly against the ground. Devour. His innate ability was to devour all things, turning them into nutrients for his mycelium. What others saw as destruction, a unity of myriad forms formed by the fusion of dozens of spiritual energies, was, in Lin Fan's fungal eyes, an unprecedented feast. The boundary between light and fungus became a terrifying grinding field. Every millisecond, billions of mycelium strands were obliterated in the destructive light. Yet at the same time, each strand of mycelium, in the instant it dissolved, absorbed a trace of energy from the beam. This trace of energy was negligible under normal circumstances. But in front of Lin Fan, there were tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of mycelium strands. For every strand, there was a weakening and devouring of the beam. By the time the grayish-white beam of light finally exhausted its last ounce of power, and pierced through the fungal barrier, its size had already shrunk by 99%. The remaining energy struck the newly formed scales on Lin Fan's body, creating only a faint trickle before dissipating entirely into nothingness. Silence. The wind stopped, the hum of energy vanished. It was as if everyone's breathing had ceased at that moment. On the coalition side, the trainees who had just been cheering froze, their smiles stiffening on their faces. They stared wide-eyed, in disbelief. At the figure atop the distant cliff. The dust settled. That figure still stood. No. Impossible. A trainee from Tianjia Academy stammered, his lips trembling as he muttered in a daze, that was the combined power of everyone. Our strongest attack. Just like that, gone? The battle spirit and pride that had just been forcibly reignited were shattered by reality in an instant, leaving not even a trace behind. Wei Zhuan's eyes, always filled with confidence and composure, now showed a light that shattered inch by inch, leaving only endless bewilderment and collapse. His strongest move, his ultimate trump card. It had been so effortlessly consumed by the opponent, they hadn't even forced the opponent to take a single step back. Why? Su Yuli's face was deathly pale as she looked at that godlike figure, her delicate body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, Lin Fan had no intention of answering her question. He spoke inferently, as if delivering a verdict. The opening act is over. Now. It's time for the grand finale. As the voice fell, the entire 3 square kilometer pass covered by the fungal carpet erupted. Thousands upon thousands of densely packed small mushrooms broke through the ground in an instant. They were crystal clear, with intricate internal crystalline structures refracting dazzling, multicolored light. Beautiful, yet deadly, energy-focusing crystal mushrooms. Lin Fan's lips moved silently. The next second, those crystal mushrooms, which appeared both beautiful and eerie to the allied forces, lit up instantly. Buzz. Buzz, buzz, each crystal mushroom absorbed spiritual energy from the fungal carpet, converting it into deadly rays. Was, whoosh, 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 in an instant, countless high-energy rays with terrifying penetrative power erupted from every inch of the 3 square kilometer pass. They shot from all directions toward the small area of the Allied forces' position. It was an inescapable, unavoidable rain of death. Quick, defend. Wei Zhuan was the first to react, his hoarse voice issuing the final command. He forced his drained body to try and activate the tactical Sin table again to construct a defensive formation. His talent had already been pushed beyond its limits, and the searing pain in his consciousness, as if being torn apart, made it impossible to form an effective link. She instinctively tried to raise an aura, but the spiritual energy within her had already been completely drained earlier, leaving her so dizzy she could barely stand. The others were even worse. Staggering and dazed. Boom, boom, boom. The rain of light arrived. The first wave of rays precisely covered the entire Allied forces position. A student from Yu Raging Academy instinctively raised his weapon to block. Sizzle, his ally, but Alax was pierced through with a smooth hole the moment it came into contact with the ray. Immediately after, dozens of rays struck him simultaneously. He didn't even have time to scream before his body stiff and under the concentrated energy impact, falling straight to the ground. Smoke rising from his body. This was only the beginning. Countless beams, like the whips of divine punishment, mercilessly lashed the small battlefield. Energy shields were effortlessly torn apart. Defensive skills evaporated in an instant. The students fell like wheat under a torrential rain, collapsing in swaths. Move, Wei Zhuan shoved Su Yuli aside, rolling clumsily to the other side himself. A ray grazed his cheek, leaving a scorched, bloody mark. The searing pain tightened in his numbed nerves once more. He looked around. Everywhere his eyes landing was hell. Comrades who had once fought side by side now lay on the ground, their fates uncertain. And the deadly rain of light continued. 1 ray. 10 rays. Sealing off all his escape routes. Wei Zhuan used the last of his strength to dodge 7 or 8 rays in succession. But ultimately, he reached his limit. Squelch. A beam struck his calf. The intense pain caused his body to falter. The next second, more beams rained down on him. As his consciousness faded into darkness, he saw Su Yuli, whom he had pushed away, also engulfed by several beams of light, slowly collapsing. Defeated. Completely and utterly. At the Watcher Base's command center, the moment those thousands of crystal mushrooms broke through the ground, everyone understood the battle was over. They had seen this before. Lin Fan had used this very move to instantly defeat the top freshman of Tianji Academy earlier this year. But back then, the scale was nowhere near as massive or terrifying as it is now, a fungal mat covering 3 square kilometers. Crystal mushrooms spread across the entire pass, then, the rain of light descended. The area representing the coalition forces' position was instantly engulfed by endless energy beams. That dazzling scene was like the grandest fireworks display during a festival. Yet, everyone in the command center felt a chill shoot from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Madman. Is this really something an half-level talent can achieve? Is this going to wipe them all out, this scale? This range, there's no way to dodge it. The murmurs erupted again, but this time, the voices were filled with terror. From Lin Fan showcasing his manifestation ability, effortlessly defeating the Berserk Qinzong, to Wei Zhuan uniting the strength of all his companions to unleash the earth-shattering final strike, and then to Lin Fan emerging unscathed from the attack. Finally, he retaliated in an even more terrifying and despair-inducing manner. Everyone's emotions felt like they had been on the most thrilling roller coaster ride in history. Now, the Mai had come to a stop, and they were completely numb. An officer responsible for monitoring the military training ranking swallowed hard and turned to look at the commander-in-chief. His gaze seemed to ask, "Is this operation within the rules?" The commander-in-chief's eyes had never left the main screen. Only when the rain of light gradually subsided, and not a single figure was left standing in the pass, did he slowly speak. The attack did not cause fatal injuries. All cadets are merely unconscious. The attack by Yao Guanjuris, Wad fully complies with the military training rules. After a pause, he added, "Additionally, order Rescue Team 1 to depart immediately and head to the G7 pass for rescue operations." The officer's body trembled, instantly understanding the commander-in-chief's intent. He immediately began operating the console. On the screen displaying the total rankings of all academies in the command center, the data began to frantically jump before everyone's stunned eyes. Finally, swish, the name of Yaoguang Academy surpassed Yongchuan and firmly stood at the top of the leaderboard. First place Yaoguang Academy, second placed Yanchuan Academy, third placed Yanchua Academy, third placed Yin. Shiwake the Mupwang stared blankly at the screen, murmuring in a dreamlike voice, "We are first." This faint question was like a spark dropped into boiling oil. "First, we Ray first." Xuanbo suddenly leapt from his seat, his wrinkled face flushed red with excitement, and hot tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. "We won, Wei Ray Fing first." He slammed his fist onto the metal table in front of him with a loud bang. His entire demeanor like a madman. They had been suppressed for too long, mocked for too long, mocked for too long, mocked for too long, ever since he started teaching at Yaoguang Academy. All he ever heard were insults like Farmers, Logistics Academy, and the shame of the 7 stars. On this very day, that Yaoguang, which had been nailed to the bottom of the pillar of shame for years, had risen in the most domineering manner. Stepping on everyone's heads to ascend to the peak of the 7 stars, it had crushed the other 6 top academies beneath its feet. Xu Wenbo grabbed a colleague beside him, who was also in tears, and hugged him tightly, jumping and shouting like a child. Ha ha ha, did you see that? Did everyone see that? Wei Ray first. The surrounding teachers from Yaoguang Academy had completely lost their composure. They hugged each other, pounded each other's backs, crying and laughing without any regard for their image. This was an unprecedented honor in the history of Yaoguang Academy. A moment to be recorded in history. One they could boast about for a lifetime. In stark contrast to the celebration in Yaoguang's corner was the other side, a lifeless and desolate area. The leading teacher of Tianchuan Academy stared at the name that had been pushed to second place. His face pale, his clenched fist so tight that his knuckles turned white. Over the years, it had always been them and Tuanxiu taking turns at the top. And being second was entirely unacceptable, but seeing Yaoguang above them, it was just as frustrating. The teacher from Tianshui Academy looked as if his soul had been sucked out, staring blankly at the screen. Impossible, this defies logic. His ace, Wei Xuan, with an S-level talent, had just performed the astonishing unity of myriad forms, only to become a stepping stone for an even more terrifying display from the other side. Meanwhile, teacher Wu from Tianji Academy wore a complex expression of bitterness. He thought of his top student, who had been instantly defeated. It seemed like the other side had even gone easy on them. The one feeling the worst, however, was Ma Kan from Chadaran Academy. He had been the loudest one mocking others since the start of the military training. Now, every word of ridicule had turned into a resounding boomerang, slapping him hard in the face. His gaze darted around, his expression numb, not even daring to glance in Yaoguang's direction. The other academy teachers stood there like stunned geese. One by one, jealousy, resentment? When the gap becomes so incomprehensibly vast, all that remains is bewilderment. An F-level talent had overturned their understanding of how the world worked. At the command platform, the chief commander ignored the celebration behind him. He calmly looked at the name frozen at the top of the leaderboard, the corners of his mouth slightly curving upward. He turned his head and asked the adjutant beside him, "How is the investigation I asked for?" "Commander, the results are in." The adjutant immediately stepped forward, handing over a tactical tablet that glimmered faintly. The commander took the tablet, and the adjutant promptly handed over a military-grade authorization unlock device. The commander glanced at the adjutant, then lowered his head to look at the screen. Access restricted. Viewing this individual's file requires S-level clearance. The red text on the screen made him pause. Just a freshman, just a freshman. Yet their file was encrypted in S-level? He didn't ask further. As the chief commander of this military training and the second in command of the Rift Star Defense Zone, his clearance was more than sufficient. Fingerprint, iris, psionic wave. 3 layers of verification passed. The encrypted file was unlocked, and a concise personal profile appeared on the screen. The commander's eyes quickly scanned through it. A few seconds later, the corners of his tightly pressed lips twitched for the first time, his expression shifting from astonishment to a wry smile, leaving only a deep sense of helplessness on his face. So that's how it is. No wonder this little guy acted so recklessly. This kid's background was just solid. It was like a titanium alloy steel plate charged with ultra high voltage. Anyone who touched it would be instantly incinerated. He had thought this was a rare and polished gem, someone who could be lured to Emerald Star with a bit of flattery and motivation. Now it seemed that if they didn't end up being extorted by this kid instead, they'd already be lucky. Troublesome. He handed the tablet back to the adjutant, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. "See for yourself. But don't spread it around." "Yes." The adjutant curiously took it, glanced at it briefly, and his wrist suddenly stiff and, almost dropping the tablet. When he looked back at the commander-in-chief, his gaze carried a trace of sympathy. "This corner is not easy to dig." G7 pass. Lin Fen glanced at the information on his wrist terminal. Academy overall ranking Yaoguang Academy first place, team ranking Yaoguang 1 team first place, double firsts, steady as an old dog. Mission complete, time to wrap up. He stretched lazily, feeling completely relaxed. His gaze swept over the unconscious kins on behind him, then toward the scattered bodies in the distance. A particularly wicked idea suddenly popped into his head. Since we're already here, we should leave some kind of souvenir, right? A mischievous smile tugged at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. With a thaw, countless mycelium surged out like a tide from beneath the unconscious bodies. They wrapped around the unconscious prodigies one by one, like goods on a conveyor belt, quickly gathering them in the open space at the center of the pass. Then, Lin Fan controlled the mycelium to bring the unconscious kins on down from the cliff as well. A unique performance art creation officially began. Lin Fan clasped his hands behind his back, resembling both a construction foreman inspecting a site and a picky artist. Hey you there. Yes, you move half a meter to the left. This pose needs to be more relaxed, with the serene beauty of the soulless ending to heaven. Got it? Hey, you over there. Legs together, that's an eyesore. Girls, pay attention to your image. Under Lin Fan's precise direction, over 100 bodies were meticulously arranged, adjusted, and combined. Soon, a massive calligraphy artwork composed of over 100 bodies emerged boldly. Yao Guang is awesome, TSK. Lin Fan smacked his lips in satisfaction. Now that's the vibe. Perfect. He walked to the center of the giant characters, removed his wristwatch, and handed it to a mycelium tendril that emerged from the ground. Higher. Yes, yes. Give me an aerial view and capture this magnificent scene in its entirety. The mycelium tendril lifted high, walking onto this moment of glory destined to be recorded in the annals of the 7-Star Academy's art history. Click. The photo destined to go down in history was thus immortalized. Art always comes with sacrifice. Lin Fan clasped his hands behind his back, his tone deep, as if he were a true master devoted to art. Classmates, don't thank me. It is your bodies that have collectively elevated the great art of photography. In the command center, the holographic screen broadcasted the scene live, frame by frame, frame by frame by frame. To everyone. When the 4 giant characters Yao Guang is awesome took shape, everyone was dumbfounded. The celebration in Yao Guang Academy's corner came to an abrupt halt. Zhu Yanbio's mouth hung open, his ecstatic expression frozen into a daze. You can play like this? Meanwhile, the teachers from the other 6 academies had expressions that could no longer be described as merely unpleasant. It was a level of complexity that even a color palette couldn't capture. The lead teacher of Tianchuan Academy slammed his fist on the table, trembling with anger, pointing at Wei Xuan, who formed the final stroke of the Guang character on the screen. How dare he? How dare he humiliate our Tianchuan's top student like this? The teacher from Tianchuan Academy clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. He looked at the pride of his academy, the unstoppable Tianzan, who was now lying peacefully on the ground, forming the most crucial stroke of the N character. This was humiliation. This was pressing the faces of their 6 academies into the sands of Rift Valley Star and grinding them with the soles of their feet. Killing people was one thing, but this was a blow to their dignity. They wanted to lash out, but found themselves unable to even curse properly. Rush over to argue with Yao Guang's people? How could your freshmen single-handedly defeat the coalition of our 6 academies and then use the bodies of our geniuses to pose for a photo? If they dared to say such words, the shame would only grow worse. Everyone held their breath, stuck in their chests, unable to release it or swallow it down. All they could do was rage impotently in their hearts. Indeed, only when doing bad things does one not feel tired. Lin Fan admired the photo, feeling refreshed, and put on his wristwatch. He walked over to Qian Duo. This loyal and devoted chubby guy still had his eyes closed, breathing steadily and deeply, showing no signs of waking up. The after effects of the gluttonous physique were more severe than expected. You've worked hard, my good boy. Lin Fan patted his soft belly, enjoying the excellent tactile sensation. He activated the microbial colony, weaving a luxurious soft stretcher to carry Tian Duo following behind him. As for the eliminated freshmen, the military rescue team would handle the aftermath. Night fell. When Lin Fan finally arrived at his destination, a magnificent steel fortress loomed before him. On the towering walls, the cold, eerie glow of psionic cannon muzzles flickered, exuding a chilling aura of death. The Watcher Base. The sentries at the gate, upon seeing Lin Fan and the chubby guy carried by fungal threads behind him, immediately had a change in their expressions. Now teemed with undisguised The earth-shattering battle at G7 Pass had already spread through internal channels. It was this freshman before them who single-handedly lifted Yao Guang from last place to the top of the rankings. Student, please present your identification. A sentry stepped forward, his tone exceptionally polite. Lin Fan swiped his wristwatch on the device. Beep identity confirmed, Yao Guang Academy, Lin Fan. Welcome to the Watcher Base. The sentry immediately allowed him to pass. Lin Fan nodded and was about to enter. Student Lin Fan. The sentry called out to him again, pointing to the stretcher behind him. According to base regulations, the use of innate abilities is prohibited in internal areas. Lin Fan froze. He glanced at the comfortable fungal stretcher behind him and the massive body lying on it. He was silent for a moment, then sighed. All right, he waved his hand, and the fungal threads forming the stretcher instantly dissipated. Thud. Duo's body, weighing over 200 pounds, slammed solidly onto the ground and even bounced a little. Using all his strength and barely managed to hoist the deadweight chubby guy onto his shoulder. A mountain-like weight instantly pressed down on him, causing him to stagger and almost kneel on the spot. Damn, did this guy grow up eating iron? Lin Fan gritted his teeth, his handsome face turning red as he barely steadied himself and secured Duo on his shoulder. The sentries at the gate watched the scene, each trying to suppress their laughter but failing, their faces turning red. The prodigy who had just seemed like a god or demon descending, suppressing hundreds with a flick of his finger, was now struggling under the weight of his teammate. This contrast was simply too much. Lin Fan carried Duo, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. He turned around and shot a glare at the snickering sentinels, then trudged forward with heavy steps, swaying with each movement, into the massive steel gates of the Watcher base. Damn it, that fat guy, there goes my extra chicken leg. Thud, with a dull thump, over 200 pounds of flesh crashed solidly onto the hard alloy floor, causing the entire hall of the Watcher base's main building to quake. Cough, cough, the giant slime on the ground suddenly opened its eyes wide, coughing violently, its face a mix of confusion and pain. It was none other than Duo, who had been unloaded off Lin Fan's shoulder. He looked around, spotting Lin Fan, then seeing the eagerly awaiting Yaoguang Academy members led by teacher Zhu Wenbo. Finally, he glanced down at the floor he was lying on, and an overwhelming sadness and anger surged within him. Fan bro, I was just passed out, not dead. He shouted tearfully, propping himself up on his elbows. You did just throw me on the ground like a sack of potatoes. Lin Fan shook his shoulder, which was on the verge of giving out, his proud stance bent slightly under the shocking weight. He rolled his eyes. Awake, if you're awake, get up yourself. Stop lying there pretending to die. Duo felt his heart ache more than when he clashed swords with Qinzan. At that moment, Zhu Wenbo had already rushed to Lin Fan's side. Excitement written all over his face. Good, well done, his lips trembled as if wanting to say more. But words seemed to choke him at his throat. The next second, the middle-aged teacher threw his arms wide and pulled Lin Fan into a tight bear hug. Ah! Wonderful, just wonderful, Zhu Wenbo clung to Lin Fan, sobbing like a child. Tears streaming down his face. Lin Fan, nearly suffocated by the embrace, could feel the teacher's thin frame trembling with overwhelming emotion. Teacher, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down, Lin Fan awkwardly patted his back. The other teachers from Yaoguang Academy gathered around, their eyes red with emotion. First place, we're first place. In my 30 years of teaching, I never dreamed Yaoguang could reach this day. Lin Fan, you are the pride of everyone at Yaoguang. They too wanted to rush forward and hug him, but Zhu Wenbo refused to let go, so they could only excitedly pat Lin Fan's arm and back. Lin Fan felt like an idol being mobbed by a group of frenzied fans. Teachers, calm down, he muttered. I'll have to start charging a fee. Zhu Wenbo's sobs paused for a moment, and then he laughed through his tears, giving Lin Fan a light punch on the back. You cheeky brat, joking even now, he laughed heartily. Fine, we'll pay, when we get back, I'll make sure you get the highest level bonus. The entire hall echoed with the long-restrained joy and exultation of the Yaoguang Academy teachers. Just then, a team of military medics arrived quickly, pushing a stretcher. Seeing this, Duo immediately switched to full drama mode, groaning as he lay back down. Aha! I can't go on anymore. He whined. I feel like all my organs have shifted. That last impact. I might have a concussion. As he moaned, he snuck a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to entertain him. The medic swiftly approached, using professional equipment to perform a preliminary assessment on him. Vital signs stable, spiritual energy depleted. Multiple soft tissue contusions across the body. Possible mild internal organ shock. Immediate transport to the medical center for comprehensive examination and treatment is required. Several medical staff swiftly lifted Duo onto the floating stretcher. As he was being carried away, Duo still managed to wink and grin at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I'm off to recover. Remember to visit me, bring some good food. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a fly. Get lost, no drumsticks for you. Duo's smile froze on his face. After bidding farewell to the emotional teachers, a soldier responsible for reception approached. Cadet Lin Fan, I am the duty officer at the base reception. Please follow me to complete your check-in procedures. Thank you. Lin Fan nodded and followed him to a registration desk, where his identity information was scanned and confirmed. Your dormitory is assigned to room 307 in Zone C. Since Cadet Keon Duo requires treatment, you'll be the only one in the room for now. The duty officer handed over a room card. Lin Fan took the card, feeling fairly satisfied. The duty officer led him to the dormitory building in Zone C, pointed out the location of the cafeteria, and then left. Lin Fan went up to the third floor and found his room. It was large, but it was clean. 2 beds, a set of table and chairs, and a private bathroom. For someone who had spent a week enduring the harsh conditions of the wilderness, this was practically heaven. Closing the door, the first thing he did was rush into the bathroom and turn on the shower head. Scalding hot water washed over his body, rinsing away the exhaustion, dirt, and blood. After changing into the clean clothes provided by the base, Lin Fan felt completely refreshed inside and out. Without thinking about anything else, he threw himself onto the bed. Almost the instant his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. The next day, Lin Fan was awakened by the faint sound of slogans being shouted outside the window. He opened his eyes to find the daylight streaming in. That was a great sleep. He stretched lazily and leapt out of bed. After washing up, a strong wave of hunger hit him. He left the room and followed the signs in the corridor toward the cafeteria. In the hallway, 2 other new cadets from different academies were walking toward him, chatting animatedly. I earned over 3,000 points this time and eliminated Tu from Kai Yang. When I get back, I'll definitely. Before the sentence was finished, they saw Lin Fan strolling leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Their voices abruptly stopped, and their expressions froze. The next second, they instinctively pressed themselves against the wall, heads lowered, even forgetting to breathe, making way for Lin Fan as if clearing a path wide enough for a car to pass. It was until Lin Fan's figure disappeared around the corner that they dared to relax. Gasping for air, their faces filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. The further Lin Fan walked, the more people appeared in the hallway. When his figure emerged, the previously noisy corridor instantly fell silent. An invisible pressure radiated from him, spreading outward. Wherever he passed, the crowd instinctively carted to both sides. Everyone unconsciously lowered their heads, not even daring to meet his gaze, as if they were welcoming a Qing inspecting his domain. In the silence, suppressed whispers began to rustle behind him. That's him. The monster from Yaoguang. My God, seeing him in person, I could sense any energy fluctuations at all. Unbelievable, he single-handedly took down over 100 elite cadets from the 6 Academy Coalition. Keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The ones carried back yesterday are still groaning in the medical center. He's coming. Don T look at him. Lin Fan's face was expressionless, but he felt like laughing inside. He just wanted to grab some breakfast. A massive open space appeared before him. The sign for C's own cafeteria gleamed under the lights. The rich aroma of food wafted out from within. Lin Fan walked in. Lin Fan walked in. Lin Fan walked in. His gaze sweeping across the room. Then, he smiled. He saw many familiar old friends. The cafeteria was lifeless. The crisp clatter of trays colliding was gone, replaced by an oppressive silence. Like a massive graveyard. Those once high-spirited prodigies who had boasted about trampling Yaoguang Academy underfoot now bore injuries to varying degrees, their faces ashen. Their trays of food barely touched. The atmosphere in the cafeteria turned peculiar the moment Lin Fan entered. The previously stifling noise was instantly muted, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Amid this eerie silence, a corner of the room suddenly erupted with fervent cheers. Brother Fan, it's Brother Fan. A dozen figures shot to their feet with a loud clatter, rushing excitedly toward Lin Fan. They were the new students of Yaoguang Academy. Each of them stood tall and proud, their backs straight, their faces glowing with unprecedented radiance. Brother Fan, you were amazing yesterday. That thunderstorm, that pillar of light, it was like a miracle. Yeah. Now when I walk around the base, those people from Tianjuan and Tianshou can only hold it in. It's so satisfying, Brother Fan. You're the pride of Yaoguang. They surrounded Lin Fan, chattering away, their admiration and excitement practically spilling out of their eyes. Lin Fan felt a headache coming on from their enthusiasm. All right, keep it low-key, he said, waving his hand dismissively, his gaze casually sweeping over to the other side of the cafeteria. Can't you see there are so many old friends watching? Give them some face. At his words, the new students of Yao Guang finally noticed that nearly everyone in the cafeteria was staring at them. Those gazes were a mix of fear, unwillingness, jealousy, and a hint of humiliation. The new students of Yao Guang immediately understood. They suppressed their laughter, but the corners of their mouths betrayed their amusement, refusing to stay down. Killing with words. It had to be Brother Fan. Go eat, don't crowd around me, Lin Fan said, waving them off. He picked up a tray piled high with food and casually found an empty seat to sit down. The cafeteria seemed divided by an invisible wall. On one side was Yao Guang Academy's victory celebration, filled with laughter and hearty eating. On the other side was the silent mourning of the 6 other academies, their appetites lost. Lin Fan had only taken a couple of bites when he noticed the light in front of him dim. A figure stood at his table. It was Ling Feng. His face was still pale, and his injuries were clearly not healed. But he stood straight, like an unyielding unsheathed sword. The entire cafeteria fell silent in an instant. All eyes were fixed on the small table. The students of Yao Guang stood up nervously, clenching their fists, afraid that Lin Feng was here to cause trouble. Lin Fan looked up, his gaze calm as he met Ling Feng's eyes. Lin Feng stared back at him, the pride and scrutiny that once filled his gaze now replaced by a pure sense of inquiry. For a long time, his hoarse voice broke the dead silence. I lost. These 2 words carried no resentment, only a sense of relief. As if a heavy burden had been lifted. He accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. He looked directly into Lin Fan's eyes. Your combat style, your use of talent, far surpass mine. I thought my floating cannon formation was the pinnacle of control tactics, but I was wrong. Using battle to fuel battle, absorbing my attacks to strengthen yourself, this approach never even crossed my mind. However, his tone shifted, and a renewed fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. This time, you won. But next time, I will reclaim the glory that belongs to Ying Jiuing Wei. Lin Fan swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up a napkin, and wiped his lips. He looked at the proud man before him and replied with just 3 words. I'll be waiting. No mockery, no disdain, no mockery, no disdain. During this response, Lin Feng seemed to resolve some inner conflict, and his entire demeanor transformed. He nodded solemnly at Lin Fan, then turned and strode out of the cafeteria. His departing figure no longer carried the dejection of a loser, but instead exuded a sharp determination born from breaking and rebuilding. In the cafeteria, the crowd had yet to recover from this dramatic scene. Another figure approached Lin Fan's table this time. It was Xiao Qingsu. The proud daughter of Yue Qing Academy stood there. Her delicate face pale, fists clenched tightly. Feel the same, her voice was soft, with a barely noticeable tremor. This humiliation I will remember it. Next time, I won't lose to you again. With that, she also turned and left quickly, her retreating figure carrying a mix of embarrassment and resolute determination. Lin Fan watched their departing backs and shrugged. You've, he sighed, then lowered his head and continued eating. A potential conflict had thus dissipated into nothingness. Yet this scene deepened the awe and respect all the freshmen in the cafeteria felt toward Lin Fan. Winning was not surprising. But to make these proud, top-tier geniuses publicly admit defeat and declare their intent for a rematch, this, in itself, was a conquest more complete than mere victory. After finishing breakfast, Lin Fan strolled to the medical center. As soon as he entered, he heard a familiar wailing. I can't take it anymore, I don't want to live. What is this stuff, green mush? Is this even edible? I want meat. I need meat. Following the voice, Lin Fan found Tian Duo's hospital room. The chubby man was lying on a medical bed, staring miserably at a specially prepared nutritional meal on the small table beside him, looking as if he had lost a loved one. The meal indeed looked. Red, yellow, and green pastes and fluids were divided into separate compartments, emitting a scent that smelled very healthy. Fan Ji. Tian Duo's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Fan, as if he had seen his savior. He almost jumped out of bed. You're finally here, save me, he pointed at the nutritional meal. Feng shot, the boy sting with tears. Fan Ji, look, they're torturing the wounded. Me, the future war god of Gaxia, and they give me this to eat? I feel like my cells are crying. My stomach is protesting with all its might. Lin Fan walked over, picked up the tray, and sniffed it. It's gray high protein, high energy, molecular level nutrient solution, 99% absorption rate. This one meal is equivalent to a whole roasted cow. But it doesn't taste like roasted whole beef. Tian Duo was heartbroken. I've bled for the academy. I've shielded you from knives, Fan Zhao, and now I can't even get a bite of meat. Life is so hard for me. He spoke while whining, almost in tears. Lin Fan was amused by him. All right. Stop acting. What did the doctor say? The doctor said I'm just exhausted, with a bit of internal shock and external injuries. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Cheon Duo immediately dropped his sorrowful expression and whispered. Then why are you wailing? Isn't it to make my contribution seem bigger? Cheon Duo winked and grinned. Fan Jill, let's discuss something. Can you secretly get me some meat? Roast chicken, roast duck, braised pork knuckle, anything works. I'm not picky. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Dream on. Once you're discharged, you'll have all the drumsticks you want. No way, I want it now, not happening. As the two were bantering, the door to the ward was pushed open. A man in a crisp military uniform, bearing the rank of major. He first glanced at Cheon Duo on the bed, then his gaze landed on Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Cadet, hello. His voice was steady and powerful, carrying the efficiency unique to soldiers. Hello, is there something you need? Lin Fan asked. By order of the Commander-in-Chief. You requested to come over? Commander-in-Chief? Lin Fan was slightly taken aback. Yes. The Commander-in-Chief of this military training wants to meet you. Lin Fan, hands in his pockets, followed the major unhurriedly. Commander-in-Chief? Why would he want to see me? Winning first place in the training at most gets you a meeting with the academy leaders, some prize money, and an honorary certificate, but to alarm the deputy commander of the Rift Star Garrison for a personal summons? Isn't this a bit too much? When something unusual happens, there's always a reason. Lin Fan was already calculating in his mind how to respond later. Should he play dumb, act with youthful vigor, or display maturity beyond his years? Soon, they stopped in front of a heavy metal door. Report. Deputy Commander, Lin Fan is here. A steady voice came from inside the room. Let him in. The major pushed the door open and gestured for Lin Fan to enter. Lin Fan's inner doubts instantly vanished. Deputy Commander, of the Rift Star Garrison? This is truly a major figure in charge of an entire region. He steadied himself and stepped into the office. The office was much simpler than Lin Fan had imagined, apart from the necessary desk, chairs, and filing cabinets. The only decoration was a massive map of Rift Star. Gazing at the map, his posture was as solid as a mountain, and even his silhouette exuded an aura of iron-blooded authority over life and death. Lin Fan stood upright, neither arrogant nor subtle, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief, Yaoguan Academy. Lin Fan. Reporting as ordered. The figure slowly turned around. His face was resolute, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through one's soul. Yaoguan Academy, Lin Fan. Li Dingzhou repeated the name, his expression neutral, and pointed to a nearby sofa. Sit. One word, carrying an undeniable authority. The major from earlier silently placed a cup of hot tea in front of Lin Fan, then saluted, retreated, and closed the door. His movements smooth and fluid. In the spacious office, only Lin Fan and this general commanding heavy troops remained. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Lin Fan pondered inwardly. This setup. Could it be that the performance art I pulled off at the pass yesterday was too over the top, and now I'm going to face the consequences? Lin Fan, Li Dingzhou finally spoke and then sat down on the sofa on the other side. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Li Dingjue, Deputy Commander of the Rift Star Garrison District. Deputy Commander, hello, Lin Fan replied. Li Dingzhou looked at him, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. This time during the military training, you and your academy performed exceptionally well. He deliberately emphasized the words exceptionally well. First place on both leaderboards. Yaoguan Academy has truly opened my eyes. Lin Fan smiled modestly. Just lucky, mainly because my teammates were strong. Is that so? Li Dingjue leaned forward slightly, his eyes locking onto Lin Fan. Defeating hundreds of prodigies from the 6 academies without giving them a chance to fight back, forcing someone like Qin Zan, an SS-level genius, into a desperate situation, was that also luck? He paused, his tone becoming playful. And that graduation project you left at the G7 pass quite impressive. Lin Fan's eyelid twitched. Was this an interrogation? He put down his teacup and, without changing his expression, casually replied, reporting to the commander, young people are full of energy and need a place to vent. I figured it's better than tearing up the base's training grounds. You even dare to joke around with me here? Li Dingxiu slapped his thigh, the sharpness in his eyes replaced by admiration. But I like you. Kid, young people of Dacia should have this kind of fearless spirit. Lin Fan, the script doesn't seem right. Should Enchi be sternly criticizing me for humiliating my classmates and being unsportsmanlike? Why is he praising me? As the laughter subsided, Li Dingjiu's gaze turned sharp again. Ivy looked into your file. S-level encryption. It seems your family keeps a low profile. He leaned forward again, the pressure palpable. An F-level talent, yet you topped the college entrance exams. During this military training, you single-handedly suppressed the coalition forces of the 6 academies. If I am not mistaken, your talent i.e., senti as simple as it appears, is it? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was this the moment of truth? Were they going to dissect him? Holding his teacup, he remained silent, his mind racing for a countermeasure. Finally, he decided to play dead. He kept his eyes on his nose on his heart, wearing an innocent expression that said, I don't know anything, I'm just a handsome guy drinking tea. As long as he didn't admit it, his talent was F-level. Seeing his expression, Li Jingzhao's smile deepened. You've got guts, you can keep your cool, and you reign either arrogant nor impatient. You ray a good seedling. He restrained his smile, his expression turning serious. I didn't call you here today to probe your secrets. A secret is a secret because it belongs to you alone. First question: as a young man with such a unique ability, what are your plans for the future? Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Plans? My plan is to live a carefree life as a rich and lazy salted fish. Of course, he can't say that. To strive for the rise of Daachia, Lin Fan replied without changing his expression, delivering a textbook perfect answer. Li Dingzhao slapped the tea table in front of him. With that awareness, this conversation was worth it. Second question. That mysterious mycelium of yours, it has the ability to devour certain substances, doesn't it? Here it comes. Lin Fan knew the real crux of the matter had arrived. The other party did not beat around the bush, nor did he ask if he was hiding his strength. Instead, he went straight to the point, directly addressing the core essence of his ability. A sly old fox, Lin Fan gave his evaluation in his heart. He couldn't deny. His performance of devouring matter and psionic energy during battles was too obvious, anyone who was NT blind could see it. My microbial colony has a good appetite and I isn't very picky. This answer neither directly admitted nor denied anything. However, Li Dingzhao seemed to have gotten the answer he wanted, and the smile on his face deepened. Good. Very good. He didn't dwell on the details of Lin Fan's talent any further. Instead, he raised his hand and lightly tapped the air. A holographic star map immediately appeared above the coffee table. A stunningly beautiful planet appeared before the two of them. Its entire surface glowed with a gentle emerald hue, and two satellites, one large and one small, orbited it, radiating a mysterious and enchanting aura. Designated G-Check 632nd, do you know about it? Li Dingzhao asked. I know a little, Lin Fan nodded. The jewel of the cradle round. I've seen news about it on the web. Saying it is one of the most important strategic colonies for the future of Dezhou. Its size is 1.7 times that of Blue Star, with almost identical gravity. The atmosphere is breathable, and the air is filled with free psionic energy beneficial to the human body. That is right. Li Dingzhao's face showed a trace of emotion as he spoke. It is a gem, a perfect planet that requires no modifications and can be directly colonized. Lin Fan looked at the beautiful planet without saying a word. He knew this was the real topic of today's meeting. A high-ranking military official meeting him personally, painting a grand vision. He was familiar with this routine. This planet was first discovered by us, Dezhou. Li Dingzhao said, his tone carrying a hint of headiness. But unfortunately, the coordinates were leaked. The other two major powers on Blue Star, the Lighthouse Federation and the Europa Alliance, pounced on it like sharks smelling blood. After more than a decade of joint warfare, the three of us managed to drive the native inhabitants, the Coal people, to another continent. But as for the conduct of those two powers, I'm sure you are well aware. They ray bandits, Lin Fan said succinctly. Li Dingzhao nodded approvingly. You are absolutely right. 3 years ago, because we couldn't agree on the division of interests, we completely fell out. Now, Emerald Star is a quagmire. Gao Zhao, the Lighthouse Federation, Europa, and the Coal people waiting for a chance to strike back for factions are locked in a chaotic war. Li Dingzhao raised his hand and marked 3 areas on the holographic map. The red area representing Dezhou occupied the eastern part of one of the continents. The area Wei, Dezhou, have occupied is concentrated in the resource-rich eastern con of the Qiming continent. His finger pointed to the map, to the area occupied by the Lighthouse Federation. But now, we've encountered a small problem. He looked at Lin Fan, his gaze intense, filled with a sense of expectation. A problem that is not too big, but somewhat tricky. Li Dingzhao's finger lightly tapped the blue area on the holographic map, representing the Lighthouse Federation. Just 3 months ago, the Lighthouse Federation deployed a new weapon on Emerald Star. A weapon? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. A gifted individual. Li Dingjiuo corrected. A very special gifted individual. His talent is unique. He can create an endless, fearless biological army. He is like a moving biological plague, devouring our defensive positions everywhere, polluting the farms and water sources we worked so hard to cultivate. Just him alone has caused us tremendous losses. The content of Li Dingjiuo's words made Lin Fan raise an eyebrow. Creating a biological army? Sustaining war through war? Why does this script sound so familiar? Isn't this just another version of himself? Except, he grows mushrooms, while the other is a masked rope strategy? So what? What does this have to do with me? I'm just a freshman here for military training. Lin Fan pretended to be clueless while fully understanding. Adopting a standard lazy posture. A strategic level elite like the enemy, and the military has no countermeasures, in our great Shah. Experts are everywhere. Can't we just send a big shot over to crush him? Or simply use strategic level weapons to clear the area and bring peace to everyone? A big shot? Li Dingjiuo let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. Do you think we don't want to? He pointed at the beautiful planet on the holographic projection. It's precisely because Emerald Star is too perfect, so perfect that everyone wants to take it intact. Therefore, a subtle agreement has been formed. The use of any strategic level weapons that could cause permanent, large-scale ecological damage to the planet is prohibited. At the same time, the involvement of experts above the domain of Earth level is restricted, because the actions of beings at that level could cause irreversible ecological disasters. Moreover, if we use overwhelming force, the enemy could do the same, and that's not something we want to see. Li Dingjiao looked at Lin Fan and said word by word. This has led to the struggle over there becoming a war of attrition, relying on talents, resources, and tactics. With those below the domain of Earth level as the backbone. Lin Fan instantly understood. In simple terms, high-level forces are mutually deterring each other. And no one dares to flip the table. As a result, the war has turned into a breeding ground, seeing whose young talents are stronger and better adapted to the battlefield. Li Dingjiao looked at Lin Fan, his gaze becoming meaningful. This is a war for you young people. I've observed all the freshmen in this military training. Including Qin Zhan, Wei Xuan, Ling Feng, Lin Feng, and others. They are all top talents in their respective fields. Originally, I thought Ling Feng from Chanjiandu was the most suitable, but after seeing you, I changed my mind. His gaze became fervent. Your abilities are very similar to the enemy's, but your talent is clearly superior. The enemy only destroys. But you balance destruction and creation. As long as you have enough time and resources, you could even turn the entire Emerald Star into your home field, Lin Fan. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. The dagger hidden in the map has been revealed. Lin Fan was crystal clear in his mind. This old fox had been laying the groundwork for so long, explaining and praising, all to trick him into going to the front lines as cannon fodder. Deputy Commander. You think too highly of me. Lin Fan spread his hands innocently. I'm just a mushroom grower. I got lucky in the college entrance exam. And my teammates were strong during military training. You want me to deal with the Lighthouse Federation's secret weapon? I know my own limits. Isn't this sending me to my death? He began to frantically discredit himself. Trying to muddle through. What a joke, go to Emerald Star, that quagmire of chaotic battles? His beautiful college life hasn't even started yet. He hasn't had enough of being a happy slacker. Haha, Li Dingjiao was once again amused by him. You little trickster, still hiding things from me. During the military training, I saw everything clearly. Your abilities are incredibly strong, ridiculously so. And as I mentioned before, your abilities and that guy from the Lighthouse Federation are like two sharp blades clashing. In your young people's terms, this is called a perfect counter. Lin Fan rolled his eyes internally. My foot, this is clearly just competition within the same field. No way. I'm just a student fighting and killing art for me. My dream is to go home after graduation and contribute to the economic development of Daexia. Lin Fan stiffened his neck and refused decisively. The atmosphere in the office fell into an eerie silence once again. Li Dingjiao finally recovered. This kid won't act unless there's a clear benefit. Fine, let's talk practical terms. For this mission, the military can provide full support, S-grade psychic potions, unlimited supply. Military contribution points, calculated at the highest standard. Military rank. Once you complete the mission, you'll be directly promoted to major. After graduation, if you're willing, you can be officially enlisted at any time. Every condition Li Dingjiao offered was enough to drive any young person crazy. Deputy Commander, can we stop painting pies in the sky? This pie is too big. I'm afraid I'll choke on it. Lin Fan dug at his ear. S-grade potions, he drinks them like water. Contribution points, can they be converted into cash? Does he lack money, a major ranked? He just wants to be an ordinary citizen. I'll say it again. Please find someone else. The Achia is full of talented people, many of whom are far better than me. My mycelium is very fragile, it breaks at the slightest touch. Lin Fan put on an impenetrable attitude, like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Li Dingzhao almost laughed out in anger at his shameless words. Fragile at the slightest touch? The thunderstorm fungal ball that can clash with an SS-grade talent is called fragile? The fungal shield that can withstand a combined attack of hundreds of top talents from the 6 institutes is called weak. This kid's shamelessness rivals the armor of an interstellar battleship, Lin Fan. Li Dingzhao suppressed his emotions and decided to change his approach. I understand your concerns, but the country needs you. This is for the future of the Axia. On a small scale, it's for the people around you to live better lives. On a larger scale, everything we do is to ensure the Axia stands firmer in the endless starry sea. As long as you're willing to go, the military know, the country can offer you the highest level of treatment. Whatever you want, as long as we have it. We can discuss it. Li Dingzhao began to raise the stakes. Lin Fan, however, remained unmoved. Deputy Commander, you've looked into my file. Do you think I lack money or resources? My life plan is simple. Lin Fan looked sincere. Get through graduation, then go home and inherit the family business. As for bringing glory to the country, leave that to the ambitious youth. The corner of Li Dingzhao's mouth twitched. He had been in the military his whole life. Had seen troublemakers and madmen, but never someone so brazenly lazy, openly declaring their intent to slack off. This conversation was going nowhere today. Your father, Lin Zhanyi, has always worked hard for Daxia's development and strongly supported our military's foundational construction. He's a role model in everyone's eyes. Li Dingzhao's tone grew serious, attempting to appeal to Lin Fan's sense of family and honor. If he knew that his son chose to back down when the country needed him, stop right there. Lin Fan immediately raised his hand to interrupt him. Deputy Commander, don't use my dad to pressure me. It is precisely because my father is fighting life and death outside that I need to stay well behaved and let him rest assured. Don't you agree? This is called filial piety. Li Dingzhao felt his blood pressure rising. This kid is simply a tough nut to crack. Impervious to both soft and hard tactics, completely unyielding, the atmosphere in the office fell into a stalemate once again. Lin Fan held his teacup. Calm and composed. As long as I don't want to work, no one can force me to do 996, let alone 7. However, Li Dingzhao suddenly smiled. He put away all his authority, relaxed completely, and leaned back on the sofa. Fine, you don't have to go. The country will never force any citizen to do something they don't want to do. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Settled? But Li Dingzhao's tone shifted, speaking slowly after discussing official matters. We still have some private matters to talk about. Lin Fan paused slightly. Private matters? Li Dingzhao looked at him with a faint smile. Yes, private matters. Our people discovered a collapsed site in the underground of the Nest capital. The lazy smile on Lin Fan's face instantly froze. Li Dingzhao picked up his teacup and blew on it. You didn't think that with a bit of camouflage, our military's professional geological analysis equipment wouldn't detect anything, did you? Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Collapse site? Geological analysis equipment? He forced himself to maintain his harmless demeanor. A collapse under the Nest capital? Oh dear, that is a big deal. No one was hurt, right? The military is truly the guardian of the people, even worrying about such matters. But I care deeply. Act almost made Li Dingzhao laugh. This kid's psychological resilience is extraordinary. Even at this point, he is still acting. Fine, I'll play along with you to the end. Really, if you don't know. Lin, forget it. Lin Fan had just exhaled half a breath of relief when Li Dingzhao's tone shifted again, like a precise scalpel cutting in. However, our people detected an extremely rich vein of high-purity energy ore in that collapse area. But Lin Fan felt like his brain had been hit with a hammer. He tried to maintain his composure, but his fingers holding the teacup were already slightly pale. Li Dingzhao caught his subtle reaction completely, the smile on his lips deepening. The purity of that vein, the stability of its energy response, is unparalleled among all the resources discovered on this planet. Old fox, using his seniority to bully me, a kid not even 240 months old. Lin Fan was already cursing inwardly. Li Dingzhao leisurely put down his teacup, his gaze sharp and piercing as he stared directly at him. There's one thing you might not know. Rift Valley Star is a Class A military-controlled zone. before it is officially handed over to the Interstellar Development Administration, every blade of grass, every tree, every grain of sand, and every stone on this planet is under the unified jurisdiction of the military, without written permission from the military. No individual or organization has the right to conduct any form of mineral exploration or extraction on this planet. Otherwise, it will be treated as theft of national strategic resources. Li Dingjiyuo picked up his teacup and took a light sip. The office fell into dead silence once again. These words were no longer a hint, they were a blatant warning. Lin Fan's heartbeat skipped a beat. This old fox never intended to use the trespassing in a restricted area issue to corner him from the start. He was telling himself, kid, I've got all your details figured out. That vein of ore is in my hands. Whether you want it or not depends on whether you know how to play along. This is blatant hijacking. Officially sanctioned robbery, Deputy Commander. Lin Fan forced out a smile that was uglier than crying. Why are you telling me this? Business matters, I don't understand them. My dad is the one who does business, but I am just a student. I don't know anything about these laws or veins. He was still making his last struggle. Is it that he doesn't understand, or doesn't he want to understand? Li Dingzhou saw through the disguise of this little trickster in front of him. And his smile became more playful. Kid, we already at this point, so let us not beat around the bush. Lin Fan remained silent. If he kept pretending, he'd truly become a clown. Li Dingjiyuo stood up, walked to Lin Fan's side, and gently patted his shoulder. The mission on Emerald Star is extremely tricky. The military needs someone like you. Someone who doesn't play by the rules but can create miracles, to break the deadlock. He rests the deal, Li Dingjiyuo spoke slowly. You help the military with this, go to Emerald Star, and take down that annoying guy from the Lighthouse Federation for me. And as for that ultra-high purity psionic or vein, Li Dingzhou dragged out his words, looking into Lin Fan's eyes, and said word by word, when the military considers opening up certain areas of Rift Star for mining projects ahead of schedule, naturally, it will prioritize trustworthy enterprises that have made outstanding contributions to the Daja, wouldn't it? The dagger is revealed, a straightforward scheme. Li Dingqin, Li Dingzhou directly placed that or vein on the negotiation table. Go, and your family gets a share of that or vein. Don't go, and it has nothing to do with your family. The office was terrifyingly quiet. Lin Fan lowered his head, saying nothing. Li Dingjiyuo did not rush him, calmly waiting for his response. He simply didn't believe this kid could resist such temptation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as Li Dingjiyuo thought the boy might struggle a bit longer, Lin Fan suddenly stood up, his posture straight and his eyes bursting with unprecedented brilliance. Deputy Commander, why didn't you say so earlier? What? Li Dingzhou was stunned by this sudden change. Lin Fan's voice was filled with anguish and indignation. I mean, why didn't you mention this earlier? The Lighthouse Federation, with their wolfish ambitions, dare to use such despicable means to harass our Daexia Pioneer Corps. Are they trying to bully us on Emerald Star, thinking Daexia has no one to stand up to them? Lin Fan was filled with righteous indignation, his fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. We, the youth, born under the red flag, raised in the spring breeze, have faith in our hearts and responsibility on our shoulders. The blood in our veins flows with the burning passion of our ancestors who pioneered the starry seas. How can we sit idly by while the nation's interests are harmed and our compatriots bleed and sacrifice on the front lines? Resolving the nation's troubles is our duty. Defending the country is the lifelong honor of our generation. Li Dingjiyuo, his mouth twitched uncontrollably, looking at the young man before him, who had suddenly transformed into a patriotic warrior. He was momentarily at a loss for how to react. What material was his face made of? The speed of this attitude shift was faster than a starship's warp jump. Lin Fan completely ignored Li Dingjing's stunned expression and continued his impassioned speech. Those who offend Daexia, no matter how far, must be punished, Deputy Commander. I'll take on the Emerald Star mission. No matter the dangers, I'll face them without hesitation. If I don't drive those Lighthouse Federation's cowballs off Emerald Star. I, Lin Fan, am not fit to be called human. His words were righteous and filled with integrity. So much so that he was just short of biting his finger to write a blood oath to prove his resolve. The atmosphere in the office became extremely bizarre. Li Dingzhou picked up his now cold tea and gulped it down, suppressing the absurd feeling in his heart. Having spent his life on the battlefield, he had seen fearless warriors and slick politicians. But someone like the young man before him, who could seamlessly switch between shameless greed and patriotic fervor with such smoothness and even a touch of genuine emotion, he swore this was the first time he'd encountered such a person. A talent This kid was truly a talent, good. Li Dingzhou struggled for a long time before squeezing out two words through gritted teeth. He felt his battle heart and worldview had been slightly shaken. With your level of awareness, D'Axia has nothing to fear. Lin Fan patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, those clowns from the Lighthouse Federation I'll with them perfectly, Deputy Commander. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare now. I can't wait to fly to Emerald Star and serve the nation. Li Dingzhou waved his hand. Feeling his blood pressure, which had just settled, starting to rise again. Go ahead. The official mission assignment will be sent directly to Yaoguang Academy. Also, all the promised benefits will be delivered without fail. Once you return victorious, they'll all be fulfilled. He paused, then added, as for the mining on Rift Valley Star, let your father come here to handle it directly. Rules and procedures must still be followed. Understood, mission guaranteed to be completed. Lin Fan snapped a crooked and highly standardized salute. His face radiated with the sacred glow of dedication to the country as he turned and strode out of the office. That back majestic beyond words. Li Dingzhou sat alone on the sofa, picked up the cup of tea that had long gone cold, and drank it all in one gulp, although he had managed to fool the young man. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. Staring at the tightly shut office door, Lin Fan's righteous and resolute demeanor still lingered in his mind. Those powerful, resounding statements, every word hit like a hammer. Yet, something felt off. Li Jingxiu replayed the entire conversation in his mind. From the initial probing, to presenting the dilemma of Emerald Star, Lin Fan had feigned ignorance and remained unyielding. Then, when he brought out the trump card of the mineral vein, the young man made an immediate 180-degree turn. Wait a minute, Li Dingzhou suddenly stood up, his knee hitting the edge of the coffee table with a dull thud. Damn it, the deputy commander of the Rift Star garrison rubbed his bruised knee with one hand, cursing under his breath. Had he been played? That kid never intended to refuse the mission to Emerald Star from the start. His lazy demeanor, his shameless remarks, it was all an act. The boy's goal, from beginning to end, was that damn mineral vein. All that talk about the mission being dangerous, about wanting to inherit the family business, about fragile mycelium, it was all nonsense. He didn't reject honor, nor did he refuse to go to the front lines. He just wanted more money. And as for himself? He actually thought he had the boy cornered, only to realize the trap had been set all along. The kid had been waiting for him to gleefully jump into the pit, holding the mining rights to that priceless vein. Realizing this, Li Dingzhou felt his blood pressure spike. What a kid, truly, what a kid. He had spent years outsmarting the old foxes in the military and political circles, priding himself as a master of manipulation. Yet today, he had been outplayed by a boy not even 20 years old, and not just outplayed, he had been played to his face, willingly jumping into the trap and even filling it in himself. Damn it, the hunter had been pecked by the prey. Li Dingzhou felt a wave of frustration. But then he couldn't help but let out a chuckle. This kid, what a rare genius. With such cunning, such courage, and that unfathomable, eerie talent. Li Dingzhou shook his head with a wry smile. Still, despite being played, he was certain of one thing. That boy's deep-seated sense of identity with Tasha and his genuine patriotism were real and undeniable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed so readily in the end. That kid was greedy and sly, but his heart was in the right place. After all. Oh well, so be it. He got played. Li Dingzhou sat back down, feeling much more at ease. As long as the big problem of Emerald Star could be resolved, being outsmarted by this kid was a small price to pay. He picked up the communicator on the table and dialed a number. The light screen lit up, and a middle-aged officer with stars on his shoulders appeared on the holographic display. His expression tinged with fatigue and worry. Old Li, what's up, old Qin? I've got good news for you. The trouble on your end, I found a specialist to solve it for you. Li Dingzhou's face revealed a hint of an enigmatic smile. Across from him, General Qin frowned. A specialist? Which military district did you dig them out from? Let me tell you. Ordinary geniuses are useless here. That little bastard from the Lighthouse Federation is disgusting, like a locust, endless and unstoppable, Li Dingzhou confidently replied. Not from a military district, just a kid who recently finished military training. But don't worry, 100% professional match. General Qin was stunned, then his voice instantly rose by octaves. Old Li, are you messing with me? My situation is critical, and you sending me a rookie? Li Dingzhou remained unperturbed, speaking leisurely. Don't rush to curse me yet. This kid is no ordinary rookie. He single-handedly suppressed a coalition of over 100 elite geniuses. Even your SS level boy was beaten me to submission by him. General Kin's expression turned serious. Are you serious? What is this kid has talent? Li Yingzhou lowered his voice mysteriously. Half level. Get lost, General Qin shot back with a single word. I don't have time for jokes. Haha, I am not joking. His file indeed says F level, but I've seen his abilities with my own eyes. They ray practically the same type as that plague from the Lighthouse Federation. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily. That this kid, his abilities are even more domineering. That this kid, his abilities are even more domineering. Even more unreasonable. You've always been troubled by the opponent's ability to contaminate, right? The person I found can not only fight but also heal. If he is willing, he could replace all the grass on Emerald Star for you. Hearing this, General Qin Hu's breathing quickened. Rafe, Old Li, is everything you said true? Where is this kid now? He is with me. Just left. I've already convinced him, and now he is crying and shouting to go to Emerald Star to serve the country. At this point, Li Bingzhou changed his tone. But this kid is the type who won't act without incentive. I had to pay a hefty price. General Qin waved his hand. No problem. As long as he can deal with that plague, even if he wants the moon, I'll find a way to get it for him. All right. With your word, that is enough. My military training here just ended, so he'll probably arrive at your place in a few days. But this kid is not only a treasure but also has a strong background. You better take care of him and don't let him get hurt. Li Dingzhou hung up the phone with satisfaction, letting out a long sigh of relief. Although he had been played by that kid, at least the urgent crisis on Emerald Star was resolved. Still, the annoyance in his heart just wouldn't go away. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, hands in his pockets, humming a tune, swaggered into the elevator and ascended to the first floor. His leisurely demeanor was a stark contrast to the patriotic youth who had been indignant in the office moments ago. I really am a little genius, he gave himself a mental thumbs up. Perfect, this move could practically be written into a textbook. On an accurate self-cultivation, 108 techniques to Pway a deputy commander, how to elegantly dig in Philip. He had already planned it all out. Going to Emerald Star? Sure, as a member of Diachia, fighting for the country is a duty. He had never thought of refusing. But working for free, that is not his style. If he is going to risk his life, he might as well reap some benefits. Right? Especially when this benefit was something he discovered himself. He had been racking his brain on how to bring it up with the military. He couldn't just run over and say, hey, boss, I found a mineral vein. Can I get my dad to mine it? That would be asking for a beating. Wouldn't it? But now, things had taken a turn for the better. The deputy commander himself had handed over the mining rights as a reward. This completely changed the nature of the situation. One was passive demand, the other was active giving. Not only did he get what he wanted, but he also managed to project a positive image of being righteous, patriotic, and selfless in front of the military bigwigs. He just wondered if that old fox had realized it yet. Lin Fan chuckled. The deputy commander was probably fuming right now, wasn't he? But it didn't matter. The deal was already sealed, with verbal agreements as good as black and white. A general couldn't possibly go back on his word. Right? Lin Fan didn't believe the old fox would break his promise over such a small matter. In a great mood, Lin Fan strutted toward the medical center with a swagger that screamed confidence. He needed to start planning properly. Emerald Star, what a fantastic place, perfectly habitable, rich in resources, and home to all kinds of exotic beasts and plants. It was practically a tailor-made, super luxurious buffet for him. Just thinking about it made Lin Fan's mouth water. This wasn't going to war, it was going to a feast. As for that gifted individual from the Lighthouse Federation rivals traveling together, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. He'd show them what it meant to be a professional. A few minutes later, in the medical center's ward, Lin Fan pushed open the door. Fatty. Your brother Fan is back. Where are you? Lin Fan stood at the doorway, staring at the empty hospital bed. Lost in thought. Where was he? Could his condition have worsened, and he just died? Lin Fan shook his head, dismissing the unrealistic thought. With that guy's physique, it would probably take tons of fuel to burn him completely, definitely not cost-effective. He rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking of something, and his mouth twitched. Turning around, Lin Fan headed straight out of the medical center. Cafeteria, Zone B. This was the cafeteria closest to the medical center. In one corner of the cafeteria, a round figure was seated at a table. In front of him was a mountain of stacked plates, in his left hand was a braised pork knuckle, and in his right, a roasted chicken leg. His movements were as fast as lightning, his posture fluid and harmonious, exuding a rhythm that was almost Tao-like. This wasn't eating, it was cultivation. Around him, a few passing cadets and base logistics staff were dumbfounded. Holy crap, who is that guy? Did he just get released from a refugee camp? I know him. He's that fatty from Yaoguang, the one who went head-to-head with the Chuan chief yesterday. No way, I heard he got beaten half to death and was carried into the medical center. Does this look like someone who was beaten half to death? Could it be the legendary, food therapy? Lin Fan walked into the cafeteria and immediately spotted the familiar figure. He walked over, pulled out a chair, and sat down. Knocking on the table. Qian Duo looked up, his mouth greasy, still holding a half-eaten roasted lamb leg. When he saw Lin Fan, his tiny eyes, squeezed into slits by his fat, instantly lit up. Brother Fan. Lin Fan looked at him, his face glowing with health, showing no trace of a severely injured person's weakness. Recovered? Qian Duo patted his chest, causing his fat to jiggle. With my talent, as long as I eat enough, any injury can heal. The doctor just examined me and was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. He insisted on drawing my blood, saying my recovery ability is an anti-human medical miracle. Lin Fan's mouth twitched hard. Miracle? My ass, this is just pay to win with food. Qian Duo finished off the lamb leg in his hand, wiped his mouth, and then leaned in mysteriously, lowering his voice. By the way, Brother Fan, what did the big shots from the military want with you? They didn't give you a hard time, did they? Give me a hard time, did they? Lin Fan casually picked up a glass of water. How could they? They just think I am extraordinarily gifted, with unparalleled potential. A one-in-a-million savior. They insisted on entrusting me with an S-class secret mission that concerns the rise and fall of a nation. Qian Duo was dumbfounded. What? S-class secret mission? Yeah, they want me to go to the Emerald Star frontline, turn the tide, and save the Great Shao frontline from disaster. Lin Fan spoke as if it were no big deal. Emerald Star? Qian Duo scratched his head. The name sounded familiar, like he'd seen it in some news report. It seemed like a troublesome place. So, Brother Fan, did you agree? Of course. We cultivators live for the nation and the people, it's our duty. I slammed the table right then and there and declared I'd to take care of it. Lin Fan's face was full of righteous determination. Qian Duo looked at him with newfound respect, his eyes filled with admiration. Brother Fan, you ain't really a role model for us all, such vision, such magnanimity. I, Fatty, am ashamed of myself. He felt his spiritual realm had undergone an epic level elevation at that moment. Who usually seemed so laid back, was just pretending. In the face of national duty, he was always the first to step up as a hero. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Seeing that the bluff had worked, he casually added. By the way, there's also some news about that mineral vein we discovered in the underground nest earlier. The moment he heard the words mineral vein, Qian Duo's breathing quickened. That is not a mineral vein, that is countless, shiny money. What news? Brother Fan, tell me quickly. The military big shots agreed that as long as I go to Emerald Star and help them regain control, the mining rights to that vein will be handed over to my old man. Whoa, Qian Duo slapped his thigh in excitement, causing the plates on the table to clatter. Brother Fan, isn't this basically a free windfall? His face flushed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together repeatedly. Then, he suddenly looked up with a serious expression and stared at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, I have to go with you on this. Why are you going? To be a moving target? Qian Duo was displeased at this and straightened his neck. Nonsense, I am going to protect you. I heard Emerald Star is currently a chaotic battleground with all sides fighting. It is incredibly dangerous. I can't let you go alone. What if something happens to you? Who will inherit your vast family fortune then? Lin Fan, you really see yourself as my adopted son, huh? Already thinking about that? Don't worry, Fatty, he have thick chin and strong bones. I can take hits and fight back. With me around, no one will lay a finger on you. Qian Duo declared firmly. Lin Fan looked at him, knowing full well that while this guy talked a big game, he would step up when it mattered. Alright, but let me make it clear first, once we ray there, you follow my orders in everything, no problem. Brother Fan point ceased. I will never go west. Brother Fan tells me to hit a dog, I will never chase a chicken. After lunch, Lin Fan and Qian Duo were idly lounging in the dormitory provided by the military department. A communication request from Xiao Wenbo came through and Lin Fan answered it. Lin Fan, is Qian Duo next to you? Yes, teacher. Lin Fan turned the camera toward Qian Duo. Great, Qian Duo, is your health okay now? Zhu Wenbo asked with concern. I'm fine, teacher, eating well. Feeling strong, Qian Duo patted his chest in assurance. Zhu Wenbo breathed a sigh of relief and then said, that's good. Here's the situation: all the freshmen from Yaoguang have returned. Freshmen from all academies are returning to Blue Star in batches through the Stardate. Our academy's time is at 3 p.m. Do you two want to return together? He paused and added, if Cheon Duo still needs rest, you can join the second batch, which will be in about 2 days. Return, of course, return. Before Lin Fan could speak, Cheon Duo shouted eagerly. Teacher, we'll go with the first batch. I can't stay on this Rift Valley Star where even birds don't poop for another moment. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. This place was nothing but sand and rocks, and staying at the military base was nowhere near as free as being at the academy. Zhu Wenbo chuckled. All right, then get ready. 30 p.m., gather in the main hall of the base. Got it. Cheon Duo rubbed his hands together with anticipation. Finally, we can go back, Brother Fan. This time we've achieved such a great feat. Do you think when we return to school, there will be junior girls lining the path to welcome us, offering flowers and kisses? Lin Fan yawned lazily at his words. Who knows, but I bet the cafeteria ladies will be pretty happy to see you. 30 p.m., in the main hall of the base. The place was already bustling with people, all brimming with uncontrollable excitement. All the Yaoguang freshmen in the first batch returning to Blue Star had gathered here. When Lin Fan and Cheon Duo entered the hall, a thunderous cheer erupted. Brother Fan is here. Brother Fan is awesome, please accept my bow. Brother Cheon, the real man who stood up to Chuan's top fighter. A true hero, whether they were from the combat division, support division, or the life division students who stayed at the base for tasks. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan with nothing but fervent admiration. One man, suppressing the coalition forces of 6 academies. Single-handedly, elevating Yaoguang Academy to the pinnacle of the 7 stars. This wasn't just an achievement, it was a legend. Fake creation of history. Facing the excited crowd, Lin Fan calmly waved his hand, as if he had merely done something trivial. Cheon Duo, on the other hand, was completely different. His tail was practically wagging to the sky. His face beaming with pride and honor, his whole demeanor puffed up like a peacock in full display. They're all too enthusiastic. This is what Brother Fan and I should do, all for the glory of Yaoguang. The surrounding freshmen burst into good-natured laughter. All right, quiet down. Zhu Wenbo stood at the front of the group, his face unable to hide his smile. Everyone's here, get ready to enter the Stargate. All the freshmen quickly lined up, and under the guidance of military personnel, they arrived at the Stardate platform of a Watcher base. The familiar rumbling sound echoed, as a deep blue light screen instantly filled their vision, and space began to distort violently. This time, with mental preparation, most of the students reacted much more calmly than when they first arrived. When the feeling of solid ground returned, everyone felt as if they had been transported to another world. They were back. From the perilous Rift Valley Star, they had returned to the safety of Blue Star. Without lingering too long at the Stardate base, the group boarded the floating bus heading back to school, flying toward the Black Ring Desert. The atmosphere became lively. During the military training on Rift Valley Star, they had been almost completely cut off from the outside world. Finally connected to the Skynet, everyone was frantically scrolling through news and social media platforms. A freshman suddenly jumped up from his seat, his head hitting the luggage rack on the ceiling with a loud bang. But he didn't care at all. He shouted, "Oh my god, guys! Look, Yaoguang is trending on the top of Deprecious Hot Search. 7-star joint military training concludes, Yaoguang Academy breaks records. Dominates the rankings, top students from major academies crushed by a fright. Yaoguang Academy pulls off a stunning reversal. Yaoguang, you make me feel unfamiliar." The entire bus erupted in chaos. Seeing the media use all kinds of extravagant language to report Yaoguang's victory, everyone felt a thrill that sent shivers down their spines. Cheon Duo was practically floating, grinning foolishly at something he had seen. Suddenly, he let out a strange cry and shoved the light screen of his terminal toward them. Holy crap, Fan, look at this. It was a photo. Judging by the background, it seemed to have been taken at the base on Rift Valley Star, likely by one of the teachers. The focal point was a holographic projection showing a scene from a bird's eye view. Over 100 unconscious top students from various academies had been arranged neatly into a massive phrase. Yaoguang Nianbi, the ingenious composition, the unique creativity, the sheer audacity that overflowed from the screen. It was simply perfect. The comment section below the photo had already descended into chaos. Ahaha, this is brutal. Who is the genius behind this? I declare this the best performance art of the year. The student councils of the 6 academies have issued a joint protest, demanding an apology from Yaoguang Academy. Apologize? Why apologize for something done with skill? dog head emoji. Breaking news, Yaoguang Academy's Student Council has responded. Preliminary judgment suggests it might have been caused by strong winds blowing people into this arrangement. Qian Duo laughed so hard his chubby body shook uncontrollably, nearly rolling off his seat. Fan, this was your doing, wasn't it? This idea is genius. Lin Fan remained calm, his expression righteous. Nonsense, how could I do something like that? I was busy saving you at the time. I didn't have time for such flashy antics. Qian Duo switched furiously. Yeah, right. I don't believe you, this familiar style, this familiar vibe. Who else, but you could pull off something so wicked? Filled with laughter and chatter, passed through the clouds and entered the Black Wing Desert. The Academy City, like an oasis island, appeared on the horizon. As the bus descended, everyone noticed something unusual. It was clearly dinner time. Yet the Academy's largest central square was packed with people, a dense crowd as far as the eye could see. Countless beams of light shot into the sky, illuminating the evening sky as bright as day. My God, did the entire school come out? This is way too over the top. The freshmen on the bus were stunned. Qian Duo's cheeks flushed with excitement, and even Lin Fan, looking at the crowd outside the window, couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at the corner of his mouth. This was the first time in Yaoguang's history that it had claimed the top spot in any form of 7-star academy competition. This is the glory of the entire academy. No one wanted to miss this moment worthy of being recorded in history. The hovering bus slowly landed on a helipad at the edge of the square. When the first freshman stepped out, boom, the atmosphere of the entire square was instantly ignited. They're back, our rookies are back. Yaoguang is awesome, ah how we are the champions, cheers. Shouts and roars converged into a terrifying wave of sound that soared into the sky, as if it would tear apart the clouds above the academy. Senior students, academy teachers, and even employees from the commercial street were all welcoming the triumphant return of the freshmen in the most enthusiastic way. And when Lin Fan appeared, the cheers reached an unprecedented peak. Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, Lin Fan, the unified chants echoed through the skies. Faced with this overwhelming fervor, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He and Qian Duo were surrounded by the frenzied crowd, like two small boats being pushed forward by the waves of people. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Children, quiet." The voice was not loud, yet it carried a peculiar penetrating power, reaching everyone's ears and overpowering all the noise and shouting. Within 3 seconds, the bustling square became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd seemed to be gently parted by invisible hands, automatically forming a wide path. An elderly man with white hair and beard slowly walked from the end of the path. It was Yaoguang Academy's principal, Xiao W. Anshan. The principal is here. Low exclamations erupted from the crowd, and all the students instinctively stood upright, their eyes filled with reverence. He walked to the freshmen's ranks, his gaze sweeping over the young faces, a gratified smile appearing on his face. Welcome home, Yaoguang's new blood. The academy has witnessed your performance on Rift Valley Star. He paused, and his tone suddenly became impassioned. You have made history, you have engraved the name Yaoguang back onto the pinnacle of the 7 stars, each and every one of you is the pride of Yaoguang. Boom, boom. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers and applause, a heartfelt tribute. Xiao W. Anshan raised his hand to signal for silence. Once the applause subsided, his gaze fell on Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Xiao W. Anshan's eyes were filled with undisguised approval and admiration. With your strength alone, you turned the tide and suppressed the coalition forces of the 6 academies. Your achievements need no further elaboration. He took a deep breath, his voice resonating throughout the academy. I hereby announce, the events of the 7 Stars Joint Military Training will be recorded in the academy's history, dedicated to all the returning freshmen, to Yaoguang 1 Squad, and especially to Lin Fan. He enunciated each word clearly, his voice like a resounding bell. A separate page will be opened to honor his achievements, to inspire future generations. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire square fell silent. The next second, a frenzy 10 times more intense than before erupted completely. A separate page in the academy's history. Damn. This treatment, it's the first time since the academy's founding. Lin Fan Jr. is awesome, the principal is awesome. Qian Duo was so excited that his whole body trembled with fat, looking at Lin Fan beside him with eyes full of stars, as if witnessing the birth of a deity. Including Zhao Wenbo were so moved that their eyes turned red. They had waited for this day for far too long, after the crowd had celebrated for a while. Principal Xiao finally instructed Zhao Wenbo and the others to escort Lin Fan and Qian Duo back. In less than 10 minutes, Lin Fan and Cheon Duo returned to the familiar Ray 7 villa. Closing the door to shut out the still deafening cheers outside. Both felt as if they had just finished a tough battle, utterly exhausted in body and mind. Phew, that was way too thrilling. Brother Fan, a new chapter in school history. From now on, we Ray living legends. Cheon Duo collapsed onto the sofa, still immersed in overwhelming excitement, grinning foolishly. Lin Fan also let out a long breath and threw himself onto the soft sofa. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. Seeing this, Cheon Duo instinctively straightened his posture. Brother Fan, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Fan picked up his phone and opened the contact list. We've enjoyed the treatment we deserve, and the spotlight is over. Now, it is time to call my old man and talk about that mineral vein on Rift Valley Star. Lin Fan picked up his phone, found his dad's number, and dialed. The call was answered almost instantly. With a soft beep, a holographic screen unfolded, revealing a resolute-faced middle-aged man. Lin Jianru glanced at Lin Fan. Then at Cheon Duo, who was peeking curiously from the side. For the first time, a faint smile appeared on his usually icy face. You brat, the commotion you caused during this military training was small. His tone was calm, but the pride hidden within was unmistakable. Even a few of my business partners were talking about how Yao Guang produced an extraordinary little monster. Lin Fan froze for a moment, surprised at how far the news had spread, and immediately switched to a modest tone. Ahem, nothing much, it is all thanks to my classmates. Don't pretend in front of me. Lin Jinyi clearly was buying it and went straight to the point. Speak, what do you want? Lin Fan rubbed his hands together, a classic sly merchantess smile appearing on his face. Dad, I've brought a massive deal to our Wanqing group. Lin Jianyi raised an eyebrow, his face full of skepticism. A massive deal? You. A student, what kind of big deal could you bring? Your vision is too narrow, old Lin. Lin Fan deliberately lowered his voice, each word landing like a gold brick on the floor. I discovered a super energy mineral vein on Rift Valley Star. What do you mean? Lin Jianyi's expression didn't change. I mean, I've done a preliminary survey. It's over 30 kilometers long. With no end in sight at either end, more than 100 meters wide, and the purity is astonishingly high. Lin Fan added. The military has already sent people to verify it. On the other side of the holographic screen, Lin Jianrui's steps came to an abrupt halt, as a mining tycoon into Achia. He immediately understood the terrifying value behind these figures. Kid, you can joke about something like this? Do I look like I am joking? Lin Fan retorted. Lin Jianyi stared at him through the screen for a long time before slowly nodding. He knew his son while he never spoke nonsense about serious matters. Good. He had just said two words when he suddenly realized, wait, Rift Valley Star is still under military control, we private capitalists can't get involved. Lin Fan smiled and raised his chin smugly at the screen. You can handle it, but I can. Lin Jianyi's brows instantly furrowed into a deep crease. You made a deal with the military? What conditions did they propose? What price did you have to pay? Oh. Lin Fan waved his hand casually. The Jade Star Frontline White House Federation has developed a secret weapon, and the military wants me to go over and help take out that base. In exchange, the mining rights to the Rift Star vein will be prioritized for our Wanqing group. No way, Lin Jianyi's voice suddenly rose, filled with resolute determination that left no room for argument. As someone who had spent years traveling between various colonial stars, he knew all too well what kind of place Jade Star was. That is the frontline. The meat grinder. What is a freshman who just started school doing getting involved in this mess? We Ray not taking this deal, compared to astronomical wealth. He cared more about his only son. Lin Fan looked at his father's rare loss of composure, a warm feeling passing through his heart, and his tone became more serious. Dad, don't get worked up. According to the military, my abilities happen to be the perfect counter to Lighthouse's secret weapon. If I go, it'll be a dimensional strike. Besides, think about it, Yao Guang Academy just announced they raid dedicating a special page in the school's history for me. Do you think they'd just stand by and let me go to the frontline as cannon fodder? Lin Fan half-jokingly boasted. He was indeed confident, but speaking so lightly was purely to ease his father's worries. Lin Jianyi stared at his son for a long time before his tense shoulders slowly relaxed. Pride, mixed with deeper concern, intertwined in his heart. You dad, look, Lin Fan interrupted him directly. I am working hard on the frontline, bringing glory to the nation, and while I am at it, I've negotiated such a big deal for you. So Lin Fan raised his hand, rubbing his thumb, index, and middle finger together repeatedly in front of the camera. Lin Jianyi was both amused and exasperated by his antics. All right, tell me, what do you want? Lin Fan held up two fingers. The pure profit our Wanxing Group gets from the Rift Star vein, no matter how you negotiate with the military, I want 2%, Lin Jia's smile froze. 2%. If the vein's reserves and quality are confirmed, the profits would be calculated in trillions. This kid really dares to ask for the moon. However, Lin Jianyi didn't even hesitate, and he even upped the offer. Is that enough? I'll give you 5% if you want. Now it was Lin Feng's turn to be stunned. What the dad's being so generous today? And no need for that, Lin Fan was secretly delighted but maintained a noble demeanor outwardly. The gentleman loves wealth but acquires it properly. 2% is enough. At this point, he pulled Qian Duo over from the side. Let me introduce you. This is my dorm mate, Qian Duo. During military training, this guy took quite a few hits from me and endured injuries. Plus, we discovered the vein together, for the Jade Star mission later. He'll be risking his life alongside me. Lin Fan patted Qian Duo's sturdy shoulder. So, out of my 2%, I'll give him 1%. Qian Duo had been grinning foolishly on the side, but upon hearing this, he looked like he'd been hit directly by an orbital cannon. But 1%? His family's business was moderately successful on Bloomstar, but compared to 1% of a superpsionic vein, it wasn't even a drop in the ocean. This meant that he, Qian Duo, just because he'd chosen the right person to follow, was about to leap from being an ordinary second-generation rich kid to being wealthier than his own father, a first-generation tycoon. Happiness came too suddenly, and he felt like his brain was already fried. Lin Fan looked at Qian Duo's silly expression and secretly laughed in his heart. This is the golden shackle that buys his loyalty for the rest of his life. No, for the next 2 lifetimes, this move. Absolute profit. On the other side of the video, Lin Zhenwu took a deep look at the dumbfounded Qian Duo, then glanced at his own son with his generous and righteous demeanor. A hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Winning people's hearts requires real gold and silver. Lin Jianyi turned his gaze to Qian Duo, his voice much gentler. Zhao Qian, right? Thank you for taking care of my son on Rift Valley Star this time. Qian Duo shivered, looking at the legendary business emperor on the screen, so nervous that his whole body of fat was trembling. And no need to thank me. Hello, Uncle Lin, this is what I should do. That share I can't take it, it's really too much. If he gives it to you, take it, follow him and work hard in the future. Lin Jianyi's tone left no room for doubt. Yes, I guarantee to complete the task. Qian Duo instinctively stood up straight. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. All right, Dad, about the mining veins. You can directly contact the deputy commander of the Rift Valley Star Garrison, Li Dingjuo. He knows. Lin Ji noted down the name. Oh, by the way, Lin Fan added, Fatty's family runs some small businesses. Have someone check it out, and if there are suitable projects, give them some support. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo's eyes instantly turned red. Brother Fan, this isn't just giving him money. This is directly pulling him and his entire family from a small dinghy onto the super battleship of Wanxing Group, which dominates the galaxy. This is a life-changing favor, got it? Lin Jianyi finally instructed, tomorrow, go to the Wanxing store at the Academy on Emerald Star. I'll have someone send over a batch of new equipment overnight. Understood. Lin Jianyi said no more and decisively ended the communication. The villa fell into a deathly silence. After a full half-minute, Qian Duo looked at Lin Fan, and tears suddenly streamed down his face. His knees buckled, and he tried to perform a grand gesture of worship. But due to his massive size, the movement was severely distorted, resembling a stranded giant turtle, comical yet devout. Brother Fan. From now on, you are my one true god. If you say the sun is square, I'll immediately go and make it square. If you say the earth has stopped spinning, I'll work overnight to fix it. Lin Fan felt Goosen stall over. Let go. Now I know where that share went. Just consider it your intelligence stacks. Thank you, Godfather, for your reward. Lin Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably, his face full of disdain as he tried to break free. Is it really necessary? And look how excited this kid is. The next morning, Lin Fan finished washing up and was about to take Qian Duo to receive the fatherly equipment sent by Ling Zhong, when beep his terminal rang. It was an official communication from the academy. He casually opened it. A line of brief text appeared on the light screen. Lin Fan, please come to the dean's office at 9 a. At 9 a. Dean Xiao Anshan pushed a document bearing the military insignia in front of Lin Fan. A conscription order from the military, sent early this morning, the old dean said. His voice stung with fatigue. They specifically named you to go to the front lines on Emerald Star to carry out a special mission. At the same time, the military has granted special approval, allowing you to form a small team of no more than 5 people. During the mission, all allowances and military merits will be converted into Academy Star credits at the highest wartime standard and deposited into your accounts. Lin Fan understood. The old fox acted really fast. Lin Fan, you've just enrolled. Although you have exceptional talent, your combat experience is still limited, Dean Xiao said earnestly, his eyes filled with genuine care. Emerald Star is a true meat grinder. From the Academy's standpoint, we don't recommend you step into such a place right now. The Academy will step in and help you communicate with the military. A trace of warmth flowed through Lin Fan's heart. He knew the Dean truly had his best interests at heart, even willing to risk offending the military. However, this was originally the result of a deal with Li Yingzhuo. And now it was just a matter of going through the formalities. Lin Fan stood up straight and repeated almost verbatim the patriotic rhetoric he had just used with the old fox yesterday, complete with the same tone, expressions, and gestures. This seamless little performance left Xiao W. Anshan, who had prepared a whole speech to persuade him, completely at a loss for words. In the end, the old dean could only let out a long sigh, pick up his pen, and sign a document permitting Lin Fan to leave the academy to carry out the mission. Stay safe. Lin Fan quickly put away the conscription order, afraid the dean might change his mind, and decisively took his leave. Outside the office, Qian Duo was standing idly in the hallway like a door god. Seeing Lin Fan come out, he immediately approached. How did it go, Brother Fan? Did the dean mention the Emerald Star thing? Lin Fan waved the document in his hand. Yeah, it's a direct conscription order from the military. Holy crap, that's awesome. I've been waiting for this. Qian Duo slapped his thigh in excitement, looking eager and ready for action. No rush. Before the troops move, the supplies must be prepared. Let's get some equipment first. Qian Duo was momentarily stunned. Come on, to the commercial street. Following the map, the two quickly found a luxurious and imposing store in the heart of the academy's bustling commercial street. The two gilded characters' star vane gleamed under the sunlight, with a slightly small and one Xingru pendulum beside it, showcasing its extraordinary background. As soon as they stepped into the store, a sharp and capable store manager immediately greeted them. Young master, you're here. The items instructed by the chairman were delivered punctually at 6 this morning. Lin Fan nodded. Where are they? The store manager immediately gestured to the back. Soon, a staff member reeled out a massive alloy storage box from the rear warehouse. The box was matte black, with the exclusive transport code of the Wanqing Group printed on it. Young master, the equipment in this box is configured for a standard tactical team, the store manager said, pointing to the 2 boxes. Would you like to inspect them? At this moment, there were other students browsing in the store. Seeing this scene, they cast curious glances, and some had already recognized Lin Fan, whispering among themselves. No need. Lin Fan had no intention of turning this into some kind of unboxing live stream. Send the items to my dorm, Ville A7. The store manager immediately understood. Understood, I'll arrange for a dedicated person and vehicle to deliver them right away. Gilly A7, the massive alloy box, sat quietly in the center of the living room. Brother Fan, our uncle is way too generous, getting us an entire team's worth of equipment. Qian Duo circled around the box like a husky discovering a new toy, his face brimming with excitement and curiosity. Lin Fan placed his hand on the recognition area on the side of the box, passing both palm print and iris verification. Beep identity confirmed. With a soft click, the alloy lid unlocked, and amidst the faint hiss of hydraulic rods, it slowly lifted upward. A chilling cold air and the unique violet gleam poured out from inside the box. Qian Duo craned his neck to look inside. The next second, he froze in place, his mouth indolenturely forming an O shape. In the topmost layer, 5 backpack-sized metal modules lay quietly, pitch black and exuding a cold, technological aura. Lin Fan picked one up. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. He had never seen such a thing before and could only glance at the label beside it. Stardust II Single Soldier Nano Combat Suit Wanqing Exclusive Prototype Grade S-Class description in backpack form. It remains in standby mode. Once activated, it can cover the entire body within 5 seconds. Equipped with a high-density psionic battery and a nanobot hive, it features physical energy defense, self-repair for damage, and a life support system. Lin Fan blinked. 10 sets in total, before he could finish reading. Qian Duo beside him had already started gasping. S-Class Nano Combat Suits, And, prototypes? Lin Fan glanced at him and then pointed to the side, where 5 identical backpack modules were also placed. 2 sets per person. One as a backup. If one breaks, you can switch. Qian Duo's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Holy crap, using S-class prototypes as backups, as expected. The only one more extravagant than Brother Fan is his dad. Lin Fan ignored him and shifted his gaze to the adjacent section. Beneath the combat suits was a neatly stacked layer of dark-colored cloaks. Nightowl camouflage cloak Shadow Tech test version grain test version grade. A class description provided by Shadow Tech. Capable of bending light, isolating thermal signatures, and blocking psionic detection, enabling multi-metonation stealth. Next to them were 5 small boxes containing tactical goggles with a highly futuristic design. HOP-AB Full Spectrum Tactical Goggles Wanxing Custom Description. Integrates dynamic tracking, thermal imaging, psionic wave analysis, ballistic trajectory assistance, and other multifunctional modules. Can directly link with the Phantom combat suit. Further down were bracelet-like metal rings. Sirentang Psionic Shield Amplifier Deep-Sea Heavy Industries Exclusive Description. Can store additional psionic energy and amplify shield strength by 80% when the user's shield is activated. Each piece of equipment bore labels like exclusive, prototype or test version. Every single item was cutting-edge gear unavailable on the market. Qian Duo was already numb. He felt like a country bumpkin who had accidentally stumbled into a divine armory, even his breathing becoming cautious. However, when Lin Fan opened the bottommost layer of the box, Qian Duo's last psychological defense completely collapsed. Column after column, hundreds of vials in various colors were neatly arranged. S-class psionic potions H200 military-grade high-strength tissue regeneration spray Sadie, that were also antidotes, mental stabilizers. Berserk potions, an array of items, everything one could possibly need. Qian Duo swallowed hard and stammered, Fanji, are we sure we're going to the front lines for a mission, not to wipe out the local natives? Lin Fan looked at the cowardly chubby man with disdain. Enough, stop embarrassing yourself. He roughly took stock of the equipment and supplies, which were indeed prepared for a top-tier 5-person special operations team. Moreover, every item had backups and extras. It could only be said that his father's fatherly love was so plain and unadorned, yet dull. Alright, wipe your drool, don't let it drip on the equipment. Qian Duo snapped back to reality. Rubbing his hands as he asked, Fan Zhou, this equipment is for 5 people, but there are only 2 of us. Should we find a few reliable teammates from the academy? No need. No need, Lin Fan waved his hand. His expression calm. With just the 2 of us, we can move more freely and be less of a target. He paused and continued. Emerald Star is the real proving ground. It's where elites from all the major military districts and top academies of the Great Shah gather to take on missions. It's a natural talent market. A meaningful smile curved at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. If needed, we can pick people directly over there. Saves time and effort, and we can inspect the goods on the spot to see their quality. Qian Duo's eyes lit up as he suddenly understood. Makes sense, recruiting on the battlefield, that's intense. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Fan stood up, pack your things and get ready to leave. Without further delay. They loaded their personal belongings and the heavy alloy equipment box onto a pre-booked long-distance hovercar. The hovercar's engine let out a low rumble as it slowly drove out of the academy. Then, the vehicle suddenly ascended sharply. Roaring toward the Great Wall Stardate Base in the Kunlun Mountains, deep within the Kunlun Mountains, at the Great Wall Stardate Base, they were led to a dedicated military passage Ding Maonong. 3 Stargate. There were no noisy newcomers here, only soldiers with grim expressions coming and going, along with crates of supplies dashed in for the front lines. The atmosphere was as cold and hard as iron. In the service office, a military officer with the rank of major took the conscription order Lin Fan handed over. His cold gaze swept over their young faces. Identity confirmed. Yaoguan Academy, Lin Fan, Qian Duo. You will board the 3 o'clock PM Logistics Transport Sequence to Emerald Star. It is now 12:30 p.m. You have 2.5 hours to wait. After speaking, the officer pointed to the waiting area not far away and then lowered his head to continue processing documents, as if they were just pieces of cargo about to be shipped out. Qian Duo muttered quietly, Fanji, this treatment is way worse than last time. Lin Fan found a clean crate to sit on and lazily yawned. Be content. Free shipping is already good enough. What more do you want, at exactly 3 p.m., as the familiar sensation of spatial distortion hit, Lin Fan and Qian Duo, along with the towering stacks of supply crates, disappeared into the deep blue light curtain of the Dingmao No. 3 Stargate. This time, the teleportation seemed even longer and more turbulent than the last. Even with Cheonduo's current physique, he still felt a surge of blood and energy upon landing. Before he could complain, a rush of fresh air with a faint fragrance of grass and trees filled his nostrils. Whoa! Cheonduo couldn't help but take a deep breath, feeling instantly invigorated. Fanji, this air. This air can be sold for money, it's even better than the most expensive oxygen-enriched cabins on Blue Star. Lin Fan looked around. They were in a massive semi-open teleportation hall, with an armored dome overhead. Ahead of them was a magnificent view. An endless emerald green grassland stretched under the azure sky, like a flawless gem. In the distance, the faint outlines of rolling mountain ranges could be seen. Beneath their feet was a grand steel-reinforced concrete city, where countless soldiers in exoskeletons and automated construction machinery were bustling with activity. This was Emerald Star, the core main city of the Diachia Pioneer Corps on the eastern part of the Qiming continent Yanqian City. A soldier led them to the mission registration office. The officer in charge glanced at the conscription order, then at the massive black alloy box behind them, raising an eyebrow. Yaoguan Academy, Lin Fan, Cheonduo, yes. The officer swiped a few times on the terminal. Your identity information has been entered into the Tianshidi defense system. Your dormitory is in Building 17, Zone C. Room for 104, for 104. Cheonduo muttered softly, Brother Fan. That's an unlucky number? Not found, can't find the server? Are they cursing us to disappear as soon as we step out? Lin Fan patted his shoulder and said seriously, it's a good omen. It means the enemy will never find us. Great fortune. The officer's mouth seemed to twitch slightly but quickly returned to a neutral expression. Most areas in the city are open to you. The city defense map and public intelligence head to your personal terminals. Lastly, don't cause trouble in the city, and don't die outside the city. Cleaning up your bodies is a hassle, good luck. With that, the officer waved them off, signaling they could leave. The dormitory they were assigned to was utterly unremarkable. A double room with 2 metal beds, a table, and a private bathroom. That was it. The simplicity was almost offensive. This is it? Cheonduo threw his backpack onto the bed, his face full of disbelief. We're talents personally requested by the higher-ups, and this is the treatment we get, not even a sofa? Just make do, Lin Fan said inferently, lying down on the bed. If you're unhappy, you can ask your dad to airdrop a seaside villa for you. Cheonduo immediately deflated. Forget it. Fatty here is known for being able to endure hardships. He opened his terminal and began browsing the base map and public information. Brother Fan, this Qingchen city is pretty big. Food, entertainment, everything's here. Hey, there's even a University Alliance logistics department. Lots of schools have offices here. Let's go, I'm hungry. Let's grab some food and gather some intel. The two of them headed to a bustling commercial street. This place felt less like a military camp and more like a thriving frontier town. Soldiers in various combat uniforms, students with different school emblems, and corporate employees in work attire filled the streets. In addition, there were some special individuals, seemingly approved by the military, hewn to take on various tasks as part of civilian organizations. War had given rise to a massive interest-driven ecosystem centered around military achievements and resources. The two casually picked a lively restaurant and walked in, as soon as they sat down, then walked in. The conversation from the next table drifted over. Damn it, that cursed place, the Crying Swamp, is no place for humans. 5 members of my squad went in, but only 3 crawled out. Those K-or people, relying on their geographical advantage, are impossible to guard against. The speaker was a bald, burly man with the emblem of Yu Reicheng Academy hanging on the chest of his combat uniform. His companion cursed angrily, K-or people are nothing. The disgusting ones are those bastards from the Lighthouse Federation. Last week, a batch of life essence samples we were escorting got hijacked by them as soon as we left the collection's own. Damn it, a bunch of sneaky scumbags. Cheonduo was stunned as he listened. He had just sat down and was already hearing such explosive frontline reports. On the other side, a few students who seemed to be from Chendoan, were having an intense discussion. The toxic mist there is extremely permeable, and our filtration equipment has a damage rate of over 70%. The military is very dissatisfied. It's not just the toxic mist. Deep in the swamp, there are also K or guerrilla squads. Those slippery blue Qing deals are elusive and unpredictable. Several teens have suffered heavy losses there. Duo was even more stunned. Brother Fan, this place seems way more intense than Rift Star. High-level zones are like this. Lin Fan replied while leading and quickly browsing the public information on Yanchen City's internal network using his personal terminal. Emergency, Eastern Mount. Free Agricultural Zone is under attack by a swarm of corrosive lizards. Requesting support, mission reward 500 military merit points. High risk. Signs of K or rituals detected deep in the Crying Swamp. Recruiting reconnaissance teams to investigate, mission reward 5,0 military merit points, with additional rewards for discoveries. Long-term purchase Iron Spinewood. 50 military merit points per standard unit. Complete lightning organ of Thunderwing Dragon, 3,000 military merit points. The information was overwhelming but revealed one core issue: lack of manpower and resources. Battles were happening everywhere, then resources were being fought over everywhere. At that moment, the conversation at the next table caught Lin Fan's attention. The pressure on the Western Front is getting worse. Have you heard about that monster the Lighthouse Federation recently dropped in? What monster? Just a few days ago, one of our duotrains was conducting an infiltration mission in the Western Hills. They were completely wiped out. Annihilated? No way, that's too much, that's the problem. Later, the military sent drones to investigate, and the scene was a complete mess. His expression grave. It wasn't just our people. There were also for Europa corpses. Everyone was torn to shreds. Pieces scattered everywhere. The creepiest part was that the site was covered in a layer of slimy biological tissue. A collective gasp of shock spread around. What the hell is that? Bioweapons? No idea. The military has classified the intel. Now everyone on the Western Front is on edge, terrified of running into that thing. Slippery biological tissue? Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. It sounded a lot like the secret weapon of the Lighthouse Federation that old Fox leading Guo had mentioned. After finishing the meal, Duo felt like his worldview had been completely reshaped. Brother Fam, this place is way too scary. Feels like you could get sniped. Lin Fan had already opened the terminal, pulled up the detailed map of Emerald Star, and was carefully studying the terrain of the Western Hills. Duo leaned over and saw the red area on the screen marked as a high-risk conflict zone, involuntarily swallowing hard. Why are you looking at this? We're not going there, are we? What else? Lin Fan closed the map and stretched lazily. They went to such lengths to bring us here, isn't it for this? He patted the chubby guy's shoulder, a smile appearing on his face that made Duo's scalp tingle. Get a good night's rest. We're going to find the Lighthouse Federation's secret weapon and have a proper face-to-face meeting. The next morning, Duo was already up and full of energy. Brother Fan. Wake up, time to get moving. Lin Fan turned over, burying his head in the pillow. Get lost. Let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Don't sleep anymore, Brother Fan. The sun's already shining on your butt, Duo shouted while quickly packing his gear into the backpack form of the Stardust, the I-Single Soldier monocombat suit. Nightcowl cloak, check. Siren amplifier, check. He muttered to himself as he packed, his expression as blissful as a hamster that had fallen into a rice jar. Fatty here has never fought such a well-equipped battle in his life. Eventually, Lin Fan was annoyed by the noise and slowly got up, his hair a mess, yawning as he began to organize his own gear. Compared to Duo's excitement, his movements were lazy and casual. Soon, Lin Fan was packed as well, slinging the backpack over his shoulder and heading straight for the door. Let's go. Duo froze for a moment. Where to? Lin Fan's voice was hoarse from not being fully awake. Yanchen City is over 1,000 kilometers away from the western border outpost in a straight line. You planning to run there on foot? Then suddenly realized. Oh, right, the area controlled by Axia on this planet was as vast as the size of Kangaroo Country on Blue Star. The two walked out of the dormitory building and headed straight for the University Alliance Logistics Department they had seen on the map yesterday. This was the joint office of various universities in Qinxian, Kent City, providing logistical support for students on external missions. They found the office with the sign Yaoguang Academy. Inside was a senior who looked drowsy, slumped over the desk, dozing off with a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. Lin Fan extended a finger and tapped twice on the desk. The senior jolted awake, hurriedly wiping his mouth. Freshman? What do you need? Rent a car. The senior lazily glanced them up and down, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Rent a car? Do you have enough military merit points? The cheapest off-road vehicle here costs 50 merit points per day. Lin Fan said nothing, simply pressing a button on his wrist terminal. A small light screen appeared, displaying his academy account information. No military merit points, but plenty of star orders. The senior glanced at it inferently. The next second, his pupils contracted sharply, and the laziness and impatience on his face were instantly replaced by shock. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Holy crap, the startled exclamation escaped his lips. He abruptly looked up, his gaze at Lin Fan completely changed from scrutiny to reverence. Filled with astonishment and disbelief. You're that Lin Fan, the reward for being first in military training. Combined with Lin Fan's own savings, made the long string of zeros in his account a crushing advantage over 95% of Yaoguang students. Low profile, low profile, low profile. Lin Fan waved his hand. Senior, do you have a car that looks ordinary but is actually amazing? Yes. Yes, yes. The senior's attitude took a 180-degree turn, becoming so enthusiastic it was as if he were a different person. He quickly pulled up a list of vehicles, pointed to one, and used the most professional sales pitch. Look at this one, the Pioneer Type 7, a military-grade high-mobility hover vehicle. It looks no different from the logistics department's cargo haulers. But it is equipped with the latest generation anti-gravity engine, a military-grade energy shield, and a stealth field generator, 300 star coins a day. How about it? This one. Lin Fan made the decision decisively. Got it. After completing the paperwork, the senior jogged all the way to the underground garage to personally bring the car up. He even wiped the cockpit clean with a cloth until it was spotless. Cheon Duo sat in the passenger seat, feeling the comfortable wrap of the seat and touching the cold metallic interior of the car, full of emotion. Brother Fan, having money is great. This isn't money, it's strength, Lin Fan corrected. He started the hover vehicle. And with a low hum of the engine, the seemingly unremarkable broken car slowly lifted off the ground, and sped entering a simple war room. He had the operator pull up a holographic projection. Unrecognizable from the destruction. Charred craters, twisted metal wreckage, and scattered crimson remained so mangled it was impossible to tell if they were human or beast. People investigated daily, but few returned with any intelligence. The captain's voice was low, as if he had grown accustomed to it. Whether it's people or equipment, they're torn apart like paper. No traces of ammunition were found at the scene, only this. He swiped his finger, and the image zoomed in. Covering the wreckage and remains was a layer of purplish-black, fungus-like material, faintly writhing. Cheon Duo felt his stomach churn, his face turning pale. What the hell is this thing? No idea. The captain shook his head. All we know is that it's highly corrosive and blocks psionic detection. We tried burning it with flamewathers, but it had little effect. We poured strong acid on it, and it even absorbed some of it. The areas it corrodes are heavily polluted. And the most critical issue is its rapid expansion. The captain pulled up another video report. In the most recent attack, drone footage showed this stuff covering nearly a square kilometer within 3 hours after the battle, devouring all corpses and equipment debris. Then, it disappeared, as if absorbed by the earth. He looked at Lin Fan. The slimy thing you mentioned, it should be this. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Devouring, corrosion, blocking detection. It sounded like a sibling to his own fungal mat, albeit a cruder and more nauseating version. Do you have a sample? Lin Fan asked. Yes. The captain nodded, retrieving a heavily sealed metal sample box from a nearby freezer. This was collected by a scout at the edge of the site, risking his life. Its activity was already low when it arrived, but it still holds research value. He handed the box to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took the box without opening it, simply holding it in his hand. For a moment, the innate instincts of the fungus master sent a faint feedback filled with hunger, savagery, and pure devouring destruction. Lin Fan smirked. That old fox Li Dingjiyue had lied to him. This was indeed a natural nemesis. But as for who would ultimately counter whom, that was another matter entirely. Cheon Duo, seeing the inappropriate yet eerie smile on Lin Fan's face, felt a chill down his spine. Fan bro, why are you smiling? Nothing. Lin Fan restrained his smile and turned to the grim-faced captain. Comrade, I want to know the last known location of this thing. Or where the enemy is most likely to operate. The captain lit another cigarette, his eyes carrying the weariness of someone worn down by reality. The last known location? He pointed to the vast western hills on the map. Listen, kid, their attacks are random. One time it's here, the next it could be hundreds of kilometers away. This enemy is like a ghost. Today they stab us, tomorrow they ray off to stick it to those knights in Europa. There's no pattern to it. Cheon Duo shrank his neck. What? They even fight the people in Europa? No shit. The captain exhaled a smoke ring. The opponent is the Lighthouse Federation. In their eyes, Both we and Europa are enemies. The atmosphere in the operations room grew increasingly heavy. An elusive, indiscriminate attacker with an unknown ability. This was every frontline soldier's nightmare. However, Lin Fan shook his head. No. There is no such thing as absolute randomness in this world. Only patterns yet to be discovered. He turned to the captain. I need the exact dates of every attack, from the first one to today. Include the intelligence from Europa as well. What is the use of that? The captain frowned, unable to understand. The other soldiers in the operations room exchanged puzzled glances. What is this kid up to? Checking the almanac, seeing if today is a good day to go out? Give me the data, and I'll give you the answer. Lin Fan Estone left no room for doubt. The captain frowned deeply, staring at Lin Fan for a good 10 seconds before finally nodding toward the communications officer. Give it to him, pull up all the records we have. Yes, sir. The communications officer immediately began operating the system. Soon, a long timeline was projected in the center of the operations room. The attack dates for Diraxia and the Europa Alliance were marked with red and blue dots, respectively. July 17, a reconnaissance outpost in western Diraxia lost contact. August 2, a Europa patrol was ambushed and completely wiped out. August 15, a Diraxia transport convoy was attacked. August 27, a Europa forward camp was destroyed. Lin Fan studied the timeline intently. His finger lightly traced across the light screen, connecting the first two dots. The interval between the first and second attacks was 15 days. Everyone in the operations room instinctively held their breath. His finger moved again. The interval between the second and third attacks was 13 days. Between the third and fourth, 12 days. The only sound left in the operations room was Lin Fan's calm, measured voice, like a precise scalpel dissecting the invisible monster layer by layer. Then, 10 days, 7 days. He moved further along the timeline, finally stopping at the two most recent records. The second to last interval was 6 days. Which corresponds to the video footage we just reviewed. Lin Fan paused, lifting his head to look at everyone present. The interval was 5 days. The battle hard and Captain Ness breathing had grown heavy. A chilling sense of dread surged from everyone's feet to the tops of their heads. They had known the attacks were becoming more frequent, but they had never seen the data laid out so starkly. This was anti-randomness. This pattern was terrifying to the extreme. It is accelerating? The captain's voice was dry. No. Lin Fan shook his head, delivering an even more despairing answer. It is shortening its cooldown time, or rather, the enemy's digestion efficiency is improving. He pointed at the timeline. Each attack is for the purpose of consuming resources, bodies, equipment, anything that can be converted into energy. Then, it needs time to digest. This digestion process is also its own process of upgrading and iteration. Lin Fan Estone was calm, but the information he conveyed made every soldier present feel their scalp tingle. The captain stared at him intently. Yu Wei saying. It is evolving, each attack makes it stronger, so the time it needs to digest its food gets shorter. Exactly. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. If this trend continues, the cooldown time will soon shorten to 1 day, or even reach 0. At that point, it might be the moment the other side completes the leap from the origin domain to the Earth domain. 0, Earth domain. These two words were like heavy hammers, striking hard on everyone's hearts. A monster that can devour endlessly and expand without limit. What is that? That is a walking catastrophe. Seeing the shocked and pale faces of the crowd, Lin Fan secretly curled his lips. Digesting a meal and meeting to calculate by days. Starting with half a month? What kind of ancient version of a digestive system is this? His own precious microbial colony processes food instantly, with energy and evolution points credited immediately. Instant settlement, and with extra rebates. That guy on the other side is simply a disgrace to the industry, showing off with such efficiency, utterly childish behavior. Just then, beep, beep. The piercing alarm suddenly exploded in the operations room. The communications officer sprang up from his seat, his face full of shock. West No, for outpost has sent a distress signal. 30 kilometers southwest of the outpost, one of our supply transport teams has been attacked. What? The captain's pupils contracted sharply. Everyone turned their heads, their gazes fixed on Lin Fan. He was right. 5 days, today is exactly the 5th day. Lin Fan, however, ignored their astonishment, stepped forward, and grabbed the collar of the communications officer. Where is No? For outpost. 120 kilometers south. Lin Fan released him. Turned, and walked away. Qian Duo was still in a state of shock when Lin Fan dragged him along and rushed outside. The captain chased after them from the outpost. Hey, kid, it is dangerous. The only response he got was the low hum of the flying car engine starting. The captain watched the flying car disappear from sight, gritted his teeth, and turned back to shout into the outpost, "Xiao Wang, take your men and follow me." Lin Fan pushed the speed of the Pioneer flying car to its maximum. Even so, by the time they passed No. 4 outpost, more than half an hour had already gone by. They searched low over the southwest direction. Suddenly, Qian Duo, sitting in the co-pilot seat, pointed ahead. "Brother Fan. Over there, I see it." In the distance, a thick black column of smoke rose straight into the blue sky from the valley. Lin Fan adjusted the flying car's direction and sped toward the smoke. At the entrance of the valley, 2 fully armed military squads had already set up a perimeter. As the flying car landed, a military officer with a lieutenant rank on his shoulder quickly approached. "This is a military restricted area. Who are you?" Lin Fan directly showed his electronic conscription order. After confirming it, the lieutenant shook his head, his face full of frustration. "We rushed here at full speed after receiving the distress signal, but by the time we arrived, the battle was already over. The attackers had long disappeared." "Escaped?" Qian Duo was stunned. "Escaped?" The lieutenant nodded and gestured with his chin toward the valley. "But those disgusting things are still there." Lin Fan said nothing. Walking straight past the perimeter and toward the edge of the valley, Qian Duo swallowed hard and followed closely behind him. When they stood at the edge of the valley and saw the scene below, even the fearless Qian Duo Kalbum, helped but let out a violent retching sound. Before them lay a writhing hell. A massive carpet covered nearly half of the valley floor. On the surface of the carpet, countless sticky fascia and vein-like protrusions twisted and contracted incessantly. Over a dozen heavy transport hover vehicles had been torn into scrap metal, their alloy armor corroded by the mucus, emitting white smoke and a sizzling sound. Numerous shattered supply crates and indistinguishable flesh and tissue were deeply embedded within, being slowly decomposed and digested. The air was thick with a suffocating stench. Qian Duo covered his mouth, tears and snot streaming down his face, utterly dumbfounded. Seeing this thing alive was a completely different level of impact compared to watching it in a video. Lin Fan stood on the ridge, facing the foul wind, silent. He crouched down, placing one hand on the ground. In an instant, countless gray-black mycelium surged out from his palm. Under the horrified gazes of the military squad behind him, the mycelium proliferated at an astonishing speed, spreading downward into the valley. The moment the gray-black came into contact with the purple-black substance, the mycelium instinctively began to devour. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed through the mycelium. Invigorating him, it was a rare and potent nourishment, but at that very moment, Lin Fan's expression changed. He sensed that his mycelium was also being decomposed. The other side was devouring him as well. This was the first time Lin Fan had encountered such a situation. Two completely different life forms were engaging in a primitive and savage battle of devouring at a microscopic level. He could feel his extended mycelium being gradually decomposed and digested, becoming nutrients for the purple-black substance. At the same time, the purple-black substance was being frantically devoured by his mycelium. To Lin Fan, this was no longer a battle, it was a blatant provocation. In the realm of devouring and proliferation, someone dared to show off in front of him. Just then, the distant sky echoed with the roar of engines. The scar-faced captain from Outpost No. 3 arrived at the scene with a team of fully armed soldiers. As soon as they landed and saw the terrifying scene of gray-black and purple-black intertwining in the valley, everyone gasped in shock. What is going on here?" The captain quickly strode over to the lieutenant, his voice filled with disbelief. The lieutenant's face was pale as he pointed to the valley below, struggling to explain. "Reporting, Captain, that newcomer. He seems to be suppressing that thing." "Suppressing?" The captain followed his gaze and saw Lin Fan, one hand pressed to the ground, eyes closed, like a statue. From beneath him, the gray-black fungal carpet extended outward, fiercely entangling and devouring the purple-black hell. My God! Even this battle-hardened veteran had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Lin Fan ignored the shock of those around him. His entire focus was immersed in the connection with the fungal colony. Through the preliminary analysis of the mycelium, he had already discerned the essence of the opponent. This thing, though it spread out like a fungal carpet, was not a fungus at all. It was a hybrid biological entity resembling muscle fibers and nerve tissue. Every strand was filled with aggression and corrosiveness. Its sole instinct being to pollute and decompose, converting everything into the nutrients it required. "Since you are a pollutant," Lin Fan's thoughts moved, "then let you taste the power of professional expertise." Then the next second, the gray-black mycelium spreading across the valley suddenly changed color. Pollutant devouring mycelium. This is a mycelium specifically designed to target pollutants. In Lin Fan's definition, the purple-black biological tissue in front of him clearly fell into the category of harmful substances. Sure enough, the moment the fungal colonies formed switched, the battlefield situation immediately reversed. If earlier both sides were mutually devouring each other, now it had turned into a gluttonous feast. The pollutant-devouring mycelium, like a ferocious beast, devoured the purple-black biological tissue with overwhelming force. The previously deadlocked battle line was instantly torn open with a massive gap. The gray-black fungal colony began to push back at a speed visible to the naked eye. What the hell? Cheon Duo stood to the side, dumbfounded. Brother Fan is amazing. The military squad on the Rage was even more shocked, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Counterattack? That purple-black thing, it's retreating. No. It's not retreating, it's being eaten. The captain stared intently at the battlefield, his facial muscles twitching slightly in shock. The natural disaster they had tried every method to deal with. Fire couldn't burn it, strong acid couldn't dissolve it, and they could only watch helplessly as it polluted the land was now being treated as a snack by another monster, devoured bite by bite. This scene completely overturned their understanding. Lin Fan, however, frowned slightly. The efficiency of the mycelium's devouring had increased, but the opponent was still stubbornly counter-devouring. This forced him to continuously expend spiritual energy to stimulate proliferation and fill the gaps being devoured. In just a few minutes, nearly a third of his spiritual energy had been consumed. Quick battle, quick resolution. Lin Fan focused his thoughts and increased the output of his spiritual energy. The fungal mat seemed to be injected with a stimulant, its expansion speed skyrocketing once again, like a gray wave of death sweeping across the valley floor. 10 minutes later, when the last wisp of purple-black substance was completely devoured, the valley returned to silence. The gray-black mycelium slowly receded, retreating back to Lin Fan's feet. What was revealed was the original color of the valley's ground. Apart from the corroded, pitted remains, the entire land was as clean as if it had been thoroughly washed, leaving no trace of pollution. This is purified? The lieutenant stammered, unable to believe what he was seeing. The captain quickly walked to the edge of the valley and grabbed a handful of soil. It was moist, normal, with no signs of corrosion. In the past, areas covered by that purple-black substance would become barren, almost ruined, but now. He suddenly turned around and looked at the young man. For the first time, a flame called hope ignited in his eyes. "Comrade, thank you for your hard work." The captain strode forward and gave Lin Fan a flawless military salute. All the soldiers behind him also stood at attention and saluted in unison. At this moment, they were filled with genuine reverence and gratitude. His gaze shifting to the corroded remains of the transport vehicles at the bottom of the valley, his expression dimming. "Unfortunately, we were still a step too late. This is a transport convoy traveling between Yanqing City and the mining area of the Broken Ridge Mountains, carrying ores. The drivers are all employees of the mining area, trying to earn extra money for their families." Cheon Duo's facial muscles twitched violently, and his clenched fists turned white at the knuckles. Meanwhile, the overwhelming killing intent in Lin Fan's heart could no longer be suppressed and erupted from his body with a roar. "Wait!" The captain, seeing him about to leave, hurriedly stepped forward to block his path. His tone anxious. "Where are you going? You're not thinking of chasing that monster, are you?" "No, absolutely not, Ted. Don't act impulsively. You've already done us a great service. The most important thing now is to retreat with the intel. The enemy's strength is unknown, and going after it alone is suicide." "Suicide?" Lin Fan pointed to the incomplete remains in the valley below. "The ones lying down there are our people." He stepped forward, locking eyes with the captain. In the depths of his cold gaze burned a fury capable of consuming everything. "They devoured the flesh and blood of our people and think they can just walk away. Tell me, where in the world is it that easy?" The captain opened his mouth but found himself unable to utter a single word. He was overwhelmed by the terrifying killing intent. At this moment, Cheon Duo stepped forward from behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Fan. His usually chubby face, always carrying a silly grin, was now grim, and his small eyes gleamed with unrestrained ferocity. The joints cracking audibly. "Brother Fan is right, if they dare to harm our people, they must pay with their lives." The captain looked at the two young men before him, one with killing intent as deep as an abyss, the other exuding overwhelming ferocity, and realized he couldn't stop them. Lin Fan ignored him. The ground beneath his feet suddenly sprouted dozens of peculiar fist-sized mushrooms. Bang bang, the mushrooms exploded in unison, releasing countless invisible spores that spread like a gentle breeze in all directions, forming a massive aerial sensory network in silence. "Let's go, fatty." He led Cheon Duo straight to the hovercar. The engine hummed softly as the vehicle lifted off the ground, beginning a low-altitude reconnaissance within the Spawn Edwards coverage. Lin Fan was certain. The enemy, having just feasted, would need a safe place to digest and produce. Their nest couldn't be far from the battlefield. The hovercar circled for less than 5 minutes when Lin Fan's eye witched sharply. Found it. He piloted the hovercar, diving toward an inconspicuous swampy depression in the southwest. Cheon Duo quickly leaned against the cabin window, peering downward. With just one glance, the blood drained from his face. In the center of the swampy depression lay a writhing purple-black carpet. On top of that eerie carpet, thousands of monsters were densely packed together, giant centipede-like creatures. Their bodies covered in razor-sharp bone blades, patrolled the perimeter. Dozens of scorpion-shaped large creatures raised their stingers high, exuding a deadly menace. A group of massive crab-like beings, resembling moving boulders, huddled tightly together to form a circular barricade. These grotesque monsters resembled a disciplined army. Guarding a massive heart-like biological structure at the center, a chilling cold surged from Cheon Duo's soul straight to the top of his head. Fanji. This is like poking a hornet's nest." Hearing Cheon Duo's exclamation, Lin Fan merely sneered and curled his lips. "Whatever kind of nest it is, I'll flatten it today." Cheon Duo flatten it. "Fanji, open your eyes and look below. That's not a dish, it's an army of thousands of monsters." Just as he was about to say more, a sudden change occurred. On the eerie purple-black carpet below, dozens of massive scorpion-like creatures suddenly twitched their tails violently. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dozens of bone-like sharp spikes, gleaming with a chilling light, tore through the air with a piercing whistle, shooting straight toward their battered little vehicle. Shti. Cheon Duo was scared out of his wits. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he abruptly pulled the control lever, causing the flying car to perform a thrilling side flip, narrowly dodging the first wave of projectiles. The spikes grazed the energy shield of the vehicle, and the ear-piercing alarm instantly echoed through the cockpit. "Fatty, you drive, circle around the perimeter, don't come down." Lin Fan shoved the control authority to Cheon Duo, then unbuckled his seatbelt. Cheon Duo, flustered, took over the flying car's controls, his face pale, but he gritted his teeth and maneuvered the vehicle to begin high-speed circling around the edge of the swamp. He was about to speak when he saw Lin Fan slam his wrist terminal. From the tactical backpack on his back, countless silver nanofluid surged out as if alive, covering his entire body within 5 seconds, forming a sleek, futuristic black combat suit. Without hesitation, Lin Fan opened the car door. "Fanji, what are you doing?" Cheon Duo caught a glimpse of the scene out of the corner of his eye, nearly crashing the flying car into the ground. Lin Fan's response was his silhouette leaping out. The wind roared past his ears. Lin Fan extended his right hand, palm facing the swampy area below. In the next second, endless gray spores erupted wildly from his palm, pouring down toward the ground, like an inverted snowstorm. They instantly swept across the ground within a range of hundreds of meters. Just before Lin Fan's feet touched the ground, the spores that had reached the surface first had already proliferated at an alarming speed. A gray fungal mat with a diameter of over 500 meters spread across the entrance of the swamp, not only perfectly cushioning Lin Fan's landing impact but also completing the most basic battlefield setup. Almost simultaneously, dozens of centipede-like monsters were the first to react to the intruder descending from the sky, rolling rapidly toward Lin Fan's position. However, the moment they stepped onto the fungal mat, their speed abruptly slowed. Countless tough fungal threads entangled their limbs, making every step forward incredibly difficult. Before they could even struggle, puff puff puff, crystal-like spikes erupted from the fungal mat. High-frequency crystallized fungal spikes. These spikes, vibrating at ultra-high frequencies, effortlessly tore through their tough exoskeletons, piercing upward and penetrating each centipede monster's shell and abdomen. Dark green bodily fluid splattered everywhere. The first wave of charging monsters didn't even touch the hem of Lin Fan's clothes before being instantly annihilated. The mycelium immediately began to wriggle excitedly, frantically devouring the nutrients delivered to its mouth. Gained energy for gained evolution. Point 1. Lin Fan felt the faint energy surging into his body and raised an eyebrow, an unexpected gain. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. At this moment, more enemies were already surging forward like a tide. The scorpion-like ranged units began retreating, searching for shooting positions. More centipede-like creatures encircled from all directions. Meanwhile, the giant crab stepped forward on their 6 legs, their heavy footsteps forming a new defensive barrier facing Lin Fan. Good timing. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stomped his foot fiercely. Scale armor. Layers of tiny mycelium scales instantly condensed and flooded him into a giant shield. Clang 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 clang. Dense bone spikes bombarded the mycelium shield but were deflected by the overlapping scale structure, bouncing off weakly. Immediately after, Lin Fan pressed one hand firmly onto the fungal carpet. Countless tiny electric arcs began to frantically converge and flow through the fungal network. Thunderstorm fungal carpet, boom. The massive electrical energy stored within the fungal colony was completely detonated at this moment. In an instant, the entire fungal carpet transformed into a hell of thunder and lightning. Hundreds of thick electric serpents shot into the sky, weaving into an impenetrable death grid that covered all where the deafening roar almost lifted the office roof. He forced himself to calm down and asked, "Which academy?" "Report, it's Yao Guang Academy." Lin Fan and Qian Duo, both of them just arrived at Emerald Star yesterday. Hearing the name Lin Fan, Qin Shadaran's heart skipped a beat. A few days ago, the communication from that old fox Li Dingduo on Rift Valley Star was still echoing in his mind. Something about professional match and heaven-sent hero, boasting to the skies. At the time, he was half skeptical and used his authority to check Lin Fan's background. What he found almost made him break out in a cold sweat. Wan Xing Group. Lin Jianyi's only son. Just thinking about Lin Jianyi's cold face made Qin Shengyuan's scalp tingle. He had wanted to call Li Dingduo back and curse him out. This is a specialist. This is a damn ancestor. If this heir of Wan Xing Group were to encounter any mishap on his turf, he couldn't bear the wrath of the Lin family. In the corner of the office, a young man standing in punishment and facing the wall turned his head upon hearing the two names from the communications officer. Qin Zhenyuan's gaze immediately swept over, and he roared, "What are you looking at? Stand straight." The young man trembled all over and immediately straightened his posture. From his open collar, medical bandages that hadn't been removed yet were visible. Qin Zhenyuan grew angrier the more he thought about it. These brats nowadays are more trouble than the last. His own rascal, not even fully recovered, dared to sneak off to Emerald Star alone. If his guard hadn't happened to run into him, he wouldn't have even known. And the other one was even bolder, just arrived at the front line, didn't even know which way the barrage door opened, and dared to head straight to the border to challenge someone one-on-one? Did they think this is child's play? He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then grabbed the communicator and roared into it. "Orders, Blade Unit, full emergency deployment. Take the fastest aircraft to the swamp depression west of Outpost No. 4. He roared into the communicator. "Bring back that little ancestor now. Bring back those two comrades, completely intact, remember, bring them back." Not to provide support. The blond young man looked at the lone intruder with great interest. "Actually a native? You have courage." His gaze fell on the gray fungal mat that was continuously devouring insect corpses, his eyes showing the scrutiny of a chess player examining an intriguing piece. A special type of fungus? Expanding through devouring, what an interesting ability. Using some kind of psychic amplification, his voice spread clearly across the entire swamp. "But this is where it ends. Let me show you what a perfect army built from genetic blueprints truly looks like." Lin Fan dug at his ear, looking exasperated. This guy not only talks too much but is also ridiculously pretentious. Genetic blueprints? Perfect army, saying it all high and mighty. Aren't you just raising bugs? Even I, a mushroom farmer, am not as arrogant as you. While Lin Fan was silently complaining, the blond young man snapped his fingers. Overwhelm him. At the command, all the previously orderly monsters instantly went berserk. Apart from the rock crab bugs still guarding the hatching nest, thousands of razor bugs and nest needle scorpions charged toward Lin Fan's position. Behind the hatching nest, dozens of creatures resembling a fusion of bats and mantises took to the air, their sharp wings slicing through the air with a piercing screech. The scene resembled a tide of death, threatening to completely engulf the gray fungal carpet. High above, Heather's wave. Qian Duo's panicked voice exploded in the team channel. "Fan Fangong, coming down to help you. This is too much. Stay put." Lin Fan's calm voice came through the communicator. "Drop your vehicle and don't come down to make things worse. Qian Duo nearly spat a mouthful of blood onto the cockpit window. "That master here is at least an A-grade combat talent, a commenced core-level expert. How did I become a liability in your eyes?" But as he looked at the overwhelming swarm of bugs below, he wisely swallowed his words, palms sweating as he carefully adjusted the flight altitude of his vehicle, pulling it a bit higher. On the ground, Lin Fan watched the overwhelming tide of bugs, the corners of his mouth curling upward. "Finally serious? Now this is getting interesting. With a thought, the entire gray fungal carpet seemed to come alive. Pop. Pop, 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 countless crystalline spikes glowing faintly burst forth, growing madly outward with Lin Fan at the center. Crystal lattice proliferation spikes. This is a bit tough, Lin Fan muttered, stroking his chin. The monster's attack power was decent, their numbers truly terrifying, but the psionic energy required to maintain the growth of the crystal spikes was more than he'd anticipated. The fungal carpet was frantically devouring the corpses of the monsters, converting them into psionic energy and evolution points, yet it still felt like it was empty enough. This was a pure war of attrition. It was all about who could sustain longer and whose forces were greater. Lin Fan was empty in a hurry though. This was a good chance to probe his opponent's capabilities. The battle dragged on. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. The battlefield had transformed into a literal grinder of flesh and blood. The remains of the insect corpses and shattered crystal spikes mixed together, only to be relentlessly consumed by the fungal carpet. The scene was grotesque and bloody. At the center of the hollow, the elegant smile of the blonde youth finally disappeared for the first time. His brows furrowed tightly, seemingly unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. In his calculations, no matter how bizarre his opponent's tactics were, they should have been overwhelmed and drained dry by his endless sea of insects. Not only was the opponent's carpet not being exhausted, it was actually expanding faster and attacking more frequently as it consumed more and more corpses. This didn't make sense. Lin Fan, too, began to notice something unusual. Though his opponent's forces seemed endless, their replenishment rate felt a little slow. He diverted a portion of his mental energy, using the silent spores scattered across the battlefield to extend his vision behind enemy lines. And then he caught an interesting detail. A massive biological structure was rhythmically pulsating and contracting. With each movement, dozens of fist-sized, plump white worms would squeeze out from holes on its surface. Upon hitting the ground, these worms would immediately wriggle rapidly toward the rear of the battlefield. Then, their bodies would begin secreting threads, wrapping themselves into cocoons. 5 few seconds later, the cocoons would rupture, and a brand new centipede or scorpion would emerge, quickly charging into the fray. The entire process resembled a highly efficient assembly line. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Then, his expression turned exceedingly peculiar. What the hell, to churn out troops? You've got to first produce worms, then cocoon them, and then have them mutate and hatch? This method might seem infinite. And the production speed quite fast, but to someone like him, a professional, this whole process was laughably outdated. He glanced down at the ground beneath his feet. His fungal carpet, as long as there was enough psionic energy, could grow however it wanted, take whatever form he desired. There was no middleman, no cumbersome steps. Bro, the times have changed. Lin Fan sighed softly, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. Since they decrossed paths, he might as well show this guy what advanced productivity really looked like. In the next moment, the psionic energy within his body began to burn at an unprecedented rate. Baolim. The gray fungal carpet, which had already covered several hundred meters, suddenly seemed injected with nuclear power. Centered on Lin Fan, the great eye surged outward, crazily expanding in all directions. The forest of fungal spikes grew larger. The crystal spikes became longer, harder. The electric energy reserves of the thunderstorm fungal carpet climbed exponentially. The tide of battle, which had been in a deadlock, instantly turned into a one-sided massacre. The blonde youth watched as his insect swarm was mowed down, wiped out in swaths. His face turned ashen, his expression as grim as could be. His own incubation speed had already fallen far behind the level of consumption. Lin Fan looked at the stunned expression on his opponent's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction in his heart. Compete with me in numbers? I don't have so many cumbersome production processes to go through. Just as Lin Fan thought the situation was under control and was preparing to manipulate the fungal carpet to crush the opponent's final defenses in one go, the shock and unwillingness on the blonde youth's face suddenly transformed into a strange smile. He slowly crouched down, placing one hand gently on the purple-black carpet beneath his feet. You ray strong. But do you think this is the end? His voice became low and fervent. The real party is just beginning. As an invisible ripple spread from his calm, transmitting deep into the ground. Huh? Lin Fan's eyelid twitched, seeing his expression. Lin Fan frowned, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. At that moment, boom, 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 boom. The entire swamp basin began to shake violently. An earthquake? No, the fungal threads that had already penetrated deep underground suddenly transmitted an extremely dangerous signal. A massive, terrifying creature was tearing through rock and soil at a horrifying speed, frantically tunneling upward, without hesitation. Lin Fan swiftly retreated, just as he steadied himself. Boom, a deafening explosion. The spot where he had been standing was completely blown apart by an unstoppable force from underground. Dirt, rocks, and fragments of the fungal carpet were hurled hundreds of meters into the air. Immediately after, a shadow enveloped the ground. A colossal, unimaginable hand tore through the earth's crust and emerged. It was a supergiant worm. The portion exposed above ground alone had a diameter exceeding 20 meters, rising like a mountain of flesh. It had no eyes, only a terrifying mouth filled with layers of circular, razor-sharp teeth. Its body was covered in thick, menacing armor, riddled with deep grooves and scars. The crystal spike forest Lin Fan had meticulously constructed was as fragile as a pile of glass before this giant beast, instantly shattered into pieces. High in the air, Jiang Duo, who was circling above, nearly crushed the control stick in his hand upon witnessing the scene. What the hell? His brain felt like it had completely shut down. The blonde youth leapt gracefully, landing steadily atop the giant worm's head. He looked down at Lin Fan from above, his face once again adorned with that elegant yet arrogant smile. Do you see it, Duaxia man? In the face of absolute mass, any technique is pale and powerless. This is the true form of my legion. My forces are endless. He spread his arms wide, as if embracing his masterpiece. His expression fanatical. Now, pay the price for your earlier insolence. The giant worm's mouth suddenly opened to an inconceivable degree. Whoosh! Countless monsters poured out like a flood bursting through a dam, surging from the bottomless maw. The centipede-like creatures again, and those scorpion-like ranged units, their numbers were even greater than before. They seemed endless, forming new attack formations the moment they landed, a dense black mass instantly filling the area and the worm. Lin Fan's pupils contracted sharply. Can it be played like this? Hiding troops inside another troop's body? Is this a Russian nesting doll situation? He hadn't expected that the opponent would have such a unit, practically at a mothership level. Excellent. Lin Fan's lips curled into a dangerous smile. Damn it, can't play fair. Huh, can win, so you call for reinforcements or rather, bugs. Huh, fine, I won't hold back either. With a single wave of his hand, the psionic energy within him surged like a flood breaking through a dam. Come out, puff, 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 puff. On the fungal mat, clusters of strange mushrooms, as if carved from crystal, sprouted at a visible speed. In just a dozen seconds, they grew and formed into a magnificent yet deadly mushroom array. Energy-focusing prism mushrooms. Almost the moment they formed, the prism structures at their tops began frantically gathering psionic energy, emitting a blinding light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of blazing white high-energy beams shot out from the caps of the prism mushrooms. No fixed targets, no tactics involved, just the simplest, most brutal indiscriminate coverage attack. The scorching beams wove into a web of death, instantly enveloping the monstrous flood that had just assembled ahead. Boom. Boom, boom. Explosions erupted in succession, wherever the beams passed. Whether it was the hard shells of centipede-like monsters or the thickets of scorpion-like creatures, they were melted and pierced in an instant. For a moment, the sound several armed aircraft bearing the insignia of the Dacia military roared out of the clouds at incredible speed. Reinforcements from Dacia. Seeing this, a trace of resolve flashed in the eyes of the blonde youth. He knew that today's battle was no longer winnable. If he didn't leave now, even he would be trapped here. All units, suicide charge. He issued his final, cold command. On the ground, all surviving swarm units seemed to receive a divine decree and descended into utter madness. They no longer cared about casualties, ignoring the deadly beams of light, and launched a fearless charge toward Lin Fan's direction. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned and leapt directly into the massive maw of the giant worm. Immediately after, the enormous body of the beast began to sink rapidly into the ground. Trying to escape? A trace of ferocity flashed across Lin Fan's face. After all this fighting, you think you can just leave after showing off? Not a chance. Blow it up for me. Buzz. Hundreds of energy-condensing mushrooms instantly shifted direction. All their energy converging at a single point in that moment. A golden beam, thicker than any previous ray, shot out like a divine sword of judgment piercing the heavens and earth. Slamming fiercely into the sinking position of the giant worm. Boom! A massive explosion erupted. The entire swamp basin shook violently. The terrifying energy shockwave sent everything around flying, and a mix of smoke and vapor formed a small mushroom cloud. For a long time, the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. All that remained was a bottomless giant crater. The giant worm had vanished. Only a few charred chunks of flesh, the size of small mountains, scattered around the edge of the pit, served as evidence that the beast had once existed. In the center of the basin, the pulsating biological structure, like a beating heart, had also disappeared, leaving behind a massive void as if it had been uprooted entirely. Lin Fan stood amidst the wreckage of the battlefield. His face so dark it seemed water might drip from it. Damn it, he still got away, although the final strike had undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the enemy. Failing to take down that show-off left him deeply dissatisfied. At that moment, several armed aircraft slowly descended to the edge of the basin. The cabin doors opened, and squads of fully armed soldiers quickly disembarked, establishing a perimeter. Cheonduo's rickety little vehicle also wobbled its way down behind them. A major strode quickly up to Lin Fan, standing at attention and saluting. "Hello, I am Zhang Yeo, company commander of Razor Company." Stationed in the Emerald Star Defense Zone, he looked at Lin Fan and the grey carpet of destruction still spreading behind him, his eyes filled with shock and awe. "Lin Fan, Ading Fan. Cheonduo, the commander has ordered that you both immediately return with us to Yeonkan City." Hearing this, Lin Fan slowly turned around, his face still dark. "Return?" He glanced at the bottomless crater, his voice carrying a suppressed anger. "He got away, and that's it?" Zhang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Fan's voice suddenly rose, filled with an undeniable killing intent. "If we don't whisk off that blonde brat's head, are we just going to let the deaths of our Dachia people be in vain?" These words struck like a heavy hammer, slamming into the hearts of Zhang Yi and all the soldiers around him. As soldiers, they understood this humiliation and unwillingness better than anyone. A flash of deep admiration crossed Zhang Yi's eyes in an instant. His heart trembled fiercely, and his gaze toward Lin Fan completely changed. Amidst his shock, there was now a genuine sense of respect. However, he quickly straightened at his back, responding in a deep and firm voice. "Student Lin Fan. I understand your feelings, and I admire your courage and spirit. But military orders are absolute. If you two refuse to cooperate." He stepped forward with a resolute expression, his tone turning incredibly stern. "Then even if it means tying you up, we will ensure you're brought back to Yeonkan City in one piece." As soon as his words fell, the soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison. The unique, iron-blooded aura of soldiers burst forth from their bodies, faintly encircling Lin Fan and Cheonduo. The atmosphere on the scene instantly plummeted to freezing. The seasoned soldiers around, all hard and by countless battles, exuded a murderous air that locked tightly onto Lin Fan. At this moment, it was as if the air itself had frozen solid. Cheonduo, seeing the situation, broke into a cold sweat. He had no doubt that if Lin Fan uttered one more no, these soldiers would indeed charge forward and tie them both up like dumplings. At the same time, he was equally certain that if these soldiers made a move, Lin Fan would undoubtedly be the first to counter and tie them up instead. Hey, no, don't be impulsive. We're all on the same side, all the same side." Cheonduo hurriedly shuffled forward a couple of steps, his face full of flattery, resembling a 200-pound of peace. He first turned to Zhang Yeo, his small eyes brimming with sincerity. "Major, please rest assured, we're good students, and we absolutely obey the organization's arrangements. Military orders are absolute. We get it. We totally get it." As he spoke, he quietly turned his head, nudging Lin Fan with his elbow while furiously winking. Brother Fan, calm down. Calm down for a moment. I know you're upset that golden-haired brat deserves to die, but he's already fled without a trace. There's no point in clashing with Major Zhang and his men now. This big brother here is just following orders, all for our safety. We can't make things difficult for the brothers on the front lines, right? Let us head back today, regroup, and make a long-term plan. A long-term plan. Cheonduo was terrified that if Lin Fan lost his temper, he might overturn an entire company of soldiers. That would truly blow things out of proportion. Zhang Yi looked at this slick little fat man, and the muscles on his tense face twitched slightly. He hadn't expected that although this chubby guy seemed unreliable, he actually understood the bigger picture at a critical moment. Zhang Yi cast Cheonduo a slightly grateful look. Then his gaze returned to Lin Fan. What he feared most were capable yet hot-headed individuals like him, people impervious to reason. If things really escalated into a physical confrontation, it would be embarrassing for everyone involved. Sigh, Lin Fan let out a long sigh. He knew full well that the chances of catching up now were slim to none. That golden-haired brat, daring to stir up trouble on the border, must have prepared multiple escape routes. This pursuit had heavily injured the opponent but also alerted him. Finding him again would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. More importantly, Zhang Yi and his men were merely executing orders. They were soldiers, bound by an unwavering sense of duty. Clashing with his own people here would be utterly pointless. Fine, Lin Fan waved his hand, retracting the writhing, devouring fungal blanket behind him. He glanced at Zhang Yi, his tone still displeased. We'll go back then. Hearing this, Zhang Yi visibly breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your understanding. Lin Fan and Qian Duo did not take the military aircraft but returned to their own beat-up car. However, just as their vehicle took off into the air, whoosh, Zhang Yi and his armed aircraft immediately surrounded them from all directions, enclosing them in a tight escort formation. The scene looked as ridiculous as it could be. Anyone unaware might have thought it was the transport of some top-level criminals. Qian Duo sat in the driver's seat, glancing at the armed aircraft flying alongside them outside the window, and couldn't help but mutter softly, Brother Fan, this treatment is way too high, isn't it? Escorting and surrounding us like this, someone who doesn't know might think we're spies sent by the enemy. Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, hands behind his head, and spoke casually. Be content. The fact that they didn't directly lock us up with electromagnetic shackles is already giving us a lot of face. Qian Duo, that does seem to make sense. Lin Fan closed his eyes, seemingly resting, but in reality, he was rapidly replaying the battle earlier in his mind. The golden-haired man's abilities were very similar to the Surg he remembered, yet different. Some production mechanisms were quite alike, but those hideous bounds lacked the tall, imposing, and purely evolved aesthetic for slaughter that the Surg had in his memory. It seemed the opponent had devoured the genes of some alien creatures and created these modified crafts. As for that supergiant worm, it was clearly his mothership unit. Although they managed to drive him away today, their fungal mat had been thoroughly scouted by the opponent, even exposing the energy-gathering spore mushrooms. Today, they caught the enemy off guard with energy attacks, but next time, it might not be so easy. The plague of the Lighthouse Federation, Lin Fan murmured to himself. This nickname was quite fitting. Like locusts, wherever they went, nothing was left alive. The journey was silent. Under the strict supervision of several armed aircraft, they crossed the vast emerald grasslands and arrived at Yenxin City, the core of the eastern part of the Qiming continent. From a bird's eye view, the city resembled a steel behemoth crouching on the ground. The towering city walls, dense anti-aircraft turrets, and the meticulously planned military, industrial, and residential zones within the city all showcased the iron-blooded style of Du Zhao, steady and methodical, advancing step by step. The aircraft landed on the helipad of the garrison command headquarters. Zhang Yi personally led his men and escorted the two all the way to the door of the commander's office. The commander is inside, please go in. Lin Fan nodded and was about to push the door open. Wait, Zhang Yi suddenly stopped him. Lin Fan turned back, only to see the major, who had been stern and impartial earlier, now wearing a complex expression on his face. There was helplessness, admiration, but more than anything, a deep sense of shock. He raised his hand and heavily patted Lin Fan's shoulder. Well done. Immediately afterward, the three soldiers behind him stepped forward in unison, mimicking their company commander. And each reached out to firmly pat Lin Fan and Qian Duo on the shoulders. Kid, you're amazing, count me in for avenging our fallen brothers. Little brother, you're a real man. Their voices were anti-loud, but every word was filled with strength. Previously, they were merely following orders, but Lin Fan's final words, "Are our people of Doachi supposed to die in vain?" truly moved them. Lin Fan and Qian Duo were stunned. The two could feel the purest sense of recognition and respect emanating from these unfamiliar soldiers. The last trace of displeasure in Lin Fan's chest dissipated in this recognition. He solemnly nodded toward Zhang Yi and the others. You chew. He pushed open the heavy metal door of the commander's office. A mix of tobacco and gunpowder smells rushed out. The office was spacious, with an extremely simple decor, exuding a strong military atmosphere. The first thing that caught the eye was a massive solid wood desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man with stars on his shoulders and a commanding presence, clearly Commander Tian. However, the two's attention was immediately drawn to another person in the corner of the office. It was a burly young man, currently standing straight in the corner like a student who had made a mistake, facing the wall in reflection. Hearing the door open, the young man instinctively turned his head. The moment Qian Duo's gaze met the young man's face, whoa, he looked as if he'd seen a ghost, pointing at the other with his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. You aren't you? That the young man was momentarily stunned upon seeing Qian Duo, then his brows furrowed, his face full of frustration. Meanwhile, Qian Duo stammered you for a long time, his chubby face filled with shock and the scrabble of trying to recall. But he couldn't manage to say the other's name. That guy on Rift Valley Star, the one with the big knife, what's his name? The young man's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Frustration, aggrieved, after all that fighting on Rift Valley Star. This guy didn't even know his name. The veins on his forehead throbbed as he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Yanchuan Academy, Qinzong. Qian Duo suddenly realized, slapping his thigh. Right, it's you, Brother Fan's defeated opponent, Qinzong. He felt as if his chest had been stabbed hard, and the knife had barbs on it. Lin Fan watched the scene, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Qian Duo, however, seemed oblivious to the murderous look in the other's eyes, puffing out his chest with a familiar air. I'm Qian Duo from Yaoguang Academy. As he spoke, he pulled Lin Fan over. This is my brother Fan. Also from Yaoguang Academy. Although Lin Fan didn't know why the other was here, he still nodded politely toward Qinzong. Lin Fan. The atmosphere in the office suddenly became a bit strange. From the moment they entered, Qin Shangyuan, who had remained silent and let them reunite, now had a face that had turned from gloomy to as black as the bottom of a pot. Listening to these brats casually introducing themselves, his temples throbbed. After they finished introducing themselves, the string called reason snapped completely. Qin Shangyuan slammed his palm on the alloyed est, causing the water cup to jump half a meter high. He suddenly stood up, like an enraged lion, His gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over Lin Fan and Qian Duo before finally landing on his own troublemaking son. Finished introducing yourselves? A thunderous roar exploded from his chest. If you're done, then stand properly. That roar seemed to carry an tangible shockwave, shaking Qian Duo's chubby face 3 times. Lin Fan and Qian Duo were relatively unaffected, as they were not familiar with the commander. However, Qinzong, standing in the corner, reacted as if struck by lightning, his body instantly straightening as he continued to face the wall. His movements were so practiced that it was heartbreaking. Qin Shangyuan's chest heaved violently, veins bulging on his temple like coiled dragons. He pointed a finger at Qinzong in the corner, as if through the air. You, get over here. Without a word, Qinzong walked to the desk and stood in line with Lin Fan and Qian Duo. His head slightly lowered, looking like someone resigned to punishment, with an expression that said, I admit my mistake. I accept the penalty, and I'll dare to do it again next time. Qin Shangyuan scanned the 3 young men in front of him, each varying in height, build, and demeanor, yet their indifferent expressions were surprisingly uniform. This made him feel as though his blood pressure monitor was about to explode. He resisted the urge to slap them all away and locked his gaze firmly on Lin Fan. Lin Fan, here. Lin Fan responded lazily. I ask you, why, upon arriving at Emerald Star, did you not report to the command center immediately? Qin Shangyuan's voice was filled with suppressed fury. Li Dingxiu, that old fox, made it crystal clear in the communication that you were to come directly to me. Where were you? Why didn't you report? Why did you go straight to the border? Do you have any idea how much chaos your unauthorized actions could cause? A barrage of questions, like machine gun bullets, rained down on them. The atmosphere in the office instantly became oppressive. Qian Duo felt like he was suffocating. However, Lin Fan, at the center of the storm, blinked innocently, looking completely baffled. Huh? We had to report? Just 5 words, earth-shattering. Theft. Qian Duo held and hold back and almost burst out laughing, quickly covering his mouth with his hand. His chubby face turning bright red from holding it in. Even Qinzong, standing stiffly beside him, had shoulders trembling violently. Clearly testing the limits of human endurance. Qin Shangyuan's face darkened from coal black to a purplish hue, feeling as though his skull was buzzing. Qin Shangyuan pointed at Lin Fan. His finger trembling. The military summons, in black and white, it's written clearly. And you Ray telling me you didn't know? Summons, Lin Fan seemed to suddenly remember, raising his wrist and swiping a few times on his personal terminal. Mingil. Pulling up an electronic document. It was the military summons issued to the academy, specifically recruiting him to Emerald Star for a mission. I read it. Lin Fan Stone was confident, even tinged with a sense of grievance of being wronged. Qin Shangyuan nearly fainted on the spot. You read it? You read it and still ask me if you need to record? Do you think I am a 3-year-old? He was about to explode when Lin Fan extended a finger and swiped on the holographic screen. The image zoomed in. But it was empty. The main text, the mission details, were the reporting location that was magnified. It was the bright red seal at the bottom of the summons, alongside the flamboyant signature. Lin Fan pointed at the signature, earnestly explaining to Qin Shangyuan. Commander, look, I seriously checked this. Here. The signature, the seal, aren't these the most important things? After confirming it was true, I came straight over. As for all those densely packed small words in the middle, who has time to read that? The office fell into a dead silence. Cheon Duo's mouth hung open as he looked at Lin Fan. His eyes filled with admiration that screamed, "Brother Fan, you're amazing. Your little brother, am willing to call you a master." Even Tinzon, standing to the side, couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching uncontrollably. He lowered his head desperately, trying to hide his expression from his father, Qin Jiran. This battle-hardened, iron-blooded commander who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, now felt his vision darken and the world spin around him. His blood pressure shot up in an instant, breaking through the critical threshold. His mental state completely collapsed. Truly, in his decades of military service, he had encountered troublemakers, brutes, and rebellious playboys. But someone so brazenly unreasonable, yet leaving no room for criticism. This was the first time he had ever seen such a thing. Reading the conscription order and only looking at the signature and stamp? What kind of logic was that? This was a blatant disregard for military regulations. A pure provocation, yet, the other party's face was full of sincerity, as if saying, "What I said makes perfect sense. I've been very thorough." His gaze was clear and stupidly innocent. Qin Shenyuan felt his fists clench. He wanted nothing more than to punch that infuriating face. "Damn you, Lin Jingyi, what kind of treasure of a son did you raise? This is clearly a debt-collecting ancestor." He felt a surge of anger rampaging through his chest, unable to find any outlet, leaving his liver aching with frustration. His gaze swept inadvertently to the side, catching sight of Cheon Duo, who was holding back laughter so hard he looked like he might burst, and his own son Qinzon, whose shoulders were visibly shaking as he kept his head down. "Fine, I can't control outsiders, but I can control you." His pent-up fury instantly found a target. "Qinzon, here." Qinzon's body stiff and as he responded loudly. "You," Qin Shenyuan pointed at his son's nose, spitting with rage as he cursed, "You ungrateful brat. Your injuries aren't even healed yet. Who gave you permission to sneak off to Emerald Star? Do you even see me as your father? Do you respect school rules? Do you respect military law?" Faced with his father's thunderous anger, Qinzon's response was firm and resolute, his voice ringing with conviction. "Reporting, Commander, I learned that the situation on Emerald Star is dire, with a three-way human conflict. The alien threat resolved, and high-level combat power restricted by unwritten rules. I believe this is the best battlefield to temper myself and push my limits, as the son of a soldier. I should don armor for Dacia and fight on the front lines. I am not wrong. In summary, I heard the fighting here is intense. And there are no big shots around, so I came to find someone to spar with." But paired with Qinzon's current expression of righteous determination and readiness to sacrifice himself, his aura instantly skyrocketed. Even Lin Fan and Cheon Duo cast admiring glances his way. A son of a military bigwig truly has a different level of awareness. Qin Shenyuan was once again left speechless. He felt that he must not have checked the almanac before leaving the house today. One was completely unreasonable, treating military orders like scrap paper. The other was overly reasonable, treating himself as a role model. Each reason was more valid and justified than the last. What could he say? Could he say that a student shouldn't have such a sense of duty to protect the country? Could he say that coming to the front lines was just causing trouble for him? Especially in front of Lin Fan and Cheon Duo, these two outsiders. If he continued to reprimand his son, it would only make him seem petty. Qin Shenyuan felt his head pounding. He looked at the three little brats in front of him. One was a connected insider sent over by someone else to save the world, breaking the rules yet acting self-righteous. Another was the background filler, completely clueless and just dragged along for the ride. The last one was his own battle-maniac son, treating the Frauwines like his personal hunting ground. On all three of their faces was written, "I'm not wrong, I'm innocent, and I'm justified." Qin Shenyuan suddenly felt utterly exhausted. All his anger felt like it was hitting cotton soft, powerless, with nowhere to vent. How could he fight this battle? No. This fire anymore? Sigh. In the end, the iron-blooded commander let out a long sigh, all his fury deflating like a punctured balloon in an instant. Forget it. If he kept arguing with these little rascals, he'd end up with a heart attack sooner or later. He sat back in his chair, rubbing his throbbing temples, his entire demeanor exuding exhaustion. Waving his hand, he signaled them to stop standing at attention. The tense atmosphere in the office finally eased. Cheon Duo let out a long sigh of relief, feeling the back of his shirt completely soaked. The commander's oppressive aura was truly terrifying. Qin Shenyuan no longer dwelled on these trivial matters. He raised his head, his gaze sharp once more. regaining the composure and authority befitting the highest commander of a war zone. His eyes locked onto Lin Fan. "Speak, the specifics of your engagement with that plague from the White House Federation." Lin Fan was just about to clear his throat and embellish his heroic and fearless exploits when Qin Zhen raised his hand to stop him. "To the meeting room next door. I'll have the intelligence department join us." The commander stood up, his gaze sweeping over the three of them, pausing briefly on his own son. "You come too. Listen him." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Qin Zhen's eyes as he immediately responded, "Yes." A few minutes later, in the meeting room adjacent to the commander's office, Qin Zhenyuan sat imposing at the head of the long conference table, Lin Fan, Qian Duo, and Qin Zhang. The three unofficial student soldiers were seated on one side of the table. Opposite them were two officers in intelligence department uniforms. Qin Zhenyuan wasted no time. Nodding directly at one of the intelligence officers, the officer immediately stood up and projected a document onto the holographic screen in the center of the table. As the screen lit up, a high-definition half-body photo appeared. The young man in the photo had blonde hair, blue eyes, a smile on his face, but his gaze carried an air of arrogance. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Fan glanced at the photo and smirked. "Yep, that's the pretentious little punk." At these words, the corners of the two intelligence officers' mouths couldn't help but twitch slightly. Pretentious little punk? This was the enemy causing headaches for both Achia and Europa. One of the officers pressed a remote, and lines of text appeared next to the photo. "Based on intelligence obtained from an internal informant within the White House Federation, we have preliminarily identified the plague. Karen Thorne, a citizen of the Lighthouse Federation. On the surface, he is a student at Starin Academy. In reality, he belongs to the ARM division of Starin Dynamics, the largest military-industrial complex in the Lighthouse Federation. He is their generation's secretly cultivated ace. Power level manifestation. Talents warm. Rated as SS level. When the term SS level appeared, the temperature in the meeting room seemed to drop a few degrees. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Swarm, sounds pretty fitting. Regarding this talent, the information we currently have is very limited. This is because almost no survivors are left at the locations he has attacked. He can create and command a vast number of insect-like creatures of various forms to fight. These creatures are fearless and exhibit a certain level of tactical coordination. He is extremely cunning, never engaging in direct confrontations, instead employing ambushes and harassment. His targets are primarily our supply lines, outposts, and resource collection points. Not only have we in Achia suffered significant losses, but the Europa Alliance has as well. Overall assessment. This is an extremely dangerous enemy who perfectly counters conventional forces." The intelligence officer finished speaking and sat down. The atmosphere in the meeting room grew heavy under the weight of the newly revealed intelligence. Qin Zhenyuan spoke in a deep voice, breaking the silence. "The unspoken rules of Emerald Star restrict the entry of high-level combat forces and strategic weapons, originally intended to prevent the escalation of war and the destruction of the planet. He has instead become a shield for people like Karen Thorne with special abilities. His existence has already severely impacted our strategic playout on the Kimin continent." As he said this, his gaze turned to Lin Fan. "Lin Fan, tell us about your situation. You are, so far, the only one who has directly fought him and successfully forced him to retreat." As his words fell, the pupils of the two intelligence officers across from him suddenly contracted, their gazes at Lin Fan filled with incredulous shock. Forced him to retreat? What kind of interstellar joke is this? This young man, who looks so laid back and even a bit serious him. "Commander, don't you say it like that, you Ray making me sound so impressive. I just had a little exchange of production experience with him," Lin Fan said casually while operating his personal terminal. He projected the external surveillance footage of their small, beat-up vehicle onto the holographic screen. The footage began with a bird's-eye view from high above. Below was a carpet of purple-black organisms and thousands of ferocious swarms of insects. When I arrived, the enemy had just completed an attack. Based on my analysis, he was likely digesting the spoils of war and replenishing his tea. The situation reversed in an instant. That overwhelming clearing ability left the top military leader in the room utterly stunned. Qian Duo watched from the side, feeling proud and puffing out his chest with a face full of pride. "Look, this is my brother Fan, professional," just as everyone thought the outcome was decided. The ground in the video began to shake violently. Boom, a massive worm, beyond imagination, burst out of the earth. Its terrifying size and menacing mouthparts froze the air in the entire conference room. What is this? Cheens on, who had been silent, finally couldn't hold back. Transport unit, Lin Fan replied succinctly. Sure enough, the giant worm opened its mouth, and an endless swarm of insects poured out again. That was the thought that simultaneously arose in everyone's hearts. If such a unit appeared on the front battlefield, it would be an absolute disaster for conventional troops, however. In the next second, strange crystal mushrooms began to grow rapidly on the fungal carpet in the video. Dense energy beams intertwined into a web of death, sweeping away the newly gathered insect swarm completely. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Energy attacks? What kind of ability is this? The intelligence officer felt his worldview being repeatedly overturned in just a few minutes. Could this really be achieved by one person's innate talent? Then, Lin Fan took out 3 S-grade psionic potions and smashed them directly onto the fungal carpet with a bang bang, bang bang, bow. Bang, the power of the mushroom beams instantly skyrocketed. Theft Qian Duo covered his mouth, barely holding back his laughter. Meanwhile, Qing Zhanyuan, King Zhan, and the 2 intelligence officers seemed to have been petrified. Frozen in place. Using S-grade potions to feed mushrooms? Is this guy a spendthrift? Qing Zhanyuan felt a sharp pain in his heart, and even his breathing became irregular. He finally understood what Liang Jiuo, that old fox, meant by spending a fortune. This was more than spending a fortune, it was literally burning money to fight a war. At the end of the video, reinforcements from Daxia arrived, and Karen Thorne decisively jumped into the worm's mouth to prepare for retreat. Meanwhile, Lin Fan controlled all the mushrooms to converge into a devastating beam of light, fiercely striking the sinking position of the giant beast. Boom, accompanied by the rise of a small mushroom cloud, the video abruptly ended. The conference room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Lin Fan with eyes as if they were staring at a monster. A freak, this kid is an absolute freak, after a long time. Qing Zhenyuan finally let out a long breath, breaking the silence. Although he escaped, you've done an excellent job. He looked at Lin Fan, and for the first time, his gaze showed a hint of appreciation. This battle has at least bought us valuable intelligence and breathing room. However, Lin Fan shook his head. He spread his hands, his tone carrying a hint of regret and dissatisfaction. Commander, I don't like what you're saying. He escaped, but that's not my fault. Qing Zhenyuan frowned. Oh? Then whose fault is it? Lin Fan glanced at the imposing commander and sighed softly, his eyes sincere like a child's. Well, of course, it's your fault, Commander Qin. The conference room fell into an even more eerie silence than before. Qing Zhenyuan was stunned. The expressions of the 2 intelligence officers looked as if they had seen a ghost. Sitting beside him, Qin Zhan's eyelid twitched violently. If you want to die, don't do it here. I'm still here. In the end, was Entia the one who ended up as the scapegoat? Qian Duo hunched his shoulders, his face full of terror as he stared at Lin Fan. Brother Fan, are you crazy? That's the commander. We'll be executed on the spot. All eyes in the room were locked onto Lin Fan's face, which was filled with sincerity and regret. Qing Zhenyuan pointed at his own nose with a look of disbelief on his face, as if he couldn't comprehend what he had just heard. He even forgot to get angry. You saying it's my fault? This iron-blooded commander outed his own ears. Throughout his life on the battlefield, Qing Zhenyuan had shouldered countless blames, not 100, at least 80. Missteps in command, he had taken the blame. Strategic misjudgments, he had borne it. But to take the blame for sending reinforcements to save people? This was a first in the history of the world. For a long moment, Qing Zhenyuan leaned back into his chair, crossed his arms over his chest, and adopted a posture that said, I'd like to see what ridiculous reasoning you come up with. Go ahead. Tell me. Where was I wrong? His tone was as calm as if discussing the weather, but the atmosphere in the meeting room instantly turned dicey and oppressive. Lin Fan completely failed to pick up on the storm brewing. In fact, he even leaned forward slightly, his face full of anguish, as if lamenting the loss of a golden opportunity to defeat the enemy. Commander, how can you not understand? He raised a hand, pointing to the frozen image on the holographic screen, which depicted the awe-inspiring scene of the energy crystal mushrooms firing in unison. Look at that. The situation was entirely under my control. That golden-haired Brad bugs might have looked numerous, but in reality, they were just a heap of low-quality cannon fodder. I had already figured out his strategy and was just about to close the net. Lin Fan became increasingly animated as he spoke, his expression fervent, as if he truly were an extraordinary tactician with everything under control. I was ready to lure out all his forces and then use my ultimate trump card, the Mushroom Apocalypse Nuclear Annihilation Formation. I was going to wipe them out in one fell swoop. And then what happened? Lin Fan spread his hands. His tone filled with despair and anguish. The next second, your men showed up. What an entrance! It was like deities descending from the heavens. Armed aircraft soaring through the skies, their engine noises audible from miles away. Isn't that equivalent to shouting into a loudspeaker at the enemy, "We ray here, run for your lives, if you don't run now. You want to get another chance." That poser isn't stupid. As soon as he saw D stupid. As regular army arriving, what else could he do but flee? He burrowed underground and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fan slapped his spy, delivering his conclusion. So tell me. Wasn't it you who scared off my catch? If you don't take the blame for this, who will? His argument was laid out with such clarity, coherence, and even a touch of simple logic that it left everyone stunned. Feft Kion Duo and Sheens on Calden T hold it in any longer and burst out laughing, producing piglet-like snorts. However, their survival instincts were strong, and their reactions were astonishingly synchronized. They immediately clamped their hands over their mouths, sinking into their chairs, their shoulders shaking violently. Their faces turned bright red as they struggled to contain their laughter, with tears almost spilling from their eyes. The other two intelligence officers also desperately lowered their heads, pretending to organize documents, but the twitching corners of their mouths betrayed their inner turmoil. Mushroom Apocalypse Nuclear Annihilation Formation? What kind of ridiculous name is that? You call those water gun-like mushrooms a nuclear annihilation formation? Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. This kid is truly a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Not only did he deflect blame, but he did so with such refreshing audacity and confidence. Qin Shenyuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, fearing that if he didn't adjust his breathing, he might burst a blood vessel on the spot. He pointed at Lin Fan, his finger trembling slightly. I sent troops to support you to ensure the safety of you to students. It was for rescue, and now, in your words, it's turned into my fault? Do you even realize that in such a situation, you could have been sacrificed at any moment? Protect us? Lin Fan blinked. Commander, take a closer look. From start to finish, I was the one suppressing him. I was the one clearing his troops, dismantling his base, and chasing him down to blow him up. Aside from releasing a giant bug to show off, he was getting beaten the entire time. Lin Fan Estone was utterly sincere. Now tell me, sincere. In this situation, who exactly needs protection? Qin Shenyuan was once again rendered speechless. He looked at the video showing the earth-shattering energy beams, then at the young man in front of him with a face full of iron just stating facts, and for a moment, he couldn't find any words to refute, because what this kid said seemed to be true. After holding back for a long time, Qin Shenyuan finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. You ray that confident? His gaze turned sharp, locking onto Lin Fan. Don't think I can see through it, whether it's those spikes or mushroom turrets. Their power is immense, but the consumption must be astronomical. That Kellenthorn has ready-made troops, and that giant worm only revealed a portion of itself. No one knows how much more is underground. In a short burst, you indeed have the upper hand. But once time drags on and your psionic energy is depleted, what will you use to fight him? By then, you two will only be torn to pieces by the endless swarm of bugs. This is the coldest and most objective judgment a commander can make. Personal heroism will ultimately be worn down by tireless. This was also the fundamental reason he had ordered the troops to provide support without hesitation. Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. This was indeed the crux of the issue: consumption. However, to everyone's surprise, after hearing this, Lin Fan not only didn't he look nervous but instead glanced at the commander with an expression that seemed to view him as an amateur. That look carried 3 parts disdain, 3 parts speechlessness, and 4 parts confusion. As if wondering, why do you mortals always have such strange concerns? Consumption, Lin Fan chuckled. Commander, your thinking is very dangerous. Qin Shenyuan frowned deeply. What do you mean? War? What is it about? Lin Fan asked leisurely. Isn't it about logistics? He took off the tactical backpack behind him. He doesn't need money to spawn troops, right? Well, I don't lack money either. Lin Fan unzipped the backpack and casually dumped its contents onto the table. Clink, clink, clink. A pile of glass bottles emitting dazzling brilliance rolled out, instantly covering half the conference table. Each one was an S-grade psionic potion. The radiant glow instantly blinded everyone present. The only one who remained calm was Tion Duo, who had already developed immunity. He wants to compete with me on consumption. Lin Fan sneered disapprovingly and concluded, is he even qualified? What does he have to compete with me? The year-end bonus from Star Ring Dynamics. The entire conference room fell silent once again. The same thought involuntarily surfaced in everyone's minds. Calling others pretentious little brats? In the whole world, no matter how much they pretend, can they outdo you? You are the grand master of pretensions. Qin Xiangwan leaned back in his chair, feeling his blood pressure shoot up to the top of his head once again. Using money to crush an ESS-level talent? What kind of absurd tactic is this? No, can this even be called a tactic? This is clearly cheating. At this moment, he wanted to pick up the communicator and call that brat's father, Lin Jinya, to ask how he raised his son. Instead of learning the good stuff, he is indulging in all these crooked ways. Qin Shenyuan turned to glance at his own son, Qinzan, and suddenly found him more pleasing to the eye than ever before. Sneaking off to the front lines? A rebellious phase for a kid. Perfectly normal, not a big deal. Qinzan Lin Fan. I thank you. Sigh. In the end, the iron-blooded commander let out a long sigh, filled with helplessness, exhaustion, and a sense of I give up resignation. He felt that if he kept arguing with this kid, today's meeting wouldn't happen. They might as well head straight to the medical room for emergency treatment. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Fan to put away those dazzling items. Forget it. Qin Shenyuan forcibly calmed his nearly exploding mindset, leaned back in his chair again, and his entire aura became somewhat weary. He no longer dwelled on whose fault it was, nor did he care about Lin Fan's absurd combat methods. The fact was, the enemy had escaped. The priority now was to deal with the upcoming threat. Karen Thorne had fled, and discussing this now was pointless. Since you know him so well. Qin Shenyuan emphasized the word no, with a tone that carried an indescribable nuance. What do you think his next move will be after being severely injured by you? Hearing Qin Shenyuan's question, Lin Fan rubbed his chin, as if organizing his thoughts. To guess his next move, we first need to understand the essence of his ability. Hive. Just from the name, you can tell it's about creating bugs to fight for him. But this creation absolutely cannot be limitless. As soon as she finished speaking, an intelligence officer couldn't help but asked Lin Fan, why are you so sure? The reasoning is simple. Lin Fan spread his hands. Every talent and power level has its limits. He paused. Then held up two fingers. Take me, for example, at the manifestation level. Even if I drank all these potions like water, the fungal carpet could at most cover 2 square kilometers. Lin Fan's face was full of sincerity. He silently added in his heart I might have understated it by a billion or so. That's modesty, however. The people in the conference room were all shocked by his words. 2 square kilometers? Are you kidding? One person is a mobile war fortress, one person is a self-sufficient army. Moreover, they had already developed a certain immunity to Lin Fan's serious nonsense. Who knows how much exaggeration is hidden in this maximum Qin Shenyuan sight which uncontrollably. That old fox Li Dingjiao really sent him a treasure. Meanwhile, Lin Fan seemed completely oblivious to the shock of the crowd and continued his analysis. Therefore, Karen Thorne is the same. His troop size and control range must have an upper limit. This analysis was logical and convincing, causing everyone present to instinctively nod in agreement. In today's battle, whether he himself was injured is unknown, but his active forces were undoubtedly heavily damaged. So Lin Fan spread his hands. Qinzan immediately caught the key point: he needs to replenish his troops. Exactly, Lin Fan snapped his fingers. His bugs are created from flesh and psionic energy. He will do everything he can to replenish these 2 resources. Either he finds a place teeming with exotic beasts or rich in biological resources to quietly farm and develop, or Lin Fan paused, a mischievous smile appearing on his face, he increases the intensity and frequency of his attacks, using the enemy's flesh and psionic energy to feed his swarm. An intelligence officer's expression turned grim. You mean, he's going to attack us even more crazily next? However, Lin Fan shook his head. No, he won't bother us for now. Why? Qinzan couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with doubt. Lin Fan looked at him and said matter-of-factly, because I'm here. With one sentence, the conversation hit a dead end. In today's battle, I've already left a psychological shadow on him, Lin Fan said with a smug expression. He knows very well that his current setup is useless against me. The result would be the same if he tried again. So, unless he finds a way to counter me or believes he has a superior strategy to win, coming to provoke Diaxia again would just be a waste of effort. His smile carrying a hint of malice. So now, the pressure is on the other side. His words were a wake-up call. Everyone in the conference room suddenly lit up with realization. If Thorne needs to replenish his forces but doesn't dare provoke Diaxia, where else can he go? on the Kheming continent. Aside from Dacia, only the Europol Alliance remains. I understand now, an intelligence officer exclaimed excitedly. Kellen Thorne has been severely damaged and is desperate to recover. He will undoubtedly choose an easier target, and because of Lin Fan's presence, we've temporarily become a tough nut to crack. Since they're all enemies anyway, let them fight each other. Dacia can take this opportunity to recuperate. Qing Zhenyuan was invigorated and immediately gave an order. Send out the notice. From now on, focus on monitoring any unusual activity within the Europol Alliance's controlled areas. Yes, Commander. The intelligence officer responded enthusiastically. For a moment, the joy of better them than us filled the entire conference room. However, just as everyone's mood brightened, Lin Fan poured cold water on them again. Don't get too happy just yet. That golden-haired brat isn't an idiot. After suffering a loss, he'll definitely find a way to address his weaknesses. Qing Zhenyuan's expression turned serious again. What weaknesses? Lin Fan pointed to the paused holographic screen. Look at those bugs. Their physical defense is decent, but they have almost no resistance to energy attacks. My mushroom right cuts through them like tofu. Lin Fan's tone shifted, becoming more serious. This is the biggest weakness in his entire swarm system right now. Do you think he'll just leave it as it is? An intelligence officer instinctively asked. What? What can he do about it? How would I know? Lin Fan shrugged. But I guess his core ability isn't just about producing troops. Seeing the confused looks on everyone's faces, Lin Fan directly revealed the answer. Evolution. Qinzan looked puzzled. Can talents evolve too? Yes, discarding the dross and refining the essence. Lin Fan's gaze swept across the room. For example, finding a beast with high energy resistance, devouring it, and integrating the advantage of energy resistance into his insects. Even creating entirely new ones. Continuously searching for new genes, constantly improving existing flaws, allowing the entire swarm to evolve step by step toward perfection. As Lin Fan's words fell, everyone present felt a bone-chilling coldness. If before, their understanding of the hive was limited to vast numbers, now Lin Fan revealed the truly terrifying essence of this talent to them, a war machine capable of infinitely compensating for flaws and endlessly perfecting itself through devouring and learning. Qing Zhenyuan's heart sank instantly. As the highest commander of Emerald Star, he saw far more than others. The sinister intentions of the Lighthouse Federation were blatantly obvious. The so-called attacks on Dacia and Europa were merely incidental. Their true goal was to raise a GU peacefully in Emerald Star, a beginner's village where high-level combat power was prohibited. Once Scaranthorn fully matured, not just Emerald Star, but the entire interstellar battlefield would face an unsolvable, BUG-level existence. For Dacia, this was undoubtedly catastrophic news. As the heavy atmosphere continued to spread, a lazy voice rang out again. Don't worry. Everyone turned toward the voice, only to see Lin Fan idly playing with an S-grade potion bottle. He won't grow up. Everyone froze, unable to understand where his mysterious confidence came from. Lin Fan grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. I came to Emerald Star to take him down. Boom, this sentence exploded like a heavy bomb in everyone's minds. Everyone was stunned. You specifically came to take him down. What are you going to use to take down someone destined to grow into an interstellar behemoth with SS-grade talent? Lin Fan saw through their doubts, curled his lips, and casually said, his SS-grade talent can evolve, so what? Coincidentally, my mushrooms can evolve too. Boom, this sentence was like a silent shockwave, instantly piercing through everyone's mental defenses. The two intelligence officers unconsciously opened their mouths, their eyes filled with pure bewilderment, feeling as if their worldview, built since childhood, had collapsed. Iron Will Commander found his body uncontrollably trembling at this moment. It wasn't fear, it was a mixture of shock, absurdity, and ecstatic excitement. His eyes locked onto Lin Fan, burning with the intensity of someone looking at the ultimate strategic weapon. He finally understood why that old fox Li Dingjuyun dared to bet everything on this young man. This wasn't sending a student soldier. This was clearly throwing a Qing bomb onto the fastboard in Emerald Star, enough to overturn the entire game. The Lighthouse Federation wants to raise a GU. They think they hold the only truth? Qing Zhenyuan could barely suppress the urge to burst into laughter. Excellent, absolutely excellent. You want to raise a GU? Well, so will I, and ours in Dacia will be fiercer, stronger, and more unreasonable. He excitedly waved his hand, signaling the two intelligence officers to return to their posts. The two responded as if sleepwalking, their movements stiff as they stood to salute, and fled this troublesome place as soon as the door closed. Qin Shenyuan took several deep breaths to calm himself. Show me your plans going forward, he said, his gaze first falling on his son. Qinzan stood up without hesitation. His voice firm and resolute. Commander, I request to join the frontline combat troops to hone myself in real battles. After learning about Lin Fan's strength, his competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. He was also an chess-level talent. Why should he be outdone by others? Seeing his son's demeanor, Qin Shenyuan felt a headache coming on. Troublemaker, all you think about is fighting and killing. He ignored him and turned to Lin Fan, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. Lin Fan, what about you? How about I assign the three of you to a special operations unit? That way, you can look out for each other. As for Keon Duo, he automatically overlooked him. In his eyes, Keon was just a tag-along. However, Lin Fan didn't even think about it and directly shook his head. He glanced at Qinzan, who exuded an aura of I want to fight 10 people, with a look of disdain. I don't team up with battle maniacs. Qinzan's face turned as red as a pig's liver. Lin Fan's casual remark stung more than the loudest slap. Since his debut, he had never been so belittled. You look down on me, Qinzan's voice squeezed out through clenched teeth, carrying suppressed anger and frustration. Beside them, Qian Duo was so scared he nearly lost his soul, frantically signaling to Lin Fan. Fan bro, my dear Fan bro. Is your mouth poisoned or blessed? Why do you always manage to step right into someone's minefield? Stop talking. If you keep going, someone's going to die. This is the son of the commander of the Emerald Star Defense Zone. Yet, Qin Shenyuan did not get angry. The iron-blooded commander leaned back in his chair, his gaze carrying a hint of curiosity. He wanted to hear what surprising reasoning this young man, who always brought him unexpected surprises, had this time. Lin Fan naturally noticed Qinzan's misunderstanding. He felt it was time for the spiritual mentor to come online again. He sighed, as if lamenting the futility of reasoning with someone who wouldn't understand. I don't look down on you. I think you're too wasteful. Qinzan froze. Wasteful, yes, back on Rift Valley Star. I already sensed it. Lin Fan nodded affirmatively. Your talent is strong, at least S level. And it's not just about enhancing yourself, right? These words made Qinzhan's pupils shrink slightly. How do you know? He was a bit surprised. Lin Fan continued, I can feel it. Your battle intent is like a signal tower, capable of making those around you feel fired up. It's a kind of group amplification, isn't it? Qinzan was silent for a moment before finally nodding, his voice carrying a hint of complexity after being seen through. My talent is S level Master of Soldiers. It does indeed include a battle intent or ability that can amplify allies. Upon hearing this, Qian Duo was completely dumbfounded. His small eyes wide and in disbelief as he looked at Lin Fan. Then at Qinzan, utterly stunned. What is going on? Are SS level talents becoming commonplace now? How did I encounter two in one day? The chubby man felt his worldview had been violently shaken. See, I was wrong. Lin Fan nodded knowingly, as if everything was within his expectations. So, it's not your problem, it's that our abilities are incompatible. Qinzan was even more confused. Even Qin Shenyuan sat up straight, clearly intrigued by this statement. In his view, two top-tier geniuses working together should produce a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. How could they be incompatible? Think about it. Lin Fan first pointed to himself, then to the chubby Qian Duo beside him. If the three of us from a team, who can you battle will or recover? Me and this fatty. He spread his hands and asked rhetorically, but what about my microbial swarm? Would your aura consider them as allies? Do they have battle will for you to infect? Qinzan was stumped. No. They can't, Lin Fan answered for him. Your talent applied to me yields negligible benefits, applied to the fatty. Maybe it could make him a bit more spirited while getting beaten up. Qian Duo brother Fan. Are you being polite? Lin Fan, slapping the table with a pained expression, exclaimed. This is a complete waste of resources. Your talent is one of the most extraordinary abilities on Blue Star. And you're using it to buff just to people? Isn't that wasting 99% of its potential? It's like driving a starship to pick up kids from kindergarten, and does that seem appropriate to you? His words were like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing all of Qinzan's anger. He had to admit that Lin Fan was right. If he joined a small team, his core ability would indeed become redundant. Then, where should I go? Qinzan asked instinctively, his tone already carrying a hint of seeking advice. Even Qin Shenyuan perked up his ears. He too wanted to know what role Lin Fan envisioned for his son, the military. Lin Fan gave the answer without hesitation. Your stage isn't a small elite team, but an army of thousands. There. Not only can your ability be fully utilized, but it will also bring you immense benefits. What kind of benefits? Qinzong pressed further. What do you think talent levels are? Lin Fan suddenly asked in return. Isn't it the potential assessed during awakening? Qinzong answered uncertainly. Exactly, it's potential, the starting point. But it's definitely not the end point. Lin Fan's tone suddenly became impassioned, carrying a strange kind of charisma. Don't let a single evaluation result limit you. In the military, while your talent influences others, others will also influence you. The collective military spirit and battle will they generate will act like a massive forge, constantly tempering, refining, and honing your talent. This is a subtle resonance. A mutual evolution that elevates both sides. The hearts of the kin father and son both skipped a beat. Lin Fan, however, grew more and more excited as he spoke. He stood up and began pacing in the conference room. Look across the entire Blue Star whose military will is the strongest, the purest, the most unbreakable. He suddenly turned around, his gaze blazing as he stared at Qinzong. It's our great Shah. Their talents may not be the most exceptional, but they have unwavering loyalty to serve the nation. They have the fearless courage to draw their swords against any formidable enemy. They have the iron will forged through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. They have the steadfast conviction to protect the billions of compatriots behind them. This is the power that the mercenaries of the Lighthouse Federation, the so-called Night Orders of the Europa Union, can never understand and will never possess. This willpower is pure, vast, and boundless like the sea. It is your best nourishment. Your talent was born for these most lovable people. These words made the blood in Qinzong's body begin to boil. Even Qin Shenyuan, the iron-blooded commander who had listened to mobilization speeches for half his life, couldn't help but straighten his back, a surge of pride welling up in his chest. Right now, you might only be able to influence a platoon. Lin Fan walked up to Qinzong, his voice full of incitement. But when your will merges with the soul of a battalion, a regiment, or even an army group, do you know how terrifying that will be? By then, the enemy will face an iron flood with a 200% overall boost in state. Fearless of death, tireless, and with combat power off the charts. What does that represent? It means that you alone can change the course of a battle. Even your father can't lead troops as well as you. Qin Shenyuan's mouth twitched, but this time, he didn't refute. Because as a commander, he understood better than anyone what this meant. It meant invincibility. And Qinzong was completely dumbfounded. His chest heaved violently, his eyes turned red, and a brand new door suddenly opened before him. So Lin Fan stepped forward and heavily patted him on the shoulder. Forget what your father said about sneaking out. Your decision to come to Emerald Star, to the real battlefield, is the wisest choice. From now on, forget that you're the commander's son. Forget that you're an Shi-ses level genius. Consider yourself an ordinary soldier. Start from the boot camp, go to the toughest front lines, and hone yourself from the bottom up. When you climb step by step over mountains of corpses and seas of blood, only then will you be worthy of the name Master of Soldiers. You will become the true Qin of the army. Boom, Qinzong felt as if something had exploded in his mind. His blood was burning and every cell in his body was screaming. Fight, good. Qin Shenyuan slammed the table and stood up abruptly. His gaze at Lin Fan was filled with unconcealed admiration and approval. Well said, excellent. I thought this kid was just a combat freak with an unconventional mind. Now it seems I was completely wrong. This kid's vision, perspective, and ability to understand people's hearts are even more outrageous than his terrifying combat skills. Meanwhile, Lin Fan silently breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, he had managed to bluff his way through, although everything he said was true. If this rigid battle maniac stuck to him every day, how could he continue being a salted fish? How could he keep playing a minor role, babysitting? No way. Qin Shenyuan calmed his emotions, his authoritative gaze sweeping over his son. I approve your application. Report to the 3rd Pioneer Camp tomorrow and start as a private. Yes, Qinzong's voice was firm and powerful, after dealing with his son's matter. Qin Shenyuan's gaze returned to Lin Fan, his tone much softer. And you, what are your plans with Qian Duo? The mystic expression on Lin Fan's face instantly disappeared, replaced by his usual lazy demeanor. What plans could there be? You all saw the video just now. Although I crippled that golden-haired guy, most of my trump cards have been exposed. He's no fool. Next time, he'll definitely come back with bugs that can counter my move. Lin Fan spread his hands, a hint of helplessness on his face. I need to take a stroll and find a new evolution menu for my beloved mushrooms. Qin Shenyuan looked at the two young men in front of him, one lazy, the other simple, and fell into a brief silence. His son's problem was solved. But arranging these two troublemakers was the real headache. Put them in the army. Lin Fan, this troublemaker, would definitely turn the camp upside down. Let them act independently. That felt too risky. Don't overthink it, Lin Fan saw through his thoughts and spoke lazily. Just give us an identity and a decent vehicle, and we'll wander around on our own. The more freedom, the better. Ideally, we can go wherever we want without anyone interfering. Qin Shen Yuan's eye twitched. You really don't hold back, do you? But then he reconsidered this might actually be the best solution. Lin Fan's abilities were too unique, and conventional military structures would indeed limit his potential. All right. Qing Jiangran finally nodded. With a wave of his hand, he sent Lin Fan an electronic authorization. This is the identity certificate for the 7th Special Reconnaissance Unit of the Independent Action Team. It's an independent unit, not subject to regular military control. This identity allows you to access supplies at any base or outpost within the Dexia-controlled zone and request limited cooperation from most units. Also, your current vehicle is too conspicuous and too slow. As he spoke, he allocated another Qi. This is the usage rights for the Peregrine Falcon, the stealth aircraft. It's the latest military model, fast and highly concealed. Qin Zhenyuan looked at Lin Fan with a serious expression. I have only one request. Do whatever you want, but stay alive. I don't want to see your names on the casualty list one day. Lin Fan put away his laziness and nodded seriously for once. Don't worry. Commander. If I have one redeeming quality, it's that I value my life. Qian Duo patted his chest beside him. Bowing confidently, Commander, rest assured, with my sturdy body, I'll definitely keep Brother Fan safe. Qin Zhenyuan's mouth twitched as he waved them off, unwilling to look at this clown any longer. Get lost. The two walked out of the command center, and the oppressive, serious atmosphere lifted. Qian Duo let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Fan, you were way too bold just now. You even managed to talk the commander's son into submission right in front of him. What do you mean talked into submission? Lin Fan glanced at the chubby guy and corrected him confidently. This is called top-tier career planning, got it? I saw that he has the potential to be a great leader, a Qing among soldiers. Qian Duo brother, can you stop pretending in front of me, please? He opened his terminal to check the identity certificate Qing Zhenwan had given them. Brother Fan, isn't this treatment a bit over the top? Special unit? Special privileges, and even the latest aircraft. Could this be the legendary act first, report later? The chubby guy's face turned red with excitement. Stop shouting, Lin Fan glanced at his identity certificate. Not bad, I'm still the squad leader. Let's go return that crappy rental car first. Half an hour later, the two completed the return procedures and headed to the military hangar. When the Peregrine Thai appeared before them, Qian Duo was so happy he almost fainted. The aircraft was entirely dark gray, shaped like a raptor with folded wings, exuding a cold, lethal aesthetic. The two boarded the aircraft, and the interior space exceeded expectations. Inside the cockpit, an integrated panoramic window provided an unobstructed view. Qian Duo plopped into the co-pilot seat, grabbed the control stick with both hands, and shouted excitedly, Fanti, this feel. It's even better than the limited edition flying car. Lin Fan, meanwhile, was inspecting the rear cabin. The space was small but compactly arranged, with 4 small sleeping pods and a simple bathroom. Sliding open the side wall revealed a mini equipment locker, though the racks were empty. Not bad small but completely shut. Not bad small but complete, enough to get the job done. He returned to the cockpit, sat in the pilot's seat, and familiarized himself with the aircraft's various functions. The control panel was extremely streamlined, with all flight data and tactical information directly displayed to the pilot via holographic projection. Accompanied by a more powerful and robust engine thrust, the aircraft shot into the sky like a gray lightning bolt, disappearing above the skies of Tiantian City in the blink of an eye. The Peregrine VI entered stealth cruise mode, gliding smoothly as if on solid ground. Qian Duo sat in the soft co-pilot seat, still buzzing with excitement. Fanji, where are we heading next? Should we fly straight to the Europa Union's territory to watch the show? Lin Fan piloted the aircraft, glancing at him with a look of exasperation. Your thoughts are dangerous, fatty. We're proper university students, we can't let those foreign beauties corrupt our minds. Qian Duo protested. Fenjiu, listen to yourself. He was about to say more when Lin Fan continued, We took Commander Qing's favor, so we have to do some work, right? He pulled up the map and marked an area near the western border. Let's head to the Western Military Reclamation Farm first and clean up his mess. Qian Duo froze for a moment before realizing, oh, right, Fan Zhao is thoughtful. We're decent people, we should know to repay kindness. Half an hour later, the aircraft arrived at the 3rd Military Reclamation Farm on the western edge of the Emerald Prairie. It was a massive modern agricultural base, with endless fields of energy rice neatly arranged like a green chessboard. Large agricultural golems were slowly operating in the fields. Lin Fan and Qian Duo landed in front of a small office building. Soon, a woman who looked about 30 came out to greet them. I'm Liu Jing, the person in charge here. May I ask who you are? Lin Fan presented his identification. Independent Operations Unit of the Defense Zone, 7 Special Reconnaissance Squad, Lin Fan. Seeing the authorization information, Liu Jing's wary expression softened slightly, though her confusion deepened. Still university students. So young and already holding a military position? However, since the identity verification was directly issued by the command headquarters, she couldn't question it outright. May I ask what task brings you to our farm? Pollution control, Lin Fan replied bluntly. Pollution control, Lin Fan replied bluntly. Liu Jing practically squeezed the word out through gritted teeth, a tired smile appearing on her face. Follow me. She led the two to an electric cart and drove toward the edge of the farm. Our farm is a military-civilian cooperation project, mainly responsible for cultivating high-energy spiritual rice for the Tianjin City Defense Zone, as well as some special economic co-ops. It's one of the most important food sources for the front line. She introduced while driving, but her voice carried a deep sense of helplessness. About a month and a half ago, our farm was attacked by that monster from the Lighthouse Federation. Although the enemy retreated quickly, though, she sighed heavily. The land pollution caused by the attack still hasn't been restored. The military and several academies have issued purification tasks, inviting many talented individuals specializing in purification and ecological transformation, plant specialists, elemental specialists, even alchemists. Unfortunately, none of it has worked. Companies higher-ups are already considering completely abandoning this land. The electric cart came to a stop. The faint stench of decay wafted over with the wind. Qian Duo couldn't help but cover her nose. A roughly 5 square kilometer area of land appeared in a nauseating black-brown color. The disgusting purple-black flesh carpet was no longer visible on the ground, but neither was there any sign of life. The soil was compacted, and it emitted a foul, rotting smell. This is it. It was already close to harvest, and now it's completely ruined. The flash of pain and unwillingness crossed Liu Jing's eyes. She didn't hold much hope but still asked as a matter of routine. How do you two plan to handle this? Do you need any assistance from us? In her view, these two were most likely here to go through the motions, take a few photos, and report back. After all, so many renowned experts had been helpless. What miraculous methods could the students who hadn't even graduated possibly have? However, Lin Fan shook his head. No need. He walked forward a few steps and slowly raised his hand. Buzz, an invisible wave instantly spread out, billions of spores erupted from his palm, like a snowstorm. Blanketing the polluted land, Liu Jing was so shocked by the sudden scene that she stepped back, her face full of astonishment. What is this? Sowing seeds. Before she could react, an even more incredible sight unfolded. The gray spores, upon touching the ground, began to proliferate and spread at an insane speed. In just a few dozen seconds, a gray-black fungal carpet covering an area of about 1 square kilometer seamlessly enveloped the polluted land. Then, Lin Fan's thoughts moved. Pollution devouring mycelium. In an instant, the entire fungal carpet seemed to come alive. Countless microscopic mycelium threads, invisible to the naked eye, frantically burrowed deep into the polluted soil. They began greedily devouring, decomposing, and transforming the toxic residues that had left all the experts helpless. This wasn't sowing seeds. This was the beginning of a miracle. As a professional in spiritual plant cultivation, Liu Jing had never seen such an eerie and grand scene. What? What is this thing? She cried out in fear, her voice filled with terror. In her understanding, no fungus could grow at such an unnatural speed. This wasn't biology, it was a living plague. Qian Duo, unfazed, patted her shoulder and comforted her. Sister Yu, don't be scared. Just standard procedure. Look at my brother Fan, steady as an old dog. Liu Jing, you call this standard procedure? Time ticked by second. After about 10 minutes, Lin Fan yawned out of boredom. Done with a small section. As soon as he finished speaking, That patch of fungal mat suddenly retracted like receding seawater, quickly pulling back. Eventually, it all disappeared beneath Lin Fan's feet. What was revealed after it retreated was the original color of the soil. The previously compacted, decayed land of death was gone. In its place was a stretch of black fertile soil. Healthy and moist in appearance, the faint stench of decay in the air was replaced by the fresh fragrance of earth. No. Liu Jing almost crawled over in a frenzy. Overwhelmed with excitement, she stumbled and fell heavily to the ground but paid no attention to the pain. She scrambled to the edge of the newly rejuvenated land. Her hands trembling as she scooped up a handful of soil, warm, soft, and even carrying a hint of the temperature of newly revived life. Nervously, she pulled out a portable soil tester and inserted it into the ground with shaking hands. Pollution index is % spiritual energy activity, 78% microbial activity. Excellent. Staring at the striking data on the screen, Liu Jing's tears streamed down uncontrollably. Purified. Oh my God, over a month, so many experts and professors were helpless against this pollution, and now. It's just. This isn't purification, this is a miracle, however. The creator of this miracle muttered to himself with a look of disdain, too slow. It took over 10 minutes for 1 square kilometer, to finish 5 square kilometers. It'll take over an hour? This is wasting my time for slacking off. I came out here to find a new menu for the fungal colony, not to play janitor. I need to figure out a way to speed this up. Lin Fan focused his thoughts and brought up his talent panel, his gaze landing onto E-grade fungal strains and the fungal sequence pollution, devouring mycelium E-grade corrosion resistant C-grade U, Tor holding me back. Upgrade. Lin Fan made the decision without hesitation. Evolution points 2500 pollution devouring mycelium E-grade deep purification microheras, D-grade deep purification microheras, dark gray in color. Can decompose pollutants, solidified toxic substances, and more into their most basic elemental forms and pure spiritual energy, with decomposition efficiency increased by 200%. Again, evolution points 2500 corrosion resistant C-grade. The molecular level inert film on the surface of the mycelium is further enhanced, providing resistance to most strong acids and toxic corrosion, and can absorb a portion of spiritual energy. In an instant, 5000 evolution points were gone. Lin Fan stepped onto the purified soil and approached the remaining polluted land. The mycelium beneath the ground spread out from under his feet. This time, Lin Fan expanded the fungal mat's range to 2 square kilometers. The entire arc-gray fungal mat surged as if boiling. The deep purification microheras was frantically decomposing the deeply embedded toxic residues in the soil with terrifying efficiency. If the earlier purification was cleaning, then this was refining, under Liu Jing's stunned gaze. This time it was done in less than 10 minutes. Then came the final 2 square kilometers. Finally, the fungal blanket dissipated like a phantom. 5 square kilometers of land completely restored to its original, healthy state. Liu Jing's mouth hung open, feeling as though her worldview had been repeatedly shattered, reassembled, and shattered again within just half an hour. Thank you so much. Mr. Lin. She rushed to Lin Fan, so overwhelmed that she was almost ready to kneel before him on the spot. Mr. Lin, are you a deity descended to earth? Lin Fan waved his hand, looking calm and composed. Just routine work, no need to make a fuss. Let's go, fatty, on to the next one. He turned and walked away, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. Qian Duo quickly followed, puffing out his chest as he passed by Liu Jing. If you ever encounter pollution problems that can't be solved, remember to report them to the command center and specifically request our 7th squad. With that, he cheerfully followed Lin Fan onto the aircraft. Yi Jing and a group of farm employees who had rushed over could only bow deeply in the direction where the aircraft disappeared. The next half-day became the most surreal moment in the Western Military Farming District at Emerald Star, 2nd Military Farm. What? You're here to deal with pollution? Sigh, young people, we appreciate the thought. But please go back. Don't waste your efforts. 30 minutes later. A miracle. 4th Military Farm. Here to complete a task again. Just go through the motions and leave quickly, don't delay us cleaning up the mess. 20 minutes later. Father, dear father, you are the rebirth parent of our farm. As the sun set, when they purified the land at the last and most heavily polluted 8th Military Farm, the entire Western agricultural district was already in an uproar. 5 large military farms, totaling over 30 square kilometers of dead land, had all regained vitality within just half a day, and the last polluted area at the 8th Military Farm was about to be restored. This news spread like a Category 10 storm, instantly sweeping through Sky Farming City. The communicator in Qing Zhenyuan's office was practically exploding with calls. All the farm managers reported this miraculous scene in the most excited and incredulous tones. Qing Zhenyuan sat in his chair, listening to one report after another, mixed with sobs and ecstatic joy, his expression shifting from initial shock to eventual numbness. He finally couldn't hold back and directly dialed Lin Fan's communicator. Lin Fan was about to work on the last area when he saw the communication alert and paused. "Commander, sir," Qing Zhenyuan didn't bother with pleasantries and asked in a deep voice. "The pollution at the western farms was that you doing?" Reporting to the commander, Lin Fan immediately put on a serious face and stood straight. "That's correct. My comrade Tian Duo and I deeply understood the spirit of your instructions and, adhering to the principle of serving the people, took care of some environmental sanitation on the way to the mission site, awaiting your orders." Qing Zhenyuan took care of some environmental sanitation? Do you know how many expert teams the military and various academies sent over? Do you know how much budget the logistics department approved and how many resources were invested to purify those lands? And you managed to resolve it all in half a day? And you say it so casually. The veins on Qing Zhenyuan's temple throbbed violently. "I received a joint report from 5 farm managers. They said you waved your hand, and the land was purified. Are you the god of abundance descended to earth? You even asked me when I am available. Wanting to build a shrine for me?" Lin Fan scratched his head. "Is there such a thing, Commander? We must believe in science. This is all the power of science." "Oh," Qing Zhenyuan raised an eyebrow. "We adopted the latest quantum resonance induced by enzyme decomposition technology," Lin Fan said, his face calm and composed, spouting professional jargon effortlessly. "Through high-frequency psionic waves, we activate dormant archaic clusters in polluted soil, causing them to react with us special enzyme catalysts in a chain reaction. Speak plainly," Qing Zhenyuan interrupted him. Cough. Lin Fan cleared his throat. "Simply put, it's a professional match. And the efficiency is relatively high." Qing Zhenyuan I don't believe a word of it. "Do you think I am an idiot?" But he couldn't refuted. Lin Fan's expression was too sincere, and his twisted logic actually sounded reasonable. Most importantly, he had solved a problem that had left everyone else helpless. After holding back for a while, Qing Zhenyuan suppressed the urge to throw this kid into confinement and said irritably, "Fine. I don't care what kind of nonsense you're using, solving the problem is what matters. Well done. But the commotion you caused was too big. Be careful. The Lighthouse Federation, Senti blind." "Got it, Commander." Lin Fan ended the communication. It chilled deeply, and smugly raised his chin at Qiong Duo beside him. "See? This is what you call professionalism." Qiong Duo looked at him with admiration. "Brother Fan, your words are so convincing, I almost believed them." "Of course. Once we finish this last piece, we'll wrap up and find a place to eat." Lin Fan's words were cut off. Woo! A piercing alarm suddenly blared from within the 8th farm without warning. The shrill sound shattered the tranquility of dust, echoing across the vast farm. Lin Fan frowned and turned to the person in charge beside him. "What's going on?" The 8th farm's manager, Zhu Yeo, operated his terminal swiftly with a grave expression. Several holographic surveillance images were projected into the air. In one of the images, outside the fence, a group of massive crawling creatures was lumbering heavily toward the farm. They were over 5 meters long, covered in thick, earth-colored scales, resembling oversized giant lizards. It's the bone-melting giant lizards," Zhu Yi explained solemnly. "Do they come often?" Lin Fan asked. "But every time the crops are about to mature, they re-attracted by the psionic fluctuations. We have stationed troops to handle them, but this time there are too many." As Lin Fan listened, he pulled up his wrist terminal and quickly scanned the information on these exotic beasts. Highly corrosive stomach acid. Well, isn't it convenient? Just upgraded corrosion resistance, and now we've got free testers delivered to us. Fatty. Lin Fan closed the terminal and patted Qiong Duo, who was watching the commotion with wide eyes. "Go help the station brothers deal with this trouble. Be careful, those things can spit acid. Don't let them melt your fat." "Got it." Qiong Duo perked up at the prospect of a fight, rubbing his hands together eagerly. "Finally, it's my turn to stretch my muscles." Before he finished speaking, he let out a low shout and activated the combat implants on his body. Buzz, countless nanoscopic particles flowed like water, covering his entire body. In just a few seconds, they formed a set of metallic alloy gleaming armor. Lin Fan lightly patted his shoulder. Countless gray-black mycelium instantly spread from Lin Fan's palm, quickly covering the surface of Keon Duo's armor and solidifying into layers of dense, dark scales. This additional layer of biological armor made the already sturdy Keon Duo look even more like a moving steel fortress. Go, Lin Fan waved his hand, taking heavy steps as he charged toward the battlefield. Lin Fan, on the other hand, turned unhurriedly to face the last patch of polluted land before him. Time to wrap this up. The fungal carpet spread out once more. At the farm's perimeter, on the hastily constructed defensive line, gunfire roared. A dozen soldiers clad in exoskeletons were relying on alloy barriers, pouring out a storm of firepower. Psionic bullets exploded into bursts of sparks on the thick scales of the giant lizards, but they struggled to inflict effective damage. Only concentrated fire could barely tear open a small breach. Damn it! These beasts' hides are too thick, one soldier roared, swapping out his magazine. Acid incoming, the captain's sharp warning echoed across the line. Splat, several giant lizards opened their gaping maws, spewing yellow-green viscous acid. The acid splattered onto the alloy barriers, releasing acrid white smoke as the sturdy metal plates were visibly corroded, riddled with holes in mere moments. The soldiers scrambled to dodge, and the defensive line fell into brief disarray. At that moment everyone move aside, let Grandpa Fatty handle this. A booming voice rang out from the rear. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. They saw a metalcan covered in double-layer armor charging forward at a terrifying speed that defied its massive frame. Boom! Keon Duo crashed into the group of giant lizards like a cannonball. The foremost lizard didn't even have time to react before the sheer brute force sent it flying, its bones cracking audibly. It was hurled over 10 meters away, twitching a few times on the ground before falling silent. Meet Cannonball, roar. The surrounding giant lizards, enraged by the sudden turn of events, turned their attention to Keon Duo and swarmed him. Streams of corrosive acid shot toward him from all directions. Keon Duo neither dodged nor flinched, letting the acid splash onto him. Sizzle, the yellow-green acid landed on the mycelium scales, producing only a faint wisp of smoke. It failed to even penetrate the outermost layer of defense. Is that all you've got? Feels like a massage. Keon Duo laughed wildly, spreading his arms wide and grabbing a giant lizard by the neck. With a sudden twist of his waist and abdomen crack, a crisp sound of bone snapping echoed as he forcibly broke the lizard's neck. Since undergoing military training on Rift Valley Star, Keon Duo's combat style had undergone a complete transformation. He was no longer the simple-minded tank who only knew how to take hits. Now, he was a true battlefield beast. Sometimes, he would charge like a cannonball, disrupting the lizard's formation. Other times, he would swing his massive armored fists, leaving the lizards dazed and reeling, even when surrounded. He would activate his devouring ability, biting off a lizard's claw with his teeth. The stationed soldiers nearby were all dumbfounded. Where did this monster of a man come from? One man fighting against more than a dozen giant lizards? Did I see that right? By the time Lin Fan leisurely strolled to the edge of the battlefield after dealing with the last polluted area, the battle was already nearing its end. On the ground lay over a dozen giant lizard corpses, sprawled in various directions. Keon Duo stood atop the head of a still-breathing giant lizard, hammering down punches one after another, each blow landing with a dull thud. That's enough, fatty, stop beating a dead. Well, almost dead creature. Lin Fan snapped his fingers. A gray-black fungal carpet silently spread out from beneath his feet, swiftly covering the entire battlefield like a tide. It began to devour the corpses of the giant lizards. Keon Duo activated his bio-armor. Reverting back to his usual chubby and honest self, he jogged back with a silly grin. Brother Fan, how was it? Was I cool or what earlier? You had about 0.1% of my style. Lin Fan replied perfunctorily with a nod. At that moment, a notification suddenly rang out from his genetic talent interface. Analyzing genetic information. Special gene fragments detected: strong acid gland, resilient fungal sac structure. Consume 1. 0 evolution points to unlock a new fungal species branch? Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This trip really was empty in vain. New menu items delivered right to his doorstep. Unlock it. Unlocked successfully. New fungal species obtained: corrosive fungus blister class 2. The fungal carpet can now sprout hidden yellow-green fungal blisters partially buried underground. When attacking, they eject streams of highly corrosive acid like turrets, capable of melting armor. When struck, they explode into corrosive traps, sealing off areas. This dual-purpose weapon excels at both long-range assaults and area control. A deadly chemical weapon. Not bad. Now my fungal arsenal has another ranged attack option. And it's a wide-area chemical weapon too. Lin Fan was in great spirits. That evening, Shi Yi, the head of Farm No. 8, prepared an exceptionally lavish banquet to thank Lin Fan and Qian Duo. Not only had they resolved months of land pollution, but they had also thwarted a beast attack along the way. Zhu Yi treated the duo like saviors, showering them with endless praise. After the banquet, the two stayed overnight in the dormitory provided by the farm. The next morning, they boarded the peregrine Falcon Bass, ready to set off. Qian Duo, seated in the co-pilot's seat with his seatbelt fastened, looked eager and excited. Brother Fan. Where are we headed today? Lin Fan piloted the aircraft, ascending slowly. Once they entered stealth cruise mode, he leaned lazily against the seat back. None of the usual places. He swiped across the map, finally pointing towards the border between the Lighthouse Federation and the Europol INSS-controlled zones. Yesterday we helped Commander Qin clean up his mess. Today, it's time to attend to our own business. Our own business? Lin Fan nodded. Yep, today, we race scouting enemy positions. Hearing this, Qian Duo immediately perked up. Lu, scouting enemy positions. Nice, are we heading to the lighthouse or Europa? Lin Fan, with a straight face and a serious demeanor, replied without looking away, both. Let us see what's different between those cowgirl ladies and night ladies. Qian Duo froze, his entire body stiffening. His small eyes wide in disbelief, and after struggling for a moment, he stammered. Brother Fan. Weren't you just lecturing me yesterday, saying that as proper university students, we should be pure of heart and never let ourselves be corrupted by those foreign temptresses? Lin Fan glanced at him, speaking with solemn conviction. That was then, this is now. Yesterday, we were on the Achia's territory. Naturally, we had to uphold our tradition of simplicity and frugality. Today, we are about to go deep behind enemy lines. He emphasized his tone, speaking decisively. This is called reconnaissance, understand? Know yourself and your enemy, and you can emerge victorious in every battle. This is essential tactical disguise and intelligence gathering. Qian Duo stared at Lin Fan's face, which was filled with loyalty and mission, stunned for a full half-minute. Finally, he raised his thumb in admiration. Fan Diu, you're brilliant. Lin Fan revealed a meaningful expression. Of course, and while we're at it, we can critically understand the decadent lifestyle of capitalism. Qian Duo the peregrine activated stealth mode, like a ghost blending into the clouds, streaking across the sky. Fan Due, we crossed the border, inside the cabin. Qian Duo's face showed a hint of nervousness. This is enemy-occupied territory. If we discovered, their air defense systems are no joke. Lin Fan lazily leaned back in the pilot seat, crossing his legs, holding a cup of juice he had swiped from the farm. Why panic? He glanced at the chubby man, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain, as if saying disappointed in you. What do you mean enemy-occupied territory? This planet was first discovered by us, the Jia. Every inch of land, every breath of air, even every speck of dust here belongs to Jia. Their presence here is illegal occupation of state assets. What we doing isn't passing the border, it's a routine patrol before reclaiming lost territory, understand? Qian Duo so, fatty, your ideological awareness is still too low. Huh? What is our current identity? Lin Fan asked him. The 7th Special Reconnaissance Unit. Exactly, reconnaissance, our mission is reconnaissance. Karen Thorne has retreated. But what are his next moves? Without taking the initiative, how can we obtain first-hand intelligence? Lin Fan paused, his tone becoming earnest. As for what I said earlier about cowgirl ladies and night ladies, that's all nonsense. It's a test set by the organization to challenge your willpower with sugar-coated bullets. The fact is, your willpower isn't strong enough, your stance isn't firm enough, and you need more training. Qian Duo he blinked his small eyes for a long time, feeling something was off but unable to pinpoint it. Lin Fan locked onto a red dot on the 3D map. The aircraft navigated through the rugged mountains in the southwestern part of the Broken Reach and quickly reached its destination. We're here. The A-13 outpost of the Lighthouse Federation. On the holographic screen, the parameters of the outpost surrounding long-range detection equipment were listed one by one. The security net covered several kilometers, impenetrable. Fanji, this defense is way too tight. Getting this close is like dancing on a knife's edge. Otherwise, why call it reconnaissance? Lin Fan maneuvered the aircraft to circle behind another mountain peak, gradually lowering the altitude to about 20 meters. Time to get to work. Yes. The two activated Stardust TIE-type colonization synths, covered with night owl camouflage cloaks. As the cabin door slid open, they jumped directly out. Lin Fan issued a command on the terminal, and the aircraft immediately ascended again, entering high-altitude concealment mode. Waiting for orders. Let's go. The optical camouflage effect of their cloaks allowed them to blend perfectly into the surrounding environment. The terrain of the Broken Ridge Range was rugged and complex. But for two superhuman beings with physical capabilities far beyond ordinary people, it was as easy as walking on flat ground. The two avoided all open areas that could expose them, specifically traversing steep cliffs and dense forests. A dozen minutes later, the two arrived at the leeward side of a ridge. It was a dense forest, home to the unique Tian Ridge trees of Emerald Star. Brother Fan, that one is the thickest. Tian Duo lowered his voice, pointing to a massive tree in the forest that would require several people to encircle it. As soon as the words left his mouth, the two leapt up like agile monkeys, quickly climbing to a height of over 20 meters. Lin Fan placed his palm on the tree trunk. Countless mycelium threads surged from his palm, some transforming into crystalline spikes that pierced into the Iron Ridge tree's trunk, while others rapidly wove together to form a sturdy platform. Finally, more mycelium grew from the platform's edges, creating a camouflage layer that matched the tree birch color and texture almost perfectly, concealing their figures. In less than a minute, a perfect high-altitude sniper position and observation post was constructed. Lin Fan even grew a few small mushrooms on the camouflage layer, releasing silent spores into the air as a warning system. Tian Duo watched in awe. Brother Fan, your ability is truly the ultimate skill for home travel, murder, and looting. Cut the crap and focus, Lin Fan replied, ignoring him as he activated the Eagle Eye tactical goggles. Instantly, the distant outpost came into sharp focus, every detail clearly visible. The A-13 outpost was not small. Its perimeter was surrounded by high-voltage electric fences and automated turrets. The entrance was equipped with various scanning and detection devices. Several hover transport vehicles were loading and unloading supplies, making it look like a small logistics hub. Inside, there were several barracks and warehouses, with a radar slowly rotating. Lin Fan even spotted a sign that read Bar. There were about 30 to 40 soldiers in the outpost, wearing White House combat uniforms as they moved about. Some leaned against the transport vehicles, smoking and chatting. Others were sunbathing shirtless, and someone had even set up a speaker at the barracks entrance, blasting deafening rock music. The entire outpost exuded an air of casual indiscipline. TSK, these lighthouse soldiers, their discipline is this lax? Tian Duo complained over the comms channel. If this were a unit, the squad leader would be broken their legs by now. This senti poor discipline it is called humane management. They raid the lighthouse, proudly waving the banner. Lin Fan's tone was sincere, as if he were a compassionate international peace ambassador. Although we belong to different factions, we are all warriors fighting for the future of human civilization, shedding blood and sweat on the alien battlefield. Sending them some local specialties to foster an international goodwill is perfectly reasonable. Tian Duo was utterly confused. Before he could figure it out, he saw Lin Fan already taking action. Lin Fan placed his palm once again on the mycelium platform beneath him. A thin strand of mycelium crept silently down the rough trunk of the iron spine tree, quickly disappearing into the ground. Underground, the mycelium, like a living root, rapidly extended toward the direction of the Lighthouse Federation outpost. A distance of 2 kilometers was but a moment's work for the infinitely proliferating fungal network. Meanwhile, the two lighthouse soldiers had reached the edge of the forest and were picking up dry branches from the ground. Lin Fan's mycelium had already spread to the area near their feet. With a single thought, within seconds, several plump mushrooms emerged from the soil. Their deep brown caps were full and glossy, with a layer of crystalline dew on the surface, glistening enticingly in the sunlight. They looked like some kind of harmless, delicious edible mushrooms. At the same time, a faint, tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Brother Fan, these mushrooms. Tian Duo, watching through his scope, was dumbfounded, drooling unconsciously. Why do they look so appetizing? Lin Fan withdrew his hand and spoke with a serious expression. This is nature's gift, don't you understand? Under the tree, the two lighthouse soldiers were clearly drawn to the peculiar fragrance. The taller soldier sniffed the air, his gaze scanning around until it landed on the clusters of mushrooms. Hey Jack, come and see this, the shorter soldier. Jack walked over. When he saw the mushrooms, his eyes lit up instantly. Oh my god, are these Matsutake mushrooms? No. They're even more beautiful than any Matsutake I've ever seen. He crouched down and gently touched the mushroom cap, finding it smooth and elastic. Can you believe it? We've actually found such a treasure. The tall soldier, might, still had a trace of caution. Jack, are these edible? What if they're poisonous? Poisonous. Jack scoffed, patting his chest confidently. Relax. Mate, did you forget where I grew up? Back home, my dad used to take me mushroom hunting in the forest every weekend. I can tell edible from poisonous with my eyes closed. He tossed aside the dry branches, fashioned a makeshift pouch from his shirt, and eagerly began picking the mushrooms. Hurry, Mike, let's take all of these back, we're definitely going to have a feast tonight. Mike hesitated for a moment but was eventually swayed by his companion's expertise and enthusiasm, joining in the harvest. Soon, Jack had a shirt full of mushrooms. While Mike picked up his bundle of dry branches again, the two headed back toward the outpost. From the camouflaged platform in the tree, Cheon-duo watched the two lighthouse soldiers return with their haul, practically drooling. Brother Fan, what kind of mushrooms are those? Lin Fan glanced at him and, with a mysterious tone, slowly said, these mushrooms are called dust-cleansing mushrooms. This is a supreme mushroom that, after consumption, brings a sense of clarity and release from the inside out. Cheon-duo mulled over these words. From the inside out? Clarity and release. It sounded like some kind of advanced spiritual plant that could purify the mind and enhance cultivation. But for some reason, he couldn't shake the feeling that Lin Fan's expression when saying this carried a hint of mischief. His intuition told him that this thing was definitely not something proper. Brother Fan, this clarity, it's a positive thing, right? Do I look like an improper person to you? Lin Fan retorted. Cheon-duo looked at Lin Fan's face, which was full of sincerity, and sullenly nodded. You're not an old scoundrel, but you're just as bad. Inside the I-13 outpost, the atmosphere grew even livelier. When Jack and Mike returned carrying a bag of fresh, glistening supreme wild mushrooms, the outpost captain, a burly man with a full beard who was directing the barbecue preparations, was stunned. Matsuchate, this is the good stuff. What kind of dumb luck did you to stumble upon? The captain snatched the bag of mushrooms, took a deep whiff of their unique fragrance, and showed a look of pure bliss. Quick, Anna. Wash these treasures and slice them up. We'll grill them with the meat later. A courteous blonde soldier responded with a nod, took the mushrooms, and swiftly began cleaning them. Soon, in the center of the outpost, a massive barbecue grill, temporarily set up with a metal frame, was lit. Thick slices of mushrooms and marinated exotic beast meat were neatly arranged across the grill. Sizzle oil whipped onto the charcoal. Igniting bursts of flame, and smoke filled with the rich aroma of meat and mushrooms rose into the sky. Before long, the entire A-13 outpost was enveloped in this enticing scent. Dinner's ready, the soldiers of the lighthouse erupted in wolf-like cheers, each grabbing a plate and crowding around. They raised their beers high, cracking crude jokes, and the outpost was filled with an atmosphere of freedom and joy. This tastes amazing, Jack. What kind of mushrooms did you pick? They're incredible. Praise poured in endlessly. Cheon-duo watched them devour the food and couldn't help but feel restless. Brother Fan, they're already eating. What are we waiting for? Lin Fan leaned against the fungal platform, looking calm and composed. Don't rush. The real show is just about to begin. Time ticked by. The barbecue party's atmosphere, fueled by alcohol, reached its peak. It happened. And instinctively pressed his hand against his stomach. At first, no one noticed his discomfort. His expression shifted from confusion to pain, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Gurgle, gurgle, and tiny sound of stomach crumbling broke the silence. The soldier's face turned pale in an instant. He sprang up from his chair and, moving at a speed that defied human limits, clenched his legs tightly and bolted toward the nearby restroom. This sudden scene seemed to trigger some mysterious switch. Oh, damn, my stomach. Half-K, what's happening? Move, everyone move. I can't hold it. 1, 2, 3 soldiers of the lighthouse who had been enjoying the feast just moments ago began clutching their stomachs one after another. Their faces contorted in agony as they jumped up. They wore the same masks of agony on their faces, scrambling to rush toward the few toilets in the camp. The outpost was in utter chaos. The number of stalls was limited, but the soldiers' ammunition seemed endless. Let me in first, I'm about to explode. Get out of the way, I was here first. Some, unable to wait any longer, abandoned all sense of decency, running directly behind the barracks, were finding any hidden corner, pulling down their pants. The once lively rock music was now drowned out by waves of uncontrollable, peculiar sounds rising and falling. The air, once filled with the enticing aroma of barbecue, was gradually overtaken by another indescribable smell. Up in the tree, Cheon-duo witnessed this scene, which could only be described as an epic disaster movie, and was completely petrified. Damn. He mechanically turned his head to look at Lin Fan. His eyes filled with nothing but shock and awe. Fan Ji, is this a large-scale biochemical weapon of mass destruction? He finally understood. The inner clarity and release that Lin Fan had mentioned earlier, so this what he meant. This was beyond clarity. This was practically releasing their very souls. Lin Fan calmly waved his hand. Small matter. Sure enough, in the outpost, the first wave of soldiers who had charged and came staggering out, holding onto the walls. Their legs trembling like sieves, their faces as pale as if they just left a flour mill. However, the call from the depths of their souls gave them no chance to catch their breath. No, not again, one soldier cried out in despair. Those who had just come out hadn't even had time to take a breather before a new, even more overwhelming internal flood swept over them. With expressions of even greater terror and despair than before, they began their second, third, and even more rounds of desperate sprints. The cycle repeated endlessly, an unceasing torment. After watching a few rounds, Lin Fan completely lost interest. He adjusted his posture, leaned against the sturdy ironwood tree-work, and closed his eyes to rest. Too boring. For some inexplicable reason, seemed to have awakened some strange attribute and was watching with great enthusiasm. He even took on the role of a live commentator. Fan Zhou, look, oh wow. That blonde foreign chick came out. And went back in again. That's her 10th time. Whoa, there's also a black girl here. That face does pale even begin to describe it. And that captain, he's the worst off. He just tried to stand up. But it looks like he couldn't hold it in and sat right back down. Look at his expression, ha. Completely defeated, his voice was filled with schadenfreude. Lin Fan, annoyed by the noise, opened his eyes and let out a faint sigh. Fatty. This is the price of knowledge. Chiang Duo froze. Lin Fan, Faon? In a tone of profound pity, commented, you see, the Lighthouse Federation's happy education has been very effective. Even adults have forgotten the most basic survival knowledge, like don't randomly pick wild mushrooms in the wilderness. Ignorance is truly terrifying. He then glanced at the scene in the outpost. The entire outpost no longer had a single person who could stand upright. Those lighthouse soldiers, who had been so full of energy just moments ago, were now all collapsed on the ground. Utterly drained, their faces pale, their eyes vacant, seemingly without the strength to even lift a finger. Fanja, forget holding a gun, they probably can't even stand up now. Cheon Duo, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, turned back with a look of excitement in his eyes. Should we go down now and take out this outpost in one fell swoop? Lin Fan straightened up at the suggestion. It was time to close the net. His gaze turned cold as he placed his hand back on the mycelium platform, ready to mobilize the fungal mat lurking underground to send these poor lighthouse soldiers on their final journey. But just as Lin Fan was about to give the order, his movements abruptly stopped. From the perimeter, the floating silent shadow spores sent an urgent alarm. Something was approaching. Not beasts. Humans, and quite a number of them. Cheon Duo. Noticing Lin Fan's hesitation, asked in confusion, Brother Fan? What's wrong? Xin Fan gestured for silence, his eyes fixed in the direction of the newcomers. Stay quiet and stay low. This could be interesting. Let us observe first. Cheon Duo immediately shut his mouth, adjusted the focus on his tactical goggles, and looked in the direction Lin Fan indicated. Before long, agile figures appeared in their line of sight, about 20 or so people, moving in a standard combat search formation. They were silently passing beneath the massive tree where Lin Fan and Cheon Duo were positioned. Cheon Duo lowered his voice on the comms, sounding puzzled. Brother Fan, are these reinforcements from the Lighthouse Federation? Their gear looks similar. Lin Fan had already locked his sights on the group. Not reinforcements, he replied calmly. Look at their arm patches. That's the Europa Unionist line and sword shield emblem. Hearing this, Cheon Duo took another look and indeed spotted the insignia. This group from the Europa Union moved with professional precision and seamless coordination, clearly a well-trained elite unit. They made no unnecessary noise, like a pack of leopards lurking in the shadows, heading straight for the A-13 outpost. Once the Europa Union team had moved far enough away, Cheon Duo let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Fan, these bastards are here to pick up the scraps, aren't they? All the effort we put into setting this up, scouting, baiting just for them to swoop in and take the prize? The more I think about it, the angrier I get. We can't let them take this so easily. Lin Fan, however, remained unusually calm. Even amused. He adjusted his tactical goggles, keeping both the outpost and the Europa Chimes movements in view. Fatty, your perspective is too narrow. Whether it's the Lighthouse Eagle or Europaslion, to us in Duachia, they were all just hungry wolves fighting over the same prey. Does it matter who eats whom? Of course not. Kion Duo replied without hesitation. Since they ray all enemies, does it matter who dies? Let them fight it out first. We'll just sit back and enjoy the show. Lin Fauna Stone was calm but carried an undeniable confidence. No matter which dog is left standing, as long as we ray still here. The last one standing will only be us. After hearing this, Kion Duo slapped his thigh hard, a fierce expression appearing on his face. Right, doesn't matter who they are, they ray all going to die in the end. Having figured this out, Fatty was no longer angry. Instead, he eagerly settled in to watch the show. Lin Fan ignored him, focusing instead on the wind direction data through his goggles. He quickly pinpointed the upwooden position relative to the outpost. Perfect. A familiar smile appeared on his lips as he placed his hand back on the tree trunk. Time to send some warmth to our dear friends. Meanwhile, the elite squad of the Europa Union stopped in a concealed mountain hollow about a kilometer away from Outpost A13. Leading the team was a man called Nan Sabertu, who made a hand gesture. Nightingale, scout ahead and report the situation. A petite female scout instantly broke away from the team, disappearing into the shadows ahead with a few swift movements. Less than 5 minutes later, Nightingale's slightly puzzled voice came through the communicator. Moments later, she put down her binoculars, her tone tinged with strangeness and uncertainty. Captain, the situation is a bit odd. Speak. The people in the outpost seem to have collapsed. I didn't see any soldiers patrolling or standing guard. Almost everyone is lying on the ground, and their condition seems off. They trap? Doesn't seem like it. Their state looks more like food poisoning? Nightingale's tone was filled with uncertainty. Food poisoning, Saberwa frowned, picking up a high magnification tactical binocular. Through the lens, he saw the chaotic scene inside the outpost. Several soldiers were leaning against the walls, retching, while others slumped in chairs like lifeless sacks, their faces pale and completely devoid of combat capability. Most notably, there was a massive barbecue grill in the center of the outpost and scattered food remnants all over the ground. A flash of realization crossed Sabertol's eyes. An opportunity, a perfect opportunity. Everyone, prepare. He lowered his voice and decisively issued the order. Target Outpost A13. The enemy has lost most of their combat capability. Hammer and iron wall, draw the automated fire. Eliminate the outpost's defense nodes from range. Once cleared, move in immediately. Action. At his command, over 20 figures charged toward the outpost like tigers descending a mountain. Woo, the outpost's automated defense system was instantly activated. Hidden automated turrets and high-voltage electric grids sprang to life, unleashing a barrage of energy bullets toward them. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. A dense web of firepower enveloped them in an instant, but the Europa squad was well prepared. Two burly men roared, their bodies glowing with an earthy yellow light as they activated their defensive innate skills. Charging forward with shields raised. Bullets and small energy blasts struck them with muffled thuds, but failed to penetrate their defenses. Now, as the two tanks absorbed the majority of the firepower, the ranged attackers in the rear simultaneously launched their strikes. Several long-range skills of varying attributes soared over the shield bearers' heads, precisely hitting the roaring, automated turrets. Boom, boom, a series of explosions erupted, and the outpost's external defensive weapons were completely destroyed within seconds. Charge, the Europa squad didn't pause for a moment, storming directly into the outpost. The already exhausted soldiers of the Lighthouse faction heard the calm Modi Sandoval walked into the outpost, the indescribable mixed smell in the air making him frown. He approached the massive grill, looking at the charred mushroom slices and meat chunks on it. And a look of realization appeared on his face. A bunch of fools, he snorted disapprovingly. We've struck gold, there's plenty of high-energy minerals in the warehouse, and over here, a few unopened boxes of military supplies. Yeah, we got ourselves an outpost for free. The team members' faces were filled with joy as they eagerly began inspecting the spoils. Saber's mood improved as well, feeling fortunate for his team's luck. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, a gentle breeze silently swept through the outpost. In the wind, there was a faint, peculiar fragrance. What's that smell? A team member counting the spoils sniffed the air. Before his eyes, the cold ammunition box seemed to transform into a neatly stacked crate of high-concentration spirit minerals, gleaming with an enticing luster. Jackpot, he murmured, reaching out to grab it. His companion was about to ask what was wrong with him. The next second, the ground beneath him suddenly began to writhe, sprouting vibrant, multicolored flowers. Wow, so beautiful. The scout Nightingale saw the Captain Griffin suddenly take off his shirt, revealing his 8-pack ABS, and started performing a hot, twisting dance for her. "See, Captain, you're so strong." In an instant, the entire outpost's atmosphere turned bizarre. Some were laughing foolishly at the air, others were shadow-coincid with their own reflections, and some began singing loudly, as if they were at a grand carnival. Up in the tree, Moneybags watched the magical scene of the elite Europa team collectively losing their minds, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. He turned uncertainly to Lin Fan. "Brother Fan, this mushroom, could it be the same one we used in the cafeteria against those guys from the Celestial Academy before school started?" Lin Fan didn't answer. But the "yes, it was me" expression on his face said it all. Floating mushrooms. Exceptional hallucinogenic effects, whoever uses them knows. "You really know how to play." Moneybags held back for a long time, finally blurting out 3 words. Looking at the Europa elites below, who were now completely out of their minds, Lin Fan decided it was time. Time to reel them in. He was about to activate the fumble mat to pack up this group as well, but just then, a sudden change occurred. From within the Europa Alliance team, a female member suddenly emitted a gentle and holy white light. The radiance seemed to carry a purifying power, and those touched by it jolted, the madness and hallucinations in their eyes quickly fading away as they stopped their bizarre actions. This unexpected turn of events left Moneybags stunned. "What the heck, what's going on?" Lin Fan was also a bit surprised. Stroking his chin. "There's a decent support in our team. It must be some kind of group purification or advanced dispel skill that neutralized my ability's effects. What do we do?" Moneybags panicked. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. He had originally planned to play around a bit longer. But since the flashy tricks didn't work, he'd used the simplest and most brutal method to send them on their way. The dazed and illusory expressions in the eyes of the Europa soldiers quickly faded, replaced by confusion and lingering fear. "What happened just now, God? I think I saw it." Dwarf Army. The woman radiating brilliance looked pale, clearly drained from her earlier exertion. "Captain. It's a psychic attack, or a group hallucination skill." Captain Saber was face turned grim as he immediately shouted, "There's an enemy hiding in the shadows. Everyone, stay alert." Just as his words fell, a deep, muffled vibration suddenly emanated from underground without warning. Buzz, buzz, the entire outpost began to shake violently. "Watch out, the enemy is coming from below," Saber roared. Tion Duo clung tightly to the fungal platform, looking at Lin Fan with uncertainty. An earthquake. Lin Fan's expression subtly shifted at that moment. Because, as the vibrations came, his fungal network buried deep underground sent an extremely dangerous signal. And this intense vibration frequency, this unique warning signal he was all too familiar with. Boom, a terrifying explosion, far surpassing any previous ones, erupted from the depths of the earth behind the outpost. Soil, rocks, and building debris were blasted into the sky by an unstoppable force. A massive, suffocating shadow tore through the crust and emerged from the ground. It was that colossal worm again. Its terrifying mouth, lined with circular sharp teeth, slowly opened, and a slender figure stepped out from the bottomless darkness, landing lightly on the ground. Golden short hair remained dazzling amidst the dust, and the perfectly tailored combat suit was spotless. It was none other than the pretentious Karen Thorne, who had recently escaped from Lin Fan's grasp. "What the up in the tree?" Tion Duo's small eyes widened into perfect circles, his mouth agape, almost large enough to fit a fist. "Brother Fan, why is this bastard here too?" Lin Fan didn't speak, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl upward. He hadn't expected this either. Truly, search high and low only to find it effortlessly. He had been worrying about not being able to find him. And now Karen Thorne had delivered himself right to the door. Karen Thorne had originally been traveling underground in this area, heading toward Europa to earn some extra cash. But the worm scouting the surface detected intense psychic energy fluctuations and signs of battle. On a whim, he decided to come up and take a look. And what did he find? Well, one of his outposts had been completely wiped out. His gaze swept over the corpses of the White House soldiers scattered across the ground, then shifted to the well-equipped. A cruel smile curved at the corner of his lips. What a pleasant surprise, to his swarm. These Europa soldiers were undoubtedly high-quality nourishment delivered right to their doorstep. Inside the outpost, the Europa Alliance quad, lucky enough to have shaken off the hallucinatory effects, immediately saw the terrifying figure. "My God, what is that thing?" "It's the Plague, it's Karen Thorne." Their faces were filled with horror and despair. Captain Saber's heart sank instantly. As an elite of the Europa Alliance, how could he not recognize this terrifying presence that had caused headaches for both major factions on the Emerald Star battlefield? He never dreamed that he was just trying to pick up a bargain, but ended up crashing straight into the jaws of a shark. Karen Thorne surveyed the wreckage of the outpost with a cruel smile. You Europeans are getting bolder and bolder. He didn't care who destroyed this outpost, nor did he care about the dead lighthouse soldiers. Perfect, my children are hungry too. As his words fell, he made no extra movements. From the mouth of the giant worm behind him came a chilling screech. The next second, whoosh, an endless swarm of insects, transformed into a black wave of death, surged madly out of the giant worm's body. As the insectide hit the ground, it didn't pause for a moment, immediately splitting into several attack clusters, surrounding the entire A-13 outpost from all directions, leaving no gaps. Full retreat, Saber-Tooth roared desperately. He knew that against a swarm of this scale, any resistance was utterly futile. The remaining dozen or so European elites didn't hesitate for a second, turning and fleeing frantically out of the outpost. But the swarm was faster. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The scorpions at the rear opened fire first. Countless bone spikes tore through the air at supersonic speed, shooting toward the European elites inside the outpost. Activate shields. Saber-Tooth roared, and two defensive Talon users in the squad stepped forward again. The earth-colored light shields had just formed. Bang, bang, bang. Bone spikes slammed into the shields, erupting in violent energy ripples. The shield lasted less than 3 seconds before one shattered under the relentless barrage. Thud. The defender didn't even have time to scream before dozens of bone spikes pierced him on the spot, his body pinned to the ground by the immense kinetic force. On the ground, hundreds of centipede-like insects surged from all directions like black lightning. A European elite was instantly engulfed by the swarm. The insect's sharp bone blades spun wildly, and with a chilling slicing sound, the soldier was reduced to a pile of shredded flesh. This wasn't a battle, it was a complete massacre. In less than half a minute, the elite's squad of over 20 had already suffered more than half casualties. Saber-Tooth's eyes turned red as he watched his teammates fall one by one, powerless to stop it. He spotted the dense iron spinewood forest not far ahead, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. Into the forest, quickly. Use the complex terrain to shake them off, he shouted. Puff, puff, puff. Crystal clear mushrooms spouted wildly from the sturdy tree trunks, the intertwined branches, and even the tangled roots. In just a few seconds, hundreds of energy-gathering crystal mushrooms covered the trunks of over a dozen iron-spine trees, forming a 3-dimensional attack matrix. Now, a cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. At the exact moment those few Europans rushed into the forest's range, hundreds of dazzling light points suddenly lit up in the dim woods. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hundreds of blazing white high-energy beams shot out from the forest without warning. But their target was not the panicked Europans, it was the rear of the insect swarm. It was Karen Thorne, standing in front of the giant worm, admiring the slaughter like a chess master. This sudden turn of events froze the smile on Karen Thorne's face. He abruptly looked up toward the direction of the attack. This attack. These energy beams, he would never forget them in his lifetime. That damned Ding He chime, how could he be here? There was no time to think further. The intense sense of danger made him react instantly. Buzz, several massive rock crab insects emerged from the ground, their enormous bodies shielding him as they immediately entered barrier mode. Boom, 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 the dense energy beams fiercely struck the rock crab insects' indestructible shells, the explosions merging into a continuous roar. The terrifying energy impact instantly set nearby insect units flying. Under the violent energy beams, the supposedly indestructible shells of the rock crab insects began to show signs of melting. Karen Thorne was forced to abandon his pursuit of the remaining European soldiers, his face darkening as he turned all his attention toward the forest. Meanwhile, the few lucky survivors who had rushed into the woods, Saber-Tooth and his companions stared dumbfounded at the support fire coming from the forest. These are reinforcements? Oh God, we're saved. Their faces lit up with ecstatic joy at their narrow escape. However, this joy lasted less than a second. A massive shadow, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, suddenly crashed down from above their heads. Boom, with a loud thud, with a loud thud. A round figure slammed heavily in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Duo patted the dirt off himself, grinned, and revealed a simple yet slightly menacing expression. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Brother Fan said. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Lin Fan slowly stood up. With a wave of his left hand, the camouflage layer of fungal threads on the platform quickly receded, revealing himself and the platform's true form. A cruel yet excited smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. Golden-haired brat, he raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Karen Thorne. Last time, you got away. Today, let's continue. Karen Thorne's face instantly darkened at that throat-slitting gesture. That Dan de Axia man. An endless fury and sense of humiliation shattered his elegant facade. His disgraceful retreat last time was an unprecedented stain since he had acquired his SS-level talent, and now, this stain dared to look down on him from above, with the posture of a victor. Unforgivable, since you insist on seeking death. I will grant your wish, Karen Thorne's voice squeezed through gritted teeth, carrying a bone-chilling coldness. He raised his hand, pointing in Lin Fan's direction. Tear him apart. Screech. With a piercing screech, dozens of grotesque hybrids of bats and mantises burst from the massive maw of the giant worm. They unfold their razor-sharp blade-like wings, diving toward the iron spine forest like black lightning at terrifying speed. On the ground, a dense swarm of insects surged in Lin Fan's direction like a tidal wave. Good timing. Lin Fan stood on a mycelium platform, his face calm and fearless. Instead of retreating, he advanced, weaving swiftly through the dense canopy of iron spine trees like a ghost of the forest. Fresh strands of mycelium poured from his palm, merging seamlessly into the trunks and branches beneath his feet. Fatty, those foreigns come are yours. Leave no survivors. Got it, Brother Fan. On the other side, Qian Duo had already clashed with the elite warriors of Europa. Meet missile impact. His round, plump body curled into a ball, resembling a massive bowling ball, barreling toward Saber Fang with a thunderous roar. Saber Fang's expression changed drastically. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, a diamond-shaped metal shield instantly materialized. Clang. A deafening crash echoed. Saber Fang felt as if he'd been struck by a speeding freight truck, sent flying uncontrollably backward. He smashed through an iron spine tree before finally coming to a halt, his chest tightened with pain, and he merely coughed up blood. What kind of monster is this? That weight, that impact, it's not even on the same level. The remaining Europeans tried to flank from the sides, but Qian Duo swept his massive arm across, swatting them away like flies. Don't run, Qian Duo steadied himself, his small eyes gleaming with excitement. I haven't even warmed up yet. Lin Fan reached the outer edge of the iron spine forest. He was closer to the battlefield near the outpost, with a much clearer view of the surroundings. The mycelium platform beneath his feet restructured itself once more, and on the surrounding tree trunks, countless energy-charged mushrooms aimed toward the sky. As the diving swarm of flying insects approached, Lin Fan merely sneered coldly. Firepower saturation. Whiz whiz, whiz. High energy beams wove into a net, instantly engulfing the entire aerial region. The flying insects, though agile, had nowhere to escape under this dense, all-encompassing barrage. One by one, they exploded into fireballs mid-air, their charred remains raining down like ash. On the ground, countless insects swarmed around the iron spine tree where Lin Fan stood. His high-frequency crystalline fungal spikes erupted continuously from the tree trunk, churning the insects into shreds like a blender. Damn it. Karen Thorne watched helplessly as his precious aerial forces were slaughtered. His heart bled. Each of these specialized insectoids required enormous amounts of spiritual energy and biomass to hatch. Yet they had been wiped out in mere moments. With a wave of his hand, the hidden-head stinger scorpions within the swarm launched a new round of volleys. Countless bone spikes shrieked through the air, hurtling toward Lin Fan's platform. Lin Fan lightly stomped his foot. Buzz. Countless mycelium strands surged upward from the platform's edges, forming a massive scale-like shield in front of him. Ding ding, ding, ding. Bone spikes collided with the shield, producing a series of dull, metallic thuds as sparks flew everywhere. The overlapping scales absorbed and deflected the impacts, blocking every single attack. Is that all you've got? Lin Fan's taunt, cutting through the battlefield's clamor, reached Karen Thorne's ears with crystal clarity. Those two light words provoked him more than any vicious curse could. You're courting death. Karen Thorne's face twisted in extreme rage as he suddenly swung his hand. The giant worm behind let out a painful roar, its abyss-like mouth opening once again. Crash, this time. It wasn't a surge but an eruption. Thousands of centipede-like insects transformed into a black, living wave, madly rushing toward the iron spine forest. The insect tide instantly engulfed the previously cleared area, ignoring Lin Fan's fungal spike slaughter, relentlessly assaulting the giant tree where Lin Fan stood. Crack crack, the sturdy iron spine tree let out a groan of unbearable strain, its surface even beginning to show fine, web-like cracks. Numbers, huh? The playful look in Lin Fan's eyes disappeared, replaced by a cold madness. Fine, I'll play along, he sneered, pulling out 5S-grade psionic potions from his backpack and tossing them onto the fungal platform beneath him as if discarding trash. Let me show you what the hell saturation attack means. Boom. The fungal carpet, receiving a massive psionic boost. More energy completely berserk. More energy condensing mushrooms were spawned. Their firing rate and power were elevated to a whole new level. Blazing white beams poured down on the insect swarm like an unendurable rain. Explosions rang out one after another, forcing the insectide's front lines back, weaving behind countless melted shells and scorched flesh. Karen Thorne's face turned ashen. That move again, that unreasonable energy coverage attack again. He had always relied on the swarm tactic to suppress others. But ever since encountering this Diachia man, he had been overwhelmed twice by the opponent's endless firepower. He realized that until the swarm evolved to counter energy attacks, continuing to fight a war of attrition would only put him at a disadvantage. He had to retreat. The moment this thought arose, Karen Thorne hesitated no longer. He cast a deep glance at Lin Fan. His gaze seemingly saying, "Just you wait," then turned and jumped into the worm's mouth. Trying to run again? Watching his actions, Lin Fan's smile turned chillingly sinister. "Do you think I'll fall in the same place twice?" Just as the giant worm began sinking into the ground, Lin Fan slowly raised his right hand, spread his fingers, and then clenched them tightly. Buzz, a massive psionic wave surged from deep underground. The next second thud, 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 thick, sharp spikes erupted from the soil surrounding the worm's body. They proliferated wildly underground, forming a subterranean cage that imprisoned it. Roar, decurchingly painful. How when did the opponent set up the ambush underground? How did his abyss worm fail to sense it? Lin Fan stood at the edge of the forest, looking down at him from above. Golden-haired brat, surprised? From the very start of the battle, his mycelium had silently spread beneath the outpost. He had anticipated every possible move of the opponent, including the fact that he would rely on the giant worm to escape once again. This time, Lin Fan had prepared a true gift for him. It's over, Lin Fan's thoughts moved. From the ground, dozens of fungal spikes burst forth, stabbing toward Kellen Thorne on the ground. Kellen Thorne only snapped out of his shock at that moment. A strong survival instinct unleashed all his potential, allowing him to perform an extreme roll on the ground. However, it was still too late. Theft, Pisha, though he avoided vital areas like his heart and head, his left shoulder, both legs, and abdomen were still pierced by several sharp crystalline spikes, pinning him firmly to the ground. The intense pain forced a suppressed groan from him. Avoided the vital spots? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. As expected of an Schwess-level talent. Your reaction is indeed quick. But it doesn't matter, farewell, poser. Lin Fan stood atop the treetops, looking down at him like a Qin pronouncing a death sentence. Slowly, he raised his left hand. In the forest, countless energy-gathering mushrooms lit up once again with dazzling brilliance, all locking onto the immobile figure on the ground. Divine punishment descended. As Lin Fan's thoughts fell, the three-dimensional death matrix formed by hundreds of energy-gathering mushrooms reached its peak brightness. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds of blazing white high-energy beams tore through the air, weaving into a deadly net in the void. Precisely enveloping the sole coordinate on the ground, the immobilized Kellen Thorne, pinned down by crystalline spikes. Boom! There was no sound. Or rather, in that instant, a white light capable of swallowing all sound became the sole existence on the battlefield. A scorching miniature sun rose from the ground. The terrifying energy shockwaves spread at the speed of light, disintegrating and vaporizing the remaining worm corpses, rocks, soil, and even the air itself. The entire earth trembled violently. Lin Fan stood on the mycelium platform, coldly overlooking the death zone swept by the absolute energy storm. His mycelium network faithfully fanned back every T-Remo the endless orm creations belonging to the SS-level talent. These are unprecedented treasures. Psionics 5 evolution points 3 psionics for suddenly, a special feedback message came from the collective consciousness of the fungal colony. Parsing genetic information parse incomplete. Special gene fragment detected superpolymer mineral mimicry. Consume 2,000 evolution points to unlock a new fungal species branch? Equipment drop? Yes. Lin Fan confirmed without hesitation. Unlock successful, new fungal species obtained. Rock Fortress Fungus Sea level. The mycelium gains the ability to deeply extract and fuse minerals from soil and rocks, rapidly constructing ultra-high-strength biomass barriers through superpolymer reactions. Forming solid defensive structures, greatly enhancing survival capabilities in positional warfare and environmental modification efficiency. After reading the description, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Devouring Karen Shield evolved into his own wall. In future positional battles, wouldn't he be able to build a permanent fortification on the spot? This was forcing him to sprint from being a tactical master to a full-blown infrastructure maniac. The joy of the new ability surged in his heart. Today's gains were absolutely worth it. However, just as he was savoring the fruits of victory and contemplating the uses of his new ability, an intense sense of danger suddenly arose in his perception without warning. Almost simultaneously, a distorted streak of light crossed several kilometers in an instant, appearing silently behind him, aiming straight for his back. A sniper shot, and a bizarre, ultra-long-range sniper shot at that. Lin Fan didn't even flinch. Buzz, from beneath the bio-armor on his back, countless tiny fungal scales surged out instantly, overlapping and thickening at an astonishing speed to form a dense, dark shield. The fungal scale armor took shape in an instant. Boom! A muffled explosion erupted behind him. Lin Fan clearly saw the invisible bullet collide with the shield, its terrifying kinetic energy and sharpness causing the outermost fungal scales to disintegrate instantly. But more mycelium surged upward, regenerating, thickening, and disintegrating again. Annihilation and proliferation clashed violently at a single point tens of thousands of times per second. In the end, the ferocious force was dissipated l'air, completely neutralized into nothingness. Lin Fan's figure remained motionless, with only the fluttering hem of his coat proving the power of the previous strike. He slowly turned around, the focus of his tactical goggles zooming to the limit, his cold gaze locking onto the direction of the attack. On a mountaintop several kilometers away, a blurry silhouette flickered, and then disappeared completely. Fast escape. Replaced by a hint of coldness. Interesting, was this an attempt to stop me from looting further, simple revenge? Or some kind of declaration of war? It seems the waters of Emerald Star run deeper than I thought. At that moment, Qian Duoduo's voice came through the communication channel, brimming with triumphant excitement. Brother Fan, it's done. Those weaklings from Europa have all been smashed into meat patties by your big bro here. The voice pulled Lin Fan's thoughts back. He leapt lightly from a tree over 20 meters high, landing silently. Soon, he found Qian Duoduo in a chaotic forest clearing. The fat man was leaning against a broken iron spine tree, panting heavily. The Stardust-type colony suit on his body showed several damages, but he still looked energetic. Seeing Lin Fan approaching, Qian Duoduo grinned. Fan Ji, Qian Duoduo grinned. That show-off golden-haired guy, how did it go? Send him on his way. Lin Fan replied casually. Save him the money for a burial plot. Get on the aircraft first. The commotion here is too big, and the smell of blood will soon attract other things. Got it. The two quickly left the battlefield, which was being rapidly decomposed and transformed by fungal threads. Lin Fan issued a command through his personal terminal to the Falcon guy waiting in the high sky. Soon, an invisible outline broke through the clouds and silently hovered above them. The cabin door opened, and the two boarded swiftly. The aircraft did not pause for a moment, immediately ascending to 10,000 meters, blending into the clouds and disappearing from this troubled area. Inside the quiet cabin, Lin Fan sat in the pilot seat and directly dialed Qin Shengyuan's encrypted communication. A few seconds later, the light screen lit up, and Qin Shengyuan's steady and authoritative face appeared on the screen. You brat, what trouble have you stirred up again? Commander, how can this be called trouble? Lin Fan spread his hands innocently. ID made a small contribution to the expansion efforts of Dezhou. Looking at his lazy demeanor, Qin Shengyuan couldn't help but laugh and curse. Ever since you arrived on Emerald Star, I haven't stopped taking blood pressure medication. Speak. What have you contributed this time? Nothing major. Lin Fan leaned back in his chair and said lightly, just casually took care of that golden-haired brat named Karen Thorne. Qin Shengyuan's breathing paused for a moment. He slowly sat upright, his entire aura changing. His hawk-like eyes fixed on Lin Fan. Say it again, what is the result? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and made a gesture of explosion. Ground to dust, physically transcended, guaranteed not a trace left. Qin Shengyuan's tense face finally couldn't suppress his joy. He didn't slam the table but exhaled heavily and then fiercely punched his palm. Good, well done, and well done. Lin Fan, you brat, you've done me a tremendous favor again. Karen Thorne and his swarm were the Damocles sword hanging over all of Dezhou's outer defenses and pioneer farms. Now, this sword had been forcibly broken by Lin Fan. The strategic significance of this for the entire Emerald Star battlefield was immeasurable. However, Qin Shengyuan's excitement didn't last long. He keenly caught the fleeting thoughtfulness in Lin Fan's eyes. What's wrong? Is there something else? Yes. Lin Fan nodded, his expression becoming slightly more serious. But while I was cleaning up the battlefield, I encountered an unknown long-range sniper. He briefly recounted the events that had just occurred, including the mysterious third party and his own judgment. The enemy's concealment ability is strong, and their timing was very precise, like a hyena that had been lurking in the shadows for a long time. After listening to Lin Fan's account, the joy on Qin Zhenyuan's face quickly turned into gravity. He was silent for a moment before issuing an unquestionable order. Return immediately, head back to Sky Pioneer City and report all details to me in person. The communication was cut off. Lin Fan looked at the darkened screen and set the automatic route back to Tianchen City. The aircraft traced a smooth arc above the clouds, speeding eastward. Outside the cabin was the magnificent sea of clouds of Emerald Star. But beneath the clouds, who knows how many unknown enemies and tough disguises lay hidden. The aircraft landed in a military hangar of Tianchen City. The cabin door slid open, and Lin Fan kicked Cheong Duo, who was still immersed in the joy of victory, out with one foot. Ouch! The chubby man stumbled and almost lost his balance. Brother Fan, are you trying to murder me? All right, stop howling. Lin Fan glanced at him and said irritably, anyone who didn't know better would think you broke your leg. Go to the medical center and let the nurses check you thoroughly. Remember to ask them to be gentle. At the mention of nurses, the pained expression on Chuang Duo's face instantly vanished, replaced by a lewd smile. Got it. But Brother Fan, what about you? I'm going to report to the commander and apply for a commendation. Lin Fan lazily waved his hand. All right, once I'm out, let's grab a feast. Watching Cheong Duo hum a tune and wobble his way to the medical center, Lin Fan shook his head and turned toward the command headquarters building. Command headquarters, top floor office. Qin Zhenyuan was pacing back and forth anxiously. Ever since communications were cut off, his heart had been hanging in suspense. An SS-level talent, just gone like that? The whole thing sounded like a fantasy. If it were Ntu Infant saying it, he might even suspect the guy had hallucinated on the battlefield. Report, enter. The office door was pushed open. And Lin Fan's nonchalant figure appeared at the doorway. Qin Zhenyuan sans immediately swept behind him. Empty, just you? Where's the chubby one? Qin Zhenyuan asked in a deep voice. Oh, Cheong Duo. Lin Fan casually closed the door, swaggered over to the sofa in the reception area, sat down, and poured himself a glass of water. Got into a fight, took a minor injury. I sent him to the medical center to rest. A fight? Where, with whom, who else? Lin Fan spread his hands. Southwest of the Broken Ridge Mountains, at the A-13 outpost of the Lighthouse Federation. I was having a heated verbal exchange with that blonde kid, Karen Thorne, when a few Europa guys decided to join in. The chubby one helped them calm down physically. Qin Zhenyuan felt his blood pressure uncontrollably rising again. This kid, just the two of them, went into the Lighthouse Federation's controlled area, not only took down an SS-level talent, but also casually beat up some Europa people. The sheer amount of information was overwhelming, leaving the commander momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Fan took a sip of water to moisten his throat and began his report. He rests the thing. The chubby one and I figured Taranthon wouldn't he take the loss lying down, so we thought we'd take the initiative. Go to places he might show up, stake it out, and gather some first-hand intel. Qin Zhenyuan's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Take the initiative? Stake it out? This kid made infiltrating enemy territory over 1,000 kilometers away sound as casual as stealing watermelons from the neighboring farm. We fleed the aircraft along the border of our Daxia-controlled area, and accidentally went a bit too far. The aircraft system alerted us to a Lighthouse Federation A-13 outpost below. And then, Qin Zhenyuan's voice had turned cold. Then we found out that the Lighthouse people were throwing a party, and the Europa people were outside trying to get a piece of the action. So, in the spirit of promoting unity and friendship within the community of shared human destiny, we helped mediate their conflict a bit. And then, that golden-haired brat just delivered himself to us. Lin Fan, with just a few words, described this thrilling battle as if it were a series of coincidental farces. Qin Zhenyuan felt like he was about to grind his molars to dust. He slammed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray as if it were Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan, he practically roared. You too, you dared to run into the Lighthouse Federation's defense zone to stir up trouble? Is your brain filled with fungal threads? Do you have any idea how many detection devices and defensive fighter power those two sides had set up there? If you were discovered, you wouldn't even have your ashes sent back. Faced with the commander's thunderous fury, Lin Fan dug at his ear, his face showing an expression of your ideological awareness needs improvement. You can't put it that way. Emerald Star was discovered and landed on first by us, Dejar. This is our territory. I was piloting my craft, taking a spin in my own backyard, admiring the great rivers and mountains of our land. What's the problem with that? He paused, his tone becoming righteous and resolute. and besides, the grandsons of the Lighthouse Federation bombed our farms, destroyed our mines, and injured our compatriots. Can this debt just be written off? No. In Dajjal, we believe in reciprocity. If they hit us once, shouldn't we hit them 10 times? This is called blood for blood, an eye for an eye. Lin Fan spread his hands, his expression so sincere it seemed like he was applying to join the party. Everything I did was to safeguard the sacred and inviolable territorial sovereignty and national dignity of Dajjal. My intentions were noble, pure, and free from base interests. Yu Qingzhenyuan was so choked by this twisted logic that he couldn't catch his breath for a long moment. Clearly, it was a reckless and unauthorized action, but the way Lin Fan put it, it sounded like a heroic feat for the glory of the nation. He pointed at Lin Fan, his finger trembling, wanting to coast but realizing that this little bastard had claimed every moral high ground available. His intentions actually sounded somewhat commendable, but the actions he took were just too damn nerve-wracking. Stop spouting nonsense for me. Qingzhenyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger, and sat back in his chair, staring him down. Explain everything about Thorn's situation to me. Got it. Lin Fan connected his terminal to the office's holographic screen. A first-person perspective recording from tactical goggles began to play. When the endless swarm of insects appeared on the screen, even Qingzhenyuan couldn't help but have his pupils contract. Then, in the footage, Lin Fan caused an entire mountain range to sprout with energy-charged mushrooms. Blazing white energy beams wove into a net, evaporating the insect swarm in large swaths. The overwhelming and unreasonable firepower coverage left Qingzhenyuan momentarily dumbfounded. This kid's ability was practically a cheat code in a positional battle. The footage continued. Karen Thorne attempted to burrow underground to escape. A forest of crystalline spikes erupted from the ground with a thunderous roar. The giant worm's piercing wail of agony seemed to penetrate the screen, echoing throughout the entire office. Qingzhenyuan suddenly stood up from his chair, his eyes fixed on the bloody scene on the screen. Prediction: this kid actually predicted the enemy's escape route and set up a deadly trap underground in advance. This level of tactical intuition and calculation far exceeds that of a student. It is more like a battle-hardened hunter. Finally, when the last strike completely erased Karen Thorne from the physical realm, Qingzhenyuan's tense body finally relaxed. An uncontrollable surge of joy spread across his face. He abruptly stood up, pacing back and forth in the office, his clenched fists turning white from the force. Good, good, well done, Karen Thorne. The plague of the lighthouse. His name was like a sword hanging over the heads of all frontline personnel in Daachia, putting immense pressure on the entire western defense line. Now, this major threat had been completely eliminated by Lin Fan in a nearly crushing manner, reduced to dust in the physical sense. The strategic significance of this for the entire Emerald Star battlefield was immeasurable. However, Qingzhenyuan's joy didn't last long. The scene on the screen was not over yet. Just as Lin Fan was preparing to clean up the battlefield after killing Karen Thorne, a silent and sudden attack came from several kilometers away without any warning. The muffled explosion instantly darkened Qingzhenyuan's expression. He stared at the screen at the fungal shield behind Lin Fan that had appeared and disintegrated in an instant, and the joy on his face vanished completely. Damn it, who did this? The overwhelming fury instantly replaced his joy. Lin Fan shook his head and briefly shared his judgment. Air hiding several kilometers away, ultra-long-range sniping, with a strange ability to conceal itself, and an attack method that was NT physical ammunition. Qingzhenyuan's fists clenched tightly, making cracking sounds. Is there anyone in the intelligence database with attack characteristics matching this? Lin Fan asked. No, Qingzhenyuan shook his head, his expression extremely grave. For the A-level and above gifted individuals that the three major forces have long stationed on Emerald Star, we have more or less intelligence on them. But there are exceptions. He looked at Lin Fan and said slowly, for example, someone like Karen Thorne, who was directly parachuted in from Blue Star. Or, for instance, the atmosphere in the office became somewhat oppressive for a moment. They had just eliminated a visible plague, only for an even more dangerous unknown enemy to emerge. A top-tier sniper lurking in the shadows was like a venomous snake. You never know when or where he will deliver a fatal strike. After a long while, Qingzhenyuan let out a deep breath. He looked at the young man in front of him, who, despite his casual demeanor, always managed to create miracles. No matter what, your core mission on Emerald Star has been completed ahead of schedule and beyond expectations. He paused and then spoke slowly. What are your plans next? Are you going back to Blue Star? Upon hearing Qingzhenyuan's question, Lin Fan's expression instantly collapsed. He looked at Qingzhenyuan, a face full of exaggerated grief, as if he were a wronged wife being abandoned. Commander, that is a bit unfair, isn't it? I've only been on Emerald Star for a few days. I haven't even adjusted to the time difference, nor have I had the chance to properly experience the local customs and culture. I haven't even had a single hot meal, and now you want to kick me back to Blue Star? Lin Fan's tone was filled with the grievance of being wronged. I have contributed to Daja, I have shed blood for Yanqing City, Karen Thorne. That bastard was taken down by me personally. Now, before his body is even cold, oh no. Not even a trace of his bones remains, you want to discard me like a worn-out tool? That's too heartbreaking, Qing Shen Yu and you little brat. Why are you so dramatic? Discarding a worn-out tool. Local customs and traditions, the customs and traditions you experienced, or running to someone else's doorstep to grind their bones to dust. Stop giving me this nonsense. Qing Shen Yuan slammed his palm on the table, producing a muffled bang. Your mission was to deal with Karen Thorne. Now that the mission is complete, why aren't you returning to Blue Star? What are you staying here for, planning to continue hosting parties at the White House Federation's outpost? Qing Shen Yuan's thoughts were simple now. Immediately, without delay, pack up this lawless troublemaker and send him back to Blue Star. As long as Lin Fan remains on Emerald Star, he'll have to stock up on blood pressure medication by the box. Others are strategic weapons, he is a strategic cudgel weapon. Wherever he goes. Trouble follows, Commander, you can't say that. The playful indifference on Lin Fan's face gradually disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented indignation. Karen Thorne is dead, but the problem isn't completely resolved. Qin Shemoan frowned. What do you mean? I took a bullet, remember? He pointed to the spot on his back. Just as I was preparing to clean up the battlefield and recover valuable biological resources for Dajia, an unknown rat shot me from several kilometers away. Although I managed to dodge it by sheer luck, the nature of this incident is extremely vile. Lin Fan's voice suddenly rose, his gaze becoming clear and pure. A top-tier sniper lurking in the shadows today, he can target me, tomorrow he can target any of our Dajia soldiers. Engineers, or even you, such a grave threat must be rooted out and utterly destroyed, or I won't be able to sleep or eat in peace. For the safety of all Doj, our compatriots on Emerald Star, for the long-term stability of our pioneering endeavors, I, Lin Fan, request to stay here, to personally eliminate this potential threat. Qing Shen Yuan was stunned by Lin Fan's righteous and impassioned speech, trying to discern even the slightest hint of insincerity on his face. But he failed. This kid's expression was so genuine that he could apply for the most touching Dajia Figure of the Year award. Qing Shen Yuan certainly knew that Sniper posed a significant threat. That the problem was, keeping Lin Fan here was an even bigger threat. One was an unknown external threat. Between two evils, it seemed neither option was headache-free. Seeing Qing Shen Yuan's constipated expression, Lin Fan was overjoyed inside. Go back? What kind of interstellar joke is that? What's so good about Blue Star? Going back to the academy for early morning classes every day. Or punching in for various tasks daily. How could that compare to the freedom and joy on Emerald Star? The territory is vast, the exotic beasts are plentiful. And there are 3 major forces to spar with. Plus, there's a military-grade stealth aircraft as a private vehicle, go wherever you want. This is the Pro Max Plus premium version of a launch-scale immersive virtual online game. And the GN can't even control you. Only a fool would leave. The office fell into a prolonged silence. Qing Shen Yuan finally understood this kid was like a turtle swallowing a weight. Dead set on staying here. Chasing him away is definitely out of the question. Hitting him, he couldn't bring himself to do it. In the end, like a deflated balloon, he slumped weakly against the back of his chair and waved his hand. Stop acting in front of me. He rubbed his throbbing temples and gave in. You can stay, but remember this. Qing Shen Yuan straightened up, pointed at Lin Fan, and warned him word by word. Any actions in the future must be reported to me in advance and approved before you proceed, understood? Got it? Lin Fan agreed readily. Reporting after the fact still counts as reporting, right? Second, you are not allowed to provoke the people from the Lighthouse or Europa. If they don't mess with you, just treat them like air, no problem. Lin Fan patted his chest in assurance. If they don't mess with me, does that mean I can't mess with them? Third, if there's any sign of trouble or any unusual discovery, report to me immediately. Don't worry, Commander, I guarantee you'll hear the freshest news. Lin Fan agreed without hesitation. You'll definitely be the second to know. If I find out again that you, like today, sneak onto someone else's turf to stir up trouble, I'll chew you and that chubby kid up and kick you both through the Star Gate, got it? Mission guaranteed to be completed. Lin Fan snapped to attention with a not-so-standard salute, his face plastered with a fawning grin. Seeing his cheeky expression, Qing Zhenyuan knew that at most, only 30% of his words had sunk in. Exhausted, he waved his hand. Get out, just looking at you annoys me. Got it. Lin Fan quickly turned around. As he reached the door, he turned back with a cheeky smile and asked, "Oh, by the way, Commander, about the military merit this time get out." A roar sent him scurrying out like a startled rabbit. As the door closed again, Qing Zhenyuan let out a long sigh, fished out some blood pressure pills from the drawer, and swallowed to dry. He felt like his military career had never been this challenging. Lin Fan hummed a little tune as he walked out of the command building in high spirits. As soon as he stepped outside, he spotted a round figure peeking around the flower not far away. Brother Fan, seeing Lin Fan come out, Qian Duo immediately dashed over, his face full of gossip and anticipation. How did it go? What did the commander say? Are we getting medals? No medals, no medals. But plenty of verbal praise. Lin Fan patted his shoulder. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. All right. Qian Duo's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Where are we going? I heard there are a few restaurants in the commercial district of Tianjin Fen City that specialize in local Jade Star cuisine. The flavors are supposed to be amazing, then let's go try something new. The two of them found a restaurant in the commercial district that looked quite unique. The sign, of history. Written in ancient Xia script, read Jade Kitchen. Inside, the restaurant was bustling with people. The air filled with the rich aroma of roasted meat and malt beer. Lin Fan and Qian Duo found a corner to sit in. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan ordered the most expensive roasted meats on the menu. Roasted rib rack of the molten bone giant lizard, hind leg meat of the rift trock hound, and this pan-seared phoas and tectonic moss cakes. What kind of dark cuisine is this? Qian Duo stared at the menu, his small eyes full of doubt. Just eat it. You won't die. Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to explain. Soon, the dishes were served. The so-called grilled melting bone giant lizard ribs were each as long as a forearm, grilled to perfection with a crispy exterior and tender interior, sizzling with oil. Qian Duo couldn't care less and grabbed one to stuff into his mouth. Delicious, the meat is so tender, and it has a hint of a psychic aroma? The chubby man ate with oil dripping from his mouth, mumbling indistinguishably. As the two were feasting, the complaints of several men at the neighboring table, dressed in construction corps uniforms, reached their ears. Damn it, what bad luck. This time, during the super tide, our team worked for nothing. The collection rack we just set up was swept away by a single wave. Not even a trace left. A burly man with a beard downed a mouthful of alcohol after speaking. Another tall, thin man sighed. Not only was nothing left, we almost lost our lives. Those twin moon giant sharks went berserk, their size bigger than our exploration ship. They charged straight at us, and if it were NT for old Zhang's quick reaction, we'd all have been shark snacks, a third man said angrily. The moon tide crystals only form in those cursed places, at those cursed times. During high tide, the waves are big enough to swallow a mountain, the waves are big enough to swallow a mountain. And when the tide recedes, it is all mud and monsters. How the hell is this a job for humans? Qian Duo listened, dumbfounded, and whispered to Lin Fan, Brother Fan, what are these guys talking about? Waves and giant sharks? Lin Fan's movement slowly came to a halt. He was holding a piece of emerald green pan-fried phoas and tectonic moss cake, still steaming. Super tight twin moon giant sharks moon tide crystals. Lin Fan placed the moss cake into his mouth, then set down his chopsticks. Fatty. Huh? Brother Fan, what's up? We haven't seen the Sea of Emerald Star yet. How about we relax there tomorrow? As Lin Fan and Qian Duo feasted and planned their next company-funded vacation, far away on the west coast of the Dawn Continent, in the main city of the Lighthouse Federation on Emerald Star, Freeport, the atmosphere was entirely different from the heavy and pragmatic style of Sky Cultivation City. Here, skyscrapers towered, neon lights flashed, and airship platforms pierced the clouds. The opulence of commerce and the coldness of military machinery grew in a grotesque and savage manner. In the top floor office of the command building, the highest commander of the Lighthouse Federation station on Emerald Star, General Jonathan Miller, was staring at the man before him, whose entire body was encased in pitch-black exoskeleton armor. The armor's surface shimmered faintly, devoid of any insignia, like a ghost blending into the shadows. Confirmed, Jonathan's voice was dry and hoarse. Confirmed. The black-armored man's voice, processed through a synthesizer, was devoid of emotion. Karen Thorne's life signal has completely disappeared within the attack coverage area. Based on the intensity of residual energy reactions, survival probability is 0. Jonathan slammed his fist onto the desk, producing a heavy thud. Useless, he squeezed out a suppressed growl from deep in his throat. His facial muscles contorted. I warned him, don't be arrogant, don't act alone. What did he take my words for? A breeze in the ear? An SS-level talent, how many resources has the Federation invested in him? And now he is dead in such a godforsaken place without any explanation. The fury was almost bursting from his chest. Karen Thorne, the brightest genius of the Lighthouse Federation's new generation, was the ace capable of altering the course of the Emerald Star battlefield. But he was too arrogant, directly provoking the threat of the swarm against Diachia, akin to repeatedly testing the jaws of a tiger. Now, retribution has come. This genius was disposed of like trash. This is not only a tremendous loss for the Federation but also an indelible humiliation. Jonathan panted heavily, forcing himself to calm down. Process is. The man in black armor raised his arm, retrieved a fingernail-sized data chip from the inner side of his arm guard, and connected it to the officer's holographic projection device. The perspective of the image was extremely high and slightly shaky, clearly filmed from a distant mountaintop. The focus was zoomed to the maximum, though somewhat blurry. It was sufficient to see the entire battle process. In the footage, an endless swarm of insects frantically assaulted a forest of iron spine trees. At the edge of the forest, there was only a blurry human figure. Jonathan's pupils contracted sharply. One person. Then the scene that unfolded in the footage caused this Federation commander to completely lose composure. Hundreds of light points suddenly lit up in the forest. Blazing white high-energy rays intertwined into an impenetrable web of death, pouring down madly. The swarm melted and evaporated in large swaths under the rain of light. Jonathan suppressed his anger. I just want to know, how's the progress on that thing? The genes of those samples are too chaotic and extremely violent. To stabilize them and achieve perfect fusion with the main body, it will take some more time. I don't care what method you use, Jonathan growled word by word. A monster has appeared in Diachia, and I need new weapons to fight it, speed up the progress, at any cost. The communication was cut off. Jonathan leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the bustling night view of Freeport, his eyes filled with an unfathomable gloom. The next day, in Yanqian City, Lin Fan and Cheong Duo got up early. The two moved half of the equipment and medicines from the black alloy box onto the Falcon Glider aircraft. Brother Fan, bringing so many medicines, the commander might think you're planning to attack Freeport, Cheong Duo joked as he carried the items. Better to be prepared, Lin Fan replied casually. Afterward, the two went on a shopping spree in Yanqian City's commercial district. Various meats, frozen seafood, self-heating hot pots, crates of soda, and even a portable barbecue grill were purchased. Looking at the living cabin filled with snacks and drinks, Cheong Duo was so happy he almost fainted. This is practically a mobile paradise. All right, stop yelling. Lin Fan kicked him into the cockpit. Sit tight, we're ready to depart. What's the destination? East, to the seaside. The aircraft slowly ascended, silently blending into the clouds, heading toward the endless ocean to the east of the Dawn continent. After entering the stratosphere, Lin Fan activated the autopilot mode. He pulled up the database and began reviewing information about the endless ocean. Cheong Duo leaned over for a look and immediately let out a gasp. Whoa! The tide can reach dozens of kilometers inland? On the screen, a simulated image was playing. Under the combined influence of emerald stars to satellites, the calm sea rose rapidly at a visible speed, creating waves tens of meters high that crashed fiercely onto the continent. Due to the dual satellite effect, Emerald Star experiences to rapid tidal rises and falls daily, forming unique tidal wetlands and transient shallow seas. Lin Fan read from the data. Damn, if you get swept into that, there'd be no remains left. Cheong Duo clicked his tongue. It's not just the waves. Lin Fan pointed to another part of the data. Dual Moon Megaloidon, a top predator that approaches the continental shelf only during the peak gravitational pull of the dual moons and the highest tides. Massive in size, it can sense and utilize the flow of spiritual energy in seawater. Below the data was a blurry sonar scan image. A massive shadow, estimated to be over 50 meters long, loomed faintly in the ocean. This is a shark. It's more like a moving submarine, Cheong Duo stammered. Lin Fan's finger pointed to the last line of the data. Moontide crystal description: a special crystal formed during the supertidal wave when the peak gravitational pull of the dual satellites reacts violently with the spiritual energy veins on the seabed. Function capable of creating a miniature gravitational field, it is an excellent raw material for manufacturing core units like anti-gravity engines. Anti-gravity engines? Anti-gravity engines? Cheonduo's eyes widened. No wonder the lighthouse and Europa refused to leave. Turns out there's such a treasure here. That's about right, Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan turned off the screen, leaned back in his chair, and a trace of amusement flashed in his eyes. The three major forces had all established collection points in coastal areas, specifically to gather this material. The environment was harsh, and there were monsters causing trouble. Cheonduo looked at the data and swallowed hard. Brother Fan, you ray not planning to. Lin Fan didn't answer, just stared at the clouds speeding past the window. Suddenly, he spoke. Fatty, what do you think? How would that twin moon giant shark taste if roasted? The peregrine falcon Viabertha silently pierced through the clouds, hovering several hundred meters above the sea. My goodness, is this the super tides? This is way too spectacular. Cheonduo pressed his face against the porthole, his small eyes filled with awe. It was currently mid-morning, the time of high tide. The surging seawater was rushing toward the mainland with an overwhelming force. The white waterline formed by the massive waves advanced rapidly across the land, swallowing up mudflats, hills, and vegetation in its path. As far as the eye could see, the shallow land within several kilometers had transformed into a shimmering instant shallow sea. In low-lying estuaries and canyon areas, the tide had even surged dozens of kilometers inland, turning the land into a watery expanse. The wet's continuous hills had now become scattered islands. The two of them were flying south along the jagged coastline in the aircraft. Dozens of semi-submersible operational platforms, belonging to the official forces of Daxia, stood like steel islands amidst the violent waves. Half submerged and half exposed, their thick cables were deeply anchored to the seabed, resisting the terrifying power of nature. On the platforms, large mechanical arms and detection equipment were ready, while engineers and soldiers in exoskeletons busily worked. Apart from these official giants, there were also scattered small exploration ships on the sea, belonging to various private adventure teams or small enterprises. Everyone was waiting for the moment the tide receded, to rush into the muddy tidal wetlands in search of the priceless moontide crystals. Beep beep beep. At that moment, the communicator in the cockpit suddenly rang. Lin Fan glanced at it and connected the call. The light screen lit up, and Qin Shenyuan's stern face, full of "you better not cause trouble," immediately popped up. Lin Fan, I heard from the guards that you and Cheonduo took the aircraft out. Where are you now? Clearly, yesterday's sad bone-crushing spectacle had left an extremely deep psychological shadow on this commander. Commander, Lin Fan instantly sat up straight, his face breaking into an incredibly sincere smile. You've got it all wrong. This time, I absolutely haven't caused any trouble. I'm just taking Cheonduo to the Eastern Sea to observe and learn about the famous supertides phenomenon. To experience the wonders of nature, and, conduct a little scientific research. Qin Shenyuan's brows furrowed tightly. Scientific research? Coming from this little rascal's mouth, that sounds completely unreliable. What kind of research? Well, Commander, Lin Fan began his performance, speaking with great conviction. Although my microbial strains adapt well on land, they haven't undergone adaptation tests in high salinity, high pressure, and complex energy flow-rich seawater environments. How can that be acceptable? In order to better serve the future marine development efforts of Daxia, such as purifying seawater pollution, establishing underwater collection bases, or even cultivating some high-energy edible seafood, I must let my microbial colonies adapt to this environment in advance. Lin Fan's expression became extremely earnest. This is called preparing for a rainy day. Qin Shenyuan listened to Lin Fan's nonsense, and somehow, he felt much more relaxed. He thought, as long as this kid doesn't run off to cause trouble, and just messes around in this eastern territory of his own, it might not be entirely unacceptable. Stay safe. In the end, all his words condensed into these 4 characters, and Qin Shenyuan decisively hung up the communication. Lin Fan looked at the darkened screen and shrugged. Done. Fanjiu, you're awesome. Cheonduo, who had been listening in stunned silence, gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. You even managed to spin an adaptability test out of this. I thought you were just here to enjoy the scenery. Lin Fan glanced at him. Who said I'm not here for testing? He operated the aircraft, lowering its altitude to just 100 meters above the sea surface, then handed the controls to Cheonduo. Maintain this altitude, keep it steady. Got it. Lin Fan walked to the rear of the cabin and slid open the side door. Whoosh, a fierce gust of wind instantly rushed in, making his clothes flap wildly. He extended his right hand, and a massive gray-black mycelium surged out from beneath the skin of his palm, quickly condensing into a fist-sized mycelium ball. At the same time, a tough strand of mycelium extended from the ball, connecting to his palm. Lin Fan raised his hand, and the mycelium ball traced an arc before plunging into the turbulent seawater below, swallowed instantly by a wave. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan's brow furrowed slightly. An unprecedented sense of sluggishness was transmitted back to his perception through the connecting mycelium. Cold. In the seawater, the activity of the mycelium was declining at an alarming rate. The originally sensitive neural network-like perception became blurry and sluggish, as if separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. The vitality of the mycelium ball was being frantically eroded by the high salt concentration and unknown microorganisms in the seawater. He could even clearly hear the mycelium's cries of agony as it was slowly dissolved by the seawater. Control was weakening. He even had a premonition. If left unchecked within 10 minutes, this mycelium ball would completely lose its vitality, sever its mental link with him, and become nothing more than a lump of organic matter in the seawater. TSK. Lin Fan clicked his tongue, showing no trace of worry on his face. Instead, he began speaking to the connecting mycelium in a fatherly tone. You strut around on land, but you falter in a new environment. As the saying goes, endure hardship to rise above others, no, to rise above other fungi. All I can provide you with is material support. Whether you can adapt to the new environment and evolve to dominate the ocean depends on your own determination. As he spoke, he retrieved a glass vial from his colonization backpack. With a click, he twisted open the cap. Then, aiming at the slender mycelium connecting to the mycelium ball, he poured it directly, glug glug glug. The pale blue, high-concentration psionic liquid flowed along the cluster of mycelium, infusing into the dying mycelium ball submerged in the seawater. Buzz! A surge of pure, overwhelming psionic energy exploded within the mycelium ball. The originally withered mycelium seemed to be injected with a powerful stimulant, frantically absorbing this energy, repairing the structures corroded by seawater, and tenaciously maintaining its existence in a desperate situation. But the external erosion did not stop. On one side, the relentless grinding of seawater, on the other, the violent nourishment of the psionic potion. That tiny fungal sphere struggled painfully in this extreme environment of ice and fire, forced to adapt to this entirely new setting in a brutal manner. As long as the blows are harsh enough, one can grow stronger at lightning speed. Lin Fan's theory of evolution was just that simple and unpretentious. Time passed bit by bit in this monotonous feeding. Whenever he felt the fungal sphere underwater was about to give out, he wouldn't hesitatingly pour in another dose of psionic potion. 1 dose, 2 doses, 3 doses. Sitting in the cockpit, Cheon Duo watched Lin Fan's actions through the rearview mirror, his eye twitching uncontrollably. Wasteful, so wasteful, so wasteful. What he was pouring wasn't just potion, it was a mountain of gold, and it was being fed to fish? At the critical moment when the morning tide was about to reach its peak and begin to recede, a sudden burst of static came through the public communication channel of the aircraft. A calm and steady voice sounded, carrying an undeniable warning. Warning, this is the territorial waters of Diachia. Europa vessel at coordinates XXX, you have entered Diachia's exclusive operational zone. Please turn away immediately. I repeat, please turn away immediately. The channel fell silent for a few seconds. Soon. Another slightly arrogant voice responded through the public channel. This is international waters. Emerald Star belongs to all of humanity. We are exercising our right to freedom of navigation. Friends of Diachia, you have no authority to interfere. Bullshit, Cheon Duo exploded in anger upon hearing this. Emerald Star was discovered by us, Diachia first. Where's this international waters nonsense coming from? Shameless, Lin Fan sneered coldly at the words. Freedom of navigation? What a nice way to put it. They were just trying to take advantage of the golden window during the super tidal retreat to rush in and snatch the lunar tide crystals. These so-called gentlemen were experts at picking up scraps left behind by others. Lin Fan flicked his wrist, and the mycelium suddenly tightened. The fungal sphere, battered by the seawater, was yanked out of the water and flew back into the cabin. He shut the hatch. Returned to the cockpit, and patted Cheon Duo on the shoulder. Fatty. Brother Fan, what's up, let's go, Lin Fan said back in the pilot seat. A playful smile on his face. Not watching the fun would be a crime. Increase altitude. Let's go see for ourselves how these so-called gentlemen plan to exercise the freedom of navigation. Under the dual cover of optical camouflage and anti-psionic detection coating, the aircraft hovered silently in the sky like a ghost. Below, the standoff between the two major forces unfolded. Three massive Doaxia warships, exuding a heavy industrial aesthetic, formed a triangular formation like three steel mountains, firmly blocking the waterway leading inland. In front of them were 5 Europa warships with sleeker designs. At this moment, the friendly exchange on the public communication channel had reached a fever pitch. This is your final warning. Europa Alliance fleet, you have entered Dacia's exclusive operational zone. Turn away immediately. We will take enforcement measures. The warning from Dacia was calm and restrained, yet carried an undeniable firmness between the lines. Immediately after, that arrogant European accent rang out again. Emerald Star is a shared treasure of all humanity. There is no exclusive operational zone for any party. Our Europa Alliance has the right to navigate freely here, and any enforcement measures will be considered acts of war. Acts of war, my foot. Qian Duo's blood pressure soared as he listened, his round face turning bright red. These shameless white pigs, stealing things with such righteous indignation. Where's their face? Have they thrown it away? Fan Ji, hit them, let's secretly give them a shot, guarantee they won't know what hit them. Lin Fan, however, ignored the enraged fat man. His attention was entirely focused on the object in his palm. The spore ball, battered by seawater, now lay limp in his hand, its surface resembling a soaked sponge. Yet Lin Fan could clearly sense that within the sponge, a brand new transformation was taking place. Every cell was being forced into deep deconstruction and reorganization under extreme stress. They were learning, adapting, evolving. Suddenly, a heavenly prompt appeared on Lin Fan's talent panel. Complex water environment detected. Analyzing core rates detected. Hydrophobic, pressure resistant, corrosion resistant. Consume 1000 evolution points to unlock new traits. It's here. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Spending 5 whole S-grade psionic potions had not been in vain. Spending money and taking hits truly are the only paths to strength. Confirm. Unlock successful. Fungal traits. Enhanced hydrophobic fungal membrane grade Gil O super hydrophobic biological film will form on the surface of fungal hyphae, completely isolating moisture. The activity, efficiency, and energy consumption of the fungal colony in aquatic environments such as seas and swamps will be greatly optimized. Lin Fan's lips curled into a slight smile. Exchanging several S-grade psionic potions for a D-grade trait might sound like a loss, but this trait was the ticket for the fungal colony to dominate the ocean. Its strategic value was immeasurable. Worth it, absolutely worth it, as Lin Fan rejoiced over the new ability. On the other side, the silent shadow spores previously released and floating above the standoff sea area suddenly transmitted an unusual signal. On the leading Europa flagship, an overwhelming psionic wave far beyond ordinary levels erupted. Immediately after, the sea below underwent a dramatic change. The waves, initially swaying gently with the wind, seemed to be stirred by an invisible giant hand. Suddenly becoming violent. Several towering waves, tens of meters high, rose abruptly from the sea and fiercely crashed toward the 3 Dacia warships. The warship's energy shields instantly activated to maximum power, and the heavy hulls rocked and pitched violently in the raging waves, as if they could be swallowed by this sudden natural disaster at any moment. The public channel was immediately filled with the furious roar of the Dacia commander. You dare to launch an attack, this is an act of war, Europa responded with a mocking tone. Friend, please don't misunderstand. These waves might just be caused by the tide. The forces of nature are always so unpredictable, aren't they? Damn it, these bastards are playing dirty. Qian Duo exclaimed in shock. Lin Fan's expression also turned cold. A water element talent user. Judging by the commotion, their talent and power level were not low. These barbarians only resort to such underhanded tactics. They talk about freedom of navigation but secretly strike in the dark. They want to use the talent user's abilities to force the Grey Cheeks as defense fleet to retreat, then take advantage of the golden time during low tide to rush in and snatch the moon tide crystals. Fatty. Stabilize the aircraft, don't shake, Lin Fan spoke as he walked back to the rear door of the cabin and slid it open again. Brother Fan. What are you doing? Of course, I'm going to deal with them. Lin Fan raised his hand. His palm aimed at the chaotic sea below. Spore storm. This time, he didn't create an exaggerated scene that blotted out the sky but instead precisely controlled the output power. A barely visible cloud of spore dust burst forth from his palm, drifting silently toward the sea below like ash scattered by the wind. These spores, strengthened by the water-repellent fungal membrane, immediately displayed a completely different behavior upon contact with the sea surface. Gone was the previous sluggishness and corrosive effect. Instead, they exhibited a fluid and agile movement, as if perfectly adapted to the water. Lin Fan's senses instantly connected with the ocean. The fungal threads seemed to down a perfect guiding suit, completely isolating themselves from the corrosive effects of seawater. The ocean was no longer a forbidden zone but a new hunting ground. Go. Lin Fan issued a command in his mind. Let those so-called gentlemen feel the passion of the deep sea. Under Lin Fan's will, the spores in the water began to multiply frantically, silently and rapidly spreading toward the 5 Europa warships, Europa's flagship. Victory Goddess, bridge. Captain Carlos held a glass of red wine, leisurely watching the violently rocking Great Shaw warships on the holographic screen. A victorious smile on his face. Isn't it a spectacular sight? Beside him stood a tall blonde woman in a blue combat suit, her eyes glow with an eerie blue light, and her expensive psionic robe fluttered despite the lack of wind. Waves of immense psionic energy flowed through the ship's hull, continuously pouring into the sea, manipulating the waves in that area. She was the creator of the disaster in the sea, one of the Europa Alliance's aces, this class water element talent user, Siren Elena. Elena is so powerful, those Great Shaw ships look like they're drunk, the team member beside Elena sneered. Their ship designs are too clumsy. In these sea conditions, they're just sitting ducks. Great Shaw people are just a bunch of inflexible barbarians. There's no need to talk rules with them, just use strength to shut them up. Another person chimed in, and the bridge was filled with an air of triumph. Elena's lips curled slightly, a hint of pride appearing on her face. She relished the thrill of wielding the forces of nature and toying with her opponents. Forcing Great XIA's fleet to retreat in their own territory, this feeling was simply delightful. However, at that moment, boom. A heavy, muffled sound suddenly came from within the Victory Goddess. The entire flagship shook violently without warning. Damn it, what's going on? Where did the attack come from? Inside the bridge. Everyone was caught off guard, stumbling and swaying, with exclamations and curses echoing one after another. Captain Carlos's wine glass flew out of his hand, spilling red wine all over the floor. As for the Siren Elena, who was fully focused on casting her spell, she was even more unprepared. She staggered and fell forward, slamming straight into the hard alloy command console. Thud, a muffled sound echoed. The noble Siren had an intimate encounter with the cold command console. The icy alloy console was now marked with a vivid streak of red. The Siren Elena clumsily climbed up from the ground, reached out to touch her forehead, and found her hand covered in warm, sticky liquid. A long gash had opened up on her forehead, glaringly visible. Blood was gushing down her smooth forehead, streaming along her pale cheeks and dripping onto her sea blue combat uniform. The arrogance and pride she had moments ago were now replaced by utter embarrassment. The atmosphere in the bridge instantly shifted from a leisurely afternoon tea to something akin to the end of the world. Enemy attack, Medit, quickly stop Lady Elena's bleeding. What on earth is happening? Captain Carlos finally steadied himself and roared into the communicator, his previous air of leisure and arrogance completely gone. Report the situation. Where did the attack come from? A technical officer, pale-faced, was frantically typing on the virtual keyboard. His voice trembling slightly. Reporting, Captain, the armoring's own D of the ship's bottom suffered an extremely violent impact. The structure has visibly deformed, Carlos roared. Where did the attack come from? Was it a torpedo or an underwater vehicle? I don't know. The crew member's voice was on the verge of tears. None of the sensors detected anything, no underwater vehicles. No physical projectiles, nothing at all. Nothing at all? Carlos's voice shot up an octave. Were you saying our ship got bumped by a ghost? The technical officer was almost in tears. That was as if an invisible giant hand had reached out from the depths of the sea and delivered a resounding flick to their 10,000-ton flagship. That hand silently withdrew, leaving no trace behind. High above, inside the Paragraumfracht, Tion Duo was watching intently through the high magnification mode of his tactical goggles. He had just witnessed the most arrogant Europa flagship suddenly shudder, sending up a massive spray of water. The sensation was akin to a burly man walking down the street, only to be kicked in the rear from behind. My goodness, Fan, what did you do? Tion Duo was so excited that his chubby face was trembling. Lin Fan withdrew his hand from a cabin door, his face adorned with an innocent smile. Nothing. Just said hello, a little courtesy exchange. Tion Duo was utterly baffled. Courtesy exchange? You call this a courtesy exchange? This is more like smashing a gift directly into their faces. Lin Fan ignored him and closed his eyes, immersing his entire consciousness into the vast ocean below. That earlier move was just an appetizer, a warning and a declaration of war. Now, it was time for the main course. Through countless mycelium joyfully swimming in the seawater. His consciousness extended infinitely. Let me see, Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Where should I start dismantling first? His will, like a silent command, was instantly issued. The mycelium attached to the hulls of the 5 Europa warships seemed to receive the signal to feast, beginning to frantically proliferate and spread. They acted like the most precise microdrills, crazily consuming the alloy of the ship's outer shell, silently infiltrating through every crevice. The mycelium had a clear purpose: power pipelines, energy nodes of weapon systems, rudder control cores, communication arrays. Every critical part was a target. Sink them? That would be too merciful. Lin Fan wanted this arrogant fleet to turn into a pile of floating steel coffins on the sea, under the watchful eyes of all, almost simultaneously. Woo. The piercing sound of alarm erupted out all 5 Europa Alliance warships at the same time. Inside the bridge of the Victory Goddess, chaos reigned. Report, engine no. Freeze power output has dropped by 40%. The energy pipeline is experiencing unexplained dissolution phenomena. Report, the rudder hydraulic system has failed. We've lost steering capability. Report, the energy interface of the port side Thor's Hammer missile launch nest has malfunctioned. Massive psionic leakage is occurring. Damn it, trying this requesting support, our propeller is entangled by an unknown object and is losing power. Glory's main cannon energy supply has been interrupted. Emergency troubleshooting is underway. The successible alarms and panic reports from the crew echoed through the internal circuits, reaching the ears of everyone in the fleet. Within just a few dozen seconds, all 5 warships simultaneously experienced various inexplicable and fatal malfunctions. There must be an enemy. An invisible enemy is attacking us. Is it a stealth-type gifted individual? Beside Alina, a tall, thin blonde man with closed eyes seemed to be concentrating all his efforts on sensing something. He was the team's specialized listener. Few seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his face full of confusion. Nothing. There's nothing on the surface, no psionic fluctuations at all. The psionics in the seawater are too chaotic. I can't sense anything. Alina, clutching her bleeding forehead, had madness and fury in her sapphire blue eyes. She wasn't specialized in sensing, but as an S-class water element gifted individual, the entire ocean was her domain. Vast psionic energy surged from her body into the sea, standing her fleet over and over like the most precise sonar. Calm waters. No abnormal psionic fluctuations. Something's wrong. Alina abruptly stopped and focused all her sensing power on the hull of the Victory Goddess. She finally saw it. On the surface of the alloy armor, on the inner walls of the drainage pipes, in the crevices of the propellers there was a layer of threads almost blending into the environment, emitting faint psionic reactions. These things were continuously gnawing at the ship's body. If she hadn't pushed her sensing power to the extreme, she wouldn't even have been able to distinguish them from ordinary marine microorganisms. What the hell are these things? In the Dacia fleet, the commander stared at the screen showing the Europa warships, some spinning aimlessly, others even starting to tilt, and fell into deep thought. "What's going on?" he asked in a deep voice. The technical officer beside him immediately reported, "Captain, according to the monitoring, just 3 minutes ago, the enemy flagship's hull suffered a violent impact. Other than that, there are no further findings. The enemy fleet seems to have collectively experienced equipment malfunctions." The commander stroked his chin. Collective malfunction? What a coincidence. Although he was completely baffled and had no idea what the Europans were up to, it didn't stop him from seizing the opportunity to ruthlessly rub salt into their wounds. Clearing his throat, he picked up the communicator and spoke on the public channel with an incredibly concerned and sincere tone. "Hello? Hello, European friends, can you hear me? Is your ship drunk? Why is it starting to dance? Ship shaking, system alarms. It seems your warships aren't quite suited to the open seas of Emerald Star. Do you need us to provide some humanitarian assistance? We, Dejal, Dojo, are always happy to help. If needed, we can send professional tugboats to tow you to safe waters. You'll still need to cover the fuel costs." Every word was a stab to the heart, every sentence a slap in the face, burning hot on the faces of the various captains and Alina. Theft inside the aircraft, Keon Duo spat out a mouthful of water, laughing so hard his fat shook uncontrollably. "Fanji, K. Our commander is quite the talent," Lin Fan also revealed a knowing smile. Meanwhile, aboard the Victory Goddess, Liena, who had heard the mocking remarks, froze abruptly. Her originally blue glowing eyes had now turned blood red. Anger. Humiliation. These two emotions exploded in her chest, burning away the last shred of her sanity. She let out a sharp scream, suddenly pulling out a vial of blue potion. Without even looking, she crushed the bottleneck and poured the liquid into her mouth. Pure psionic energy instantly exploded within her body, replenishing her depleted energy and igniting her final madness. You want a show, and I'll send you, along with your ships, to the bottom of the sea to feed the fish. Boom, the seawater surged skyward. No longer the probing attacks from before, but 3 terrifying waves over 100 meters high. Like the claws of a beast reaching out from the abyss, slammed fiercely toward Dashi's 3 warships. Shti, Lin Fan stared at the 3 apocalyptic waves and cursed under his breath. This is bad. He admitted that he had completely shattered the mindset of these European bastards. The other side had flipped the table. But the 3 warships below were filled with his compatriots. Since he was the cause, he absolutely couldn't let any Dasha soldier bear the consequences. Fan Jie, you can't be thinking holy Shti. Under Qian Duo's horrified gaze, Lin Fan leapt directly out of the open cabin no parachute, no auxiliary flying device. He was like a stone, plunging straight into the sea. The roaring wind filled his ears, tearing at his combat suit. He spread his arms wide. Countless mycelium frantically grew from his palms, enveloping him tightly within seconds, forming a solid. Meanwhile, aboard Daoshi's flagship Zenhechul, the commander's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the holographic screen showing the 3 walls of water pressing down. Activate the energy shields, maximize power, everyone, hold on tight. Prepare for impact. His roar echoed through the bridge, and every face was etched with determination. In the face of such immense power, even a 10,000-ton battleship was nothing more than a fragile leaf. Despair instantly engulfed the hearts of every soldier of the Great Show. At that moment report, an unidentified object is plummeting at high speed from directly above. Estimated impact in 10 seconds, E-rate of operator suddenly shouted hoarsely. What? Looking up. A tiny black dot pierced through the thick clouds, descending straight toward the fleet in a suicidal trajectory. Workers on the distant collection platform, technicians on small engineering ships, and all personnel in the process of evacuating stopped what they were doing. They stared blankly into the distance. In their field of vision were 3 apocalyptic walls of water connecting the sky and sea, and that tiny black dot falling resolutely from the clouds. Everyone's heart sank to the bottom. When the fungal sphere fell to about 50 meters above the Great Sha fleet, suddenly it exploded with a deafening roar. Amid the flying fungal threads, Lin Fan's figure reappeared. His bloodshot eyes carried a hint of madness, and in his hands, he was clutching dozens of S-class psionic potions. Take this, he swung his arms forward, slamming his palms together with force. Crack, the crisp sound of shattering echoed continuously. Dozens of expensive S-class potions burst upon impact, the dense psionic liquid, so concentrated it seemed tangible, evaporated into a mist of azure energy, completely enveloping him. Rise. Lin Fan let out an earth-shattering roar. The tsunami-like psionic energy within him surged out wildly. In the next moment, a miracle descended. Endless fungal threads spread out from him in all directions, forming a massive web in the sky that blocked out the sun. Simultaneously, beneath the turbulent sea, the submerged fungal threads began an unprecedented frenzy of growth. Some of the threads, as tough as steel cables, anchored themselves deep into the seabed rock layers tens of meters below. Others absorbed minerals from the seawater and rock layers, growing upward at an insane rate. The sea surface was torn apart, walls formed from a combination of fungal threads and minerals, gleaming with a metallic sheen, burst through the water. Above and below, the fungal web in the sky and the fungal routes in the sea connected precisely in mid-air. Every gap was sealed completely by the frenzied growth of fungal threads. In an instant, a massive, impenetrable hemispherical barrier took shape. The rock fungal bastion, like an enormous overturned bowl on the sea, it securely shielded the 3 Great Sha warships within. But it was empty enough. Lin Fan willed it further. On the surface of the newly formed rock fungal bastion, countless fine fungal scales emerged, layered and overlapping. A specialized scale armor fungus designed to deflect and disperse impact covered every inch of the barrier's surface. After completing all this, Lin Fan's psionic energy was almost entirely drained, and his vision darkened. Meanwhile, the 3 towering 100-meter waves were already upon them. Boom, a deafening explosion, loud enough to tear eardrums, erupted. The terrifying waves crashed violently against the dark barrier. The entire bastion trembled intensely, its surface rippling with unsettling vibrations. But it held firm. The terrifying kinetic energy, enough to shatter steel and capsize a 10,000-ton ship, was deflected, dispersed, and absorbed layer by the overlapping mycelium scales the moment it touched the barrier. The brute force that could not be neutralized was conducted through the internal rock-like fungal structure, transferring entirely into the deep-sea crust. No matter how the waves roared or the immense force struck, that pitch-black barrier stood immovable, like an ancient, eternal reef. On the bridge of the Europa flagship Victory Goddess, Captain Carlos, Elena. And all the crew stared dumbfounded at the mythical scene before them. The fervor, pride, and cruelty in their eyes froze into pure astonishment. No. Impossible. Carlos's lips trembled as he muttered. Elena's face turned ashen. She couldn't comprehend it. What was that thing, a plant? Or some kind of defensive innate ability? Whatever it was, this method of creating something out of thin air to withstand the natural disaster had completely surpassed her understanding. As the giant waves receded, the massive black barrier dissolved and dispersed like melting ice and snow, turning into countless specks of dust that returned to the sea and air. The 3 Dacia warships remained intact, anchored on the sea's surface without even a scratch on their paint. On the bridge of the Zen-Hi, after a moment of dead silence, an eruption of thunderous cheers and jubilation broke out. We survived, my God, it's a miracle, this is absolutely a miracle. Who saved us just now? The commander swallowed hard, snapping out of his shot. He looked at the thin figure, his gaze shifting from astonishment to ecstasy, and finally to profound reverence. Salute, he straightened his body abruptly and shouted the command with all his strength. Crash, on the bridge, all the officers and soldiers snapped to attention as if waking from a dream. They raised their right hands toward the figure on the screen, offering their highest respect. At the same time, on the other 2 warships and among all the Dacia soldiers and workers who witnessed the scene from afar, everyone spontaneously stood in solemn respect toward that direction. It was a tribute to a hero. Thud. A soft sound. Lin Fan's figure landed steadily on the bow deck of the Zen-Hi. His face was pale, his hands gripping the cold railing, sweat beading on his forehead as he gasped for air. That move just now had nearly drained all his psionic energy and mental strength. Showing off feels great, but the psionic energy aftermath is brutal. The ancients never lied to me, he thought. When he raised his head again, his cold gaze locked onto the 5 immobilized Europa warships in the distance. Done? Now. It's my turn. His will transformed into the coldest death command. The mycelium that had already infiltrated the Europa warships began its final, frenzied devouring upon receiving the order. Alert, core temperature of the reactor is spiking abnormally, irreversible collapse is occurring, warning. Main control system circuits are being corroded by an unknown substance. We are losing all control, warns its weapon sy sets failures ets the hull is dissolving. This time, it was no longer localized damage, but a complete collapse from the core to the outer shell. In less than a minute, the 5 once dominant Europa warships fell silent, reduced to smoldering steel coffins drifting on the sea. The bridge was deathly silent, with only the heady breathing and suppressed sobs of the crew remaining. It was over. Everything was over. Yet, this was not the most despairing moment. The crew member pointed out the window and let out a ghostly scream. What? What is that? Everyone turned sharply to look. Beneath the calm surface of the sea, several massive shadows were rushing toward them at an incredible speed. Twin moon megaloid NS. They had been drawn by the terrifying psychic waves earlier and were now opening their bloodthirsty jaws, charging at the Europa crew members who had fallen into the water due to the warship's malfunction. Screams, cries for help, and the crunching sound of bones being crushed mixed together, forming a death symphony over this stretch of sea. Crimson blood quickly spread across the azure surface. The swarm of twin moon megaloid NS, drawn by the commotion, was now engaged in a brutal feast. On the deck of the Victory Goddess, Elena frantically channeled the last remnants of her psychic energy. Streams of water surged, attempting to rescue her companions from the jaws of the sharks. But her lone efforts were like a drop in the ocean against the frenzied tearing of the shark swarm. On the flagships and HAI of the Great Shaw Fleet, the commander watched the hellish scene unfold, his brows furrowed. There was no pity in his eyes. This was war, kill or be killed. Main cannon, charge. Fire, boom, boom. The main cannons of 3 towering warships roared in unison. Several thick high-energy beams tore through the sky, precisely striking each of the rampaging beasts. The sea was left with only the surviving Europa crew members, clutching shattered debris and trembling amidst the bloodied waters. The commander lowered his binoculars, his tone devoid of emotion. Deploy the lifeboats. Pick up everyone still alive. Remember, confiscate all weapons and equipment. And ensure they are all fitted with psychic suppression devices. Yes, Captain, this conflict, initiated by the Europa Alliance, ended in a manner bordering on absurdity. Great Shaw 0 casualties. Europa fleet annihilated, survivors reduced to prisoners. On the deck of the Zen-Hi, the commander strode quickly toward Lin Fan. Standing tall, he solemnly saluted. Captain Wei Zhang of the Great Shaw Eastern Coastal Defense Fleet. Flagship Zen-Hi, on behalf of all officers and soldiers, thank you for your assistance. Lin Fan waved his hand. still leaning against the railing, looking as though he hadn't fully recovered. We're all on the same side, it's the least I could do. He took a deep breath. They reported his identity. Independent Operations Unit, Captain of the 7th Special Reconnaissance Squad, Lin Fan. Wei Jiang's heart jolted. Independent Operations Unit. Wasn't that the special force directly under the Supreme Commander? No wonder he possessed such extraordinary strength. His gaze swept toward the Europa prisoners being brought back in batches by the soldiers using small boats. Wei Jiang hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Comrade Lin Fan, how do you think we should handle these Europa prisoners? Although he was the highest-ranking officer here, facing someone who had just single-handedly saved the entire fleet and held such a special status as captain, he felt it necessary to consult Lin Fan's opinion. No. Lin Fan waved his hand like a fan. Captain Wei, please don't use honorific S. I'm just a nominal captain. Military decisions are professional matters. I wouldn't dare interfere. These words made Wei Jiang feel incredibly reassured, and his impression of Lin Fan improved even further. Who would have thought? Lin Fan suddenly changed his tone and lazily added, but our Dustia warships aren't just going to recycle any trash. If they want to board, they need a legitimate identity, right? For example, prisoners of war. Wei Jiang immediately understood. Prisoners, those two words directly defined the entire situation. I get it, he nodded heavily, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Fan seemed to remember something. Looked up at the sky, and said, oh, right. Captain Wei, I still have a companion floating up there. Can we have the aircraft land here? Of course. No problem. Wei Jiang agreed without hesitation and immediately gave orders through the communicator to clear the rear deck and guide the friendly aircraft to land. Lin Fan nodded, raised the terminal on his wrist, and said, Fatty, you can come down now, land at the rear of the ship. Meanwhile, in Yanqin City, at the Defense Zone Command Headquarters. Report to the commander. Urgent news from the Eastern Sea. A communications officer hurried into the command center and handed a freshly compiled battle report to Qin Shenyuan. Qin Shenyuan took the report, and after just reading the beginning, his face immediately darkened. The Europa fleet invasion? And they deployed an S-class gifted individual? When he saw phrases like 100-meter waves and fleeting imminent danger, his expression turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. But as he continued reading, a very familiar name caught his eye, Lin Fan. Qin Shenyuan felt his blood pressure shoot straight to the top of his head. This little rascal, why is he everywhere, from leaving Yanqin City until now? Only a few hours have passed? Wasn't he supposed to be researching the adaptability of fungal threads in seawater? Is this his research result, wiping out a Europa subfleet? Qin Shenyuan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger and shock. When he read about how Lin Fan single-handedly resisted a natural disaster and saved the entire fleet, a complex expression flashed across his weathered face. There was relief, pride, but more than anything headache, a headache as if foreseeing countless troubles in the future. He grabbed the communicator on the desk and directly connected to the ZenHA. This is Qin Shenyuan. Commander, Wei Jiang immediately stood at attention. Cut the nonsense, is Lin Fan on your ship? Yes, reporting. Commander, Comrade Lin Fan I don't care what he just did. Qin Shenyuan interrupted. You turned the tide and became the savior of our entire fleet. How can you just leave like this? I've already arranged the best lounge for you and this comrade here. You must take a good rest and let us fulfill our duty as hosts. Without waiting for a response, he made a pleased gesture. Lin Fan looked at his overly enthusiastic smile and then glanced at the squad of soldiers behind him. Each of them had a look of reverence on their faces, but their positioning clearly blocked all possible escape routes for him and Qiong Duo. Wei Jiang's smile grew increasingly sincere. Qiong Duo leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, Fan Duo, doesn't this treatment feel a bit too familiar? Lin Fan replied. More than familiar. It's practically déjà vu. A high-definition remastered version. Old Qin sure acts fast. Lin Fan sighed, knowing that leaving today was probably out of the question. All right, then we'll impose on you. An hour later, a small military assault ship roared in and landed steadily on the deck of the Sturi. The hatch slid open, and leading the group was Major Zhang Yi, whose face clearly said, I'm in a very bad mood today. Wei Jiang quickly stepped forward to greet him. Old Zhang. The commander-in-chief actually sent you personally. What kind of background does this Lin Fan have? Zhang Yi's face was a mix of admiration, helplessness, and a hint of sympathy. Background? He's the one who personally crushed the plague of the Lighthouse Federation into dust. His heart shaken? What? The plague was killed by him. As a senior officer of Dyrachia Station on Emerald Star, he was all too aware of the damage and trouble the Contane plague had brought to Dyrachia. And now, the nightmare of all frontline troops had been ended by that seemingly laid-back young man. That's right. Not even a trace left. Zhang Yi nodded, then sighed deeply, his tone becoming incredibly wistful. This kid's strength is off the charts, but his ability to stir up trouble is just as strong. A pure troublemaker, the fighter jet of troublemakers. Wei Zhang couldn't help but defend Lin Fan. No way, I think Comrade Lin Fan is quite easy to talk to. He even saved all our brothers' lives today. Easy to talk to? Zhang Yi snorted coldly, looking at him as if he were an idiot. This is already the second time I've been specifically ordered to bring him back. With that, he ignored the bewildered Wei Zhang and headed straight into the ship's cabin. In the lounge, Lin Fan and Qian Duo were idly studying the patterns on the ceiling. Click. A faintly mocking smile on his face as he stared directly at Lin Fan. Lin Fan, the commander-in-chief requests your presence. Lin Fan looked at him. His expression freezing instantly. An awkward atmosphere filled the room. Under the escort of a squad of soldiers, the two returned to Tianshiri. This was the second time. One more time, and they could probably apply for a VIP membership card, maybe even get a 20% discount next time. Zhang Yi led Lin Fan to the door of the commander's office and stopped. He turned around, raised his hand, and once again heavily patted Lin Fan's shoulder. The action was identical to last time. But this time, the emotion in his eyes had shifted from well done to a certain indescribable sympathy and blessing. Take care. He turned and left with his team without looking back, as if staying a second longer would expose him to the wrath of the raging lion behind the door. Lin Fan Qian Duo watched Zhang Yi's departing figure. His legs trembling. Brother Fan, why do I feel like Major Zhang looked at us as if he were sending a suicide squad to the battlefield? Lin Fan rubbed his temples and pushed open the heavy metal door. Bang! As soon as the door opened a crack, a ceramic cup flew past his scalp, smashing against the wall behind the door and shattering into pieces. You little bastard, you dare come back! Qing Shenyuan's thunderous roar almost lifted the ceiling. Lin Fan shuddered and reflexively closed the door halfway, leaving only his head visible, with an ingratiating smile plastered on his face. Commander, calm down, calm down, calm down, calm down. Calm down, anger is bad for your health. Didn't I rush back as soon as I heard you missed me? Qian Duo hid behind Lin Fan, staring at the furious general in the office, so scared he felt his soul was about to leave his body. Get in here, Qing Xianwan pointed at Lin Fan's nose, his chest heaving violently. Lin Fan shrank his neck, pulled Qian Duo along, and slunk inside, closing the door behind him. Then he stood straight in the center of the office, slightly bowing his head, adopting a posture of I admit my mistake, I accept punishment, scold me as you please. Seeing Lin Fan's dead pig unafraid of boiling water attitude, Qing Shenyuan's anger flared even more. Do you think my words are just hot air? I told you not to cause trouble, and you immediately wiped out Europa's fleet? Is Tianjin City your home? You come and go as you please? Is the command center a tourist attraction? Checking in twice in 24 hours? If this continues, the manufacturer of my blood pressure medication will have to award you a plaque for outstanding distributor. Qing Shenyuan's spittle almost sprayed all over Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan remained motionless, letting him vent. This is your territory, you can scold however you like. I'll let it in one ear and out the other, not letting it linger in my mind for even a second. After a full 10 minutes of scolding, Qing Shenyuan finally took a breath, slumped into his chair, and reached for his cup to drink water, only to realize the cup had long been thrown. He let out a heavy snort, glaring at Lin Fan. Speak. Why do you insist on targeting the lighthouse and Europa? Can't you behave for 2 days? Hearing this question. Lin Fan finally raised his head. The playful smile on his face disappeared, replaced by an unfamiliar seriousness that even Qing Qiangyuan found surprising. Commander. Lin Fan took a step forward, his voice unusually clear. Isn't this why I came to Emerald Star, Qingzhong World Star? Whether it's Karen Thorn, the lighthouse outpost, or Europa's fleet, they're all enemies. I admit my methods may be a bit unconventional. But Commander, our goals are the same: to use every means possible, to weaken them, to strike them, and ultimately to drive these robbers completely out of Emerald Star. Then Lin Fan revealed a meaningful smile. Don't forget, there's still a top assassin lurking in the shadows. That guy is definitely the ace of the lighthouse or Europa. Right now, he's probably frantically digging into my background, trying to find my weaknesses. How can I lure him out of his rat hole? Do we really have to wait until he points his gun at your office or targets one of our key scientists before we belatedly respond? Lin Fan's words were like heavy hammers striking Qin Shen Yuan's heart. He looked at the young man before him. His gaze a mix of admiration, helplessness, and a barely perceptible trace of relief. This kid. Though trouble seems to follow him everywhere and his antics could cause the sky to collapse, his heart is undoubtedly loyal to Dojo. Every action he takes, no matter how outrageous the methods, is always rooted in the interests of Dojo. Qin Shen Yuan could see this clearly. The office fell into a prolonged silence. Qin Shen Yuan sighed deeply, finally understanding. Reasoning with this kid was futile. He always managed to twist logic and drag him into a maze of absurd arguments, leaving him no choice but to begrudgingly agree in the end. No. He absolutely couldn't let this kid continue running wild. Who knows what kind of earth-shattering trouble he'd stir up next. He had to find some proper work for this unruly fellow. A massive problem that had plagued Chen Shili for years suddenly flashed through Qin Shen Yuan's mind. He stood up and, before the enormous holographic display, pulled up the terrain map of Emerald Star. Lin Fan. Since you can't sit still, I'll give you some proper work to do. His finger pointed to the eastern foothills of the Broken Spine mountain range, a region marked by an eerie dark green hue. The Crying Swamp. Lin Fan and Qian Duo's gazes focused on the spot. Qin Shen Yuan's tone grew solemn. This swamp is the greatest obstacle to Doc Sai's westward expansion in the controlled zone. Not only is the environment harsh, but it also contains spores that interfere with perception and even consciousness. It has become the best infiltration route and guerrilla base for the Coal people. If we go to full-scale war with the other two factions, or with the other two factions, this stretched-out rear supply line and the Coal people who could emerge from the swamp at any moment would be a nightmare for us. This is one of the reasons why, despite occupying the fertile emerald grasslands, we have yet to achieve absolute dominance over the other two factions. Qin Shen Yuan raised his head, his gaze burning as he looked at Lin Fan. The ecosystem of this swamp is too bizarre. We've tried various methods, but the results have been negligible. I've reviewed your records. Near Yaoguan Academy, you dealt with a deeply polluted Black Wing Desert. Your fungal mats, aside from their combat capabilities, seem to have astonishing potential in ecological transformation. He leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a hint of probing. Tell me, can you solve the Crying Swamp? Lin Fan didn't answer immediately. His mind was racing, pulling up all the information on the Crying Swamp. Unique psionic plants, hallucinogenic spores, a complex underground water system. The ecosystem was primitive yet distinctive. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. This wasn't a strategic dilemma, it was clearly a buffet for his fungal colonies, an opportunity to wreak havoc under the guise of legitimacy. Solve the strategic problem for Dojo, and rack up massive military achievements all laid out before him. Could there really be such a good deal? Lin Fan forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. His face showing the solemn expression of this matter is quite tricky, let me think it over carefully. He pondered for a moment, as if making a difficult decision. Finally, he raised his head, meeting Qin Shen Yuan's expectant gaze, and nodded resolutely. Commander, this is not only the task you have entrusted to me, but also the key to the future century-long plan of our great Shan Emerald Star, for the long-term stability of our pioneering endeavors. For the countless compatriots behind us, I accept this mission. Seeing Lin Fan's expression of tragic determination, like the wind is bleak and the water's cold, Qin Shen Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he felt that this kid's acting accounted for 99%, he was very pleased with the attitude. Good. Whatever resources you need, report directly to the logistics department. Thank you, Commander. Lil set off immediately. Lin Fan grabbed the still-dazed Qian Duo and left, afraid that Qin Shen Yuan might change his mind. Watching the two figures hurriedly depart, Qin Shen Yuan leaned back in his chair, exhausted. Little rascal, I hope this time you don't set the swamp on fire for me. The Falcon Daowei aircraft took off again, speeding toward the eastern foothills of the Broken Ridge Mountains. Qian Duo sat in the pilot seat, staring at the navigation map as the destination grew closer. His face full of hesitation. Brother Fan, are we going to do environmental protection work? Environmental protection? Lin Fan leaned back in his seat, his mood so good he was almost humming a tune. We're going to pick up goods, Qian Duos. Huh? Lin Fan didn't explain, just looked out the porthole at the rapidly passing emerald grasslands, his lips curling uncontrollably. Come on, I'll take you to the swamp for a soap.